The young man's eyes snapped open. The sharp sting of antiseptic flooded his senses. A hospital, was he? Still alive. Zhong Yuan glanced at the vitals monitor. A flat line, 0 heartbeat, 0 blood pressure. Yet he felt perfectly fine. What kind of trash equipment was this? Broken. Suddenly voices from the hallway caught his attention. The doctor was speaking to Jong Lan about his condition. Apparently his injuries were catastrophic. The doctor was grimly explaining that he would likely remain in a vegetative state for the rest of his life. The moment he heard his sister's name, adrenaline surged. Ignoring the wires attached to his body, he ripped them off and sprinted toward the door to find Jong Lan. The door swung open and there she was. Jong Lan froze, tears clinging to her lashes. "Brother, you're awake." Overwhelmed, she rushed forward, burying her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhong Yuan held her close, whispering that everything was fine. But as he looked down, a strange realization hit him. She was smaller, younger. She looked like a middle schooler again. Hearing him speak, she cried harder. "Don't lie to me, you were hit by a truck. How can you be okay?" A truck. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. He hadn't just survived, he had regressed. He was back 4 years in the past right after the accident. The year was 2042. This was a miracle. It seemed the heavens had heard his dying wish and granted him a second chance to rewrite this system Manhwa tragedy and protect his sister. Just then a man walked into the room. "The doctor said you were brain dead," the stranger remarked, eyes narrowing. "To see you up and alert. Quite the miracle." This man was Lin Dongliang, captain of the elite Falcon squad, a major and a powerful awakener. Lin Dongliang extended a hand for a greeting, but Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate. He shoved Jong Lan back into the room and slammed the door in the major's face. Lin stood there, hands suspended in mid-air, completely baffled. Inside the room, Zhong Yuan grabbed his sister's shoulders. "Listen to me. Never ever follow strange men like that again." Jong Lan defended him. "But Mr. Lin is a good person. He's been helping us ever since you were hospitalized." She didn't know the truth. In the previous timeline, it was this very man who recruited her, turned her into a child soldier, and led her to a brutal death right before Zhong Yuan's eyes. Zhong Yuan clenched his fists. He would never forget that man's face. He just hadn't realized the major had his claws in her this early 4 years ago. He looked his sister in the eye. "There is no free lunch in this world, Lan." Did he ask for anything in return for his help? Just as he suspected. The man wanted Zhong Lan to attend Cheng Yunqiao to contribute to society. But she had no idea what kind of hell that school really was. If he could just keep her out of Cheng Yunqiao, maybe she wouldn't have to become an Awakener. But in this world, being powerless was a death sentence. When the catastrophe hits, being unable to defend themselves would be worse than death. No. The only way to truly protect her was to eliminate the threat himself. Zhong Yuan made his decision. He opened the door. "Lan, go handle my discharge papers. I need to have a little chat with Uncle Lin to thank him." Lin Dongliang, who had been eavesdropping, smirked. "No thanks necessary, kid. But we do need to talk." Zhong Yuan's eyes went cold. He worried about what might have happened while he was in a coma. Had this guy already manipulated her? Zhong Yuan cut straight to the chase. "I know what you are. You're an Awakener. And you used my accident as leverage to recruit my sister. And if I'm not mistaken, Cheng Yunqiao is a training ground for Awakeners, isn't it?" Lin Dongliang's mask slipped. "How did a civilian know this much?" "What else do you know?" the major asked. Zhong Yuan's voice dropped to a growl. "I know everything. I know about the dungeons, the monsters, and that my sister is a genius fit for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. And you with your righteous contribution to society speech. You're basically kidnapping a 12-year-old girl to use as cannon fodder." Accused of such malice, Lin Dongliang flared up. "Watch your mouth. Do not paint me as some sort of pervert." "I do this for the survival of humanity," Lin shouted. Zhong Yuan scoffed. "Oh really? Was eavesdropping on 2 orphans also for the sake of humanity? You creep. Stay away from my sister." Lin sighed, trying to regain composure. "Her talent could save thousands of lives. I hope you reconsider." Lin turned to leave, but Zhong Yuan's voice stopped him. "Fine. I agree. She can go to Cheng Yunqiao." Lin Dongliang whipped around, stunned. "What you just told me to stay away from her. I changed my mind, but I have a condition. If you refuse, she never sets foot in that school." "Name your price," Lin said confidently. "I'll pay anything." Zhong Yuan glared. "I don't want your money. I want admission. Enroll me in Cheng Yunqiao alongside her. I don't care how brutal the training is. I don't care about the missions. Where she goes, I go." Zhong Yuan turned to walk away, throwing one last warning over his shoulder. "Remember, Lan only listens to me. If you say no to me, you lose her too." Lin Dongliang was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Admitting Zhong Yuan wasn't the problem. But putting a powerless civilian into a special forces class, that was irregular. But if he refused, he'd lose a generational talent like Zhong Lan. That was a loss humanity couldn't afford. On the way home, Jong Lan fretted over her brother. "You're freezing cold, are you sure you should be out?" Zhong Yuan brushed it off, looking at his arm. It was covered in purple splotches. But these weren't from IV needles. Something was wrong. They didn't look like bruises. They looked like livor mortis, the spots that appear on a corpse. Back home, ignoring the dread, he cooked a feast for his sister. Jong Lan ate, happily praising his cooking. But suddenly she noticed Zhong Yuan put down his chopsticks. He hadn't touched a bite. "Brother." She looked worried. "You're so pale, and you're not eating," she pleaded. "Maybe we should go back to the hospital." Yuan comforted his little sister, assuring her that a small appetite was normal after a coma. "Just focus on getting better," he said gently. "Your strength will return in time." Once Lan finished eating, Yuan began clearing the table, his mind drifting to the terrifying changes in his own body. In truth, he hadn't felt the slightest pang of hunger for days. It wasn't just a lack of appetite. He had lost his sense of taste, never felt tired, and had zero need for sleep, or even the bathroom. But the most chilling realization was the bruises on his skin. They weren't injuries. They were livor mortis, the distinct marks of a corpse. He had hoped the hospital equipment was glitching, but a self-check at home confirmed the horror. He had no blood pressure and no heartbeat. His body was as cold as ice, and his breath had completely stilled. The undeniable signs of death were etched into his very flesh. He had consulted every medical text he could find, and the conclusion was inescapable. Every symptom pointed to one impossible truth: physiologically, he was dead. The only logical explanation lay with the mysterious power of the golden coffin. It must have forced his soul back into a vessel that had perished in a car accident 4 years ago. Even without the golden coffin, he would have likely been resurrected by a high-level Awakener. It made Yuan question the true nature of the power coursing through this world. This realm was filled with secrets, like the plot of a complex system, Manhwa. If he could infiltrate Yingcity Academy, perhaps he could find the answers he sought. Thankfully, the corpse spots on his arm were finally beginning to fade. As long as he avoided medical checkups, his identity as a living dead man would remain a secret. He couldn't risk terrifying Lan with the grim reality of his existence. Yuan's dark thoughts were interrupted by his phone. It was Captain Lin calling to confirm that Yuan's request had been fulfilled. "Once summer break ends, just report to Yingcity Academy with Lan," Lin said. Yuan was skeptical. "Is it really that simple?" Captain Lin sounded almost offended. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm only doing this because I can't let a genius like Lan slip through my fingers." He clarified that Yuan would only be an auditor in the Special Awakener class. "And don't think you can slack off," Lin warned. "If you score below 90 points in any cultural subject, you'll be kicked out immediately." For Yuan, academic challenges were nothing. He agreed instantly, his only priority being Lan's enrollment. A few days later, they stood before the majestic gates of Yingcity Academy. Lan's eyes sparkled with wonder. Pointing to a grand statue, she asked, "Brother, who is that?" A male voice answered from behind them, dripping with amusement. "Standing in front of the academy. It's hardly going to be Confucius, is it? That is Cheng Yunqiao, the legendary founder of our nation's Awakener system." The stranger introduced himself as the orientation guide for the special class. "I'm Ziyihan, your senior," he said with a practiced smile. "You must be the new freshman Lan and the auditor Yuan. We'll be classmates." He carelessly tossed a bag at Yuan, his disdain obvious. "Here, your enrollment supplies." But when he turned to Lan, his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. His voice softened as he explained, "Inside is a communication watch. You really should put it on now." "Let me walk you to the dorms and show you the ropes," he offered smoothly. Yuan narrowed his eyes, fighting the urge to kick this two-faced senior into the stratosphere. Ziyihan kept yapping like a bird, bragging about how everything at Yingcity Academy was free for the elite students. He even tried to charm Lan by offering to take her to the nearby amusement park and art museum. That was the last straw. Yuan stepped between them, shoving Yihan back. "Thanks, but we don't need a babysitter. We can handle ourselves." Without looking back, he dragged Lan away. Ziyihan watched them leave, a cunning glint sharpening his gaze. He was clearly plotting something. Oblivious to the tension, Lan eagerly strapped on her new watch and urged Yuan to do the same. Moments later, the devices lit up. A notification welcomed the new students and dropped a bombshell: military training would begin at 1 o'clock sharp. The message ordered them to complete registration immediately and assemble at the training grounds. Yuan hadn't expected the intense pacing of a leveling Manhwa to kick in this fast. He wondered what kind of hellish training awaited the special class. At the assembly area, the other students were already losing their minds over the watches. "Damn this piece of junk, I'll smash it to pieces if it doesn't shut up," one student roared. Another looked ready to cry, the incessant ringing pushing him toward a nervous breakdown. Lan observed the chaos, realizing the cruelty of the design. "The ringing mixed with the vibration. It's designed to destroy our concentration." Yuan nodded in agreement. It seemed that apart from his and Lan's devices, everyone else's watches were screaming uncontrollably. Why did yours stop, brother? Lan asked. I just answered a question it asked, Yuan replied calmly. What about you? Lan giggled nervously. I just begged it to stop crying and it actually listened. Yuan was speechless. He had assumed the watches used voice recognition AI, but now it seemed more likely that someone was manually monitoring them from the shadows. He suspected some creep was behind the controls. Suddenly a command to assemble boomed out and the infernal ringing finally ceased. Yuan noticed the speaker was a man in his 40s. It seemed the elite class valued raw talent over age, ignoring traditional restrictions. Instructor Liu Wen stepped forward, her aura commanding silence. I am your instructor. If you have issues, come to me, but only if you survive the upcoming military training. Because of her young age, Lan was exempt from the brutal physical training. The rest were handed a waiver to sign before being marched off to their fate. Xie Yihan scanned the document and his face went pale. Wait a minute. What the hell are we signing? Not responsible for accidental death or injury. The instructor's voice was cold. If you're scared, get out. Go to the office and withdraw right now. However, she added, dangling a temptation no one could resist. This training is your chance to obtain a void crystal, and I can increase your absorption success rate by 20%. The moment Instructor Liu Wen finished speaking, hesitation vanished. Everyone scribbled their signatures frantically. Even Xie Yihan signed, though he looked furious about it. Yuan observed them coldly. They were willing to gamble their lives for power, a typical human weakness. The void crystal was the key to unlocking immense power, the holy grail of any awakening Manhwa. While the absorption rate was notoriously low, it was a risk every awakener was willing to take. Zhong Yuan figured that since he was technically already a walking corpse, these death waivers were just meaningless paper. The only relief was that his little sister didn't have to risk her life in a hellhole like this. If he could just get his hands on a miscore, he might actually trigger an awakening. But nearby a mysterious stranger eyed him with a peculiar gaze, judging Zhong Yuan's frail skeleton-like frame. The stranger thought, this kid hasn't even hit puberty yet, but he's got guts. Signing the waiver without hesitation. He was the only one in this leveling Manhwa scenario who claimed he received the signal. The special class 40 students strong had all boarded the bus. Just as the engine roared to life, the mysterious stranger loomed over Zhong Yuan's seat. Hey Zhong Yuan! The man leaned in with a warning. If things get too hairy out there, hide in the safe zone, or use your wrist communicator to scream for help. Protect that watch with your life. Don't let anyone snatch it. This advice was his reward for Zhong Yuan being the only one sharp enough to answer when the device chimed. Suddenly the man pulled Zhong Yuan into an uncomfortable embrace. Zhong Yuan grabbed the guy's arm, his eyes narrowing. Are you the surveillance officer behind these watches? And why did Jong Lan's watch suddenly go dead? The stranger smirked, completely unfazed. I couldn't help it. Her voice, it's exactly my type. I couldn't refuse a request like that. So tell me, is she a beauty? She sounds like a sweet little angel. As the bus pulled away, Zhong Yuan cursed the guy out from the window. You absolute pervert. But the distance was already growing. The stranger, unable to hear the insult, smiled and waved. Aw, look at him. He's so grateful for my advice he doesn't want to leave me. Talk about delusional. The convoy finally arrived at Mount Zammon. The students gathered, tension thick in the air as they awaited their fate. Instructor Liu Wen stepped forward, his voice booming. You all have the potential to become awakeners. But until you absorb a mist core, you are nothing but fragile civilians. This military training will teach you exactly how weak you are. The briefing began, revealing the terrifying truth of the battlefield they were about to enter. They were entering a dimensional domain, a sealed zone created by spatial anchors. It was a perfect mirror image of reality, copied from the original space to contain the threat. Battles fought inside the domain wouldn't damage the real world. It was the only way to contain the alien races. To harvest mist cores, governments worldwide used these artificial dimensions to farm captured monsters. Mount Zammon was one such prison. Their mission survived for 3 days inside this artificial hellscape. Before them lay backpacks stuffed with survival gear. Every item could be the difference between life and death. Zhong Yuan stared at the gear, determination hardening his gaze. If I get a core, I become an awakener. That's the only way I can protect Jong Lan. The instructor's voice cut through his thoughts, reminding them to use the distress signal if death came knocking. This watch isn't just a GPS, Liu Wen explained. It emits a high-frequency sound wave that terrifies low-level beasts. It's your lifeline. But be warned, activating the sonic shield drains the battery instantly. You only have enough power for 3 days of normal use. The portal to the domain shimmered into existence. Enter the dimension, the instructor commanded. But before they marched, he left them with a final chilling reminder. Remember, you are all citizens of the state. Facing danger should unite you, not turn you into savages. Anyone caught killing a classmate will be expelled and court-martialed immediately. Zhong Yuan knew that warning wasn't just protocol. It was a prophecy. But he felt no fear. He needed to see what kind of monsters lurked in this awakening Manhwa world. The tactical guide suggested teams of 6 for safety. Immediately, the students began scrambling to form alliances. Zhong Yuan, however, was struggling. Rejection after rejection. Just as he stood alone, a girl named Huang Xiaoyan approached him. "You haven't found a team yet. We only have 4 people, so if you want to—" Before she could finish, another student grabbed her arm, dragging her away. "We're full, we don't need him." As she was pulled away, Xiaoyan looked back, mouthing an apology. Zhong Yuan's eyes went cold. They only have 4 people. Why lie and say they're full? The answer was obvious. They didn't want the weakling. Zhong Yuan realized that the ostracization had already begun. The target on his back was massive. A prickling sensation crawled up his spine. Someone was watching him. He quickened his pace, disappearing into the foliage. In a savage environment, the most dangerous beast is always a human. The group tailing him stopped grinding their teeth in frustration. "Wang Meng, that brat took the small path. Do you think he spotted us?" Safe for now, Zhong Yuan checked the bestiary. The monster here was the snowbone snake. It hunted via thermal sensing. Attack power mediocre, but the drop rate insane. The mist core from this thing offered 4 potential abilities. First, Super Sense, a random physical stat boost. Second, Freeze, immobilizing targets for 10 seconds. Third, Regeneration, self-healing wounds. And fourth, Death immunity, avoiding a fatal blow once. This monster was the definition of a glass cannon, low defense, high HP loot. No wonder they farmed them like livestock. That death immunity skill was practically a cheat code. Not that he needed it, being dead and all. But he had to find one first. He ventured deeper into the woods, hunting for his prey. Suddenly, crunch. He stepped on something brittle. Ice. His eyes darted up. There, coiled on the branches above, snakes. He swung his blade, a test strike. Nothing. The snakes didn't even flinch. Zhong Yuan paused. Even captive animals should have survival instincts. Why are they so docile? Then it clicked. The manual. They rely on thermal sensors to hunt. To these heat-seeking predators, Zhong Yuan was just a walking icicle. He had no body heat. He was invisible. A wicked grin spread across his face. Time for a massacre. He swung his sword, decapitating the nearest snake. But something was wrong. The body began to knit itself back together. Death immunity activated. Fine. Zhong Yuan growled. "If one hit won't work, I'll hack you until nothing remains." Slash, slash, slash. Finally, a glowing blue orb tumbled from the remains. Zhong Yuan snatched it up. The prize. A mist core. The snake had officially logged out of existence. Now he had to be careful. He couldn't let the instructors see his undead status during the absorption process. Time to test my luck, he thought. Lan is a genius, so her big brother can't have trash talent, right? Give me anything. I just need power. A system window materialized before his eyes, a classic trope of a system manhwa. Do you wish to absorb? The snowbone snake offered the following skills. Super Sense Gold rank upgradable. Freeze Gold, rank level 1, upgradable. Regeneration Gold rank level 1, upgradable. And finally, Death Immunity Calamity rank, non-upgradable. With the prompt flashing before him, Zhong Yuan decided to gamble it all. After all, death wasn't on the menu today. He selected Ready. Absorption commenced. The energy of the mist cores flooded his veins, and in mere moments he had successfully assimilated all 4 abilities. A smirk tugged at his lips as Zhong Yuan wondered, how could one man possess such heaven-defying luck? Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoyan's team was breaking down the brutal reality of their situation. Even the top researchers in the country could only boost the absorption rate for the immortality skill to a pitiful 0.03%. Xiaoyan was floored by the statistic. That's rarer than pulling a designated SSR card from a basic starter pack, another teammate exclaimed. Basically, unless you had a 100% guarantee you were chasing a ghost. Forget the immortality skill, Emperor. The team leader advised, cutting through the delusion. That kind of power is left to destiny alone. Their plan was simple: use the sonic wave function on their watches to harvest mist cores and report back to the instructor. But while they plotted their course, they failed to notice the wolves lurking in the shadows. Wang Meng and his hulking goons were locking onto their targets. Wang Meng, a lackey, whispered, "We smashed all our watches except one during that last scuffle. What's the play now?" A sinister grin spread across Wang Meng's face. "If ours are broken, we'll just take theirs." The gang's bloodlust spiked adrenaline, pumping at the thought of the heist. They were itching to hunt, and it seemed Zhong Yuan had been their prey from the very start of this leveling manhwa arc. Back in the command center, the monitoring officer heard every word of Wang Meng's vile scheme through a bug. His expression darkened instantly. "We told them those watches were for communication and survival, yet they seek death," he scoffed. truly worthy of the title Watch Destroyers. He was disgusted by their sheer stupidity. Did they think we'd send them into the mountains unprepared? Instructor Lu Wen leaned in curiosity piqued. Internal conflict already. That was fast. Should we intervene? Liu Wen asked. But the monitoring officer kicked his feet up cold and detached. No, let those idiots court death. Saving them would just clog up the military court with paperwork. Let them sink or swim. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was busy testing his new arsenal. He focused his will and instantly the leaves before him froze solid. Not bad, he mused, impressed by the power. Freezing an object for 10 seconds could turn the tide of a life-or-death battle. Next came the snowbone snake's heat sensitivity. A 10-meter radius was nothing to scoff at. It was a personal radar system. Among the 4 skills, immortality seemed passive, but the true prize was regeneration. Although his body temperature remained unnatural, the corpse spots rotting his skin had vanished completely. He no longer needed those glasses to hide his cloudy eyes. He was healed. But there was a catch to kill a snowbone snake with immortality. You had to kill it twice. He recalled the battles. Every time they revived, they regenerated from the core in their heads. Zhong Yuan slashed at a snake's skull to test his theory. Critical hit, just as expected. Destroy the brain, prevent the revival. Suddenly a blue screen flashed before him. System alert, mist cores detected. Do you wish to absorb? Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate. Power surged through him again. Most stats bumped up, but the immortality skill remained stagnant. Realization dawned on him. To upgrade a skill in this system, Manhwa he needed to consume identical cores. 1 core equaled 1 skill level, and a randomized ability roll. He looked toward the horizon, curiosity burning. I wonder what lies beyond the gold rank. There was only one way to find out: keep grinding. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's crew stalked down the path Zhong Yuan had taken, scavenging for leftovers. Suddenly, one of the thugs spoke up. Wang Meng, we're getting too deep. Should we turn back? Meng scoffed, refusing to retreat. If that trash Zhong Yuan dares to walk this path, why should 5 strong warriors fear it? Suddenly they froze. The corpse of a snowbone snake lay before them. Jaws dropped. Did a nobody like Zhong Yuan actually kill this beast? Wang Meng gritted his teeth, denial strong in his eyes. Impossible. He must have spammed the watch's sonic wave. A normal person couldn't pull this off. But then their eyes widened as 3 more carcasses appeared in the distance. Wang Meng's greed flared, overpowering his logic. Did that kid trigger an event from an awakening Manhwa? They didn't know if he was a newbie who got lucky or a hidden expert. A henchman sensed the danger and urged the boss to quit, but Wang Meng was blinded by avarice. He was determined to find Zhong Yuan and strip him of his cores. After fighting so many battles, he must be exhausted. Meng sneered, killing intent leaking out. Perfect. We'll strike while he's weak and take everything. Zhong Yuan was in the zone, fighting off a swarm of hundreds of snakes when his new senses flared. Intruders were closing in. 5 signatures surrounded him. It was the tailing party from the mountain. The predators had finally arrived. Wang Meng stepped out, a jagged blade in hand, his face twisted with malice. Hand over the mist cores, kid, and maybe you get to crawl away. Wang Meng's crew tightened the circle, cutting off all escape routes. Zhong Yuan analyzed their formation. Robbery, just as he predicted. Zhong Yuan kept his composure, his voice ice cold. I don't have a single mist core on me. Wang Meng exploded, pointing at the carnage. Do you take me for a fool? The ground is littered with corpses and you claim poverty. You expect me to believe you didn't loot them. Zhong Yuan shrugged. I haven't had time to harvest. Internally, his mind raced. These parasites refuse to hunt monsters, but are happy to rob classmates. If I let them go, they'll eventually target Jong Lan. A cold resolve hardened his heart. He needed to teach them a lesson. He dumped his bag upside down to prove his point. Only standard issue supplies tumbled out. Wang Meng's face turned purple with rage as he stared at the junk. He pointed a trembling finger at Zhong Yuan and roared. There were 4 bodies back on the trail. You hit at least 4 cores. Zhong Yuan played the innocent victim perfectly. Those 4, I tried to absorb them, but I failed. They crumbled to dust. Hearing this, Wang Meng snapped. He unleashed a torrent of curses. However, Zhong Yuan knew he had to keep his 100% absorption rate a secret or he'd become a lab rat. Wang Meng calculated his odds. The kid was out of resources and likely drained from the failed absorptions. If he chased him off, the loot on the ground would be his. Making up his mind, he spat on the ground. Fine. If you're that useless, leave your watch behind and get lost. Zhong Yuan nodded, accepting their ruthless demands. But just as he unclasped his watch to drop it on the ground, the greedy bastards demanded he leave his dagger behind too. One of the lackeys felt a pang of pity and begged his boss Wang Meng to let the kid keep his weapon. But Wang Meng refused, cold-heartedly terrified that Zhong Yuan might use that very blade to fight him in a desperate suicidal counterattack. Wang Meng's tyrannical greed finally sparked a flicker of irritation in Zhong Yuan's eyes. You're driving me into a corner. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you all down to hell with me? Wang Meng's crew immediately tried to pacify him, lying through their teeth that he'd be perfectly fine once he retreated to the safe zone. Another lackey chimed in, swearing on his life that the path back was clear of danger. He claimed the safe zone had enough food and water for Zhong Yuan to survive 3 days and complete the mission. Zhong Yuan decided to play along with their pathetic act, feigning resignation. Fine. But you better not be lying to me. As he turned to leave, he deliberately stomped on the tails of the slumbering serpents hidden in the grass. The fools behind him had no idea that a legion of vipers was slithering toward them, hungry for blood. The gang was too busy admiring their new trophy, the watch Zhong Yuan had discarded, arrogantly praising Wang Meng's brilliance for tricking the protagonist so easily. But the moment Wang Meng actually held the device, all color drained from his face, replaced by the pale mask of pure terror. The battery was still at 95%. That meant Zhong Yuan hadn't used the sonic repellent function at all. Did that monster of a student actually take down the snakes with his own hands? By the time the horror of the situation sank in, it was too late. Dozens of hissing serpents surrounded the 5 helpless students, and Wang Meng's screams echoed into the void. "Run! The snakes are alive!" He shrieked, his face white as a sheet. Their desperate cries for mercy rang through the entire mountain range. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan walked away with the swagger of a true apex predator. Everything had gone exactly according to his plan. Those fools had vastly underestimated who they were dealing with. Elsewhere, Xie Yihan and Huang Xiaoyan were hunting for dimensional beasts. "Just 10 more minutes down this path to the snake nest," she noted, while Huang Xiaoyan worried if just the 2 of them could handle the danger. Xie Yihan didn't show a shred of fear, his arrogance radiating off him. He assured Xiaoyan that she had nothing to fear as long as she trusted in his strength. Their paths suddenly crossed with Zhong Yuan's. Huang Xiaoyan immediately rushed over, concern written all over her face, asking why he was wandering the wilderness alone. Zhong Yuan recounted how Wang Meng's gang had stripped him of his backpack. Watching Xiaoyan treat this weakling with such care made Xie Yihan's blood boil with jealousy. Huang Xiaoyan asked about his condition anxiously. He claimed he was fine, then casually mentioned that after robbing him, the gang had headed straight to hunt the dimensional beasts. "They must be finished by now," Zhong Yuan mused. Hearing this, Xie Yihan grabbed Huang Xiaoyan's hand urgently. "We have to move. We can't let them steal all the kills." But Huang Xiaoyan dug her heels in, refusing to abandon a teammate who had lost all his supplies. "Wait. He has nothing left. We can't just leave him here to die, can we?" Xie Yihan gritted his teeth in suppressed rage, but realizing he had no choice, he forced a fake smile and turned to Zhong Yuan. "Fine. You can join our squad." Before he could finish his hypocritical offer, Zhong Yuan cut him off. He acknowledged that Xie Yihan didn't want him there, especially since he currently looked like a walking corpse. In reality, going days without food or water, without showing weakness, would only raise suspicion, so he had to keep up the act of being a weakling. Furthermore, without a knife or any weapon to slay the beasts, he was effectively useless in a fight right now. Zhong Yuan agreed to tag along just to retrieve his backpack. But when the trio arrived at the location where he left Wang Meng, a gruesome scene awaited them. Bodies lay motionless on the cold ground. Only Wang Meng was left writhing in agony as serpents feasted on him. He screamed for salvation one last time before collapsing into the silence of death. Xie Yihan froze in terror, having never seen such a swarm. Huang Xiaoyan was equally horrified. The burly thugs who had bullied Zhong Yuan were now nothing but snake food. Overcome by primal fear, Xie Yihan and Huang Xiaoyan turned and fled for their lives, leaving Zhong Yuan standing completely still amidst the carnage. Huang Xiaoyan glanced back, screaming, "Why are you just standing there dazing out? Run, you idiot! Why do you care about him?" Xie Yihan roared, dragging her away into the shadows. Zhong Yuan watched them go with a look of utter disdain. Cowards. Calmly, he picked up his dagger. It was time to harvest. Since these beasts had tasted human blood, they couldn't blame him for what he was about to do. Zhong Yuan danced through the battlefield, slaughtering every last serpent and collecting their cores. Now came the reward, the classic moment that defines a system Manhwa. Snowbone's snake core detected. The system prompted him to absorb the energy. This time, the assimilation granted him a new ability, supersensory perception. His stats skyrocketed Cyan level 2, Cyan level 3, right up to Gold level 3. But his immortal body skill refused to level up. He realized that moving from Gold to Cyan tier required 10 cores. From the Cyan tier onward, every level up demanded 10 cores. It seemed the probability of upgrading a skill with a single core wasn't consistent across the board. His freezing skill was already at Cyan level 3, yet his regeneration remained stuck at Gold. It felt as if some mysterious dark force was actively suppressing his healing abilities. Judging by how others reacted to these cores, it was obvious that normal humans couldn't absorb them effortlessly, like he could. For them, a failed absorption meant the core would crumble to dust. He wondered if the system notifications flashing before his eyes were visible to anyone else. To cover his tracks, Zhong Yuan froze the snake carcasses solid. He couldn't let anyone discover that he had consumed such a massive amount of cores. Meanwhile, back in the command center, a red alert flashed on the instructor's screen. A student's biosignal had flatlined, killed by a dimensional beast. The head instructor grimly announced the tragedy, warning all students that this was no game, and to use their distress signals immediately if they encountered danger. Instructor Yuan turned to the supervisor beside him, asking if they should deploy a rescue team since distress signals were already lighting up the map. But the cold-faced supervisor refused, claiming the students weren't in real danger yet. Still, an overseer was dispatched to the coordinates to maintain appearances. The overseer arrived and questioned Ye Zhen to confirm the location of the massacre. Z nodded, his voice trembling. The man knelt to inspect the corpses. Most of the wounds were indeed from the snowbone snakes, but one body bore the distinct mark of a blade. 3 watches were smashed, and 1 was drained of power. Something didn't add up. The examiner surveyed the chaotic aftermath, his mind reconstructing the brutal events like a crime scene investigator in a high-stakes manhwa recap. The defensive artifact was useless against the swarm, barely repelling 2 beasts, while Wang Meng frantically tried to reboot the system in a panic. Terror broke the party's formation. 1 coward fled first, but Wang Meng was hot on his heels, desperate to survive. The serpentine monsters closed the gap with terrifying speed, but Wang Meng offered a chilling reassurance to his fleeing ally. "You don't need to outrun the snakes," he sneered, plunging his dagger into his teammate's back to create a fresh, bloody distraction. The examiner pieced it together. These fools hadn't just stumbled into a nest. Zhong Yuan had led them into a death trap using the snowbone snakes as his personal executioners. Over 30 vipers had claimed this territory for ages, yet the question remained, how did Zhong Yuan walk through this valley of death untouched? A smirk tugged at the examiner's lips. This was a level of strategy and stealth he hadn't anticipated. Things just got interesting. While his assistant looked on in confusion, the examiner waved off the concern. The truth was clear, but the military training would proceed as if nothing happened, calculating, decisive, and ruthless enough to survive. He thought, thoroughly impressed by this leveling manhwa protagonist's dark potential. He silently vowed to cover up the kills as long as the boy survived. Meanwhile, back at the academy cafeteria, Captain Lin was checking in on Jong Lan. Jong Lan was radiating pure joy, her face glowing with happiness as she savored a slice of cake and shared her first impressions. "The campus is beautiful, the dorms are huge, and the food is amazing," she chirped, completely enchanted by her new life. Captain Lin placed a high-tech device on the table, explaining, "This satellite phone works even inside dimensional rifts, so you'll never lose signal." But the girl's expression instantly cooled. She turned away, reciting her brother's ironclad rule about never accepting handouts from strangers. Thinking fast to bypass her defenses, Lin lied smoothly. "It's not a gift, it's a loan. You can pay me back once you're old enough to earn money." Her demeanor flipped back to sunshine instantly. She grabbed the phone with a grin, saying, "In that case, I won't be polite." When Lin casually asked about her brother's whereabouts, her innocent answer struck him like a thunderbolt. "Oh, big brother is participating in the school's military training." The blood drained from Lin's face. His calm facade shattered instantly. "Are they insane?" He screamed, internally terrified that if Zhong Yuan died in that hellhole, the little girl would hate him for eternity. Sweating bullets, he urged her to keep eating while he frantically excused himself to make an emergency call. But before he could escape, her small voice stopped him. "Is the training dangerous? I want my brother back soon." Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, Lin forced a smile and promised Zhong Yuan's safe return, even as dread pooled in his stomach. Elsewhere, Instructor Liu was dining with a colleague, gossiping about the mysterious examiner in sunglasses. "Don't say his name too loud or he'll skin you alive," she warned, explaining that the legendary figure wasn't there out of respect for the academy. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a striking figure dressed entirely in pristine white. "I am Fung Yumo of the Wind Dragon Group," he announced, his aura radiating power. "I'm here on a mission at Mount Zammon." Liu's eyes widened. Standing before her was the 68th ranked powerhouse on the youth leaderboard, a true celebrity of the awakening manhwa world. Composing herself, she introduced herself as the chief instructor for the current operation. "I'm here to extract a student named Zhong Yuan," Feng Yumo stated flatly. "I need his coordinates immediately." Liu hesitated, explaining that the tracking equipment was currently with the terrifying examiner who was out patrolling the danger zone. Having heard enough, Feng Yumo nodded a curt thanks and vanished to hunt down his target. Liu was baffled by the interference, but her colleague leaned in with some juicy intel about the famous young master. "Rumor has it his older brother is dying of an incurable disease," the man whispered. "He transferred here to hunt snowbone snakes for their immortality cores, but the guy has a fatal flaw. He suffers from severe face blindness." Sending a face-blind man on a search and rescue mission seemed like a cosmic joke, proving the higher-ups were truly desperate. As Feng Yumo navigated the terrain, he assumed the students were safe under the examiner's watch, noting the snake nest on his map. He considered slaughtering a few beasts for sport, but soon stumbled upon a trail of snake corpses that had already been harvested. The butchery was amateurish, hardly the work of a pro. and soon he spotted a lone figure ahead. It was Zhong Yuan, the very target he was sent to save, holding a blade so chipped and mud-caked that it made Feng's soul hurt. "Oh, heavens," Feng groaned, clutching his face in agony. "That is a high-grade military weapon, and you've treated it like a gardening tool." Unable to stand the sight, he approached the boy and scolded, "Can't you hear the steel weeping? That is not how you treat a blade." Zhong Yuan turned around, looking at the stranger like he was insane. "Who are you, and why do you care how I use my gear?" "Is this some new pickup line?" Zhong Yuan scoffed, dripping with sarcasm. "Are you offering to give me a tutorial?" Instead of feeling shame, the thick-skinned protagonist seized the opportunity. "Since you're so worried, how about you give me a spare? The Academy only gave me one. Since your weapon is useless now, mind lending me that one?" With a sigh of resignation, Feng Yumo tossed his dagger to the boy. Clasping the cold steel, Zhong Yuan's eyes burned with greed. But Feng Yumo's expression darkened instantly. "Take the exposed cores and get lost. The rest belong to me." Zhong Yuan's face drained of color, but he stood his ground. "Stealing from a student during military training. Don't you have any shame?" Feng Yumo's gaze turned icy, his voice dripping with authority. "This isn't your playground, kid. In this world, there is no first come, first served." In a blur of motion, he decapitated a viper instantly. Turning back, he declared, "Ownership is decided by strength alone." Zhong Yuan watched in awe. To shatter a snowbone snake's skull in a single strike, this man was a true expert. That technique, it mirrored the standard gear Jong Lan used in his past life, the mark of an official awakened one. Feng Yumo continued his lecture, arrogant and loud. "See that is the unbridgeable gap between our levels." But while he gloated, he failed to notice the temperature dropping. Behind him, Zhong Yuan was already charging his freezing skill. An official awakened robbing a student, Zhong Yuan thought. There must be some dirty under-the-table deal behind this. It was time for a lesson. Unleashing his ice magic, he froze Feng Yumo in place and unleashed a barrage of punches. But seconds later, Zhong Yuan's fists were throbbing and red. He had pounded the man near to death, yet Feng Yumo barely swayed. Thanks to his regeneration skill, his hands healed instantly. Pausing, he realized this elite didn't seem like a villain deserving of death. Better to quit while ahead. Zhong Yuan quickly gathered the scattered cores and dropped them at Feng Yumo's feet. "Since you gave me the blade, I'll leave this spot to you." With a smirk, he claimed the dagger as a loan and vanished, leaving the frozen elite behind. When the ice finally thawed, a bruised and shivering Feng Yumo stumbled his way to find Feng Qing. Feng Qing's eyes widened before he burst into laughter. "Let me guess. Someone pinned you down and rearranged your face. Minimal damage, but maximum humiliation. Did he take your spear too?" Feng Qing's laughter was demonic. He thrived on his partner's misery. Feng Yumo wailed in agony, begging Feng Qing to use his healing arts. Feng Qing activated Time Reversal, rewinding Feng Yumo's body to its state from 24 hours ago. Instantly, the pain vanished, leaving him in bliss. "Now," Feng Qing grinned, "tell me exactly how you got trashed by a rookie. I need a good laugh." Feng Yumo whined like a wronged spouse complaining to a CEO husband. But hearing the tale, even Feng Qing was skeptical. "A student from Cheng Yunqiao robbed you. Are you sure you aren't hallucinating?" Feng Yumo swore on his life. Feng Qing frowned. He had tracked no signals. "Only one student is missing his tracker watch. Zhong Yuan. Wang Meng has it." Feng Yumo couldn't recall the boy's blurred face, but his fists itched for a rematch. "Relax," Feng Qing soothed. "The thief will show up at the assembly. For now, focus on the mission." "Do you know where he is?" Feng Yumo asked. "He's definitely hunting snowbone snake cores." Feng Qing smirked, having predicted exactly that. He leaned in, whispering a plan to help Feng Yumo corner the market on cores. Meanwhile, Wang Meng was having a nightmare. For 2 days, every snake he found was already dead, and he was hopelessly lost. Gasping for air, he looked up in horror. Another road under construction sign, that was the 10th one today. As the bully scrambled away, looking for a new path, Feng Yumo stood in the shadows, silently apologizing for the sabotage. Those signs were his illusions. To farm more cores efficiently, he had to misdirect the competition. Zhong Yuan reached the next farming spot on his map only to find a massacre. Every snake was dead. Someone beat him to it. "Which locust stripped this place clean?" he roared. Scaling a tree, he spotted a peak not marked on the school map. That's where the prey went. Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan gambled everything on that hidden mountain. Jackpot. The hidden peak was crawling with snowbone snakes. With a bag full of fresh cores, it was time for a level-up session. Super Sensing hit level 4, Freeze level 6, and Golden Regeneration level 4. This is the satisfaction of a system, Manhwa. His sensing range now covered a massive kilometer. His freeze duration doubled to 2 minutes. With his current spirit power, he could keep enemies on ice for hours without breaking a sweat. As he trekked deeper, reality blurred. This dimension had no day or night, and his upgraded body felt no hunger. Time was losing its meaning. Surely the exam is over by now. Suddenly the hair on his neck stood up. Something was hunting him. He froze. Slowly turning around, his blood ran cold. A Titan-class snake was looming over him. How could a monster this size exist here? It struck faster than lightning. Fangs tore through his shoulder, shredding his gear. Zhong Yuan instantly triggered regeneration to knit the flesh back together. Physical attacks were useless against this behemoth. His only hope lay in his newly upgraded freeze skill. He blasted the serpent's head with frost. It slowed. Gritting his teeth, he spammed the skill again and again. Dancing through the air, Zhong Yuan encased the monster in a prison of ice. With the beast immobilized, he drove his spear into its vitals. The wound wasn't fatal, but it was enough to shatter the beast's defense. Zhong Yuan silently praised the spear's terrifying power, but spamming the freeze skill had drained his mental mana to critical levels. The giant serpent's head was pulverized, yet the beast core hadn't dropped. That could only mean one thing. Its undying passive was still active. The boss wasn't dead yet. Meanwhile, at the extraction point, the timer for the gathering phase had begun. Students were checking in with the instructors. Wang Meng stumbled into the safe zone, sighing in relief, as if he had just escaped the jaws of hell. Phew, I actually made it back alive. Fung Yumo had already escorted Zhong Yuan safely down the mountain, or so he thought, leaving the rest of the transport duties to the staff. But when Wang Meng saw the reception committee, his face twisted in pure terror. Feng Qing smiled, a predator looking at prey. Young Master Feng, did you get lost on the map again? The person you brought back wasn't Zhong Yuan. Fung Yumo frowned, confused. Didn't you give me the coordinates yourself? I followed the tracker you gave me. Of course the tracker belongs to Zhong Yuan. Feng Qing's smile vanished as he stepped toward Wang Meng. But why was Zhong Yuan's tracker on this guy's wrist? His voice dropped to a terrifying whisper, dripping with authority and menace. I will give you exactly one chance to explain this before I lose my patience. Wang Meng, who used to be a tyrannical bully, now trembled like a leaf before Feng Qing's overwhelming aura. Back in the dungeon, the dragon's body finally crumbled into dust. Zhong Yuan had exhausted every ounce of stamina to drive the spear into the azure dragon's skull. Even he felt like he was knocking on death's door, but the monster was still trying to regenerate. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. Zhong Yuan, covered in grime and sweat, caught the glowing orb. Finally, it was truly dead. The system interface flashed. Detected beast core of the Serpent King Cheng Yunqiao. Absorb. This was the holy grail of any leveling manhwa protagonist, the Serpent King. Cheng Yunqiao granted a disaster-grade ability, Ice Blood Blast. It couldn't be leveled up, but it granted a terrifying buff. All stats increased by 1200%. The duration was 30 seconds. However, the side effect was brutal, a 48-hour weakened state immediately after. What a double-edged sword. It was a good thing he didn't let the beast activate this during the fight. Zhong Yuan pressed the orb against his chest. Absorb. To gain such a heaven-defying power, all that suffering was worth it. The sky cleared, revealing a lush, vibrant forest. Elsewhere, Dongliang was a sobbing mess of snot and tears. No, let me die here, don't take me to the military court. Fung Yumo ignored him, looking at Feng Qing, who was lounging in a chair. Are you satisfied? Feng Qing. Did you do this on purpose? Feng Qing sipped his water, unbothered. Witnesses and evidence are secured. He dug his own grave. I meant you knew the location was wrong, yet you still shared it with me. In the background, Dongliang was dragged away, screaming, "Don't do this!" Feng Qing shrugged casually. Does it matter? The important thing is that only Zhong Yuan hasn't checked in yet. The guy who snatched your spear, it has to be him. Feng Qing glanced at the transport truck. Instructor, take the other students back to the academy first. I'll stay here and wait for Zhong Yuan. Liu Wen paused. What about you two? We'll catch a ride with the Feng Qing group. Feng Yumo checked his watch. It's 10 o'clock. The gathering time just started, and you're already sending everyone else home. Yeah. Feng Qing watched the truck spew exhaust as it drove away. What else should we start a brawl in front of the instructor? The two titans looked toward the distant mountain peak. Zhong Yuan is the one I've chosen. When you take your revenge later, don't break him. Feng Yumo shoved his hands in his pockets. With the head of the Hua Nation's medical department here, he won't die, but I can't promise he won't suffer. Time ticked away, 10:05. Feng Qing and Feng Yumo were bored out of their minds. Feng Qing sat gaming while Feng Yumo started doing push-ups. 20:21:22. Hours dragged on. 2:20 p.m. The situation remained unchanged. Feng Qing was still tapping away at his game while Feng Yumo was a machine. 298, 299, 300. Now it was 5:12 p.m. The sun began to set behind the mountains. Feng Qing sat with his hands behind his head, staring at the sky. Feng Yumo had switched to weightlifting. 951, 952. Feng Qing finally snapped, screaming in frustration. 7 hours. In my entire life, nobody has ever made me wait this long, especially not a guy. Feng Yumo massaged Feng Qing's shoulders, trying to de-escalate the rage. Chill out, bro. Calm down, Feng Qing exploded. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. One was boiling with murderous intent while the other tried to play peacemaker. Aren't you tired yet? Even if I die of exhaustion, I'm going to kill him 100 times first. Just then, a figure emerged. Zhong Yuan walked out holding the jagged spear, looking innocent and confused like a lost deer. The other students are gone. Did I arrive too early? Feng Qing and Feng Yumo froze, locking eyes on their target. Zhong Yuan approached slowly. I should have done another lap for extra loot. The spear in his hand was unrecognizable, cracked, chipped, covered in grime, and stained black with dried blood. Feng Yumo's eyes turned bloodshot, veins popping on his forehead. What did you do to my spear? Zhong Yuan replied casually. Just used it normally. Suddenly, a black shadow surged forward, wrapping around Zhong Yuan's legs. Zhong Yuan froze. I can't move, it's a shadow bind. Feng Yumo, consumed by rage, launched a fist straight at him. You bastard, pay for the damages. Boom! He punched Zhong Yuan right in the face. Feng Qing scratched his head, laughing. Hey, you hit him way too hard. Weren't you the one telling me to calm down? You just smashed him into the dirt. He flew so far, I don't think I can heal that. What if he's actually dead? A healing light bathed Zhong Yuan's body, triggering a regeneration effect. Zhong Yuan lay motionless on the ground, eyes wide open. He had been knocked back 10 meters. Looks like the shadow bind has a range limit, he analyzed calmly. The two monsters were still arguing. Zhong Yuan gripped his handgun. I need to increase the distance. He glared at them. What are those two whispering about? Feng Qing and Feng Yumo were preparing to act out their amateur villain script. Feng Qing put on a sinister smile and pointed an accusing finger. Zhong Yuan, you sabotaged your classmate and fed him to the snowbone snake. The evidence is irrefutable. Your crimes are unforgivable. Feng Yumo stepped up, playing along with the bad cop routine. Stop struggling. Surrender now and accept your punishment. Zhong Yuan looked at them, genuinely baffled. These two were insane. One was sneaking into the mountains during military training to hunt, and the other wanted to execute him without a trial. They were colluding to silence him permanently. Zhong Yuan activated his pistol. Super Sense target lock engaged. He unleashed a barrage of bullets. Feng Yumo tanked the shots with his iron skin, while Feng Qing danced through the hail of gunfire. Feng Qing looked at the struggling Zhong Yuan and smirked. Give it up. You can't even scratch our defense. Zhong Yuan staggered, barely standing. Don't force my hand. The two villains exchanged wicked glances. Force you, or what? You have nowhere left to run, Feng Qing thought to himself. Does this kid still have a trump card? Ha, let's see it then. He let out a cruel, dangerous laugh. After you die, don't worry. Your little sister will become my little sister. That was the trigger. They had touched Zhong Yuan's reverse scale. Zhong Yuan's eyes glowed with chaotic energy. Ice Blood Blast, activate! His voice was demonic. You dare threaten my sister today, you all die. Feng Yumo turned to his friend, concerned. Feng Qing, I think you took the joke too far. Feng Qing just raised his hand and tutted. System alert, your super sense has leveled up. You have awakened a new calamity rank ability, thermal compression. This power is capable of further evolution. By draining thermal energy from the atmosphere, you can create a super compressed heat layer. Maximum range 10,000 meters. Your freezing proficiency has skyrocketed. A new power has been unlocked. Acquired eternal ice domain. Rank calamity. Max level reached. Within a 10,000 meter radius, absolute zero obeys your will alone. All matter shall freeze at your command. Your regeneration has evolved. Awakening new ability, the immortal body. Rank red. Evolvable. You are now immune to all physical damage and negative status effects. You have become a true monster in this leveling manhwa. Surging energy exploded around Zhong Yuan, but he only had 30 seconds. There was no time to think. He had to unleash the power he understood best right now. Zhong Yuan roared, activating eternal ice domain. A glaciating wave surged toward Feng Qing and Mo Yu. Feng Qing desperately activated life resonance revitalize, but it was too late for his partner. Mo Yu was instantly encased in solid ice. Even Feng Qing felt his body stiffening. The cold was absolute terror. If Mo Yu didn't possess the iron skin physique, that single strike would have annihilated them both. Feng Qing grabbed the frozen Mo Yu, pouring healing energy into him. Revitalize, revitalize. It was useless. The ambient temperature was too low. Even with his healing factor, the ice reclaimed them every few seconds. On the other side, Zhong Yuan was gasping for air. That one attack had drained his entire reserve. His spiritual energy was completely hollowed out. He couldn't cast another spell. In a final act of defiance, Zhong Yuan raised his handgun. Go to hell! But the weapon was frozen solid. The trigger wouldn't budge. Panic flashed in Zhong Yuan's eyes. It's over. Even the gun failed. Exhaustion claimed him. Feng Qing managed a strained smile. Looks like my luck has finally run dry. Zhong Yuan collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. Even if I die, I will never forgive you. Mo Yu remained a frozen statue while Feng Qing leaned against him for support. They looked at Zhong Yuan with a mixture of pain and awe. His amplification potential hit 448%. Anything higher would be fatal. That last attack definitely broke the limit. Feng Qing tapped the frozen Mo Yu. Hey, help me over there, quickly. Together they limped toward Zhong Yuan's motionless body. Feng Qing placed a hand on the boy. Revitalize. But the backlash from the battle and his own injuries made him stagger. He remembered the boy's final words, I won't forgive you. Then make sure you don't die on me, kid. With that, Feng Qing collapsed. Mo Yu facepalmed, finally breaking free of the ice. You two are unbelievable. He hoisted Feng Qing up, grumbling as he walked away. Feng Qing, you moron. You dig your own grave. I was a fool to agree to play the villain with you. Later in the hospital, the heart monitor screamed a long, flat tone. The piercing beep signaled the end. Is he gone? His body was freezing. No pulse, no blood pressure. The life resonance had already drained 2 healers to the point of fainting. Send him to the morgue. Suddenly, Feng Qing burst through the doors in a patient gown, shouting, Everyone get out of my way. Mo Yu stared at the intruder, momentarily confused. Who are you? Feng Qing looked offended. Just because I'm not wearing my sunglasses, you don't recognize me. Feng Qing shoved the doctors aside. All right, enough. He's just playing dead. Stop messing with him. Mo Yu pointed at the lifeless Zhong Yuan. Are you absolutely sure he's faking it? He even has livor mortis spots. Where? Let me see. Feng Qing activated his ability, pouring energy into the corpse. Revitalize. Done. Those were just bruises, you idiot. Stop spreading rumors. Feng Qing crossed his arms, looking at the bed. You're really not pranking me, are you? Do you think I can't distinguish between the living and the dead? The next morning, the sky was a brilliant, innocent blue. On a phone screen, the Awakener rankings updated. Rank 68, Zhuan Ming. Rank 69, Fung Yumo. Mo Yu looked at Feng Qing's phone. Isn't this fake name a bit too ridiculous? Feng Qing shrugged. You're the one who said he beat you twice. If we don't report it, it's bad. But using his real name would just bring him trouble. You came up with the name, you explain it to him. Suddenly a groan came from the bed. Too loud. Zhong Yuan sat up, eyes blazing. Shut your mouths. The 2 seniors jumped. Feng Qing grinned triumphantly. See, I told you he was playing dead. You lose. Pay up. Mo Yu clicked his tongue as the money transfer beeped. Zhong Yuan stared at them, completely bewildered. What is going on here? Since when did we go from mortal enemies to casual friends? A notification popped up. A message from his sister. Big brother, I heard you were hurt. Are you in the hospital? I'm doing great at school. The teachers and students are nice. Please rest and recover. Don't worry about me. Call me when you wake up. Zhong Yuan read the timestamp, confused. Have I been out for 2 whole days? I technically died. Why wasn't I sent to the crematorium? Did they cover for me? Feng Qing stepped forward, hands in his pockets. Greetings. Junior Zhong Yuan. I am Feng Qing Student Council President. 3rd year special class. You're senior. Framing you earlier was just a test to push your limits. My mistake. I apologize. Feng Qing extended a hand for a truce. Wham, Zhong. Yuan answered with a fist to the face that sent Feng Qing's sunglasses flying. The president hit the wall, face swelling, looking utterly betrayed. Zhong Yuan finally smiled, offering his hand. Now we can call it a friendship forged in battle. Meanwhile, in another location, Dong Liang watched young Jong Lan. Jong Lan, relax. Failure is acceptable. Jong Lan clutched a crimson crystal. Dong Liang instructed, just hold it like that. Focus on the energy hidden within. Liu Wen watched, analyzing the awakening Manhwa process. Statistics say the success rate for absorbing a king crystal is low. But the true key lies in the user's talent and mental fortitude. Liu Wen looked concerned. Blind faith in talent can be dangerous. Giving a king crystal to a child immediately. Is this really safe? Jong Lan grimaced, sweat beading on her forehead as she tried to synchronize. This world is plagued by dimensional rifts and alien invaders. Only the Awakeners can stand against them. Uncle Lin treats my brother and me well because of my potential. I cannot afford to fail him. I want to protect this world. I want to protect my big brother. The king crystal vanished into her palm. System notification. Cloud Wind King crystal detected. Absorb warning. This will consume 20 years of your lifespan. Back at the school campus, Jong Lan spotted him. Big brother, she launched herself at him. You're finally back, I was worried sick. She touched the red disciplinary armband on his sleeve. Whoa, your uniform looks so special. Zhong Yuan scratched his head, grinning. Yeah, I joined the student council. I'm on the disciplinary committee now. It's the official council uniform. Zhong Yuan recalled Feng Qing's words. After military training, there's a 1-week break. Instructors will help the special class students absorb their cores. Since Jong Lan has S-class talent, she was brought here early. They must have a similar training arrangement for her. Zhong Yuan gently patted Jong Lan's head. Jong Lan, has the instructor arranged any special hell training for you these past few days? She thought for a moment. Not really, but Uncle Lin let me absorb a rift core. The Fire Cloud Wind King. Zhong Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at his energetic sister. She had truly transformed into a powerful awakener, just like the protagonists in a legendary awakening manhwa. From now on, it's my turn to protect you, big brother. Zhong Yuan already knew that in this life, Jong Lan could not escape the destiny of becoming an awakener. The only choice left was to become strong enough to shield her from this cruel world. Jong Lan grabbed his hand, puffing out her cheeks in a cute pout. Brother, aren't you going to ask what abilities I unlocked? Zhong Yuan smiled. All right, tell me. It's Godspeed physique and celestial origin. With a shout, she dashed toward a stone statue nearby. But watch this closely. Jong Lan delivered a devastating kick, shattering the solid stone statue in half instantly. She turned back, eyes sparkling. Well, am I super overpowered or what? Zhong Yuan chuckled nervously. Zhong Lan, I'm thrilled you're getting stronger, but destroying public property means we have to pay a fine. Later, a reflection letter sat on the desk. Instructor Liu Wen rubbed her temples, her head throbbing. The kick was magnificent. Just don't do it again. Zhong Lan giggled innocently, standing beside her brother. Zhong Lan dragged him away. Okay, let's go. Zhong Yuan was stunned. No fine. Was the instructor always this forgiving? Liu Wen sat back in her chair and called out. Zhong Yuan, your performance in military training was exemplary. Do you want to absorb a rift core and become an awakener? I can help you unlock your potential. Zhong Yuan paused. Wait, doesn't she know I'm already an awakener? He replied calmly. Thank you for the offer, instructor. But I don't need help awakening. Liu Wen sighed, facepalming. Aish, this brat. Even if he's not interested in the leveling manhwa lifestyle, he didn't have to be so blunt about it. Suddenly realization struck her. Wait. He was wearing the student council uniform. Feng Qing had come to the training base specifically to find a successor for the president's seat. Could the chosen one really be him? Meanwhile, under a clear blue sky, they arrived at a massive building that used to be an armory. I had it renovated just for you, Feng Qing explained. Downstairs is the training arena, upstairs is the living quarters. Furniture is moved in. If you need anything else, just speak. Zhong Yuan walked with his hands in his pockets, inspecting the place. You just casually gave me a massive dormitory like this. Is this the absolute authority of the student council president? Feng Qing smiled respectfully. Follow me. How could I ever mistreat you? Yumo looked at Zhong Yuan. I agreed to teach you weapons mastery. When do you want to start? Zhong Yuan replied instantly. Right now. Feng Qing beamed. Awesome, I'll join the fun. Hours later, weapons lay scattered across the floor, the room filled with the sounds of heavy, exhausted breathing. Both Feng Qing and Yumo lay paralyzed on the ground, completely spent. I can't take it anymore. I need Su Wanying. Feng Qing groaned. Su Wanying is dead. Burn some paper money if you want to talk to him. Yumo asked, Do you have life resonance left? I'm out. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was different. He stood there looking fresh and handsome, checking his own muscles without a drop of sweat. I think I'm finally getting the hang of it. Yumo checked the time. It's 3 a.m. Let's eat a late-night snack before round 2. Feng Qing whimpered. There are snacks in the fridge upstairs, but my legs won't move. Zhong Yuan casually walked up the stairs while the two masters lay broken on the floor. They stared in shock. We beat the hell out of him, so why isn't he tired at all? Fatigue is secondary, Yumo muttered. The main issue is that this kid has absolutely zero talent for cold weapons. Yumo rubbed his aching head. Usually an awakener's combat talent is high. A beginner gets the form down in 10 minutes. But swords, spears, staffs, that kid can't use a single one properly. Zhong Yuan returned, hugging an armful of soda cans. Happy water has arrived. Feng Qing grabbed a can, like it was a lifeline, chugging it down as his spirit returned. I'm alive. I am resurrected. He crushed the empty can. Zhong Yuan smiled brightly. Great, let's get back to training then. Cold sweat poured down Wumo's face. We trained for 10 hours straight and rested for 3 minutes. Are you a demon? Feng Qing collapsed again. I'm only half resurrected. I need another can to fully revive. Zhong Yuan crushed a can under his foot. Fine. I'll give you guys a break equal to the time it takes to drink one happy water. Without looking, Zhong Yuan casually tossed the empty can over his shoulder. It flew in a perfect arc and landed straight into the trash bin. Feng Qing and Yumo dropped their jaws. The bin was 40 feet away. Yumo handed 2 empty cans to Zhong Yuan. Throw these again, both at the same time. Clank, clank. Both cans landed perfectly in the bin. Yumo grabbed Zhong Yuan's hand with manic excitement. Zhong Yuan, hidden weapons projectiles are your true calling. Zhong Yuan frowned. How can throwing knives ever be as cool as a 40-meter-long broadsword? Yumo clicked his tongue, stroking his chin. You're obsessed with melee combat. Maybe you should try the Howling Demon Core. It has 3 skills: Courage, Berserker Strike, and Poison Eater. It fits perfectly into a system Manhwa build. Berserker Strike drastically boosts combat stats and has no weapon restrictions. During a mission in the Void Rift, I actually encountered a Howling Demon. Once it triggered Courage and Berserker Strike, its combat power multiplied by 10, it entered a frenzy mode that was nearly impossible to stop. We needed 3 full squads of Awakeners just to take it down. The 3 sat in a circle. Feng Qing asked, "You met the Demon King class, where's the core now?" I handed it over to the state. Zhong Yuan asked intently, "Where can I get a Howling Demon Core? I can't use high-level ones yet." Yumo pointed at him. "Since I failed to teach you weapons, I'll compensate you by solving your Howling Demon Core problem." Feng Qing cheered. "If Brother Yumo says it, it's a done deal." Yumo stood up to leave. "I'm heading back to Guangyuan City. Can I mail the core directly to the school?" "Sure." Zhong Yuan looked at Feng Qing with a frown. "Driving at 3 a.m. Do I look like a monster driver to you?" "Actually, he's not afraid of you. He's rushing to finish your business so he can deliver a different core to his brother." "What core?" Feng Qing sipped his drink. "The snowbone snake core. It grants immunity to death." Later, Yumo placed a box full of snowbone snake cores on a table. "Brother, I brought the snowbone snake cores. It's a long shot, but please just try them." Yumo turned to leave, pausing at the door. "Wait for me to become the head of the Fung family. I will bring you home and restore your true name, Ye." Ye Zhen, breathing through a machine, did not respond. As the door clicked shut, Ye Zhen's thoughts turned dark. My foolish little brother. The true reason my illness can never be cured is because of the Feng family itself. A terrifying black aura erupted, enveloping Ye Zhen's body. The cores in the box floated into the air, glowing with eerie light. Ye Zhen stared at them, his eyes cold before devouring the power within. While the mist core absorbed the shadow servants, granting him a legendary immortality skill, Ye Zhen watched in total shock. Meanwhile, back with Zhong Yuan, a delivery driver arrived with a friendly grin. "Bro, that route was a nightmare. Please give me 5 stars. Zhong Yuan took the package. "Sure thing." As the driver revved his engine, he shouted back one last tip. "Call me direct next time, I'll give you a 20% discount." Zhong Yuan opened the box to find golden orbs and a letter sitting on top. These had to be the Ghost Joy Mist cores from Feng Yumo. But there was a note attached. He unfolded it to read the message. "Mo Lang, ever since you vanished without a goodbye, I haven't eaten or slept. I thought I could cut ties with you, but fate has other plans. Meet me at Mermaid River on the 15th at 8 p.m. Be there or don't bother coming back." Zhong Yuan smirked. Mist cores plus a love letter was Feng Yumo relying on a sugar mommy. Now he calculated his next move. What should I do about this? I lost Feng Yumo's number. Should I ask Feng Qing? No way that Gossip King would post this love letter online and humiliate Yumo instantly. Forget it. I'll go myself and tell this rich lady to contact Yumo directly. Zhong Yuan reached for a crystal. Suddenly a blue screen flashed before his eyes, a classic system Manhwa interface. Ghost Joy Mist Core. Detected. Absorb. Bravery blue. Tier unupgradable. Critical Rage blue tier upgradable. Poison Eater blue tier unupgradable. The Bravery skill cleansed all mental control effects. Critical Rage randomly boosted combat stats during battle. Poison Eater granted total immunity to all toxins. The more poison in his body, the stronger he became, capping at a massive 148% attack boost. The crystal dissolved in his hand as he absorbed the level 2 Critical Rage. He grabbed his blade, activating the new skill. Slashing through the air with newfound ferocity, he grinned. So, this is how a blade is meant to be used. Meanwhile, at the student council, a voice boomed across the room. "I object that rookie Zhong Yuan cannot join the council." It was Leiba, the propaganda commissioner, standing in protest. "He's just an auditor in the special class. Since when do we let random nobodies into our elite ranks? Making him the disciplinary commissioner is a joke." A girl opposite him sighed. Calm down, Leiba. The president just wants him as a glorified errand boy. But Guan Ticheng interjected, that's not right either. The girl who had just spoken was Jian Ro, the council secretary. She looked at Guan Ticheng, who continued his tirade. The disciplinary role requires immense strength and character. They supervise the president. We can't let just any stray dog take the seat. I still hold that title, so watch your mouth. Feng Qing smiled from the side, oozing sarcasm. Speak human, please. Guan Ticheng, the former commissioner, slammed his fist on the table. Fine, let Zhong Yuan join, but only as a lowly servant. In class, the teacher lectured. Alien abilities exist as energy within the body. Only upon death do they condense into mist cores. Zhong Yuan raised his hand. Teacher, do human awakened drop crystals when they die? The teacher frowned. Human and alien biology are different. Do not conflate them. Zhong Yuan pressed on. What if someone absorbs a mist core while still in the womb? Can they be born and awakened? The teacher slammed his book shut, his face grim. The Alliance forbids experiments on pregnant women. Watch your thoughts, student. You're treading on dangerous ground. Under a clear blue sky, the school cafeteria buzzed with life. Zhong Yuan piled food onto a plate, nagging like a mother hen. Jong Lan, you're growing. Eat more. Jong Lan sighed. Brother, I'm not a baby anymore. I can feed myself. Suddenly, Feng Qing appeared out of nowhere. Zhong Yuan, your sister is even cuter in person. Zhong Yuan's face went dark as a demon's. Minimum 5 years in prison. Maximum life sentence. Feng Qing laughed. Relax, I'd wait until she's 18 anyway. Snapped. Zhong Yuan pulverized his chopsticks in a fit of pure rage. Say that again. Feng Qing waved his hands defensively. You're so overprotective. Are you two even really related? Jong Lan hugged her brother's arm tightly. Of course we are. Feng Qing started mumbling about forbidden sibling romance tropes. Bam! Zhong Yuan sent him flying with a punch. You're the student council president. Get your mind out of the gutter. Jong Lan blinked innocently. What did he mean? Zhong Yuan covered her ears. Good kids don't Google that. Feng Qing recovered, sitting back down with a grin. Just kidding. Zhong Lan looked at him. Wait, were you the one who called when my brother was hospitalized? Guilty as charged. Just call me Feng Qing. Zhong Lan pointed at his face. Feng Qing, your shades are broken. The glass might hurt your eyes. Ah, my eyes are special. I wear these so I don't scare people. Really, can I see? He removed the glasses. Since you're so cute, I'll make an exception. His eyes glowed a mystical purple. Zhong Lan gasped in awe. Wow, they're glowing. Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Born that way. Feng Qing nodded. My mother absorbed mist energy while pregnant. But I was the one who took it in. I was born and awakened with a body of steel. Zhong Yuan thought back to the teacher's warning. That's a forbidden taboo. His background must be dark. He shook his head. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Feng Qing snapped his fingers. Almost forgot business. Zhong Yuan, as the new discipline guy, you need to patrol the campus at noon. Zhong Yuan groaned, looking defeated. Can I just quit? The pay is good. Feng Qing smirked. You could afford spicy chicken for your sister every day. Zhong Lan's eyes lit up like stars. Spicy chicken. The school is peaceful anyway. Just handle things. As long as nobody dies, I'll clean up the mess. Jong Lan cheered. Big bro is gonna fight, I'll back you up. Zhong Yuan frowned. No. You skipped a grade to high school. Go study. No more studying, she wailed. Later, Zhong Yuan patrolled the grounds. Girls turned their heads as he passed, blushing at his presence. Is that the new officer? He looks so cool when he's serious. Zhong Yuan's super sense flared to life within his mind. Just as he suspected, rats were scurrying in the shadows behind him. Should he find a secluded spot to teach them a lesson, Zhong Yuan took the lead while the stalkers trailed behind like ghosts. Hearing footsteps, Zhong Yuan halted. Without turning, he called out the coordinates with terrifying precision. Behind the tree. 25 meters back. 3 o'clock direction. Stop hiding and show yourselves. Leiba stepped out, flanked by 2 lackeys. You have a bit of skill to spot us, Leiba sneered. Here's the deal. Strip naked, kneel and bark like a dog. Do that, and I might consider sparing you. A dark, oppressive aura surged around Zhong Yuan, a classic scene from an Awakening manhwa. Is this the renowned bullying style of Cheng Yunqiao? Looks like I came to the right place. Leiba stepped forward, a scornful grin plastered on his face. At least you know your place, kid. Zhong Yuan stepped closer, calmly repeating Leiba's own threat back to him. Leiba's face twisted in confusion. Are you deaf? I meant you strip, kneel, and bark. Then I'll let you live. Leiba launched a fist forward, screaming, You're courting death, sonic cursed howl. But Zhong Yuan dodged with casual grace. His passive skill, courage, instantly shattered the mental control effects. He simply smiled. Why open your mouth so wide if you're just going to lose? With a single hand, Zhong Yuan sent Leiba flying. Berserk strike. It is far too late to beg for mercy now. One hit wasn't enough to satisfy his annoyance. Zhong Yuan unleashed a combo, juggling Leiba in the air until there was nothing left to hit. He was beating him worse than a stray mongrel. Leiba hit the ground, face swollen and unconscious. His lackeys stared in frozen disbelief. Impossible. Aside from the top rankers in the school, no one could break the sonic cursed howl stun-lock encounter with a fatal blow so quickly. This was a skill gap usually only seen in a high-tier system manhwa. Just what is this guy's background? Zhong Yuan's cold voice snapped them back to reality. Are you going to drag him to the infirmary, or should I bury you two? The two lackeys scrambled, hoisting Leiba up and sprinting for their lives on trembling legs. Terrified thoughts raced through their minds. He's a demon, one wrong word, and he beats a man into a dead dog. Truly ruthless and decisive. But they didn't know that Jong Lan had been watching the entire spectacle from behind a massive tree. Jong Lan stepped out, pointing imperiously at the trio. Stop right there. Drop the body. Hand over his phone. Refuse and you share his fate. She tapped her foot, and the solid earth beneath her shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. One lackey trembled, offering the phone with shaking hands. Heroine, spare us, we'll do anything. Zhong Lan took the device, a devilish smile forming. Good. Now arrange his body like a dead dog, butt in the air, face in the dirt, hands in surrender. The lackey hesitated. Heroine, isn't that a bit too much? Zhong Lan's smile turned terrifyingly gentle. Oh no. It's perfect. Click. Zhong Lan grabbed Leiba's limp hand and pressed his finger to the sensor. The screen lit up, fingerprint accepted. She snapped photo after photo of Leiba's humiliating posture, giggling as she hit upload. I simply must share this masterpiece on his social feed. She turned to the trembling lackeys. You see that post I just made? Share it. The two stood there, bowing frantically. Please, heroine. If Boss Lei finds out we're dead meat. Zhong Lan put her hands on her hips, her eyes gleaming with a scheme. If you use all your alt accounts to share it, do you really think he can hunt down the entire internet? Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Besides, I took photos of you posing him just now. Disobey me, and I send those directly to him. Zhong Lan skipped away, happily leaving the two lackeys crying a river of despair. Who called Zhong Yuan a demon? This woman was the true definition of ruthless cruelty. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Leiba lay with his head bandaged, sobbing in pain but not forgetting to snitch. President, that brat is too savage. He beat me up and even posted those humiliating photos on my timeline. Feng Qing sat opposite him, scrolling through the photos of Leiba's disgrace. He casually tapped like, suppressing a laugh. If I had warned you about his brutality beforehand, it wouldn't have been nearly this entertaining. Feng Qing spoke up. Tell me exactly how he defeated you. Leiba recounted the trauma. I used the sonic cursed howl as usual. Who knew he would be completely unaffected and just blast me away? Feng Qing pondered this. Sonic cursed howl was ineffective. It seems he successfully absorbed the courage attribute from the abyssal star ghost ring. Feng Qing asked, what happened next? Did he use a weapon? No. Feng Qing raised an eyebrow. Why didn't he use a weapon? Internal questions swirled. So did he actually absorb the berserk strike or not? I can't tell. Leiba sobbed, wiping his tears with a tissue. But if he had used a weapon, my little life would have ended right there. Feng Qing stood up, hands in his pockets. Well, you aren't dead, so that's good enough. I'm leaving. But Leiba wasn't done whining. I've been made a laughingstock on the internet. How am I supposed to survive at school now? Feng Qing replied coldly. Nobody pays attention to insignificant ants like you. Just take a few months off. Leiba reached out. Wait, President, heal me before you go. Feng Qing slammed the door shut. Sorry, I can't cure stupidity. Scene change. What is this thing? A badge indicating rank 68 on the youth board. Feng Qing explained, it is exactly what it looks like. The official combat power ranking for awakened users, essential for any leveling manhwa protagonist. Only those under 28 qualify for the youth board. Zhong Yuan looked at the profile on the phone. Rank 68 Mystic Shade. Feng Qing whispered conspiratorially. That's the codename Brother Feng and I racked our brains to create for you. Sounds earth-shattering and God-weeping, doesn't it? Zhong Yuan scowled. Too stupid. I'd rather you named me Edgelord. Feng Qing's smile twitched. Ungrateful idiot. I'm deducting your salary. Zhong Yuan asked. What's the benefit of being on this list? Feng Qing grinned. Clout. You can be a part-time war god. He smirked. The 4-year term has arrived. Welcome back, Mystic Shade. Who needs the Chishu's ID card anyway? Zhong Yuan ignored the drama. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to finish my homework. Feng Qing quickly interjected. Wait, there is business. I brought your weapon. He popped open a sleek weapon case. The Extreme Dao series produced by the Bureau of Supervision. It's an improved version of the prototype. Give it a try. Zhong Yuan was blunt. Leave the weapon. You can get out. Feng Qing panicked slightly. Hey, don't be so cold. Let's go to the training room downstairs. I currently have a strong desire for you to beat me up. Zhong Yuan held the weapon speechless at this request. Later. Feng Qing's face was swollen, his body battered and bruised, yet he smiled through the pain. Success. He definitely absorbed the berserk strike skill. Zhong Yuan's expression remained flat as he wiped his hands. The city mental asylum has great reviews. I suggest you check yourself in. Feng Qing just kept grinning. My little Yuan finally knows how to use cold weapons. Papa is so proud. Zhong Yuan kicked him out the door. Get lost. Zhong Yuan picked up the great blade from the case, weighing it. That guy Feng Qing might look psychotic, but his work was meticulous. He even prepared a specialized carrying bag. He slung the blade bag over his shoulder. Conveniently, this room had a flying disc machine for reaction training. Time to test my throwing knives. Zhong Yuan began the setup. Default speed 120 kilometers per hour. 3 random directions, 10-second intervals. 4 rounds total. Initiate simulation. Zhong Yuan locked his gaze on the flying discs, his body tense. The training machine's voice cut through the air. Please prepare. Maintain a distance of 20 meters. The first barrage begins in 3 seconds. Discs shot out like bullets. Zhong Yuan moved with lethal precision, his throwing knives tearing through the air. Steel met plastic in a symphony of destruction. Game notification round complete. Prepare for the next wave. The tempo increased, discs flying in a chaotic blur. Get ready, the machine droned. The final hell mode barrage is starting now. Zhong Yuan didn't miss a single beat. Congratulations, training complete. Score 100 points. He pulled his daggers from the floor, a smirk playing on his lips. As expected of the Inspection Bureau's Extreme Blade series, the feedback is incredible. Another notification pinged. Congratulations. You have unlocked the next training stage. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, it scales in difficulty like a video game dungeon. This isn't just a tool. It's a perfect leveling Manhwa-style grind. I'll be here every day. Under a clear blue sky and warm sun, the sound of ragged breathing filled the room. After days of non-stop grinding, the final level had finally unlocked. Zhong Yuan stared at the targets, sweat dripping. He had run the final stage multiple times, but was stuck at 80 points. Tsk, my technique still needs polishing. He mentally calculated his schedule. School dagger training homework. The life of a high school awakener is surprisingly packed. The student council room was empty. Suddenly realization struck. Wait, is today the 15th? He rushed to the fisherman's wharf. This should be the spot. But why is it completely deserted? The roar of propellers shattered the silence. A ladder dropped from the sky. Get on, a voice commanded. Zhong Yuan looked up. Is this how rich ladies make an entrance? Talk about dramatic. Talk about opening my eyes to a new world. Zhong Yuan grabbed the ladder. Nkji reached down, their hands clasping tightly as she pulled him up. Inside the cabin, Nkji threw her arms around him in a bear hug. Yes, I thought you wouldn't come. My efforts to find that ruins crystal for you weren't in vain. I knew that cheesy love letter would work. I knew my sincerity would move you. Suddenly she froze. She pushed him back, eyes wide. Wait, who the hell are you? She collapsed onto the floor, wailing in despair. He didn't come. He doesn't have me in his heart at all. I'm just a lump of butter to him, whipped and discarded. Zhong Yuan waved his hands frantically. Actually, Fung Yumo never saw the letter. The supplies were sent directly to me. I just came to explain and say thanks. He stood by the open door, ready to bail. Duty fulfilled. Thanks for the support, Captain Anne. I'm out of here. But Nkji scrambled up. Wait, did Feng Yumo trust you with Shu Jing's request? Zhong Yuan paused. Yeah. Her jaw practically hit the floor. Feng Yumo is arrogance personified. Yet he bowed his head to ask you for a favor. Her mind raced. Their bond must be ironclad. This guy, he must be a hidden powerhouse. Captain An grabbed his shoulders, desperation burning in her eyes. What is your power level? Answer me seriously. This is life or death, don't lie to me. Zhong Yuan blinked, answering on instinct. Let's just say I'm really hard to kill. A maniacal grin spread across Nkji's face. Perfect, you're exactly the kind of freak we need. She tapped her comms, shouting to her teammate. Old Yan, we got a live one. Get to Shenangjia Square, double time. She dragged Zhong Yuan back into the main cabin. Let me introduce the squad. This is the War God team. I'm Nkji the captain. Meet the crew. She pointed to the others. Zhan Hong on main DPS, Lin Dongliang our tank and defense specialist, and Wu Jun our healer. And the guy in the cockpit, she added, is Yan Tuo our investigator and driver. Zhong Yuan wasn't shy. He flashed a confident smile. Nice to meet you all. You can call me Zhong Yuan. Captain An beamed, clearly thrilled with her accidental recruit. She shook his hand vigorously. Zhong Yuan, welcome to the War God team as our temporary specialist. Zhong Yuan looked at her, analyzing the situation. Not bad. Writing a cringe-worthy love letter just to recruit Fung Yumo for a mission. She's tactical. Wu Jun watched the handshake, narrowing his eyes. His hand... it's freezing. And Kage brushed it off, but the healer's mind was racing. High-level ice elementals are always cold, Wu Jun thought for a moment. Wait, Xuanming that name. Rank 68 on the elite youth list. Once everyone was seated, the atmosphere turned heavy. And Kage's expression darkened. Xuanming, I won't lie. This mission is hell mode difficulty. A week ago, intruders from the Lighthouse Nation sneaked into the Shenangjia dimension. Poachers. The local garrison and Awakener squads were wiped out by an unknown toxin. They're all in comas. We even lost one of our own. I wanted Fung Yumo because his shadow ability is immune to poison. But, well, here we are. She looked at him seriously. If you want to bail, do it now. She waited for his reaction. Zhong Yuan leaned back, unfazed. I'm already here. Can't exactly nap on a helicopter, can I? Lin Dongliang, the burly tank, grinned and cracked his knuckles. Ha! The kid's got guts. Hey rookie, wanna test your moves against an old pro? Zhong Yuan didn't even stand up. He raised 2 fingers. Snap. Instantly, Lin Dongliang was encased in a block of solid ice, his shocked expression frozen in place. Let's use our words, Zhong Yuan said calmly. Fighting is so barbaric. And Keiji gaped at the frozen statue. Holy. How long does this crowd control last? 2 minutes, Zhong Yuan replied casually. Her eyes sparkled like she'd found a treasure chest. Whoa, a 2-minute freeze. I've never heard of an ice skill that potent. Zhong Yuan shrugged. It's a passive support buff. Amplifies my skill duration. Internally, he sighed. Can't tell them I just leveled up my skills. Better to make up an excuse. And Cage was practically drooling over his stats now. What else have you got? Any other sensory abilities? Thermal sensing, he deadpanned. 1 kilometer range. Wu Jun's jaw unhinged. What 1 kilometer? That defies all scientific logic. Zhong Yuan cleared his throat. It's genetically enhanced. Behind him, an aura manifested, a halo of ice crystals spinning ominously. Wu Jun trembled, recalling the myths. In the ancient legends of Hua Nation, Xuanming isn't just a name. He is the god of winter, the ruler of death and the underworld. This guy has terrifying ice skills and commands respect from Fung Yumo. Wu Jun swallowed hard. There's no mistake. We have a monster on our team. How had he never heard of such a powerhouse before? And judging by his youthful features, the kid was likely still in high school. He sized Zhong Yuan up, his mind racing with questions. Captain in Cage extended a sleek blade toward him, her voice sharp. Didn't bring a weapon. Do you know how to handle a dagger? Zhong Yuan responded instantly, his confidence absolute. No problem. Latest intel puts the poachers in this sector. The captain commanded, her tone dropping to a whisper. Stay sharp. Maintain formation. The squad touched down silently in the heart of a desolate, eerie forest. Just as they signaled to move, Zhong Yuan raised a hand, freezing the squad. Hold. 2 o'clock direction. 900 meters. Life signs detected. His supersense expanded, visualizing the heat signatures lurking in the void. Zhong Yuan relayed the data with military precision. I see a pack of animals. Looks like wolves, 9 of them. Something's drawing them in. And Cage frowned, piecing it together. Someone's baiting them. Deliberately luring wolves into the barrier to feed the alien species. The garrison used to drop food for them periodically. But the garrison was wiped out. She continued, eyes narrowing. If the wolves are finding food now, it's unnatural. Zhong Yuan nodded, his eyes cold. Right. Let's go investigate. Ahead, a pack of wolves salivated around a piece of roasting meat, the scent heavy in the air. The aroma was too strong a deliberate beacon. It screamed of a trap laid by the enemy. Concealed behind thick brush, the team huddled for a quick strategy session. Zhong Yuan stepped forward, his voice calm. I'll be the bait. I'll force them out of the shadows. Ian Cage grabbed his shoulder, panic flashing in her eyes. Wait. That area is likely rigged with poison. But Zhong Yuan just smirked, unfazed. I don't fear poison. The captain froze, stunned once again by his audacity. A poison eater, she gasped. You actually awakened that rare resistance skill. Zhong Yuan didn't offer an explanation, merely giving a nonchalant It was a classic moment from a leveling manhwa where the protagonist hides his true depth. And Cage's heart sank as she stared at his impassive face. Just what kind of monstrous genius are you? She wondered the gap between them feeling like a chasm. Zhong Yuan shifted to business mode. I'm going in. Give me 5 minutes. I'll blend into the environment, they won't see me coming. In a flash, he activated his super camouflage, fading from sight. Captain An's voice was grim over the comms. Go. We're right behind you, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Zhong Yuan paused. If I find them, capture or kill. Her answer was cold and immediate. Kill on sight. No mercy. The wolves noticed a new presence and snapped their heads up. But instead of attacking, they threw their heads back and howled at the moon, a chilling alarm. Zhong Yuan was already mid-air, descending on the pack. They aren't attacking. They're signaling, he realized. The masters are close. His super sense flared again. 2 humanoid shapes were rushing in from a kilometer away, flanking him. Too slow. I'll deal with the beasts first. With a surge of spiritual energy, he drew the dagger. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he dove into the heart of the wolf pack. The stopwatch ticked, barely 1 second had passed. Zhong Yuan was a blur of motion, his blade singing through the air and decapitating the alpha wolf in a single stroke. A heartbeat later, he sheathed the blade with exaggerated swagger. Done. Around him, the forest floor was littered with wolves, either dead or whimpering in defeat. The stopwatch hit 25 seconds. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Scorpion poison detected. Absorb. Zhong Yuan whipped his head around. A corner of his mouth lifted in a dark smile. Here it comes. He stood amidst the carnage as a thick purple fog of toxic gas began to rise from the ground. The system prompted again, detecting scorpion poison. Initiate absorption. Without hesitation, he inhaled the toxicity. Absorption complete. All stats increased by 108%. He exhaled, looking disappointed. What is this weak sauce poison? Is that the best they've got? From the bushes, his teammates watched in confusion. What's he saying? And Cage whispered. Her teammates strained to listen. I think he's complaining the poison isn't strong enough. Her eyes widened. If there's poison, the enemy is here. Support him now. But before they could move, their jaws dropped. Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed with a predator's light. He didn't even look as he flung his arms out, unleashing waves of razor-sharp chi. 2 assassins rushing from the shadows never stood a chance. A flying dagger embedded itself into each of their foreheads with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed as they toppled backward, dead before they hit the ground. Zhong Yuan strolled over to the bodies, shaking his head. Too weak. Hardly even a warm-up. Captain An stared at her squad wide-eyed. Did any of you even see him throw those? One teammate rubbed his temples. Don't ask me. The other looked ready to cry. The enemies had super camouflage too. I didn't even know they were there until they dropped. Zhong Yuan knelt to inspect the loot, retrieving his daggers with a wet slide. Looks like the danger is past for now. And Cage's gaze locked onto the bloody dagger in his hand. Her face went pale. That design, that's Inspection Bureau tech. And the serial number marks it as a prototype. That model isn't in the procurement catalog. It's a custom build. Her mind raced. This kid, Xuanming, his background isn't just noble, it's terrifying. She stiffened, forcing a strained smile as she called out. Xuanming, you okay? Feeling any side effects? Don't push yourself, she mumbled, then corrected herself. No. If you're fine, that's good. Internally, she was screaming. He just killed 2 people and looks bored. I better not ask too many questions. Zhong Yuan looked at her with a puzzled expression. Lin Dongliang stepped out from cover, grinning from ear to ear. Majestic work. Those throwing knives were legendary. Another teammate gave a thumbs up, still trembling. Dual-wielding throws at 2 different moving targets. How many years have you been training to pull that off? Zhong Yuan closed his eyes, shrugging. It's okay, I guess. I just play the flying disc simulation every day. The teammate's jaw unhinged, hitting the floor. Flying disc. You mean that Awaken training program they discontinued because it was impossibly hard? He swallowed hard. Asking for a friend. What difficulty setting do you use? Zhong Yuan answered honestly. Just the default hell mode level progression. I just clear the stages one by one. The teammate pressed on. And what ability do you use to hit them? I can't even pass the first round using my full power, the teammate admitted. Zhong Yuan looked genuinely confused. It's just hitting discs. Why would I need to use an ability for that? That was the final straw. The teammate collapsed to the ground, drawing circles in the dirt with his finger, his soul leaving his body. I'm trash. I'm absolute trash. Just leave me here to rot. Captain An ignored the breakdown and turned to Zhong Yuan. Xuanming, did you identify their abilities during the clash? He rattled them off like a grocery list. One was beast control for the wolves, one was scorpion poison, and they both had super camouflage. That covers it. And Cage grabbed his arm, her expression intense. Scorpion poison. Are you absolutely sure? Zhong Yuan blinked, surprised by her grip. Positive. My ability is Poison Eater. Remember, I tasted it. Hearing the confirmation, Encage placed a fist over her heart, her face grave. Xuan Ming. On behalf of the entire Shenong Realm garrison, thank you. The team remained in the ICU, the toxin's origin still a mystery to the doctors. Stepping into the shadows, she whispered, "Hold the line. I need to report the situation to HQ." Zhong Yuan turned to his teammates, his eyes narrowing in thought. Wait. Can't a healer's rejuvenation skill cleanse this kind of toxicity? Old Wu shook his head grimly. Rejuvenation isn't a miracle cure for long-term exposure. But listen, Xuanming, your intel just saved countless lives today. He remained silent, his mind racing. In this brutal leveling Manhwa reality, most awakened are still weak. With such low absorption rates, humanity still relies on technology to survive. Hanging up the phone, Encage turned her sharp gaze toward him. Xuanming. He snapped out of his thoughts. Yeah. What's our next move? She demanded. Everyone stared at the two corpses littering the ground. Zhong Yuan analyzed the situation coldly. These guys are poachers. Their only goal is to secure the loot and survive. We've caused too much chaos. Slipping away quietly is impossible now. Their only option is to brute force their way through our defense line. And the fastest ticket out of here, kidnapping a high-value target to trade for their escape, compared to facing a swarm of soldiers targeting a lone squad of elite awakened, is child's play. Encage gripped her weapon. So we just sit here and wait like NPCs in a system Manhwa. Gisti. Exactly. Whoosh. A single leaf drifted to the ground behind them. Zhong Yuan spun around, his aura flaring. Heads up, we've got company. Shadows coalesced into figures emerging from the deep forest. 4 men stepped into the light, their killing intent suffocating. One with dark skin, another with flowing blonde curls, a punk with purple hair, and a cloaked figure radiating pure danger, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. The blonde man spread his arms theatrically, arrogance dripping from his voice. I knew it. The Hua Nation finally sent some decent dogs to bark at us. He stepped closer to Encage, flashing a blinding smile. Such a pleasure, the lovely Miss Encage. But without a translator, his foreign tongue sounded like insults to her ears. Her temper flared instantly. You're a sicko. Your whole family are sickos. Oblivious. He kept smiling, mistaking her rage for a greeting. Thank you. I wish your family great health too. Encage put hands on her hips. Health? I'm cursing your sister. He beamed back. I don't have a sister. Old Wu's face went pale. Zhong Yuan, that's Robert. He's ranked in the top 100 powerhouses of the Lighthouse Nation. Watch yourself. Zhong Yuan glanced past him. What about the rest? The others are mysteries, Old Wu hissed. But that one, he's one of us. A traitor from the Hua Nation. Before he could finish, a blonde teammate stepped forward, rage shaking his voice. Zhao Zheng, I thought you were dead. Why are you running with lighthouse poachers? The nation poured everything into raising you. How dare you betray your own blood? Zhao Zheng sneered, his expression twisting. Raised me, don't make me laugh. Just because I refused to hand over a core, they suppressed me. They stole my resources. They erased my achievements. His eyes burned with a venomous, insane light as the atmosphere grew heavy. If the Ninth Lord hadn't saved me, I'd never have tasted true freedom in the Lighthouse Nation. I take what I want. Unlike this trash country where I'm chained down like a dog, here people don't even know what a rift is. Thwack, a flying dagger silenced him forever, embedding itself deep in his skull. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Target eliminated. The cloaked figure moved instantly. Unleashing a burst of energy, he deflected the follow-up blade, sending the steel clattering to the ground. Zhong Yuan lowered his throwing hand, calculating. He blocked my kinetic strike with raw energy. Fine, I'll have to get creative. Robert casually bent down, retrieving the fallen blade. He spoke in fluent lighthouse English. The craftsmanship of the Hua Nation, truly magnificent. A pity the wielder has absolutely no class. Encage frowned, glancing at Zhong Yuan. I left my translator at base. What's this clown babbling about? The blonde teammate scratched his head. I think he's complimenting Xuanming's knife. Zhong Yuan sighed. Idiot. Switching effortlessly to lighthouse English, Zhong Yuan's voice turned ice cold. Those who invade my nation, I kill. Those who betray my people, I execute. I don't waste manners on corpses. Robert's eyebrows shot up. Oh, the kid speaks our tongue, impressive. I was planning to keep the girl as a pet, but you're useful. Join the Lighthouse Nation. I promise you the rewards will dwarf whatever scraps that traitor Zhao Zheng got. Encage tugged his sleeve. Translation. Zhong Yuan didn't look back. He says he's going to kill everyone but you, and he wants to recruit me. Worry flashed across her face. Well, what's your answer? He didn't answer. Zhong Yuan walked straight up to the enemy, extending his hand. Give me back my blade. Old Wu watched nervously. There's no way a patriot like Xuan Ming would turn traitor. Right. Wait. Look at his hand. Energy began to gather in Zhong Yuan's palm. As his fingers closed around the returned dagger, he smirked. Thanks. Robert laughed heartily. Haha, Yuhua people have a saying, don't you? A wise man knows when to submit to fate. Skill activated. Divine blessing. Old Wu boosted his target's stats by 20% instantly. Zhong Yuan felt the surge. Not bad. Perfect timing, old man. He threw his arms wide, unleashing the glacial prison. I told you. I don't have manners for the dead. Shards of razor-sharp ice exploded from his hands. The flash freeze caught them off guard, locking them in pillars of frost. Terror filled their eyes. Seizing the split-second opening, Zhong Yuan hurled his dagger at Robert's throat. Die! Clang. The dagger was repelled by an invisible force. The ice shattered instantly. Robert stood there, his face twisting into a demonic scowl. You sneaky little Hua rats, always with the cheap shots. Now, you die. Zhong Yuan gritted his teeth. Damn it. He broke my crowd control and tanked my projectile. This guy is a monster. My standard burst damage won't even scratch him. In a blink, Robert was inside his guard. A fist like a wrecking ball slammed into Zhong Yuan's chest. Robert sneered, looking down at him. Is this the best a so-called genius can do? You're weak. Crack. Zhong Yuan was launched backward like a ragdoll, crashing into the dirt. Zhong Yuan. The team scrambled to his side. Xuan Ming, stay with us. And KG screamed, Old Wu, heal him now. Old Wu placed trembling fingers under his nose and froze. Captain. He's gone cold. Taika's eyes went wide with pure panic. What is this? Another teammate screamed, disbelief cracking their voice. Heartbeat, respiration, body temp, all 0. Old Wu roared in terror, staring down at the cold body in his arms with utter devastation. Taika forced herself to stay ice cold. Save the tears for later. Big Hung engaged. John Hong cover fire. We take Robert down now. Lying motionless, Zhong Yuan listened to the chaos. I did technically flatline for a second, he mused. But it'd be super awkward to just pop up now. Hey, I'll just lay here and strategize. Big Hung roared, locking Robert's massive frame with his Kirin arms, while Jin Hong unleashed a piercing strike straight for the enemy's heart. But Robert remained terrifyingly calm. You think trash like you can kill me? Boom. The avatar of a flame giant erupted, blasting Big Hung backward in shock. Robert's eyes blazed like 2 miniature suns. He sneered in the tongue of the Lighthouse Nation, witness true power, you insects. Scorching waves of heat exploded outward. Big Hung shrieked, letting go as his skin sizzled. It's too hot, I'm burning. Old Wu frantically cast a wind healing spell. Taika screamed, that's the flame giant ability. Intel was wrong. That's a Lighthouse Nation exclusive. He's not just a brawler. John Hong gritted his teeth, panic setting in. What do we do? This is a nightmare scenario. My arrows are melting before they even hit him. Taika shouted, trying to rally the squad. Physical attacks are useless. Switch to mental warfare. Cover your ears. I'm going all out. She triggered a psychic resonance, a ruthless mental AoE attack spanning 500 meters. Friend or foe be damned. Ripples of invisible energy distorted the air around her. The team clamped their hands over their ears as the psychic scream tore through the battlefield. Even Robert couldn't tank it. The flame-wreathed giant dropped to one knee, clutching his head. Argh! A perfect opening appeared. Now kill him. But Robert, fighting through the migraine, growled in his native tongue, You force my hand. I didn't want to use that move. If I can't live as a human, I'll burn as a god. Screaming for the glory of the lighthouse, he triggered the Flame Giant Phase 2 transformation. He stood up, the heat intensifying 1,000-fold. The flames became so dense they looked like liquid magma flooding the area. The Sheneng squad could barely breathe, shielding their faces from the inferno. Taika coughed. Damn it, I don't understand a word of his alien gibberish. Big Hung wheezed. If we survive, I'm signing up for Duolingo. Zhan Hong slumped. Survival. Look at that thing, we're toast. All right, enough comedy routine. Zhong Yuan finally sat up, dusting himself off. You guys can't beat him. Retreat. Don't look back. He raised a single finger and the encroaching flames vanished into thin air. Taika's jaw dropped. Xuan Ming, you... How... Didn't I tell you? Zhong Yuan replied calmly. I don't do dying. Old Wu looked like he'd seen a ghost. He literally rebooted. Does he have an immortality cheat? Zhong Yuan stepped onto the burning ground, walking straight up to Robert. He spoke in fluent lighthouse tongue. Robert, your nation preaches freedom and fairness, right? Let's go one-on-one. Wreathed in hellfire, Robert scoffed. Why should I honor a request from a corpse? He's simple logic. Zhong Yuan smirked. That form kills you when it ends right. If my team jumps you, you might lose. Fight me alone, and you at least get a chance to take me with you. Robert's interest peaked. The logic was sound. He grinned violently. "Ha, I accept your challenge, little man. The spirit of the lighthouse is eternal." Tai Ka panicked, reaching out. "Xuanming, are you crazy? You'll be incinerated." "Guai Chigo," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Don't be deadweight." The team, realizing the gap in power, hesitated but turned to run. The blonde teammate threw Tai Ka over his shoulder. "Captain, stop acting on emotion. We have to move." She reached back, tears in her eyes. "No, we can't abandon a comrade." Old Wu sighed heavily. "If he wants us gone, it means we're just in his way. Trust him. We have to believe in him." They ran, hearts heavy, leaving one small human silhouette facing a demon of fire. "Xuanming, please survive." The battlefield went silent save for the crackling flames. It was just the hunter and the beast now. Robert spoke first, voice booming. "I admire your courage. You could have fled." Zhong Yuan adjusted his collar. "Thanks, but we stand on different sides of history. Besides," Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed cold, "I'm not the one who's going to die today." Ice blood explosion. Countless shards of lethal ice materialized instantly. System alert. This is the moment fans of a Manhwa recap wait for. Super Sense has evolved. New skill acquired, heat implosion, calamity rank upgradable. System freeze, evolved new skill, eternal ice domain, calamity rank fixed, a true awakening Manhwa moment. System regeneration, evolved new skill, true immortality, calamity rank. Critical strike, evolved. System new skill, Grandmaster of Combat, calamity rank. Description: born for slaughter, master of all weapons. Every movement is a death sentence. Zhong Yuan's face was a mask of absolute focus. The predator had awakened. The ice shards hovered, vibrating with deadly intent. Robert, still blazing with power, laughed. "Is that it? Some ice tricks? Come at me!" But suddenly, Robert gasped. "Ak!" His eyes bulged in confusion and terror. In a split second, the world around Robert had frozen solid. His flames, gone. Zhong Yuan stood there, hands in his pockets. "I already attacked." The flame giant form shattered like glass. Robert found himself trapped in a vacuum sphere, gasping for air. What is this? My transformation. Cancelled, I can't speak. What is this invisible wall? Panic absolute and primal took over. Zhong Yuan watched him struggle like a scientist observing a bug. "It's called heat implosion. I didn't just freeze you. I deleted the heat from the atoms themselves. The ideal gas law PV equals nRT dictates reality here. By carefully manipulating the temperature and timing, I can exploit the pressure differential to strip the air away, creating a near-perfect vacuum around his body." Robert clawed at his own throat in madness. His mouth gaped open in a silent scream, eyes bloodshot and bulging as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Zhong Yuan continued his cold lecture. "The flame giant's second phase might be hot enough to incinerate anything, but it can't defy the laws of physics. Fire simply cannot exist within a vacuum. Robert, you didn't lose to me. You lost to physics." Blood spewed from his lips as he collapsed onto the jagged ice below. Lying there, gasping his final breaths, Robert's voice trembled with a heartbreaking sorrow. "Joanne, forgive me. Dad couldn't make it." As the life faded from his eyes, the raging flames dissipated into beautiful embers, leaving behind a shimmering golden core. Zhong Yuan stood over him, lost in thought. Once the fire died down, he approached the golden orb. "The effects of my blood explosion technique have ended. Now comes the inevitable weakened state. I didn't pass out this time. Probably because I conserved my mental energy." He reached down, grabbing the mysterious core and inspecting it closely. The system window popped up instantly. Rare xenogenic core detected. Absorb it offered Titan Strength level 3, but it was capped and couldn't be upgraded. Iron Skin level 2, and Disaster Class Flame Giant level 1. None of them were upgradable. These were trash skills for a leveling Manhwa protagonist like him. Zhong Yuan analyzed the grim reality. "So humans form cores just like monsters. But ours are hidden deep inside, unlike the visible ones in beasts. The government probably keeps this secret to prevent hunters from slaughtering each other for power. Even the War God Squad might be in the dark about this. Keeping this or even handing it over to the authorities would only invite a storm of trouble. These xenogenic skills are powerful but stagnant. Absorbing them would lock my potential cap. The loss far outweighs the gain." Moments later, a fresh mound of earth stood before him. He decided to bury the evidence better, to pretend this dark discovery never happened. Right, these guys were poachers. Their packs must be loaded. He eyed the nearby bags greedily. Unzipping one, he was greeted by a cluster of glowing round orbs. The system chimed again. Detected Cute Bear Core. Absorb. He stared at the description of the strange ability. Gold rank skill, Cuteness Overload. Upgradable. Drastically increases charisma and reduces enemy hostility. Range unlimited. Zhong Yuan stared at the item dumbfounded. What the hell is this? He rummaged through the other bags. They had 2 more cute bears, but the heat from the flame giant roasted them alive. For a powerhouse like Robert to personally hunt these creatures and try to bring them back alive, their market value must be astronomical. Making up his mind, he stood up slinging the loot-filled backpacks over his shoulders. Let's ignore the embarrassing name for a second, he mused. Once leveled up, this could evolve into a god-tier skill that defies logic. He looked at the glowing orb and commanded, absorb all. Notifications flooded his vision. Gold rank, cuteness overload, maxed out, skill. Evolving. Blue rank, cuteness overload, maxed out. A brilliant pillar of light engulfed Zhong Yuan. His body surged with energy as the skills shattered their limits one by one. New ability unlocked, super cuteness level 2. Upgradable. Permanently boosts charisma. Targets lose all will to fight. Range unlimited. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Meanwhile, in the distance, his teammates were still waiting anxiously. Perched high on a tree, the blonde scout reported, "Captain, the flames have died down. It looks like Xuanming's battle is over." Captain An nodded sharply. Right, let's move in. As they approached the site, they spotted a familiar figure sitting with his back turned to them. Xuanming, I knew you'd survive. Overcome with relief, Captain An rushed forward, arms wide, ready to embrace him. But in her haste, she tripped over a pebble and face-planted into the dirt with a pathetic yelp. Ouch! Zhong Yuan looked down at the clumsy captain, completely unimpressed. With a stoic expression, he asked, "Mission accomplished. Can you drop me off at school now?" The blonde teammate gasped. You're still a student." Zhong Yuan stood amidst a swirl of falling leaves, looking like the dashing hero of a cinematic masterpiece. "Yeah," he replied nonchalantly. "My little sister is waiting for me at the cafeteria. If I'm late for lunch, she'll kill me." Moments later, their chopper was cutting through the sky, soaring over mountains back toward the city. His phone screen lit up with a barrage of frantic texts. "Bro, why aren't you picking up? Did your battery die? Why aren't you at the cafeteria yet? Did something happen? I asked Feng Qing to take me to the boys' dorm to find you." Zhong Yuan sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "I need to get my story straight with Feng Qing before I try to explain this mess to Jong Lan. Normal phones are useless in the dimensional realms. What a pain." He turned to Captain An. "Captain, where can I buy a phone that actually works inside a dungeon?" She shook her head. "Satellite phones require special military clearance. You can't just buy them even with merit points." Then a sly grin crossed her face. "However, if you were to officially join our War God squad, I could pull some strings and get you one." Zhong Yuan gazed out the window, feigning disinterest. I'll think about it." Captain An pushed further. "Honestly, with your power, you should aim for the 9 ruins. Their benefits dwarf ours, and a satellite phone is just basic gear for them." Zhong Yuan's ears perked up. The 9 ruins. It's a special forces unit under the capital's direct command. Only 9 members exist, and each one is a one-man army equivalent to an entire guild. They operate solo, handling S-rank catastrophes that normal squads wouldn't dare touch. She looked at him with a mix of respect and curiosity. "Well, Xuanming interested?" Zhong Yuan turned away instantly. "Not interested." Suddenly the pilot called out, "Captain, it looks like there's a misunderstanding at Cheng Yunqiao." The principal brought a welcoming committee. Down on the tarmac, 3 figures stood in formation. In the center stood an elderly man with silver hair, Principal Chen Wenshuang himself. Standing beside him was the Director of Academic Affairs Gu Yan, and finally the student representative Shangguan Yi. As the helicopter blades slowed, Captain An and her elite squad descended like Valkyries. The principal rushed forward, hands clasped in an eager, fawning greeting. "Captain An, welcome. It is an absolute honor to have you guide the work at Cheng Yunqiao. I am Principal Chen Wengxiang. Please look after us." He quickly gestured to his entourage, sweating slightly. "This is our Director of Academic Affairs, Gu Yan. And this is our top student representative, Shangguan Yi." Captain An didn't stand on ceremony. She threw a casual arm around Zhong Yuan's shoulder. "We're just passing through, simply dropping off your precious student." The principal blinked, utterly baffled. He pointed a trembling finger at Zhong Yuan's bored, life-draining expression. "Shh, I am a student of ours." Captain An frowned, her aura spiking with confusion. "You seriously don't recognize Xuanming?" The principal was clueless. Director Gu leaned in, whispering urgently. "Principal, that's the auditor student Zhong Yuan. Major Lin forced him into the special class just days ago. Major Lin even sent a team to the frontier realm just to retrieve him." Hearing this, Shangguan Yi's eyes widened in shock. Rage twisted Shangguan Yi's face as he grit his teeth. "What? So this Zhong Yuan is just a nepotism hire? A useless piece of trash writing on connections. I actually thought he defeated Leiba with skill. I almost treated this like a Manhwa recap where the underdog is secretly OP. I was nearly fooled. Arrogance surged through him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhong Yuan and roared. Zhong Yuan, Cheng Yunqiao doesn't accept garbage. Since you used connections to get into the special class, I dare you to fight me right now and prove your worth. The adults froze in absolute horror. But Zhong Yuan just looked at him with dead fish eyes. I refuse. Who is this guy anyway, he wondered. Do we have a grudge? He breezed past the fuming student without a second glance. You leaders keep chatting. I won't disturb you. If I stay any longer, I'll miss lunch with Jong Lan. Seeing such blatant disrespect, Shangdong Museum snapped. Stop right there. He lunged, grabbing Zhong Yuan's arm in a vice grip. You aren't going anywhere until you fight me. Captain An watched with a smirk. Touching Xuanming. This kid has a death wish. But before the thought finished, bam! Zhong Yuan was slammed violently into the concrete. Captain An's face went purple with shock. Eh! Shangdong Yi dusted off his hands, looking down with sneering contempt. What the hell? Why is he so weak? He's even worse than a normal civilian. Panic erupted as everyone swarmed the unconscious Zhong Yuan. Captain An cradled his head, shaking him frantically. Xuanming, wake up. Why are your eyes rolled back? Shangdong Yi scoffed, doubling down. I barely touched him. He's obviously faking it. Old Wu stepped in, activating the winds of restoration. Emerald energy swirled, flowing into Zhong Yuan's body like a gentle healing stream. Moments later, the MC sat up, rubbing his eyes groggily. I'm fine. I just needed a quick nap. Inside his mind, he analyzed the situation. My regeneration in this weakened state is pathetic. It's like a leveling manhwa where the MC starts at level 1. But at least it's still functional. Captain An stood up, her killing intent locking onto Shangdong Yi. Apologize. The boy recoiled but stood his ground. Me? Why should I apologize to trash? Captain An cut him off, her voice like ice. We bleed and die on the front lines for this country. We return with scars and trauma, expecting no thanks. And you greet us by assaulting my comrade. Where do you get the nerve? Zhong Yuan raised a weak hand from the back. I didn't bleed or cry though. Captain An spun around, veins popping. Shut up! Her shout made him sweat bullets. The principal rushed forward, smacking Shangdong Yi on the head, forcing him to bow. This is my failure in discipline. Please forgive us, Captain An. Xiao Yi, apologize immediately. Shangdong Yi roared in defiance. Uncle, he has zero strength. He's a parasite living off connections. I will never bow my head to his kind. Captain An looked down at him with cold pity. You talk about connections. You're the one hiding behind your uncle right now. I will be reporting this incident to the military high command. I hope your academy is prepared for a thorough investigation. She turned, gently guiding Zhong Yuan away. Come on, Xuanming, let's get you to the dorms. The principal clutched his chest, hyperventilating. It's over. Cheng Yunqiao is finished. Director Gu supported the wailing old man, whispering with a scheming glint. Don't panic, old Chen. This academy was founded by the legendary Cheng Yunqiao. We have history, we have merit. They can't just shut us down. Principal Chen gasped for air. The school might survive, but my career won't. Director Gu fell silent. He had no counter for that. Hoo-wah, Principal Chen cried harder. That brat didn't even call me principal once. The scene shifted to the massive dormitory complex under the bright afternoon sun. Zhong Yuan peeked his emotionless face through the crack. Inside, Feng Qing was waiting. He waved his arms frantically. Yuan, you're finally back. Zhong Yuan's eyes bulged. Slam. He shut the door immediately. My method of opening the door was incorrect. Captain An stared at him, speechless. But Feng Qing threw the door open again. Oh ho, you stay out all night and bring a strange woman back to the dorms. The accusation hung in the air, making everyone look at him weirdly. Zhong Yuan used the confusion to slip inside. You guys catch up. I need to change. Feng Qing kept his fist raised, staring suspiciously at Captain An. Captain An crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. I never expected a monster like you to play student at Cheng Yunqiao. Feng Qing placed hands on hips, sassy as ever. Knowledge is the only thing distributed fairly in this world. You dropped him off, so shoot. She narrowed her eyes. Don't think having the backing of the 9 ruins and the Science Institute puts you above the law. Feng Qing adopted a dramatic, poetic tone. I hold the sun and moon, I pluck the stars in this world, I am unmatched. He grinned provocatively. If you're upset, come hit me. He dragged out the last words, making Captain An huff and stomp away. Outside, the sky remained a perfect, innocent blue. Inside the trio, Zhong Yuan, Jong Lan, and Feng Qing gathered for a reunion. Hearing the full story, Jong Lan's rage erupted like a volcano. What, you let some random girl drag you into a ranked dungeon raid all night long? You didn't even log out until dawn. Feng Qing added fuel to the fire, smirking. That girl was a total noob, completely useless in a manhwa recap scenario, yet she was addicted to the grind. I tried to refuse, but her persistence was S-rank. Thankfully, Zhong Lan called me for backup. Otherwise, you might have woken up with a new sister-in-law today. Feng Qing kept escalating the drama, unaware of how many times the main character and Sa was mentally killing him. Zhong Yuan quickly turned to his fuming sister, his voice gentle. It really wasn't that serious. But it was too late. The dam broke and she wailed, tears streaming down her face. Brother, I forbid this marriage alliance, absolutely not. That woman dared to make you skip school to play games. She's a villainess. If you marry her, she'll bully you for the rest of your life. Zhong Yuan felt a wave of helplessness crash over him. He desperately grabbed Zhong Lan's hands, swearing a solemn oath. Zhong Lan, don't worry. Your brother will never marry, and I swear on my life I'll never skip school for games again. Her teary eyes narrowed with suspicion. But what if another high-level girl tries to force you into submission? What then? He answered without hesitation. I'll use Feng Qing as a human meat shield. Hearing this, Zhong Lan finally calmed down. Okay. Meanwhile, Feng Qing felt like he'd just coughed up a liter of blood, his heart freezing over at the betrayal. He patted his chest, trying to self-soothe the emotional damage. It's fine. I'm fine. Suddenly, Zhong Lan turned to him with a pleading look. Feng Qing, when I'm not around, please protect my brother for me. Feng Qing raised his hand, his expression turning solemn like a wise elder. Don't worry. If anyone dares to bully your brother, I promise to make them wish they were never born. He lowered his hand, his eyes wide with a dark realization. Sigh. I better start studying orthopedic medicine textbooks. At this rate, I'm going to need to fix a lot of broken bones. Just then, a shadow lurked nearby, scribbling furiously in a notebook. The spy watched them analyzing their stats like a system manhwa interface. Target Zhong Yuan. Height and build below average compared to peers. Complexion pale. Possible malnutrition. Eats less than his 12-year-old sister. Gives all meat to her. He's just a normal student council member with a 30,000 allowance. The disciplinary committee allowance should be higher. There's no way he lacks funds. Is he suffering from anorexia? The spy scribbled faster, his eyes shifting to the girl stuffing her face. On the other hand, his sister Jong Lan. Ever since she awakened her powers, classic awakening manhwa style, her appetite has doubled. 2 servings of spicy chicken per meal. Loves spicy food. Palate pattern predictable. As for Su Wanying, who often eats with them, his palate is light, leaning towards sweet. 0 tolerance for spicy food. After calculating the data, the spy pulled out his phone and fired off a series of texts. Sister Su Xue initiating the plan. I'll try to lure the Zhong siblings to the Malatang shop near the gate. Su Wanying doesn't eat spicy, so he likely won't come. I'll report back upon success. The reply came instantly. Understood. A moment later, as Zhong Yuan's group finished eating and stood up to leave, the spy made his move. Student Zhong Yuan. I heard a new Malatang place opened by the gate. The flavor is legendary. Want to try it? My treat. He smiled with practiced friendliness. Zhong Yuan, holding his sister's hand, rejected him instantly. Not going. But suddenly, Zhong Lan's eyes sparkled like stars. She raised her hand excitedly. Malatang! The brother's face went pale instantly. Zhong Yuan felt the weight of defeat against his sister's cravings. He immediately pointed a finger at the spy's chest, his aura turning sharp. Xie Yihan, you've been stalking my sister in the cafeteria for days. Were you investigating her tastes just to lure her in? Xie Yihan panicked, waving his hands. No, you've got it wrong. But Zhong Yuan didn't let up, his voice dropping to a threat. Stalking a minor. Minimum 5 years, maximum life sentence. Cornered, the spy blurted out the truth. It's a misunderstanding, student Zhong Yuan. Actually, my target is you. This time it was Zhong Lan who gasped in horror. She grabbed Xie Yihan by the shoulders, shaking him. What? You mean, my brother attracts not just girls, but men too? Xie Yihan's face turned greener than before. He covered his face in shame. I just want to be friends, purely platonic. No other intentions. Zhong Yuan quickly grabbed his sister, dragging her away. Zhong Lan, this guy's motives are impure. Stay away from him. She followed but looked back with regret. Okay, but the Malatang. Zhong Yuan cut in. We can go by ourselves. Zhong Lan beamed. Yay! They tactically retreated, leaving Xie Yihan standing there in a panic. Feng Qing shouted from behind. Hey, you guys getting Malatang, wait for me. Moments later, he caught up. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow. I thought you couldn't handle spicy food. Feng Qing leaned in, whispering, look at your weak stats. Think I can let you go alone? Zhong Yuan blinked in surprise. You noticed that? Feng Qing smirked confidently. Of course. Remember when Shangguan Yi slammed you this morning? He got hit with a 10,000-word apology essay penalty. He's probably cursed you 100 times in the student council room. He might try to ambush you. Zhong Yuan smiled brightly. Understood. You're here to be my meat shield. Jong Lan, being dragged along, looked around curiously. As they arrived at the shop, she frowned. Brother, the mob density here is too high. Zhong Yuan nodded. Let's get takeout. Suddenly, a loud voice pierced through the crowd. Little disciplinary officer. Over here, over here. Zhong Yuan turned to see Su Wanying waving frantically. He asked, You called me? She beamed. That's right. You're famous on the school forums now. Allow me to introduce myself, I am. Before she could finish, Feng Qing cut in savagely. I was wondering which self-centered NPC was hogging 4 seats all by herself. Turns out it's the ultimate drama queen. Su Wanying's face twisted in annoyance. Su Wanying, what are you doing here? Feng Qing replied nonchalantly, eating malatang obviously. He turned to the chef, his voice booming. Boss 1, malatang, no pepper, no chili, and not too hot. Even the chef looked at him with a, are you serious expression. Inside the shop, the atmosphere was suffocating. Zhong Yuan's trio sat opposite a lonely Su Wanying. Time seemed to freeze. She thought nervously, why do their stares feel so heavy? Zhong Yuan looked at her like she was a punching bag. Feng Qing looked at her like she was a circus act, and Jong Lan looked at her like a hostile mob in a leveling manhwa. Jong Lan broke the silence first. Ultimate wish. What kind of bizarre name is that? Su Wanying immediately waved her hands in denial. My name is Su Wanying. Ignore that nonsense nickname Su Wanying came up with. She quickly pivoted, throwing shade at Feng Qing. Hey, Feng Qing looks like Ultimate Wish has a weird nickname for you too. Feng Qing didn't get angry. Instead, he gestured towards Su Wanying, flexing his knowledge like a character in a leveling manhwa. Ultimate Wish. The strongest support skill in existence. It boosts human limits by a staggering 448% for 3 minutes straight. She is the only holder of this ability in the entire Hua Nation. The line of guys chasing her could circle the campus 30 times over. Su Wanying practically radiated holy light with every word of his praise. But Jong Lan wasn't about to lose. She shot back. Just wait until I grow up, my line of suitors will circle the entire earth 30 times. Zhong Yuan gently patted his sister's head, his voice filled with doting arrogance. Earth is too small for you. Let's make it 30 laps around the Milky Way. Feng Qing leaned in, whispering into his ear. Relax, I don't think she is here to cause you trouble. Zhong Yuan scowled. Maybe, but she looks like a walking headache. Feng Qing nudged him. Come on, she is the Academy's top beauty. Give her a little face, will you? Zhong Yuan ignored the advice and confronted Su Wanying. You tricked me into coming to this malatang place. Whatever it is, just spill it. She stared at him for a moment before her expression hardened into seriousness. Here is the situation. Every year, the Academy selects students from the special class to compete in the National University Mist-User Tournament. Last year, it was 1 team of 6. This year, the rules changed to 2 teams of 4. Zhong Yuan interrupted, unimpressed. And what does any of that have to do with me? Su Wanying explained. Lei Ba left the school team. With the new rules, there are at least 3 empty spots. Don't you want to fight for one? Zhong Yuan turned his head away instantly. Not interested. Su Wanying froze in shock. Zhong Yuan turned back with a harmless, innocent smile. We are classmates, fighting all the time isn't good. Besides, isn't your ultimate wish incredibly powerful? With a broken ability like that, surely you can grab the championship on your own. That broke her composure. Su Wanying stood up, pointing a trembling finger at Feng Qing, rage exploding. It is all because of this unlucky jerk, Su Wanying. He drew us against the strongest team. Feng Qing shrugged nonchalantly. It is just the difference between losing now or losing later. Zhong Yuan chimed in coldly. Only the weak blame their luck. To the strong, every opponent is the same. Su Wanying was completely shut down by their double-team logic. Unable to refute a single word, she stomped away, steam practically rising from her head. I have nothing left to say to you people. As she vanished, Zhong Lan's eyes sparkled, locked onto the abandoned food. Heh. Since she is gone, her malatang belongs to me now. Feng Qing looked horrified. Her order was milk and apple flavor. Can you actually stomach that? The little girl replied casually. I will just add 2 spoons of chili powder. Feng Qing could only mutter, You are a monster. Then he turned serious, analyzing the situation. I thought Shangguan Yi was playing a smart game to sow discord, but it turns out Su Wanying tried to recruit you on her own initiative. Zhong Yuan continued, eating calm as still water. Do the 2 of them know each other? Feng Qing replied instantly. Mi Shangguan Yi and Su Wanying were the main trio of Cheng Yunqiao. With the rule change, she not only kicked me off the team, but tried to poach you right in front of my face. Absolutely shameless. Meanwhile, Jong Lan had squeezed nearly the entire bottle of chili sauce into the noodles. She took 1 bite, and tears instantly streamed down her face as she stuck her tongue out in agony. Pfft, what is this flavor from hell? Seeing her distress, Zhong Yuan immediately swapped their bowls, speaking gently. Give it here, you eat mine. Feng Qing watched the sibling interaction thoughtfully before getting back to business. The university tournament isn't just about teams. There is also an individual competition. Your abilities are clearly suited for solo combat. She deliberately hid that fact and didn't even mention the rewards. But as he looked at Zhong Yuan slurping down the hellish spicy noodles without flinching, Feng Qing gasped in horror. Wait, do you not have taste buds or something? Zhong Yuan thought to himself, technically I don't. Out loud he replied nonchalantly, I can feel the texture at least. You were saying, the rewards, right the loot. Feng Qing rattled off the list. Top 10 in both individual and team brackets get mist crystals. Top 3 get 4 calamity rank crystals. 4th to 8th get 2 calamity rank crystals. 9th and 10th get 4 red grade crystals. On top of that, the top 10 get to choose a dimension for cultivation training. And after graduation, you get priority selection for professional mist user teams. Jong Lan slurped her noodles, confused. Oh, this sounds like the plot of an Awakening manhwa. But isn't the tournament for mist users? Why would they want to recruit you, brother? Aren't you just a normal person? Feng Qing froze, pointing a finger at Zhong Yuan. You still haven't told your own sister. He shrugged casually. I was looking for the right moment. But I guess there is no time like the present. Zhong Yuan turned calmly to his little sister. Sure, Zhong Lan, the truth is, I have awakened. I am a mist user. Her jaw dropped. How many mist crystals have you absorbed? Zhong Yuan answered cautiously. Quite a few, actually. Zhong Lan dropped her chopsticks. Broth splattered, but she didn't care. Tears began to pour down her face like a waterfall, her expression one of utter devastation. Wah, my brother is going to die. He doesn't have long to live. Feng Qing broke into a cold sweat, confused. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't he live long? Zhong Lan sobbed, wiping her eyes. I absorbed 2 abilities and it drained 20 years of my lifespan. If he absorbed a lot, he must be a walking corpse. Even Zhong Yuan was struck by lightning at those words. Say what? The scene shifted. Night had fallen. Silence draped over the city as the 3 of them stood outside a wall. Jong Lan looked down at the mist crystal in her hand, her voice trembling. Uncle Lin gave me a hidden wind sickle crystal before, but it had 3 abilities. It would have cost me 30 years of my life. Zhong Yuan's expression darkened. He stared at the paper in front of him, then at his sister who was shivering in sorrow. A wave of pity washed over him. No wonder. In my past life, her fighting style was always so desperate, bordering on suicidal. She knew. She knew she didn't have much time left. He turned sharply to Feng Qing, standing behind him. Feng Qing, does absorbing mist crystals really consume one's lifespan? Feng Qing explained. From what I know, normal people have to successfully absorb the crystal first, before they can even identify the ability inside. Usually lifespan isn't affected. Your sister's case, I have never heard of anything like it. Zhong Yuan asked cautiously. Is there any way to… Feng Qing cut him off, knowing exactly what he was about to ask. There isn't. Whether it's a life-extending mist ability or technology, nothing like that exists yet. Once an ability is absorbed, even if you separate it later, the toll it takes cannot be reversed. Feng Qing slowly removed his dark shades, revealing pupils that glowed with an eerie amethyst light. He activated his ocular ability to scan their remaining lifespans. The number 68 floated above Zhong Lan's head like a stat in a system manhwa. He frowned, realizing she had lost 20 years of life. The Awakener talent was genetic, which meant her brother likely suffered the same curse. He shifted his gaze to Zhong Yuan. A chilling 0 hovered above the young man. Feng Qing froze, a cold sweat breaking out as confusion and horror warred in his mind. Was his current lifespan the cause of his power, or the terrible price for it? Zhong Yuan snapped the containment box shut. His voice was ironclad as he ordered, Zhong Lan, from this day forward you are forbidden from absorbing rift crystals. No more trading your life for power. But Uncle Lin has such high hopes for me. Zhong Lan protested, panic rising in her voice. And besides, Zhong Yuan cut her off gently but firmly. I will deal with Lin Dongliang. We are returning this crystal to him immediately. He pulled his little sister into a desperate embrace, his voice trembling. Zhong Lan, listen to me. If you die, my existence loses all meaning. Please, for my sake. Promise me you'll stop. Brother, she whispered, her heart melting. Tears broke through her defenses, cascading down her cheeks. If I don't become an Awakener, she sobbed, how can I protect you? How can I save our world from the beasts? Normal humans are helpless against those monsters. Zhong Yuan wiped her tears and asked softly, Zhong Lan, do you truly understand what humanity's greatest weapon is? She sniffled, stopping her tears to look up with wide, curious eyes. Huh. Zhong Yuan began his lesson. Consider the athlete who shatters limits through sheer will and sweat, crossing the finish line first. Think of the strategist who commands armies to topple giants using only his mind. Or the soldier lying in the mud, holding the line with nothing but cold steel and courage. The doctors fighting death itself in the emergency room to save lives. These are the true talents of mankind. Rift abilities aren't the only path to strength. Remember, the first hero to slay a beast wasn't an Awakener at all. As he spoke, his hand blurred. A streak of blinding light erupted from his palm. The siblings watched in awe as a throwing knife embedded itself deep into the concrete wall. See, Zhong Yuan smiled, gesturing to the weapon. With enough training, even you can achieve this level of mastery. You already possess dual abilities. Combine that with relentless effort and you could become a legendary apex powerhouse. He patted her head with infinite tenderness, and Jong Lan nodded, wiping her eyes obediently. Okay, I understand. I'll work harder than anyone. But Zhong Yuan's gaze shifted sharp as a blade toward the man behind him. By the way, Yuan asked, his voice dropping, will someone with my sister's condition be dragged off for vivisection? Feng Qing held his glass as a smirk playing on his lips. Dissection. In this economy. He slid his shades back on, hiding his eyes. The Science Institute changes its protocols daily. They haven't used such barbaric methods in over 10 years. And don't ask how I know that. Zhong Yuan exhaled, the tension leaving his shoulders. Understood. Jong Lan, let me borrow your phone. She handed it over quickly. On the other end, Lin Dongliang picked up excitedly. Zhong Lan, you rarely call your uncle first. His tone curdled instantly when he heard the voice on the other end. Zhong Yuan. Zhong Lan's body rejects the crystals, Yuan stated coldly. Take the hidden wind dagger crystal back. Lin Dongliang scoffed dismissively. If she has a problem, just fix it. Genetics cannot be fixed, Yuan retorted. Lin's patience snapped on the other end of the line. Zhong Yuan, you were the one who begged me to let her become an Awakener. I've already booked all her training courses. Are you playing games with me? And you? You have no talent for this. Yuan's eyes narrowed. My potential rivals hers. In fact, I have already awakened. Liar, Lin roared. Trying to scam me for resources? Yuan remained calm. How do I prove it to you? Fine, Lin snarled. From this moment, I am freezing all assets and privileges for both of you at the academy. If you can place in the top 10 of the university tournament, then, and only then, will I believe you. Later, the three of them stood outside the dorms. Jong Lan waved cheerfully. I'm going up, brother. Zhong Yuan waved back. Sleep early. See you tomorrow. Feng Qing turned to him. You know she could have stayed in your private quarters. Zhong Yuan shook his head, the protective brother returning. She needs friends, not just a hover parent brother. The girl's dorm is better for her social life. Fair enough, Feng Qing shrugged. But keep too many secrets from her and they'll eventually blow up in your face. Wen turned the tables. Does the Science Institute know about your ability to see lifespans? Feng Qing grinned, holding up a finger. You are the very first person to know. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Mutually assured destruction. You tell me this so I won't expose you. Naturally. But worry about yourself first. Old man Lin cut your funding. The top 10 is a suicide mission for a rookie. He's setting you up to fail. Feng Qing teased him, but Zhong Yuan was already miles away, looking elsewhere, lost in strategy. Suddenly, Feng Qing snickered. You aren't planning to find a sugar mommy to fund this, are you? Begging a rich lady is better than… Before he could finish, Yuan nodded gravely. Good idea. I know just the heiress. Feng Qing froze, his jaw dropping. Wait, dude. I was joking you. Zhong Yuan was already dialing. Captain Anne, I need a favor. Do you still have those ghost howl crystals? I need everything you've got. Yes, thank you. I owe you a massive debt. He nodded intensely, looking ready to pledge his life to the woman on the phone. The scene shifted to a chaotic warehouse. Workers scrambled, hauling crates back and forth. Ghost howl crystals. Why the sudden demand for trash-tier loot? It's a direct order from the War God Squad Priority Alpha. The commander's daughter issued a level 1 mobilization. Check the inventory. Move, move. The clerk scribbled furiously, panic in the air. Elsewhere, two powerful figures sat in a dimly lit room. Olden, your daughter has made a splash again. The second man chuckled. She can't take the credit this time. It's clear that the young man Xuanming is the true architect of this victory. This time, more than half of the Central China military district has been silently neutralized by poison, and our East China forces have already moved in to support. The situation in the shadows is far more complex than it appears. The man speaking with such grave authority was Fung, commander of the East China military district. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. The Lighthouse Nation had planted a mole within central China. Standing beside him was Liu Jianlin, the district's chief of staff. Scanning the documents in his hand, he frowned in deep thought and said, The war report specifically mentions a man named Zhao Zheng standing beside Robert. It appears this man utilized the power of the 9 luminaries to fake his death, all to seek asylum with the Lighthouse Nation. Commander Feng replied, lost in contemplation. The 9 Luminaries. Unlike the 9 Ruins organization which stands in the light as China's strongest shield, this group operates entirely in the dark. Their movements are ghost-like and mysterious. Although the 9 luminaries use unscrupulous methods, they usually operate within certain boundaries, so the government has turned a blind eye. But recently, their actions have crossed the line into madness. Lu Jinlin slid a dossier across the table, his voice calm but pointed. Let Central China deal with their own headache. The real issue right now is your daughter. And Feng blinked in surprise, asking what about her. He immediately snatched up the document to scan its contents. Lu Jianlin stated, last night she issued a Class 1 order mobilizing every single Ghost Howl Ruin star in the entire district. That is over 2,000 cores. And Feng slammed his hand on the desk, shouting in rage, that is absolute nonsense. The Ghost Howl Ruin star is rarely sought after because its primary function is purely defensive. Trying to force compatibility with an offensive-type Ruins wielder is useless. If the physical constitution doesn't match no matter how many times you try, it is just forcing a square peg into a round hole. He clenched his fist, his body trembling with a mix of fury and fatherly worry. Lu Jianlin calmly opened another file and continued. The report mentions that the poison expert Xuan Ming seems to be drawing power from the 10 Ghost Howl Ruin stars your daughter transferred last time. And Feng looked up, his eyes widening in shock. Lu Jianlin continued. It is highly likely this new batch is also intended for Xuan Ming. He closed the folder and said, this is risky. I suggest we approve 1,000 stars for her, but use them to track the location of the shipment. And Feng immediately replied, do it. The scene shifts to Tai Yuhan, who was slamming his hands on a desk, his eyes burning with rage as he interrogated the middle-aged man before him. How could you people do this? My brother sacrificed his life for this country. If you won't bury him in the Fung family cemetery, that is one thing. But how dare you sell his body to a research institute? The man adjusted his glasses and replied coldly. The agreement regarding body donation was signed by your brother himself. We cannot break that contract. Tai Yuhan gritted his teeth, dissatisfaction radiating from him. Then at least restore his family name. The man shook his head. If it couldn't be done while he was alive, it certainly cannot be done after death. The cruel conversation continued. Feng Yumo, you are the heir to the Feng family now. Your brilliant brother is dead. Stop bringing him up, understood? Outside, amidst the gloom, stood a man and a woman holding black umbrellas, having overheard everything. The woman turned to her companion, a cold smile playing on her lips. Sigh, did you hear that? This is how the Feng family treats you after death. So, are you ready to work for the Iron Tower Nation with peace of mind now? The man remained silent, gazing up at the sky. She continued, pushing the knife deeper. To think they would sell a Ruins wielder of your caliber, one who loved China so much to us. I truly do not understand what the 9 luminaries are thinking. The man turned and walked away decisively, saying, let's go. The woman hurried after him, calling out, hey, wait for me. The scene transitions to an office. Zhong Yuan stood before a woman, his voice steady. Instructor, I want to register for the University League. She hesitated, looking up. This competition is strictly for Ruins wielders. You... Zhong Yuan cut in with confidence, I am already a Ruins wielder. Instructor Liu Wen sighed, pulling out a form. You are supposed to report immediately when you awaken during your studies. Forget it. Fill out this ability assessment form first. Cheng Yuan took the paper and turned away to write. He pondered as he filled in the blanks. Name, ability, source, rank. Only 8 slots. My ice blood storm is too broken for a standard leveling Manhwa protagonist, so I better keep that hidden. I should also downgrade Super Moact a bit. After reading Zhong Yuan's form, Liu Wen's jaw dropped in absolute horror. She gasped, death immunity. Wait, you. Come here. She scrambled up and lunged toward Zhong Yuan, screaming. Zhong Yuan, I am so sorry. He leaned back in panic, startled by her sudden outburst. Liu Wen lamented loudly. Human ruins. Wielders can only absorb a maximum of 8 abilities. Any more and their bodies explode. Yet you wasted a slot on death immunity. Such rare talent wasted, she continued to scream in agitation. Zhong Yuan looked concerned and said, Instructor? Maybe you should stand up before you speak. Liu Wen wiped tears from her eyes, still emotional. If I had known sooner, I would have given you a top-tier Ruins star. I wouldn't have let these trash skills occupy your 8 slots. Wait, young Master Lin has the eye of insight. He was the one who saw the talent in Jong Lan and brought her to our academy. How could he miss talent as high as yours? She leaned in, pressing her face uncomfortably close to his suspicion in her eyes. Zhong Yuan broke into a cold sweat, thinking. My talent is probably similar to Zhong Lan's, but I don't have the lifespan to spare anymore. But neither before nor after my rebirth did Lin Dongliang detect my talent. Why is that? Could it be that the golden coffin from 4 years in the future awakened my talent, a power that even a system Manhwa expert like Lin Dongliang couldn't detect? To find the truth, I need to find an opportunity to inspect that golden coffin again. Zhong Yuan composed himself and bowed to Liu Wen, saying, "Instructor, what's done is done. Regret is useless. I am quite satisfied with my current abilities." She finally sat back down at her desk, resigning herself to read the rest of the file. Sigh, fine. Let me see your current stats. The levels for the snowbone snake abilities are higher than average. You must have absorbed an ancient ruined star. At least that is not a total loss. The Momo bear. Isn't that a protected species forbidden from hunting whatever as long as the absorption was successful? She looked up at Zhong Yuan, curiosity taking over her features, asking, "What kind of ability is selling Mo? Can you demonstrate it for me?" He sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. I don't think that's a good idea." She insisted seriously. "If you absorbed it, you must use it. You cannot look down on a skill just because of its name. Come on, try it." Defeated, Zhong Yuan activated the skill Supermo Seller. He smiled, squinting his eyes adorably at Liu Wen. Suddenly a crow flew silently overhead, marking the sheer awkwardness of the moment. Liu Wen frowned, confusion written all over her face. "Did you cast it yet?" Zhong Yuan pursed his lips and deadpanned. "Instructor, you've already been hit. The skill is active." Her eyes widened into saucers. "Why don't I feel anything?" She quickly looked down, trying to compose herself. It must be a dud. Sigh. I've neglected the kid enough. I can't crush his spirit now. Even if his ability is trash, I need to compensate him heavily. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan stood there looking completely innocent. Suddenly she began typing with the intensity of a hacker. "Zhong Yuan, what's your family's annual income?" Zhong Yuan blinked, startled by her sudden shift. Liu Wen didn't stop typing. "Forget it. I'll report it as 50,000. That qualifies you for the top-tier scholarship. And there's a nutritional support program for awakened teens. 4 bottles of spirit milk a day. I'm signing you up. With your academic stats, you're a lock for the scholarship. I'm also transferring your student registry to the special class officially." Zhong Yuan panicked internally. Target struck, but she's unaware. This system Manhwa charm skill is terrifyingly effective. Liu Wen scanned his file. Rare Imperial Grade Regeneration Level 4. Demonstrate it. Zhong Yuan hesitated. I'm not currently injured." She shot back. "Use your hair. Cut a centimeter, activate the skill. It stimulates adjacent follicle growth. An Imperial Level 1 skill typically yields 10 centimeters. Without wasting a breath, she grabbed scissors and snipped a lock of his hair. "Activate it." Zhong Yuan clasped his hands together. Regeneration. His hair exploded outward, growing at a dizzying speed until it cascaded over his face like a dark curtain. From behind the hair, he asked, "Do I get paid for the haircut?" Liu Wen was too stunned to speak. A moment later, Zhong Yuan walked out of the office and closed the door behind him. Stretching his limbs, he analyzed the weakened debuff. "Only drains my mental and physical stamina. It doesn't nerf my skill efficiency." Suddenly, he slammed into someone, losing his balance. Zhong Yuan hit the ground, his body still radiating the passive charm aura. Rubbing his head, he muttered, "Sorry, I wasn't looking." The boy he bumped into stood frozen. "Wait, you're the one who fell. Why are you apologizing? That's my line." Zhong Yuan glanced up, noting the different uniform. The newcomer, however, had been struck by Cupid's arrow. Pink hearts virtually floated around his head. "Hold on. What just happened? Did I just collide with a high school girl? Is this a fateful encounter straight out of a romance webtoon?" Watching Zhong Yuan scratch his head, the boy's heart pounded. Long, straight black hair, petite and pure. She is absolutely my type. The voice is a bit husky, but definitely a girl, right? These uniforms are unisex, so it's hard to tell. Better verify. He reached out, his voice dripping with gentlemanly charm. "Classmate, might I ask your name?" Zhong Yuan stared blankly. "I said sorry. Why is he interrogating me? Can't deal with this. Run." He triggered a speed burst, vanishing in a cloud of dust and leaving the boy standing there, stunned and heartbroken. Whatever. Mission first. I'll ask Big Sis to find her later." He composed himself and knocked on the door. "Come in." He entered, standing tall before the instructor. "Greetings, Instructor Liu. I am Zhang Buyu, Student Council President of Hualing High. I'm here to discuss the inter-school tournament." Liu Wen smiled politely. "Welcome. Please sit." She began pouring tea. Usually the student councils handle the sparring matches. "Why come to an instructor?" Zhang Buyu explained. "Every year it's the same old faces trading blows. It's pointless. This time Hualing wants to challenge Cheng Yunqiao, but I hope you'll give the freshmen a chance. We will only send our first years." Liu Wen sipped her tea, her mind tactical. "The last 2 years Hualing was crushed by our golden triangle. Shangguan Yi and Su Wenying wiped the floor with them. No wonder they're dodging the upperclassmen to target the rookies. They must have recruited a monster freshman. She smirked internally. I accept, but I decide the schedule. Zhang Buyu nodded instantly. No problem. Glancing at him, Liu Wen thought Hualing students are wealthy elites. Let our freshmen taste defeat. It builds character. But Zhong Yuan, he's the OP protagonist of this leveling manhwa. If he fights, nobody learns anything. I'll announce this while he's gone. Meanwhile, in front of a salon, Zhong Yuan was preparing for a trim. He instructed the barber. Boss, just give me a buzz cut. The barber scoffed. I am a stylist, not a vandal. Beside him, Jong Lan was fuming. My brother is trying to ruin his looks. Master Tony, please. Give him a style that will charm the heavens and earth. The stylist saluted earnestly. Mission accepted. The little girl cheered. Operation Hot Brother is a go. Zhong Yuan emerged with a sleek gender-neutral cut that screamed main character energy. Jong Lan giggled, grabbing his hair into pigtails while the stylist looked on in horror. Zhong Yuan wept comedic tears. Jong Lan, a ponytail is enough, please. Zhong Lan pouted, playing the victim card. But when we were small, you said twin tails were the mark of the truly strong. The scam artist laughed nervously, looking away. He patted her head. Zhong Lan is all grown up. It's time I unlocked your dark magic potential. She froze. Wait, what? Too embarrassing, I'm not a kid anymore, she wailed. Zhong Yuan smirked. Equivalent exchange. You tie mine, I tie yours. No, she cried. Moments later, they left the shop, Zhong Lan sporting adorable twin tails. She puffed her cheeks. Fine. I'll style your hair every day. Zhong Yuan, rocking a ponytail, replied, Deal. And I'll give you pigtails every day too. Suddenly realization hit him like a lightning bolt. He'd played himself. Zhong Lan, however, beamed with absolute victory. The scene shifts to the public training hall at Cheng Yunqiao. A girl steps forward and asks, Wanying, why the sudden spike in your training intensity? The speaker is Zhang Buyu, Su Wanying's roommate and the twin sister of Zhang Buyu. Watching Su Wanying run herself into the ground on the treadmill, Zhang Buyu presses on. Is this because Zhong Yuan refused to form a team? Did that hit a nerve? The tournament rules changed. It was inevitable that you and Feng Qing would disband. Zhong Yuan belongs to Feng Qing's camp. Feng Qing even clashed with Shangguan Yi for his sake. A refusal was the only logical outcome. Su Wanying, dripping with sweat and exhaustion, looked back at her friend. He said I wasn't strong enough. Zhang Buyu handed her a water bottle, shock written all over her face. Huh. The ultimate support is willing to help, and that's still not enough. Su Wanying took the bottle with a bitter smile. The ultimate support is Zhong Yuan, not me. I'm the one who needs to catch up. She tilted her head back, drinking deeply, while Zhang Buyu stood there, hands on hips, sighing. If a genius like you has to work this hard, how are ordinary people like us supposed to survive? Suddenly her phone rang. Zhang Buyu grinned mischievously as she answered. Well, my little brother is actually calling me today. What's the occasion? Trying to gather intel for Hualing. Zhang Buyu, currently huddled in a corner, hesitated. It's not about that. He tried to steady his racing heart. He had to stay calm to find the mysterious girl he bumped into in the hallway today. He couldn't afford to annoy his sister now. Don't judge a book by its cover, that's a common bad habit girls have. I need to remain open-minded. I'm at a different school now. I've escaped her shadow. The memory of her pranks made him turn pale, but he mustered the courage to speak. Sis, I need you to help me find a girl. She's a student at your school. I bumped into her this morning near the Cheng Yunqiao staff room. Long, straight black hair, petite, gentle. And honestly, really cute. Zhang Buyu's interest piqued. Oh-ho. Are you looking for a fight? Or are you trying to chase her? On the other end, Zhang Buyu's cheeks burned bright red. Sis, Okay, fine. I think I might like her. Zhang Buyu erupted in celebration. Finally, my little brother likes girls. The Zhang bloodline won't end here. Don't worry, little bro. I'll hit up the surveillance room later. I will find this girl for you. Tian Shuo sighed helplessly at her enthusiasm. Hey. Meanwhile, Su Wanying, lifting weights nearby, could only stare in silent awkwardness. The scene transitions to an office in the East China military district. And Keiji sat facing her father, singing Zhong Yuan's praises without pause. Dad, you have no idea how incredible Xuan Ming is. And Guanfeng sighed, looking defeated. You've bragged about his battle record 3 times already. She pressed on. So what do you actually think of him? He took a sip of tea, finally sharing his assessment. Zhong Yuan is only 16, yet his stability far exceeds his peers. He possesses immense power but doesn't flaunt it. He has no interest in joining the ability squads or the 9 ruins. Even when thrown over a shoulder, he didn't react, proof that he doesn't concern himself with the affairs of ordinary people. Someone like that defies common logic. You can't control him. Give it up. An image of Zhong Yuan appeared in his mind, sharp suit sunglasses, cigarette in hand, legs crossed radiating pure, cool energy. An Guanfeng continued, "If you really can't let it go, just being friends is fine too." And Cage stood up, stomping away in frustration. "I'm not talking to you anymore." He watched his daughter leave, baffled. Suddenly his phone buzzed. He opened the file. Zhong Yuan's profile just updated. Top-level security clearance. Scanning the classified document, he mused, the cute bear core. Selling cuteness. The core Robert poached must have fallen into his hands. It grants death immunity and charm. The security level is accurate. But more importantly, I don't know if he's condensed a variant core, but at Robert's age, he definitely had one. His Flame Giant ability is the Lighthouse Nation's most precious asset. They will stop at nothing to retrieve it. Zhong Yuan hiding the variant core is smart, but it paints a target on his back. And Guanfeng's gaze grew heavy with worry. In short, I need to keep a close eye on this kid. Meanwhile, at his private dorm, the sun bathed the building in a golden glow. A delivery guy balancing a heavy safe on his shoulder grinned brightly. "Hey, changed your hairstyle. It suits you." Zhong Yuan smiled helplessly. "I wanted a buzz cut actually, but my little sister insists on the long hair." The courier set the package down. "Understood. Remember to rate 5 stars." "Okay," Zhong Yuan replied. Once alone, he began inspecting the safe. "The password is… it's open." He looked at the stash inside and read the note, "Xuan Ming, between friends, no thanks are needed." Zhong Yuan pondered. "Previously, when I activated Ice Blood Storm, I discovered that Violent Strike could evolve into Combat Grandmaster. With this many cores to absorb, I should be able to unlock it immediately." The familiar blue screen of a system manhwa appeared before him. Detected ghostly howl cores. Absorb. He reached out without hesitation. Absorb all. Instantly, blinding light enveloped Zhong Yuan's body as the leveling manhwa mechanics kicked into overdrive. The system notifications rang out in rapid succession. Violent Strike Blue Tier, max level. Your ability Violent Strike has evolved. New ability acquired Combat Grandmaster. Born for slaughter. Mastery of all weapons. Every move is a killing blow. His eyes widened. With this amount of cores, I can still upgrade further. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes again as the system chimed relentlessly. Combat Grandmaster. Max level. You have acquired a new ability, Tit for Tat. Gold tier, upgradable. Tit for Tat requires Comprehending Courage. Combat Grandmaster. Max level. Ability description. Combat Grandmaster proficiency increased by 100%. Tit for Tat, blue tier. Max level. Description. Combat Grandmaster proficiency immediately increased by 1000%. Your ability, Tit for Tat, has evolved. You have acquired a new ability. Blood for Blood. Level 8. Upgradable. Description. Combat Grandmaster proficiency increased by 1000%. When attacked, absorb a portion of the damage and reflect it back at the target. Reflection power exceeds 300% of the original attack. Ugh. The sudden level-up hit Zhong Yuan like a freight train, forcing him to clutch his head in agony. He recalled his teacher's grim warning these ether cores were filled with the negative energy released by dying monsters. Before absorbing them felt like nothing. He thought he was just built differently. But now the truth was clear, it was all about the quantity. His awakened body never needed sleep, yet heavy drowsiness was dragging his eyelids down. Lesson learned: reckless absorption was a death wish. He needed to be more selective from now on. Staring at his hands, he checked his status. After upgrading his Grandmaster combat arts, he had unlocked a new passive skill, Eye for an Eye, and Eye for an Eye had already evolved into Blood Debt, amplifying his power tenfold. But wait. Why did this feel exactly like the ability of the Joyous Ghost King that Feng Qing mentioned? Could the monsters be leveling up and evolving new abilities on their own? If so, as time passed, the threats would only become more catastrophic. A nightmarish image flashed in his mind, glowing eyes and razor-sharp fangs. 4 years in the future, that massive claw had smashed him into an early grave. Now that he had reincarnated, was that giant claw destined to return in 4 years? Suddenly his vision went black as a pair of hands covered his eyes. Feng Qing grinned mischievously from behind him. Guess who? Suddenly a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Gah! The sound shook the very foundations of the building. Hands casually in his pockets, Zhong Yuan remarked coldly, "You should be grateful. If my reflexes were any sharper, you'd be a corpse right now." Feng Qing held up his limp, throbbing hands, tears streaming down his face. "I knocked, you didn't answer. I climbed through the window and saw you zoning out, so I just couldn't resist a prank." Unimpressed, Zhong Yuan asked, "Why are you here?" Instantly serious despite his swollen hands, Feng Qing replied, "To remind you. The Student Council's Friday meeting. You're coming." The scene shifted to the council room, tension hanging thick in the air among the 6 elite members. A short-haired girl broke the silence. The president said he's bringing Zhong Yuan today. We deliberately didn't leave a chair for him, she whispered nervously. Isn't that a bit much? Shangguan Yi scoffed, his arrogance radiating off him like heat. I don't care what Feng Qing says. There is no seat for trash at this table. Jianru was left speechless. Just then, the door burst open as Feng Qing announced, We're here. Let me introduce the student council's newest member. Feng Qing slapped Zhong Yuan on the back with a bright grin. This is Zhong Yuan, first-year special class. He's taking over as the disciplinary officer starting this semester. Say hello. Zhong Yuan gave a lazy wave. Hey, name's Zhong Yuan. One member rolled his eyes. That's it. Another gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed. What kind of half-hearted attitude is that? Ignoring the hostility, Feng Qing pointed to the empty seat at the head of the table. There's a spot right there. Take a seat. Zhong Yuan nodded simply. Oh, sure. As he pulled out the chair, Jianru panicked. Student Zhong, that's the president's seat. Zhong Yuan's expression darkened, his aura turning icy. And are you saying I'm not allowed to sit here? Jianru gripped her files, her mind racing. The president's behavior. He clearly wants Zhong Yuan to be his successor. I need to play this smart. She quickly offered her own chair to Feng Qing. President, please take my seat. I'll grab another one. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted. Enough! The scream made everyone jump. Shangguan Yi was on his feet, practically spitting fire as he pointed an accusing finger straight at Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan, you shameless pretty boy. You're nothing but trash who climbed up here using dirty connections. It's the classic Awakening Manhwa injustice. If you have any pride, fight me. He unleashed a barrage of profanities so vile they'd make a sailor blush. A stream of censorship bleeps filled the air as Jianru tried desperately to calm him down. Zhong Yuan just looked confused by the outburst. Jianru held Shangguan Yi back, pleading, Yi, please stop talking. But Shangguan Yi was past the point of no return. You're scum. And your sister is no better, hooking up with military big shots at her age. The air in the room instantly dropped below freezing. Zhong Yuan's face went pitch black, his eyes glowing with the fury of a demon god. You dare insult my sister? It seems you don't want to walk out of here on your own 2 legs. Shangguan Yi scoffed, doubling down on his death wish. Oh, tough guy, stop posturing. I challenge you to a duel right now. Zhong Yuan's voice was deadly calm. Accepted. But when you lose, you apologize to her. And for 1 month, you will be her obedient dog. Every morning you will kneel before the cafeteria and serve her breakfast with your own hands. Feng Qing tried to intervene, a nervous sweat on his brow. Shangguan Yi, listen to me. Don't do this. But Yi was blinded by rage. He slammed his fist on the table, teeth grinding. You think those conditions scare me? In your dreams today, I'm going to expose you for the fraud you are. He jabbed his finger at Zhong Yuan's face one last time. I accept, but if you lose, you crawl out of St. Ying Academy barking like the dog you are. Zhong Yuan didn't even blink. Deal. Feng Qing face-palmed, sighing at the stupidity. He whipped out his phone, his expression shifting to mock seriousness. Fine. I'll be the official witness for this Manhwa recap showdown. Just remember, this isn't a death match. Try not to kill each other. The 2 combatants stepped into the center of the room, locking eyes. Zhong Yuan stood with arrogant ease. You make the first move. Feng Qing watched with glee, his phone camera rolling to capture the carnage. With pleasure, Shangguan Yi roared, his fist igniting. He launched Explosive Flame, a skill designed to detonate on contact. He activated Fierce Strength, boosting his power by 150%. Flames engulfed him. But Zhong Yuan, utilizing his Grandmaster combat arts, simply sidestepped like he was taking a stroll. The attack hit nothing but air. Shangguan Yi spun around, eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. His mind reeled. Did I really just miss? Is he actually strong? Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was analyzing the fight. With his Grandmaster arts active, his opponent was moving in slow motion, 40 times slower than reality. He's leagues beneath Feng Qing. The hardest part of this fight is trying not to accidentally kill him with 1 punch. Oblivious to the danger, Shangguan Yi launched a desperate high-powered kick. Dodge this. But it was futile. Zhong Yuan weaved through the attack, effortlessly moving so fast he left afterimages in his wake. Feng Qing watched, jaw on the floor. That footwork. That's not just basic combat skills. Impressive, Zhong Yuan. You're hiding just as many secrets as I am. Shangguan Yi threw one final desperate punch 10 minutes later. The dust had settled. Zhong Yuan stood tall, looking down at the wreckage. Shangguan Yi was slumped over the table, trembling in agony, completely broken. Does he think I'm nothing to him? Shangguan Yi's rage blinded his logic. With eyes wide and bloodshot, he launched a desperate fist straight toward Zhong Yuan. You coward! Don't you dare dodge this time! Watching the scene unfold, Feng Qing could only sigh at the sheer stupidity. What a drag. While Shangguan Yi gritted his teeth, his fist engulfed in flames, Zhong Yuan stood immovable like a mountain. He quietly activated his blood-for-blood skill. Your life or death depends entirely on you now. As the fiery fist closed in panic flashed in Shangguan Yi's eyes as he realized something was wrong. Wait, why isn't he dodging? Is he crazy? At this speed, I'm going to kill him. It was too late to stop. The fist collided violently with Zhong Yuan's shoulder. The impact was so terrifying it shredded Zhong Yuan's clothes instantly. But in that split second, Zhong Yuan's pupils transformed, glowing with an ominous light. A gut-wrenching scream tore through the air. Ah! Instead of the target breaking, Shangguan Yi's own arm shattered like glass, blood spraying in a gruesome mist. The attacker collapsed, writhing in agony on the floor, unable to speak. Calmly, Zhong Yuan raised a hand, activating his system recovery skill to heal his bruised shoulder. He actually tried to pull back at the last second, Zhong Yuan noted. Maybe he's not total trash. Suddenly, Jianru rushed forward, screaming, "Yi, are you okay?" The crowd went wild. A student filming the scene gasped, "Did you see that Feng Qing set this up as a witness duel from the start? This is classic Manhwa recap material. Shangguan Yi is ranked 209 on the youth list. After this battle, Zhong Yuan's ranking is going to skyrocket. Zhong Yuan is strong, sure," another whispered, "but snapping an arm over a disagreement, that's brutal." A girl added, "Yeah, poor Yi lost his disciplinary position to a thug like that." Feng Qing walked over, looking exhausted. "I told you not to kill him. You nearly sent him to the afterlife with one move. I don't even want to heal this mess." Zhong Yuan looked genuinely confused. "What move? I stood here like a statue. If anything, he's the one who destroyed my shirt. His arm is turned to minced meat, and you say you did nothing," Feng Qing argued. Zhong Yuan sighed internally. So troublesome. Can I bluff my way out of this? Suddenly, Zhong Yuan widened his eyes, putting on his most innocent puppy dog expression. "It really wasn't me. It was just natural force interaction, physics, you know." Feng Qing wasn't buying it. "Do you think I failed physics? Newton's third law implies equal damage. He's crippled and you're fine. Explain that." Zhong Yuan frowned, dropping the act. "Shh. My innocent charm skill didn't work. Is this passive ability glitching out?" Feng Qing sighed, defeated. "Whatever. Your shirt is an eyesore. Let me fix it." With a wave of his hand, the fabric fragments began to reassemble. "Was this outcome within your calculations?" Zhong Yuan asked. Feng Qing smirked. "More or less." Jianru cradling the injured Shangguan. Yi snapped at them. "Yi is suffering like this, and you two are joking around. Feng Qing, heal him right now." Feng Qing crossed his arms, his aura turning cold. "Watch your tone. Do I look like your personal healing dispenser? Just because I've been low-key for 2 years doesn't mean I've gone soft. Do you think you can order me around? That idiot challenged my crew despite my warnings. I can't heal stupid, and I won't heal him. Deal with it yourselves." He sat down coolly, closing the discussion. Jianru choked on her words, completely overpowered by his presence. "You—" The whispers in the crowd shifted. To be fair, Zhong Yuan didn't even attack. He gave him a free shot. That's actually incredibly honorable. Shangguan Yi really has no brain. Did he think someone backed by Feng Qing would be a weakling? He had it coming. Hearing the murmurs, Jianru bit her lip in frustration. What is happening? Just a minute ago, they were on Yi's side. Why is everyone defending Zhong Yuan now? This mob mentality is terrifying. But I don't have time for this. Trembling, she dialed emergency services. "We need to get Yi to the infirmary." Moments later, a squad of campus security officers stormed in. "Clear the area. Contact the medical wing immediately." The red-haired captain scanned the room. "What happened here? Who reduced Shangguan Yi to this state?" Zhong Yuan stepped forward calmly. "That would be me." Feng Qing immediately interjected. "It was a fair, mutually agreed-upon duel. I stand as witness. Regardless of the context, he caused grievous bodily harm," the captain replied sternly. "He needs to come with us. Young Master Feng, please don't make this difficult." Feng Qing flashed forward, blocking their path. "Is that a threat?" Feng Qing hissed. The captain didn't flinch but sweated slightly. "I wouldn't dare. Just following protocol." Zhong Yuan placed a calming hand on Feng Qing's shoulder. "Relax. I'll go with them. I trust the higher-ups have enough brain cells to distinguish self-defense from assault." As he walked away, he glanced back with a serious instruction. "One more thing, do not tell Jong Lan about this." Feng Qing's expression darkened instantly. He trusts them, Feng Qing thought, clenching his fist. "Fine. I'll give them one chance to handle this correctly." Later, inside the detention room, "Student Zhong Yuan, thank you for your cooperation," the captain said. "Until the investigation concludes, you must remain in this confinement cell." "Aren't you going to confiscate my phone?" Zhong Yuan asked. The guard shrugged. "No need. This room is shielded. Zero signal. Zhong Yuan eyed the solitary cot in the corner. Perfect. I'm exhausted anyway. He casually hit the light switch and slid the viewport shut, plunging the room into darkness. Lying back on the stiff mattress, a sense of peace washed over him. Ah, this absolute darkness. It's incredibly comforting, if only the walls were closer. Boxing me in completely on all sides. That would be paradise. He paused. Wait, why do I have such creepy thoughts? Whatever, not important. System activate super perception. Wake me if anyone approaches. With his safety secured like a pro in a leveling manhwa, he drifted into the void. Finally, silence. Phew. The quiet dark. This is where I truly belong. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, 2 guards stared at the infrared feed. The red-haired captain chuckled, shaking his head. This kid. He actually turned off the lights to take a nap. Talk about nerves of steel. Maybe he's just faking it to hide his fear, the other guard suggested. The captain grinned. I doubt it. I bet you a pack of spicy sticks he's out cold. 5 minutes. He'll be up in 5. I bet 10. The scene shifts to the principal's office, where Principal Chen scanned a document, his expression grim. This academic rectification mandate. It's a direct strike against our school. It finally arrived. Guyan, standing beside him, tried to inject some optimism. Look, this policy covers the entire East China military district. Technically, we aren't being singled out. Principal Chen's face turned ghastly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he slammed a finger onto the score sheet. Look at these insane requirements. Every single subject requires a minimum score of 85. The document was brutal literature over 85, math over 85, foreign languages over 85, physics and chemistry both over 85. It was an academic massacre waiting to happen. Chen's voice trembled as he read the fine print. Midterm scores below standard banned from the high school arena competition. Graduation scores below standard forced retention. Shangguan Yi fails every subject while Zhong Yuan gets perfect scores across the board. Tell me, in this leveling Manhwa world where stats matter, how is this not a targeted hit? Guyan tried to calm the storm. The Chang'an team already spoke up. They said the last battle made Shangguan Yi realize the importance of knowledge. He's motivated. Suddenly the door burst open. A young guard rushed in, panic written all over his face. Principal Chen, it's a disaster. Shangguan Yi is in critical condition. His arm was severed and the regenerative healers can't make it in time. We're about to lose the limb permanently. Both men shot up from their chairs, horror dawning in their eyes. Where is Feng Qing? The principal roared. The guard stammered, He was right there at the scene, sir. But he refused to heal him. Principal Chen clutched his chest, trembling as the gravity of the situation crushed him. If little Yi loses that arm, his future is destroyed. He'll be a cripple. Guyan grabbed the principal to steady him. Old Chen, don't panic yet. We need to understand the situation first. You know Feng Qing's temper better than anyone. If we can't move him, we can ask Commander An to intervene. Despite his words, Guyan's face was just as pale as the principal's. At that moment, Feng Qing's phone buzzed. Caller ID, Commander An. Feng Qing stared at the screen and let out a cold, mocking laugh. Ha, can't convince me yourself, so you send the old fox to apply pressure. Typical. He leaned casually against the wall and answered the call before the other side could speak. Commander An, don't tell me you're calling about the big picture, going to lecture me on how East China can't afford to lose Shangguan Yi. But the voice on the other end surprised him. No. Feng Qing blinked, caught off guard. Huh. Commander An continued calmly. I've reviewed the battle footage. Zhong Yuan did nothing wrong. And you have no obligation to heal Shangguan Yi. Zhong Yuan is a generational talent. If he puts his trust in us, we cannot betray that by showing blatant favoritism. Whether you save Shangguan Yi or not, the military will not hold Zhong Yuan responsible. The choice is yours. Commander An softened his tone, trying to guide the young healer. Feng Qing, you've known Shangguan Yi for 2 years. What kind of person is he? You know best. Should he be saved, I trust you to make the right call. Feng Qing fell silent for a moment, the weight of the decision settling on him. I understand. Turning around, he spotted Jong Lan drooling over a bowl of food. Jong Lan, the little girl's eyes went wide. Brother Feng, he raised an eyebrow. Is that all you're eating for dinner? Jong Lan blinked innocently. Is that wrong? Then realization hit her. Wait, isn't my brother supposed to be at the student council meeting? Why didn't you go to the cafeteria with him? Feng Qing replied with a straight face. Your brother got bit by a dog. He's at the hospital getting a rabies shot. What? Zhong Lan gasped in horror. Feng Qing waved a hand dismissively. He's fine, just a scratch. But you know the rules, even a small nip requires a shot just to be safe. The little girl lowered her head, genuine worry clouding her face. Oh, really? Feng Qing quickly changed the subject, pointing at her tray. Jong Lan, you took advantage of your brother's absence to eat nothing but spicy chicken stir-fry, I'm telling on you. Her eyes bulged and she scrunched up her face in an adorable pout. No. Don't tell I just accidentally took too much and was too shy to put it back. Standing before the food counter, Feng Qing sighed. Tell you what, I'll order extra vegetables and main dishes to share with you. You give me half of that spicy chicken. Zhong Lan looked confused. But don't you hate spicy food? He shrugged. Trying something new once in a while isn't a bad thing. Sitting at the table, the girl drooled as she pointed at his tray. Hehe. The cafeteria's spicy chicken is legendary. I guarantee one bite and you'll be addicted. Feng Qing felt a flicker of anticipation. Is that so? He picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, Feng Qing felt like he'd swallowed a volcano. His nose turned red and his eyes rolled back as his soul nearly left his body. Spicy. Is this trying to kill me? This isn't food for humans. I never should have trusted you two siblings. Beside him, Zhong Lan's eyes sparkled. Well, I told you it was delicious, right? Feng Qing struggled to swallow, forcing a thumbs up while holding back tears. So good. I'm ascending to heaven. Zhong Lan giggled with delight while Feng Qing turned away to cough his lungs out. Once he recovered, he returned to the metaphor. Zhong Lan, the dog that bit your brother. It was actually the principal's pet kept at the student council. It's been guarding the school for years. Your brother wasn't familiar with it, so he got bit. Originally, he wanted to bring it to play with you, but he ended up beating it until it was crippled. Zhong Lan replied nonchalantly. What use as a crippled dog did my brother break its legs? Feng Qing recalled the brutal scene. Yeah, he nearly beat it to death. Tell me, do you think this dog deserves to be healed? The girl stuffed her cheeks with food and mumbled, Will it bite my brother again? Feng Qing pushed up his glasses, his expression turning serious and trustworthy. It won't. I guarantee it. The little girl chewed on a massive bite, pondered for a second, and then beamed a bright smile. Then save it. The scene cuts to the hospital ward, where Shangguan Yi sat in silence on the bed, his arm heavily bandaged. Principal Chen paced anxiously. Old Gu, should we call the military district again? Gu Yan shook his head. Regeneration takes 24 hours. We still have 2 hours left. Why the rush? If Feng Qing truly doesn't want to come, no one can force him. Shangguan Yi snapped, his patience gone. Enough, get out. All of you are just disturbing my rest. Jiaru stepped in softly. Uncle Chen, let's go. Let Yi have some peace. Principal Chen sighed. Little Yi, rest well. The three of them filed out of the room, leaving Shangguan Yi alone in the heavy silence. Once the room finally cleared, he clutched his face in pure agony, cursing his own foolishness. Why had he committed such a fatal, idiotic error? He knew Feng Qing had handpicked Zhong Yuan, yet his arrogant pride blinded him to the truth. Zhong Yuan hadn't even struck back seriously. He had been holding back his power the entire duel. How could he have been so blind? He tried to crush a hidden dragon who was actually a good person. Even if Feng Qing hadn't stepped in to save him, he would have deserved every bit of that karma. The mere thought made Shangguan Yi's body tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly a voice cut through the air. Feng Qing was leaning against the doorframe, watching him with cold eyes. Do you finally know the weight of regret? Shangguan Yi froze, then immediately dropped to his knees in desperation. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake now. I swear I will never dare to do it again. Please. I beg you, save me. Feng Qing didn't hesitate. He activated the sun restoration art, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder to channel soothing energy while calming him down. Enough with the tears. In moments, Shangguan Yi's arm regenerated before his very eyes, a miracle that left him stunned. The fresh bandages slid off, revealing skin without a single scar. Treatment complete. Feng Qing turned to leave, dropping a chilling warning. Consider yourself lucky. He didn't want to slaughter you in front of a crowd. Seek death again and not even the gods can save you. Before disappearing, Feng Qing paused to deliver a final reminder. Don't forget to honor your end of the deal. Your arm was only restored because his sister has no use for a cripple. The scene shifts to the guards, whispering among themselves in the hallway. It has been a full day and night. Is that kid Zhong Yuan still asleep? I delivered his meals, but he hasn't moved a muscle. It's unnerving. Is he faking it? No food, no water, no bathroom breaks. Can a human even survive that? Suddenly, a man burst through the doors, urgency written all over his face. The military investigation is cleared and filed. Why haven't you released him yet? A guard pointed nervously at the cell. It's not us, sir. He refuses to come out. The man blinked in confusion. Let me see. He pushed into the cell, flipping the light switch. Zhong Yuan, rise and shine. He stood over the still statue-like figure of Zhong Yuan. The issue with Shangguan Yi is settled. You are in the clear. You don't need to take any responsibility. Go back to the dorm and sleep there. He reached out to shake him but recoiled instantly. Hell. Why is his body ice cold? He pressed a finger to Zhong Yuan's nose to check for breath. Panic exploded in his voice as he shouted at the guards. "Get the medical team now," a rookie asked. "Should we call Feng Qing?" The red-haired guard snapped. "And let him see Zhong Yuan like this in our custody. Are you crazy? Summon the chief physician of Incity immediately. She. Moments later, the silver-haired doctor rushed in breathless. "I just dragged Shangguan Yi back from Hell's Gate. I was about to clock out, and you dragged me here. You people really know how to torture an old man," the guard pleaded. "We wouldn't dare disturb you unless it was a life-or-death emergency, doctor." Fine. Let me see." The doctor activated his life resonance skill. Gentle waves of emerald spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips toward the patient. But Zhong Yuan's body was a fortress. It rejected the healing aura, violently sending a shockwave back. The doctor gasped, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed backward, barely caught by the red-haired guard. "Doctor, are you all right?" Terror filled the doctor's eyes. He scrambled away, shouting, "He's frozen solid. There is no saving him. I am out of here." While the guards stood in shock, Commander An was on the phone. Medical records indicate Zhong Yuan has a history of feigned death, a state often seen in a high-stakes awakening manhwa. It is merely deep hibernation. The voice on the other end asked for the source. Feng Qing submitted the file. "It won't be wrong." The man in the cell exhaled the tension, finally leaving his shoulders. "If Commander An says so, he must be fine," the red-haired guard frowned. "But we can't just leave him sleeping in a jail cell forever." Another guard piped up. "I heard raising the temperature wakes up hibernating beasts. Should we crank up the heat?" Soon, industrial heaters were blasting at maximum capacity. The man sat by the bed, sweat dripping, watching Zhong Yuan with anxious eyes, waiting for a sign. The guards took turns shouting dramatic lines to rouse him. "Winter is over. Wake up, Zhong Yuan. The spring thunder crashes. It is time for all creatures to awaken." Seeing no reaction, the man decided to try a more materialistic approach. "Zhong Yuan, you've secured the first-class merit. You have the gold star medal and enough cash to buy a kingdom. It's a reward haul worthy of a top-tier leveling manhwa." A guard stepped up with a grin, holding out his phone. "Forget that. Look here, I have a stash of high-definition uncensored collection photos. Wake up, and I will send the whole folder to you." Yet Zhong Yuan remained as still as a statue. The guard clutched his chest, defeated. "What is this guy made of? Nothing works. We can't exactly carry him back to the dorms like a sack of potatoes," another muttered. The man sighed, making the final call. "Forget our pride. Get Feng Qing down here." Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of his own consciousness, Zhong Yuan was drifting in an endless pitch-black void. No time, no space. This was the boundary between life and death. He was fading, merging with the eternal darkness. Suddenly a voice pierced the silence, shattering his trance. "Zhong Yuan, your sister is being beaten by the Holing Academy bastards. Zhong Yuan, your sister is getting crushed by Holing Academy." The voice grew louder, echoing like thunder in his mind. "They are hurting your sister." Snap. Zhong Yuan's eyes flew open. In a blur of motion, he sat up and seized Feng Qing by the collar, his aura exploding. "What did you just say?" the official stammered. "Zhong Yuan, are you hurt? Do you need a medic?" The two guards hugged each other, weeping tears of joy. "He is up. He is finally awake." Feng Qing, grinning like a Cheshire cat, grabbed Zhong Yuan's hand and dragged him toward the door. "He is strong as an ox. No checkup needed. Come on, Yuan, let's get some late-night grub." Zhong Yuan glanced at his phone and froze. "Wait, has a whole day and night passed? It felt like I just closed my eyes for a second." His mind raced. Even my super sense skill failed to wake me. That was too close. Zhong Yuan frowned. "The principal let me off the hook that easily, weird." Feng Qing laughed. "You have the commander backing you now. A tiny principal wouldn't dare touch a hair on your head." "Wait!" he gasped in confusion. Commander Feng Qing replied with a cool demeanor. "Commander of the East China Military Region in Guanfeng. He happens to be in Kai's father. I still can't wrap my head around why that old fox stuck his neck out for you. Maybe your raw sincerity actually moved him." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan stroked his chin, lost in deep thought. "I was actually planning to raise the entire academy to the ground if they dared protect Shangguan Yi." "Tch," he thought, better keep that little destructive impulse to myself. Suddenly a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Zhong Yuan spun around, panic rising. "Hold on. Didn't you just say, my little sister got beaten up by someone from Hualing Academy?" Feng Qing scratched his head, sighing. "It all goes back to the rivalry tradition between the two schools." The scene shifts to 12 hours ago. Jong Lan sat with her head hung low, an aura of gloom surrounding her. "I lost. I really lost." Xie Yihan sat beside her, offering gentle words. "The students from Hualing come from wealthy backgrounds. They started their training way before us. Losing to them is nothing to be ashamed of. That Kui Shengxi is a monster. Just exchanging a few blows with him is an achievement. I couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes, but tears still streamed down her face. A loss is a loss. I won't make excuses like you. I wasn't strong enough. I need to work twice as hard. No, 10 times harder to become powerful. Xie Yihan felt totally wronged. He was just trying to help. Meanwhile, Liu Wen observed from above, arms crossed. This clash with Hualing has ignited Jong Lan's fighting spirit. It wasn't a waste after all. Moments later, Jong Lan made a call, her voice trembling with resolve. Hello, Feng Qing, it's me. I have a request. You said I have talent. Please give me special training. Back in the present, Feng Qing concluded, and that is the whole story. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's face twisted into a demonic mask of jealousy. She hid a fight from me, and she asked you for special training instead of her own brother. Shrinking under the pressure, Feng Qing raised his hands. Hey, don't look at me like that. I've been totally honest with you. Besides, this is good for you, isn't it? Facing the towering inferno of the main character's rage, Feng Qing explained frantically, look, physically, she's fine. But her pride was crushed by Hualing. Right now, she's desperately hoping for a super brother to swoop in and take revenge. Too bad this tournament is strictly for first-year students. But that only added fuel to the fire. Zhong Yuan cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing like gunshots as he asked, what is the name of the bastard who hit my sister? The scene shifts to another location. A group of elites gathered drinking. In the center, a man raised his glass, arrogance dripping from his voice. People from the Lighthouse Nation are built different. I can take on 5 of you at once. You locals are weak as chickens. 1 hand is all I need to crush 15 of you. The sycophants around him burst into fawning laughter. Watching from the corner, Churin ground his teeth in fury. That Kui Shengxi, opening his mouth just to brag about the Lighthouse Nation and insult our Hua country. Are we really just going to sit here and take this? Zhang Buyu lowered his voice, his expression grim. We can't touch him yet. Kui Shengxi is a half-blood from the Smita Kingdom. He's here specifically for the University League. His family dropped 200 million yuan just to buy his way in exchanging favors with the directors behind the scenes. The board wants to use him for publicity. They even bypassed the student council and went straight to the instructors. We have to show him respect on the surface, no matter how disgusting it is. The tragedy is none of the first years at Cheng Yunqiao Academy have the power to suppress him. Just as he sighed in defeat, a thunderous roar shattered the atmosphere. Trash of Hualing Academy, come out and take your beating. Trash of Hualing, come out. What the hell is that? Zhang Buyu gasped. Churin looked confused. Sounds like someone from Chengying is crashing the party. Zhang Buyu checked the time. It's 11 o'clock. The competition isn't over yet. I'm going out there. He dashed out the door. Outside, Feng Qing stood with a megaphone broadcasting the provocation on loop. Trash of Hualing Academy. Come out and die. Beside him stood Zhong Yuan, radiating an ethereal, gender-bending beauty. They looked undeniably badass. Zhang Buyu froze, memories flooding back. It's her. His heart raced. It's the Destiny girl I bumped into. But then confusion set in. Wait. Why does she look even more like a guy today? Opposite him, Zhong Yuan stood shimmering as if surrounded by starlight. Desperate, he turned to his friend. Churin, look at the person next to Feng Qing. Is that a guy or a girl? Churin stared blankly. That is 100% a male student. Long hair on guys is trendy these days. President, don't judge someone's gender by their hairstyle. Hearing this, Zhang Buyu felt his world crumbling. He clutched his chest, tears streaming down his face. How can it be a guy? Impossible. My heart refuses to believe it. Suddenly, Kui Shengxi stepped out, arrogance blazing. I already crushed 15 pieces of Chengying trash, and they still won't surrender. You brought 2 more victims. Zhong Yuan frowned, his aura darkening. So you're the one who hit my sister. The antagonist scoffed. A fight is a fight. Does Hua country not care about face? Energy crackled around Zhong Yuan's fist. Today is the scheduled match day, isn't it? He channeled a chaotic mix of abilities into a single devastating strike, aiming straight for the guy's face. Courage, freeze, blood for blood. He screamed as he swung, I'm here to challenge you. Isn't this exactly what you asked for? The punch rearranged Kui Shengxi's face in an instant. He flew backward like a ragdoll, smashing into a nearby fountain. Water erupted from his mouth, mimicking the fountain's spray in a pathetic display. The crowd gasped in horror and awe. Holy crap, that was insane. What kind of power is that? Medic, get a healer over here now. Zhong Yuan held his pose, spiritual energy still swirling around his fist. He looked at his hand, a satisfied grin breaking his serious facade. Huh. Seems like that nap actually powered me up, just like in a leveling manhwa. Feng Jing's jaw dropped to the floor, letting out a shocked sound. An image appeared in his mind, Feng Yumo's head popping up like a unit of measurement. Feng Qing whispered, trembling. How strong are you now? How many Feng Yumo could you kill with that? Zhong Yuan clenched his fist. It's not about how many I can kill. It's about the cost. Feng Qing asked. The cooldown period is shorter. How long now? Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why do you care? Just helping you cover your tracks. Half a day, Zhong Yuan replied. He flexed his hand, marveling at the flow of energy. My spiritual power has increased. I used 4 abilities simultaneously, yet I don't feel drained at all. Who knew sleeping in a prison cell gave such a massive buff? I should take naps there more often. Meanwhile, Kui Shengxi stumbled to his feet, supported by a lackey. A massive lump throbbed on his face. Rage consumed him as he roared, Despicable Hua country trash. You sucker punched me before I was ready. I'll kill you. Zhong Yuan gazed at the swirling spiritual energy in his palm, his voice deadly calm. In a match between 2 academies, is killing permitted? The person beside him immediately panicked. Absolutely not. That guy is an exchange student from the Simi nation. Killing him would trigger an international incident. Zhong Yuan simply let out a low, oh, feigning understanding. But Kui Shengxi, lacking any survival instinct, roared like a wounded beast. Trash. That last hit did not count. Fight me again. Zhang Buyu raised a hand to silence him, his demeanor cool. Hold on a second. He turned to Feng Qing. Feng Qing, what is the name of this person you brought? Feng Qing answered nonchalantly. Zhong Yuan, first-year freshman. No treaty violations here. Zhang Buyu broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. A male student. Feng Qing barked back, obviously. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Zhang Buyu. He collapsed to his knees, petrified into stone, his jaw unhinged in sheer shock. A boy. Is he truly a boy? Wait. He said his younger sister was beaten by Kui Shengxi earlier. Is his sister also a freshman at Cheng Yunqiao, siblings in the same grade? But their hairstyles are quite different. Could that long-haired beauty I saw that day be his twin sister? Having convinced himself, Zhang Buyu bowed his head and formally introduced himself, leaving Zhong Yuan completely confused. Greetings, fellow student Zhong Yuan. I am Zhang Buyu, 18 years old, 1 meter 89, 78 kilograms. He did not stop there, dropping a bombshell. I fell in love with your sister at first sight. I wish to date her with marriage as my ultimate goal. Feng Qing looked horrified. The aura beside him had turned pitch black. Oh no. It is one thing to joke, but this fool is serious. He actually said it out loud. I cannot save this guy anymore. Zhong Yuan's eyes began to glow crimson, resembling a demon god descending from hell. Meanwhile, Kui Shengxi seethed with rage. Jiang Buyu, you traitor, you are stalling, so I cannot fight Zhong Yuan, was it? You ambushed me earlier, so now it is my turn to ambush you. Wearing a sinister and vicious expression, he activated his special ability, Simulation. Just like a villain in an Awakening Manhwa, this power allowed him to copy a target's skills through contact. His mouth stretched wide in a manic grin, confident that his enemy was about to suffer. I am an Awakener with 3 distinct abilities. No matter how powerful your single punch was, it cannot possibly surpass the complexity of 3 combined powers. Suddenly, his entire body froze. His eyes bulged, filled with incomprehension and terror. Then, Kui Shengxi violently coughed up blood and collapsed, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Why did Kui Shengxi suddenly drop a sneak attack? They must have used a dirty trick. One of Kui Shengxi's minions pointed a trembling finger and screamed. Feng Qing, what did you do to him? Why did he pass out? Feng Qing looked at the mob with utter speechlessness. What does this have to do with me? Do I even need to sneak attack trash like him? Zhang Buyu interrupted impatiently. Why are you staring at us? Hurry up and drag him to the medical bay. Feng Qing patted Zhang Buyu on the shoulder, grinning. Sigh. If you admit defeat on behalf of Hualing Academy, I might consider helping you save him. Zhang Buyu refused to back down. Why should I surrender? Out of 16 matches, my school has already won 15. Feng Qing scoffed. Bullshit. Whoever stands last is the true winner. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's cold voice cut through the air. Enough. Trying to change the subject, do you think I am that easy to fool? If you want to be with my sister, you will have to step over my corpse first. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy exploded from his body, forcing the other 2 to struggle just to stay standing. Feng Qing panicked. We are doomed. I got distracted by that idiot from the Simi nation and forgot to calm Zhong Yuan down. The volcano is erupting. The world is ending. I need to flee. Yet even facing a man whose eyes burned with apocalyptic rage, Zhang Buyu bravely asked, Why do you feel I am not worthy of your sister? Feng Qing mentally saluted Zhang Buyu, preparing to bolt. Zhang Buyu, you are on your own. If you survive this, I will acknowledge you as the strongest suicidal maniac in the world. Zhang Buyu continued his pitch, his cheeks flushing pink. My father is the chairman of the Zhang Buyu. I am the wealthiest young man in the Hua nation, ranked in the top 100 globally. Zhong Yuan hissed through gritted teeth. That does not change reality. You are a beast. The crushing spiritual pressure intensified, becoming suffocating. Zhang Buyu hurriedly activated every defensive ability he had to survive the incoming wrath. Crystal wall, monolith nether, bronze skin. A golden spiritual shield encased him completely. He gritted his teeth, confused. What exactly did I say wrong to make him unleash a killing move immediately? Dark, ominous energy swirled around Zhong Yuan. He spoke in a low, dangerous tone. What do you think you are doing? Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan delivered a devastating punch to the barrier. Bam! Zhang Buyu was launched into the air, spraying blood. Even Zhong Yuan was surprised. Damn, what kind of turtle shell is this? The impact rang out like a temple bell. The spectators watched in horror. The president cannot hold on much longer. Call the security team. Despite being beaten into a swollen mess, Zhang Buyu persisted. Just tell me. Why are you stopping me from pursuing your sister? Zhong Yuan's hair whipped wildly in the wind, his eyes glowing red. My sister is only 12 years old this year. You tell me why. Zhang Buyu paused, his mind racing. That long-haired beauty did not look 12, unless, he stammered, the person I bumped into in the hallway that day was you. Zhong Yuan's beautiful face remained cold. So what did I not bump into you? You held a grudge for that? Zhang Buyu looked like he had been struck by lightning, his eyes rolling back in despair. It was really you, so he screamed internally. Destroy this world. Reality is too cruel. Just let me die. Zhang Buyu fell to his knees, utterly defeated by the truth. Zhong Yuan pulled out a throwing knife, his voice dripping with malice. There is nothing left to discuss. Zhang Buyu stared at the gleaming blade, finally realizing he was about to be murdered. Suddenly a squad in uniforms materialized. The leader with green hair raised a hand and shouted, "Show mercy." Zhong Yuan cast a cold glance at them. One of the officers commanded, "Subdue him." The team launched their techniques, mental cage, quagmire. A barrage of skills rushed toward Zhong Yuan. Is this the Hualing security team? The ground is melting. Is this an ability effect? Zhong Yuan leaped into the air, dodging the trap just in time. Poor Zhang Buyu was still trapped deep within that abyssal mire. The onlookers whispered in panic, realizing the target was beyond the mud's reach. Has the mental prison not been released yet? It's useless. The technique failed. The leader shouted, panic lacing his voice as he activated his life resonance skill. Zhang Buyu is stuck fast. Pull him out now. In a split second, Zhong Yuan unleashed his chilling power. Frost energy exploded instantly, encasing Zhang Buyu's entire body in a glacial tomb. Zhang thought that plunging headfirst into the earth meant death in minutes. If only these guards wouldn't interfere. With cold precision, he launched 3 flying daggers toward the Hualing Academy guards. The guards were forced back by the whistling blades. Zhong Yuan spoke, his voice calm, yet terrifying. I have no taste for slaughtering the innocent. Do not move. The guards grit their teeth, fear taking hold. This is bad. He's a monster. We aren't his match. If he truly wants to kill Zhang Buyu, we can't stop him. We'll only die with him. One guard turned to the blue-haired student and screamed, Zhenjun, link your life resonance now. The student named Zhenjun hesitated. I can't. If I condense the link, he'll die. I can still hold on. His teammate cried out in horror. Stop it. If you keep this up, the backlash will kill you. You have a bright future ahead of you. I promised I'd help you get news about the Nighthawks squad. Don't throw it all away. Yet Zhenjun poured more spiritual energy into the link, his eyes burning with righteousness. If I can't even save a single student, what right do I have to join the Nighthawks? In his mind, a vision formed, fighting side by side with Jong Lan in the legendary squad. Memories of a past life flooded Zhong Yuan's mind in this dramatic manhwa recap moment. He realized who this was. This boy was the legendary healer who stood by Zhong Lan's side in the previous timeline. That healer had fought against the alien races until his very last breath, never retreating. To let a hero die for a piece of trash like Zhang Buyu? Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes. No, it's not worth the trade. I'll claim this scum's life another day. Making his choice, the ice withdrew at his command. The frost faded, revealing Zhang Buyu still face down in the mud, being desperately sustained by Zhenjun's healing light. The other guards watched Zhong Yuan turn away, their jaws dropping in disbelief. He's just walking away. Should we chase him? Are you crazy? Forget him? Save the hostage? After walking a safe distance, Zhong Yuan spotted Feng Qing perched on a rooftop waiting like a gargoyle. Feng Qing looked down with a smirk. And here I thought Zhang Buyu was a dead man walking. I didn't expect you to show mercy at the final second. Zhong Yuan walked past him, his expression bored. I got sleepy. Too lazy to keep fighting. Feng Qing flickered and appeared on the ground leaning casually against a wall. Liar. It was because of that healer using life resonance, wasn't it? You didn't want to kill an innocent bystander as collateral damage. Ha, soft-hearted folks always get bullied. Zhong Yuan stayed silent, looking utterly done with the conversation. He pulled out his phone, stared at the screen, and sighed. No signal. Can't call a cab. He looked at Feng Qing. Join me for a Shanghai night run marathon. Feng Qing nearly choked, jumping closer. Run. Do you know how far Hualing is from the city? Zhong Yuan held up 3 fingers deadpan. It's only 30 kilometers. Feng Qing's blood pressure spiked. 30. What do you mean only? Zhong Yuan ignored the outburst, scrolling through his contacts. The list was a who's who of powerhouses. Zhou Yan, Ruanandeng Jirenping. He shook his head. Actually, I refuse to run. I choose the luxury option satellite phone. The scene shifted to the sleek modern skyline of the city. On a wide, pristine highway, a white luxury car glided through the night. Inside, Zhong Yuan sat in the back, observing the female driver. This lady came all the way to pick us up but hasn't said a word. Even Feng Qing is keeping his mouth shut. The driver's expression was ice-cold eyes glued to the road. Zhong Yuan glanced at Feng Qing, who was aggressively tapping on his phone. Am I the third wheel here? Is that it? Sensing the gaze, the woman turned slightly, shooting a glare so sharp it could cut glass. After they finally exited the car, Zhong Yuan couldn't resist a tease. I didn't know you had a sugar mommy on speed dial. Feng Qing snapped back instantly. What sugar mommy? That's my mother's friend. Don't tell me you actually have the hots for her. Zhong Yuan replied flatly. In your dreams. It's late. I'm going to sleep. He waved and turned to leave. Feng Qing called out. Hey, directionally challenged genius. The dorms are that way. That's the detention center. Zhong Yuan didn't break stride. Exactly. The cell is where I belong. Feng Qing stood there confused before following. Moments later, they were back in the familiar prison cell. Zhong Yuan collapsed onto the bed, groaning. I'm crashing. Why are you still here using your eyes as my nightlight? Feng Qing sat on a chair, crossing his legs. I'm afraid you'll sleep yourself to death and never wake up. Zhong Yuan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Feng Qing continued, his tone shifting. Maybe you should tell your little sister about your condition. Zhong Yuan sighed, looking defeated. It's 1:00 a.m. She's asleep. Besides, I doubt she wants to see me right now. Feng Qing tilted his head. Why? Zhong Yuan's eyes softened as he recalled a small, stubborn girl. Jong Lan has always been obsessed with strength. Every time she lost a match, she'd hide in a corner and cry, her face full of sheer unwillingness to accept defeat. He shot a sharp look at Feng Qing. She's hiding things from me, and she asked you for special training. I won't interfere with her path. But you better not be teaching her any weird, twisted techniques. Feng Qing raised his hands in surrender. Relax. I have principles. Zhong Yuan lay back down. Just in case. Let's test this sleep issue. I'll nap for 5 minutes. You try to wake me up. Feng Qing looked surprised, then nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He sat in silence, watching Zhong Yuan's breathing slow into a deep rhythm. A moment later, Feng Qing leaned into Zhong Yuan's ear and whispered, Hey, your sister is getting beaten up by the Hualing students. Zhong Yuan didn't flinch. Dead to the world. Feng Qing escalated the lies, waving his arms dramatically. Jiang Buyu kidnapped your sister. Jong Lan is running away with me to elope. Zhong Yuan, I'm getting beaten to a pulp. Wake up. Lin Dongliang is telling your sister to absorb a corrupted core. Still. Absolute silence. Zhong Yuan lay like a corpse. Feng Qing looked down, helpless. Nothing seriously. Is his subconscious filtering out the lies, or is he truly gone? A look of determination crossed Feng Qing's face. I'm a deviant. And you're a deviant too. You're the only one of my kind I've ever met. No matter what, I will find a way to fix you. Meanwhile, under the neon glow of the city lights, a massive hospital building loomed. Inside a private VIP ward, a doctor trembled as he reported to a woman in the shadows. Madam, we have done everything we can. The woman stared through the observation glass at the figure hooked up to life support, Kui Shengxi. The doctor's voice was grim. Young Master Shengxi was hit by a supreme mental attack. In this awakening Manhwa world, such spiritual damage is nearly impossible for us to reverse. The woman stared into the void, a storm brewing in her mind. Her son was her ultimate trump card to control the QE family, and failure was absolutely not an option. But when it mattered most, those 2 trash healers from the secret nation were completely useless. Suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes, and she spun around, a devious plan forming in her gut as she rushed off. That's it. The Hua Nation has the Rift Management Bureau to handle criminal ability users. I can use the secret nation's name to pressure them into sending a top-tier expert to save him. Her phone screen lit up with the contact name Little Cutie. And Zhang Buyu, currently buried in work, picked up the call immediately. Little brother calling me at 1 a.m. Don't tell me you're drunk and need someone to come collect your corpse. She stepped out onto the balcony, the night breeze hitting her face as she asked, "Is this about that long-haired girl you asked me to find last time?" "Don't mention it. I checked every student list and found nothing." Zhang Buyu sighed, his head bandaged and looking defeated. "No need to search anymore. I found out who it is." "Who?" she demanded loudly. He replied instantly, "First-year special class, Zhong Yuan." Zhang Buyu's heart skipped a beat in sheer shock. Zhong Yuan, the disciplined guy Wan Ying was looking for just a few days ago. She glanced back at Su Wan Ying, who was sleeping peacefully in the room. Returning to her desk, Zhang Buyu sat down with a frown. Setting gender aside for a moment, the hairstyle doesn't match at all. She pulled up the data on her computer, and cold sweat dripped down her neck. "Damn it, it really is him," she smirked. "Let's try a little Photoshop magic. The unisex uniforms make it too easy to get confused." With a few clicks, Zhong Yuan's photo was transformed to have flowing long hair, and she sent the edited masterpiece to Zhang Buyu. "Brother, is this the person?" Zhang Buyu saw the photo and his face exploded into a blush. "It's him. Wait. Calm down. What am I thinking? That's a dude. So, a dude." Another personality seemed to argue in his head. "But the photo is beautiful. Saving it for eye candy isn't a crime. Let's just call it admiring an idol." After a brief mental war, he caved and saved the photo, texting his sister. "Got any more?" She replied, "What?" He typed back instantly, "Photos. 5 million a pop, no credit." He didn't hesitate. "I'll take 100, sending 50 million now." Meanwhile, early the next morning, Jong Lan was deep in slumber. Sunlight filtered onto her bed, painting a scene of pure tranquility as her phone buzzed with a notification. Today is the 22nd. It was a Sunday with perfect weather, but she finally woke from her hibernation and immediately sneezed. Great looks like she caught a cold. Jong Lan blinked groggily, thinking, is it morning already? She looked in the mirror and screamed internally. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts from crying all night. I'm doomed. How can I go out looking like a zombie? Suddenly her phone rang, startling her. Why is Feng Qing calling this early? Did something happen to Big Brother? Panic set in, and she answered the phone before she could even say a proper hello. Feng Qing cut straight to the chase from the other end. "Your brother is fine. Just a mild allergy after an injection, so we're observing him at the hospital." Zhong Lan blinked. "Allergy to what? You'll learn about that in 2 years," Feng Qing dodged. "Anyway, he's healthy as a horse, but he's sleeping like the dead, and I can't wake him up." Zhong Lan sighed. "He's always like that. You have to scream at him." Feng Qing grinned, opening his voice recorder. "Why don't you try calling him for me?" Zhong Lan took a deep breath and roared, "Brother, wake up, the sun is burning your butt. Get up and make me breakfast." Zhong Yuan, who was practically in a coma despite Feng Qing's efforts, snapped his eyes open instantly. "What do you want to eat? I'll make it right now." Zhong Lan giggled on the other end. "Stupid brother, you're sleep-talking. How can you cook at the hospital? Just rest." Zhong Yuan, now fully awake, blinked. Oh. Zhong Lan continued, "You have to eat with your roommates for the next 2 days, so don't worry about me. Bye." "Okay," he whispered softly. He hung up and glared at Feng Qing. "Why did you call Zhong Lan in the middle of the night?" Feng Qing showed him the phone screen. "Look at the time." It was 7:21 a.m. Zhong Yuan stared at it, completely baffled. "I only slept for a minute." He grabbed the phone to double-check, eyes widening in horror. It's already morning." Feng Qing adjusted his glasses. "Your concept of time is clearly broken. I'll edit that recording of your sister and set it as your alarm." Zhong Yuan nodded earnestly. "Thanks. Good idea." Feng Qing smirked triumphantly. "You're welcome." But then Zhong Yuan flopped back onto the pillow. "Since the alarm is set, I'm going back to sleep. If it doesn't work, figure something else out." Feng Qing exploded with rage. Hey! He practically dragged the sleepy protagonist out of bed, refusing to let him hibernate again as they headed to the cafeteria. On the way, Zhong Yuan asked, "By the way, can I get a kitchen in my dorm?" Feng Qing was speechless at the audacity of this request. "You really are something." Meanwhile, in a high-security office, Commander An sat across from the director of the Rift Management Bureau. The director asked, "Commander An, did Zhong Yuan use the acting cute skill on you?" Commander An spat out his tea. Pfft. His face went dark. Director Wang Podi. Director Wang looked dead serious. "Don't laugh. I'm serious. Zhong Yuan's file is a mess, and it tormented me all night. That skinny kid from the secret nation got beaten by Zhong Yuan, and his mother is making a scene at the bureau demanding we punish the culprit. But when my subordinates checked Zhong Yuan's file, it was top secret. Even I couldn't access it. I had to pull strings just to see the words, acting cute, for you. Commander An, don't tell me you don't know that hunting the cute bear is forbidden, and the absorption rate for that skill is near 0. This kid having the acting cute skill is suspicious enough. Commander An sighed, trying to calm him. I know the details. There is no problem. But internally Commander An was sweating. Compared to that, the fact that he used the Ghost King's tenfold reflection against Shangguan Yi was the real issue here. Commander An said firmly, Zhong Yuan's abilities go far beyond what you see in that file, signaling the true start of this leveling Manhwa legend. I plan to recommend him for the 9 Ruins expedition. I pray Wang Podi approves. We cannot let a single black mark stain his service record. Inside the VIP ward of the Smith Federation, a subordinate trembled as he reported to the matriarch. Madam Choi, we have lodged a formal protest with the Hua Nation. We expect a response the moment their offices open tomorrow. Madam Choi's face twisted in fury. She screamed, You fool, tomorrow is too late. The White Sun. Saintess's healing art is only effective for 24 hours, any later, and he is lost forever. The heavy doors swung open. Commander An strode in, flanked by Assistant Chin. The Choi family bodyguards instantly tensed hands on their weapons. Who goes there? Madam Choi quickly composed herself, wiping the tears from her cheeks to mask her vulnerability. Assistant Chin stepped forward, voice projecting authority. This is Commander An of the East Hua Military District, here to visit our injured foreign guest. Hope flared in Madam Choi's eyes. The commander himself. Our protest worked. Is the Hua Nation finally preparing to save my son? Her gaze shifted desperately to the bed where Choi Sung-soo lay silent and broken. Commander An didn't waste words. He unleashed his perception skill, scanning the internal damage. How many abilities does this boy possess? Madam Choi answered nervously, 3. The commander narrowed his eyes. And is one of them the simulation ability common in your federation? Yes, that is correct. After a moment of heavy silence, Commander An delivered the diagnosis. The child is suffering from ability backlash. He only has 3 ability slots, yet he forced his body to simulate skills far beyond his limit. The chaotic energy has shredded his neural pathways. The diagnosis struck Madam Choi like a physical blow. She collapsed to the floor, dignity forgotten. Please send the Saintess, I will pay anything. Name your price. Commander An's voice was colder than absolute 0. This is not about money. His expression darkened. You saw the footage. He lost the duel, yet tried a sneak attack. This backlash, it is his own doing. The Hua Nation bears no responsibility. Hearing this refusal, Madam Choi's grief ignited into a blazing inferno of rage. No responsibility. Do you realize who stands behind this boy? The Choi conglomerate rules the Smith Federation. We can block out the sun. Commander An didn't flinch. He leaned in, his aura crushing the room. And do you know who stands behind Zhong Yuan? Madam Choi froze, confused by the question. Commander An turned his back on her, walking toward the exit. His backing is the entire Hua Nation. The color drained from Madam Choi's face as she slumped to the ground in total defeat. She knew it was over. Her son was doomed. A gut-wrenching scream of despair echoed from the hospital room. Inside the elevator, Commander An rubbed his temples. Dealing with the Choi family is simple. The real headache is the Kang family heir, Kang Cheon-seok. Assistant Chin looked puzzled. Didn't Kang Cheon-seok say he wouldn't press charges? Commander An sighed deeply. That is exactly the problem. That brat says he's fallen for Zhong Yuan's little sister. His current attitude is that of a relentless suitor. Assistant Chin was left speechless. Here is an order, Commander An said. Go buy a copy of the criminal law code. Drop some heavy hints. Chin smirked. Should I inflict physical damage or emotional damage? Combine them, the commander replied. The next morning, the Jung siblings and Feng Qing headed to the cafeteria. Jong Lan let out a cute sneeze. Achoo. Zhong Yuan's brotherly instincts kicked in immediately. Jong Lan, you are still growing. Sleep in. Once my dorm kitchen is finished, I will cook breakfast and bring it to your bed. Jong Lan looked up with big sparkling eyes and pouted. I don't want that. The rejection hit Zhong Yuan like a lightning bolt. Does she hate my cooking? Zhong Lan waved her hands frantically. No. Your cooking is delicious, but waking up early to cook is too tiring for you, big brother. Besides the cafeteria, food is plentiful and yummy. I want you to try it with me. Zhong Yuan smiled internally. Even though I have lost my sense of taste, right now I can taste the sweetness of her care. Suddenly, Shangguan Yi charged toward them, holding a large bamboo steamer. Zhong Yuan's combat instincts flared. Shangguan Yi. Why is he charging? Is he planning a long-range thermal attack with that steamer? Zhong Yuan stepped in front of Zhong Lan, ready for battle. But the reality defied all logic. Shangguan Yi slid to his knees, opened the steamer, and bowed. Your soup dumplings, Master Wolf. He had completely transformed into a loyal hound. If he had a tail, it would be wagging at Mach speed right now. Jong Lan gasped. Ah, there is a weirdo proposing to you with dumplings. Feng Qing chuckled smoothly. Little Jong Lan, don't worry. That is just your brother's new pet dog. Jong Lan took a bite. Delicious. Seeing Shangguan Yi on the floor, she tugged her brother's sleeve. Brother, having a human dog is a bit weird. Can you make him a person again? Shangguan Yi beamed with a blinding smile. No need, I find the dog life quite fulfilling. Woof. Woof. Zhong Lan giggled and reached up to untie Zhong Yuan's hair. Shangguan Yi, don't be scared. My big brother looks scary, but he is actually a giant teddy bear. As his hair cascaded down, Zhong Yuan's aura shifted from a cold warlord to a gentle scholar. Zhong Yuan stood statue still, letting his sister play with his hair. Shangguan Yi's jaw dropped to the floor. I knew the boss was kind, but this Zhong Yuan glanced at him coldly. She said, don't be afraid, so stop trembling. Proud of her work, Zhong Lan activated a new protocol. Big brother, today you must be gentle. No bullying classmates allowed. Zhong Yuan's face darkened playfully. If I change, you change too, he chased after her. The law of equivalent exchange, he laughed. Zhong Lan shrieked with laughter, covering her head. No, my hair is perfect. He caught her easily, expertly tying her hair back. Zhong Lan pouted, accepting her fate with a dramatic sigh. Shangguan Yi was paralyzed by the wholesome display. Feng Qing patted his shoulder. Stop staring, just eat your dog food. From a distance, Shang Xiuan snapped a photo of Zhong Yuan's gentle form. She grinned, realizing she had just captured a legendary moment, the kind you only see in a top-tier Awakening manhwa. For you, brother, the price just skyrocketed by 448%. With a devilish grin, she edited Zhong Yuan's photo, transforming him into a flawless beauty. I used AI to swap his outfit and makeup for that pure, innocent maiden look. If you're gonna switch personas, you have to go all the way. That afternoon, the homeroom teacher dropped a bombshell on the special class. According to the new regulations, anyone scoring below 85 in cultural subjects will be barred from graduation and the University League. Those of you lacking in academic prowess better step up your game or you'll be held back, just like a certain someone here. He pointed a finger at the problem student standing nearby, making a ruthless example of him to strike fear into the rest of the class. Then his tone shifted. Jong Lan, your circumstances are unique. You're excused from these cultural classes. Go report directly to your previous tutor. Zhong Lan stood up, packing her gear. Right now, sir. Yes. As she exited, a gaping void was left in the classroom seating chart. The teacher gestured to Shangguan Yi. You. Take Zhong Lan's seat for now. With the arrangement settled, the lecture on set theory began. Today, we cover operations between sets. Shangguan Yi stared at the textbook, cold sweat dripping down his face. It was like reading alien hieroglyphs. He didn't understand a single word. Empty set. What the hell is this stuff? Even if I retake the year, I'm doomed. He glanced sideways. Zhong Yuan is a genius scholar. If I ask him, will I survive the encounter? Miss Lan switched him to gentle mode this morning. Maybe it's safe to try. Summoning every ounce of courage, Shangguan Yi held out his book. Zhong Yuan, could you show me how to solve this? Surprisingly, Zhong Yuan nodded, agreeing to tutor him. Set M contains 3 elements. Set N. Shangguan Yi was so touched that the Demon King was actually teaching him. He practically wept tears of joy like a loyal puppy. He actually agreed, bark. He's so gentle today. Seeing Shangguan Yi spacing out, Zhong Yuan snapped, Are you even listening to me? Shangguan Yi's eyes sparkled, wagging an imaginary tail. I'm listening, sir. The teacher watched from the podium, satisfied to see the class ace mentoring the transfer student. Asking the top student is a valid strategy. I'll allow it. But 10 minutes later, Shangguan Yi had successfully pushed Zhong Yuan to the brink of insanity. Zhong Yuan slammed his hand down, roaring, 5 times! You've asked the exact same question 5 times! Shangguan Yi shrank back, trembling in terror at the sudden outburst. Unable to tolerate Shangguan Yi's pig-headed stupidity any longer, Zhong Yuan tied his hair back, his eyes sharpening into a glare that could cut glass. If you still don't get it, I will end you. It was over. Seeing the hair go up, Shangguan Yi nearly fainted, his jaw dropping as he realized his life was hanging by a thread. I'm dead, gentle mode is deactivated. Just as panic set in, the teacher called out, Shangguan Yi, come to the board and solve this equation. He walked to the front like a man marching to the gallows, legs turning to jelly. He could feel a dark, malevolent aura burning a hole in his back. One mistake, and he was ghost toast. Miraculously, he solved it correctly. Excellent work. The teacher nodded. Shangguan Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his soul returning to his body. Zhong Yuan scoffed and looked away. Humph. Back in his seat, Shangguan Yi shuddered. Did I just take a stroll through the gates of hell? Later that afternoon, the group walked home. Feng Qing looked around. Hey, where's Zhong Lan? Zhong Yuan replied. She started her solo cultural studies today. We'll mostly just see her at the cafeteria from now on. Feng Qing was puzzled. Usually Zhong Yuan was glued to his sister's side like a protective hawk, yet today he let her go off on her own. Weird, you're not shadowing her. Zhong Yuan sighed, recalling her determination to become independent. I want to, he admitted. But she's growing up. She can't rely on her big brother for everything forever. Shifting gears, Zhong Yuan brought up the rivalry. Speaking of which, hasn't the Hualing Academy sent anyone to stir up trouble yet? Feng Qing shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, they tried. But the old fox took care of it. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow. Commander An stepped in personally. He definitely has his eyes on your potential, Feng Qing said seriously. Just like that guy Lin, he wants you to pledge your life to the military district. They are nothing alike. Zhong Yuan cut him off cold. Lin Dongliang tried to exploit my accident to force my underage sister onto the battlefield. Commander An hasn't asked a single thing of me. Sensing the mood drop, Feng Qing pulled out his phone. All right, enough heavy talk. Look at this. It was the ranking list for the Hua Country Youth Espers, a classic feature in any system manhwa. Ranking 137 Zhong 138 Jiang Buyu. Seeing the name Zhong on the leaderboard, Zhong Yuan's face went dark. He was ready to murder someone. Meanwhile, the oblivious Feng Qing grinned. Well, what do you think? Does the name suit you? Now both identities are ranked. You can be Xuanming or Zhong whenever you want. Pao Feng Qing's sentence was cut short by a fist. Thud, smack Zhong. Yuan dusted off his hands. Feng Qing, nursing his bruises, finally realized his mistake. Wait, not To its Yuan. There are two little hooks at the bottom. Exactly. It's Zhong Yuan. Don't get it twisted again. Feng Qing rubbed his aching head. Man, putting your real name on the board means going public. Trouble is going to come knocking non-stop. Later in Feng Qing's professional training hall, he was busy coaching Jong Lan to increase her combat power. Shangguan Yi sat huddled in the corner, watching them like a frightened bystander in this leveling manhwa. Whoosh! Jong Lan unleashed a high kick, fast, precise, and deadly. She had natural talent. She turned to Feng Qing. Was my form correct just now? Feng Qing didn't hold back his praise. Perfect. Textbook execution. You're learning even faster than your brother did. Zhong Lan's eyes widened. Really? Suddenly Feng Qing had a flashback to Zhong Yuan's terrifying training sessions. The memory of that maniac driving his instructor insane played vividly in his mind. A certain instructor who shall remain nameless. The thought alone gave Feng Qing shivers. Motivated by the praise, Zhong Lan dove back into training with renewed fire. I'm going to surpass my brother before he even realizes it. Feng Qing thought to himself. Actually, your brother already knows everything. Feng Qing walked over to Shangguan Yi and slapped a pair of bunny ears on his head. Fits you perfectly. Shangguan Yi, get in there. Spar a few rounds with her. Shangguan Yi stood there sweating, looking ridiculous in the bunny ears. Don't worry about getting hurt, I'll supervise, Feng Qing reassured him. Shangguan Yi gulped. Oh, okay. Here I go. Jong Lan smirked, radiating confidence. Come at me. That night, while Zhong Yuan was reviewing his notes in his dorm room, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Who goes there at this ungodly hour? Zhong Yuan cracked the door open, only to be met with a pathetic barrage of barking sounds. Woof, woof, woof! Shangguan Yi clung to Zhong Yuan's thigh like a desperate parasite refusing to let go. Losing his patience, Zhong Yuan demanded he speak human language. Shangguan Yi dissolved into a puddle of tears and desperation. Save me. Teach me, I need to awaken my true potential and get stronger. Zhong Yuan stared coldly. What makes you delusional enough to think I'd mentor you? Snot and tears streamed down Shangguan Yi's face as he wailed. I know the truth, Miss Lan said you're a saint. You taught her math 5 times before you finally snapped. The memory of that algebraic torture session ignited Zhong Yuan's fury instantly. He delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying. His voice was ice cold. No, I am not nice. Get lost. Facing such a brutal rejection, Shangguan Yi prostrated himself, abandoning all dignity. I was wrong. I was totally blind. I apologize for challenging you alongside Wang Meng like a fool. The truth is, I'm trash, I can't even defeat Miss Lan. The moment Lan's name was mentioned in a fight, Zhong Yuan's aura shifted. He hoisted Shangguan Yi up by the collar like a helpless chick. You raised a hand against Zhong Lan. Terrified, Shangguan Yi spilled the entire story without hesitation. It's true, Feng Qing ordered me to be her sparring partner, but she thrashed me. I took a dozen beatings and couldn't land a single hit. Shangguan Yi's voice cracked with pathetic sincerity. If this continues, I won't even be worthy of being your guard dog. I refuse to stay this weak. I need to level up. I beg you, I can endure any hellish training. I will follow your every command. Seeing such raw honesty, Zhong Yuan's expression softened. Fine. But only to ensure you're a worthy punching bag for Jong Lan. From now on, record every second of her special training and send it to me. And dare not let her find out. Shangguan Yi nodded frantically, his resolve burning like a supernova. He must be afraid Feng Qing will corrupt his little sister, he thought. A secret guardian monitoring the situation. It makes perfect sense. But Zhong Yuan's thoughts were far simpler. I just don't want to miss a single moment of Jong Lan's journey to greatness. Shangguan Yi's eyes blazed with spirit, his energy fully restored. Can we commence the training simulation right now? Zhong Yuan was speechless at the sheer idiocy. It's the middle of the night. Do you have a death wish? Shangguan Yi put on a fearless expression. If I don't die training, I'll train until I die. Zhong Yuan decided not to disappoint such foolish bravery. He attacked instantly, unleashing his pressure upon Shangguan Yi. In a typical system, Manhwa growth depends on physique, combat arts, spiritual force, and output efficiency. As he analyzed the data, Zhong Yuan realized Shangguan Yi's foundation wasn't actually terrible. I can't handle him without using my abilities. But if I use my Grandmaster arts, I might accidentally send him to the afterlife. Defensive maneuvers it is. Shangguan Yi launched a flurry of strikes, but Zhong Yuan flowed like water, dodging every hit without retaliation. 2 hours later, Shangguan Yi collapsed, his limbs turning to jelly. Gah! Ha! In stark contrast, Zhong Yuan stood perfectly still, not a drop of sweat on his brow. We fought for hours, yet his stats haven't budged an inch, Zhong Yuan noted. Ironically, I'm the one who leveled up my control, holding back enough not to kill him. Zhong Yuan felt a vein pop. Who exactly is training whom here? Shangguan Yi sat panting on the floor, a delusional grin on his face. I can feel it. I'm getting stronger. Oh really? Zhong Yuan asked skeptically. Shangguan Yi analyzed with dead seriousness. Before I couldn't make you budge an inch, but just now, you took one step back. He pointed triumphantly at the tiny shift in Zhong Yuan's stance. Zhong Yuan looked down, genuinely surprised by the observation. Shangguan Yi beamed with a sense of legendary achievement. Your small step is a giant leap for me. By the end of this month, I'll force you back a whole meter. Meanwhile, under the night sky of Shangjing City, at the 9th Ruins courtyard, a steady, authoritative voice broke the silence. Old 8 has retired. Qishu poured tea for the stunning woman sitting across from him. The woman raised an eyebrow. What happened? Wasn't Old 8 assisting the Bureau with that investigation? Indeed, Qishu confirmed, his eyes darkening. The surge in transnational crimes exposed threads leading back to cold cases from the past. Just as he was about to pierce the veil of truth, he was ambushed. He missed the critical window for Su Wenying's healing. Qishu's face grew grim. I suspect the enemy possesses a terrifyingly high-level shadow cloak. Furthermore, there is a mole within the military. Though for now, it remains a theory without concrete proof. The woman shifted the topic, cutting to the chase. The 8th seat is vacant. Who is your candidate? Qishu had already made his calculations, and Guanfeng recommended someone, a mere 16-year-old student at Cheng Yunqiao Academy. But his power is anything but ordinary. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Feng Qing's classmate. Detecting her recognition, Qishu asked, You've crossed paths with him. She poured herself a cup deep in thought. Qishu doesn't make reckless choices. There must be a reason. Still, verification is necessary. Since he was bold enough to use his real name on the youth ranking, I'll send my hopeless student to test his mettle. Early the next morning at Cheng Yunqiao Academy, Yan Tuo marched into the office with military precision. Greetings, student Zhong Yuan. I am Yan Tuo, captain of the Changfeng Squad, South China Military District, rank 150 on the youth list. His eyes locked onto his target. I am here to challenge you. Liu Wen, the instructor in charge, stepped in. Zhong Yuan, you currently hold rank 137. If you accept and lose, your rankings will be swapped. Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes. Traveling all the way from South China to East China just to jump 13 ranks, that makes zero tactical sense. I accept your challenge, Zhong Yuan declared calmly. If I want to uncover his hidden agenda, I'll have to beat it out of him. Meanwhile, outside the academy walls, Zhang Buyu led a menacing group of students. Churin whispered urgently from behind. Hurry, President. Just say the word, and we'll kidnap Zhong Yuan back to Hualing. Hearing his subordinate suggest kidnapping Zhong Yuan like a bride, Zhang Buyu's face flushed bright red. Hualing is a respectable institution. What is this kidnapping the bandit's wife nonsense? Watch your mouths, Kyorin snickered. No need to explain, President. We're here to clear the path for your romance. Zhang Buyu was practically steaming but tried to act tough. Don't misunderstand, I simply admire his talent. He was acting shy, but flowers were already blooming in his heart. Besides, our main mission at Cheng Yunqiao Academy today is to offer a formal apology. Poaching a genius requires destiny, we cannot force it. Back inside the arena, the atmosphere was electric, as Zhong Yuan prepared to clash with Yan Tuo. The stage was set. Gu Yan stood as referee with instructor Lu Wen observing closely. On the sidelines, the gossip duo Feng Qing and Shangguan Yi waited for the show to begin. Instructor Gu Yan announced the rules with absolute authority. The barrier to the training dimension has been sealed. No outsiders will disturb us. I shall stand as the sole witness to this ranking battle. Begin when you are ready. The moment the signal dropped, Yan Tuo unsheathed his blade, the cold steel glinting dangerously. He narrowed his eyes. Zhong Yuan, are you really planning to fight me unarmed? Zhong Yuan's reply was calm but cutting. Your ranking is beneath mine. Consider this a handicap. Taking offense to the insult, Yan Tuo wasted no time. He wasn't going to be polite anymore. If you don't care about your life, then I'm coming for it. Yan Tuo roared, charging forward with the speed of a striking viper. Yet Zhong Yuan sidestepped the attack with terrifying ease. Not bad movement technique, Yan Tuo admitted, unleashing a deadly flurry of strikes. But to his shock, Zhong Yuan weaved through the lethal net of steel, as if he were taking a casual stroll. Yan Tuo grit his teeth in frustration. He's using a real blade but no active skills. Is he even taking this fight seriously? Meanwhile, Shangguan Yi screamed his lungs out from the sidelines. Crush him. Zhong Yuan, don't hold back. We've got Feng Qing to heal the injuries anyway. Nearby, Feng Qing analyzed the opponent with a critical eye. Wait, isn't that guy one of Chishu's disciples? Did that trashy faction send him to test our strength? Back in the arena after testing the waters, Yan Tuo scoffed. Rank 137. Your standing is pathetic. Zhong Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. We're about the same. Seeing this attitude, Yan Tuo's gaze sharpened into a glare. Fine. Next, I'm going to fight for real. Energy surged from Yan Tuo's blade. He unleashed the wind sickle, manifesting a violent tornado that tore across the arena. However, the attack screamed past Zhong Yuan, missing him entirely. Zhong Yuan watched the display, puzzled. Why did he miss on purpose? Is he trying to flaunt his mastery like some grandmaster in a leveling manhwa? Suddenly, Yan Tuo leaped into the air, a predatory grin on his face. Watch your head. Two powerful blades of compressed wind slashed down toward Zhong Yuan in quick succession. Yoshua double wind sickle. Zhong Yuan stood immovable like a mountain, yet the attack still failed to connect cleanly. You're fighting so carefully, Zhong Yuan noted. Do you really look down on me that much? Yan Tuo smirked, revealing his true speed. My fastest record is 18 strikes in 5 seconds. I was just worried you wouldn't survive the onslaught. Zhong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Stop holding back. Show me your ultimate technique. Yan Tuo's expression shifted from arrogance to cold determination. As you wish. Now the true battle began. Yan Tuo channeled his energy, summoning a colossal storm. Multiple tornadoes coalesced, roaring like beasts hungry for blood. The 5 wind sickles weren't just small eddies anymore. They were a catastrophic tempest. Zhong Yuan calculated the trajectory instantly. The angle is too tight. Unless I take to the sky, there's nowhere to run. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air. Yan Tuo stared blankly for a split second, surprised by the desperate maneuver. Foolish, you chose the air, Yan Tuo laughed. My wind blades last for 3 full seconds. Even if you jump, gravity will pull you right back into the meat grinder. Oh. Terrified that he might accidentally kill his opponent, Yan Tuo screamed, Feng Qing, use life resonance on him now. Feng Qing looked at him with utter disgust. Are you kidding me? Link my life to his… Do you think I have 9 lives? Feng Qing scoffed. Yan Tuo broke into a cold sweat as the healer refused to act. It's over, he thought. I've caused a disaster. I'm going to kill him. But before panic could set in, Yan Tuo froze in disbelief. Up in the air, Zhong Yuan unleashed his aura. Everything freezes, he whispered coldly. Even the atmosphere itself. Zhong Yuan began to descend with unnatural slowness, feather-light. Instructor Gu's eyes widened. How does freezing the air actually allow him to levitate like that? Feng Qing quickly made up an excuse. Oh, he's just naturally underweight. Internally, however, he knew the truth. That monster weighs enough to crack pavement. His power exceeds the limits of a normal human, even in a system manhwa. Shangguan Yi stood nearby, unable to let that slide. He turned to the healer, ready to debate the logic. Free fall velocity has nothing to do with mass. I might suck at physics, but don't treat me like an idiot. Feng Qing sighed, preparing to school the noisy spectator. You want physics, fine. Zhong Yuan froze the air above him. That cold air contracted, increasing in density and creating powerful convection currents against the warmer air below. The resulting updraft created massive drag, neutralizing a portion of gravity's pull, and drastically reducing his downward acceleration. Given that it took him 3 seconds to fall 8 meters, calculate his instantaneous velocity just before impact. Feng Qing smirked, posing the question. Shangdong Yi held his head as if it were about to explode from the information overload. Stop. Stop speaking in math. I admit it, I'm uneducated. Seeing Zhong Yuan land without a scratch, Yantuo couldn't help but admire him. Your counter to my 5 wind sickles was brilliant, but you've lowered the room temperature too much. You can't use that trick again. With that declaration, Yantuo roared and unleashed the 5 wind sickles once more. The moment the storm materialized, Zhong Yuan vanished. He dodged the blades and accelerated toward Yantuo with godlike speed, moving so fast he became a blur. Zhong Yuan's voice cut through the wind, calm and terrifying. What a pity. I've already completely analyzed the trajectory of your attack. He materialized instantly in front of Yantuo, his eyes glowing with intensity. And you won't get a chance to use it again either. He launched his counter-offensive. Yantuo struggled to block sweat pouring down his face. How did he close the distance so fast? He broke through my technique by charging forward. Glancing down, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Is that water? He's skating. He froze the moisture on the ground and melted the top layer to eliminate friction. This Manhwa recap-worthy move turned the arena into an ice rink. Seeing the demon approaching, Yantuo activated his defensive skill. Wind wall, a violent vortex erupted at point-blank range to crush Zhong Yuan from both sides. Not even use. Yantuo shouted. But Zhong Yuan didn't stop. He ignored the defense and delivered a devastating punch. Blood for blood. Yantuo's face crumpled under the impact as his consciousness faded. Yantuo collapsed, then struggled to his feet, coughing violently. Cough. You actually broke through my wind wall head-on. You're a monster. But surely taking that hit destroyed you too. Before he could finish, a green aura enveloped Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan looked down at him with supreme confidence. I have hyper-regeneration, do you? He smirked. If not, surrender before you bleed out. Yantuo's eyes rolled back in shock, and he spat a mouthful of blood. I surrender. Instructor Gu Yan raised Zhong Yuan's hand high. The winner is Zhong Yuan. Shangdong Yi leaped into the air, cheering like a maniac. That was epic. Instructor Liu Wen rushed into the arena and tackled Zhong Yuan with a bone-crushing hug. You did it. I knew you would win. Amazing work. Buried in her embrace, Zhong Yuan gasped. Instructor. Too tight. Can't breathe. Feng Qing, busy healing the defeated Yantuo, glared at the scene. I highly doubt the suffocation is the problem here, he thought with a deadpan expression. The dust settled on their intense duel. Zhong Yuan stepped forward, extending a hand of peace to Yantuo. With genuine respect in his eyes, Yantuo admitted, Zhong Yuan, your power and presence, they command absolute respect. I have gained invaluable insight from our clash today. Zhong Yuan nodded, acknowledging his opponent's strength. You are no pushover yourself. A truly worthy adversary. I have added significant combat data to my experience as well. Yantuo issued a future challenge. When you come to Guangyuan City, we shall finish what we started. But their moment of warrior mutual respect was shattered. Zhang Buyu and his cronies barged in out of nowhere. Director Gu Yan roared in frustration. Zhang Buyu, how dare you storm this place? Where are the guards? Kyoren smirked, arms crossed in arrogance. Let's just say, your security team has a very weak resistance to cold hard cash. Zhang Buyu's eyes widened in confusion. He saw Zhong Yuan and Yantuo shaking hands. They just tried to kill each other. And now they are best buddies. His mind split into 2 chaotic streams of thought. If I challenge Zhong Yuan, I get a handshake. But I will definitely get beaten to a pulp. While he hesitated, Churen slapped his shoulder hard. President, why are you spacing out? We are here to poach talent, remember. Zhang Buyu snapped back to reality, his face flushing red. Oh right, of course. Summoning every ounce of his courage, he stepped before the terrifying Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan, on behalf of Huoling Academy, I sincerely invite you to join us. He dropped the heavy offer immediately. Join us, and you get a 30 million monthly allowance plus unlimited access to monster cores and cultivation resources. And that is not all. After graduation, you will be the next student council president. Your status will equal the principal's, second only to the board of directors. Yantuo watched the drama unfold, amused. Conditions like these? They are straight out of a system Manhwa reward screen. Even I am tempted. What will he choose? Zhong Yuan stared blankly at the rich boy. His voice was ice cold. I refuse. Internally, his murderous intent spiked. The nerve to try and poach me. If we were not in public right now, I would have ended him right here. He delivered the final blow to Jiang's ego. Jiang Buyu, I have principles and a bottom line. Do not think your money gives you the right to cross them. Zhang Buyu squirmed under that gaze. Panic set in as he remembered his actual mission. Crap. I came here to apologize. Chu Ren interrupted me before I could say sorry. He frantically tried to explain. Zhong Yuan. Wait. The past was a misunderstanding. I apologize. I thought the person I bumped into in the hallway was your sister. That is why I said those things. I have absolutely no designs on your sister. Zhong Yuan paused, his memory jogging back. The hallway. Mistook someone for my sister. Realization hit him like a truck. Wait. The person he likes is me? His face went red with sheer shock. Huh. Embarrassment turned instantly into nuclear rage. Zhong Yuan roared at the Hualing group. Get out. Terrified by his killing intent, the entire group scrambled to flee. Kyorin dragged his boss away in a panic. Run, President. If we stay, he is going to murder us. Jiang Buyu was confused. Why is he so mad? Director Guyan sighed, massaging his temples. Those Hualing punks have no respect for the law. We need to upgrade our academy's security immediately. We cannot let them sneak in and poach our top talent like ghosts. Instructor Liu Wen stepped in with a confident smile. Director Gu, you underestimate our ace. Zhong Yuan is not the type to be bought. He will not go to Hualing. She turned to the young hero. Isn't that right? He replied instantly. Correct. But internally his logic was practical. If I transfer, Jong Lan would definitely follow me. Cheng Yunqiao Academy might be rough around the edges, but it is paradise compared to a school run by those Hualing gangsters. For the sake of Zhong Lan's growth, I cannot transfer no matter how much gold they pile up. On the walk back to the dorms, Zhong Yuan broke the silence. Feng Qing, you are friends with that guy Yantuo, aren't you? Feng Qing didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. What makes you say that? Zhong Yuan shrugged. You healed him immediately, and you didn't even make a sarcastic comment. That is rare for you. Feng Qing's expression turned serious. We aren't friends. At most, we have clashed a couple of times. Just a coincidence of fate. Him running over here to challenge you? It isn't necessarily a disaster, but it is certainly not good news either. Zhong Yuan didn't want to overthink it. Whatever. One less trouble is better than one more. Let him leave. Feng Qing burst out laughing. Ha ha. That is so typically you. Meanwhile, at a high-end luxury hotel, Yan Tuo sat at a desk composing a detailed dossier. Target Zhong Yuan. Assessment log engaged. Combat capability 9. Judgment 8.5. Endurance 10 out of 10. Mental stability 7.5. Leadership unknown. Charisma 10. Bonus points 10. Supplementary note on bonus points: iron will. Unwavering loyalty to his own faction. Immune to bribery. Cannot be bought with material benefits. Overall conclusion: exceptional individual combat prowess. God-tier battlefield intuition. Personality is introverted and slightly pessimistic. Regeneration rate exceeds all averages. Willpower is monstrous. Body temperature lower than normal civilians. Visual appeal? Extremely high. Yan Tuo reviewed the file, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Delete those last two lines. Low body temperature is standard for an ice element user. And judging a warrior by their face is unprofessional. Satisfied, he hit the submit button. Report complete. Talent like this appears once in a generation. Once the higher-ups approve this, he will be a prime candidate for the 9 ruins. Back at the Cheng Yunqiao cafeteria, Zhong Yuan stared gloomily at his phone screen. Jong Lan noticed his mood immediately. Brother, did something bad happen? Zhong Yuan sighed heavily. I saw the notification too late. Reservations are fully booked. I missed the Golden Coffin exhibition for Golden Week in October. This priceless golden sarcophagus is being displayed at the Shangdong City Museum. It is only there for 7 days. Without a reservation, there is no way in. Jong Lan tilted her head, confused. A golden coffin, brother. What is so exciting about a dead person's box? Shangguan Yi nodded in agreement. Exactly. Plus, it overlaps with Cheng-Ying's school anniversary. The academy has tons of events planned: free movies, stage plays, a mini amusement park, a massive food street and night market, live band performances, and even a maid cafe. As he listed them, Zhong Lan's eyes began to sparkle. She was ready to go now. Feng Qing leaned in, ignoring the festival talk. So, you really want to see that golden coffin? Cheng Yuan nodded, heartbroken. Yeah. Feng Qing smirked, dropping a bombshell. Actually, if you use your ranking badge, you can bypass the reservation entirely. Zhong Yuan gasped. That kind of privilege exists. Feng Qing grinned. Absolutely. With the Xuanming badge, you could probably rent the whole place out. Zhong Yuan's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Hope had returned. Is that so? Feng Qing replied with a relaxed, confident smile. Leave the connections to me. When do you plan to make your move? Zhong Yuan selected the date instantly. The 4th. Inner monologue. Booking the entire venue might seem arrogant. He thought, his gaze sharp and calculating. But that golden coffin holds the key to my rebirth. I cannot afford a single mistake. Feng Qing dialed a number. Mom, hand over the museum clearance task to me. In a luxurious office, Feng Qing's stunning mother leaned back in her chair. Has my precious son finally grown up? This is the first time you've ever asked for a favor on someone else's behalf. Feng Qing's patience snapped on the other end. Are you going to help me or not? His mother replied with elegant calm. Help. Of course I will help. Last time you demanded the Supervision Bureau send that flying dagger sample from the school. Was that for this junior of yours as well? Lately, every single piece of news involving you seems to lead back to him. Feng Qing growled. What exactly are you trying to say? His mother's voice remained unruffled. Nothing much. I just want my golden boy to return to Shangjing for a visit, and tell me everything about this mysterious junior. Feng Qing finally erupted, his voice cracking with frustration. You didn't even call me home during summer break, and now you demand this? Mom cut the act. Is Chishu's rundown institute in trouble again? Are they trying to urgently drag Qing Yi into their mess? Come home, she said softly, and I will explain everything. Meanwhile, in a shadowed secret office, Yuan Kai was reviewing intel and receiving direct orders from the Lighthouse Nation. According to Nine Yao Intelligence, Zhong Yuan, male 16, his file reads like the protagonist of an awakening manhwa. He eliminated Robusta in the Shennong realm and seized the alien void crystal. This alien void crystal is either currently in his possession, or he has already begun to absorb it. Robusta's only daughter Joanna has officially relinquished her rights to inherit the void crystal. Your mission is to recover the alien void crystal at any cost. Operation Code Nirvana. Yuan Kai accepted the command without hesitation. Understood. As he formulated his battle plan, a sneer crossed his lips. Robusta's daughter is a fool. The success rate for a blood descendant to absorb an alien void crystal is nearly 100%. She threw away her chance to become a top-tier void user. His thoughts drifted to his own situation. For years, I've laid dormant in Hua Country running this security company as a front for the Lighthouse Nation's agents. But recently, Hua Country has tightened its scrutiny on foreign factions. It is only a matter of time before my cover is blown. Once I complete this final job and collect the bounty from the Lighthouse Nation, I'll retreat to the southern lands and live out my days in luxury. If Zhong Yuan hasn't absorbed the crystal, excellent. But if he has, I'll imprison him until it reforms. I cannot simply kill him yet. Yuan Kai scrolled down the report and his eyes stopped on a new profile. Jong Lan, female 12, Zhong Yuan's younger sister. A cruel, predatory smile twisted his face. Oh, he has a little sister. Well, doesn't that make things simple? Meanwhile, at the Year 3 special class. Welcome home, Master and Milady. Zhong Yuan and Zhong Lan stepped inside immediately, surrounded by students in elaborate maid cosplay. Zhong Lan's eyes lit up with delight. Wow, is this the legendary Year 3 maid cafe? The decor is amazing, and the outfits are so cute. Su Wanying approached with a graceful bow. Would Master and Milady like something to drink? Zhang Buyu chimed in enthusiastically. We have coffee, black tea, and fruit juice. But when Zhong Lan noticed Zhang Buyu's maid costume, her expression soured instantly. Ugh, it's that final prayer girl, she thought. Suddenly that maid outfit doesn't look cute at all. Ignoring the tension, Zhong Yuan focused on the menu. 1 strawberry soda and a strawberry shortcake. Realizing Zhong Yuan had only ordered her favorites, Zhong Lan pouted. Brother, why did you only order things I like to eat? You already have a small appetite, and lately you haven't even eaten half as much as I do. Your body is going to collapse. Zhong Yuan smiled gently at her concern. All right then, Zhong Lan. Why don't you order for me? Zhong Lan beamed and turned back to the waiter. Add a mint chocolate coffee ice cream. While ordering, her sharp eyes caught sight of Shangguan Yi dressed as a maid and hiding behind the counter. She shouted loud enough for the whole room to hear, Shangguan Yi, you're here too. Zhong Lan immediately whipped out her camera and snapped several photos of the embarrassed boy. Sister Shangguan is truly a peerless beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. There's definitely a spot for you in this year's beauty pageant. Shangguan Yi covered his face in despair. Please, don't. Seizing the chaos, Zhang Buyu slyly took out her camera and snapped candid shots of Zhong Yuan. She smirked internally. Wearing female clothing for the beauty contest, this is a destiny Zhong Yuan cannot escape. Sure enough, a few hours later, an edited image of Zhong Yuan with a high ponytail appeared on the school's newsfeed, causing a sensation. Cheng Yunqiao 2042. Beauty Pageant Selection. New Hot. After enjoying the school festival, Zhong Lan and Zhong Yuan walked home together under the setting sun. Zhong Yuan spoke up. Jong Lan, autumn is approaching. Even if you like that outfit, it's time to change into something warmer. Jong Lan wrinkled her nose, clearly disagreeing. Change into those childish clothes you bought me. No way, I'm a mature, elegant lady now. I refuse to wear kids' clothes and tie my hair in twin tails anymore. Seeing Jong Lan's stubborn yet innocent expression, a wave of nostalgia hit him. In my past life, I was so busy working to support the family that I missed all the little changes as she grew up. I always thought she was gentle and frail back then. But 4 years later, she became a bloodthirsty battle maniac. Perhaps that transformation wasn't a coincidence. Looking at her pure face now, Zhong Yuan made a silent vow. He would protect Zhong Lan, ensuring she could remain this simple, happy, and adorable forever. Arriving at the bus station, Zhong Yuan turned to her. Zhong Lan, I'm heading to the museum now. Be careful at school and make sure you eat lunch. Zhong Lan waved goodbye cheerfully and skipped away. Understood. As Zhong Yuan boarded the bus, he analyzed his condition. I've been sleeping in the containment cell for days. My spiritual power has increased significantly. The weakness period from the blood burst has reduced to 24 hours. According to the timeline of my previous life, 4 years from now, a void gate will open inside that museum. A terrifying alien species with massive claws will emerge from it. In this life, the destinies of both myself and Zhong Lan have shifted. But even with the butterfly effect, I doubt it will change the occurrence of that catastrophe. While researching the golden coffin, I might encounter something unexpected. I should rest while I can. To be safe, he set his alarm ringtone to the sound of Zhong Lan's voice. As he stepped through the museum entrance, the director and 2 assistants were already waiting in formation. The director stepped forward eagerly. Greetings, I am Director Shi Ruiwen. On behalf of all my colleagues at the Shangdong Museum, it is an honor to welcome you here. The director asked politely, would you like me to arrange a guide for you? Zhong Yuan waved his hand, dismissing the offer. No need. I'll explore on my own. The elder bowed to the demand's voice, dropping to a whisper. Consider it done. All surveillance systems are offline as you requested, and your identity remains a complete secret. Zhong Yuan stepped into the grand hall, his eyes locking onto the centerpiece, the golden coffin. This was it. The legendary artifact that had triggered his regression, sending him back 4 years into the past. It stood frozen in time, sealed tight without a single seam between the lid and the body. A perfect, impenetrable enigma that refused to reveal its contents. One touch shouldn't hurt, right? But the moment his fingers grazed the cold surface, reality warped. A void-like black hole tore open on the coffin's lid, a dimensional gateway manifesting out of thin air. Driven by the curiosity typical of a protagonist in a system, Manhwa Zhong Yuan reached in. Suddenly, a terrifying gravitational force seized him. What in the world? Panic flooded his veins. Resistance was futile. In the blink of an eye, the coffin devoured him whole, dragging him screaming into the unknown depths of the dimensional gate. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, the atmosphere was heating up. A student scrolling through the campus news for the 2042 beauty pageant exploded in rage. What the hell? Who does this long-haired nobody think she is? Huyan Oan, your crown is slipping. This newbie is coming for the top spot. But the ice-cold beauty didn't even look up from her notes. Titles are meaningless dust, she stated flatly, standing up. I'm going to train. Her roommate watched her leave, awestruck by her dedication. Training even during the school festival. That's our ace for you. Her focus is God tier. Huang Tunguyen bit her lip, guilt gnawing at her conscience. She acts cool, but I know she cares about that title. She glanced at her phone. Using Zhong Yuan's photo to hijack the beauty contest. Maybe I went too far. Trying to cleanse her karma, she tapped her screen. Sigh. Here is a pity vote for you. Please forgive me. On a bustling side street, a scheme was hatching. Kaunhan's voice cut through the noise. Plan A, charm the little sister first, then use her as bait to recruit Zhong Yuan to our side. He paused, second-guessing the strategy. Though showing up at their door with gifts might be too aggressive, we don't want to look like desperate weirdos. He clutched a cake box like a tactical nuke. Beside him, Kuang Thian-sok strode forward, radiating arrogance. Relax. I calculate a 70% success rate. He struck a pose, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Intel confirms Zhong Yuan is a legendary syscon. The gears in his head spun as he deduced the perfect approach. He has a weakness for chocolate and mint ice cream while the sister craves strawberries. My sister might be a prankster, but her intel on snacks is never wrong. They arrived at the campus square, dominated by massive banners of the finalists. Kaonan looked up and nearly choked. Son of a... Why is Shangguan Yi in the running? I thought she was above this. He quickly rationalized it to save face. Well, Thun An Academy is a beacon of progressive ideals. Makes sense, I guess. Beside him, Teen Sok was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the display like his soul had left his body. But then instinct took over. Drool practically dripping from his mouth, he whipped out his phone with the fervor of a fanatic simp. Logic be damned, I'm casting my vote for Zhong Yuan. But when the rankings loaded, Thien Sok's brain short-circuited. He stared at the screen, baffled. How does Su Wanying have more votes than the entire student body of Than'an combined? Rage flared in his eyes like wildfire. He shook his fist at the screen, screaming, "You sly fox spamming bots to rig the election. Have you no shame, Su Wanying?" Cao Nan leaned in, sensing the sudden shift in aura. Cao Han winced awkwardly, but Thien Sok was already on the warpath. "All units mobilize everyone in Hoa Long. We need votes for Zhong Yuan, and we need them now." He upped the ante. Bounty issued 1 academy credit for every 100 votes. Breathless, they both looked up at the towering banners preparing for a voting war. Cao Nan smirked, understanding the assignment. Using magic to defeat magic, eh? Now that is a language I speak. Suddenly Thien Sok froze. A chill ran down his spine. Whoosh, a gust of unnatural wind swept past them, snapping him out of his gamer rage. He spun around, eyes scanning the empty space. Wait. Did someone just emerge from thin air? His mind raced with tactical questions. Why use an active skill just to move around campus? Without hesitation, Thien Sok unleashed a wave of origin force toward the fleeing figure. Hold it right there. The runner stiffened, paralyzed by the sudden spiritual pressure. His face drained of color. Cao Han hissed a warning. "President, this is Than'an territory, not ours. We have no jurisdiction to engage here." Thien Sok blinked, the adrenaline fading. "Ah, right. Forgot about that." He narrowed his eyes at the trembling figure. Full tactical gear. That's not a cosplay. He reeks of danger, not festivity. Strange. He looks less like a student and more like a high-level threat. The uniformed man regained his composure, feigning outrage. "What's your problem, kid? You're making me late. The stage play is about to start." Thien Sok tilted his head, confused. "A play." Taking the opening, the man bolted. "I'm on in 5, out of my way." Thien Sok watched him go, not buying the story, but letting it slide for now. Once clear, the runner tapped his earpiece, eyes darting around like a cornered rat. "Shadow Walker to Chameleon. Cover blown. 2 students clocked me. I bluffed my way out, but the operation is compromised. Codename Shadow Walker Naoya Fujiki." In the command center, a man with hair like purple flames scowled at the monitors. "Sloppy work, Naoya. How hard is it to stay invisible?" The voice crackled back over the comms. "Not my fault. That kid's sensory skills are a direct counter to my stealth." Codename Chameleon Nguyen Kai. Elsewhere, a hulking mass of muscle cracked his knuckles, speaking into his comms. "You ladies done chatting?" He didn't wait for a reply. "The barrier is active. I've dragged the entire academy into the separate dimension." Codename Psionic Warlord Li Ming. Perched high on the castle walls, a seductive silhouette crouched like a spider. "Don't celebrate yet," she purred into her mic. "We have a slight complication on my end." Codename Black Widow S. Queen Jackery. Next, she reported the situation to the mastermind on the other end of the line. The campus was in chaos, students swarming like a plague of locusts instead of celebrating. Below, the courtyard had become a sea of noise, with screams echoing and banners waving frantically in the air. Even Tian Tian, the newly crowned campus queen, was lost in the deafening uproar of the crowd. Hearing the report, the ringleader Yuan Kai made a cold calculation over his comms. He shifted tactics instantly, unleashing the free toxic bubble tea strategy right at the canteen entrance. Zagri stood behind the counter, her eyes gleaming with malicious anticipation. She flashed a dazzling fake smile. Free bubble tea for everyone. The trap was set, and the students swarmed in like moths to a flame, while she kept up the friendly facade. "Please line up orderly to get yours," she chirped. Within seconds, a massive queue formed, filled with innocent laughter and unsuspecting victims. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. "Student Jong Lan." She turned, blinking in confusion at the strangers calling her name. "Excuse me, who are you?" Zhang Buyu didn't skip a beat. He smoothly presented a cake box with a gentlemanly smile. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. Hello, I'm Zhang Buyu, and this is Churen." Beside him, Churen poked his head out, grinning like a friendly neighbor at Jong Lan. Zhang Buyu dropped the hook perfectly. "We're classmates of your brother. We just stopped by the anniversary celebration to pay him a visit." At the sight of the cake, Jong Lan's eyes sparkled like stars. Drooling, she completely lowered her guard. "Oh, my brother actually went to the museum today." "Take this gift for him, then accept it on his behalf," Zhang Buyu offered. Unable to resist the sugary temptation, she hugged the box tight immediately. "Okay then." She hesitated for a split second before making a decision, addressing the 2 men standing before her. "He won't be back until this afternoon. Why don't you guys hang out at the school for a bit?" Her eyes were still glued lovingly to the cake in her hands. "The drama club's performance is legendary," she added, trying to be a good host while admiring the frosting. Then her face fell with genuine regret. "Too bad the final show wrapped up yesterday." Yesterday, Jiang Buyu shouted, his composure cracking completely. Then who on earth did we just meet? Sensing the trap snap shut, Jiang Buyu barked at Churin. This is bad, something is wrong. Call Instructor Liu immediately. Churin scrambled for his phone, but his face went pale with dread. It's no use, the signal is dead. Beside him, Jong Lan checked her own phone, confused. That's weird. Mine shows full bars. Jiang Buyu scanned the area, his mind racing. We've been pulled into a barrier, a dimensional distortion separate from the real world with no day-night cycle. But the sun matches real time. This isn't natural, he realized with horror. It's high-level foreign technology manipulating the environment. Meanwhile, Zagri held a tray of spiked tea, whispering into her comms. Target number 2, located Zhong Lan. Position canteen entrance. The command came back instantly. Stall the target. We are en route. Orders received. Zagri approached the group with the drinks, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She tapped her forehead, activating her ability. A ripple of purple psychic energy exploded outward, slamming into a male student drinking the free tea. His eyes snapped open, locking onto Zagri. It was mental pollution, a dark art that amplifies negative emotions and enslaves the victim's will to the caster. His eyes glowed a sickly violet. The viper flower toxin had taken hold, inducing powerful hallucinations and paralysis. High doses meant certain death. The cup shattered on the ground, liquid splashing everywhere. The student's face twisted into a depraved purple-eyed mask of madness. Ha ha ha, such a cute girl. I bet she sounds pretty when she cries. Zagri stood in the shadows, looking down on them like a predator watching prey. Like a zombie outbreak, more infected students began to encircle Jiang Buyu's group, their numbers growing by the second. Their laughter was manic and distorted. Churin stepped up, shielding the others from the encroaching madness. Churin adjusted his glasses, analyzing the threat. Jiang Buyu grimaced behind him. Their eyes. They're being mind-controlled. Try using your Return of Spring skill to cleanse them, Jiang Buyu commanded. Return of Spring, Churin shouted, casting a wave of healing light toward the mob. The students faltered but didn't stop. It's not working. The enemy's level is too high. The moment I cleanse them, they get reinfected. Hehehe. Long black hair. Pretty. The mob drooled, reaching out. Jiang Buyu clenched his fists. These were innocent classmates, but they had no choice. Heavenly origin, Jiang Buyu shouted, gathering his aura to strike. Suddenly, a blur of motion, Jong Lan launched herself forward, balancing on one hand while still clutching her precious cake, and delivered a brutal kick to an infected student. The attacker went flying. Jong Lan looked back, shouting, "Big bro, watch out!" Jiang Buyu's jaw hit the floor in shock. Jong Lan landed perfectly, cake intact, her expression deadly serious. "You guys run, I'll handle this trash." The infected mob roared, but Churin couldn't help but admire the spectacle, his face lighting up with excitement. Student Zhong Yuan's little sister is a beast. Jiang Buyu recovered from his shock, nodding. The apple really doesn't fall far from the tree, but they weren't going to leave her alone. The duo flanked her, settling into combat stances. In this brutal awakening Manhwa reality, you never let a teammate fight alone. Thank you, Zhong Lan. But there was no way he and Churin would let a mere child shoulder this burden alone. True to his word, he spread his arms wide, unleashing his power with a thunderous roar. Magnetic force 3 times gravity. A blinding streak of light materialized before his palm, distorting the very air. The mindless mob collapsed instantly under Jiang Buyu's overwhelming pressure. Even Zhong Lan wasn't spared. Her body glowed with a green aura as the intense gravity took hold. Tragically, the strawberry cake she clutched slipped from her grasp. Her eyes went wide. Panic set in. She stared in horror as the precious dessert began its descent. She scrambled to catch it, hugging the box to her chest, but it was too late. The cake was ruined. Tears streamed down her face as she wailed, "Boo-hoo! Big brother is too strong! You took down the bad guys, but you took my cake too!" Jiang Buyu forced a smile, sweat beading on his forehead as he maintained the spell. "Don't cry. Please, I'll buy you 100 cakes later, I promise." With that promise made, the trio charged forward. They smashed through the encirclement of controlled students, barely dodging the horde hot on their heels. Jiang Buyu blasted an enemy away and shouted his plan. "Head to the broadcast room, we need to signal for help." Churin, sprinting alongside them, turned to the girl. "Zhong Lan, do you know the route?" He clutched the damaged cake box, waiting for confirmation. "I do," she chirped. But from the shadows, a dagger-wielding assassin closed in, analyzing his prey. "Your magnetic force counters my shadow ability, but you can't keep that up forever." Seizing the perfect moment, the assassin materialized behind Jiang Buyu with terrifying speed. Slash. The blade bit deep into his back, eliciting a cry of pure agony. Gah! Jiang gritted his teeth. He spun around, ignoring the pain, and unleashed his signature move point blank. Magnetic force, 3 times gravity. The assassin's body became heavy as lead, his movements sluggish. Jiang shouted a desperate warning to his team. There's a stealth user nearby. Stay inside my gravity field. Blood soaked the back of his shirt, a grim testament to the injury. His strength failing, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his side. Big brother, Jong Lan cried out, rushing to support him. Chu Ren didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, invoking his healing art. Sochi. Restoration wind. A soothing green energy enveloped Jiang Buyu, attempting to knit flesh and bone. Hang in there, President, Chu Ren yelled. I'll patch you up. But suddenly footsteps echoed, followed by a voice dripping with mockery. Healing, ha, not on my watch. The shadowy figure emerged, raising a hand to cast a purple spell. Forbidden Seal. The Forbidden Seal. A targeted curse lasting 5 minutes. It only fails if the target's power level exceeds the caster's. It was Yuan Kai. A cruel smirk played on his lips as he extended his hand toward the desperate trio. Si. Seal Restoration Wind. The green light flickered and died instantly. Yuan Kai stepped closer, his expression darkening with sadistic glee as he watched them struggle. Give up now and I might let you live, he sneered, his gaze fixed on the wounded leader. Especially you, gravity user. Without healing, you're a walking corpse. Jiang Buyu clutched his bleeding stomach, glaring at the enemy through the pain. Zhong Lan. I'll hold them off. Run to the broadcast room. Call for help. No. Zhong Lan shook her head, terror in her eyes. I won't leave my comrades behind. Jiang coughed blood. Don't be an idiot, you can't beat them. Just get us reinforcements. Beside them, Chu Ren watched helplessly, his heart aching at his leader's suffering. Wait, a spark of realization hit Zhong Lan. She froze as a thought crossed her mind. My phone. It's a satellite model. Even here she had a signal. She grabbed the device, her expression shifting to one of intense focus. I need to call Uncle Lin at the military district. He has the firepower we need. The enemy is too strong and there are too many of them, she analyzed coldly. My personal power isn't enough. Uncle Lin is the only option. Miles away in a high-level briefing, Lin Dongliang's phone buzzed, cutting through the silence of the meeting room. Captain Lin, an aide whispered respectfully. Your phone. Lin Dongliang glanced at the device. He frowned deeply as he saw the name flashing on the screen. Confusion clouded his face. Zhong Lan, that family cut ties with me. Why call now? With a scoff, he declined the call and slammed the phone face down. It's nothing urgent. I'll deal with it after the meeting. Back on the battlefield, the cold robotic voice of the operator crushed Zhong Lan's hope. The subscriber you are calling is temporarily unavailable. Her hands trembled. She scrolled through her contacts, muttering frantically. No. Why won't anyone answer? Wen Kai laughed at her struggle. Stupid brat. Does she think a normal phone works inside a barrier field? This was a classic trap in this awakening manhwa. She dialed one last number. Brother. The connecting tone rang in her ear. Please. You're my last hope. Suddenly Jiang Buyu convulsed, spewing a mouthful of blood. President, Chu Ren screamed, catching him as he slumped. Jong Lan stared at the screen, despair clawing at her throat. Even if brother sends help, will it arrive in time? We're dying right now. Slowly she lowered the phone. Her gaze hardened as she looked ahead. Jiang Buyu lay in a pool of his own blood life, fading from his eyes while Chu Ren panicked. Zhong Lan stepped forward, facing the smug Yuan Kai. To survive, I have to kill the caster. I have to break the forbidden seal. She tossed the satellite phone to a stunned Chu Ren. Hold this, my brother will pick up. When he answers, tell him we need backup. Then with a burst of leveling manhwa speed, she launched herself at the enemy. As she dashed forward, her brother's words echoed in her mind. Little Lan. Never fear an enemy stronger than you. Wait for the opening. Seize that one moment, and strike. Zhong Lan stepped right up to Yuan Kai. The bully flinched, terror written all over his face as he stumbled backward. The little girl locked eyes with him. Her brother's wisdom echoed in her mind. Just kick him hard right there and it's game over. She screamed, Heavenly Origin, and unleashed a devastating kick straight to Yuan Kai's family jewels. The impact was so intense his eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he looked down in horror. Tears streamed down Yuan Kai's face like a waterfall. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his crotch in agonizing defeat, while the others watched the tragedy unfold in silence. Chu Ren didn't waste a second. He shouted, Healing Wind, and channeled a surge of restorative green energy toward President Jiang Buyu. My mana has recovered. Let me patch you up, President. Jiang Buyu clutched his chest, stunned. He muttered in disbelief. There is no way Zhong Yuan taught her a lethal move like that. Hearing the praise, Zhong Lan smirked and turned back. Even you noticed. But she didn't realize the nightmare standing right in front of her, signed Zachary. The woman extended her hand toward Zhong Lan and unleashed the heavenly silk technique. Energy threads erupted from her palm, binding Zhong Lan instantly. Zachary crossed her arms and chuckled. Did you really think you could just ignore me like that? Behind them, Li Ming watched with cold, indifferent eyes. Bound and helpless, Jong Lan stared at these new monsters in terror. Li Ming raised his hand. A terrifying violet aura crackled around his palm as he invoked his magnetic force art. He laughed maniacally, power surging around him like a storm. Kneel before me. Beside him, Sanzakri grinned like a predator enjoying the hunt. Gravity crushed the area. Churin's phone hit the dirt as he fell. Jiang Buyu struggled against the pressure, cursing, "Damn it, he possesses the magnetic force too." Churin collapsed, forced to his knees as he gasped for air, clutching his chest. If I were at full power, I could fight him. But in this leveling manhwa reality, I'm done for. His eyes darted to the fallen phone, still no answer. Meanwhile, inside a golden sarcophagus deep within the museum, a cell phone began to ring. "Wakey, wakey, sun's up, make breakfast for your sister." Inside the void, Zhong Yuan floated in deep slumber, energy coiling around him until the noise pierced his dreams. "Get up, I'm hungry, make me breakfast." His eyes snapped open. Confused and groggy, Zhong Yuan sat up in the endless void, grabbing the glowing device. Jong Lan is calling. Without hesitation, he pressed the phone to his ear. "Hello. Jong Lan, what's wrong?" But instead of her voice, a scream pierced his ear. Where is Zhong Yuan hiding? His blood ran cold. Back under the blue sky of the academy, the phone lay in the dirt. Zhong Lan dangled in the air, bound tightly by Sanzakri's cruel magic. Churin was unconscious on the ground, and Li Ming had Jiang Buyu by the hair, slamming him into the earth. Despite the hopeless situation, the little girl shook her head defiantly. "I will never tell you where my brother is," the witch sneered. With a flick of her finger, invisible threads tightened around Zhong Lan's index finger. "If you stay silent, you will suffer." The tension mounted until snap. The sickening sound of breaking bone echoed through the air. Tears gushed down her face as the pain hit, but she screamed through the sobbing. "I won't tell you," Sanzakri laughed, enjoying the torture. "Tusk tusk, let's see how long that resolve lasts." Li Ming looked down at the struggling heroes with disdain. "This kid is still trying to resist. Shadow Assassin, go put a blade in him." The assassin bowed, accepting the kill order. "Wait!" Ruan Kai suddenly screamed, panic in his voice as he intervened. The two villains looked at him confused. Ruan Kai explained, "Magnetic force is a rare ability. If we kill him, the entire Hua nation will hunt us to the ends of the earth." He continued desperately, "Our mission is just to retrieve Robert's core. Don't turn a simple heist into a war." Naoya Fujiki pointed at the fallen Jiang Buyu. "If we spare him, they'll hunt us anyway. Loose ends are dangerous." Li Ming scoffed, "The Hua nation just lost a rank 9 master. They are in chaos. They won't have time to chase us." Ruan Kai rushed over, furious. "That doesn't mean we should provoke a sleeping dragon." While the villains bickered, Jiang Buyu forced himself up. The truth hit him hard. Their real target is Zhong Yuan. He clutched his bleeding stomach, wiping his mouth. "They have Jong Lan. They'll use her to break him. I have to save her no matter the cost." He spread his arms, veins bulging as he roared, 10 times gravity. I'm taking you all down with me." Li Ming reacted instantly, expanding his own magnetic field to nullify the gravity and shield his team from the suicide attack. He clicked his tongue, genuinely impressed. "You still have the strength to struggle? Not bad." In a hidden room, raw energy swirled on a bed. Zhong Yuan's body was reforming, knitting together flesh and bone from the void. With a gasp, he shot up, his face twisted in panic. "Jong Lan!" He scanned the room, reality setting in. "This is the academy dorm. I've finally returned." Back on the battlefield, Jiang Buyu couldn't hold on. He collapsed, coughing up blood. The crimson splatter landed right on Zhong Lan's phone, and the line was still open. Jiang Buyu's eyes widened as the realization hit him like a truck. He reached out desperately, screaming in his mind. Wait, Zhong Lan's phone. It actually connected." But agony twisted his face. He stammered, desperate to warn her, but before his trembling hand could even grip the device, crack, an attack shattered it into oblivion. Witnessing this, Jiang Buyu let out a scream of absolute despair. "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan found himself teleported into an endless void. He frantically looked around, his mind racing with confusion. Where the hell is this no borders, no exit? Even the absorption ability from the mist core is useless here. He deployed a clone to scout, but it was futile. Fury began to boil within him. Don't tell me. Am I trapped back inside that accursed golden coffin? The thought made him grind his teeth until they nearly cracked. He looked up and roared into the emptiness. Let me out. I need to get out. He had to return to the academy. To save his sister. His grip on the phone tightened until his knuckles turned white. Suddenly, a vision appeared. A plume of ominous smoke rising from the school grounds. The scene shifted. Zhong Yuan leaned against a wall, forcing himself to calm down. He interlaced his fingers, diving deep into a tactical trance. He deduced their motive cold-bloodedly. These terrorists want the mist core. Until they get it, they won't dare kill Jong Lan. He visualized the school map in his mind. Where would she be? He forced himself to focus. Think. Was there a sound? A clue. Memory flooded back. His eyes snapped open, blazing with realization. Pigeons cooing in the background. The cafeteria. In a flash of light, he teleported, instantly perching on a pillar to overlook the terrorists below. His gaze was icy as he assessed the threat. 4 hostiles. And there, in their clutches, was Jong Lan. His eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. She was bound, gagged, and trembling in terror. A volcano of rage erupted in his mind. These filth. They dared to torture Jong Lan. He zoomed in on her hand. They even broke her fingers. That was the breaking point. Murderous intent exploded from him like a storm. Die, die, you all deserve to die. He unleashed a flurry of strikes. Down below, Li Ming felt the killing intent. He grimaced, whipping his head around just in time to scream. Sharp shurikens pierced through his level 7 gravity field. He roared a warning to his team. Ambush! We have an enemy. Zhong Yuan had lost all reason, charging like a beast. He growled, his voice dripping with venom. Release my sister and I might leave your corpses intact. Ruan Kai spotted him instantly. It's target number 1, Zhong Yuan. But Li Ming was paralyzed with shock. How was he moving so fast under level 7 gravity? Behind them, the woman clutched her clothes, shouting at Naoya Fujiki. Cover me! The assassin stepped forward, eyes determined. On it! She unleashed her mental pollution skills, smiling arrogantly. In this awakening Manhwa world, mental attacks are deadly. But Zhong Yuan remained completely silent, emotionless. Naoya Fujiki saw his chance, dagger in hand. He lunged from the shadows for a lethal backstab. He sneered internally. Just 1 second of distraction from the mental attack and victory is mine. But the target didn't even flinch. Suddenly a blade of pure energy erupted from Zhong Yuan's body, shooting backward with surgical precision. Zhong Yuan spun around, his blade flashing. In a split second, he slashed Naoya's neck. The assassin froze in midair, dead before he hit the ground, collapsing into his own pool of blood. Zhong Yuan stood over the corpse, eyes radiating death. He grabbed the dagger stuck in his shoulder and ripped it out without even blinking. Witnessing this, Zachary trembled in horror. You killed the shadow assassin instantly, she screamed, unleashing her ultimate move. 9 flowers, thrusting her hands forward. I want you dead. But Zhong Yuan just looked at her like she was a dead woman walking. A system notification chimed in his mind. 9 flowers poison detected. Absorb. He glared at her, annoyed, and mentally confirmed. Absorb. The system voice returned. Poison Eater ability activated. All stats increased to 102%. This is the overpowered nature of a system Manhwa protagonist. Hands in his pockets, he walked slowly toward Zachary. She stumbled back in terror. You were the one who tortured my sister, weren't you? Her mind shattered into panic. Why can't I control him? Why don't my abilities work? She stammered. What do you want? He held his shuriken to her face, eyes burning with a promise of hell. The answer he gave her was a fate far worse than death. With godlike speed, he bound her and unleashed a barrage of invisible slashes. Zachary winced, but before she could even feel the pain, he was already standing behind her. He sheathed his weapon. A second later, gravity took hold and chunks of her flesh began to slide off her body. Zhong Yuan's eyes remained cold as ice. Leaving Zachary lying in a pool of blood, he marched toward the remaining trash, holding his sister. Ruan Kai was shaking like a leaf. He activated his super camouflage and grabbed Li Ming's shoulder. We need to retreat now. But Li Ming was too arrogant. He glared at Zhong Yuan. Retreat, are you kidding me? Without hesitation, he grabbed Jong Lan by the throat, tightening his grip with a twisted grin. If you don't want your sister to die, drop your weapon and surrender. Jong Lan's eyes widened in fear, unable to scream. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan immediately dropped his weapon to the floor. His face became an unreadable mask. He raised his hands in surrender. Seeing this, the villain laughed, mocking death itself. You brat, you were so majestic a moment ago. Let's see what you can do now. But beside him, Ruan Kai stared in horror as a realization struck him. He muttered in his mind, something's wrong. My super camouflage is still active. So why does that kid look like he's staring right at us? In a heartbeat, that scumbag Li Ming clamped his hand around Jong Lan, using her as a human shield. With a twisted sneer, he unleashed his skill, shouting, Ha, taste my 10 times gravity field. Then he scrambled backward like a coward. As he retreated, he didn't forget to curse his incompetent teammate. Your magnetic force was useless earlier, you moron. Why bother trying it again? If you have a death wish, go ahead and die alone. I'm out of here. Bye. On the other side, Zhong Yuan's expression was stone cold. He calculated every variable with the precision of a system Manhwa protagonist. Magnetic force interferes with throwing knives, and Lan is in his grasp. There was only one option, a single absolute strike to end it all. He stomped the ground, channeling his mana. Blood Ice Explosion! Instantly, his stats skyrocketed by 1,200%. Strange shards of ice began to materialize out of thin air. Li Ming, still gripping the bound Jong Lan, felt the atmosphere shift. What the hell? Why is the temperature dropping so fast? He froze. Across from him, Zhong Yuan extended a hand, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Thermal pressure implosion. Scorching steam erupted before Li Ming's eyes, leaving him completely bewildered as he clutched the hostage. Zhong Yuan remained expressionless, his mind racing through the laws of physics like a high-tier awakening manhwa character. I had a vague feeling before that the relationship between thermal pressure and absolute temperature isn't simple. The realization clicked. Zhong Yuan screamed internally. Temperature is just internal energy, and when that internal energy is stripped away beyond the limits of physics, he explained the terrifying logic. Matter shifts from quality to quantity until it is utterly annihilated. Boom! In a flash, Li Ming's body didn't just break. It shattered into a million frozen fractals. The blast wave sent Jong Lan tumbling safely away. Zhong Yuan moved like lightning, catching his sister before she hit the ground, cradling her safely in his arms. In the distance, Yuan Kai was reeling from the shockwave, his escape attempt foiled. He collapsed, limbs trembling uncontrollably as terror took over his mind. Monster. He's a monster. I can't outrun power like that. Desperate to survive, he stammered out a plea to Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan, I surrender. I can give information to the Hua nation. But he never finished that sentence. Zhong Yuan's eyes were voids of ice. Die. A terrifying frost aura exploded outwards. Looking down at his unconscious sister, his aura grew even colder, freezing the air itself. Yuan Kai, I do not accept your surrender. He held his sister close and whispered the final judgment within his heart. Eternal ice domain. Massive razor-sharp ice spears erupted from the earth surrounding them. The deadly spikes aimed straight for Yuan Kai's throat. His face turned pale as death as he raised his hands in a futile attempt to block. Amidst the beautiful cruelty of the ice, Zhong Yuan ignored the carnage. The glaciers continued to rise, but he only held his precious little sister tighter, resting his chin gently on her forehead. Later, in a high-end apartment complex, Feng Qing sat at his desk buried under a mountain of paperwork. Suddenly, his mother's excited voice pierced through the door. Feng Qing squeezed his eyes shut, annoyance twitching at his brow. Knock first. I've told you 1,000 times Mom or not use the door, but she ignored him, shoving her phone in his face with a beaming smile. Just look. Look at your junior's handiwork. His blade skills are absolute art. Feng Qing blinked, confused by her sudden enthusiasm. She displayed a gruesome photo of Sinan Zakri skinned alive but somehow still functioning. Her eyes sparkled with mad scientist glee. The muscle tissue is severed, yet the subject lives. You can see the core condensing in the organs right through the ribs. The research value is astronomical, she added quickly. Oh, and there's another one, frozen into a solid block of ice currently being shipped to the Science Academy. Realization struck Feng Qing. He grabbed his mother's shoulders, panic rising. Zhong Yuan wouldn't attack people without reason. What exactly happened? Feng Zhuzhen stayed calm, flashing the screen at him again. The East China Military District is already discussing it. That was all he needed to hear. He grabbed his glasses, determination setting in. I'm heading to Shangdong City. Now. His mother pouted instantly. Hey, you promised to go shopping with me today. Is your junior more important than your own mother? Feng Qing didn't hesitate for a second. My junior is more important. Drama queen mode activated, she whipped out a handkerchief and started dabbing fake tears. You heartless brat, I carried you for 9 months, and this is the thanks I get. Feng Qing gave her a deadpan stare, exposing her lie. Mom, I was soaked in a nutrient tank until I was 12. Do you really think I don't know how I was born? Well, I'm still your biological mother, she huffed. Feng Qing got serious again. Cut the act. How is the military planning to handle him? Are they going to punish him? He pressed for answers. She turned to leave, arms crossed with a smirk. Oh, they'll probably just give the kid a second-class merit medal. Feng Qing stood there completely dumbfounded. Feng Zhuzhen glanced back, crooking her finger teasingly. If you come shopping with me, little boy, I might just spill some insider intel. Meanwhile, in the commander's office of the East China Military District, Zhong Yuan sat alone, hands clasped tight, anxiety gnawing at him. I killed foreign awakeners. Interrogation is inevitable. This was a classic twist in any manhwa recap. The root cause is Robert's core. When they ask, should I just play the fool? Footsteps approached. Zhong Yuan remained frozen, his mind racing. Teleporting from the museum back to the academy is hard to explain. I'll just deny everything. The man noticed Zhong Yuan's tension and bowed his head gently. Hello, student Zhong Yuan. I am the commander of the East China Military District in Fang. He continued, his tone grave. It was our negligence that put you and your sister in such grave danger within the academy. Then the commander did the unthinkable. He bowed deeply, his voice heavy with sincerity. On behalf of all officers and soldiers, I offer you my deepest apologies. Behind him, Xiaoqin watched with sharp eyes. Seeing the commander's reaction, Zhong Yuan flinched, bewildered by Feng's sudden shift in demeanor. Internal shock rippled through him. Commander An spoke up, revealing he was the silent guardian who had protected Zhong Yuan during the brawl at Hualing. Snapping back to reality, Zhong Yuan shot up from his chair and bowed 90 degrees in a perfect display of respect. I am the one who should apologize. I caused a massive headache by beating up those exchange students from Smith Nation. Seeing this, Commander An frantically waved his hands. No, don't bow. He looked at the young man earnestly. There is no need for apologies. In fact, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Then the high-ranking commander lowered his own head, closing his eyes with deep sincerity. You saved my daughter and cage inside the Sheneng realm. His voice trembled with emotion. As a father, I thank you. Seeing the commander bow, Zhong Yuan panicked and bent his waist even lower in a frantic return of respect. She gave me so many beast cores, I'm the one who should be thanking her. Watching from the side, Xiaoqin's sweat dropped, wondering if they were competing to see whose forehead could hit the floor first. Realizing this awkward standoff wasn't ending, Xiaoqin cleared his throat loudly. Maybe you two should sit down before continuing this conversation? Right. Commander An nodded in agreement, then turned to his aide with a serious glint in his eye. Xiaoqin, I need to speak with this student alone. Guard the door and ensure absolutely no one disturbs us. The aide bowed sharply. Understood, sir. The door clicked shut, leaving only Zhong Yuan and Commander An in the silent room. The commander sat down, his aura shifting from formal to direct. Student Zhong Yuan, relax. I didn't bring you to the military zone to interrogate or punish you. Zhong Yuan sat on the edge of his seat, puzzled. He looked at the veteran officer, eyes narrowing slightly. Then, what is this about? The commander didn't beat around the bush. Let's talk about your true power. His expression hardened. The strategic department analyzed the footage of your battle. Their conclusion. Your combat prowess is scientifically impossible based on your file in this system, Manhwa. He leaned in, dropping a bombshell. This incident has already alerted the Academy of Sciences. It's reached the top brass. In the surveillance room, a dozen scientists in white coats are dissecting every frame of your fight. And Feng's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. If they come to investigate, and I cannot provide a logical explanation, I won't be able to stop them from taking you away for testing. The commander's gaze locked onto him, heavy with gravity. Zhong Yuan, tell me the truth. Did you awaken the Desolate King ability from a pile of common demon cores? Zhong Yuan blinked, surprised by the directness. He's not probing for weakness, he realized. He's laying the cards on the table to protect me. He lowered his head, weighing the risks. Commander An is being this honest with me. Is there any point in playing the fool? His eyes narrowed in thought. Looking past the glass at the birds soaring freely in the sky, a resolve hardened within him. I seek strength to slaughter the alien races and protect this world. Blindly concealing my power will only become a shackle. Since the military is treating me with sincerity, revealing the nature of my strength is a calculated risk I'm willing to take. He walked slowly to the open window. The curtains danced in the breeze, sunlight bathing his silhouette as he finally spoke. The ability isn't called reflection armor. It's eye for an eye, blood for blood. Most of my abilities are genuine, he admitted, pausing for effect. However, I have long since surpassed the theoretical limit of 8 skills. Commander An's eyes bulged, his composure shattering. Before the old man could gasp, Zhong Yuan stared into the distance, his voice steady as a mountain. I can evolve my abilities by devouring cores of the same type. His tone turned absolute. Once I consume enough, the skill breaks its ceiling and transforms into something entirely new. That is the secret behind the explosive growth of my power. He turned back, preparing to drop the final piece of the puzzle. Furthermore, I also... Before he could finish, Feng lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him like a madman. Are you certain you're saying that with enough resources you can forcefully evolve any skill to its legendary peak? Unfazed by the hysteria. Zhong Yuan nodded calmly. That is correct. Hearing this, Feng threw his head back and roared. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Standing by the window, bathed in the golden glow, the commander gripped Zhong Yuan's shoulder, trembling with joy. Heaven has not abandoned Hua Nation. We have finally secured a strategic deterrence, a pillar that will hold up the sky. Outside, the bleeding sunset draped the city in twilight. Finally calming down, Feng sank back into his chair, his expression turning grave as he began to explain the dark reality of this leveling Manhwa world. In recent years, nations across the globe have gradually declassified information regarding the dungeons and rifts. He gestured with his hands, weaving a picture of the geopolitical landscape. Only Hua Nation remains silent. Any truth that threatens stability is suppressed. Even the academy textbooks contain fabricated information to keep the peace. His voice grew sharper, cutting through the air. Regarding Robert's alien core, that species isn't even in our classified archives. The Lighthouse Nation obtaining intel on you proves one terrifying fact: there is a high-level mole embedded deep within our ranks. But we lack the evidence to root them out. Zhong Yuan sat with hands on his knees, his mind racing like a tactical supercomputer. The enemy is in the shadows while we stand in the light. In that case, why not use me as the bait to lure the snake from its hole? Commander An didn't hesitate. Agreed. I will orchestrate the trap. Return to the academy and await my command. I'll take my leave then. I await your good news. Zhong Yuan stood to leave, but just as he reached the door, An Guanfeng's voice stopped him. Oh, right. There is one final matter regarding your parents. The old man paused, the air growing heavy around them. Zhong Yuan didn't even flinch. He turned his face away, his expression unreadable, and cut the man off with a cold, rhetorical question. They have been dead for a long time, haven't they? Without waiting for a response, he walked out the door and shut it firmly behind him. Left alone in the silence, An Guanfeng rubbed his temples, his face etched with the weight of the past. 10 years ago, a void gate opened over Shangdong City, unleashing a catastrophe upon the civilians. The boy's parents, they were just 2 more names on that endless list of casualties. An Guanfeng sighed, whispering to the empty room. To prevent mass panic, the military sealed the records. We used his parents' names as a cover to funnel living expenses to the siblings. His sharp eyes scanned the room, softening with a mix of pity and respect. It seems the kid figured out the truth a long time ago. Outside, Zhong Yuan walked alone under the blood-red glow of the sunset. He didn't look back, but the shadows of his childhood memories began to flood his mind. A memory surfaced. He was sitting at a meager table, smiling as he placed a tiny candle on a slice of cheap cake. Happy birthday, Jong Lan. I picked up some shifts at the bakery. The boss gave this to us as a gift. But across from him, young Jong Lan didn't smile. Her eyes were clouded with sorrow. Mom and Dad aren't coming home this year either. Seeing her pain, Zhong Yuan masked his own with a gentle smile. They're very busy, but don't worry. Anything they can do, your big brother can do for you. Hearing that promise, Jong Lan's face finally brightened. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she excitedly made her wish. Then for my birthday next year, I want a huge round cake. One with a whole ring of strawberries on top. Back in the cold reality of the hospital corridor, Zhong Yuan stood holding a large cake box. The former director stood opposite him, hands in his pockets, delivering his report. Zhong Lan's physical wounds have healed, but the trauma to her mind, that might take time to recover. Zhong Yuan nodded, his voice steady. She will be fine. You can head back, First Director. The man agreed. Understood. I won't disturb you two any longer. As the footsteps faded, Zhong Yuan stepped into the ward, lifting the box like a trophy. Zhong Lan, look what I got, super premium strawberry cake. Do you want to eat it now, or save it for later? But there was no cheerful response. She sat curled into a ball on the hospital bed, knees pulled tight to her chest. Silence hung in the air. Without pushing her for an answer, Zhong Yuan simply walked over and sat in the chair beside her bed. Jong Lan buried her face in her knees, her voice trembling. Brother, I'm okay. Really. It's just... my heart is still scared. Sensing her fear, he leaned in, his voice gentle but firm. Then talk to me. Zhong Lan nodded obediently. Okay. Her mind drifted back to a time of innocence, imagining herself in a superhero cape standing tall against imaginary foes. In all the comic books I used to read, evil never defeats good. Light always conquers darkness. She sniffled, continuing her thought. It sounds childish, I know. But I really wanted to become like those main characters. Someone who can protect the world. Someone who upholds justice. She lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes like a dam about to burst. She stared at her own palms, crushed by the harsh reality of this awakening Manhwa world. I always thought fellow awakened ones were comrades. Brothers in arms fighting against the beasts. Awakened ones shouldn't be slaughtering each other. Right? Hearing his sister's innocent worldview shattered, Zhong Yuan felt a pang in his chest. He reached out, smiling as he gently wiped the tears from her cheeks with a tissue. Everyone carries their own version of justice, Zhong Lan. When those ideals clash, coexistence becomes impossible. Humans become enemies to other humans. He looked deep into her eyes. So tell me, Zhong Lan, what does justice look like to you? The little girl hugged her knees tighter, thinking hard. Well. She glanced at the cake box on the table. Suddenly, she clenched her fist against her chest and shouted with renewed conviction. Justice is strawberry cake. Zhong Yuan blinked, completely blindsided by the answer. Huh. Ignoring his confusion, Zhong Lan's eyes lit up as she listed her reasons. The baker who makes it. The technology for the ingredients. A world peaceful enough to open a sweet shop protecting everything behind this cake. That is my justice. But as quickly as the fire lit, it vanished. She buried her face again, wailing loudly. Wah, but I'm still too weak. I don't even have the power to protect a single strawberry. Zhong Yuan picked up a comb, gently tidying her messy hair. A tender smile played on his lips. If that's the case, then let Big Brother protect the strawberry cake for you, he continued softly. Jong Lan just needs to do what you did when we were small. Wait at home, and I will bring the cake to you. Her expression darkened, a shadow of maturity crossing her young face. She frowned, looking down. But eventually I have to grow up. Behind her, Zhong Yuan deftly tied her hair into twin tails. He spoke with absolute certainty. As long as I am here, Jong Lan can stay a child for as long as she wants. A day, a month, a year, even for a lifetime. It is no problem at all. Jong Lan knelt there, letting the words sink in. As her brother finished her hair, she reached up to touch one of her pigtails. A genuine smile finally broke through the clouds. Okay. Then I will be a child for a little while longer. Until the day I am strong enough to protect the strawberry cake myself. Suddenly she perked up, remembering something. Oh right, brother. There is another strawberry friend next door. Shouldn't we go check on him? Together they walked down the hall to the neighboring ward. Zhong Yuan carried the cake while Jong Lan bounced along with restored energy. Brother Tian Shuo, my brother is here to see you. Inside, Zhang Buyu was sitting on the bed while Churin leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. Both looked up at the intrusion. Zhong Yuan scratched his cheek, looking everywhere but at them. The awkwardness was palpable as he mumbled, "Thanks for saving my sister." He paused, clearing his throat. "And sorry for almost beating you to death back in Hualing." Zhang Buyu burst into laughter, waving it off cheerfully. "Haha, don't sweat it. I was the one who messed up. I caused the misunderstanding in the first place. Water under the bridge." Zhang Buyu sat cross-legged, extending a hand towards Zhong Yuan with a grin. "So, are we cool? Can we be friends now?" Zhong Yuan gripped his hand firmly, his expression relaxing. "Of course. But let's get one thing straight. Friends don't try to poach each other for their guilds, got it?" Standing beside him, Jong Lan saw their interaction and clasped her hands behind her back, her smile radiant and full of joy. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan turned around to place a cake on the table, slicing it with the precision of a surgeon while explaining the situation. "Oh right, there is also this thing Zhong Lan mentioned earlier." Hearing this, Zhang Buyu, still confined to his hospital bed, looked over with a gaze full of curiosity. Next, Zhong Yuan handed over a slice of cake, smiling warmly as he confirmed he was willing to share his sister's strawberry shortcake. Then he pulled up a digital interface on his phone, revealing a ranking list straight out of a system Manhwa. It was the ranking of the Hua Nation's young awakened. First place, Zhang Buyu. Second place, Xuanming. Third place, Bai Xianli. Feng Qing glanced at the phone and casually announced to Zhong Yuan, who sat opposite him. "That old fox has already manipulated the rankings to put you in the second spot." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan nodded and verified the rewards. "Yeah. I was also awarded the Class 3 Gold Star Medal, a Class 2 Certificate of Merit, and the military rank of Major." He then added calmly, "2 of the attackers in the campus incident were internationally wanted criminals. The bounty money has already been transferred." Hearing this, Feng Qing couldn't help but sigh at the mundane nature of it all. "Those are all useless things." He tossed his phone aside, spreading his arms and adjusting his glasses as he proclaimed loudly, "Speaking of which, the museum people called my phone off the hook that day. They said you went into the exhibition hall and vanished into thin air, completely missing." He then added nonchalantly, "I told them that for an awakened, moving without a trace is normal. No need to panic." Beside him, Jong Lan listened to his bragging with a speechless expression. Suddenly, Feng Qing's expression turned serious, his face etched with concern as he made an observation. "Recently, you haven't been sleeping in your private dorm at all. You've been staying in the containment cell." He then asked with genuine suspicion, "You don't happen to have confinement dependency, do you? Like you can only sleep in dark, cramped spaces?" Hearing this, Zhong Yuan put down his phone, looked at him with dead serious eyes, and confirmed, "Possibly. Maybe you're right." Immediately, Feng Qing pointed at him and fired back a question. "Do you want to sleep in a rectangular, light-sealed box?" Seeing the opportunity, Zhong Yuan asked with genuine excitement, "Where can I buy a bed like that?" Hearing his friend's interest, Feng Qing crossed his arms, looked up and answered while probing further, "It has to be custom-made. What style do you want?" Upon being asked, Zhong Yuan stroked his chin, his face solemn as he fell into deep thought, visualizing a magnificent golden sarcophagus. He asked, "Can we make it look like a golden coffin? Just change it a bit so the lid can be opened from the inside." Zhong Yuan then reasoned, the best quality material would be alloy, since pure gold doesn't have enough impact resistance. Feng Qing didn't bat an eye and confirmed, "No problem. Do you want a sliding lid or a flip top?" Zhong Yuan continued to stroke his chin, simulating both scenarios in his mind, sliding the lid open versus bursting out like a vampire. He made his decision. Flip top. It's more convenient to use. Feng Qing gave him a quick thumbs up. Okay, I'll have it made and brought to you in a few days. Later at lunch, the group of 3 men and 1 woman sat together. Shangguan Yi looked at Feng Qing while eating and exclaimed, Feng Qing, you weren't at school these past few days, so you dodged a massive bullet. A huge catastrophe. Hearing this, Feng Qing looked over at Shangguan Yi with a bewildered expression. Shangguan Yi stuffed food into his mouth as he explained the horror. That day, the cafeteria gave out free expired milk tea. Everyone who drank it got poisoned and rushed the bathrooms. But misfortunes never come alone. The school's sewers froze over. When the bathroom doors opened, it was like opening a treasure chest of gold. Beside them, Jong Lan looked at him with pure disgust, clutching Zhong Yuan's earring as she complained, I suddenly lost my appetite. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan continued to eat deliciously unbothered. Feng Qing couldn't take it anymore. He rubbed his forehead and scolded, Shangguan Yi, don't bring up such crappy topics while we're eating. Zhong Yuan, however, ignored them all, shoveling white rice into his mouth with the focus of a cultivation master. Hearing the complaint, Shangguan Yi scratched his head and awkwardly shifted the topic. Then let's talk about how my family thinks I'm gay because of my cross-dressing photos. They've arranged a blind date for me. Feng Qing looked at him with confusion, picking at his food while imagining Shangguan Yi's potential girlfriend. Don't you already have Jianro? Shangguan Yi answered honestly. They said our social status doesn't match. We aren't compatible. Feng Qing sneered, turning his face fully toward Shangguan Yi to deliver his verdict. What is this nonsense? She is beautiful, has good grades, and has big hips. You standing next to her is like a fresh jasmine flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Hearing this, Jong Lan poked her head over, confused. Are big hips considered a merit? Zhong Yuan held his rice bowl and chopsticks, watching the drama unfold between the two like a spectator. Feng Qing turned to the young girl, gesturing wildly as he affirmed, Of course, from a medical perspective, a wider pelvis makes childbirth easier. Naturally, it is a huge advantage. The little girl leaned on Zhong Yuan's shoulder, listening intently to Feng Qing's lecture. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan scolded him, Feng Qing, don't corrupt my little sister. Feng Qing's face turned gloomy as he gave a logically sound defense. We awakened can meet with an accident at any time. He then confirmed his philosophy. If you meet someone you like, why hesitate? Marry early, have kids early, and contribute more to the nation's future. Then he looked at Zhong Yuan and Zhong Lan with a teasing, mockery-filled smirk. Wasn't I talking about you two? The siblings stared at him dumbfounded. Realizing the implication of his words, Zhong Yuan's rage exploded. He delivered a punch that sent Feng Qing flying into the distance, roaring, Feng Qing! That afternoon at the training grounds, the students stood in long rows under the scorching sun. A teacher stood before them announcing the new curriculum. Starting today, our class will conduct combat training every 2 weeks. He outlined the specifics: ancient martial arts cultivation, physical body tempering, and spiritual meditation. Next, instructor Liu Wen gestured toward the group approaching from behind, introducing them to the students. For today's session, the Special Military District has sent several Grandmaster Marshals to instruct you. Down in the ranks, Zhong Yuan looked at the lineup of instructors and muttered calmly to himself. To think there would be 2 familiar faces among them. Next to him, Zhong Lan also recognized someone. Her face fell slightly as she wondered internally, Uncle Lin. Why is he the one handling combat training? Immediately, the team of instructors introduced themselves. First up was Lin Dongliang. He clasped his hands behind his back with an aura of authority and greeted them. Hello, students. From today, the 4 of us will be your guides through this hellish basic combat training. One of the instructors stepped forward. But first, let's get acquainted. His voice boomed like thunder. I am Lin Dongliang of the Night Eagle Squad and Awakening Command Class. The previous speaker stepped back into the shadows, yielding the stage. The remaining 3 stepped into the light, radiating power. The first, a man with chestnut hair, declared, I am Zhan Hongwar God Squad Attack Class. Next up was a blonde man with a wild, untamed aura. I am Xiang Chong Elite Squad Defense Class. The final member was a striking woman. Mu Hong, Divine Eye Squad. Support and Healer Class. Shang Chong pointed to a corner, his voice dripping with arrogance. I hold 2 gold medals from the military martial arts tournament. Those who want to forge real strength come to me. Beside him, the sole female instructor extended her hand, offering a different path. Those with weaker constitutions, especially the ladies, are better suited for support roles. If you want to survive this awakening Manhwa world, follow me. In the background, Lin Dongliang's face darkened, his mind drifting into the shadows of the past. The commander's office. The memory played out vividly. Commander An sat there, hands clasped, his expression grave. Little Lin, when the academy was attacked, the first person Lan called was you. Hearing this, Lin panic-stricken, his composure shattering. He waved his hands frantically. What? That was a distress call. Commander An remained calm, his voice cutting deep. You cut off her resources, yet she never cut off her faith in you. The commander's expression turned resolute as he spoke of Lan. She is truly a brilliant child. He sighed, a mix of admiration and disappointment. Even in danger, she stayed calm and followed protocol. Yet you rejected her just because she only has 2 abilities. The order came down like a gavel. You have a chance to fix this. Restore your bond with that child. Lin's eyes went wide with shock. Back in reality, he approached the siblings with hands clasped behind his back. A chance at redemption. Zhong Lan, Zhong Yuan. I will be personally responsible for your training. The 2 siblings looked up at him. Lan gripped her brother's hand tightly. Yuan remained silent, his gaze shifting away, cold as ice. Lan hid behind him, eyeing Lin with fear and suspicion. Suddenly, Yuan stepped forward, blocking Lin's view. Instructor Lin, you are not fit to teach us. We require a different instructor. Lin flinched, visibly shaken. The other instructors turned their heads, confusion written all over their faces. Lin couldn't believe his ears. He stared at Yuan, trying to regain authority. Zhong Yuan, leave your personal feelings out of the classroom. He tried to justify himself. I am a command class Awakener. Guiding a normal civilian like you is easy work. In the back, John Hong sighed heavily. Watching the scene, John Hong smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, if that monster Yuan is normal, then I must be an alien in this system, Manhwa. But Yuan wasn't backing down. His aura flared cold and intimidating. You do not have the qualifications to teach me. Yuan's voice was calm, but cut like a knife. Requesting a change of instructor is my right. I hope you won't let your personal feelings affect your duty, instructor. Nearby, Shangchong snapped. His temper exploded as he pointed a finger at Yuan. That's enough. What do you mean Kid Captain Lin is a war hero? His power is undeniable. He glared at Yuan. What gives a student the right to be this arrogant? Lin Dongliang quickly intervened, raising a hand. Little Xiang, stand down. He then bowed deeply to Yuan, shocking everyone. Zhong Yuan, I admit it. I was wrong. I failed you and your sister. I solemnly apologize. Yuan stood like a statue, protecting Lan. The siblings stared at him. Even Jiang Chong froze, stunned by his captain's humility. Lin looked up, his eyes pleading but firm. But that is not a valid reason to reject my instruction. He tried to lecture Yuan again. You must learn humility. Impatience and arrogance have no place here. Wen narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. An apology means nothing if you keep stepping on my toes. I cannot respect a man with such character. Mu Hong scoffed, narrowing her eyes. Disgraceful. A student causing a scene on day 1. Xiang Chong couldn't hold back anymore. You little brat. What exactly do you want? Behind Yuan, Lan trembled, too scared to look. But Yuan stood firm, his voice iron. Change the instructor. His skill and character are trash. He can't teach me. Seeing Yuan's blatant provocation, Xiang Chong cracked his knuckles. Rage boiled over as he stomped forward. I've never met anyone as cocky as you, he snarled. If I don't discipline you today, you'll be dead the moment you step on the battlefield. Yuan looked at him with bored eyes. Hey big guy, I suggest you eat more rice and mind your own business. Xiang Chong stormed right up to him, veins popping. He pointed at Yuan's throat. I'm making it my business. Step out. We're fighting right now. Seeing the tank's determination, Yuan's eyes glinted with mockery. A faint smile played on his lips. You want to fight, fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lan panicked, tugging at her brother's sleeve. Her voice trembled. Brother, please don't do this. Yuan glanced back, his expression softening instantly. It's okay. He turned back to Xiang Chong, pointing a single finger. Defeating him. I only need one move. The declaration hung in the air. Xiang Chong's face twisted in disbelief and fury. One move, fine. I'll stand right here. Hit me with whatever energy you have. Yuan's eyes locked onto him while Lan gripped her phone, watching the chaos unfold. He lunged forward with a sneer, declaring, Let me warn you right now, I am the supreme shield of this military district. My reflection ability will turn your own attacks back against you. Suddenly, a holographic window appeared, explaining the mechanics like a classic Awakening Manhwa system notification. When attacked, the user takes only 20% of the damage, while reflecting a devastating 80% back at the attacker. The blonde man beckoned arrogantly, laughing aloud. Come on, kid. Hit me with everything you've got. I won't move an inch. Zhong Yuan stared at him with an eerie, unnatural calmness. Are you absolutely sure you want my full power? The man replied with unwavering confidence. Naturally. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan turned to the side. Instructor Mu, do you possess the life resonance skill? Yes I do. Why? With a face as cold as glacial ice, Zhong Yuan looked toward the distant horizon. Perfect. He took his battle stance, his mind sharpening. Bravery. Ambassador combat style. Blood for blood. Materialize. Blinding light erupted around his body, radiating overwhelming power. Battle madness every second until death. Berserker stance. The blond man's face turned pale with terror as he watched the reflection of his own doom approaching. A devastating punch launched forward, calculations raced through Zhong Yuan's mind. My power has increased tenfold. With his 80% reflection, I will take 8 times the damage, but my blood-for-blood skill reflects that damage back 3 times over. The last thing everyone saw was his gaze burning with determination and a thirst for vengeance. The enemy was blasted away by the sheer force. The blond man crashed into the ground, causing a massive tremor. His face was a mask of fresh crimson blood. A girl rushed over in panic. Life Resonance 1 punch drained the entire life force of a defense-type powerhouse. That is insane. Just then, John Hong walked over, scratching his head awkwardly. The woman cried out in relief. We managed to save his life. He's stable. She fainted momentarily from the stress. John Hong sighed internally. I originally just wanted to teach Xuan Ming some disc shooting skills, but you people had to escalate things. He hoisted both of them onto his shoulders effortlessly. I will take them to the hospital. Meanwhile, Jong Lan smiled with a mischievous glint in her eyes, staring at her phone. Video recorded. Time to post this to my friend's circle. Commander Anne's new satellite phone comes in handy for this Manhwa recap moment. Zhong Yuan walked over and called out, Lin Dongliang, do you feel like you can guide me now? The old man started, his mind racing in shock. How is this possible? His talent is clearly worse than a normal person's. I possess the red-grade sensory ability. Aside from detecting royalty among the alien races, it can also sense the latent talent of ordinary humans. Suddenly, memories of the past flooded his mind like a cinematic flashback. That day I met Zhong Lan. My sensor activated automatically. She is destined to become an Awakener, a future peak powerhouse of the Hua nation. I also checked Zhong Yuan's talent. It is rare to see someone so completely unsuited to becoming an Awakener. It makes one doubt if he and Zhong Lan are even blood siblings. Their appearances share no resemblance whatsoever. Unconsciously, he glanced at Zhong Lan. I waited for a God-given opportunity when Zhong Yuan had his accident to coerce Zhong Lan into joining Shangdong Academy. But with such low talent, how did Zhong Yuan become a top-tier powerhouse in just over a month? Is my sensory ability malfunctioning? He looked at Zhong Yuan with a complex gaze. Perhaps judging a person's value solely on a sensory skill was my mistake. Meanwhile, at Hualing Academy, Zhang Buyu was resting his chin on his hand, staring intently at his phone. Zhong Lan had posted a new update to her circle. Her caption read, Check it out, isn't my brother handsome? Tianshuo blushed unconsciously, a smile spreading across his face. Zhong Yuan has become stronger again. When he fought me last time, he definitely didn't have this kind of overwhelming power. I need to save 3 copies of this video immediately. At the same time, Feng Qing walked over, looking at his own phone with a laugh. As expected of little Zhong Lan, I reposted it in a heartbeat. Scene changed to Gu Yan, who was scrolling through his phone with a heavy heart. Great. Even Commander Anne reposted it. Does he want to embarrass the entire Huadong district? Although I must admit this guy is quite photogenic. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Come to think of it, the chosen ones get the ambassador title and a photo on the recruitment materials. Zhong Yuan is the strongest southern king, winning with 1.8 billion votes. In another scene, a bright spotlight flashed. A voice called out, That pose, that expression, pure professional. This year, Shangdong Academy won't use the Southern King title, but rather, Young Hero. It doesn't seem too bad. Zhong Yuan was surrounded by the flashing lights of eager reporters. Gu Yan looked at him with a proud smile. Zhong Yuan is the youngest major in our Huadong region. If we don't use him as our poster boy, who else could we possibly choose? His smile faded as he noticed the boy's exhaustion. Zhong Yuan muttered, Are we done yet? Can I go home now? The old man panicked. You were so energetic just a moment ago, why the sudden fatigue? Zhong Yuan replied instantly. That was just my professional business expression. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes, thinking rapidly. I seem to have acquired a passive ability to appear super cute. It makes everyone around me unconsciously develop goodwill toward me. The more I think about this ability, the more dangerous it feels. I must try my best not to use it on humans. I'll test its specific effects on animals first. Under the night sky of the city, Su Wanying walked alone. First I invited Zhong Yuan to form a team and got rejected. Now he's even snatched away the title of top star. Ugh, whatever. I'll just go find a stray cat to pet and relieve this boredom. Suddenly she saw a swarm of cats fawning over a man. It was an adorable sight. Without thinking, she tapped his shoulder shyly. Excuse me, friend. How do you get these cats to be so affectionate? Zhong Yuan turned around, causing her to scream his name in total shock. Seeing her reaction, Zhong Yuan touched his chin thoughtfully. Ah, I remember. You're that final wish person who tricked me into going to that spicy hot pot place. She gave a stiff, awkward smile. It's Su Wanying. My name is Su Wanying, not Final Wish. She quickly changed the subject. Student Zhong Yuan, did you come here to feed the cats too? He snatched the food packet from her grip, his voice stern. These noisy felines disturb the peace every night. I am here to discipline them. A thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Wait, she is a cat lover. I cannot badmouth them now. He quickly pivoted, masking his intention. Senior Sister Sue, did you say you wanted to get close to these little ones? Her eyes lit up with a dazzling smile as she looked at him. Yes, how did you do that? Please tell me your secret. I can, he teased, but everything you witnessed today must remain a top secret. She nodded without hesitation. Deal. My lips are sealed. His gaze turned intense, locking onto hers. To command them, you must learn the art of being adorable. Her lips twitched in confusion. Adorable. His fingers danced gracefully over the calico cat's fur. Exactly. Only by radiating pure cuteness will the strays accept you. She stared at him, skepticism written all over her face. Are you speaking a foreign language? Why does that make zero sense to me? Mesmerized by his gentle touch with the animal, she leaned in closer, a soft smile playing on her lips. Zhong Yuan, let me touch too. He recoiled dramatically. Senior Sister, are you trying to sexually harass me? Flustered, she waved her hands frantically. No, I meant the cat. I just want to pet the one on your shoulder for a moment. He flopped onto the ground, lifting the creature from his shoulder. Is that so? Hold on a second. A mystic blue light shimmered around his hands. As the owner of a system Manhwa ability, he realized that after subduing the cat with his super cuteness skill, he could communicate with it mentally. As if enchanted by an invisible force, the cat leaped happily towards Su Wanying. She gasped in delight. Hey, slow down. There is plenty of food for everyone. He watched her with a thoughtful gaze. Su Wanying, perhaps she is not as troublesome or difficult as I assumed. Suddenly his pocket vibrated with a loud ringtone. Wake up. The sun is burning your butt. He glanced at the ID commander. An A-call at midnight meant a crisis was brewing. He immediately turned to Su Wanying. Duty calls. I have to go. You should head back and rest soon too, Senior Sister. Oh, all right, she replied quickly. He vanished into the night, leaving her alone with the adorable army of stray cats. Watching him leave, she thought, bonding with cats is amazing. Can I pet them with Zhong Yuan next time? She paused, recalling his advice. He said I need to act cute. Should I try it? She channeled her inner idol, striking an exaggeratedly cute pose with a goofy grin plastered on her face. The cat stared at her with utter contempt before launching a full-scale assault. She screamed as claws met skin, falling backward in defeat. Clutching the food bag, tears welled in her eyes. Boo-hoo, it was all a lie. Being cute is useless. She touched her face, wincing. Great, my face is ruined. I need a healer. She traced the scratches, muttering bitterly. A healer, I possess the ultimate prayer support ability. Yet I cannot even heal a tiny scratch on myself. Dark memories flooded her mind. A vision of herself kneeling on the cold ground, body trembling in fear. A red-haired tyrant loomed over her, his aura menacing. Who gave you this windhorn deer Starcore? She stammered, terrified. I bought it from a classmate. His violence erupted. He shoved her away, spitting insults. You absolute fool. You exist only for the ultimate prayer. You stay in the rear, so others can copy your ability. You gain fame and fortune without ever risking your life. The ultimate prayer is the Su family's ticket to glory. I will not let some trash-tier wind-healing ability pollute our bloodline. He beat her until she curled up on the floor, then turned his back coldly. It is fortunate you are trash with no talent. You cannot absorb anything except the specific star core we give you. Until you condense the seed for the next generation, stay here and be obedient. Do not do anything unnecessary. The nightmare faded, replaced by another. Scornful voices surrounded her. They say power is the best aphrodisiac. All those guys chasing her, they are just chasing her ultimate prayer ability. Once the prayer ends, she is just dead weight to protect. So annoying. But hey, as a synergy tool, she is useful enough. Ha ha ha. Lu Wen raised a hand, refusing to even look at her. Sorry. Your family warned me not to activate your potential. She stood frozen, biting her lip until it bled. Back in the present, she clutched the star core tight. I want to fight side by side. I refuse to be a burden who only relies on others for protection. If there are truly gods in this dimension, please answer my humble prayer. A single tear fell, striking the core. A resonance vibrated from the stone. She had awakened the wind-healing ability. Her eyes widened in shock. High above, a helicopter cut through the clouds. Zhong Yuan, sorry to disturb your sleep, but the situation in Jinling City is critical. It is a classic Awakening Manhwa scenario. The dungeon is about to fall. He adjusted his headset, voice calm. No need for formalities, Commander On. Just send me the battle data and the coordinates. The commander replied instantly. Done. Your satellite phone is now linked directly to the battlefield comms channel. Connect when you are ready. He replied with a simple, "Roger." Then he glanced at the pilot with a smirk. "Little brother, I didn't know you moonlighted as a pilot." The man chuckled over the roar of the rotors. "Standard procedure. Dongfeng Express handles logistics for the Awakened. One man, many hats." Cheng Yuan nodded. "Working overtime at midnight? That is rough." The pilot looked back with a grin. "Me, I am nobody. You guys are the real heroes." The system interface flashed open. Target Ox Head Mountain, Jinling City. Threat level blue. Gate opened 4 hours ago. Enemy Ancient Siam. Abilities Super Reproduction, Poison Scythe, Death Strangle, Super Excretion. The battle was already raging. A soldier's voice crackled over the radio, filled with panic. "There are too many of them. We cannot kill them fast enough." "This is not blue rank difficulty. 6 squads are not enough. The Desolate Heaven team is crumbling." Suddenly a blur of motion struck. A scream of pure agony tore through the comms. Guyan's voice cut through the chaos, grim and final. "The Desolate Heaven squad has been wiped out." A blond young man screamed in sheer panic, his eyes wide with terror. "No, Xiaoyue is getting married next month. She absolutely cannot die here." The older man beside him quickly grabbed his shoulder, trying to steady him. "Stop talking. We need to deal with this swarm of filth right in front of us first." Just as they struggled to hold the line against the grotesque insectoid monsters, a command blared through their earpieces. "This is Command Center. All units retreat immediately. Preserve your forces at all costs." Guyan roared in fury, veins popping on his neck. "Are we just supposed to ignore the civilians out there? If we die, let the next squad take over the fight. We don't retreat. Have you forgotten the tragedy of the Ancient Siam campaign 12 years ago?" The veteran's voice trembled. "History remembers the sacrifice of over 100 awakened ones just to suppress that breach. The trauma is still etched in our very souls." And Fung quickly interjected, checking the readings. "The dimension has been urgently reinforced with 9 anchor points. It won't shatter that easily. A strategic class powerhouse capable of overturning the entire battlefield is arriving," the commander stated grimly. "I am ordering a retreat because I refuse to tolerate any more meaningless sacrifices. This is the turning point typical of an awakening Manhwa." High above, the transporter pilot radioed in, "We have arrived at Mount Oxhead, requesting instructions." A calm voice crackled back instantly. "Command Center acknowledges. The dimensional gate will open in 50 seconds. Proceed at maximum velocity." "Roger that, East Wind, understood," the pilot replied. The helicopter tore through the sky with terrifying speed. The female pilot began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Successful entry into the dimension confirmed. Inside the system, interface operators watched the data stream as an external connection linked up. Communication tower at Mount Oxhead has intercepted a strange signal. User login identified Zhuan Ming. A high-ranking officer raised his hand, commanding the room. "Let him into the secure channel and grant him level 1 authority." Meanwhile, looking down from the chopper, a young man whispered, "Keep it down. My eardrums are about to explode." The blonde soldier scoffed, "Chi." Listening to Xuan Ming's voice, he sounds way too young. Guyan quickly added, skepticism dripping from his words, complaining about comms volume. "Has this guy ever even stepped onto a real battlefield?" The man with the goatee stroked his chin. "I just pray this strategic class ranker can actually turn the tide of this nightmare." Back in the air, a massive swarm of insects suddenly surged from the abyss. The pilot panicked, screaming, "East Wind requesting instructions." The insect swarm is vectoring directly toward the chopper. Suddenly, Xuan Ming commanded, "Increase altitude immediately." The pilot turned in surprise, but he cut her off. "Keep climbing until I say stop. Do it now." Thoughts raced through his mind at lightning speed. Detecting Ancient Siam poison scythes. Absorption possible. No, not yet. I'll calculate that later. He monitored the altitude with cold precision. 1,500 meters. 2,000, 4,000. He smirked. There. The poison gas warning finally disappeared at this height. He grabbed his backpack and turned to the female pilot, his voice calm. "All right. Everything below is a sea of toxic gas. Maintain this altitude. Do not let the poison touch you." The pilot blinked in shock. "Huh, you ordered the climb, just for my safety." Before she could process the moment, Xuan Ming simply stated, "I'm going down first." The pilot, filled with sudden trust, pointed at herself. "Return in triumph. I will be here to fly you home." He gave a faint, confident smile, and then without hesitation jumped straight into the void. The gray-haired officer watching the system feed screamed in horror. Why did Xuan Ming jump directly? That's 4,000 meters. Parachutes are only effective up to 1,000 meters. The man beside him replied with absolute conviction. "Humph. He possesses a legendary landing technique." On the screen, Xuan Ming plummeted toward the mass of grotesque insects. The headset crackled with confusion. "You're kidding, right?" He jumped just because he didn't like the conversation. Hearing the complaints in his ear, Xuan Ming retorted, Hey uncle, if there's no emergency, stop screaming. The commander, hearing the rebuke, lowered his voice. Apologies, I'll speak softly. But may I ask, what ability are you using to hover in mid-air? The operators in the room began to whisper among themselves, the tension shifting to gossip. This Xuanming dares to lecture the chief of staff, another whispered. And the chief isn't even angry. Who is this guy? Seeing them distracted, the chief's assistant cleared his throat. Are you all focusing on the wrong thing? Xuanming is currently operating at 3,000 meters without support. Back in the sky, Xuanming casually discarded his support gear. I'm not using an ability. I just hopped onto the back of a giant cockroach. If they attack, I'll deal with it then. He then unleashed a supercharm skill, a bizarre ability to tame the beasts. Gu Yan, hearing the sounds of struggle, hushed his team. Shh, don't distract him from his battle. Before anyone could process the situation, Xuanming's voice returned. Done. These bugs aren't even as smart as the stray cats back home. The entire command room gasped in unison. It ended in 2 seconds. The crew on the helicopter was equally stunned. Commander, what does he mean? Stray cats. The chief of staff adjusted his glasses, answering calmly, that is the power of a strategic class. As Xuanming fought, he analyzed the mechanics of this system Manhwa world. My taming charm is hit or miss with humans, but against cats and insects, it's absolute dominance. One release ensures their total obedience. He glanced at the tactical map on his phone. 6 squads of Awakened entered. Only 5 remain. Total survivors 30. Looking down, he spotted a cave being swarmed by the insect wave. He frowned. Strange. Why is the swarm coordinating a focused assault on that location? These bugs have low intelligence. They shouldn't be able to track human positions this accurately. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Could there be a high-intelligence variant hiding among the ancient Siam swarm? A commander unit relaying information, he immediately patched into Gu Yan's channel. There is a massive wave of giant cockroaches heading your way. I am en route to assist with your extraction. Gu Yan, panic setting in, shouted back. We will handle these bugs ourselves, Xuanming. Just focus on your own mission. Hearing this, Xuanming snapped back instantly. This swarm isn't normal. If you waste time killing them one by one, you'll ruin everything. His warning only seemed to bruise their egos. He dares to call us slow. One of the squad members gritted his teeth. Xuanming is far too arrogant. Another hot-headed soldier behind him yelled into the comms. Don't you come over here, we can still fight. The blonde soldier, losing his temper, hefted a massive cannon and roared at the sky. Unleash everything, we die taking these bugs with us, for the desolate Sky Squad. Before they could pull the trigger, someone pointed toward the cave entrance. Wait, look, I think he's already here. Xuanming stood tall, radiating an aura of absolute coolness. Is anyone here afraid of heights? If not, I'll let these cockroaches give you a ride to the safe zone. Gu Yan's jaw dropped to the floor. Controlling 31 targets simultaneously, he stammered. He just shattered the national record. The blonde soldier stared, his weapon lowered. So this is the true power of a strategic class Awakened. A voice cut through the tension with a naive question. Are these wretched insects poisonous? His answer was as sharp as a blade, leaving no room for doubt. Their venom sacs are hidden in their legs, releasing a lethal toxin through friction with the earth. Even their waste is poisonous, though it loses its potency once airborne. Time is running out. Everyone follow my lead charge. But as the swarm erupted in endless numbers, he turned his back, his mind already racing ahead. With the team distracting them, I can finally analyze the secrets of this system Manhwa world. He pulled out a blazing red core. System, scan the primordial roach core. Should I absorb this? The analysis flashed before his eyes. Ability super reproduction rank, red immutable. Effect explosive birth rates. A single host can spawn 10,000 offspring instantly. Next up, ability venom scythe rank blue immutable. A signature toxin of the primordial roach. Wherever they tread, the land dies. He continued the breakdown. Ability death grip rank yellow upgradable. Uses jagged mandibles to tear through enemies and drain their life force. And finally, ability hyper excretion rank red immutable. Instantly expels massive amounts of toxic waste, accelerating the spread of the venom scythe. His expression turned to ice. What kind of trash skills are these? I'm not absorbing this filth. He shifted his focus to the green rank core hive mind. The hive mind allows for thought resonance through the venom scythe network. Zhong Yuan stared at the core, a plan forming in the depths of his eyes. So beyond the 4 basic skills, there's a hidden command network. Time to run a little experiment. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, the blonde Awakener gasped. He actually levitated all of us into the sky. Hold position. What is he planning? Gu Yan shook his head helplessly. The mind of a strategic class hunter is a mystery even to me. Suddenly, a shout pierced the silence. Look over there. Written in the sky, formed by thousands of roaches. Pay me overtime. The commander's jaw dropped. Son of a... The entire command center stared at the insect formation. Pay. Me. Over time. A ghostly silence fell over the room until Lu Jianlin broke it. Can Zhong Yuan really control that many entities at once? And Quan Feng cleared his throat awkwardly. Don't ask logic. That's just how a leveling Manhwa protagonist operates. Lu Jianlin grabbed the comms. Ahem, Zhong Yuan. The overtime fee is negotiable. But first, can you stream the situation? We need eyes on the ground. Instantly, a spatial rift tore open. Zhong Yuan's voice echoed from the device. Can you see this? Loud and clear, Lu replied. A technician in a white vest turned pale. My God. This swarm density. It's just like the calamity 12 years ago. And Quan Feng's face darkened. Our initial estimates were far too naive. Lu Jianlin roared. We have to purge them before they multiply. Prepare the carpet bombing. But Zhong Yuan, standing atop a giant roach like a king, interrupted. Hold your fire, not yet. Huh. Lu froze. Zhong Yuan extended his hand, activating a bizarre skill. Skill activated super cuteness. Experiment successful, he thought with a smirk. I only need to control a few. The toxin network transmits my will to the entire swarm. A command thundered into the insect hive mind. Retreat to the nest. Go back. The sea of primordial roaches froze in their tracks, and then turned around. In the command room, jaws hit the floor. Impossible, the primordial roaches. They're retreating. I've never seen anything like it. Monsters don't just retreat to their dungeons. The radio crackled with awe. It's a miracle. Zhong Yuan has performed a miracle. We are witnessing history in the making. But amidst the retreating tide, Zhong Yuan's eyes narrowed. One roach remained. It clutched a severed human arm immune to his control. His mind sharpened. That smaller one ignored the command. Could it be the Bug King? Through the video feed, the blonde hunter saw the severed arm. Rage exploded in his voice. Zhong Yuan, kill it, avenge the wilderness team, I beg you. The black-haired captain barked, stand down, don't give orders. But the blonde boy's voice cracked with devastating grief. That arm. It's holding Xiaoyi's weapon. The bugs ate her. We couldn't even find her body. She was supposed to get married next month. Zhong Yuan's expression hardened. Understood. He drew 2 throwing knives, cold steel glinting in the light. He stepped onto the scorched earth. Locking onto the target, he unleashed the blades with lethal precision. The knives flew with the force of a thunderbolt. But suddenly 2 drones burst from the ground, sacrificing themselves to block the strike. The king recoiled, realizing it was being hunted. It knows I'm here. It's using the drones as meat shields to escape. The king frantically dug into the earth. Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed. You're not going anywhere. He surged forward. Skill, Glacial Freeze. Bone-chilling frost exploded outward, locking the creature in a prison of ice. Without breaking stride, Zhong Yuan snatched up the fallen weapon, Xiaoyi's legacy. He gripped the steel tight, channeling his fury. With a roar, he brought the weapon down on the king's carapace. The ice shattered. The creature was obliterated instantly. From the gore, he extracted a shimmering gold core. The system chimed. Detected primordial roach king core. Absorb. Ability hypercognition. Rank blue upgradable. Effect vastly accelerates thought processing. So that's it, Zhong Yuan realized. Its high intelligence allowed it to resist my control. Reject absorption. As the notification faded, a glint in the dirt caught his eye. He knelt and retrieved a diamond ring untouched by the filth. The memory of Feng Qing's voice echoed in his mind. We Awakeners dance with death every day. If you love someone, never hesitate. Zhong Yuan clenched the ring, his heart heavy. It seems you only truly understand those words, after you've lost everything. He stood over the carcass of the king. Smaller frame, longer limbs, high intelligence. A commander unit capable of tactical warfare. A chill ran down his spine. If there's one, there could be more lying in wait beneath the surface. Hold on. He leaped atop a drone and closed his eyes. Skill, supersensory perception. The world dissolved into a spectrum of aura and heat signatures. Deep below, a massive pulsating anomaly appeared on his mental radar. Found you. He tapped his comms. HQ, I've located another king. Coordinates sent. It's nesting deep underground, surrounded by eggs. Burn it out. Rain down the firebombs now. Commander Lu Jianlin let out a dry chuckle. I thought the younger generation didn't need old bones like us. The soldiers shuffled awkwardly, but Zhong Yuan looked at him with innocent confusion. Uncle, what kind of nonsense is that? I'm not some invincible god, Zhong Yuan admitted. When my mana runs dry, I rely on you guys. Solo heroics in a dimensional rift is just a fancy way to die. When trouble hits, I turn to the flag. Commander Lu burst into laughter, the sound booming across the field. Ha 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 ha, I like this kid's style. A soldier nearby lowered his head, shame burning his cheeks. And to think I judged him over petty overtime pay. I'm so narrow-minded. Commander Lu's expression hardened into steel. Iron armor unit, listen up. Charge the barrier, support Zhong Yuan with everything you've got. An explosion shattered the silent shockwaves and heat, obliterating the landscape in a terrifying display of power. Zhong Yuan stumbled, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. He had pushed his system Manhwa perception skills to the absolute limit, scanning the terrain 5 times to hunt down every last bug king. Swaying on his feet, he reported, "Without the alpha species, the rift will destabilize and seal itself shortly. The portal has entered a stable decay phase. The science division can harvest the remaining critters for research." He raised a trembling hand, holding a bloodied ring. "Does anyone recognize this?" A blonde soldier snapped to attention, executing a perfect military salute. "Sir, I do." Seeing the soldier's pained expression, Zhong Yuan lowered his voice. "I'm sorry. This was all I could find." The soldier choked back tears. "Thank you. My cousin can finally rest in peace." The observation deck erupted with urgent updates. "Command, the rift is collapsing." On the main screen, the dimensional tear shrank rapidly, flashing one last time before vanishing into the void. The recon team confirmed the miracle. Rift signature gone, suppression successful. Cheers exploded in the command center. "We did it. No repeat of the 12-year nightmare." It was a historic victory in this awakening Manhwa era. Survivors swarmed him like moths to a flame. "Zhong Yuan, you're the MVP. History will carve your name in stone. Just one picture, hero." Zhong Yuan shielded his face. "No thanks. I have a severe allergy to flash photography. I'm out. Peace." He ghosted the crowd, slipping onto a waiting helicopter before anyone could stop him. The pilot glanced at the sleeping boy behind him. Only 16 yet, thrown into hell. "Rest up, kid. You saved us all." The hero of the rift collapsed onto his dorm bed back at the academy. "Finally. Back to my luxuriously soft prison cell. Need to recharge my spiritual energy." He drifted into the void of sleep. It is 3 a.m. Alarm is set for 5. 2 hours. Better than nothing. He blinked once. Suddenly sunlight assaulted his eyes and his phone screamed its alarm. A wakey. The sun was already high. 7 o'clock. His brief nap had time-skipped straight through the morning. In the cafeteria, Jong Lan radiated a menacing aura. "So, were you gaming all night with that random girl again?" Feng Qing poked the bear. "Look at those dark circles, Yuan. Better confess before Lan goes berserk." Zhong Yuan panicked internally. "I don't even have a metabolism. How can I have dark circles?" He frantically pulled at his eyelids. "Shangguan, do I really look like a zombie?" Shangguan Yi saw the death glare from Zhong Lan and chose survival. Yeah. Totally. I see nothing, but I value my life more than the truth." Zhong Yuan questioned his existence. "Is my fatigue bypassing my system stats? Why does everyone see it?" "All right, fine," he confessed. "I was fighting a war against cockroaches until dawn." Zhong Lan, the goddess of hygiene, gasped in horror. 6 nests, he continued grimly. "It was a dense formation. I had to deploy chemical weapons to wipe them out." "Enough!" Zhong Lan aggressively shook a bottle of hot sauce. Feng Qing watched the bowl turn red. "Dear Lord, that spice level is a biohazard." Suddenly a sickly sweet voice cut in. "Good morning, Zhong Yuan." It was Su Wanying. "Hi, little sis. Oh, Shangguan, you exist too." Feng Qing bristled with hostility. "Seats taken, Su. Move it." She completely ignored me. "Does my presence mean nothing?" Su Wanying didn't back down. "I already ate, just saying hi to my favorite junior." She leaned in, pressing her assets forward and whispered, "Zhong Yuan, want to continue what we did last night?" The entire cafeteria went dead silent. "No time," Zhong Yuan replied coldly. "I'm too busy surviving to deal with this drama. Combat reports, training videos. My schedule is full." Su Wanying misinterpreted his coldness for study stress. "How about we study together tonight?" Shangguan Yi slammed the table. "He's studying with me, no homewreckers allowed in our bromance." Su Wanying sneered. "You the guy who failed 5 subjects, you're dragging him down." "My skin is thicker than a tank's armor," Shangguan declared proudly. Zhong Lan suddenly stood up. "I'm full. Leaving now." "Want a dumpling for the road?" Zhong Yuan offered. "No appetite," she snapped. "I need the restroom." "Meet at the gate." "Whatever." The other two continued their verbal deathmatch. Feng Qing watched in horror as Zhong Yuan ate the spicy leftovers. "You're actually eating the bowl of death. Are your taste buds dead too?" Zhong Yuan packed the rest. Feng Qing looked concerned. "You look wrecked. Want a hit of my reset skill?" "Hit me," Zhong Yuan said instantly. Feng Qing cast his ability, reverting the target's body to its state from 24 hours ago. Zhong Yuan's figure suddenly glitched, blurring into multiple overlapping images. Feng Qing rubbed his eyes. "Whoa, did he just phase out of reality? Maybe I need sleep too." He reached out and pinched Zhong Yuan's cheek. Hey, what's the big idea? Zhong Yuan swatted him away, confused. Feng Qing asked, check your status. Any improvement? Zhong Yuan gave a half-hearted shrug. Oh, Feng Qing thought, at least he has a tangible form now. Feng Qing pivoted to a new topic. That reminds me, exactly this time last night you ate your sister's death tofu pudding, didn't you? Scratching his chin, Zhong Yuan muttered, yeah, sounds about right. Feng Qing sighed, shaking his head. What a waste of Su Wanying's power. As they strolled toward the academic building, Zhong Yuan asked, isn't Su Wanying just a standard healing ability? What does that have to do with my dinner? Feng Qing corrected him. In the complex lore of a leveling manhwa abilities aren't so simply classified. Calling it combat healing is just for the layman. Su Wanying's true effect is state regression. It reverts a target's physical condition to exactly 24 hours prior. Zhong Yuan blinked, surprised. There are nuances, Feng Qing continued. If someone was injured 24 hours ago and healed today, using Su Wanying on them now would revert them back to being injured. Crucially, it only affects the physical vessel, not the spiritual mind. Zhong Yuan frowned, analyzing the logic. That doesn't track. The mind is anchored by the brain physical matter. Surely it counts as part of the body. Feng Qing shook his head. The emergence of abilities shattered traditional physics. What is the true nature of life in this system manhwa era? Science is still catching up. But one fact remains absolute: if someone is spiritually dead, reverting their body won't bring them back. Resurrection is a myth. Zhong Yuan fell silent, his mind racing. So Su Wanying is fundamentally a time manipulation ability. When I regressed 4 years into the past, I was still dead. Unless I was influenced by a similar power. The image of that bizarre golden coffin flashed in his mind. A terrifying hypothesis took root. Maybe the coffin wasn't the only force behind my rebirth. Days later, a courier hauled a massive crate to his door. Zhong Yuan delivery. He rolled up the shutter. Just stash it in the storage room end of the hall. Thanks. You got it. Watching the guy effortlessly lift the weight, Zhong Yuan thought, damn, even the delivery guys are awakeners these days. Zhong Yuan patted his custom-ordered golden coffin. Not bad. Looks exactly like the original. Finally, I can sleep soundly without needing a prison cell. Peeking inside, his expression twitched. Huh. Invoices, instruction manuals, leg height adjusters, and a metal polishing kit, and cute cartoon stickers, he laughed. Sure, why not? Moments later, the ominous artifact was plastered with the courier's goofy decals. Steam curled from a teacup. Commander An Guanfeng looked up. Zhong Yuan, I called you to the military district for 2 reasons. Rummaging through a cabinet and continued, first, your overtime pay. Without you at the Taigu Rift, Jinling City would have faced total evacuation. The losses would have been astronomical. Finally, he slid a velvet box containing a medal across the desk. Aside from the merits and cash, High Command has awarded you the Yan Huang Medal. Zhong Yuan's face fell. Can I pass on this? My dorm already has 2. They're just clutter. And Guanfeng glared. You have to take it. No medal, no overtime pay. This brat, Anne thought. That's the highest honor in the country. Even I want one. Zhong Yuan scratched his cheek. Oh, so the medal isn't the payment. And Guanfeng rested his hand on a heavy safe nearby. Your actual payment is in here. Zhong Yuan's eyes lit up. What's the loot? We've allocated 12,000 snowbone snake cores for you. Zhong Yuan gasped. All of that. For me. Every last one. And confirmed generously. Absorb as much as you can handle. But remember, this power is a trust from the nation. Don't lose your way. Zhong Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood. Suddenly the system chimed, detected snowbone snake cores. Initiate absorption. Shh. Absorb, he commanded, ready for the highlight of this manhwa recap. Energy roared into him like a breaking dam. The notifications went wild. Super sensing. Max level ability evolved, new skill acquired. Red tier air bullet upgradable. Red tier air bullet. Max level evolution, complete new skill, calamity tier thermal pressure blast level 2. The notifications barely paused. Blue tier freeze. Max level ability evolved. Red tier extreme cold upgradable. Level 8. Zhong Yuan calculated rapidly. Gold is 1 core per level. Blue is 10. Red takes 100. Calamity needs 1,000. The curve is getting steep. My evolution path is heavily skewing towards ice attributes. Commander, pop another crate, Zhong Yuan shouted. And Guanfeng panicked. Kid, slow down, you'll explode. Relax, Zhong Yuan smirked. I'm built different. And Guanfeng tossed another box. Zhong Yuan drained it instantly. The system pinged again. Red tier extreme cold. Max level evolution. Complete new skill, calamity tier, eternal ice domain fixed. Gold tier regeneration, max level evolution, complete new skill. Blue tier unending vitality upgradable. Max level reached. Evolution, complete new skill. Red tier immortal body upgradable. Zhong Yuan assessed his arsenal. Thermal pressure blast eternal ice domain immortal body, all unlocked. But he felt a barrier preventing the offensive skills from passing calamity level 2. Eternal domain is capped, only immortal body can still grow. He raised a hand. Hit me with another box, and Guanfeng's jaw dropped. Are you a human or a core-eating beast? Zhong Yuan inhaled the energy. Red tier immortal body, max level. Ability evolved, new skill. Calamity tier authority of life upgradable. Authority of life, level 2. Effect. Grants instant indestructible body and bestows regeneration on any target within a 1,000-meter radius. Zhong Yuan looked up, seeing the commander's pale face. Commander, you look faint. Do you need some healing? Zhong Yuan declared, consider me the ultimate healer now. I have awakened a new power that grants absolute regeneration to others. And Guanfeng gasped in shock. What did you say, i.e.? The commander didn't hesitate for a split second. He grabbed a dagger and drove the steel blade straight through his own palm. Zhong Yuan turned pale at the bloody sight. Violence at the first disagreement, you are truly ruthless. But Guanfeng, trembling with excitement, shouted, Hurry, let me see it! Zhong Yuan extended his hand and commanded. Authority of life. An emerald aura instantly enveloped the commander's bleeding hand, glowing with divine energy. Staring at his now flawless skin, Guanfeng marveled. Incredible. This speed rivals a Tier 9 gold rank regeneration. What is this ability called? Does this awakening Manhwa skill have any limits? Zhong Yuan answered honestly. It is called Authority of Life, and it has no restrictions. However, a thought crossed his mind. With my current timeline, I should keep some cards hidden. So he lied through his teeth. Actually, it consumes a massive amount of mental energy. If I overuse it, I'll need to hibernate for at least 2 days. And Guanfeng was so elated he looked ready to float away. Good, this is magnificent. Humanity finally has a strategic level healing class superior even to Su Wanying. Zhong Yuan interrupted the celebration. Commander, didn't you call me here for 2 things? What is the second matter? And Guanfeng composed himself and cleared his throat. Ahem. His eyes turned serious. The second matter. The plan to bait the mole within the military district has been set in motion. Meanwhile, in a fortress of luxury and elegance, a woman with crimson hair swirled a glass of red wine as she approached the wooden railing. The liquid was as dark as blood. The red-haired woman spoke. Commander Guanfeng of the East has proposed sending students into the dimensional field to hunt cores. He claims it is a selection round for the university tournament, but clearly it is a trap to lure us into attacking Zhong Yuan. Bai Xianli scoffed. Did Guanfeng think I wouldn't spot such a clumsy bait? I only agreed to open the dimensional field in Hua Nation to beat him at his own game. The woman warned. You sold Zhong Yuan's info to Deng Lian leading to the school raid. The leader knows. He warned me not to forget the bottom line of the Hua Nation. Bai Xianli sneered. So what if they know war is inevitable? He sat back in his chair, eyes cold. From the moment that abandoned son of the Fung family surrendered to the Nine, our coexistence became impossible. The woman asked, Are you talking about the Fung family outcast? The one who cured his cancer by absorbing the snowbone snake core? Bai Xianli recalled Ye Zhen. Exactly. If his brother hadn't found that core to cure him so quickly, I wouldn't have sold him to the Iron Tower Nation so hastily to protect my plans. Bai Xianli mused. The snowbone snake core. Tisk. If fate truly exists in this system Manhwa world, that item was the butterfly flapping its wings. The red-haired woman clinked her glass against his. You still have the mood to discuss philosophy? It seems you've already figured out how to deal with Zhong Yuan. The gray-haired man replied arrogantly. Naturally. At the end of the day, Zhong Yuan is just a 16-year-old high school student. 2 test tubes sat on the table containing beetles the color of fresh blood. Bi Xianli smiled with absolute confidence. No matter how strong he is nothing before these demonic eye beetles. Back at the academy, Sheng Guanyi held up his report card, shouting in triumph. I passed, every subject is over 85, I can finally enter the university tournament. His scores were displayed, literature 92, math 89, English 95. Feng Qing looked at him with utter disdain. What is a repeater like you so proud of? Zhong Yuan joined in the roasting. You actually dare to brag about those scores. Jong Lan added fuel to the fire. If you're so capable, don't ask my brother to solve the questions for you next time. Shang Guanyi raged. Why only target me? What about you guys? 3 dazzling report cards were instantly revealed. Feng Qing perfect 85 essay across the board. Zhong Yuan a godlike perfect 100 in every subject. Jong Lan perfect scores in math and physics, crushing the others. Shang Guanyi crumbled into a ball of depression, drawing circles on the floor. I hate you all. Feng Qing ignored him and turned to Zhong Yuan. So you signed up for both the solo and team battles? Zhong Yuan nodded. Yeah, but I haven't formed a team yet. Shang Guanyi instantly raised his hand. Pick me, pick me. Jong Lan chimed in, me too. Zhong Yuan shook his head. The tournament is strictly for those over 16. Zhong Lan let out a dramatic wail of despair. Boo-hoo! Shang Guanyi pointed at himself excitedly. Then I'm eligible, right? Zhong Yuan looked at him and calculated. We have to enter the dimensional field for the school selection. I have a secret mission to complete. Shang Guanyi is too chaotic. Zhong Yuan rejected him cold-heartedly. Shang Guanyi, find another team. If you join me, you won't have any space to shine. Shang Guanyi held his head and cried. Wah, you just think I'm trash, Feng Qing asked. So what about our team? Zhong Yuan replied. Aside from you, I need 2 more. Abilities don't matter. I just need people who are calm and intelligent. Feng Qing nodded. Done. I'll grab the 2 top-ranking students for you. Moments later, a girl with gray-blue hair and glasses entered. She looked gentle and scholarly. I am Zhang Rui, Class 52 Special Division, Support Class. Abilities Blessing Mental Cage and Poison Mist. The other was a brown-haired boy. I am Ziyihan, Class 53 Special Division, Control Class. Abilities Wind Breath, Hypnotic Sound, and Position Swap. Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The senior known for being a lolicon who camps the freshman orientation, Ziyihan, jumped in panic. Misunderstanding. Huge. Misunderstanding. I just have a caring personality. Feng Qing frowned. If you don't like him, we can swap. Zhong Yuan waved his hand. No need. My little sister isn't on the team anyway, so she's safe. Ziyihan wiped his sweat. As expected of the boss so magnanimous. Stay calm. Building a connection with them is what matters most, Liu and the proctor announced from the side. For this school selection, the 2 teams with the most cores from the dimensional field will represent us in the tournament. If teams are formed, come draw your lots. Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought. He recalled yesterday's conversation, and Guanfeng had said, I wanted to send you to the Shenongjia field to recover Robert's variant core, but it's locked down. Which dimensional field do you prefer for your mission? Zhong Yuan had replied casually, whatever works. And Guanfeng nodded. Oh, then just leave it to the luck of the draw. Returning to the present moment, Zhong Yuan gripped Feng Qing's hand tightly. He declared, I heard from Suan Ying that your hand is the legendary golden hand of the team. You never miss a shot. Feng Qing laughed awkwardly. Ah, I suppose that is true. Zhong Yuan urged, hurry up. I believe in your destiny. Feng Qing sighed. Yuan Yuan, touch your conscience and tell me, do you really think I have good luck? Zhong Yuan replied with a straight face. Absolutely. Fine then. I will embrace my fate. Feng Qing approached Lu Wen's desk. He placed his trembling hand on the mouse and muttered, all right. Clicking the draw button now. Standing behind the monitor, Ziyihan clasped his hands in prayer. Oh heavens, please let a meteorite crash down on this jinx named Feng Qing and his misery. Feng Heng read the result. Zhang Jiajie, Liu Wen covered her mouth in disbelief. Incredible. Zhang Jiajie has the most treacherous terrain and the most twisted ecosystem. Only a god-tier hand like yours could pull such a nightmare scenario. Ziyihan collapsed in despair. Why didn't a meteorite just end you right there? Zhong Yuan calmly asked, does Zhang Jiajie have a high density of foreign races? Too many, Ziyihan groaned. But Zhong Yuan's eyes lit up. Many enemies means it is the perfect grinding spot. Feng Qing looked moved. Yuan Yuan, you really are my best friend. Zhong Yuan turned to the side. Sister Zhang what do you think? A battle-hungry grin spread across Zhang Er's face. Mountains of blades or seas of fire. I will follow you anywhere. Zhong Yuan turned to his sister. Jong Lan, I will be away from school for a few days. While you are training at the military district, take good care of yourself. Sitting in the car, Jong Lan nodded obediently. Yes, brother. Please be careful in the dimensional rift. Zhong Yuan replied, I feel safer knowing you are at the military district while I am gone. No one would dare harm you there. Little Qin reported over the phone. The commander has already picked up Zhong Lan. They are driving over now. Understood. He set the phone down. And Quan Feng leaned back, relieved. Good. Good. Although Lin Dongliang had conflicts with the siblings, fortunately, Zhong Lan holds no grudge against the military district. An Chuan Feng pondered deeply. After that injury, Zhong Lan suffered severe after effects. She can no longer control her abilities smoothly. Moreover, before that, the poor girl contracted a strange disease that prevents her from absorbing monster cores. He recalled Feng Qing's words. I have examined her. The specific situation is a top secret of the Academy of Sciences. I cannot reveal it. Her inability to use skills is purely psychological. It will heal naturally with time. Feng scratched his head. Forget it. Forget it. A child that smart is a rare talent even without combat skills. This time, let her study something other than ability usage. The plane roared as it took off, leaving the city behind. Inside the cabin, Zhong Yuan sat beside Feng Qing. Zhong Yuan was deep in thought. After absorbing the snowbone snake core, I can now use thermal blast and eternal ice domain without triggering the blood-ice explosion state. This was the terrifying progression speed of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. And for abilities below that tier, with careful manipulation, I can wield them effortlessly. With my current strength, there is likely only one other expert among humanity who could match me. The trader within China surely hasn't reached that level yet. As long as I use the satellite phone to maintain real-time contact, this mission should proceed smoothly. Feng Qing suddenly asked, on this trip to the dimensional rift, do we have hidden teammates? Zhong Yuan was surprised. You figured that out. I am sitting next to you, but you are in a double row meant for someone else. Zhong Yuan immediately shoved an earbud into Feng Qing's ear. Here, I will share an earbud. Listen to the command yourself. Feng Qing sighed. Yuan. It is the year 2042. Why are you still using such primitive methods to share comms? Zhong Yuan replied flatly. So what? Bluetooth audio sharing, internal intercoms and satellite phones. Or just pull me into the command channel. Feng Qing listed the options. Zhong Yuan was speechless. Feng Qing pointed to his black earring. The earrings I wear are actually miniaturized communication devices, hidden and secure. I will ask the manufacturing bureau to make a set for you later. Zhong Yuan scoffed. Waste of effort. Feng Qing retorted. Hey. Moments later, the group of 4 arrived before a dimensional gate. The garrison stationed there called out. Greetings, students of Cheng Yunqiao Academy. We are the Sky High Squad stationed at the Zhangjiajie Rift. I am Song Jianguo. Song Jianguo stepped forward to shake Feng Qing's hand. It is already very late. Why not rest in the camp for tonight and enter the rift tomorrow? Feng Qing declined immediately. No need. We enter as soon as possible. Feng Qing pressed on. Captain Song, you must have seen the notice. How many academy teams are entering Zhangjiajie this time? Song Jianguo looked awkward. I cannot disclose that. Feng Qing whispered. It is not classified. Just leak a little. Song Jianguo finally admitted. In short, you are the first team to arrive. Feng Qing turned back. Put on your watches. We are going in. Zhang Er responded. Roger. Xie Yihan groaned. See. Song Jianguo watched them with a strange expression. His eyes held a trace of malice and dissatisfaction. The 4 of them stepped into the swirling portal of Zhangjiajie. A voice transmission echoed in Zhong Yuan's ear. The Sky High Squad was not originally stationed here. They were suddenly transferred last night. The general staff just matched the voice prints. It is him. Walking behind Song Jianguo, Feng Qing whispered. I just used rejuvenation on him. He is definitely not under mental control. Zhong Yuan nodded. Understood. We observe for now. They remained calm, their conversation happening in secret. Feng Qing stopped. All right. Time to discuss hunting monsters and harvesting cores. The Zhangjiajie Rift breeds 3 types of foreign races, the moonlight fox, the rosemary rabbit, and the 2-headed eagle. Here's their distribution map. Feng Qing displayed the map on his phone and began the briefing. The moonlight fox has sealing abilities and night shelter. They are rare and live in dark caves. The rosemary rabbit possesses speed enhancement and mist spray. They are herd creatures with extreme reproductive rates. Very common. You can find their nests just by tracking their droppings. The 2-headed eagle has dual mind processing Sky Patrol Eagle Eye and steel claws. They flock in high-altitude caves. Their main food source is the rosemary rabbit. He spoke with confidence. The school's team selection is based solely on the quantity of cores submitted. Killing rosemary rabbits is the simplest and most efficient method. Hearing the analysis, Xie Yihan rushed to agree. Then let's go kill rabbits. Zhong Yuan raised his hand. 2-headed eagles. Xie Yihan screamed in horror. Zhong Yuan turned to Zhang Er and explained. The value of rabbit cores is low. Plus killing them requires sniffing poop. We have a girl on the team. We should be considerate. Hearing this excuse, Feng Qing thought to himself. He is just a pure 24-carat sister complex bro. Even with his obsession for cleanliness, he wouldn't ignore a damsel in distress. He turned to Zhang Rui with a gentle gaze. Zhang Rui, do you need a hand? Her cheeks flushed pink as she shyly replied. I'll listen to Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan nodded, sealing the plan. Then it's decided. He analyzed the situation with cold logic. The drop rate for cores from the 2-headed eagles isn't low. Monsters don't eat cores, and since eagles prey on mystic rabbits, their nests should be overflowing with unconsumed loot. Feng Qing grinned, the thrill of the hunt igniting in his eyes. Brilliant. With our current power level, it's child's play. Thinking inside the box won't get us the rewards we need in this leveling Manhwa world. Xie Yihan clung to Feng Qing's arm, wailing like a banshee. No way can't you show some mercy to the guys too. I'm terrified of heights. Feng Qing turned his expression, freezing over. Be a man and conquer your fear. His voice boomed with authority. See Sky Dragon ladder ascend. Xie Yihan looked up, trembling like a leaf. There's no power in this dungeon. The elevators are dead. Zhong Yuan spoke calmly. We climb the scaffolding. Xie Yihan's face went pale. But what if the two-headed eagles dive bomb us? Zhong Yuan sighed, shaking his head. I have a plan. He thought silently. Those beasts are easier to handle than this treacherous terrain. He glanced at his female companion. Zhang Rui, can you handle the climb? Blushing furiously, she nodded. No problem. Her heart raced. He's looked out for me twice now. He's so caring. Feng Qing pinched the coward's arm. See that the girl has more guts than you. Tears streamed down Xie Yihan's face. My fear of heights is genetic. I can't help it. Zhong Yuan sighed. If you really can't do it, I'll carry you. Xie Yihan sweated profusely, screaming in panic. No, I'll climb, I swear. He thought desperately. If the school idol carries me, the whole campus will hunt me down. Zhong Yuan began to climb rapidly, calling back. I'll scout ahead and secure the safety lines. Xie Yihan called out, watch your back. Zhong Yuan locked eyes with the beast. That two-headed eagle is massive. Perfect. Without warning, he leaped into the void. The team screamed in horror. Zhong Yuan, have you lost your mind? But he landed with the grace of a master right on the eagle's back. Touchdown. The view from here is magnificent. Following his lead, the entire team scrambled onto the flying beast. Xie Yihan shrieked like a banshee. Too high, we're too high, save me. He clung to Zhong Yuan's shirt for dear life. Zhong Yuan, steering the beast, gave a dark warning. Keep moving and you might fall. But if you pull my pants down, I will personally throw you off. On the other eagle, Zhang Rui asked shyly. Senior Feng Qing, why aren't the monsters attacking? Why do they obey Zhong Yuan? Feng Qing smirked. Because he's just too handsome. Zhang Rui blinked, dumbfounded. Huh. Feng Qing leaned in. Zhong Yuan got 1.8 million votes for the school ambassador title. His charisma is undeniable. Zhang Rui corrected him. You mean the school idol contest? Feng Qing gritted his teeth. Ambassador selection. Zhang Rui sighed, humoring him. Fine. Ambassador selection. She looked skeptical. But beauty is subjective among humans. Do monsters even share our aesthetic standards? Feng Qing gazed at Zhong Yuan's back. Zhong Yuan's beauty transcends species barriers. It's a conceptual attractiveness that triggers a monster's instinct to submit. Oh, I see, she exclaimed. Feng Qing looked away, thinking, I can't believe she bought that nonsense. But it's better this way. At least he won't end up like me. Memories of a dark past flooded his mind. Times when he was the one cast out. Monster. He's a freak. Why do the beasts protect him? He glared back with glowing purple eyes, fury burning within. Luckily, Qi Shu arrived just in time to silence the mob. Watch your tongues. The beasts don't attack because of his mental type ability. Spread more rumors and you'll face a court-martial. Terrified, the bullies bowed. Sorry, we won't do it again. As they scrambled away, Feng Qing asked his savior. Captain, aren't you tired of making up excuses? Qi Shu replied calmly. Sometimes a little spin control is necessary to keep the peace. Feng Qing scoffed. I disagree. He stared into the abyss of the rift. I heal humans, yet they call me a monster. But the high-intelligence beasts, they protect me. Treat me like kin. His voice dropped to a whisper. Maybe I should just jump into the dungeon and join the monsters for good. Back in reality, the massive eagle's nest loomed ahead. Zhang Rui froze, eyes wide. This is the lair of the two-headed eagles. Xie Yihan cheered. Cores. Look at all these mystic rabbit cores. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was scratching the massive beasts' heads. There. Good boy. The creature nuzzled him, unwilling to part. He stroked its feathers gently. Okay. Equal pets for both heads. Xie Yihan marveled as he gathered the loot. Incredible. They eat the meat but discard the cores like trash. Zhang Rui gasped. There must be over 1,000 cores in this pile. Xie Yihan grinned. We've secured our spot in the school team. Let's grab this and get out of here. Zhong Yuan frowned internally. My main quest in this system, Manhwa, hasn't even started yet. He spoke up, his greed for stats showing. 1,000. That's rookie numbers. We're not leaving until we hit 10,000. Xie Yihan's jaw dropped. 10,000, Feng Qing checked the time. Enough. It's already 11 p.m. We sleep now. We'll discuss the grind tomorrow. Zhang Rui rubbed her temples. Right. Dungeons have no day-night cycle. I almost lost track of time. Zhong Yuan nodded. The Eagle King has graciously lent us his nest. You guys rest. Feng Qing and I will take the first watch. Buried in his sleeping bag, Ye Zhen shivered. Zhong Yuan. A massive two-headed eagle was staring directly into his soul. Zhong Yuan sighed, scratching his head. Fine, he whispered to the giant predator. Go play somewhere else for a bit. You're scaring the guests. The eagle looked heartbroken, tears welling in its eyes. It let out a sad coo before obediently flying up into the void. Feng Qing eyed Zhong Yuan with curiosity. You're after the two-headed eagle's star core too, aren't you? He paused, the weight of the question hanging in the air. They treat you like family. Do you really have the heart to kill them? Sitting on the dusty ground, Feng Qing pressed on his voice laced with suspicion. Zhong Yuan, you're not planning to defect to the monster faction, are you? Zhong Yuan stood tall, head bowed in thought. Impossible. He raised a hand, framing the soaring eagles between his fingers. These two-headed eagles bow to me for one reason only, my fatal cuteness skill. Under the influence of that ability, they worship me as the cute king. That's why they're docile. He narrowed his eyes, watching the majestic beasts with a calculator's gaze. They are enslaved by the charm lost in the illusion. But I won't let their adoration get to my head. I know who I am. He turned the tables, staring daggers at Feng Qing. What about you? Why are you so worried I'll turn traitor? Feng Qing adjusted his glasses, light glinting off the lenses. Let's just say, I've faced a similar dilemma. Zhong Yuan tilted his head. And your answer? Feng Qing's mind drifted back to the past, to the day Qi Shu scolded him. You brat. Your wings harden and you think you can threaten us with defecting to the enemy. Young Feng Qing had stood in a defensive stance. You don't think I'll do it, Qi Shu had scoffed. The monsters can't even afford a single pineapple candy. You think they can buy your loyalty? The boy couldn't keep his cool. But what if they gave me 10,000 candies? Qi Shu sighed, the wisdom of a veteran in his voice. Just candy. Wouldn't you get sick of it? The human world has things far more interesting than sugar. He patted the boy's head, his voice softening. What are those things that is for you to find out? Back in the present, Feng Qing took off his glasses, letting the wind hit his face. I still haven't found the answer. But for now, let's clear out the trash mobs. Zhong Yuan smirked. I'll treat you to strawberry cake later. Jiang Buyu sent so much we're swimming in it. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, Zhang Er was losing her mind. Xie Yihan's snoring was like a jackhammer in her brain. Fury exploded in her eyes. She stomped over, lifted him up like a ragdoll, and peeled off his socks that smelled like biological warfare. With zero hesitation, she stuffed the toxic sock right into his open mouth, dropped him, and went back to sleep. Zhong Yuan and Feng Qing watched, frozen in sheer terror, for 5 whole seconds. Feng Qing leaned in, whispering, Zhong Yuan, if I start snoring later. Zhong Yuan cut him off instantly. I'm pulling an all-nighter, but don't worry, I won't bite. Feng Qing chuckled, replying, Besties for life, right? Zhong Yuan gazed down, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Intel from the general staff. Pressing his earpiece, he focused on the transmission. Xuanming update received. A squad from Hanlin Academy has just touched down outside the Zhangjiajie dimensional field. Zhang Yun's eyes narrowed. Can we track their watches? The voice crackled back. Yes, sending their coordinates and profiles now. Wait. Zhong Yuan asked, Our watches are modified, right? They can only locate, not communicate. His face darkened as Feng Qing asked, What are you planning? Zhong Yuan's voice was ice cold. Just checking. Can they track us? Entering a dimensional gate at midnight is suspicious, isn't it? He reached out, grabbing Feng Qing's wrist. Lend me your watch. Feng Qing raised an eyebrow, teasing. Was Shemin Mountain not enough? You want an encore performance here at Zhangjiajie? Zhong Yuan laughed innocently. No way. I was a good boy at Shemin. Watch in hand, Zhong Yuan walked toward the cliff's edge. Feng Qing asked, Where are you throwing that? Just taking it for a spin, he replied, looking up. The two-headed eagle descended 2 chubby rabbits dangling from its beak. It landed softly before them. The eagle dropped the rabbits. The 2 boys stared at the fluffy corpses, a pang of sympathy hitting them. Zhong Yuan looked up, stunned. Woe for me. He stared at the pile of loot. My God. Feng Qing picked up a fox carcass. It's a moonlight fox. Feng Qing tossed a glowing orb to Zhong Yuan. Here, this is yours. A blue screen popped up, typical of a system Manhwa. Detected Star Core Moonlight Fox. Absorb abilities seal. Gold tier. Upgradable. Seal disables target's specified ability for 5 minutes. Ineffective if target's level exceeds the skill level. Dark Asylum red tier. Non-upgradable. In darkness, all stats increase by 200%. Zhong Yuan weighed the orb. Seal is gold but useless to me right now. Moonlight foxes are rare, so upgrading it is impossible. His eyes flashed. As for Dark Asylum, dimensions rarely have night cycles. It's too limited. He made a choice. I'm not fighting alone. This core is better suited for a teammate. He tossed the orb back to Feng Qing. You're the captain. You distribute it. Zhong Yuan patted the eagle. Come on, let's go for a ride. Space warped, transporting them to the eagle's graveyard, soaring high into the sky. They touched down in the desolate boneyard. Zhong Yuan asked, You brought me here because you knew I wanted cores, didn't you? The eagle began digging, revealing a treasure trove of glittering star cores. Zhong Yuan knelt, scooping up the crystals. The system chimed. Detected star core two-headed eagle. Absorb abilities dual processing. Red tier non-upgradable. Air wall gold tier upgradable. Eagle eye blue tier. Steel claws gold tier upgradable. Absorb, he commanded. System alert. Gold tier. Steel claws. Level max. Blue tier. Steel claws. Level max. Your ability Steel Claws has evolved. You have obtained a new ability Penetration, red tier, level 1. Penetration. He thought the most practical attack buff. Low cost, high damage. Combined with my martial arts, even a light tap will be devastating. The notifications didn't stop. Airwall Gold, level max. Airwall Blue, level max. Your ability Airwall has evolved. You have obtained a new ability Void Plunder. Level 1. Damn. My flight and regeneration skills can't be upgraded yet. But Steel Claws hit the limit, so it triggered an evolution. Another screen flashed before his eyes. You have received a new ability. System notification. The Sky Ruler title is of the Calamity grade and cannot be upgraded further. As the Sky Ruler, you are now the monarch of the heavens. In your presence, all flight by other creatures is strictly forbidden. Zhong Yuan was stunned, a thought racing through his mind. Forbidden flight. That is an absolutely domineering ability. It was the kind of overpowered upgrade you would expect in a top-tier leveling Manhwa. His 2 growth-type abilities had already hit max level, while the remaining 2 were locked at their current limit. He scanned the new data lines. Eagle Eye visual acuity increased by 3,000%. Dual Mind splits consciousness into 2, but reduces all ability output by 50%. It was a classic trade-off in this system Manhwa world. Glancing at the massive 2-headed eagle, a realization hit him. Ever since the golden coffin incident at the museum, his true physical body had merged with the shadow realm within. It had never actually left that dimension. He drifted into deep thought, recalling the past. The body currently standing here was merely a projection fueled by the shadow realm's power. It was no longer a normal human body. So what happens if I activate dual mind? An idea sparked in his mind as he visualized a potential transformation, reaching toward the ruined star of the eagle. Zhong Yuan muttered aloud. Could I use the Shadow Realm's energy to project 2 separate avatars of myself? He stashed the ruined star into his inventory. I will test that theory back at the academy. With his skills maxed out, the remaining ruined star was just a takeout souvenir now. He launched himself into the sky with a roar. All right, up we go. But looking down at the teary-eyed 2-headed eagle, he realized a fatal flaw. Once he ascended to the level of Sky Ruler, the system locked out his lower-tier flight abilities. Forget it, he sighed, landing back down. I might as well hitch a ride on the bird. Soaring on the eagle's back, he calculated their position. This area was crawling with nests close to the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, his expression darkened. He unclasped his watch and tossed it into the abyss below. Perfect. Moments later, Feng Qing, lounging casually on a rock near the drop zone, spotted Zhong Yuan. Well, look who it is, he drawled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You look like you just committed a few hundred crimes, Feng Qing teased. Zhong Yuan smirked. Dream bigger. Make it a few thousand. Feng Qing shrugged. As long as you have a plan, that is all that matters. Pulling out his phone, Feng Qing frowned. Let me check the command channel. The team from Hanlin Academy headed straight for the coordinates the moment they entered the instance. Zhong Yuan gazed into the distance, his eyes narrowing. That proves it. They are hunting us specifically. And they have a tracker. Not entirely, Feng Qing corrected. When you were flying earlier, your trajectory was chaotic. Yet these guys ignored your actual movement and went straight to the pinged location. It means they did not get real-time intel. They are just a bunch of cannon fodder sent here to die as a distraction. Feng Qing pulled up the youth ranking board. Zhang Buyo, Shenming Bei, Shanli, and number 7. That old fox manipulated the rankings to put Shenming at number 2. He is declaring to the whole awakening Manhwa world that you are the prized asset of the East China Military District. Zhong Yuan's face twisted in annoyance as Feng Qing continued his analysis. The enemy lurking in the shadows has done their homework on your power level. To strike against the wind like this, whoever is behind it is impatient. But they also possess absolute confidence that they can end your life. The two stood side by side, hands in pockets, gazing up at the vast azure sky. Standard protocol, Feng Qing mused. When the pawns fail, the rescue team is deployed. If our enemy has half a brain, the real trap will be sprung on the reinforcements. And if they lack that intelligence, Zhong Yuan asked. Feng Qing smirked. A truly smart person would have chosen to be your friend instead. Zhong Yuan pointed toward the cave entrance. Lack of sleep kills brain cells. Go get some rest before you turn into an idiot. Feng Qing crossed his arms, grinning. Let me guess. If I do not sleep, you are going to knock me out and make me stupid physically, right? Exactly, Zhong Yuan replied deadpan. The scene shifted to a perfect morning, blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Inside, Zhang Rui stretched, greeting the new day after a deep slumber. Zhong Yuan was already perched on a rock outside. You are up. Go wash your face. There are plenty of water sources nearby. I will fetch more later. Thanks, Zhang Rui murmured, scooping up fresh water. Watching her, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but wonder. You are clearly stunning. Why hide behind that heavy fringe and those glasses? It is like you are sealing away your own beauty. Indeed, without the disguise, she was breathtaking. He turned his gaze away respectfully. You do not have to explain if you do not want to. Pretend I never asked. A heavy silence fell before Zhang Rui spoke softly. When I was little, a man tried to take me. I barely managed to escape and reach the police. It was the only reason I survived. He said I was too cute, and it made him have dark thoughts. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes, his voice gentle. That was years ago. It belongs to the past now. Besides, he added, if you had not been cute, who knows, he might have disposed of you immediately instead of hesitating. Your appearance might have actually saved your life. Protecting cute things is an evolutionary instinct engraved in biology for thousands of years. That is just science. Zhang Rui stared at him, completely stunned by his unique logic. Zhong Yuan smiled faintly. In the right hand's beauty is a weapon, a source of power. But more than being pretty or plain, the most important thing is to just be yourself. He makes so much sense, Zhang Rui thought, her heart racing. No wonder he was voted the legendary Academy idol with 1.8 million votes. Her face flushed crimson. Wait, did he just indirectly call me cute? Zhong Yuan cleared his throat. If you are free, help me start the fire. Zhang Rui nodded vigorously, eager to help. Meanwhile, Xie Yihan was trapped in a bizarre dream state. What is that smell? It is delicious, yet absolutely rancid. I am caught between culinary heaven and olfactory hell. He bolted upright, gagging. What the hell? Who did this, Feng Qing? Was it you? Zhang Rui stepped forward, smiling apologetically. Sorry, Senior Z, it was me. You were snoring so loudly I could not sleep, so I, had to plug the source. Xie Yihan froze, his emotions swirling. Wait. The culprit was her, but damn, she is cute without those glasses. And hey, it is my own sock, so I won't die. Does this mean? Her soft hands touched me to take it off. He scrambled to his feet, bowing. No problem. Totally my fault. Watching this display, Feng Qing sighed deeply. Men really do lose their minds over a pretty face, Feng Qing muttered. Xie Yihan eyed the roasting food. Is that monster meat? Can we actually eat that? Feng Qing rolled his eyes. I am a healer. If you get poisoned, I will just fix you. Relax. Besides, the stronger the toxicity, the better the flavor. Do you understand? Xie Yihan nodded dumbly. Right. Wait, you actually brought salt and pepper into a dungeon. Zhong Yuan handed a skewer to Feng Qing. This one is done. Take it. Feng Qing accepted it, offering a polite nod. You should eat too. Zhong Yuan snatched the skewer back and took a bite. Right, I almost forgot. Even though my shadow body doesn't need food, not eating would look suspicious. Nearby, Zhang Rui watched him with rosy cheeks, lost in admiration. Oh, this meat is to die for. Seriously, these two are national treasures. Xie Yihan chewed enthusiastically, talking with his mouth full. Using alien beasts as mounts, looting cores while we snack. Following Zhong Yuan was the smartest decision of my life. Zhong Yuan smirked coolly. I ordered the Hawk Squad to dump the beast cores nearby. Make sure you don't miss any when you pick them up. Staring at the massive mountain of glimmering loot before them, Xie Yihan and Zhang Rui gasped in unison. Holy system. This is actually insane. It's too extravagant. Yesterday, I thought we'd get a few thousand at most. But looking at this, there are at least tens of thousands of cores here. He whipped out a sleeping bag and pressed his hand to his chest. Wind breath. Zhang Rui's sweat dropped. He's using a combat skill just to pack faster. Xie Yihan scrambled on all fours, frantically scooping up the loot. This time, we won't just ace the tournament selection. We're setting a new legendary looting record for this Manhwa recap. Feng Qing stood silently, his gaze locked intensely on a specific golden beast core. Zhong Yuan noticed the stare. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the energy signature? Feng Qing looked a bit dazed. No. It's just that all these cores the beasts offered you, they sparkle so perfectly. They look exactly like high-tier fruit candy. Zhang Rui tilted her head inquisitively. Pretty sure we can't eat beast cores, right? Jie Yihan interjected with a greedy glint in his eye. Well, you can't exactly say that. The market price for a demon butterfly core hits 5 figures. One of these is worth 10,000 candies. Zhang Rui raised a hand doing the mental math. 1 candy equals half a pound. 10,000 candies. That's 500 pounds of weight gain. Zhong Yuan chuckled internally. Team raids are definitely more entertaining than solo grinding. Meanwhile, Jie Yihan wiped sweat from his brow. My bag is bursting, I can't pack anymore, but there's still so much left. My greed is hurting. Zhang Rui sighed, impressed. Not bad. At least we secured all the high-quality drops. Feng Qing suddenly raised a glowing crystal high into the air. Yuan looted this Moonlight Fox core yesterday. Who wants to roll for it? Jie Yihan frowned. Absorbing a Moonlight Fox core requires breaking a forbidden seal. With my tank build, no chance I can absorb that. Hearing this, Feng Qing turned to the girl. What about you, Zhang Rui? I think your spiritual constitution gives you a fighting chance. Zhang Rui glanced at Zhong Yuan. What do you think, Captain? He flashed a charming smile. Give it a try. If it works, great. If not, you can change your hairstyle to celebrate. Zhang Rui reached out to catch the core. All right, I'll sync with it. If I fail, don't you guys dare blame me. She closed her eyes, beginning the delicate absorption process. Slowly, her lashes fluttered open. Feng Qing and Zhong Yuan watched the phenomenon closely. Success, I saw the light particles integrate. Zhang Rui whispered, stunned. Level 1 unlocked. Comical tears streamed down her face. It's Dark Knight Protection. Great. She thought bitterly. A passive skill that only works at night. That's basically useless. I'd be better off with nothing. Feng Qing shook his head. Don't say that. The success rate for a forbidden seal is 1 in 10 million. There are barely any people in the entire country with this kind of awakening manhwa power. Xie Yihan patted her back. Cheer up. Look on the bright side, you're a big shot with 4 abilities now. But Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes analytically. I suspect the trigger condition for Dark Night isn't just the literal time of day. Zhang Rui, can your poison mist block out sunlight? Her eyes went wide. Wait. Are you suggesting I can force trigger the Dark Night buff inside my own poison mist? Xie Yihan gasped. The light gets diffused in the fog, sure. But does the brightness actually drop enough to trick the system into thinking it's night? Feng Qing rubbed his chin. Hard to say. But the properties of her poison are different from normal fog. It depends on whether it has a sun-blocking effect in the context of spiritual energy. Zhang Rui clenched her fist fire, igniting in her gaze. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Let's run a field test. The 3 boys mounted the giant eagle, soaring up to a vantage point. Below on the ground, Zhang Rui began executing the strategy they just discussed. She calculated internally. My poison mist is blue rank level 4. Standard radius is 50 meters. If the fog expands, I'll know if Dark Night Protection is active. A golden aura clashed with swirling gray clouds around her. Her pupils dilated with absolute determination. Dark Night Protection. Active within the shadows, all stats boosted by 200%. She threw her hands up and the clouds erupted into the sky. Feng Qing laughed in delight. Look at that range. The fog radius doubled. She actually pulled it off. He ruffled Zhong Yuan's hair aggressively. Yuan, you genius. You called it. Zhong Yuan swatted him away, annoyed. Feng Qing, I'm warning you, stop messing up my hair. He yelled over his shoulder at Xie Yihan. And you stop yanking my pants down. The poor guy was trembling. I can't help it. I have a phobia of heights. I'm freaking out. Zhong Yuan stepped off the bird. I'm going down to check the readings. Xie Yihan clung to Feng Qing, screaming. Is he crazy? He just jumped straight down? Feng Qing, this is all your fault. Feng Qing struggled. Let go of me if you're so tough. While they bickered, Zhong Yuan stuck the superhero landing. System alert, high-grade toxin detected. Absorb. He smirked. Absorb. The interface flashed Poison Eater activated. All attributes increased by 122%. He thought, not bad. This buff is stronger than standard toxins. Suddenly, Zhang Rui rushed over in a panic. Zhong Yuan, why did you enter the mist? You'll get poisoned. She tripped in her haste, nearly face-planting. He stepped forward, offering a steady hand. You okay? Need a heal? I can ask Feng Qing to cast Life Authority. Flustered, she grasped his hand, her heart racing. I'm fine. No healing needed, a band-aid works. It's just a scratch, don't bother the healer for something this small. She held her burning cheeks, thoughts racing. Oh God, Zhong Yuan is so warm. I think I'm catching feelings. What do I do? Seeking advice online immediately. Zhong Yuan snapped his fingers. Right. To make callouts easier in battle, we should give this combo a proper name. Zhang Rui looked up at him with admiration. It's your idea. You name it. He pondered. How about layered toxic shadows? Does that work? Her eyes sparkled. It's perfect. Silence settled over the wasteland. Xie Yihan broke the mood. Look, time isn't up, but we can't carry any more loot. Let's just head back to base. Zhang Rui shrugged. I'm good with whatever. Suddenly, Feng Qing shouted, Wait! A sharp beep echoed from Zhong Yuan's comms unit. Priority update. Those 4 students from Hanlin Academy. They're fakes. Counterfeit IDs used to fool the Sky Team. Their last known location matches your tracker signal. What is the situation on the ground? Zhong Yuan lowered his head, eyes cold. I tossed my watch into a double-headed eagle's nest to bait them. The voice on the other end laughed. Brilliant move. We've traced the source of their forged documents, and an investigation is already underway. Zhong Yuan spoke into the radio, his tone shifting to lethal confidence. So I guess it's time to collect some bodies. Instructor Lu Jianlin replied, Precisely. The 4 imposters posing as the rescue team have reached the Dimension Gate. Your mission is to capture them alive, but if that fails, ensure their brains remain intact for memory extraction. Zhong Yuan's expression darkened. Understood. Sigh. Now I have to figure out how to neutralize them without turning this into a bloodbath. Zhong Yuan turned to the others. Zhang Xie Yihan, take the twin-headed eagle and patrol the perimeter. Feng Qing and I have some business to handle. Zhang Er's eyes sparkled with mischief. She dragged Xie Yihan away, declaring, No problem, you focus on the mission. I'll take this chance to cure Senior Z's fear of heights. Zhong Yuan waved them off. Good. Once we're done here, I'll come find you. Teaming up with intelligent people really saves me a headache. One word, and they get it. High above, Zhang Er was loving the view while Xie Yihan looked like he was about to meet his ancestors. Zhang Er laughed maniacally. Where to next? Xie Yihan, tears streaming down his face, wailed, I'm gonna die, I'm slipping. Zhang Er patted him. Chill out, senior. If you don't, you'll die of a heart attack before they even finish their mission. Zhong Yuan is so OP, this Manhwa recap-worthy battle should only take a few minutes, right? Xie Yihan stammered. Zhang Er grinned wickedly. The stronger the ability, the longer the performance lasts. Xie Yihan was utterly confused as Zhang Er covered her face, giggling. I'm so embarrassed just thinking about it. Clinging to the eagle's back, Xie Yihan thought I heard fangirls love shipping guys together. Don't tell me she's... He hesitantly asked. So who do you think is the bottom? Without missing a beat, Zhang Er replied. Zhong Yuan, obviously. Xie Yihan frowned. What, but Zhong Yuan is clearly the dominant powerhouse. Feng Qing is the nagging housewife type. Zhang Er drooled, lost in her fantasy. But because I love Zhong Yuan, he has to be the submissive one. They continued soaring through the high skies. Zhang Er turned to ask for his opinion. Xie Yihan's face went pale. I'm dead. I discovered her secret. Is she going to silence the witness and toss me off this bird? Desperate to survive, he scrambled over, grabbed Zhang Er's hands, and screamed. Actually, I'm a fellow shipper too. We are comrades. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan and Feng Qing analyzed the tactical map. The enemy has breached the dimensional field, Zhong Yuan said coldly. We just need to intercept them. Since Zhang Er and Xie Yihan were airborne, even if they were being tracked, they were out of harm's way. Staff Officer Liu wants them alive. If I accidentally nuke them, you patch them up. Feng Qing blinked, then nodded. Fine. I'll use life resonance to link their vitality. As long as one breathes, they all survive. Zhong Yuan added grimly. And if my hand slips and they die, don't panic. Just make sure their brains remain intact. Intact brains, got it. Feng Qing realized the implication. Wang Podi wants to use Void Shine on them. Zhong Yuan turned to him. Wang Podi Void Shine. Feng Qing explained. He's the director of the Void Army. His ability allows him to extract memories directly from a target. Even if the target is a corpse, as long as the brain structure is preserved and they haven't been dead for more than 24 hours, he can read everything. Is that so? Zhong Yuan's eyes narrowed. Then no need for chit-chat. Once I find them, I strike. He activated his S-rank sensory skill, Eagle Eye. Elsewhere, Duanyang marched forward. The movement trajectory of those 2 signals? They're airborne. Likely bait. Lao Kai closed his eyes, calculating. The Skywall ability can't last that long. They probably strapped their trackers to a twin-headed eagle. Sha Hu gasped. Wait, does that mean they know we're here? Cho Megan gritted his teeth. The enemy is powerful and prepared. There's no profit in a suicide mission. We should abort. That 20 million is tempting, but you need to be alive to spend it. Duanyang glared at him. Don't wimp out now. Aren't you waiting for this payout to treat your daughter's lung cancer? Cho Megan shot back. I can wait. You're the one desperate to pay your son's tuition at Maple Leaf Academy. Lao Kai interrupted from above. Quit yapping. If this mission fails, we have to pay liquidated damages. Do either of you have that kind of cash? Duanyong looked up, sighing. Fine, we need a counter-strategy. If they can track us, we need to destroy our own GPS watches. Shahu glanced at the sky, puzzled. Boss, why is there a twin-headed eagle hovering right above us? Duanyong smirked. Relax, we just need to play dead. Suddenly panic erupted. Ambush! Death rained from the sky. Azure energy surged from Zhong Yuan as he stood atop the eagle, sneering. My head is only worth 20 million. That's an insult. Zhong Yuan had no patience for games. He unleashed his devastating power to crush the insects below. Compressed air bullets kept below thermal explosion levels, combined with armor-piercing. Effective. Feng Qing watched in awe. Did he unlock another skill while I wasn't looking? This really is a crazy leveling manhwa. Under Zhong Yuan's bombardment, the squad scattered like rats, screaming in terror. Run. He has penetration stats. We can't tank that. Another mercenary shrieked. Duanyong returned fire. The leader scrambled away, yelling, Out of range, heal up and retreat. His subordinate spat in disgust. And you call yourself the Wild Wolf King of the Northwest Army? What a joke. Duanyong roared. Is this the time for trash talk? He desperately cast Healing Wind to extinguish the flames ravaging their formation. Hearing the chatter, Zhong Yuan paused. That guy. Duanyong. He's from the Northwest Army. Feng Qing nodded. Must be retired. The military wouldn't let a disabled Awakener stay on the front lines. Zhong Yuan's expression hardened. A veteran who fell into disgrace that makes his crime even worse. Feng Qing clicked his tongue. Hey, he served the country once. Maybe go easy on him. Zhong Yuan frowned, shooting a sharp look at his partner. Since when do you defend the enemy? What is this guy to you? Feng Qing flinched, waving his hands. It's not like that. We aren't related. It's just... the reason he hit rock bottom? It's mostly my fault. The scene shifted. A flashback to the sterile white halls of the Science Institute. Feng Qing began to recount the dark history buried in his past. A messenger had burst into Feng Qing's quarters. Feng Qing, we have a soldier with a severed arm. We need you to use Regeneration to save it. Sitting on his bed, Feng Qing had replied coldly, I won't save him. He is a hero of the Northwest Army. He lost that arm suppressing a void gate. His ability is invaluable. If he loses that arm, his career is over. Feng Qing didn't even blink. He repeated his verdict with chilling finality. I said, I won't save him. In the shadows of his past, Feng Qing was just a helpless boy locked away in a cold room with heavy chains stealing every ounce of his freedom. Fury ignited in his voice as he screamed against the injustice. You preach about Su Wanying day and night, yet you deny me the basic dignity of a human being. By what right do you demand I carry the burden of humanity? It turned out the woman standing beyond the prison bars was Feng Jing's mother. Her voice trembling with maternal concern as she asked about the disaster at the dimensional rift. She warned him that his refusal to cooperate with the awakening experiments or heal the wounded was pushing the high command to the brink of ordering his execution. But Feng Jing, wrapped in a shroud of stubborn defiance, simply pulled the covers over his head and muttered, I'm sleeping. Get lost. Hours later, Feng Jing awoke as the harsh glare of the afternoon sun invaded his cell, stinging his eyes. He spotted a bag of candy left by the bedside and scoffed, trying to bribe me with sweets again. His gaze then locked onto the heavy steel shackles binding his wrists. With a sudden surge of raw power, Feng Jing flexed his muscles, shattering the reinforced chains as if they were made of glass before casually strolling toward the lab. He had come to find his mother, and upon seeing her, he asked with a blank expression, Mom, where's that guy with the broken arm from yesterday? Without looking up from her data, she replied coldly. He missed the treatment window and was sent back. Feng Jing lowered his head, guilt washing over him as he asked, and the candy? She explained that Commander Yang of the Northwest Military District bought it hoping to befriend him, to which Feng Jing muttered, couldn't save him. Send it back. His mother quietly noted that the candy was a gift precisely because he couldn't save him. Feng Jing said nothing, retreating into the shadows of his cell and bending the iron bars back into place behind him. He tore the candy package in half, sending colorful sweets flying everywhere before frantically stuffing handfuls into his mouth in a desperate attempt to drown his emotions. After consuming every last piece, he sat in silence for a long time before finally declaring, Mom, I want to leave the institute. I want to see the human world through human eyes. Back in the present, Zhong Yuan listened to this tragic backstory and scoffed coldly. Pitiful people often have hateful qualities. That man cannot accept your guilt today. Feng Jing adjusted his glasses and countered, the second half of that saying is that hateful people have their own hidden suffering. Zhong Yuan snapped back, losing patience. I don't care about their sob stories. Right now we are the victims and they are the executioners. Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan grabbed Feng Qing and dragged him off the giant eagle, barking orders as they plummeted through the sky. Activate life resonance when we get close. Feng Qing, still dazed, instinctively triggered his link ability on Zhong Yuan the moment they hit the ground. As Duanyang's squad scattered in panic, the straggler at the back was suddenly hit by the invisible wave of Feng Qing's life resonance. The mercenary collapsed instantly, leaving his comrades frozen in terror as they screamed. What just happened? Did Chomagun just drop dead? The blonde mercenary stammered, fearing he had stumbled into a nightmare scenario straight out of a leveling manhwa. Is that the legendary instant death skill? Duanyang didn't wait to find out, screaming from the rear. I don't care what ability that is, just run. Zhong Yuan overheard their panic and looked at his hands in confusion. Instant death. And why did I just feel my health bar fully regenerate for a second? He glanced at Feng Qing, who was flailing around, and suspicion dawned on him. Did this idiot link me to the enemy instead of himself? Feng Qing realized his blunder and gasped. Oh no. I was distracted and linked the wrong targets. Zhong Yuan quickly asked, Is the guy on the ground still alive? Feng Qing replied with a deadpan face. He's barely hanging on. Zhong Yuan smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. Excellent. Activating his Ruler of the Skies ability. Zhong Yuan grabbed Feng Qing by the waistband and launched them into the air, yelling, Use that move on the other three. Don't grab my pants, grab me! Feng Qing shrieked as Zhong Yuan switched to holding his limbs like a luggage, asking, Is this better? Yes, just go, Feng Qing shouted, casting life resonance again, causing the remaining three mercenaries to collapse in perfect synchronization. The duo landed amidst the fallen enemies, with Zhong Yuan nodding in satisfaction at the carnage. Mission accomplished. They are half dead. Feng Qing asked nervously, Your life force is monstrous. Aren't you going to avoid me? Zhong Yuan glared back. Can you even tell if I'm alive or dead with those eyes? Feng Qing lowered his cool black shades, giving him a knowing look. I'll pretend I didn't see that. Just don't make me use this skill in public again. Zhong Yuan argued that the skill was a masterpiece. Randomly linking your life to corpses, that is a verified weapon of mass destruction. Feng Qing turned away, explaining, Normal life resonance links allies. My variation is a top-secret anomaly, unlike the standard tropes of an awakening manhwa. Zhong Yuan put his hands on his hips, letting out a dramatic, Oh, is that so? They approached one of the paralyzed bodies, and Zhong Yuan mocked, Didn't you say they had a killer move prepared? These guys are hardly qualified to be cannon fodder. Feng Qing replied dryly, That's just because your power level is ridiculously broken. Zhong Yuan then noticed something odd on the soldier's face. Why is there a bug? He stabbed the insect with his dagger, his instincts screaming danger, as he realized the creature had crawled out of the man's ear canal. Normal bugs can't penetrate a human skull, Zhong Yuan realized with horror. This is a xenogenic parasite. Suddenly, another beetle burst from a fallen soldier's head. The parasitic beetle buzzed toward Zhong Yuan, its tail revealing a glowing, razor-sharp stinger poised to strike. The realization hit Zhong Yuan like a truck. This squad was just a disguise. The real trap is these mind-controlling parasites. The beetle circled Zhong Yuan's head, looking for an opening to drill into his brain, but an invisible barrier seemed to block its path. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's eyes snapped open, glowing with intensity. I've been waiting for you. The air shimmered as Duanyang's memories flooded his mind. Are these Duanyang's memories? He saw a vision of the man breaking his arm, being rejected by the Institute, and forced into early retirement. The flashback showed Duanyang refusing a cybernetic prosthetic from the military, choosing instead to take the payout to buy a luxury villa for his family. But fate was cruel, and his background prevented them from ever escaping the country to enjoy it. Tragedy struck again. His son, drowning in gambling debts, embezzled military funds, costing the old man his career and his honor. Desperate, Duanyang accepted a dark web commission from the Lighthouse Nation. With forged papers, he led a team into the Zhangjiajie Rift. As Ye Zhen pieced the clues together, a chilling realization struck him. These parasitic beetles didn't just feast on brains. They absorbed memories. Their intellect was terrifyingly high, capable of silencing witnesses to protect their secrets. Ye Zhen's mind raced. If these things were hiding inside the others, he had to flush them out immediately. If they bred here, or worse, signaled the enemy, it would be a catastrophe. A shadow flickered behind Feng Qing. Ye Zhen tried to shout a warning, but he was a split second too slow. The parasite had already latched onto Feng Qing's hair. Feng Qing scratched his head confusedly while Ye Zhen stood frozen in horror. Reaching back, Feng Qing yanked the creature off his neck. What the hell is this thing? It bites like crazy. Splat! He crushed the bug effortlessly, blood splattering his hand. Panic surged through Ye Zhen as he rushed over to inspect the wound. Ye Zhen gasped. The skin was torn and bleeding. But worse, there was a massive bald spot. Feng Qing turned pale. Bald! Ye Zhen tried to lighten the mood. Well, at least your skull is harder than diamond. Feng Qing scoffed, regaining his composure. Of course. A genius always has a thick skull. As Ye Zhen took to the skies, he shouted back a command. Take a picture of that thing and send it to the general staff. I'm going hunting for more, Ye Zhen called out. Down below, Feng Qing gave a thumbs up. Roger that. Left alone, he managed to snatch 2 more parasites for examination. Analysis confirmed the worst. These were ghost eye beetles, a biological weapon from the Lighthouse Nation. They craved brain matter and could parasitize any living creature. Naturally, the Lighthouse Nation had kept their terrifying capabilities a complete secret from the world. Ye Zhen returned riding a massive 2-headed eagle. In this Manhwa recap, his tactical genius shines as he reports in. 8 parasites total. 4 in the eagle. 2 captured, 2 killed. I used my beast taming skill. They won't attack us for now. The voice on the other end crackled with approval. Excellent work. The Science Academy team is en route. Hand the specimens and the eagle over to them. Feng Qing stood there gripping a jarred beetle. He cast a heavy gaze toward Duan Yong's lifeless body. His lips parted to speak, but the words died in his throat. Ye Zhen noticed the dark cloud over his friend. He's gone, Feng Qing. Staring at his corpse won't bring the dead back to life. I know, Feng Qing muttered. Even if he survived today, treason carries the death penalty. Ye Zhen tilted his head. Then why does he still weigh on your mind? Feng Qing looked up at the sky, eyes filled with regret. I just wonder. If I had chosen to save him back then, would his path have ended differently? Ye Zhen gazed into the azure expanse. I'm not an omnipotent god. I don't have those answers. He paused, his voice softening. But if we can't be gods, being human isn't so bad. A faint smile finally broke through Feng Qing's gloom. You're right. I guess I'll just keep on being human. The Science Academy team arrived only to find their path blocked by the Sky Diligence squad. A blond man stepped forward, fury in his eyes. Captain Song. What is the meaning of this obstruction? Under emergency protocols, the Academy has the authority to enter any rift. Stand aside. Song Jianguo didn't budge. He frowned, his aura imposing. Apologies. I haven't received any emergency directives. Rules are rules, no entry. The scientist turned to the man beside him. Mr. Qi, look at this. Qi Shu cut him off, his voice ice cold. You can't wake a man pretending to sleep unless you beat him awake. Qi Shu glanced at the opposing squad. Do you have a healer? I suggest you prepare a life resonance spell immediately. The Sky Diligence squad scoffed. Save your concern for yourself. In a flash, Qi Shu drew his blade. Piercing wind aura exploded around him, his gaze sharper than the steel he held. Don't say I didn't warn you. With a single swing, he unleashed Wind Sickle. 2 crescent blades of compressed air tore through the space, screaming toward the Sky Diligence squad. Song Jianguo roared, unleashing his own power to intercept. But the gap was too wide. The impact sent him reeling, blood blooming from fresh wounds. Song Jianguo gasped for air, struggling to stand. Just because you're from the Academy doesn't give you the right to act like tyrants. I'll report you to the Rift Management Bureau. Qi Shu walked forward, his presence overwhelming. Go ahead, report me to Wang Podi. Tell him exactly who did this, Qi Shu. Hearing that name, Song Jianguo's legs gave out. He collapsed in pure terror. He realized too late. Qi Shu, the true leader of the 9 Ruins. The strongest organization in this awakening Manhwa universe. Meanwhile, back in the rift, boredom had set in. Feng Qing lay on the ground, groaning as he held the live beetles. Where are they? My arms are about to fall off. Hold tight, Ye Zhen commanded. These ghost eye beetles have high intelligence. If my charm skill wears off, they'll bolt the second you let go. Suddenly, a ringtone shattered the silence. Feng Qing's hands, occupied with the deadly insects, turned his hip. Get that for me. Password is 778811. Ye Zhen grabbed the device, unlocked it, and shoved the screen in Feng Qing's face. Read this. Delayed by the Sky Diligence squad. We're late. Security has secured the rift entrance. A private jet is prepping to fly you boys back to the Academy. Feng Qing's face twisted into a grimace. Seriously? It's just a few bugs. I can't believe my mom called in Qi Shu for this. Another message popped up from Qi Shu. I've entered the rift. Are you still at the original coordinates? Feng Qing bolted upright. Tell him yes. Hurry. As Ye Zhen tapped out the reply, a sudden wave of suspicion washed over Feng Qing. Wait. Something's off. Last time Qi Shu sent Yan Tuo to test Ye Zhen. Now he's personally coming here. Feng Qing narrowed his eyes. He's definitely trying to poach the MC of this system, Manhwa. The 9 Ruins is a sweatshop, endless missions, constant danger, and an early grave. No way am I letting Ye Zhen fall into that trap. Once the ghost eye beetles were safely sealed in glass, the legendary figure approached. Qi Shu extended a hand with a warm smile. Hello, student Ye Zhen. I'm Qi Shu. Feng Qing immediately jumped in, cutting off the formal introduction. He's just an old friend of my mom's. I just call him Qi Shu. Ye Zhen politely shook the hand. Nice to meet you, Qi Shu. Qi Shu's eye twitched slightly. I was planning to recruit him as a colleague, but that brat Feng Qing just forced me into the uncle zone. Qishu composed himself, clearing his throat. I've heard much about the prodigy from East China. I've been meaning to share a drink with you. Suddenly Feng Jing interjected, his voice cutting through the tension. Zhong Yuan is underage. Alcohol is strictly off limits. Qishu chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. It's just fruit juice, practically. But Feng Jing wasn't having it. Alcohol is a carcinogen. At your age, old man, you should cut back too. Without waiting for a reply, Feng Jing physically spun Qishu around and shoved him toward the exit. All right, that's enough. Take your bugs and go roast some sweet potatoes in that shabby courtyard of yours. Confused, Qishu tried to turn back. But what about the dimensional realm? Feng Jing cut him off cold. The old fox has people handling it. No need for you to stress your aging brain. Before being fully pushed out, Qishu managed to slip a business card over. Zhong Yuan, if you ever come to Shangjing City, stop by our courtyard for a chat. Zhong Yuan glanced at the card in his hand. It read, Qishu, General Manager of 9 Powers Human Resources, Shangjing City. His direct line was bolded right there. Zhong Yuan nodded politely. If I get the chance, I'll visit. But the moment Qishu was gone, Feng Jing turned back, his expression deadly serious. Little Yuan, listen to me. Do not go to that shabby courtyard of his. That group of old geezers has thick skin and empty wallets. Every time they need a 4th player, they drag me in, eat all the skewers, and make me pay the bill. Seeing Zhong Yuan suppress a smile, Feng Jing snapped, What are you laughing at? Zhong Yuan reached out and slid the sunglasses off Feng Jing's face, inspecting him with a grin. You don't look like him. Definitely not his biological son. The scene shifted to the hum of the aircraft engines. They were airborne, heading home. Zhong Yuan clutched a massive backpack on his lap. He looked at his team, his voice warm. You all worked hard on this trip to the Rift. He began pulling out pouches, handing one to each member like a true leader in this Manhwa recap. 10 mist cores from the 2-headed eagles for everyone. Absorb them to level up or sell them for cash, it's your choice. Xie Yihan stammered, trying to push it back. I can't accept something this precious. Zhang Yi agreed, shaking her head. We didn't do anything but scavenge leftovers. Zhong Yuan's expression hardened into one of resolve. The war between humanity and the Rift Beasts is filled with peril. When you have a chance to get stronger, you never hesitate. Moved by his words, Xie Yihan gripped the bag tight. I understand. Thank you. Zhang Er glanced over, puzzled. Aren't you giving a share to Senior Feng Jing? He said he didn't need it, Zhong Yuan replied. Feng Jing threw his hands up dramatically. For a master like me, low-level mist power is useless. The plane soared through the clouds, leaving the danger behind. Zhong Yuan gave his final orders. I have business to attend to. Once we land, head straight to the Academic Affairs office. Report in and submit your cores. The scene shifted to a high-security office. Zhong Yuan sat across from Commander Jun Feng, tension in the air. Commander, did you identify those people? Jun Feng slid a stack of documents across the desk. Wang Podi used a mist technique to scan the 6 beetles. We found quite a lot. Zhong Yuan flipped through the papers, nodding. So reading the memories of bugs is possible. And Jun Feng sighed. It is, but it's fragmented. Not as clear as reading a living human's mind. Among the 8 who entered the realm, one was a sleeper agent, placed in Hua Nation by the Tower Alliance years ago. He was the one who orchestrated this entire operation. Zhong Yuan paused, his eyes narrowing as he read the file. The Tower Alliance. Jun Feng leaned back, explaining the gravity of the situation. The Tower Alliance. One of the 10 great non-governmental awakened organizations. They don't answer to the Tower Nation's government. This mole was a chaotic element, a former test subject for their Flame Giant project. After piecing together his memories, we've finally understood the full scope of this conspiracy. Every nation has its own rifts and strategic resources. In this awakening Manhwa world, our nation's most mysterious strategic asset is the Mo Bear ability. The Mo Bear is protected. Hunting is forbidden due to their low numbers and difficulty in breeding. There is no stockpile of their cores. To get it, the Tower Nation took a risk. They sent Robert to cooperate with the 9 Sun sect and colluded with a traitor in the Huazhong military district to infiltrate the Sheneng realm. After you killed Robert, the Tower Alliance sent Yuan Kai's squad to ambush the academy just to recover his core. But they didn't expect you to slaughter them too. And Jun Feng looked Zhong Yuan dead in the eye. At this point, the cost of retrieving that Flame Giant core has exceeded its value. For the Tower Alliance, walking away would be the smart move. But they attacked again, Zhong Yuan countered. Exactly, and Jun Feng replied. That is the key to this puzzle. While the clues point to the Tower Alliance, I believe they are just accomplices now. The real mastermind is the traitor within Huazhong. You displayed overwhelming power and intellect. You made it clear you intended to catch the mole. You became a threat. Even if just for self-preservation they had to act. They tried to recruit you or kill you. The ghost eye beetles, they are a domesticated breed of rift insect, used for spying assassination or creating suicide soldiers. Releasing those beetles was a direct attempt to mind control or eliminate you. And Junfeng smiled grimly. Ideally, they wanted a puppet. Luckily, your abilities are incompatible with the ghost eye's control. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Zhong Yuan smirked the confidence of a protagonist in a system Manhwa radiating from him. I don't play cards unless I have an ace. I'd never use myself as bait otherwise. And Junfeng laughed, impressed. We trust your judgment. But remember, your strategic value to this country far outweighs this case. Survival is your primary mission. Is the Huazhong Mole connected to the Nine Suns? Zhong Yuan asked. Undoubtedly, and Junfeng replied. But we haven't pinned down the exact link yet. And the Sky Diligence squad guarding the gate? Still in custody, the commander assured him. The Bureau of Mist Management is preparing a full interrogation. Zhong Yuan stood up satisfied. With this many clues, you guys should be able to handle the rest, right? And Junfeng nodded. Leave the investigation to us. Understood. Zhong Yuan walked toward the window, then paused. Where is my sister? And Junfeng followed him. She's at the training grounds. I'll have Xiaoqin drive you. Zhong Yuan stepped onto the window ledge. No need. I'll head there myself. Without another word, he leaped, energy coalesced into magnificent wings, and he shot into the sky. And Junfeng stared, jaw-dropping. Holy heavens. He only went to the rift once and now he can fly. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Jong Lan's legs were trembling violently. The instructor paced around her. Good. Very good form. She was holding a deep horse stance. The instructor checked his watch. Hold it for 30 more seconds. He watched her struggle. Steady 10, 9, 8, 7, time. Jong Lan let out a heavy breath, her lungs burning just as the instructor waved his hand, offering a moment of mercy. Take a breather. Seeing her exhaustion, the instructor explained the method to the madness. This is the horse stance. With persistence, it will make your foundation immovable, and your explosive power will strike faster and harder. You may struggle to channel the energy smoothly right now, but this suffering is crucial for your cultivation. It is forging an unbreakable foundation for your future. Handing her a bottle of water, he continued. Once you shatter your mental shackles and remaster the divine speed and heavenly origin, your true power will skyrocket. Jong Lan nodded. I understand. Thank you, instructor. Suddenly she scratched her cheek, a flush of embarrassment coloring her face. Oh, right. My brother is picking me up in 2 days. Could you keep this special training a secret from him? The instructor blinked in surprise. Why hide it? Zhong Lan looked down shyly. My brother. He is a monstrous genius. He learns one thing and understands 10. Compared to him, I feel incredibly stupid. I can't even help him with the smallest things. Her finger traced aimless circles in the dirt, mirroring the turmoil in her heart. The instructor chuckled warmly. Everyone has their own path. Your talent isn't inferior to his. You simply started your journey a few years later than him. He continued to encourage her. Besides, no matter how godlike your brother becomes, he can't carry the weight of the world alone. There will come a time when he needs his sister's strength. Jong Lan froze, then bloomed into a radiant smile. Okay. She had no idea her brother was actually watching from the shadows. Standing beside him, Zhan Hong asked, Xuanming, isn't this too far? Can you actually see her? Zhong Yuan replied curtly, crystal clear. Zhan Hong pressed on, we could get closer, you know. But Zhong Yuan had a different philosophy. She is my sister, not an accessory to my life. His gaze remained fixed on the distance. If I stand too close, I will only cast a shadow that stunts her growth. Zhan Hong smirked, bragging about Zhong Lan. Tch! Actually, your sister has mastered quite a few toys in the military zone these past 2 days. Zhong Yuan's interest was piqued. Oh, Zhan Hong immediately listed them off. Armored vehicles, supersonic fighter jets, battleships. She has piloted them all. The instructor says she is a driving prodigy and wants your opinion. Zhong Yuan's jaw dropped. Then he rubbed his forehead helplessly. Her life is hers to decide. We just need to offer support and let the sapling grow into a mighty tree. Zhan Hong's eyes suddenly sparkled with a pleading look. Speaking of which, I have an outrageous request. Can you teach me the disc shooting technique? Besides me, half the military zone wants to learn from you. Zhong Yuan sighed, exhausted. I am very busy. Zhan Hong persisted. Just one class, I beg you. Unable to refuse the nagging, he finally relented. Fine. 1 class. Not a second more. Night fell over the humble brick house. Zhong Yuan stared at the golden coffin before him and muttered, Phew. After days of chaos outside, I can finally get a peaceful sleep. He thought to himself, I absorbed a massive amount of mist cores from the snowbone snake and the two-headed eagle. The drowsiness is hitting me like a truck. Worse, the negative energy within the cores is corrupting my mental state. It's making me violent irritable. I just want to punch something. Zhong Yuan slid the coffin lid open. If I activate the dual mind ability, can I literally split myself in two? Could one of me sleep while the other grinds outside? Climbing into the coffin, he pulled the lid shut over himself. Only one way to find out. Test first, calculate later. In the void of semi-consciousness, something snapped. He focused, first divide the consciousness. Phase 1 complete. He projected a part of himself outward, manifesting a physical form. Standing in the cramped room, he smirked. Perfect. He opened his eyes. Vision check. Normal. Then reality warped. Zhong Yuan froze. Wait, why is my bed suddenly a skyscraper? The sensation of walking felt alien. He looked down and saw 2 fluffy cat paws. He had morphed into a cat. Panic surged as he jumped, letting out a confused meow meow meow. Cat Zhong Yuan and human Zhong Yuan stood before the mirror, staring at each other in dead silence. He stroked his chin. The cat mimicked the motion perfectly. The experiment proved that dual mind could create 2 entities, but the universe wouldn't allow 2 human Zhong Yuans to exist simultaneously. He dove into a deep analysis. Since the original Zhong Yuan exists, the second form defaults to this black cat. We share a consciousness, yet possess independent processing power. Zhong Yuan expanded his theory. The projection can likely take the shape of animals or other people from my subjective memory, but it is strictly forbidden from being me. He recalled the transformation process. It had initiated directly into the feline form. When the main body enters the shadow world to sleep, the active projection is forced into the secondary form. It cannot maintain the human disguise and defaults to the black cat. The cat let out a string of meow meow meows, giving him a headache. The biggest scam is that when my cat form tries to speak human language, it autocorrects to meowing. He actually searched for "why can't cats talk?" an admittedly stupid question for an Awakener. The search results were brutal. Reason 1, cats lack a language processing center in the brain. Reason 2, feline vocal cords are angled obtusely in the larynx, making human articulation physically impossible. As the cat leaped from his shoulder, Zhong Yuan gripped his phone, thinking hard. My current projection is just a shell. Internally, it is pure energy from the shadow world. If I reconstruct the internal anatomy of the projection, could I force this cat body to speak human language? Cat Zhong Yuan squeezed his eyes shut, body rigid, growling in concentration, before flopping onto the floor in defeat. A lazy meow escaped his lips. My current mental strength isn't enough for such complex biological engineering. He decided to let it go. Whatever. No one expects a cat to hold a conversation anyway. The human body waved. I am crashing first. Wake me at 6 a.m. sharp. Good night. The cat high-fived him with a paw. Meow. Cat Zhong Yuan pulled up the interface. It was a classic system Manhwa wall of text that even the readers would skip. With dual mind active, my total power output is slashed by 50%, but the essence remains. My secondary form can still access the system. I currently possess 14 abilities. Aside from Thermal Blast and Eternal Ice Domain, which require precise control, I can't manage yet. The rest can be used without penalty. The cat's face twisted into a very Zhong Yuan-esque grin, razor-sharp claws extending from soft toe beans. A sinister plan formed. Excellent. While the cat slave Su Wanying is farming cores in the dimensional rift, it is time to restart her discipline training. Meanwhile, Destiny led Zhong Yuan to a storefront where a gathering of strays caught his eye. Wait. Someone else has already claimed this territory. A quick deduction flashed through his mind, revealing the stranger's identity instantly. Unless my memory fails me, that is the twin sister of Jiang Buyu. Jiang Buyu. I recall seeing her in the elite third-year classroom. Suddenly her instincts kicked in, and she whipped around to face him. Her eyes sparkled like stars the moment she spotted Zhong Yuan in his feline form. Oh my god, look at that adorable black cat, such an elegant stride. That regal posture. He's like a king among cats. Is he new to the neighborhood? Jiang Buyu immediately pulled out a treat, cooing softly. Here, kitty kitty, look what I have for you. But Zhong Yuan scoffed internally. Trying to distract me from ruling the cat district, keep dreaming. A mischievous thought struck him. Since no one knows this cat is actually me, I don't have to act like a civilized human right now. What was his master plan in this Manhwa recap? Ignoring Jiang Buyu completely, he turned his gaze toward the clouder of stray cats. Something is wrong. The strays aren't fawning over me like before. Has my ultimate charm skill lost its potency, or does it not work now that I've shifted forms? Determined, he unleashed the full power of his ultimate charm once more. A mysterious purple aura radiated through the alleyway, yet the cats remained unmoved, staring at him in awkward silence. Zhong Yun's internal expression darkened. This is bizarre. Why is there absolutely no reaction from the system? He was so focused he didn't notice the predator approaching from behind. Zhang Buyu's eyes had turned into literal hearts. You precious little thing, let big sister give you a squeeze. Zhong Yuan froze in confusion, barely dodging in time. He leapt into the air, leaving Zhang Buyu grasping at empty space. Landing in a defensive stance, his mind raced. I thought the charm skill had minimal effect on humans. What is wrong with this woman? Meanwhile, Zhang Buyu looked at him with an expression of pure, unadulterated obsession. In stark contrast, the stray cats remained completely indifferent, as if mocking him. The truth finally clicked in his mind. No, I've misunderstood the mechanics all along. It's not about low intelligence. The skill works best between members of the same species. Since I am currently a cat, using charm on them only lowers their hostility slightly. It just makes them tolerate my presence. But using a cat's charm on a human, it's a critical hit. It forces them into total submission. I'm swiftly becoming the emperor of mankind in this form. He devised a devious plan. I can use this ability to manipulate emotions and control human behavior. Suddenly, Zhang Buyu began to sob dramatically. Boo-hoo! Is my cat food not worthy of your high standards? Is that why you reject my love? I promise, I'll bring premium sashimi-grade fish tomorrow. Flash. She whipped out her phone for a photo, startling Zhong Yuan into a desperate retreat. This heart-manipulating power is too terrifying. I must be extremely cautious when using charm in my feline form from now on. Realizing she had captured evidence, Zhong Yuan stopped dead in his tracks. He spun around, boldly snatched the phone from her hands, and used his tiny paw to swipe and delete his own picture. Mission accomplished. The cat Zhong Yuan strutted away as if nothing happened, leaving Zhang Buyu in a state of existential confusion. Am I hallucinating? Did a cat just operate a smartphone? But despite his caution, he forgot one thing. The trash bin, it wasn't a dream. The photo is still here. Quick save 3 backups to the cloud immediately. The next morning arrived with a brilliant blue sky, the perfect setting for an awakening Manhwa protagonist. Zhong Yuan checked his phone deep in thought. Senior Zheng insisted I meet her at the cafeteria today. She claims she has something urgent to discuss. Suddenly the crowd parted for a stunning beauty with flowing pink hair. Who is that goddess? Is she a student here? How have I never seen her before? Why is she approaching Zhong Yuan? Is she a new rival for the campus beauty title against Su Wanying? The girl stopped in front of him, breathless. I'm so sorry I'm running a little late. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow. Senior Zheng. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing. Yes. I promised you that after I successfully absorbed the core, I'd try a new hairstyle. So, seeing her hesitation, Zhong Yuan gave a rare nod of approval. Not bad. It actually suits you quite well. Thank you. The cafeteria erupted in whispers. Wait, that's Zhang. She's a total bombshell without her glasses. Look at how close they are. Are they dating now? But I heard he's already involved with Su Wanying. Is he two-timing the campus queens? Suddenly, Feng Qing appeared behind them like a ghost. Did I interrupt a romantic moment? Zhang spun around, her eyes practically sparkling with mischief. No. You interrupted perfectly. Feng Qing hesitated. Are you sure you want me to sit here? Absolutely, positively, 100% sure. Feng Qing shrugged and took a massive bite of a steam bun. Boom! He instantly transformed into a fire-breathing dragon. Holy hell, why is this Sichuan meat bun pure lava? Did the cafeteria scam me? He turned to toss it. I'm getting something else. Zhang Yuan's voice was cold. Wasting food is a crime. Feng Qing shot back. Well, what do you want me to do? Are you going to eat it for me? Get lost. You're not my little sister. Feng Qing immediately tried to act cute, clinging to him. Big breathier. Whack. Zhong Yuan smacked him away without hesitation. Stop acting like a clingy hen. Sitting across from them, Zhang covered her mouth to hide a giggle. This is the most entertaining breakfast I've had in ages. Realm. Even if we don't hit the national realm. Even if we don't hit the national top 10, we definitely crushed that unlucky Feng Qing who got stuck with the Zhang Jiajie instance. Brimming with confidence, Su Wanying pushed the doors open to announce their victory. Director Gu Team Su Wanying has returned from the hunt, and she froze mid-sentence. The room was in chaos, with instructors swarming over a massive pile of loot. A voice cut through the noise. Director, we have over 1,000 rosemary rabbit cores here. The purity is insane. Instructor Yan shouted orders. Bundle them up and move them to the purification zone. A young assistant's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he held up a glowing orange orb. Wait a second. Isn't this core from the Moonlight Lake realm? You're right. This single stone is worth more than all the rabbit cores combined. Instructor. Yan gasped, her composure shattering instantly. What kind of monsters brought this back? Double-check the loot bags. Don't you dare miss a single Moonlight Lake star core. The bald student barked, eyeing the hall. These cores are too precious to just leave lying around, aren't they? Su Wanying stared at the scene, utterly helpless. What the hell is going on here? Since when did the Academic Affairs Office turn into a wholesale market for a system Manhwa loot haul? Shangguan Yi looked completely fed up with the situation. He carelessly tossed his bag over to Su Wanying and turned to leave. I'm out of here. You handle the report yourself. Suddenly, the administration office erupted in cheers, breaking the silence. Jackpot. We just detected 2 more moonlit void crystals. Remember, everyone overtime pay is tripled. If we finish filtering the data by the day after tomorrow, we're throwing a huge celebration feast. Su Wanying stood there frozen like a statue. But internally, her mind was racing. This has to be a scam, right? There is no way that many void crystals could appear at once. They definitely forged the results. As she fumed, the sky shifted, blanketing the world in a starry night. 2 figures strolled down the dimly lit street. Zhang Buyu smiled gently. All right, stop being angry. Let's go pet that cat I found. It'll help cleanse your spirit and relax your mind. Su Wanying obediently replied, okay. Zhang Buyu's eyes lit up with excitement. Yesterday, I met a super adorable black cat. It was incredibly beautiful and so smart, just lounging near the heater. I made a promise to him. Today I'm bringing him a feast fit for a king. High atop a roof, a shadow lurked. It was Zhong Yuan transformed into a sleek black cat with heterochromatic eyes, one blue, one amber. He looked down with a gaze full of cold indifference. He thought to himself, Zhang Buyu actually came. Is the power of my super adorable acting skill still active? Suddenly the girls spotted the shadow blocking their path. Zhang Buyu squealed. Ah, there he is. The black shadow landed gracefully on the ground. Zhong Yuan in his feline form calculated silently. I need to get closer. I have to test how much of the charm effect remains. Zhang Buyu's face flushed red with excitement. Meow meow, come over here, little one, come on. Beside her, Su Wanying also turned beet red, overwhelmed by the devastating cuteness of Zhong Yuan's transformation. Whoa, Siwan, look. He's too adorable. My heart can't take it. I'm going to die. Zhu Wen moved with the elegance of a scholar and the arrogance of a king settling onto the pink cat bed. Internally, he scoffed. This nest is reasonably clean. I suppose sitting here for a moment is acceptable. Zhang Buyu happily presented a box of premium food to the disguised Zhong Yuan. Look what Big Sister prepared for you. This is Emperor salmon airflown directly from the Viking Empire. Zhong Yuan, still in cat form, stared intently at Zhang Buyu. He deduced that his void ability had technically vanished, yet its mental traces hadn't been completely wiped from her mind. Her cat addiction showed no signs of recovery. Could it be that his charm skill created a permanent effect on humans? This truly felt like a twist in a system manhwa. Deep in thought, Zhong Yuan suddenly heard a wet smacking sound behind him. He spun around to find Su Wanying puckering her lips, trying to plant a kiss on him. Zhong Yuan's mind went blank, followed instantly by a wave of pure revulsion toward Su Wanying. Is she trying to sexually harass a cat? He unleashed a grandmaster combat technique. Su Wanying was sent spinning like a top. Seeing her friend's face distorted and tears flowing like a river, Zhang Buyu rushed to comfort her. Wanying, are you okay? Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, still in his black cat form, walked away with his head held high, radiating arrogance and elegance. The next day, under a clear blue sky, Su Wanying, sporting a bruised face, looked at Feng Qing with annoyance. Is this the only reason you called me to the infirmary? Feng Qing observed calmly. Let me see. The injury itself is healed, but the bruising remains because it sat for too long. Did you try to heal yourself? Su Wanying nodded. My self-healing is terrible, that's why I came to find you. Feng Qing shoved his hands into his pockets. Did you absorb a healing ability? Su Wanying shot back. Is there a problem with that? Feng Qing pondered deeply. The most terrifying aspect of the ultimate prayer is that even without her own offensive skills, she can exploit the system. She can copy 100% of a commander-type synergy, making her strategically invincible for a long duration. Why would she ruin her greatest asset by absorbing a trash skill? What is she planning? Synergy allows her to randomly copy a target's ability just by touching them, lasting for 24 hours. Feng Qing stopped overthinking and activated his Prime Day technique to heal Su Wanying. Treatment complete, Feng Qing walked away coldly, dropping one final warning. Respect the blessing, and don't die on my doorstep. Su Wanying let out a confused sound. Feng Qing glanced back at her, his mind racing. That paw print on her face. No ordinary cat could create that. A master of combat has appeared within the academy. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was curled up in a tree, drowsy. Jong Lan's training in the military zone isn't finished yet. For the past few days, my main body has been able to rest in the dark world as usual. My second form can nap out here, which means I get double the sleep. Below him, Feng Qing held his phone, thinking seriously. Zhang Buyu actually posted a high bounty on the school forum just to find traces of this black cat. It's mysterious. Could this be the same cat that injured Su Wanying? Zhou Yuan in cat form looked puzzled as Feng Qing approached. Feng Qing was equally surprised. He slowly lowered his dark sunglasses, revealing his piercing purple eyes, the super-penetrating gaze, and locked onto Zhou Yuan. In Feng Qing's vision, the cat had nothing but heterochromatic eyes and a perfect round zero floating above its head. No stats, no data. Feng Qing calmly interrogated the cat in the tree. What happened to being a decent human being like you promised? Zhou Yuan played dumb and simply let out a sound. Meow, meow, meow. Feng Qing shoved his hands in his pockets, clearly annoyed. He looked up. Before I ask myself why I'm trying to read the lifespan of a cat, shouldn't you explain yourself first? Why abandon your humanity, and why use void skills to beat up students, huh? Zhou Yuan continued his act. Meow, meow, meow. Feng Qing cut him off. No, I don't speak cat. From an academic perspective, felines lack the necessary language centers. There is no such thing as cat language in this world. The black cat sighed a sound of utter resignation at Feng Qing's logic. He muttered a command, one mind, two uses release. Instantly the cat form dissolved, and Zhou Yuan transformed back into his human self. Zhou Yuan stood there, hands in his pockets. Feng Qing, human abilities really do have their limits, don't they? Feng Qing looked at him calmly. You're spouting nonsense. It's just because your little sister isn't around that you've started causing trouble, isn't it? Zhou Yuan clicked his tongue loudly, annoyed that Feng Qing saw right through him. The scene shifted. The two of them sat on the edge of a rooftop, engaging in a late-night conversation. Feng Qing broke the silence. Yuan, in your eyes? What exactly defines a human? Zhou Yuan sighed, looking at the city lights. The sum total of all social relationships. Feng Qing pressed on. This person has the shape of a human, but his essence is like a divergent species. He cannot absorb crystals. He can only undergo self-evolution, and monsters don't attack him. It sounds like an awakening manhwa plot. Can such a being still be considered human? Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate. Yes. Then, as if remembering something important, Zhou Yuan turned to Feng Qing with curiosity. By the way, can combat uniforms be custom-made? She sighed. Come to think of it, your ability set is still just the 4 skills: origin, tracing, healing, wind, rejuvenation, and resonance, right? Can eyes that perceive lifespan really be considered a combat ability? Feng Qing fell into a deep philosophical silence. Glancing at Zhou Yuan, he replied, Origin tracing is my innate talent. The others forced evolution from the lab. As for these eyes, they're just a star core trait. Useless as a stone to me. Even if I ate them, I'd just cough up bones like a 2-headed eagle. Feng Qing hid his regret, looking up at the vast night sky. He whispered, Hey Yuan, in the end you couldn't bring yourself to slaughter those 2-headed eagles, could you? Zhou Yuan lowered his gaze. We already have enough star cores. Feng Qing smirked at him. Soft-hearted. Once you see it living, you can't bear to see it die. Zhou Yuan paused before replying, Once I hear its cry, I can't bear to consume its flesh. Recalling the beast hunt, Zhou Yuan hardened his expression. Make no mistake. I won't show mercy to humans, let alone alien species. I'm simply analyzing the nature of our war. It's pure competition. One side's gain is inevitably the other side's loss. Even hunting farmed beasts in the dimensional rifts carries the risk of a fatal counterattack for humanity. But if the paradigm shifts from slaughter to cooperation, the benefits for humanity could far exceed our wildest imaginations. High above, a colossal bird cast a shadow over the land. Below, a group of figures stood watching the sky. One of them shouted, Principal Bai, it's the anomalous 2-headed Eagle King. It's not attacking, it's showing submission. It even seems willing to carry us. Principal Bai and his entourage craned their necks, looking up. They were swallowed by the massive shadow of the descending beast. Principal Bai sneered with chilling arrogance. Foolish livestock. It walks into the slaughterhouse and tries to befriend the butcher, pathetic. As he spoke, the massive 2-headed eagle touched down. It bowed its head repeatedly, begging for a scratch, radiating pure trust. Someone petted it, soothing the creature. Look, it's actually quite docile. But standing before the majestic beast, Principal Bai had already hoisted a massive heavy cannon onto his shoulder. Feigning a smile at the creature's innocence, Bai shifted his cannon, aiming point blank at its open maw. Chickens at the market are docile too, right before the chop. He tutted softly. One of the eagle's heads looked at him with adorable blushing cheeks, staring right down the barrel that would send it to the afterlife. It cooed, confused by the weapon. Bai felt a flicker of pity, but the beast within him devoured his humanity. His logic was twisted and cold. The star core of a beast king is a treasure men would kill for. Therefore, even if I spare you, someone else will just come along and harvest you anyway. The cannon roared. In a split second, the majestic creature was reduced to nothing but smoke, blood, and feathers drifting in the wind. Principal Bai justified the slaughter with a cold internal monologue. In this broken world, order is only maintained through absolute violence. The weak are meat. The strong do eat. That is the only law of this awakening Manhwa world. Later that night on a balcony, Bai spoke with a crimson-haired woman. The woman's voice was sharp. Bai Xianli, you let the demon eye beetle fall into Wang Podi's hands, and you sacrificed the entire Sky Cicada squad in the process. You forced the leader to clean up your mess personally. He is not pleased with you. Bai Xianli stood with his arms crossed, arrogant and unbothered by her threats. So are you here to punish me? The woman's eyes went cold. No, I'm just reminding you. My goal is to be the matriarch of the 9 luminaries. I don't care who sits on the throne. But if you fail to seize power, I won't be a martyr for your lost cause. Bai Xianli chuckled. Cold-blooded as ever. I actually have a surprise for you. The woman scowled. Cut the riddles. Speak. Bai's eyes gleamed. The Fung family's bastard found traces of the fallen Death Tower in Guangyuan City. Once I obtain the power of instant death, no one can stop me from becoming the new leader of the 9 luminaries. The woman frowned instantly. Guangyuan City. Isn't the University League tournament being held there soon? A massive gathering of powerful awakeners. It sounds like the perfect stage for a tragic accident. Bai Xianli's ambition flared like a wildfire. Danger and opportunity are 2 sides of the same coin. I have a meticulous plan. 1 strike to eliminate every hidden threat. Meanwhile, in the military strategy room, Zhong Yuan was briefing Commander An on the investigation. The Awakener Bureau turned the Sky Cicada squad inside out, but they found absolutely nothing useful. The enemy is either incredibly cautious, or they possess a method to bypass Wang Podi's void site completely. Zhong Yuan proposed, then we wait. Given how much of a threat I am to their plans, they'll inevitably strike again. Checking the time, Zhong Yuan stood up. If that's all, Commander, I need to pick up my sister from school. Commander An called out, hold on, you haven't accessed the official Awakeners marketplace yet, have you? Usually you need a team to register. But with over 1,500,000 merit points from your missions, we can bypass the requirements and register you immediately. Zhong Yuan blinked, genuinely surprised by the number. Oh, I'll check it out later then. On the way home, his sister Jong Lan chirped happily about her new hobby. Brother, flying is amazing. If Instructor Li didn't insist on foundation training, I'd switch to a pilot class right now. Zhong Yuan smiled warmly at her excitement. If you want to be a pilot, you have to protect your eyes. No getting nearsighted, okay? I will. Zhong Yuan realized something. That reminds me, New Year's is coming. It's time to buy you some new clothes. You always pick such childish clothes. Let me choose this year, Lan insisted. Look, the military combat uniform is stylish and practical, a perfect balance of beauty and utility. Too bad they don't have your size. Zhong Yuan pulled out his phone. Lan, take a look at this. Her eyes lit up with excitement instantly. Feng Qing offered a practical solution. With my rank, I can access the Awakened Exchange's custom workshop. I'll have a full set tailored exactly to your specs. Jong Lan's face lit up with pure joy. That works for me. Seeing his sister buried in training day and night, Zhong Yuan tried to pull her away from the grind. Jong Lan, ever since you entered Cheng Yunqiao, you've been a cultivation machine. Let's take a weekend off and actually have a life. Hard pass. Zhong Lan stared deep into his soul, her voice steel. Right now, if it doesn't make me stronger, I'm not interested. You're already so overpowered, brother. If I don't grind this leveling Manhwa-style progression, I'd be too embarrassed to call myself your sister. Zhong Yuan realized he couldn't argue with that logic. Oh, she added casually. I already told the military zone guys I'd be there every weekend for extra sparring. Zhong Yuan sighed, defeated. Fine. Internally, he wept. His sweet sister had walked down the path of a battle maniac and was never looking back. Back in his room, Zhong Yuan opened the system store interface to order the gear for Zhong Lan. I'm sitting on over 1.5 million merit points, he mused. Even after spoiling his sister with top-tier gear, he barely made a dent in his fortune. Time to see what else this shop had to offer. Suddenly a listing caught his eye. Rosemary Rabbit Void Cores. 10,000 points or 100 grand in cash per block. The seller, the Huadong Military Logistics Department. Zhong Yuan smirked. Those trash cores we turned in last time are already on the market. I can't believe people are actually buying that garbage. Scrolling down, he found a blade, a supreme-grade cold weapon. 150,000 points. It came with a warranty and even a full replacement policy for battle damage. The seller was the Inspection Bureau. They had sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, but not a single throwing knife in sight. The set I have is a prototype from the Bureau anyway, he thought. 1,000,000 points for a custom weapon. Nah. With my Grandmaster combat mastery, I can turn a toothpick into a lethal weapon. No need to waste points. Continuing his window shopping, his gaze landed on a bed. But it wasn't just any bed, it was shaped exactly like a coffin. Item name, Super Alloy Special Single Bed. Price, 10,000 points plus cash. And it was on sale, buy 2, get 1 free, buy 4, get 2 free. A true bargain for the eccentric, the seller, the inspection bureau. Zhong Yuan yelped, holy shit. It suddenly clicked, the bed he slept in back at the base was definitely manufactured by these guys. When they say custom, they mean custom. Feng Qing really has deep ties with the bureau. His mind started racing. My physical body is currently stored in that golden sarcophagus at the museum. But these alloy coffin beds, they act as mediums for my shadow projection. If I leave traces of shadow world energy in different locations, could I use these beds as teleportation waypoints? The theory was too good to ignore. He smashed the buy button. Let's test it. Since there's a bulk discount, I'll take the whole set. Meanwhile, at the inspection bureau, an assistant sprinted down the hall in a panic. Director Wang. We have a code, red. Director Wang, rubbing his shiny bald head, was leisurely sipping coffee. Humph, what is it now? The assistant gasped for air. Those fantasy coffins we listed in the Awakened exchange. Someone just bought 6 of them in one breath. Director Wang's eyes bulged and he sprayed coffee all over his desk. Make so. Cough, cough. The assistant continued. The buyer is Zhong Yuan. His security clearance is so high we can't even see his file, so I had to report it to you directly. Director Wang's brain short-circuited. Those replicas were ordered by Feng Qing for her son, and the recipient is Zhong Yuan from Cheng Yunqiao. If he bought one for a prank, fine, but why the hell did he buy a warehouse full of them? Is he handing them out as party favors? The assistant added nervously. Zhong Yuan left a note. He said to contact him once they're fabricated to arrange delivery. Director Wang massaged his throbbing temples. He waved his hand dismissively. Just do what he says. Follow standard procedure. And for the love of God, take that item off the store shelf once this order is done. No more chaos. The assistant snapped a salute. Understood. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was still browsing. He realized that besides points and cash, the store allowed for barter trading. Lost in thought, he stumbled upon something interesting. Oh, now this is a high-quality core. Item White Whale Dolphin Void Core. Abilities Initiation Diving Super Sonar. No cash purchases, trade only. Seller Huabei Military Logistics. Condition complete 3 missions for the Huabei military region. Zhong Yuan analyzed the stats. Initiation is that support skill Instructor Liu uses to help newbies absorb cores safely. It doesn't seem to have levels. Diving and sonar might be upgradable, but even at base level they're useful for my underwater operations. He clicked the contact button without hesitation. At the Huabei Military Logistics HQ, an aide saw the notification and rushed to his superior. Commander Xia, the White Whale Dolphin Core we listed has a bidder. The buyer's name is Zhong Yuan. His clearance is classified, so I can't access his data. Xiaojihui, commander of the Huabei region, stroked his chin. Zhong Yuan. That name rings a bell. Let me check. After a moment, realization struck Commander Xia. It's him. The kid with the strategic cuteness ability who suppressed the wormhole at Mount Newtu. He shook his head in admiration. Such a talent staying in the Huadong region is a waste of resources. He's too big for a single pond. If he accepts this trade, he becomes a free agent unrestricted by region. He could be a national asset for support anywhere. Commander Xia stood up abruptly. He wasn't going to let this genius slip away. I'm going to the 9 Ruins. The 9 Ruins operates exactly like that. I'll ask Qishu directly. In the courtyard of the 9 Ruins, Qishu was watering his plants when Commander Xia arrived with the news. Qishu didn't even look up. Actually, Zhong Yuan is already the 8th reserve of the 9 Ruins. Commander Xia froze. What's something that huge? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Qishu sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. It's complicated. The kid doesn't even know he's a member yet. Commander Xia blinked. Huh. Qishu recalled Feng Qing's warning. Yen Yuan doesn't play by normal rules. This rundown courtyard has too many old traditions and bad habits, Qishu said, looking like he had aged 10 years. The fact that he hasn't leveled this place to the ground yet is already him giving me face. Forget the 9 Ruins. That mess is beneath me. Commander Xia turned his back on the chaos, vanishing into the shadows without a second glance. First things first. I need to secure that dungeon core from Zhong Yuan before anyone else makes a move. Inside his sanctuary, Zhong Yuan had just placed an order for the White Whale core when his phone shattered the silence. The custom wake-up call blared. Wake up, lazybones. The sun is burning your butt. But the caller ID froze him, an unknown number from Shangdong. Staring at the glowing screen, his mind raced. A direct line from the capital. This reeked of the North China Military District. He swiped to answer. Hello. The voice on the other end was smooth, commanding, yet polite. Greetings. I am Xia Jihui, commander of the North China District. Shall I address you as the legendary Xuanming or simply Zhong Yuan? Xuanming will do, he replied, his voice calm. Commander Xia wasted no time cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Xuanming, we are prepared to gift you the White Whale Core. No strings attached, no transaction fees. Zhong Yuan's guard went up instantly. That sounds too good to be true, Commander. The commander sighed. It's not that we don't want your help, but Shangdong is miles away. When a rift manifests, we have less than 30 minutes before all hell breaks loose. Even at top speed, you're 2, maybe 3 hours out. By the time you arrive, the battlefield would already be a graveyard. We can't afford that delay. Zhong Yuan's eyes narrowed. I see. You're implying that only the Central District has the proximity to handle this trade effectively. But Central isn't coastal. The hydrokinetic potential of the White Whale Core would be useless to them. Realizing the kid had seen through his ploy, Commander Xia dropped the act. You're sharp, kid. I won't insult your intelligence. We put a bounty on this core specifically to lure capable hunters from other districts to our front lines. Then why hand it to me on a silver platter? Zhong Yuan asked. The commander chuckled. Call it an investment. I'm betting on your future potential in this leveling Manhwa world. I want you as an ally, not a stranger. Zhong Yuan tapped his finger against the desk, skepticism written on his face. Awfully generous. Aren't you worried I'll take the loot and ghost you? If you betray us, we lose a mere stone. But if we hoard it, we lose the goodwill of a rising star. The math is simple, Xuanming. A smirk tugged at Zhong Yuan's lips. This Commander Xia? He had guts. He wasn't like the other rigid bureaucrats. A man with that kind of vision deserves a little trust, he thought. Perhaps it's time to reveal a card from my deck. Listen closely, Commander. I possess a spatial manipulation ability, instant transmission. I can bridge the gap between Shangdong and the north in mere minutes. Distance is irrelevant to me. Silence hung heavy on the line before the commander gasped. Is that even possible? It is. But before I activate the jump, I need to send a beacon to your location as a coordinate anchor. Commander Xia didn't hesitate. Done. Send whatever you need. Back in his room, the courier stared at the package, his jaw practically hitting the floor. He blinked, trying to process the absurdity of the situation. Bro. You seriously want to overnight this to a military commander? The package was the golden sarcophagus Zhong Yuan used as a bed. Zhong Yuan gave a thumbs up. Absolutely. Zhong Yuan flashed a pitch-black badge, the symbol of elite status. I hold the youth rankings black insignia. This qualifies for express priority shipping, correct? Cold sweat drenched the courier's back. Yes, sir. Inside he was screaming, holy sh*t, he's the number 2 ranker. Only a monster like him would have the balls to mail a coffin to a general. The engine roared as the transport truck tore down the highway, defying speed limits to reach the North China base in record time. Upon arrival, the courier wiped his brow. This package is substantial. Where does it go? The aide pointed down the hall. Straight to the commander's personal office. Follow me. You got it. Gritting his teeth, the courier hoisted the massive golden box, veins bulging as he trudged forward. The aide glanced back and froze, his brain short-circuiting. Wait, is that... No matter how I look at it, that is definitely a coffin. The world of the elites is beyond my understanding, he thought, giving up on logic. Finally, the ominous gold box was deposited in the heart of the commander's office. Commander Xia stared at the golden sarcophagus. Words failed him. He stood rooted to the spot, his mind blank until the courier shoved a clipboard in his face. Sign here, please. Cash on delivery. Right, Commander Xia signed mechanically while a hurricane of confusion raged in his head. What in the hell is this? It looks like one of those cursed artifacts from the Bureau. Why did Xuanming send this? Is it a threat? A gift? Who am I? What is the meaning of life? Enjoy your package, Commander. The courier chirped, escaping the awkwardness. Commander Z just nodded weakly. Right. He cautiously lifted the heavy lid. Empty. Nothing. Is this a joke? Is the kid mocking me? Frustrated, he dialed Zhong Yuan's number. Xuanming, you have a twisted sense of humor, he growled. Did you sign for the delivery? Zhong Yuan asked coolly. I did. Excellent. Commander Xia waited for an explanation, but the line went dead. Suddenly, the coffin lid slammed open with a deafening bang, nearly sending his soul leaving his body. He spun around, heart hammering. There, standing casually as if he hadn't just teleported across the country, was Zhong Yuan. Commander Xia, an honor to finally meet you in the flesh. Commander Xia's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He fumbled for his heart medication, unscrewing the cap with trembling hands while staring at the impossible young man before him. You said you'd cover the costs. Zhong Yuan grinned, stepping out of the golden box like a vampire king. So I booked the fastest ride available. Hope you don't mind the method. No mind at all. The commander stammered, trying to glue his shattered worldview back together. Then reality kicked back in. Right. The deal. He marched to his safe, retrieved a glowing orb, and presented it. The white whale core as promised. Inspect it yourself. Zhong Yuan accepted it with a nod. Much obliged. Instantly, Zhong Yuan triggered his internal interface, a staple of any good system Manhwa. Scanning object, analysis complete. A holographic window flickered into existence only he could see. Subject white whale core. Skill 1, origin wake, rank red fixed. Skill 2, abyssal dive, rank gold upgradable. Skill 3, hypersonic blast, rank gold upgradable. A surge of excitement hit him. It was compatible. But I'm already stacked with 8 abilities, he thought. Absorbing this now would trigger a massive energy fluctuation. I can't expose my full power here. I'll handle the assimilation back at base. He pocketed the core, his expression unreadable, and extended a hand to the commander. Pleasure doing business with you. Then he asked a critical question. Commander Xia, be honest with me. Do you possess any more white whale mist cores? The commander didn't hide the truth. The white whale is a legendary deep-sea variant. It has only appeared twice in the entire history of the Hua Nation. The Academy attempted to breed them within a submerged dimensional realm. But their efforts ended in catastrophic failure. The entire nation holds less than 100 of these precious cores. Disappointment washed over Zhong Yuan. Understood. He threw open the lid of his coffin, preparing to depart. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Commander Xia immediately intervened. Stay for dinner. You rarely visit Shangjing. Will you really leave on an empty stomach? Zhong Yuan spoke calmly. The trip here barely cost me any stamina, Commander Xia shouted in disbelief. You used a spatial shift with almost zero consumption. Is there a cooldown, a limit? Zhong Yuan explained the mechanics, sounding like a protagonist from a leveling manhwa. The lid must be sealed tight. Absolute darkness is required. Aside from that, no restrictions. Commander Xia sighed. I see. The power of youth. But surely you can stay. The legendary Shangjing roast duck is prepared nearby using ancient techniques. In that case, can I get it to go? That evening, Zhong Yuan returned with the prize. The team gathered around for a feast. Jong Lan grabbed a slice of duck and drowned it in spicy chili sauce. Feng Qing stared horrified by her culinary blasphemy. Little Lan, why do you need chili sauce for premium roast duck? She shrugged cold-heartedly. If it doesn't burn, I don't eat it. Zhong Yuan felt a vein pop. I'm eating with my sister. Why are you two freeloaders here? Shangguan Yi spoke between bites. You weren't at the mess hall. It was suspicious. So I checked the dorms. Feng Qing nodded shamelessly. Exactly. Feng Qing savored the flavor, his eyes narrowing sharply. Wait a second. This taste. It's identical to the roast duck place 2 kilometers east of your family home. Zhong Yuan dodged the question, stuffing his face. He completely ignored Feng Qing's deduction. I don't know. My palate isn't that refined. Stop overthinking. Suddenly shadows shifted outside. A white cat and a black cat emerged, drawn by the irresistible scent of the meat. Jong Lan panicked, shielding the food with her life. Brother stray beasts, they want my food, drive them away. Zhong Yuan didn't even look. He raised a finger. A burst of energy fired, sending the cats fleeing with tails between their legs. Shangguan Yi dropped his food in shock. Using a combat skill on cats? You better hope the cat slaves don't see this. Zhong Lan's expression turned icy. So what? Do you think I fear them? She launched into a furious tirade. Cats are disgusting creatures. They use their tongues to clean everything. Their paws, their privates. They look cute, but they are walking filth. Hearing his sister's disgust, Zhong Yuan froze like a statue. He sat in silence, paralyzed by the irony. Jong Lan noticed his stiffness. Brother, don't tell me you're a cat slave too. Feng Qing quickly jumped in to save the day. Don't worry, your brother isn't a servant. He just happens to be naturally loved by them. Jong Lan sneered. Like that woman, ultimate prayer. Feng Qing grinned wickedly. Correct. She even got slapped by your brother for that exact reason. Zhong Lan smiled with satisfaction. Good work. Feng Qing's mind wandered to dangerous territory. It is fortunate she hates felines. Otherwise, with her brother complex, she would transform just to pounce on him. If only she knew the black cat was actually a human. Actually him. I am speechless. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Su Wanying's roommates were scrolling on their phones. Suddenly, a notification shattered the peace. The rankings were out. The Otherworld Hunting leaderboard has been updated. This is the kind of drama you only see in a manhwa recap. Our school's Feng Qing and Liu Wen have both stormed into the top 10. Team Feng Qing secured 86,619 missed cores. The second place doesn't even have a fraction of that. Is this a glitch? Su Wanying listened from her bed, her heart racing. Rumor has it someone reported them for cheating. But the Bureau confirmed the data is 100% legitimate. Su Wanying frantically opened the leaderboard. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead as reality set in. My team is 11th nationally, but only 3rd in the school. Each academy only gets 2 slots. Despair crashed over her. Am I going to be eliminated? The next morning, tension filled the campus air. Director Gu stood before the students, his voice booming. The Otherworld hunt has concluded. The tournament committee has ratified the results. Representing us in the University League will be Team Feng Qing and Team Liu Wen. According to the rules, each squad may recruit 2 additional substitute members. Instructor Liu Wen addressed the losing team. Members of Team Su Wanying, if you are willing, you may join the victors as reserves to enter the tournament. Feng Qing didn't hesitate. We claim Shangguan Yi and Chen Shu. Liu Wen's face darkened with rage. What? He turned desperately to Director Gu. Director, my team has no use for Su Wanying. We don't need her support abilities. We need raw firepower. We need a damage dealer. Director Gu analyzed the team composition. Your 4 members possess 14 abilities. Half are mind control types. He nodded solemnly. Indeed, you are severely lacking in offensive power. Su Wanying felt her pride shatter. Rejected even as a mere substitute, fury ignited within her. She stomped over and screamed, Liu Wen, how dare you say my powers are useless to you? Liu Wen stood his ground, his eyes cold. Senior, it's not personal, it's strategy. Our team relies on blitz tactics. 1 control spell, 1 kill, maximum efficiency. Your ultimate prayer is too slow, it doesn't sync with our rhythm. Besides, we already have the wind of healing. You are redundant. Sparks flew as the 2 locked eyes. The air crackled with tension. Su Wanying was trembling with indignation. Shang Jr., that tactic works on mindless beasts. But against awakened humans, this isn't just a game in an awakening manhwa, you will be crushed. Liu Wen refused to back down. I am not wrong. Fine. If you are so confident, let's duel. If I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from the reserve seat. Deal. On the sidelines, Team Feng Qing watched the drama unfold. Feng Qing leaned in, whispering to Zhong Yuan. Watch closely. Liu Wen is about to play her like a fiddle. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Feng Qing smirked. Liu Wen is a commander class. He has a passive skill called synergy. He can mimic a target's ability just by making physical contact. As the words left his mouth, the trap was sprung. The 2 rivals were already reaching out to shake hands. Liu Wen's expression instantly shifted to a polite smile. Senior, we both want glory for the school. Let's keep this civil. Su Wanying, unsuspecting of the system manhwa mechanics at play, took his hand. Friendship comes first, the duel comes second. Feng Qing observed from the sidelines, his sharp eyes catching every detail. Look at that beaming smile. He definitely secured the ultimate pact synchronization. Feng Qing immediately dropped a warning. Yuan, listen to me. Guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against pacts. In the future, be cautious. Never shake hands with just anyone. Zhong Yuan stood stoic, nodding in agreement. But in his mind a storm brewed. His abilities in this system manhwa reality held too many dark secrets. He couldn't risk exposing them through a careless bond. The match exploded into action. Liu Wen's squad unleashed a blitzkrieg strategy. In the blink of an eye, Su Wanying's entire team collapsed, drained of all strength before they could even react. Liu Wen's voice dripped with arrogance as he looked down from his high ground. Senior sister, do you yield yet? Su Wanying, defeated in a single breath, lowered her head in shame. She thought bitterly, none of us could break their crowd control. We were helpless lambs before their slaughter. Fresh from his lightning-fast victory, Liu Wen turned his smug gaze toward Zhong Yuan. Junior Zhong Yuan, come join my squad. With you on our roster, the championship trophy is as good as ours. Feng Qing instantly raised a hand, cutting off the recruitment pitch. Even with Zhong Yuan, the result would be the same. Liu Wen refused to believe it and threw down the gauntlet. I don't buy it. If you're so confident, fight us right now. Feng Qing analyzed the situation. Liu Wen was itching to unleash the ultimate pact he hadn't used yet. To deny him that satisfaction, Feng Qing plastered a trolling grin on his face. I just won't fight you. Denied his chance to flex, Liu Wen sneered with venom. You're nothing but a coward. Zhong Yuan remained silent as a statue while the two bickered. Feng Qing shrugged off the taunts, refusing to take the bait. The gap between our levels is too wide. I have no interest in bullying rookies. Zhong Yuan quietly observed Su Wanying crumbling in the corner. His eyes narrowed as he calculated his next move, finally breaking his silence. Liu Wen, I accept your challenge. Feng Qing whipped his head around, staring at him in total shock. Although he couldn't fathom what Zhong Yuan was plotting, Feng Qing trusted his partner. He pointed a finger at Liu Wen's squad. Fine. If Yuan wants to fight, I'll exchange a few moves with you kids. Liu Wen confidently set the terms. If you lose, Zhong Yuan joins my team. Feng Qing fired back with a savage condition. And if you lose, your entire squad must admit they are dogs. Liu Wen scoffed. Whatever. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan stepped forward, extending a hand toward the fallen girl. Senior sister, stand up first. Su Wanying shyly reached out, grasping Zhong Yuan's hand. Her heart raced. He accepted the challenge clearly for my sake. But Liu Wen's team is a fortress. Can Zhong Yuan really crush them? At this moment, Instructor Liu Wen sighed, sensing the tension. All right, let the battle begin. The moment the war horn sounded, Liu Wen shouted commands. Control Feng Qing first. Don't let him use rejuvenation to cleanse the others. Feng Qing smirked at their predictable tactics. Swap positions with the fat guy opposite me. Poison Shadow activate Echo Poison Mist, Dark Night Descent. Meanwhile, Liu Wen unleashed his own skills. Mental Prison Coma Seal. The enemy duo charged straight for Feng Qing with killing intent. But in a flash, he triggered his signature move, Displacement Swap. Space-warped Feng Qing and the enemy's blonde tank instantly switched places. The blonde stood there, bewildered, only to see two devastating attacks barreling straight toward his face. The orange-haired enemy panicked, screaming, "Ah, we're screwed!" He desperately activated his defensive skill Monolith, creating a shockwave as friendly fire collided with his shield. Suddenly, a thick, toxic fog engulfed the arena. Liu Wen's team lost all visibility, their formation crumbling into chaos as they struggled to find their bearings. A girl from Liu Wen's team shrieked, "Feng Qing swapped positions. We can't lock him down." Another shouted, "I'm blind. I can't aim my crowd control skills." Liu Wen broke into a cold sweat. The situation had spiraled out of control. Just as he scrambled for a plan, a teammate yelled a desperate warning. "There's poison in this fog." Liu Wen's eyes went wide. "What?" Before they could react, the toxin took hold and his teammates began collapsing one by one. Liu Wen wasn't faring any better. His face turned a sickly purple, cold sweat pouring down as he struggled to remain standing. The orange-haired tank gritted his teeth. "It's the Echo Poison Mist. It triggers when you make a sound. Everyone freeze and shut up." Zhong Yuan emerged from the gloom, his voice ice-cold. "Too late. Your healers are blind. You can only shield yourselves, not cure the poison. Your rush strategy is pathetic. If you fail the initial burst, you have no hope of a comeback. Even in a classic leveling, Manhwa balance is key. If you used your 3-second invincibility, now maybe you'd last a few moves against me. Otherwise, I don't even need to lift a finger." "You've already lost." Liu Wen's mind raced. He's right. Our fatal flaw is stamina. If we don't wipe them out in one wave, we're finished. Even a simple healer stalling for time destroys our entire formation. Realizing total defeat was inevitable, Liu Wen raised both hands in surrender. "We forfeit." The battle ended and the poisonous fog dissipated into thin air. Instructor Liu Wen announced the verdict. The victory goes to Feng Qing's team. Liu Wen walked straight to Su Wanying. "Senior Su, I apologize. I shouldn't have spoken like that. We desperately need your abilities." Su Wanying waved her hands frantically. "It's okay, really, I don't mind." Before she could finish, Liu Wen bowed a full 90 degrees, showing absolute remorse. "Please, senior sister, join our team." Meanwhile, Shangguan Yi ran up to Feng Qing. "Captain, I want to transfer to Liu Wen's team as their main DPS." Feng Qing raised an eyebrow. "Why the sudden change? Don't you want Zhong Yuan to carry you to victory anymore?" Shangguan Yi shook his head seriously. "Not anymore. Zhong Yuan's words woke me up. Synergy is more important than individual power. This tournament is a stage to prove our teamwork, not just a solo show." Shangguan Yi draped his arm around Liu Wen's shoulder. "A powerful striker personally trained by Zhong Yuan, do you want one?" Liu Wen's face lit up with pure joy. Yes. Absolutely." Watching the two-bond, Feng Qing turned to Zhong Yuan. "Cooperation over competition. Teamwork over solo play. Is this your philosophy now?" Zhong Yuan looked blankly at him. "What?" Realizing he might be overanalyzing the dense protagonist, Feng Qing quickly pivoted. "Never mind." Feng Qing approached Liu Wen, his face twisted into a mischievous grin, ready to collect the debt. "Liu Wen, remember the bet? It's time to admit you're all dogs." Liu Wen, having anticipated this very outcome, replied with cool nonchalance. "Naturally, I never go back on my word. Situ Ming, unleash our battle standard, Shomei Kum Kansho." At Liu Wen's command, Situ Ming whipped out a colossal banner. The squad immediately unfurled the massive display, revealing a blindingly bright image of Zhong Yuan dressed in drag, accompanied by bold, shameless slogans. "Zhong Yuan, peerless beauty sweeping through the arena, you are the most dazzling star of all." Liu Wen roared at the top of his lungs. "I hereby declare the official founding of the Zhong Yuan fan club today." Shangguan Yi joined the chaos, adding, From this moment on, we are all loyal simp lords for Zhong Yuan. After chanting their slogans, the entire group began howling and barking like a pack of dogs. Woof, woof, woof! Their chaotic energy took over a corner of the arena. Witnessing this utter abandonment of dignity, Feng Qing was left speechless and deeply confused. After all that posturing, was this your true strategic intent for challenging us? Zhong Yuan walked over and patted Feng Qing's shoulder solemnly. There is still much room for improvement in your strategic awareness, my friend. Meanwhile, at the airport lounge, Jong Lan happily saw her brother off. Jong Lan gazed at a photo of her brother on her phone, giggling softly. Heh. As expected of my big brother. Even in a school uniform, his handsomeness remains undefeated. Zhong Yuan, reluctant to part with his little sister, asked her again, Zhong Lan, are you truly not coming to the arena to watch the competition? I only need to speak to the military district and they will arrange a special VIP seat for you. Zhong Lan, still engrossed in the photos, replied, I don't want to. It is fine for me to watch the match from afar with everyone else. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoes, gently stroking his face and looking deep into his eyes. Brother, your world is so vast. If I were there alone, it would feel terribly lonely. But the world has such magnificent scenery. Since you are here, why not go and witness it all? Tears began to shimmer like crystals in the corners of Zhong Lan's eyes. She hurriedly said her goodbyes. Brother, I am heading back to the military district to celebrate the new year with Qi Xun. While I'm not by your side, you must take good care of yourself, okay? Zhong Yuan waved his hand, promising to do so. He reflected on Zhong Lan's words about the scenery of the world. I'm already dead. Can I truly be considered part of the living realm? Zhong Yuan returned to his seat in the lobby and turned to Feng Qing. Feng Qing. Do you think Zhong Lan discovered something? Feng Qing, looking up from his book, replied dryly. Discovered that you are a hopeless siscon, see. Zhong Yuan immediately retorted, How am I a siscon? Isn't this just perfectly normal sibling affection? Feng Qing heard this and shot him a sharp side-eye. Zhong Yuan asked, Why are you glaring at me? Feng Qing replied with biting sarcasm. Are you truly worried, or are you just using me for your own amusement? Zhong Yuan fell silent, humming non-committally. Feng Qing continued. To be honest, when I first met you, you were like a walking corpse. Aside from your sister, nothing could lift the heavy lid of your coffin. It was only recently, when your sister wanted to become independent and strong, purposely distancing herself, that you finally began to step into this world. Even I can see the transformation. Do you think she wouldn't notice? Feng Qing reached out and pinched his cheek. Zhong Yuan swatted him away, annoyed. Talk if you want to talk, but don't pinch my face. Feng Qing argued back, Your sister can pinch you, but I can't. And you still claim you aren't a siscon. Unable to win the argument, Zhong Yuan surrendered. Fine, pinch all you want. Pinch until you're bored. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's phone rang. It was still the recording of Zhong Lan's voice he used as an alarm. Zhong Yuan stood up and walked away to answer. Hello, Commander Xia. Commander Xia frowned. The situation seemed grim. Xuanming, 5 minutes ago, we detected a red rank rift appearing in Daxin City. It will open in approximately 2 hours. Zhong Yuan asked urgently. Inside the city. Commander Xia confirmed, correct. We need you. Can you make the trip? Zhong Yuan was mentally calculating his options, thinking like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. He could use his dual mind technique suppressing the rift, while his other self took the plane to Guangyuan City. Using someone else's face at the military district would be inappropriate. I should probably suffer through the flight myself. After finalizing his calculations, he agreed. No problem, give me a few minutes. Zhong Yuan ran back to the seats, only to find Feng Qing had fallen asleep. He hurriedly shook him awake. Wake up, Feng Qing. I need a favor. He quickly dragged Feng Qing into a secluded corner of the restroom, shoved a backpack into his hands, and gave strict orders. Emergency situation. I can't board the plane in my current form with the team. Cover for me. Feng Qing, still groggy from sleep, blinked in confusion. Sure. Seeing Feng Qing's dazed state, Zhong Yuan forcefully shoved the backpack at him and continued. We are boarding soon. I'll hide in the backpack first and we'll figure out the rest later. Zhong Yuan immediately began his transformation into a black cat. While he shifted forms, Feng Qing heightened his vigilance, scanning the surroundings. Moments later, Zhong Yuan had become a small black cat. Meow meow meow. Feng Qing proposed a solution to the feline, 1 meow for affirmative, 2 meows for negative. To facilitate communication, the black cat let out a confirmative meow and scrambled into the backpack. Feng Qing hoisted the bag, grinning. When it comes to doing the impossible, nobody beats you. The black cat meowed twice. Meow, meow. But Feng Qing, enjoying the moment, teased, denials are invalid. Meanwhile, at the North China Military District, a coffin-like metal bed was slowly hissing open. Outside, Commander Xia was coordinating the operation via phone. The transport plane will depart for Daxon City in 10 minutes. Everyone make necessary preparations. By now, Zhong Yuan had pushed open the lid and stood up. Commander Xi, I have arrived. The assistant standing nearby screamed in pure terror. Mommy! Xia Jihui stepped forward, patting the assistant's shoulder to calm him. Don't be so dramatic. The assistant, having witnessed Zhong Yuan step out of a literal coffin, stammered, Xuanming, he came out of a coffin. Commander Xia barked, don't talk nonsense. That is a high-tech metallic stasis pod, the latest technology manufactured by the Supervision Bureau. Commander Xia ordered the assistant, leave us to talk. Go and fetch Xuanming a set of specialized combat gear for the rift. The assistant quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Seeing Zhong Yuan step out of the coffin, Xia Jihui chuckled inwardly. Last time I was so rattled by that thing's appearance I thought Xuanming was here to bury me. I won't make that same mistake a second time. Zhong Yuan looked at him puzzled as to why the commander was just standing there smiling at him. Back with Feng Qing, the plane had arrived. Everyone prepare for boarding. Jie Yihan noticed Feng Qing carrying Zhong Yuan's backpack and looked surprised. He asked, Feng Qing, isn't that Zhong Yuan's bag? Feng Qing replied smoothly, he has some temporary business to attend to. He asked me to bring his luggage ahead. Noticing the backpack was slightly open, revealing a gap, Jie Yihan reached out. Oh, the zipper on this bag has come loose. Let me help you zip it up. Over at the military base, Commander Xia was strategizing with Zhong Yuan. Xuanming, I recall you're a master of throwing knives. However, do you require a secondary weapon for close-quarters combat? As the commander turned around to face him, his heart skipped a beat. Zhong Yuan had vanished, replaced instantly by a solitary black cat. Commander Xia gasped, huh. Sensing the commander's sheer panic, the black cat simply let out a meow. Xia clutched his face, his mind spiraling. Why has Xuanming turned into a cat? Is the pressure finally causing me to hallucinate? Or have I unknowingly crossed over to the afterlife? Suddenly, Zhong Yuan flickered back into human form as if nothing happened. For a weapon, the Extreme Dao Series Crescent Moonblade will suffice. Commander Xia spun around speechless to find the boy standing right behind him again. He stammered, Xuanming, you... Overwhelmed by the shock, the old commander turned away, unable to form words. Zhong Yuan asked innocently, What's wrong, Commander Xia? Is there something on my face? No, nothing, Xia managed to choke out. I'll have someone bring the weapon. He quickly pulled out a bottle of heart medication, shaking a few pills into his trembling hand. I'm getting too old for this. My eyes and heart just can't keep up anymore. Zhong Yuan watched the old man's terrified reaction and thought, Thank goodness I didn't scare Commander Xia into an early grave. Otherwise, I'd have to gift him one of my custom metal coffins to sleep in permanently. Reflecting on his accidental transformation, Zhong Yuan rubbed his chin in thought. The sealing effect of that backpack is too high tier. Once zipped, it becomes a pitch-black void. The shadow world determined my main body was in there, forcing my consciousness to swap into the cat form out here. Luckily, I unzipped it fast enough, or explaining this to Commander Xia would have been a nightmare. Meanwhile, high in the sky on Feng Qing's flight, Xie Yihan was startled when the backpack zipper suddenly slid open on its own. He reached out to zip it back up, but a furry black paw shot out and kicked his hand away. Xie Yihan jumped up in terror, shouting, Feng Qing, you actually dared to smuggle a cat onto the plane. Director Gu was equally shocked. Feng Qing, we are heading to a tournament, not a vacation. Why did you bring a pet? The black cat thought, well, the cat is out of the bag now. Might as well embrace it. It trotted over to Feng Qing and let out a demanding, meow, 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 meow. Feng Qing sighed. You sure you don't want to pretend anymore? The cat confirmed with a meow. Feng Qing lifted the feline and introduced him to the enraged coach. Director Gu, I won't lie. This cat is actually Zhong Yuan. The black cat played along, letting out an obedient meow. Director Gu's face turned red with fury. This brat Feng Qing is mocking me. He caused trouble all last year and now he's testing my limits by calling a deer a horse before we even take off. He roared, while we haven't taken off yet, get that animal off this plane immediately. The black cat calculated rapidly. If the backpack counts as a closed space for the shadow world, I can keep some dark energy there as a teleportation anchor. It's a classic trick from a system manhwa. Before it happened too fast to process, but now Director Gu is actually trying to kick me out. Shangguan Yi immediately stepped in to defend them. Director Gu Feng Qing said this cat is Zhong Yuan. We cannot kick an essential teammate off the plane. Zhang Yi chimed in as well. Feng Qing wouldn't do this without a reason. It must be Zhong Yuan's request. The rest of Liu Wen's squad roared in agreement. That's right, Liu Wen argued. The Zhong Yuan fan club supports Zhong Yuan. Director Gu, how could you bear to evict such a cute cat? I'm not a simp, but I feel cat Zhong Yuan makes a lot of sense. The black cat sat on Feng Qing's shoulder thinking, no way. My super cute charm is a passive skill. Why are they all acting so weird? Feng Qing patted the cat, snickering to himself. Look at them turning into cat slaves instantly. Yuan is definitely using his charm skills. Director Gu was losing his mind. You are all talking absolute nonsense. But Jie Yihan raised a hand to cut him off. It is Zhong Yuan's cat. Su Wanying looked over with curiosity. But when she recognized the black cat on Feng Qing's shoulder, her eyes lit up. Ah, isn't that the same black cat I saw with Si Yuan that night? Feng Qing brought it along. Su Wanying rushed to Director Gu pleading. Director Gu, I'm sorry I raised this cat. His name is Zhong Yuan. Please, teacher, don't chase him away. She then turned to the cat using a sickly sweet baby voice while reaching out to hug it. Zhong Yuan, come to big sister. The black cat glared with visible disgust. Stay the hell away from me. Su Wanying ignored the cat's hostility and tried to grab it. The black cat immediately activated his Grandmaster combat skill, the Invincible, Meow Meow Fist. 20 scratches per second. Su Wanying's face was shredded. She fell back, trembling in pain. Damn it, is this cat actually Zhong Yuan? Feng Qing sighed helplessly. I told you, but nobody believed me. Feng Qing shrugged. Seeing the chaos, Director Gu held his head and turned away. What a mess. What a complete mess. Feng Qing, just get back to your seat and buckle up. Feng Qing replied instantly. Roger that. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Daxin City, Zhong Yuan arrived with his squad. A bald teammate saw him dragging a massive blade and exclaimed, Whoa, little brother, you look so gentle, yet you wield such a giant great sword. Zhong Yuan replied calmly. Red rank exotic beasts are massive. To deal with them, the weapon naturally needs to be as big as possible. His teammate looked surprised. So, you know how to use more than just one type of weapon? Zhong Yuan nodded. Pretty much. By this time, the evacuation was nearly finished and reports were flooding in. Traffic evacuation in the southeast sector complete. The 5 Miao barrier is ready. The energy levels of the Void Rift are fluctuating abnormally. It seems the gate opening is being delayed. The bald teammate frowned, scanning the area. I have a bad feeling about this. Zhong Yuan asked. Why? The bald man explained. A delay in a rift opening usually signals unexpected variables. Since the initial fluctuation was already red rank, the risk is astronomical. In the North China Military Command, an operator pointed at the screen. The energy fluctuation remains unstable. Estimated opening time has been extended by 2 hours. Commander Xia. According to the latest data analysis, there is a 66% chance this void rift is actually a core nuclear gate. Commander Xia realized the gravity of the situation. Distribute protective gear to the front lines immediately. Raise the civilian evacuation radius by 1 level. An aide asked for orders. Sir, in this situation, should we request support from the 9 ruins? Commander Xia shut down the suggestion immediately, his voice steely. No backup needed. A candidate for the 9 ruins was already on the field. He placed his absolute faith in Zhong Yuan to crush this threat. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was briefing with a bald veteran. He frowned, asking, what exactly is a core rift? The veteran's expression darkened as he explained. A core rift is a dungeon that has been corrupted by nuclear contamination. In the dawn of the apocalypse, humanity had no awakened warriors. To suppress the dimensional gates, we relied entirely on heavy ballistics and thermal weaponry. Conventional firepower could shred gold and green tier beasts, but against the red tier horrors, it was useless. Desperate, a certain nation made the catastrophic choice to launch a tactical nuke directly into a dungeon. The impact was undeniable. The explosion sealed the rift, instantly ensuring not a single monster could step foot on Earth. Or so they thought. Back then, humanity was ignorant of the fact that dungeons could reopen. Zhong Yuan's eyes widened. They can reopen. The veteran looked at him, bewildered by the question. You don't know, this is basic theory taught in every academy. Zhong Yuan rubbed the back of his neck, smiling awkwardly. Technically, I haven't graduated yet. Why don't you give me a crash course? The veteran sighed but began the lecture. Some dungeons open randomly within a specific zone, chaotic and unpredictable. Others follow a fixed trajectory across the globe. But when that nuked dungeon reopened, they realized the horror. The beasts inside hadn't died. They had mutated in the radioactive hellscape. This is a classic trope in a leveling manhwa. The monsters didn't just get stronger stats, they evolved terrifying new abilities. But the real nightmare began when the core rift opened its maw. The radiation from that old bomb wasn't gone. It came flooding back out. Every single beast that stepped through was a mobile reactor leaking deadly contamination. Soldiers who survived the initial clash were doomed anyway. Radiation sickness claimed them long after the battle ended. But retreating means the beasts destroy the dimensional anchor and spread the pollution into our reality. The consequences would be apocalyptic. Zhong Yuan asked, humanity stopped using nukes after that, right? The veteran nodded grimly. Yes. Once the world realized the danger of core rifts, a global treaty banned nuclear strikes on dungeons. Suddenly rage twisted the veteran's face. But some nations, knowing full well the risks, still refuse to play by the rules. They rely on the dungeon's movement patterns to shift the disaster onto their neighbors. The veteran screamed in frustration. Those bastards are an absolute disgrace to the human race. An emergency siren cut through the conversation. The rift would open in 30 minutes. Sensors indicated a 90% probability of it being a contaminated core rift. The order barked out. Suit up in hazmat gear immediately. Prepare for combat. But remember, even with protection, do not engage for more than 30 minutes. If your suit is breached during the fight, you have exactly 60 seconds to retreat and swap it out, or you're dead. Logistics officers rushed over handing out the bulky gear. Zhong Yuan stared at the suit, thinking to himself, easier said than done. In a life-or-death brawl, who has time to watch a clock? Holding the suit, Zhong Yuan looked at the veteran. Is this really our only defense against a nuclear catastrophe? The veteran gazed into the distance, his eyes weary. We can only hope for a better future. Right now, human technology cannot neutralize the radiation. All we can do is stand as a meat shield between the innocent and the disaster. Zhong Yuan's mind raced, searching for a solution within his own arsenal. Some of my skills defy the laws of physics entirely. In this system, Manhwa universe where science fails, perhaps an awakened ability can succeed. He immediately headed back to the transport plane to find Feng Qing. Feng Qing was deeply engrossed in a university-level physics textbook. The black cat, seeking attention, deliberately placed a paw on the page. Feng Qing glanced at the creature. Not tired? Want to study with me? The cat let out a meaningful meow, tapping its paw repeatedly on the words nuclear reaction and radiation pollution. Feng Qing's eyes narrowed, catching on instantly. You're asking me about nuclear contamination. The cat meowed again, looking satisfied. Feng Qing realized the book in his hand was irrelevant. The cat wasn't asking for a physics lesson. It was looking for a survival strategy. He fell silent, analyzing the problem for Zhong Yuan. After a long pause, Feng Qing spoke. A gold-tier regeneration skill level 3 or higher can purge radiation from the body. The black cat leaped up, visibly excited. As any fan of an awakening manhwa knows, the interaction between skills and pollution is complex. Feng Qing continued. But if we're talking about your specific powers, sit down and listen. The Science Institute analyzed the target you froze previously. Your ice power creates a barrier where the internal temperature approaches absolute zero. In that state, even subatomic particles slow to a crawl. Theoretically, your ice can freeze the very ionization process of nuclear radiation. Back on the battlefield in the North China sector, Zhong Yuan stood motionless, staring at the protective suit without putting it on. The bald veteran, seeing him hesitate, offered kindly, "Need a hand, brother? I can help you suit up." Zhong Yuan shook his head. "No need. I won't be wearing this." He tapped his comms, connecting directly to command. "This is Xuan Ming." As if narrating a manhwa recap, his voice shifted to that of a protagonist. "Order all units to retreat. I will handle the rift alone." Commander Xia exploded over the radio. "Xuan Ming, this isn't a game," but Zhong Yuan cut in calmly. "Having others on the field will only interfere with my strategic class ability." Commander Xia refused to budge. "Absolutely not." The commander's voice cracked with stress. "If you fail, the citizens of Daxin City pay the price. As commander, I cannot authorize such a reckless gamble." Zhong Yuan laid down his terms. "Give me 1 minute. If I haven't ended the battle within 60 seconds, send in the rescue team." As Zhong Yuan prepared to charge into the core rift, soldiers nearby panicked. "Turn back. That's suicide." Then realization dawned on them. "Wait, what? That's Xuan Ming, the number 2 on the youth ranking commander. We can't let a strategic asset like him walk into a nuclear death trap." Commander Xia watched the surveillance feed, his brow sweating. He wrestled with Zhong Yuan's proposal. The kid doesn't know it yet, but he's already a reservist for the 9 ruins. In terms of authority, he's technically my equal. The beasts inside are strong, but few in number. If his ice abilities are as potent as the reports say, he really might be able to solo this. Plus, his file shows he possesses gold-tier regeneration at level 4. Radiation won't kill him. The calculation was made. Commander Xia slammed his fist on the console. "All units listen up. Prioritize full support for Xuan Ming's operation. Xuan Ming, once you enter, deploy your strategic class ability against the alien race immediately. If it fails, retreat instantly and await reinforcements." "Understood," Zhou Yuan replied. He activated the simulation barrier, terrain replication complete. He successfully dragged the rift into the pocket dimension. Warning, nuclear contamination detected. Pollution intensity critical. Predicted contamination at 37%. The ionizing radiation is tearing the barrier apart. Estimated collapse in 16 hours. Zhou Yuan closed in on the core. He observed silently. The zone surrounding the rift is a forbidden area. Space is warped here. Most Awakener abilities are nullified. I have to wait for them to exit the distortion. Suddenly, a behemoth emerged from the rift, a colossal elephant-like beast. Is that a one-eyed mammoth from the Lighthouse Nation? No. The radiation mutated it. That's a nine-eyed mammoth. The beast roared, trampling everything in its path with savage fury. Zhong Yuan activated Sovereign of the Air. Wings of pure energy manifested on his back as he took flight. Hovering before the monster, Zhong Yuan unleashed his super adorable skill. But the beast didn't care. It swung its trunk violently, leaving Zhong Yuan in shock. Acting cute didn't work seriously, he thought. Wait, the system feedback says it was tamed. But their minds are filled with nothing but agony and chaos. Communication is impossible. I have to put them down. Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan unleashed his ultimate art, freezing the massive beast in its tracks. The eternal ice domain drains too much mana, he calculated. Extreme Cold Claw has a similar single-target effect but costs a fraction of the energy. The nine-eyed mammoth was encased in ice, yet its eyes darted frantically, trying to break free. Seizing the moment, Zhong Yuan drew his great blade. Blood for blood. He unleashed a masterclass combo, piercing straight toward the beast. Red-rank aliens are monsters, he gritted his teeth. The ice won't hold forever. Physical destruction is the only way. Zhong Yuan struck with cold precision. His speed was a blur of light. In a split second, he severed the nine-eyed mammoth's head, sending blood spraying across the wasteland. One down, Zhong Yuan thought coolly. 2 more to go, same strategy. He flash-froze the remaining beasts and decapitated them instantly. The entire battle took less than 60 seconds. HQ called in panic in their voices. Xuanming, 1 minute is up, report. Zhong Yuan replied calmly. 3 nine-eyed mammoths total, all targets eliminated. Commander Xia froze, stunned by the report. He quickly regained composure. Excellent work. Your combat mission is complete. Scout teams monitor the rift. Logistics prepare for decontamination. Zhong Yuan interrupted. The radiation is part of the rift too. I said I'd handle this alone. Zhong Yuan realized his ice could freeze the particles temporarily, but true purification required draining the energy from the air. He immediately activated a new technique, thermal storm pressure. An icy tornado erupted, vacuuming the lethal radiation from the rift. Witnesses on the perimeter watched with tears in their eyes, overwhelmed by the sight. The ionizing radiation eroding the barrier vanished. Pollution levels across all monitoring stations dropped to safe minimums instantly. Sonra. Wind and explosions. What is Xuanming doing in there? The crowd cheered as the readings cleared. It's over. The rift is closed, Zhong Yuan reported. Daxon City Core suppressed. Back at the military base, the staff jumped for joy. Commander, the Daxon City Core suppression is confirmed complete. Total time 6 minutes and 23 seconds. 0 casualties. 0 radiation leaks. He shattered Zhang Buyu's record. The officers stared in disbelief. It's a miracle. Xuanming has created another legend in this Awakening Manhwa timeline. Commander Xia exhaled. I knew he had trump cards, but isn't this too exaggerated? Flight is one thing, but scrubbing nuclear waste. That's God tier. On the transport back, the other Awakeners hugged each other, sobbing. Boo-hoo, I really thought I was going to die for the country today. I'm not afraid of death, but living is definitely better. Praise the goddess of luck, thumbs up for Xuanming. A teammate turned to the hero. Xuanming, you were in that radiation for so long. Are you sure you're okay? Zhong Yuan shrugged. My regeneration rank is extremely high. Don't ignore your health, the teammate insisted. Go to the hospital for a checkup. Zhong Yuan waved him off. Really? It's unnecessary. As the plane touched down, Zhong Yuan plotted his escape. I'll greet Commander Xia, make an excuse, and bolt to the university tournament venue. Suddenly a group of scientists approached, led by a sophisticated woman. Yuan, she called out happily. Zhong Yuan blinked. Who are you, and why, Yuan? The woman grabbed his hand warmly. I'm Feng Jing's mother, Feng Zhuzhen. Hello, Feng Zhuzhen. Zhong Yuan replied politely. My son said you were amazing, she beamed. But seeing is truly believing. Commander Xia stepped in. Director Feng Xuanming just finished a battle. Let him rest. But Feng Zhuzhen ignored him, wrapping an arm around Zhong Yuan. Right, Yuan. Let's go eat and relax. The car is waiting outside. Zhong Yuan smiled awkwardly. Auntie, let me change first. I look a bit uncool in this. She laughed, signaling an assistant. A handsome boy like you fits perfectly in our Science Academy uniform. Meanwhile, in the office, Qishu was furious. Commander Xia sending a miner against nuclear pollution. You'll face a military tribunal for this. Commander Xia explained calmly. The kid has high-level regeneration. Qishu slammed the desk. That's not the point. Commander Xia's eyes darkened as he remembered. 3 years ago, the Lighthouse Nation's core fell. The pollution breached the barrier, and thousands of civilians paid the price. I can't just sit back and watch Dashin City fall again. Handling S-rank threats is exactly why the 9 Realms exists, Commander Ha pressed on. If your only goal was protection, you wouldn't have made him the 8th member, would you? Kishu's face darkened with authority, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. The boy is still just a reserve unit. Any official promotion or publicity requires my seal of approval first. I will let it slide this once, but never again. Moments later, the mood shifted as Feng Jujin beamed, handing him a sleek identification card. Zhong Yuan Honorary Academician, Hua Country Academy of Sciences Research Branch. Clad in the pristine white uniform of the Research Institute, Zhong Yuan sat down for a meal with Feng Jujin. He cracked a nervous smile looking at the card. Director Feng, this honorary title. It doesn't mean I'm the one being studied on the operating table, right? Feng Jujin rested her chin on her hand, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Oh, look at you getting scared. The Science Academy isn't a dungeon. Our technology is advanced enough to map your internal structure without slicing you into little cubes. Zhong Yuan shot up from his seat, panic flashing in his eyes. Is it too late to run? Feng Jujin replied with a cool, predatory smile. Far too late. Your ability to purge nuclear corruption using void energy has been recognized. You have earned the rank of honorary academician. Zhong Yuan blinked, stunned. That's the only reason. Feng Jujin began piling food onto her plate, her tone turning serious. Ever since the first awakening events, the Academy has never stopped researching these phenomena. We have mountains of hypotheses and theories, but we desperately lack individuals powerful enough to prove them. Zhong Yuan scratched his cheek, humbled. Feng Qing came up with the theory. I just did the heavy lifting. Feng Jujin began frantically scooping food into Zhong Yuan's bowl. Don't be so modest. Theory and practice are the twin pillars of science. Never reject the glory you deserve. By now the rice in Zhong Yuan's bowl had been piled high, resembling a small mountain. If you can't finish it, that's fine, but never put food back. She lectured, dumping another ladle of stew onto his mountain. If the younger generation sees hard work go unrewarded, they will lose the motivation to pursue scientific truth. After all, in this world, too many people chase fame, and too few chase the truth. Lunch concluded, she led Zhong Yuan deeper into the facility. She gestured to the containment units. Look, Yuan. The primordial sickle you tamed at Bullhead Mountain, and the ghost eye beetle you seized from those mercenaries, we've been breeding them since the investigation concluded. Feng Jujin stopped before a glass tank. Inside floated a girl, or rather the skeletal remains of one. Her voice softened. The samples you provided helped us break through 3 critical bottlenecks. The other subject, frozen in a block of ice, is still on the examination table. She turned to him, her gaze razor-sharp. The power you use to purge the radiation. It is fundamentally different from your freezing ability, isn't it? Let me guess. It is an evolution of your supersensory perception. Zhong Yuan stiffened, genuinely surprised. Director Feng. Exactly how much do you know about my abilities? Feng Jujin shrugged, her tone blunt. I'll be honest. If your ability is recorded in the data logs, it is no secret to my eyes. But don't worry. Anyone with a lower clearance level than mine cannot access your file. The secrets you hold could be the key to unlocking the ultimate mysteries of void energy for humanity. If you are willing to help us name your price, we will pay it. Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes playfully. Does that price include absolutely anything, no limits? Feng Jujin looked him dead in the eye. The only limit is that the result must benefit mankind. Zhong Yuan nodded solemnly. Drawing blood is fine, but selling my body is off the table. Not even a single hair. Feng Jujin sighed at his antics. Fine. Then tell me, what does the evolutionary rebirth become after it transforms? Can it be used to heal others? Zhong Yuan looked blank. Wait, Commander An didn't tell you. Feng Jujin's expression soured instantly. So you told Commander An but not me? Zhong Yuan raised his hands in defeat. It's a long story. Feng Jujin pouted like a child. Then forget it. I don't want to hear it. Suddenly her phone buzzed. Her eyes lit up with manic excitement. The corpse of the 9-eyed mammoth you slew has arrived. Come on, while it's still hot. While it's still frozen. Help me run an experiment. Zhong Yuan remained silent, accepting his fate. In the massive laboratory, the colossal body of the 9-eyed mammoth was propped up. The head Zhong Yuan had severed was stitched back in place with surgical precision. Zhong Yuan looked at the scientist. Are you certain if I use life authority on this thing, it won't just purge the corruption, it might actually bring it back to life? Theoretically, it is possible, she replied fast. You avoided using thermal collapse to dispose of it because the energy cost was too high, correct? Zhong Yuan nodded. Exactly. In a real battle, thermal collapse converts matter into energy until total annihilation occurs. But the consumption is astronomical. I only use it to purge pollution from the air. Feng Jujin's mind raced, connecting the dots. Thermal collapse, eternal ice domain, life authority, death immunity, blood ice blast. 5 distinct powers from the snowbone serpent. Different forms, yet they share a terrifying similarity in physical alteration. If the power of rebirth is applied directly to an unstable nucleus, it could trigger an immediate decomposition just like the blood ice blast. The radiation particles would be destroyed as if hit by thermal collapse. Furthermore, the near-absolute zero state pauses the transition from life to death. At that precise moment, activating regeneration would create an effect identical to death immunity. Zhong Yuan stared blankly at the complex explanation. So, I just need to trigger life authority, right? Feng Qing nodded firmly. Yes. Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan unleashed the power of life authority onto the beast. In a blinding flash, the nine-eyed mammoth roared back to life to the euphoric cheers of the scientists. It worked complete resurrection and decontamination. Our theory was correct. Zhong Yuan watched in silent awe. The power of the snowbone serpent. To think it could be used like this. This is true power over life and death. He hugged the giant trunk. And its ability to act cute hasn't diminished at all. Feng Qing grinned. When you've done a great service for this system Manhwa miracle, have you thought of a reward? Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate. I want full access to the Academy's archives regarding void energy. Feng Qing snapped her fingers. Done. Consider it yours. Mission accomplished. Zhong Yuan rushed to leave. He had wasted half the day and the tournament registration wouldn't stay open forever. But just as he turned to go, he ran straight into Qishu. Qishu stepped out, blocking the path with a sly grin. Little brother Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan bowed awkwardly, sensing a trap. Qishu. Qishu gestured grandly to the building behind him. My humble company is right next door. Why not come in for a cup of tea? Zhong Yuan shook his head, an urgent edge to his voice. I'll have to take a rain check. I have the university tournament to attend right now. Zhong Yuan turned to leave, but Qishu's voice stopped him cold. Today is merely for registration and showmanship. I've already hacked the certification protocols. You could find a stray cat or dog to sign in for you, and the system would accept it. Zhong Yuan's eyes glinted with amusement at the challenge. A cat or a dog, fine. If you have the guts to suggest it, I have the guts to do it. Meanwhile, Feng Qing led the elite squad from Cheng Yunqiao into the venue. The tournament management officials immediately rushed forward, eager to shake hands with Director Gu. Your Academy's performance in the Dimensional Realm Hunt was absolute legend. The world is still in shock. Director Gu laughed it off with practiced humility. Ha, that was just our standard operating procedure. The official bowed low, cutting the small talk. Say no more. Please, Director, bring your students to the registration desk immediately. Feng Qing raised a hand, commanding the group like a general. Form up, seniors, take the front, juniors in the back. Let's get this registration over with. The staff member tapped away at a tablet, voice droning like a robot. Face verification successful. Please sign here. Now place your finger on the biometric sensor. Feng Qing finished his turn effortlessly. Feng Qing fingerprint verified. Now only a handful of team members remained in the queue. It was almost Zhong Yuan's turn. He thought, requirements are face signature and fingerprint. If my main body wants me to use the Black Cat, someone must have rigged this system Manhwa database. It has to be Qishu. The official called out, Zhong verified. The crowd thinned until only Zhong Yuan was left unregistered. Is student Zhong Yuan present? Suddenly, a black shadow shot out of Feng Qing's backpack. Meow. The official flinched in terror as the beast lunged at the desk. What the? Before the official could process the chaos, the Black Cat had already shoved its furry face directly into the scanner. Beep. The automated voice announced, face verification successful. The official's jaw dropped to the floor, face draining of color. Excuse me. The shocks kept coming. The cat gripped the stylus in its mouth and scribbled Zhong Yuan with impossible dexterity. The screen flashed, signature verified. Finally, the beast slapped its paw onto the sensor with authority. Fingerprint verified. The official stood there, soul-crushed and completely silenced by the sheer absurdity of the moment. Feng Qing clapped his hands, breaking the trance. Registration complete. Go stow your gear upstairs, everyone. The official finally snapped back to reality. He chased after them in a panic. Hold on, wait, Zhong. Yuan is a human participant. The machine must be glitching. Feng Qing stopped and turned cold, his aura flaring. If the scanner says it passed, then the database administrators have decided that Cat is Zhong Yuan. You better think carefully about the consequences before you question higher authorities. The official gritted his teeth, realizing he was being crushed by invisible privilege. These Cheng Yunqiao brats are lawless. That 80,000 crystal score in the dimension was probably rigged by these cheats too. Just wait for the exhibition match tonight. I'll teach you the difference between heaven and earth. Inside the VIP suite, Feng Qing sighed. Yuan, I'll leave your bags here. I'm right next door if you need me. The Black Cat purred in satisfaction. Meow. Feng Qing paused, whispering to the cat like a conspirator. Oh right. If that old foxchi tries to bully you, just let me know. Miles away at the Nine Ruins headquarters, the real Zhong Yuan froze mid-sip. His face twitched. He figured out my cloning ability and my exact location. His intuition is terrifying. I never told him my secrets, yet he pieced it all together. Feng Qing's deductive skills are as monstrous as his combat power. Qishou poured a steaming cup. Feng Qing insisted you're a minor and shouldn't drink. So I took the liberty of serving tea instead of wine. Zhong Yuan smiled faintly, eyes sharp. It's fine. That isn't the only decision you've made on my behalf without asking, is it? Qishou stiffened, the air growing awkward. What are you referring to? Zhong Yuan's gaze pierced through him. My personnel file, the transfer to the Nine Ruins. I never told Feng Qing that. Qishou stammered, genuinely surprised. How did you know? You told Commander Xia, Zhong Yuan replied calmly. Commander Xia is a man of the Nine Ruins. He treats military law like scripture and hates unexpected variables. Yet without knowing my full strength, he authorized my solo operation and even allowed a duel. That anomaly speaks volumes. Qishou fell silent, admitting defeat. Zhong Yuan pressed on. And Yantuo ranked 150 on the youth list. You sent him to test my power, didn't you? But hearsay wasn't enough. That's why you summoned Feng Qing to the capital during Golden Week to verify my potential yourself. If I had to guess, Feng Qing warned you against recruiting me. He knows I detest having my destiny manipulated by others. Cold sweat trickled down Qishou's back. I've messed up. Moving his file behind his back hasn't just annoyed him. It's enraged him. A strategic class Awakener holding a grudge against the Nine Ruins. That's a catastrophe waiting to happen. Qishou lowered his head. Regarding the file transfer, I apologize. Zhong Yuan cut him off with a gentle, disarming smile. Relax, Qishou. No need to be so tense. I'm a pacifist at heart. I have no plans to level the Nine Ruins headquarters today. I know why you worry. My power exceeds the parameters of this awakening Manhwa world. Few things can threaten me. Even nuclear weapons require 2 keys to launch, but a power far greater than a nuke rests solely in my hands. It's terrifying, isn't it? But my weakness is visible to anyone with eyes. You didn't target my family to control me. For that, your character barely passes. Seeing Qishou's silent, Zhong Yuan set his cup down. Speak up. You blocked me from the tournament just for tea. What is the real agenda? Qishou sighed awkwardly. You've seen through everything. Then his expression hardened with resolve. He slapped a card onto the table. Take this. Zhong Yuan blinked in confusion. What is this? The insignia of the 8th seat of the Nine Ruins, Qishou declared. With this, any problem you face simply disappears. Even though I am technically the 8th reserve of the Nine Ruins on paper, my actual authority rivals a fully awakened official member. As long as I hold this reserve title, the military district cannot bypass you to assign me missions directly. It is a perfect shield. Zhong Yuan flipped the certification card in his hand, staring at his own photo. I get the politics, but what is the deal with this picture? Qishou kept his cool, sounding like a master strategist. This is a calculated move. The Nine Ruins has 9 members, and the 8th position is designed to be a ghost. We use the rumors to create a terrifying enigma that makes our enemies tremble. The defining trait of number 8 is mystery. He is an unkillable shadow. No one can truly take his life. Zhong Yuan examined the card closely. Tch! You old geezers and your complicated rules. Qishou smirked, leaning back. You don't need to lift a finger. Just keep breathing and maintain the status quo. Zhong Yuan's expression shifted instantly. Oh, in that case, let's talk about the loot. What is the compensation package? Qishou froze, looking like a stone statue. Hey, Zhong Yuan pressed on, relentless. I am working full-time for you now. Where is my salary, annual leave, social security? Don't tell me this is unpaid labor. Qishou sighed and listed the benefits. 5,000 a month, 120 days of annual leave, 5 types of insurance, and a housing fund. All subsidies are calculated at the highest national standard. Are you happy now? Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes. And what about my student status? Unchanged, Qishou assured him. It won't affect your ability to protect your sister at school. Zhong Yuan stood up, clutching the ID card. Deal. I will take this, but you better ensure it actually works. And one more thing, stop calling me little bro. I hate being the junior. Qishou shot back. If Feng Qing tells you to call me uncle, you don't lose anything, do you? Zhong Yuan's face turned devious. Ms. Feng seems to respect you a lot. Careful, or she might make me call you daddy or grandpa instead. Hearing that, Qishou panicked and begged for mercy. Back in the safety of his room, Zhong Yuan finally canceled his dual focus technique. He analyzed his powers. If I taint my gear with the aura of darkness, I can warp them into the golden coffin and project them later. It is a handy inventory feature for a system Manhwa protagonist. As for my teleportation secret, if the alter ego Xuan Ming is seen wreaking havoc in Shangjing City today, nobody will suspect innocent little Zhong Yuan is involved. It is the perfect alibi. Zhong Yuan headed to Feng Qing's room where the squad was plotting. The exhibition matches tonight, came the report. The organizers matched us against Team Wind Dragon. Did you guys see the notice? Jie Han asked. It explicitly says no substitutes. Even the registered black cat has to enter the arena. Jiang Wei shrugged. The exhibition match results don't count for points anyway. We might as well play around with them. Zhong Yuan walked in casually. Sorry I'm late. What is the plan for tonight? Xie Yihan blinked, feigning shock. Who are you? Isn't our fourth teammate a black cat? Jiang Wei laughed, playing along. Feng Jing's cat turned into a human. It's a miracle. Feng Jing stayed serious. Yuan, you should honestly just stay a cat tonight. It is safer. Zhong Yuan looked defeated. Is the fake identity arc not over yet? By evening, the stadium was roaring with energy, packed with fans ready for the show. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2043 Ruinability University League. We are broadcasting live to every military district and academy. Simwai Koin. The stunning announcer took the mic. I am your host Cheng Yun, and beside me is the High Commander of the South China District, Kui Shengxi. We will be your guides through this epic awakening Manhwa showdown, witnessing every legendary moment together. First up, the opening exhibition match. On the defense, we have Team Wind Dragon, led by the active duty soldier of the South China District, Feng Yumo. Their ace is leading 2 supports and a healer. Is this the classic protect the king strategy? And facing them are the challengers, Team Feng Jing from Cheng Yunqiao. During their dimension run, they farmed over 86,619 ruin crystals. A score that defies logic. Commander Kui looked impressed. They are stealing the spotlight before the fight even starts. Wait. The announcer paused. Team Feng Jing only fielded 3 humans and 1 black cat. Cheng Yun read the roster. We have Feng Jing the healer, Xie Yihan on crowd control, Zhang Wei as support, but their main attacker Zhong Yuan. Suddenly, a staff member held up an urgent sign. Update: contestant Zhong Yuan cannot participate in the opening match, she continued, flustered. Breaking news. The ace player Zhong Yuan is absent due to special circumstances. He didn't even register in time. The academy registered a black cat in his place. According to the strict rules of this tournament, the cat is on the list, so the cat must fight. But in the stands, a fan was already losing her mind. Look at that fighting spirit. That cat stands like an emperor overlooking his kingdom. My dream pet has come to life. Her teammate yelled at her, "Stop simping over the cat, you weirdo." Meanwhile, the rival team felt insulted. Is the organizer pranking us? Rencho fixed his hair, unbothered. It is just a show match. Let them clown around. Jiang Buyu sighed. Pity. I really wanted to throw hands with Zhong Yuan. Feng Jing narrowed his eyes at the opposing captain. Feng Yumo isn't the type to play exhibition games for fun. He is here for a reason. Feng Jing smiled professionally. Brother Feng, long time no see. Feng Yumo didn't waste time on pleasantries. Where is Xuan Ming? The black cat walked up and raised a paw. Why ask? Xuan Ming is right here. Meow. But Yumo ignored the beast completely. Forget it. If he is not here, he is not here. Just know this. I won't go easy on you just because you are short-handed. As they shook hands, Feng Yumo slyly slipped a piece of paper into Feng Jing's palm. Bring it on, Feng Jing replied smoothly, concealing the note. The commentator buzzed. Look at that, both teams have accidentally formed a 1-2-1 formation. But the vanguard for Team Feng Jing is a cat. If Team Winddragon kills that cute kitty, the internet will cancel them forever. Commander Kui laughed. Cheng Yunqiao always brings the drama. Truly an eye-opening tactic. Feng Jing's mind raced as he analyzed the battlefield. My resurrection tactic makes attrition warfare useless against us. If Feng Yumo wants to win, his only option is to use Shadow Burst to knock us out of the ring. But as long as Zhang Wei uses his poison fog to block the light, their ultimate move becomes garbage. Victory was all but guaranteed. Yet Feng Qing turned to Yuan with a mischievous glint in his eye, asking if the little beast wanted to teach this bully Feng Yumo a lesson in humility. The black cat raised a paw in absolute agreement, signaling the start of their plan. Feng Qing immediately began issuing commands. All right, hold your position and keep your claws sharp. Xie Yihan, wait for my signal. I do not care who Feng Yumo targets. The moment he strikes, I want you to execute the swap skill and trade places with the cat instantly. Xie Yihan was confused by the bizarre tactic, but nodded his head. Fine, I will follow your lead. Zhang Wei asked, what about me? Feng Qing replied coolly, you just improvise as the situation demands. Zhang Wei protested immediately. Why am I the only one winging it? but his protest was overruled by the tension in the air. The referee raised the flag high, his voice booming across the arena. Both sides get ready. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The battle started. Without wasting a second, Feng Yumo rushed forward like a juggernaut. He calculated inwardly that Feng Qing's defense was too high, so the only path to victory was to knock the two support members out of the ring first. He locked his sights on Xie Yihan. Simultaneously, his shadow clone lunged at Zhang Wei. Reacting on instinct, Zhang Wei unleashed a flurry of buff skills. Blessing wind breath acceleration and purification, boosting the team's stats in a dazzling display of light. Seeing Feng Yumo closing in for the kill, Xie Yihan thought, now is the moment. He activated his rift ability, instantly swapping his spatial coordinates with the black cat. Feng Yumo's eyes went wide with shock. The human target he was aiming for had vanished, replaced instantly by a small black cat. The cat immediately triggered its passive skill, Fearless. This was a cat that feared neither heaven nor earth, ready to claw until death. The invincible Meow fist struck. The black cat delivered a devastating kick straight to Feng Yumo's face, sending him spinning through the air for dozens of meters, until he crashed, dropping his weapon in total defeat. The audience watching the screens gasped in disbelief. The MC's commentary exploded through the speakers. The contestant known as Invincible Meow Fist has single-handedly incapacitated Feng Yumo. Team Feng Qing surrendered immediately. Team Feng Qing was declared the winner of this chaotic bout. Was this the terrifying power of the black cat, or was Feng Yumo's acting skills simply worthy of an Oscar? This twist was more dramatic than a typical manhwa recap plot. Just then, the South China Military District released a psychiatric report on Feng Yumo. It turned out he had suffered from severe ailurophobia for years. The mere sight of a cat caused him to faint. Hearing this, John Hong, who was watching the match on TV, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Out of all the exhibition matches, this one undeniably had the most entertainment value. Jong Lan was standing nearby and overheard these mocking words, a shadow of sadness falling over her face. She quietly walked out, but the MC's voice from the TV still followed her. The Black Cat contestant played a strategic-level role in this match, and is the undeniable MVP. As Jong Lan wandered aimlessly down the street, a voice suddenly called out Jong Lan. She turned around to see Lin Dongliang stepping out from the shadows of a narrow alleyway. Jong Lan greeted him politely, Uncle Lin. But he immediately sneered, "What is wrong with your brother?" He kept bragging about entering the top 10 in the individual competition, yet in the opening match he acted like a coward and used a cat to fight his battles. Jong Lan's eyes filled with hurt as she defended him. "My brother is not that kind of person. He is..." Lin Dongliang snapped, his temper flaring. He criticized Zhong Yuan harshly. If he made a mistake, he should admit it and fix it instead of making excuses. Zhong Lan tried to explain, Suddenly John Hong appeared out of nowhere, shouting loud enough to startle them both. Lin Dongliang made Zhong Lan jump as she spun around. John Hong glared at the man, fury burning in his eyes, saying, "I have tolerated you for a long time, old man." With blinding speed, John Hong rushed in and delivered a thunderous punch straight to the center of Lin Dongliang's face. He followed up with a brutal combo, screaming between punches. "How exactly did the Xuanming brothers offend you that you refused to let them go? Back when you were teaching, you made me miss the chance to learn from Xuanming, and now you are here harassing his family." Lin Dongliang's face was swollen and distorted, blood streaming from his nose as he asked in confusion, "Xuanming, what are you talking about? Wade isn't Zhong Lan's brother." Zhong Lan was equally stunned, her eyes wide. "The Xuanming that Uncle John talks about every single day is my brother." Jan Hong realized he had slipped up and awkwardly scratched his head. "You did not know?" "No. Anyway, your brother is Xuanming, and Xuanming is your brother. The secret is out." Lin Dongliang struggled to his feet, trying to fight back. "Zhong Yuan currently holds a military rank. You should not be doing this." John Hong refused to back down. "Do not play the moral high ground with me. How Xuanming fights his battles is none of your damn business." Lin Dongliang threw a punch back, and neither man was willing to yield. Lin shouted, "John Hong fighting for personal grievances is a serious violation of military discipline." Passers-by began to scream. "What is happening? There is a fight!" Zhong Lan cried out in panic, trying to stop them. "Please stop! Do not fight anymore!" Suddenly, Uncaged stepped in, patting Zhong Lan on the shoulder to reassure her before shouting with an aura of command, "Everyone stop right now!" The two men finally ceased their brawl, and Kaji comforted Zhong Lan, saying gently, "It is okay. Zhong Lan, do not be afraid." Zhong Lan finally calmed down a little. "Yes." And Kaiji asked, "Can you tell me what exactly happened here?" Afterward, Encage took Zhong Lan home, and the two of them went out to the balcony to talk. Zhong Lan poured her heart out, explaining the entire story of how she and her brother enrolled in the academy. After listening to the whole story, Encage gasped in shock, asking, "Even such a scandal happened when you two enrolled?" Jong Lan said sadly. Although Uncle Lin has a prejudice against my brother, he did not do anything technically wrong. It was my physical condition that disrupted Uncle Lin's arrangements. And Cage was outraged. What do you mean he did nothing wrong? He violated Article 262 of the Penal Code regarding the abduction and trafficking of children. Even if your brother attended school with you, that man should still be sentenced for intent. Zhong Lan lowered her head and whispered, maybe we should just let it go. This passive attitude gave Cage a headache. Why are you siblings like this? Is enduring suffering in silence the backstory for every protagonist in a leveling manhwa? Zhong Lan continued to defend Lin Dongliang. But Uncle Lin did it to recruit talent for the country. He also gave me such a precious rift core. Even if we investigated thoroughly, it is hard to say who is right and who is wrong. Suddenly, Zhong Lan smiled brightly. The most important thing is that my brother made a pact with him. As long as my brother makes it into the top 10 of the University League's individual competition, all grudges will be wiped clean. Hearing this, Cage felt helpless and sighed. All right. If Xuanming has already decided on this path, I will not say anything more, Zhong Lan said gratefully. Yes. Thank you, sister. And Keiji thought to herself, Lin Dongliang targets ordinary people with awakened talents. Who knows what other dirty deeds he has committed? Just wait until he settles the score with the Xuanming brothers. I will expose every single one of his tricks to the world. Zhong Lan suddenly remembered something and said, oh, right, about me finding out that Xuanming is my brother. Please do not tell him. And Cage asked, puzzled, do you siblings enjoy keeping secrets from each other that much? Zhong Lan stammered, unable to find the right words. It is just that he, anyway, just do not tell him. The girl looked distressed as if she were about to cry, and Cage decided to humor her. Okay, my lips are sealed. After making the promise, Cage said her goodbyes and left. All right, it is getting late. I will head out first. You should get some sleep. Zhong Lan waved goodbye. Yes. Left alone, she whispered into the night air. My stupid brother. Are you that afraid of me seeing the side of you that isn't gentle? Forget it. I have no right to preach. After all, I'm terrified you'll witness the side of me that isn't so gentle. Zhong Lan grabbed her phone, fingers flying across the screen. Brother, that collegiate championship trophy is stunning. Bring it home for me, okay? On the other end, a warm smile touched Zhong Yuan's lips as he typed back. No problem at all. I'll bring you one to tie up your hair and the other as a clip. Zhong Lan sent a beaming emoji before asking, Bro, be honest, that black cat is actually your pet, right? You can keep a cat, but you must bathe it daily, and absolutely no kissing it. Reading this. Zhong Yuan mused, Zhong Lan doesn't hate my cat form. Is she under the spell of my super-tier cuteness, or just sparing my feelings? Even if I asked, she'd just deny hating it. Better to leave it be. Zhong Yuan tossed the phone aside and threw open the window. Urgent matters awaited. In a flash of shadow, he shifted into his black cat form and leaped into the night, heading straight for Feng Qing's quarters. Inside, Feng Qing was engrossed in a book. Seeing the feline silhouette in the window, he didn't flinch. Knock first. Even if you aren't human right now, manners still apply. Zhong Yuan shifted back to human form, a smirk playing on his lips. Why the obsession with knocking, hiding some dark forbidden literature? Feng Qing shot back, would you prefer a serious upright textbook on orthopedic surgery? Zhong Yuan scoffed. The book might be upright, but you certainly aren't. Besides, you left the window unlatched. Didn't you predict my arrival? What did the note from Feng Yumo say? Handed over. Feng Qing produced the paper. The message was brief. Midnight tonight, the White Swan Bar. At the bar, Feng Yumo nursed his drink, drowning in melancholy. Moments later, his two friends arrived. Brother Feng, we're here. Feng Qing chuckled. Too scared to call, so you summon us like this. What's the emergency? Feng Yumo's expression remained dark. Let's talk somewhere else. Arriving at the Qinghe Ancient Garden, Feng Qing raised an eyebrow. Brilliant. You swapped a wild nightclub for this. Are we expecting a skeletal beauty to rise from a coffin and ask for a dance? Even Zhong Yuan was taken aback. This really gives off that guests feel at home in the grave vibe. Feng Yumo vaulted over the wall. The caretaker is gone. We have to climb. Feng Qing turned to Zhong Yuan with a grin. Hey Yuan, if I visit your place, are you going to give me the at-home-in-the-grave treatment too? Zhong Yuan laughed. Come on over. Wait until you're deep asleep and I'll drive 7 copper nails into you. I guarantee you'll become a stiff corpse just like me. Deeper into the gloom, Feng Qing complained. How much farther? Just ahead, Feng Yumo replied. Feng Qing feigned weakness, clinging to the main character. Yuan, protect me. Zhong Yuan peeled him off. Gross. Stop playing around. Suddenly, Feng Yumo's flashlight cut through the darkness. We're here. This is... Zhong Yuan's eyes narrowed. My brother's grave, Feng Yumo whispered. Ye Zhen. And then the story of the past began to flow. Flashback. A young Feng Yumo sprinted toward his brother, screaming, Ye Zhen, I know everything, you're my biological brother. Ye Zhen stood up to leave, but Yumo persisted. The Fung family wronged you. I apologize on their behalf. Please come home. Ye Zhen turned his gaze cold. Returning to the Fung family? That is solely your wishful thinking, isn't it? Feng Yumo fell silent. If you can't make it happen, don't make empty promises. Ye Zhen warned. Back home, Feng Yumo confronted his family. Ye Zhen is elite. Whether in studies or combat, he surpasses me. The same blood flows in his veins. Why won't you accept him, father? His father's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. Accept him. You have no idea that his mother nearly destroyed you back then. Feng Yumo argued. His mother sinned, but why must he bear the cross? Mom told me everything auntie couldn't conceive, so you hired a surrogate. After the birth, you brought them to the Fung estate. But when I was born, you kicked them out. You were the one in the wrong. We are both your sons. Why is your bias so extreme? The father exploded in rage. Know your place. You are the orthodox heir of the Fung family. His presence threatens your status. Feng Yumo turned his back. Status clan politics, I don't care. I don't need to be the Fung heir. Fine, his father roared. Let's see you survive without the Fung family's food or shelter. Let's see how many days you last. That night, Feng Yumo sat alone in the freezing rain, stomach rumbling violently. Endure it, he told himself. It's just missing a meal. I'll starve to death before I yield to them. Suddenly, a savory aroma wafted through the rain. That smells incredible. He looked up to see Ye Zhen holding an umbrella in one hand and a takeout bag in the other. Brother! Yumo gasped. Ye Zhen extended the food. You win. To get you back, father reluctantly acknowledged me as an illegitimate son. He admits the bloodline, but I can't live in the estate. I don't understand why you fought so hard for a brother you've barely met. Feng Yumo opened the box. Did you buy this? Why ask? Ye Zhen replied. Feng Yumo smiled through tears. Because a big brother buys food for his little brother when he's hungry. Is that reason enough? Ye Zhen shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. You really are a hopeless idiot. Back in the present, the cold tombstone of Ye Zhen stood silently before them. Feng Yumo cracked open the bottle, pouring the liquor onto the earth. After graduation, he joined the South China Awakened Special Forces. He was a war hero. But 3 years ago, skin cancer struck. His condition deteriorated rapidly. It was incurable. That night he pulled his own life support plug. He died alone, in silence. He gave everything for the clan, yet the Fung vultures wouldn't even spare his corpse. They dug him up and sold his body for a transaction. This grave is empty. Zhong Yuan's mind raced. Skin cancer. That sounds like radiation poisoning. As this was a leveling Manhwa world, he knew the rules. According to the Science Institute, regeneration skills should cure that. He didn't need immortality. He needed regeneration. Feng Yumo surely gave him hundreds of snowbone snake cores. He should have absorbed them. Having finished his tale, Feng Yumo turned to them, his voice breaking as he began to beg. Xuanming, no Feng Qing. I need to borrow your authority as the number 2 ranker on the youth list to recover my brother's remains. His life was a living hell. I won't let his soul suffer in death too. Feng Qing's voice dropped low. I agree to help you, but in this game of shadows, I can't guarantee success. But internally, suspicion gnawed at him. There's a conspiracy buried here. We need to crack Ye Zhen's sealed file before making a move. At the Lantian Hotel, Feng Qing was guiding Zhong Yuan through the encrypted login portal. This was the official database for every awakened in the Hua Nation. Log in with your old ID. Qishu already transferred your profile to the 9 ruins, so your clearance level just skyrocketed. Zhong Yuan hesitated. Isn't using official resources for personal vendettas against the rules? Feng Qing scoffed, leaning back. If we didn't get perks like this, who in their right mind would do the 9 ruins' dirty work? Besides, he added darkly, if Ye Zhen is truly alive, someone else will eventually start digging even if you don't. Zhong Yuan scrolled through the phone, the screen glowing. It says here, 3 years ago, Ye Zhen participated in the Operation Austin campaign in the Lighthouse Nation. The timeline matches his cancer diagnosis perfectly. He was at Operation Austin. Suddenly the text vanished. A red warning flashed, file deleted. Zhong Yuan's eyes narrowed. Wait. The deployment records for Austin. They've been wiped. Regular clearance can't access this. The editor of this log is Zhang Buyu, the number 1 ranker on the youth list, the only man who stands above me. Feng Qing felt a chill run down his spine. I have a bad feeling about this. We just stepped into a massive mess. You might have the raw power to crush Zhang Buyu, but the political web backing him is too dense. We shouldn't touch this muddy water. But Zhong Yuan smirked, brimming with confidence. Fear, that word isn't in my dictionary. I just put on the 9 ruins uniform. Do you think I'll swallow this insult? Meanwhile, at the University League arena, a man and a woman approached security. Hey. Sorry to bother you, sir. The security manager smiled politely. No trouble at all. If I left my phone inside the venue, I'd be just as panicked as you ladies. We'll just head in then. The girl chirped. As they walked away, her tone shifted completely. Tsk. Your Hua Nation's dimensional realms don't even have a day-night cycle. Staying here too long ruins my circadian rhythm. It's going to wreak havoc on my skin quality. Ye Zhen, walking behind her, sighed. Could you please act like we're infiltrating enemy territory? Stop treating this like a shopping spree. Su Wanyinger kept walking, glancing back. Oh, relax. You're just going to fake some surveillance data anyway. Ye Zhen released a swarm of tiny mechanical insects. Su Wanyinger's eyes widened. Those are the Lighthouse Nation's spirit ant drones. They look terrifyingly realistic. Will the students notice them? Ye Zhen replied coolly. They won't. And even if they do, they aren't our targets. Smart people love to overthink. The more they analyze these drones, the more useful they become to us. The next morning, the sun rose over the University League arena. Good morning, audience. Welcome to the 2043 Awakened University Tournament. Prepare for a legendary showdown in this awakening Manhwa saga, the MC Cheng Yun shouted with electric energy. According to the schedule, we have team battles in the morning and solo duels in the afternoon. For the team round, opponents are decided by drawing lots based on your dungeon hunting rank. After 6 brutal rounds, only the top 10 teams will advance to the finals. And as we all know, luck is also a skill. Let's give a roaring welcome to Team Feng Qing. As the top rankers in the dungeon hunt, they get the first draw. Feng Qing grinned like a maniac. Hehehe. Zhong Yuan hyped him up from the side. Go on, Captain, draw the strongest team for our first battle. Crush them and everyone else will surrender out of fear. Feng Qing gave a thumbs up. I really appreciate that suicidal fighting spirit of yours. As Feng Qing approached the lottery box, the MC screamed, Here it comes! The legendary hand of God is about to strike again. Let's see who Team Feng Qing will face in the opening match. Feng Qing slammed the button. The screen flashed Cheng Yunqiao Team Feng Qing versus Shangjing University Team Su Wanying. The stadium exploded. It's the defending champions from last year. Watching Feng Qing draw lots is more thrilling than the actual fights. Feng Qing walked back, fist-bumping Zhong Yuan. Mission accomplished. I didn't let you down. The MC's voice cut back in with breaking news. I regret to inform you that the Black Cat contestant who displayed overwhelming power last night has been permanently banned by the organizers for being too illegally cute. But fear not, their main attacker Zhong Yuan has officially returned to the lineup. Look at the big screen. The monitor showed a black cat with the caption Cheng Yunqiao. Zhong Yuan rank 137. MC Cheng Yun panicked. Sorry, wrong image. Hold on a second. The screen flickered, suddenly showing Zhong Yuan cross-dressing as a girl. The MC sweated. That is also technically not correct. Just look at the real Zhong Yuan in the rest area. The fan club went feral. Zhong Yuan. The MC tried to save face. Okay, actually that photo wasn't wrong. I was just being superficial. Zhong Yuan sat there, his face darker than the abyss. The stands were packed to the brim as the announcer hyped the crowd again. The draw is complete. Team Feng Qing and Team Su Wanying have entered the arena for the opening skirmish. Both teams took their seats on the benches. Su Wanying's team didn't even bring their captain. It was a high-level insult. Silence speaks louder than words. A rival in the stands smirked arrogantly. Feng Qing, oh Feng Qing. You refused to join Shangjing University and went to that third-rate Cheng Yunqiao instead. Today, I'll save you some face so you don't lose too miserably in the first round. A purple-haired girl stood up, glaring at Feng Qing. You guys could have fought for second place, but your bad luck ran you straight into us. Feng Qing replied casually. Don't worry. We aren't fighting for second place. We're taking the crown. On Zhong Yuan's side, a holographic interface lit up. Transmission path multi-target link. Locking on. Locking on. Funneling all nearby energy to the target. It was a classic system Manhwa mechanic. Zhong Yuan issued his commands with cold precision. Chen Shu at the start signal link all 4 of them and lock onto one random target. Report when done. Jie Yihan, guard Chen Shu with your life. Chen Shu nodded. Understood. Jie Yihan tightened his grip. I'll do my best. The referee raised his hand, the air crackling with tension. Both sides ready, countdown. 3, 2, 1, fight. Chen Shu raised his hand, channeling a spiritual energy so subtle it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The commentator shouted as Su Wanying's squad charged forward in a fierce 2x2 formation. True to their style, Feng Qing's team adopted a defensive counterattack strategy, lying in wait like predators. Suddenly the charging enemies froze in their tracks. Panic flashed in their eyes as spiritual chains erupted from the ground, locking them tight. Chen Shu grinned, shouting, It's over, I got him! Watching the trap snap shut from the backline, Zhong Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Perfect execution. A terrifying aura began to radiate from him. He calculated rapidly. My Void Lord ability isn't just for flight. It dominates the very air itself, amplifying my pneumatic rounds. This is the ultimate power move of an awakening Manhwa protagonist, and now is the time to unleash it. Zhong Yuan extended his hand, unleashing his piercing air bullets. 3 streaks of concentrated spiritual power screamed through the air like invisible missiles, aiming straight for the helpless targets suspended in the sky. Agonized screams tore through the arena. The commentator lost his mind, yelling, "Heavens, what just happened?" The invisible, devastating strikes pierced Su Wenying's team, causing them to drop from the air like puppets with cut strings. The scene was brutal. All 4 members of the opposing team, still bound by the chains above the arena, had taken 3 piercing rounds each. Fresh blood sprayed into the air like a macabre fountain. Feng Qing immediately turned to the referee, his voice urgent. "Call the match, they've lost. If you delay any longer, their lives are in critical danger." But the referee hesitated. He glanced at his watch and began a torturously slow countdown. 30, 29, 28. The crowd buzzed with confusion. Clearly, the biased official was stalling, hoping the elite team could somehow recover. Feng Qing grit his teeth, realizing the situation was critical. No good. Their vital signs are crashing. Ignoring the rules, he dashed toward the fallen opponents, desperate to heal them before they expired. The corrupt referee saw him move and bellowed, "Halt! Pursuing fallen players is strictly prohibited. One more step, and it's a red card." Feng Qing didn't hesitate. "Get out of my way," he roared, shoving the official aside so hard the man tumbled backward, blood spurting from his nose. The arrogant representative from Shangdong University finally realized the horror of the situation. Pale with fear, he raised his hand and screamed, "We surrender, Shangdong gives up, judge, call the medic." The referee, still dazed from the slap, rubbed his spinning head. It took him a moment to process before he blew the whistle weakly. "Winner. Feng Qing's team takes the match." While Feng Qing poured his energy into saving the dying students, Chen Shu pointed a trembling finger at the official. "Are you blind? Feng Qing is saving their lives, you moron." A teammate grabbed Chen Shu, holding him back. "Chen Shu, calm down. Don't fight the ref. The red card is already out. We can't change it now. We'll have to file a formal complaint later." The referee sat there looking like he'd just fallen from another planet, completely bewildered. Suddenly, a slender hand reached down and picked up the discarded red card. Zhong Yuan held it out, his eyes cold with mockery. "Is this the standard for a University League referee? Pathetic?" Furious at the insult, the official scrambled up and flashed a yellow card. That's a malicious insult to a referee, yellow card." Zhong Yuan merely clicked his tongue, looking at the man with absolute disdain while the crowd erupted in whispers. With the battle concluded, the board officially declared Feng Qing's team from Cheng Yunqiao the winners. Commentator Cheng Yun reviewed the data, his eyes widening as he read the stats. Unbelievable. The entire battle lasted only 37 seconds. That is just 2 seconds shy of the legendary team record, set by Jiang Buyu. This is truly a historic Manhwa recap moment. Kui Shengxi added, "Cheng Yunqiao has immediately filed a complaint with the organizing committee regarding the referee's conduct and the controversial red card issued to Feng Qing. Oh, it seems the referee is being summoned immediately." The scene shifts to a grand office in the South China Military District. "So," a cold voice echoed, "you disregarded human life and used every trick to drag it out to 37 seconds. The man tapped his finger rhythmically on the desk. "You certainly know how to give me face, don't you?" The corrupt referee bowed and scraped, sweating nervously. "Of course, sir. How could I let a freshman from a third-rate school break your legendary record?" Jiang Buyu rested his chin on his hand, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "So in your eyes, Zhong Yuan is just a nameless nobody that anyone can trample on?" The referee laughed awkwardly, trying to justify himself. "Well, not exactly, but we look after our own in South China. That kid would have embarrassed you in Guangyuan City, so I just wanted to humble him a bit." Jiang Buyu clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Then his expression instantly darkened, the temperature in the room dropping to freezing. "You say he would embarrass me? Do you have any idea who you have just embarrassed?" The referee froze, sensing the killing intent radiating from the young marshal. Jiang Buyu stood up his chair, scraping against the floor. "Behind this tournament stands the authority of the entire government's Awakener division. The whistle you blow carries the weight of the nation itself. You deliberately suppressed a genius to stroke your own ego. You haven't just stepped on a student. You've trampled on the dignity of this country." Jiang Buyu's hand landed heavily on the referee's shoulder. The official turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down his face like rain as he realized the magnitude of his mistake. Jiang Buyu leaned in close, his voice a whisper of doom. "This kind of face, I cannot afford to accept. Terrified, the referee collapsed to his knees, clutching Jiang Buyu's leg. Yes, young marshal, I was wrong. I beg you, please spare me. Jiang Buyu looked down with cold indifference. I will spare your life, but your career ends today. You are unfit to judge. Go back to your hometown and till the fields. The disgraced official could only weep in despair. Back at the arena, MC Cheng Yun delivered the breaking news. Good afternoon, everyone. We have an update from the committee. The referee responsible for the wrongful red card against Feng Qing has resigned effective immediately. Kui Shengxi added grimly. However, according to the absolute rules of the tournament, disciplinary cards issued on the field cannot be rescinded. The red card stands. This means Feng Qing is suspended for the next team battle. Moving on this afternoon kicks off the individual tournament featuring a double elimination bracket. Due to the massive number of participants, our special guests will draw lots to decide the matchups. Step up, possessor of the Hand of God. Cheng Yun struck a dramatic pose to hype up the crowd. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, a black cat was being groomed with a terrifying-looking spiked comb. Feng Qing eyed the tool suspiciously. Is that thing really safe to use? Zhong Yuan shrugged. It's not exactly comfortable. Feng Qing's eyes lit up with chaotic curiosity. Now I kind of want to try it. Suddenly the loudspeakers boomed. Contestant Feng Qing is Feng Qing present. Please report to the stage. One eye to me. He stood up, scratching his head and sighing. They want me to draw lots again. Seriously, do they want me to fight Su Wanying or Zhong Yuan immediately? Watching him go, Jie Yihan felt a knot of dread in her stomach. This is bad. Our school has so many students in the individual bracket. If Feng Qing uses his cursed luck to draw for them, they're all doomed. What do we do? Zhong Yuan watched from the sidelines, grooming the cat with a makeshift spike comb. Suddenly inspiration struck. He clapped his hands together. Bingo, I've got it. Without missing a beat, he raised a finger, triggering his transposition skill with a mischievous grin. Feng Qing stood ready at the lottery station. Just as his hand descended toward the button, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. In the blink of an eye, the man vanished, replaced instantly by a bewildered black cat. The cat's paw slammed onto the button with a confused meow. The crowd below erupted into absolute chaos. Someone used a transposition skill. They swapped Feng Qing with the cat. The audience roared with laughter. A girl in the stands face-palmed, sighing in defeat. Just let the cat draw. It can't get any worse. Honestly, the cat probably has better luck than Feng Qing anyway. Meanwhile, the black cat resigned itself to fate. Fine, you want a show? I'll give you a show. The host Cheng Yun shouted into the mic, and the honorable black cat cast the die. The matchups are set. The screen flashed. Unbelievable, Feng Qing's first opponent is Su Wanying. Is this the cruel hand of destiny at work? Back in the spectator area, Zhong Yuan continued his grooming session, barely looking up. Does that work for you? Beside him, Feng Qing's head was a bloody mess, yet a terrifyingly satisfied smile stretched across his face. It feels exquisite, Feng Qing murmured. Zhong Yuan frowned at his tool. Your skull is too thick. You broke my iron comb. He tossed the handle aside. I need to find where the needle dropped. I can probably salvage it. With a lazy flick of 2 fingers, Zhong Yuan activated his super-sensory perception. Feng Qing began channeling solar restoration to heal his wounds, but something caught his eye. A tiny ant crawled past. Wait. Why does that insect emit a mechanical signal? Without hesitation, he whipped out his phone. Snap. He needed answers, and he knew exactly who to ask. The screen displayed a chat with Chishu. Found this at the tournament venue, mechanical internals. Recognize it? The reply came almost instantly. Preliminary analysis. It's a micro-drone from the Lighthouse Nation, model Divine Ant. It is capable of basic recording and navigation, standard-issue espionage tech. However, their tech can't transmit data across borders in real time. Someone has to physically retrieve it, or the drone must fly out to offload the intel. Zhong Yuan typed back, but the university tournament is live-streamed globally. Why use a drone when they can just watch the broadcast? It doesn't add up. There's a hidden agenda here, Chishu replied. I'm leaving the investigation to you. Zhong Yuan scoffed internally. Lazy old man, exploiting my rank just to save himself work. Fine, I'll handle it. Meanwhile, down in the lower arenas, the atmosphere was tense. 2 fighters stood locked in a stare-down while the crowd held its breath. Another mechanical ant scuttled between the spectators' feet. Zhong Yuan's mind raced, calculating the dimensions of the pocket dimension relative to the arena hall. Scanning the entire area with sensory perception isn't hard, but it drains stamina rapidly. Is it worth the energy cost before a match? Think like the enemy. If I deployed these drones, I'd be hunting for data you can't get from a video feed. I'd plant them in the control room or on key personnel, letting them crawl openly like this. It's sloppy, unless they want us to find them. His train of thought was interrupted. Yuan, Feng Qing called out. Next round is up. I'm on court 1. You take court 3. Zhong Yuan nodded, expressionless. Understood. Feng Qing tossed him a sleek replacement comb. Forget the needle. I'll buy you a better one later. Zhong Yuan caught it mid-air. Suit yourself. Feng Qing narrowed his eyes, sensing the shift in his partner's mood. You're distracted. What's going on? Just a minor nuisance, Zhong Yuan replied coolly. The cat can handle the cleanup. We have battles to win. The black cat prowled the perimeter. Another one. That made 5 mechanical spies detected so far. They were scattering aimlessly with no clear objective. Civilians won't notice them. But any high-level Awakener who spots them will immediately recognize the Lighthouse Nation's tech and assume data theft. This will trigger a massive investigation into the tournament organizers. Is that the real goal? Sabotage. The cat's eyes shimmered, shifting to heterochromatic gray and gold as its power flared. Crunch. The cat crushed the drone beneath its paw. If you want to flush out a rat, you have to smoke them out. It would destroy the drones one by one, forcing the puppet master to react. High above the arena, MC Cheng Yun's voice boomed through the speakers again. Focus your attention on court 1. Thanks to the black cat's divine paw, we have a clash of titans Feng Qing versus Su Wanying in the very first round of this Manhwa recap-worthy showdown. Su Wanying needs no introduction, 2-time individual champion, ranked 65th on the prestigious youth leaderboard. His strategic capabilities are legendary, undefeated to this day, and his opponent Feng Qing, the only healer to break into the top 100, currently sitting at rank 82. This is Feng Qing's debut in the singles category. On the field, Su Wanying nodded respectfully. Feng Qing, I owe you for saving my teammates earlier today. In light of that debt, I forfeit. Before the crowd could react, Feng Qing cut him off sharply. Don't you dare. You stand there and let me beat you properly, or you don't leave at all. Su Wanying looked exasperated. The referee stepped in, sweating. Contestant Feng Qing, please refrain from intimidating your opponent into match fixing. Su Wanying raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I won't use my extreme shock ability. If you can take me down without it, the win is yours. Meanwhile at court 4, the commentary continued. The fighters have taken their positions. Representing Cheng Yunqiao, we have Zhong Yuan. Facing him is Jong Lan from Peichin Academy. Zhong Yuan is a dark horse. Earlier today, he wiped out a 4-man squad with a single move. His ability remains classified by the system Manhwa database, but his power is undeniable. Jong Lan is a formidable mental controller. Her record shows she can simultaneously dominate the minds of 19 targets. Under the standard 3+2 academy curriculum as a 4th-year student, she should already be interning with a professional guild. Yet she remains unassigned. Zhong Yuan studied her, frowning. She looks fragile. Too fragile. If I use even a fraction of my strength, I might accidentally kill her. Feng Qing is occupied, so no immediate healing is available. Without a life-resonance support nearby, I have to be careful. I'll use a non-lethal impact to just push her out of bounds. Decision made. Zhong Yuan shifted into his battle stance. The referee's hand dropped. Fight. Stay. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the referee's hand sliced through the air, the tension spiked. On one side, Zhong Lan stood ready, her focus sharpening as a ripple of spiritual energy manifested around her. But Zhong Yuan was already moving. He launched into a high-speed leap, ghosting right past her defense. Jong Lan, locked in her attack stance, could only watch in shock. She couldn't shift her momentum in time, and bam! She took a solid kick right to the glutes. Zhong Lan gritted her teeth, immediately activating her defensive skill, Steadfast Stance. It was a passive ability common in this awakening Manhwa world. As long as an attack wasn't life-threatening, she would remain immovable like a mountain. A protective layer of spirit energy shimmered around her. Landing behind her, Zhong Yuan paused, analyzing the feedback. I put some real force into that kick, he thought. To take that and not even budge, she's got some skills. Suddenly the referee blew the whistle, brandishing a yellow card with a furious glare. Student Zhong Yuan, I expect you to respect your female classmates. Stop sexually harassing your opponent. Both fighters froze, eyes widening in confusion. Zhong Yuan felt a headache coming on. I just aimed for the spot with the most padding for an easy hit. How did this turn into harassment? Does gender equality mean nothing in a physical fight? Ignoring the awkwardness, Zhong Lan reached out, her eyes glowing. She began to channel a wave of dark negative energy directly at him. It was a mental debuff attack. You are injured. You are grieving. All hope is lost. You cannot fight. The whispers invaded his mind. But inside, Zhong Yuan remained calm. Nice try, he thought. But my system Manhwa stats have already activated the bravery buff. She's trying to wage psychological warfare. Fine. I can't hit her physically right now, but nobody said I couldn't hit her emotionally. He braced himself, using his courage skill to deflect her mental intrusion. His face darkened as he launched his counterattack. You're skinny. You look anemic, and if it's that time of the month, I suggest you go drink some hot water. The words hit her like physical arrows. Jong Lan turned beet red, a mix of embarrassment and rage. She tried to push back with her own delusion spell. Zhong Yuan. Look at me, I am beautiful. You are obsessed with me. You love me deeply. You will obey my every command, now surrender. The arena fell into a bizarre silence as the two stood motionless, locked in a contest of wills. But Zhong Yuan refused to buckle. He fired back with double the intensity. You're ugly. You're vicious. You have impure intentions toward me. I have never seen someone as thick-skinned and shameless as you. Suddenly, the referee jumped in again. Zhong Yuan passive combat. First warning. Zhong Yuan whipped his head around, exasperated. Referee, are you blind? I am using a mental attack to counter her mental attack. How is that passive combat? The referee paused, genuinely surprised. Oh, you possess a mental assault ability as well. Absolutely, Zhong Yuan explained with a straight face. This is my unique mental technique, a perfect fusion of psychology, literature, and acting skills. Up in the commentary booth, MC Cheng Yun analyzed the data. According to the Manhwa recap files, Jong Lan has 0 resistance to mental attacks. Though I have to ask, is Zhong Yuan's mental attack actually just verbal abuse? Suddenly, commentator Kui Shengxi shouted, "Wait, Zhong Lan is down." And true enough, in the arena, Zhong Lan stumbled backward, letting out a pained cry. No. Sniff. Stay away. Tears streamed down her face as she curled up, raising a trembling hand. I'll fight you to the death. But it was clear her spirit had completely shattered. Zhong Yuan looked up, puzzled. I sensed some weird energy flying over my head just now. Was that part of her attack too? The referee checked his watch and made the call. Zhong Yuan's mental attack is effective. Zhong Lan is incapacitated. Countdown, 2-1. Zhong Yuan wins. Looking down at his sobbing opponent, Zhong Yuan felt a twinge of doubt. Did that really work? Why does it feel like she's overacting? He shifted his focus to a more pressing matter. I've destroyed 10 surveillance drones so far. This is the last one. The controller hasn't reacted yet. They probably aren't in the arena. Secretly, he communicated with his system companion, the Black Cat. Analysis complete, the cat reported. The ant's feelers are transmitters. Eyes are camera's mouth, is a recorder, body is the chip, and the butt is the battery. The enemy is using a divine tier insect drone. They likely want people to think they're stealing tournament data. I purposely broke the comms on this last one. If I act like an idiot trying to physically fix it, the controller might panic and try to recover the data manually. That will flush them out. With the plan in mind, the Black Cat prepared a thermal blast to fry the ant if needed. I feel like I'm missing a key clue. Meanwhile, in another ring, Feng Qing had just finished dismantling Su Wanying. The announcement boomed. Contestant Feng Qing used the Northern Sect kick to ring out contestant Su Wanying victory to Feng Qing, the crowd murmured. Is that really an attack a healer class should have? Or did Su Wanying just throw the match? Feng Qing cast a healing wind on his defeated opponent, grinning. It's a double elimination bracket. We'll fight again in a few days. Next time, feel free to use your extreme quake move. I'll still beat you. Su Wanying smirked back. Don't get cocky. You might lose 2 in a row and get eliminated yourself. Feng Qing laughed, radiating confidence. In this year's university tournament, there's only one person capable of defeating me. He walked over to the waiting area, scanning the room. Hey, where did Zhong Yuan go? Didn't the big screen say his match ended ages ago? A classmate piped up nervously. Well, the organizers determined he intentionally used a mental attack to inflict severe psychological trauma. They dragged him to the office. Director Gu is currently arguing with the Peijin Academy reps. Feng Qing immediately pulled out his phone. I'll check on him, he thought for a moment. Satellite phones are great. Even inside a dimension they have signal. He opened his chat with Zhong Yuan. Need backup, Zhong Yuan replied instantly. Just check if Zhong Lan is alive or dead. I don't care if the organizers need to save her, just let me know. No problem. Zhong Yuan stared at his phone, his mind racing. I only found the drones after drawing lots. This means Peijin Academy probably isn't the one behind the surveillance. Wait. The timeline. That's the real breakthrough in this leveling Manhwa mystery. Suddenly, a group of officials stormed up to him, furious. Zhong Yuan, release the curse on Zhong Lan immediately. If you don't, you'll be banned from competition permanently. Not only that, you'll face a military tribunal. Zhong Yuan raised a hand, his expression dead calm. Apologies, but you all need to pause for a second. He pointed to the map on the screen. This dimension is a new space created by copying topography based on reality. The terrain itself is simulated by the dimension's energy and cannot exist without a specific anchor point. Even the electrical wiring and water pipes in this arena had to be specially designed to function here. Objects brought in from the outside can only be placed after the terrain replication is complete. The university tournament dimension was only replicated yesterday. That means the drones could only have been planted within the last 48 hours. The suspect list is tiny. Zhong Yuan rubbed his chin, his detective mode fully active. And the surveillance footage in the hall is crystal clear. By analyzing the surveillance grid, the drone's flight path and its pilot could easily be exposed. Combined with the city's external monitoring, the truth would be impossible to hide. Zhong Yuan flashed his badge with the confidence of a king declaring, "Nine Ruins official business. You need to coordinate with me." The guards froze their jaws, hitting the floor. "Excuse me, since when does a Nine Ruins agent look like that?" They squinted at the ID. It was a crude forgery featuring Zhong Yuan and drag boldly labeled Nine Ruins 8th seat. An awkward silence descended, imaginary crows flying overhead. The guards looked at him like he was a complete idiot before the interrogation exploded. "Are you mocking us? If that photo wasn't so obviously fake, I might have actually hesitated. Zhong Yuan forging a Nine Ruins ID, you've got guts." "Exactly. Do you really think a piece of plastic like this would fool elite security? Get out of here." They tossed the card back at him with disdain. Zhong Yuan felt the sting of embarrassment rolling his eyes before slamming the card onto the ground in a fit of rage. He snatched his phone, dialing furiously. "Boss Chi, you are so fired." Just then, a ripple distorted the air. Someone using super camouflage slipped through the perimeter. The guards stood oblivious, feeling only a strange shift in the atmosphere. Felt like a breeze just now, one guard muttered. "Must be your imagination," the other replied. Inside the venue, Jiang Buyu deactivated his stealth skill, thinking sneaking in with a simple camouflage ability was almost too easy. The security for this university tournament is pathetic. They need a serious system overhaul. That referee this morning probably gave Zhong Yuan a bad impression of me. I need to apologize personally to clear the air. After all, Zhong Yuan is a strategic class Tier 2 entity. His combat power might even surpass my own. In this awakening, Manhwa, making an enemy of a monster like him is suicide. But walking up to him directly, isn't that too flashy? But staying in stealth mode makes me look suspicious. Should I wait for him to leave? He's 16, I'm 25. Is the generation gap going to be a problem? I heard high schoolers these days have their own culture. But I don't wear overalls, I don't play basketball, and my dance moves are ancient history. Jiang Buyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Suddenly he passed a bench occupied by a sleek black cat. He paused. Wait, is that the cat Zhong Yuan sent to sign in for him? There's a strange aura around this creature. Saying Fung Yumo is afraid of cats was just an excuse. Jiang Buyu leaned in close, his face inches from the feline. The black cat recoiled, startled by the sudden intrusion of personal space. He immediately activated his skill, rational communication, forcing a mental link. The black cat broke into a cold sweat, side-eyeing him as Jiang Buyu pulled out a notebook and pen. Flashing a harmless, radiant smile, he offered the stationery. "Can I get an autograph? I watched the tournament live stream, I'm a huge fan." The black cat stared at the notebook, waving in its face, totally confused. What is wrong with this guy? Asking for an autograph is fine, but why activate a mental skill for it? You want a battle of spiritual energy. Fine, let's hurt each other. The cat swiped a paw, knocking the pen down, but instantly caught it in its mouth while unleashing a super selling cute technique to grab the notebook. Pink spiritual energy exploded around the cat, a charm offensive. Within seconds, the name Zhong Yuan was scrawled on the paper. Jiang Buyu looked at the signature and screamed internally. "I asked for your autograph, why did you write his name? Don't tell me your name is also Zhong Yuan. Or maybe this cat underwent special system Manhwa training to write those specific characters on sight." He pointed to a blank page. "Can you write this for me? Magic is nothing but a scam." But add the part, "The audience loves being deceived." The cat thought, that's a direct quote from Phantom Thief in White. This guy is a hardcore nerd. The cat slapped the notebook with its paw. Meow, too long not writing it. Jiang Buyu felt tears welling up in his soul. Desperate, he pulled out a bribe. "Look, my last bar of chocolate, it's yours. Please, I will cherish your calligraphy for the rest of my life." The cat slumped on the bench, unimpressed. "Meow, meow. Chocolate contains theobromine. It's toxic to cats." Jiang Buyu froze, realizing his mistake. "Wait, I thought people named their cats chocolate and vanilla all the time." The cat looked at him with pure pity. "Meow. Are you even a serious cat lover?" "Forget it, I'm not exactly a real cat either. I'll just write it and make him leave." Resigned, the cat clamped the pen in its jaws and scribbled, "Magic is a scam, but the audience loves the lie." Jiang Buyu held the notebook like a sacred relic, deep in thought. This is definitely not a trained animal. This is a person with high intelligence. Is this actually Zhong Yuan transformed or someone else? The cat turned its back, dismissing him. "Meow, get lost. You're disturbing my nap." Panic set in. Wait, don't ignore me. Zhang Buyu's mind raced. Crap, I'm out of topics. This is getting awkward. Then a light bulb went on. Ah, I've got it. He crept around to the front of the bench and pointed an accusing finger at his pen. You chewed my pen. Look at these teeth marks. The cat was baffled, then annoyed. This guy is so annoying. Whatever, I'm a cat right now. I'll just bluff my way through. The cat let out a generic meow. Zhang Buyu sighed. Playing dumb fine. Let's play that game. We can learn cat language together. Without a shred of shame, the rank 2 strategist crouched down. Meow, meow, meow. The cat stared in disbelief and meowed back hesitantly. Zhang Buyu persisted. Meow, meow. The cat finally snapped, hissing, Meow, speak human language. Zhang Buyu immediately switched to a tragic victim act, clutching his face. You broke my pen and now you're mocking me. He sniffled, wiping away fake tears. I've used this pen since the 1st grade. It has been my companion through countless battles and exams. It has extraordinary meaning to me. The cat wasn't buying it. Meow bullshit. That is a cheap pen you redeem with points at Yoko convenience store. Zhang Buyu doubled down. Yes, that's the one I may have changed bodies, but in my heart this pen is eternal. The cat crossed its paws, utterly defeated by his shamelessness. Meow. Fine, I'll pay you back. Go out, turn right, walk 200 meters to the Yangzhongsheng convenience store. Give them my number and use my points. Meow. Member code 300412. Zhang Buyu frantically typed the number into his phone, sweating nervously. Wait. This number matches Zhong Yuan's file. It really is him. While Zhang Buyu had his revelation, the cat collapsed on the bench, soul-weary. Meow. I'm going to sleep. Zhang Buyu nudged the sleeping creature. Daylight is for training, not napping. Wake up! The black cat extended a claw, eyes narrowing in irritation. I'm surrounded by pests who just won't leave. Can this creature actually understand human speech? Or is it just mimicry? When he activated his ability earlier? Was it a translation skill? I need to test his cognitive response. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the cat turned his meows, weaving a story only the perceptive could hear. Meow. I have nothing to hide. I absorb too many abyss cores. The negative energy corruption is overwhelming. Sleep is the only way to purge the toxicity. My main body is drowning in tasks. Only this second form has the luxury of rest. Zhang Buyu crouched down, intrigue sparking in his eyes. Busy with the grand tournament? You're already second on the youth leaderboard. Why bother with a low-tier competition? If you want resources, just ask Feng. The cat retorted. Meow. A man's promise carries the weight of a mountain. I must compete. Zhang Buyu nodded calmly. Done. I've already fired the referee who blew the whistle on you this morning. Anyone who dares disrespect you again will face summary execution. The cat seized the moment to complain. Meow. They are bullying me right now. I have a critical mission. I showed my ID and they called it a forgery. The audacity. The cat huffed. So I decided to sleep in protest. Zhang Buyu gasped, caught off guard. Wait, they did what? Suddenly a ringtone pierced the air, a loud song about a big shark. He grabbed his phone. Hold on. I need to take this. He stepped into the shadows. The voice on the other end exploded like thunder. Zhang Buyu, do you think you own South China? Do you think the 9 ruins are beneath your notice? Cold sweat trickled down his spine. He glanced at the sleeping cat, confusion clouding his mind. Sir, I don't understand. Chishu's rage vibrated through the phone. An operative of the 9 ruins is on a top-secret mission in Guangyuan City. The boy presents his ID and your people accuse him of forgery. Zhang Buyu's soul nearly left his body. Holy skies, Zhong Yuan is from the 9 ruins. Chishu continued his barrage. A stealth drone infiltrated the arena. No one saw it except my Xiao Ba's divine eyes. Where is your security? Where are the perimeter checks? Nothing. A drone is a catastrophic threat. Fix this immediately. Internally, Chishu was panicking. It took a miracle to recruit Zhong Yuan into the 9 ruins. If he quits over this incompetence, we are doomed. Understood. Zhang hung up, his mind racing. Strange. The 9 ruins tracked my personal line instantly. If Zhong Yuan was on an urgent mission, he would have called me himself. Why did Chishu intervene? Is there a civil war within the organization? Internal conflict would devastate the nation. Regardless, this is my failure. I must bear the weight of this mistake. His gaze fell upon the sleeping black cat, the protagonist of this system Manhwa, unfolding before him. Zhang Buyu dropped to one knee, his aura shifting from arrogance to absolute respect. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the commander of the South China military region. I take full responsibility for the organizer's negligence. The sleeping cat jerked awake, eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden shift in atmosphere. Zhang spoke with unwavering sincerity. I do not ask for forgiveness. I only ask you to see that our paths align. I swear on my life. I will build a world where you can sleep without fear. Until then, please, grant me your patience. The black cat's eyes shimmered. Chishu made a fuss, and this commander is taking the fall without a word. The South China commander, bowing to me. The cat finally spoke. Meow. How did you know I was Zhong Yuan? Zhong held out a hand. My strategic domination skill allows me to understand your intent regardless of your form. I cross-referenced your profile. The pieces fit. The cat tilted his head. Are you immune to my cuteness acting skill? The purpose of acting cute is to lower hostility, Jiang replied smoothly. I harbor no hostility toward you, only respect. You promised a world of peace where I can nap. That's a massive promise. Can you deliver? Jiang met his gaze instantly. Alone, no. But with you at my side, anything is possible. The cat turned away, feigning hurt. You said you were my fan. Was that just a lie? Then the cat spun around, placing a paw on Jiang's hand, a grin practically audible in his meow. You are a shameless liar. But I enjoy being deceived by you. Jiang sighed, a ghost of a smile appearing. We will fix this together. Command me. The cat's mind snapped back to the mission. The drone is moving. It's about to leave the dimensional boundary. We must track it. Ignore the tournament staff for now. Zhong nodded instantly. I drive. You navigate. The yellow sports car roared to life, tearing down the highway as their strategic council continued. I destroyed its antenna, the cat explained. It's running on a preset path, blind to remote control. Zhong narrowed his eyes. It's moving as if it expects a tail. It even stops for traffic lights. Who usually handles these anomalies? The Bureau of Ability Management, the cat mused. Is the enemy targeting them? Zhong gripped the steering wheel. To be precise, they are targeting Wang Podi, the bureau chief. The cat blinked. How can you be sure? Jiang's expression darkened. I had a senior who always said, geniuses are cursed with overthinking. The god-building drone's design is a filter. Only the intelligent and knowledgeable would recognize it. And those people always overthink. The more complex the conspiracy seems, the more likely Wang Podi will be lured out to investigate personally. It is a trap set for a paranoid mind. Your senior understands the human heart terrifyingly well. The cat praised. Zhong's voice dropped to a whisper. He did. But there is no one left like him. I attended his funeral last month. The cat let out a soft sigh. My condolences, Commander Jiang. Our ranks are equal now, Jiang insisted. Please call me by my name. The cat tested the syllables. Jiang Buyu. Jiang smiled. Jiang Buyu. The characters mean no worries like Wuyu, but the spelling is Buyu. The yellow car sped on, carrying the two awakening legends toward the unknown. The conversation was spiraling into absurdity. What a headache. I really should just stick to calling you Young Master Jiang. Fair enough. Then I shall address you as Young Master Yuan. Yuan Xiao creates a nice pun with your name. Suddenly the black cat's interest piqued. By the way, do you have a picture of Wang Podi on hand? Zhang Buyu pulled out his phone without hesitation. Right here. In a flash of light, the cat morphed into a rugged man with golden eyes and stubble. The cat asked, How's the likeness? Zhang Buyu gasped in sheer terror. The infinite illusion. Cold sweat dripped down the black cat's fur as he calculated internally. I only change my appearance based on a projection, but if a skill like that exists, I'll just bluff and tell everyone it's a feature of the system Manhwa ability called infinite illusion. A mischievous idea struck Zhang Buyu. He pointed at his own face with a grin. Young Master Yuan, can you transform into me too? I haven't had a day off in 5 years. Could you cover a shift for me? I beg you, you can even just sleep in the office. The black cat replied with supreme confidence. Young Master Jiang, one day I will create a world where you can rest whenever you desire. Until then, please have a little patience. The scene shifts to a tranquil garden. A middle-aged man sat on a recliner soaking up the sun while a golden dog played nearby. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. I don't want to kill anymore. The golden dog continued chasing a butterfly, oblivious to the danger. Suddenly, two young figures in black suits and dark glasses materialized beside the older man. Another sigh echoed in the air. The more I kill, the more I feel that life is something to be revered. I am old now. My eyes are failing me. Why do you keep seeking me out? I only wish to live the rest of my days in peace. But before he could finish, the two agents cut him off, their voices cold. Mr. Peng Bu, from the moment you inherited the instant Death Star core in this awakening Manhwa world, you lost the right to words like peace and retirement. You left the Iron Tower Nation 8 years ago. Did you really think you could just wash your hands of the blood? Peng Bu's face darkened instantly. Pushing me like this. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down to hell with me? One of the agents replied with arrogant mockery. The instant death ability can only be triggered once a day on a single target. But unluckily for you, there are two of us. We can easily kill you after you waste your ability. Then we'll let your daughter inherit your alien star core and take up your mantle as the Reaper of the Iron Tower Nation. If you refuse to kill, then your second daughter will have to do the killing for you. The threat hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Pengbu gritted his teeth, his heart torn by inner torture. Memories flooded back the despair of seeing a body hanging in the void, and a voice sharp as a blade cutting through him. Whether you want money, fame, or women, we can give it all to you. But freedom, you are not worthy of that. Be obedient. If you dare run or betray us, we have ways to make you regret being born. In his memory, a small, fragile body hung from a rope, having ended her own life. In that memory, Pengbu had screamed in absolute despair. How could you be so cruel? Annie was only 6 years old. She hadn't even tasted the beauty of this world. Back in the present, he pulled out a knife with trembling hands. It's all because of this accursed instant death star core passed down through generations. It strips away conscience, steals freedom, and turns us into tools. If I can just condense the star core inside me before I die, I can finally end this chain of sin. His shaking hands prepared to plunge the blade into his own heart. Dark, ominous aura began to swirl around him. Despair consumed his expression, turning it pitch black. His eyes bulged, staring wildly at the knife. He muttered, "Just one stab, and there will be no more sacrifices." But suddenly the knife clattered to the ground, replaced by the sound of sobbing. He fell to his knees, crushed by agony, unsure how to resolve this impossible pain. A vision appeared of a man smoking a cigarette, his eyes staring blankly into the void. A voice whispered beside him, "What's so bad about being an assassin? After all, you don't know the people you kill." It was a blonde woman speaking. They were lying together on a bed. "Their deaths just turn into money and fame for you. Your children, and your children's children, will live beautiful lives because of you. Isn't that kind of life happiness?" The man shook his head wearily, trying to sever the emotional connection. "That doesn't matter anymore. What drives me to keep living? It is simply the fear of death." The scene shifted to a bustling city corner, towering skyscrapers looming over cars rushing through the streets. The cry of a newborn baby pierced the air. Someone spoke as if whispering to their own soul, "I fear my own death, and I fear others dying because of me." Pengbu stroked the golden dog's head, trying to steady himself. "If I activate instant death one more time, I will die from exhaustion. But if I fail, they will come for my second daughter. Therefore, this time I must not fail." His face sank into a deadly silence. Suddenly a scythe materialized in his hand, resting against the neck of the dog that looked up at him with innocent eyes. Pengbu whispered, his voice trembling, "To ensure the next move goes smoothly. I am sorry, Big Yellow." Far away, Su Wanying peered through her binoculars. "Watching from this distance is so dull. We only get to see the commander acting." Ye Zhen stood beside her, questioning the caution. "Wang Podi's void sight can read memories. The fewer people who see us, the lower the risk. Do we really need to be this careful?" Su Wanying replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. "You just place the God-Eye drones in the hall and set the schedule. That's hardly exciting. We've got the enemy running in circles. Wang Podi and Jiang Buyu took the bait instantly. How can they be so foolish?" She turned to Ye Zhen to discuss the next phase. "Ye Zhen, after we collect Pengbu's instant death star core, will you return to the Iron Tower Nation with me? First we provoked the Bureau, and then we conspired to kill the 9 ruins. Once we finish off Wang Podi and Jiang Buyu, the Hua Nation won't let anyone harbor you." Ye Zhen didn't know how to respond, sinking into deep contemplation. Su Wanying pressed on, "You can't go back anymore. Come with me. The only place left for you is the Iron Tower Nation." Fallen leaves drifted onto Ye Zhen's shoulders, deepening the sorrow etched on his face. Meanwhile, a yellow car sped down the highway. Zhong Yuan in the form of Wang Podi broke the silence. "Young Master Jiang, do you have any survival skills?" Jiang Buyu let out a confused, "Huh." He quickly explained his build. "Currently, I have 6 synergistic abilities. Rational Dominion, Infinite Dream, Super Resolution, Super Disguise, and Power Attack. But truthfully, defense is my fatal weakness." Zhong Yuan gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Seriously, you're just gonna say it straight out like that?" Jiang Buyu flashed a mischievous grin. "Hey, I already know your little secret about transforming into a cat. Let's call it fair play." Curiosity got the better of Zhong Yuan. "Oh, then what about your luck with the gacha draws?" Jiang Buyu replied with an infuriatingly calm expression. "Standard performance. 10 consecutive draws, 2 SSRs. "I have the sudden urge to beat you to death," Zhong Yuan hissed. "You're just a filthy pay-to-win whale who changed his destiny with cash. Of course you'd get good pulls if you spam them." Zhong Yuan turned his head away, letting out a cold scoff before grumbling, "Fine then. Initiate the resonance. If you manage to pull my absolute survival skill, consider yourself lucky." Zhang Buyu's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhong Yuan. "Do you sense that we're going to die soon?" Zhong Yuan replied, his voice icy. "My intuition is never wrong. If you don't pull the right skill, get out of the car immediately. Don't be a feeder." Clicking his tongue while steering, Zhang Buyu teased, "Tch. You have a stash of strategic tier abilities hidden from your official profile, don't you? Is it really safe for me to sync with you?" Zhong Yuan shot him a glare full of annoyance. "Why are you nagging like an old woman? If I tell you to sync, just sync." Remembering the urgency, Zhang Buyu reached out hastily. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then." His palm pressed firmly against Zhong Yuan's hand. Suddenly, Zhang Buyu's eyes widened in a mix of panic and confusion. "This is..." A complex runic formation materialized in the air, symbols glowing with arcane power. The resonance was successful. Authority of life acquired. Zhang Buyu froze, staring blankly into the void as the overwhelming power settled within him. Moments later, a rusted iron gate loomed ahead, a lone ant crawling beneath it. Stepping through the threshold, Zhong Yuan broke the silence. "The drone halted at the entrance of this ruined sector," he noted. "It's a textbook ambush setup. The enemy is definitely lying in wait." Tension rose as the two stepped into the danger zone. Zhang Buyu continued, "Even if they know we're here, my ultimate camouflage will still scramble their senses." Zhong Yuan nodded in agreement. The moment the battle breaks out, I will directly transfer the life authority to you." "Don't hesitate," Zhang Buyu countered. "That authority drains mana like crazy. I can only sustain it for a few seconds, and while it's active, my other skills are locked." Zhong Yuan looked at him with pure disdain. "You're supposed to be the #1 ranker in this awakening manhwa world, yet you're this useless." Zhang Buyu sighed, defeated. "My rank 2 status isn't exactly accurate either. Just take point, will you?" Zhong Yuan's face went blank. "No. I refuse to be the tank." Activating his eagle eye and supersensory perception, Zhong Yuan's irises glowed with power. "Cut the chatter," he warned. "I've got eyes on the target." Zhang Buyu whispered to be sure. "Are you absolutely certain it's not just a normal civilian?" Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes, detailing the scene. "There's an old man in the garden clinging to a stiff dead dog. He's petting it constantly. It is too deliberate. He is creating a suspicious focal point to lure us in." Zhang Buyu frowned, a chill running down his spine. "How do you know he isn't just prepping it for dinner?" Zhong Yuan stared at him in horror, instinctively hugging himself. "I heard people from your region eat anything that moves, even cockroaches." Zhang Buyu panicked, waving his hands. "That's not a cockroach. It's a dragon cricket. You just remove the wings." Zhong Yuan recoiled in terror. "Don't tell me you're craving my body next," Zhang Buyu explained frantically. I have zero interest in men." Zhong Yuan leaped back to create distance, exposing the lie. "You're clearly trying to cover up your twisted desires, hiding the head but showing the tail." Zhang Buyu's brain short-circuited his defense, turning into a disaster. "Guangyuan people don't eat Shandong people, and we definitely don't eat Shandong cats. You just said you don't eat people. Which is it?" Their bickering echoed through the ruins. "I am a true cat lover. I would never feast on a feline body. You fed a cat chocolate, only a demon would trust you." Meanwhile, 2 cloaked figures watched from above, whispering. "Are they arguing? They're using ultimate camouflage just to have a lover's quarrel. Are they looking down on us?" The sniper pulled out a rifle, his grin dripping with arrogance. "It doesn't matter. Camouflage or not, it makes no difference to me." Activating breaker vision. His lens flared as he locked onto the target. A specialized armor-piercing round erupted from the barrel, tearing through the air with lethal velocity. Zhong Yuan was mid-insult. "You are such a..." when his instincts screamed. He shoved Zhang Buyu aside and roared. "Khin. Tuming." The sniper froze, his jaw dropping in shock. "Impossible. How did he react the exact instant I pulled the trigger? Does that old man possess future sight?" A command barked from the shadows. Wang Podi missed execute Zhang Buyu immediately. Zhong Yuan extended his hand, unleashing absolute zero. Ice surged forward, blocking the bombardment from the duo above. A beam of light pierced the chaos. Pengbu descended like a hawk, aiming straight for Zhang Buyu. "Forgive me, Commander Zhang. I have no choice." Zhang Buyu, paralyzed by the wind-blessing crowd control skill, could only watch in horror. Seizing the opening, Pengbu unleashed his ultimate instant death. This terrifying ability forces the target to cease existing immediately. However, the restriction was absolute. If the target's power level exceeded the skill's rank, it failed. And it had a 24-hour cooldown. Zhang Buyu stood rigid, his eyes vacant. Zhong Yuan whipped around, screaming, "Young Master Zhang!" His mind raced. "His condition is critical. Screw the residential damage. I need to freeze the entire sector, eliminate the threats, and then thaw him out." Zhong Yuan slammed his palm into the concrete. Domain expansion, eternal glacial city. A tsunami of azure energy exploded outward. Zhang Buyu collapsed onto the ice stiff as a board. Peng Bu was instantly encased in frost. Zhong Yuan triggered Authority of Life, catching his falling comrade just in time. This is bad, Zhong Yuan thought frantically. My authority combined with the immortal body usually only works on me. Using it on others only grants max-tier regeneration. I just pray that attack didn't bypass regenerative properties. Zhang Buyu remained lifeless. Zhong Yuan collapsed beside him, wailing melodramatically. Zhang, you liar. You promised to build a sanctuary where I could sleep in peace. How could you fail and let everything collapse? Boo-hoo, victory and defeat are common. Just respawn and start over, hero. Zhang Buyu's cheek twitched. The sobbing stopped instantly. Zhong Yuan stared at him with a deadpan expression, his voice dripping with annoyance. Are you done acting yet? Pull that playing dead stunt again and I'll make sure you stay 6 feet under. If Wang Podi knew you were using his face like this, he'd die of embarrassment before his injuries could kill him. Zhang Buyu tilted his head, struggling to suppress a smirk, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his amusement. Finally, Zhong Yuan sighed in defeat. Fine, I'll switch back. A moment later, Zhong Yuan returned to his black cat form. Zhang Buyu turned his gaze to the frozen figure encased in ice. If my deduction is correct, this man is none other than the legendary death god of the Iron Tower Nation. Suddenly the black cat perched on Jiang's shoulder stiffened in surprise. The death god of the Iron Tower Nation. Zhang Buyu immediately clarified. A while back, Wang Podi was investigating a case involving Peng Bu's illegal entry from 8 years ago. If this connects to Peng Bu, it explains how they ambushed the Bureau. The Iron Tower Nation possesses a strategic-level ability known as Life Reaper, a skill so broken it belongs in a high-stakes system, Manhwa. Rumor has it that only Peng Bu possesses the instant death ability in this entire world. 30 years ago, he terrorized the border between the Hua Nation and the Iron Tower Nation, a legendary figure in leveling Manhwa history. But 8 years ago, he vanished without a trace, allegedly washing his hands of blood to retire peacefully in the Hua Nation. Jiang then explained the terrifying reality. Back there, I actually felt the instant death strike me. But fortunately, I had already activated the Life Authority skill I synchronized earlier. The instant death curse was negated by Life Authority combined with my immortal body, an ability that triggers without a target, truly top tier. Outwardly, he sounded calm, but internally Zhang Buyu was sweating bullets. In reality, if that sniper hadn't seen through his disguise and fired first, he wouldn't have had the split second needed to activate Life Authority before the instant death hit. If young Master Yuan hadn't pushed me, that bullet would have ended me. Dead either way, Tisk. And if I hadn't synchronized Life Authority, I would have been kicked off the server halfway through. The black cat listening from the side thought with a twinge of regret. If I'd known this guy was invincible, I wouldn't have cast the Eternal Ice City spell. Freezing an entire residential district, cleaning up this mess, is going to be a nightmare. With that thought, both of them turned their gazes toward the frozen statue of Mr. Peng Bu. Zhang Buyu looked up and asked, Hey young Master Yuan, even though Peng Bu is a popsicle right now, you can bring him back to life, right? The black cat looked confused. What are you planning? Aren't you afraid he'll use instant death again? Jiang replied instantly. Not at all. I have a special persuasion technique. The cat remained skeptical. Why bother persuading him? Wouldn't it be tastier to just dig out his essence core? Zhang Buyu shook his head. He's been the death god for years. His network and knowledge are vast. He's much more useful to me alive than dead. The black cat sighed helplessly. I'll only melt the ice. The rest is your problem. Raising a paw, he activated the Life Authority. A surge of spiritual energy radiated outward. Zhang Buyu nodded. No problem. The ice began to recede, revealing a face that was half youthful and smooth, while the frozen side remained wrinkled with age. Zhang Buyu extended his hand, casting Infinite Dreamscape. Purple mist swirled around his fingers as he flashed a confident grin. Now, it's showtime. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland beside a massive estate, Mr. Peng Bu lay collapsed on the ground, questioning his very existence. Am I dead? I must be. I triggered instant death one last time, my body completely drained. No one could save me from that. He struggled to his feet, confusion clouding his mind. Is this heaven or hell? Ah, a man like me. I only belong in hell. Suddenly, a familiar pair of legs appeared behind him. Mr. Peng Bu turned around nervously, his heart skipping a beat. Looking at the little girl standing before him, he gasped, Annie, this is the world after death. We're both dead, aren't we? The little girl simply smiled at him. Overcome with emotion, Peng Bu rushed forward, hugging his daughter as he broke down in sobbing tears. I'm so sorry. If I had just accepted my fate sooner, if I had just been an obedient weapon, you wouldn't have died because of me. Annie looked at him seriously. You're dead now, father. Are you going to bow your head to fate again? Peng Bu trembled, replying weakly, "Surrender is surrender. What does it matter if other lives are precious? You are my daughter. If I could restart my life, I would protect you with everything I have, even if my hands were stained with the blood of the world." Suddenly, the girl's voice turned cold. "If my father was that kind of man, I would choose death all over again." Peng Bu felt like he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock. Fearing death is human instinct, but what truly moves the heart is the willingness to sacrifice for righteousness. People say we must revere life, but what is truly worthy of reverence isn't life itself, but the intangible spirit that makes humans shine when they entrust their purpose to something greater than survival. Annie smiled brightly, giving her father a final command. "Go back. Your life isn't over yet. Carry the weight of the lives you've taken and swing your scythe at the ones who killed your humanity and turned you into a death god." Peng Bu responded, his spirit weak. "They are too powerful. I can't fight them." Annie encouraged him. "As long as you are willing to serve the Hua nation, they will become your shield, protecting both you and your family." He sat down, still plagued by worry. "I was born and raised in the Iron Tower Nation with only half Hua blood. Will they really accept me?" The girl answered without hesitation. "The Hua nation has never judged a hero by their origin." Peng Bu remained anxious. "Even with a lifetime of sins, can I really be redeemed?" Annie replied firmly, "No. The only one who can redeem you is yourself. Once you've washed away your sins, meet me in the next life, okay?" As she spoke, she flashed a radiant, innocent smile. Peng Bu trembled again, tears streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth, nodding, Suddenly, Annie seemed to remember something. "Oh right, there's one more thing." He stopped crying, looking at her with curiosity. The next second, the girl was drooling, her eyes sparkling as she shouted, "You killed the dog, so you have to take responsibility. Boiled dog and stewed dog brain are famous delicacies in Guangyuan City. Just look up the recipe." With that bizarre declaration, her image began to fade away. Back in reality, Mr. Peng Bu was sitting in front of a plate of meat. He ate, while tears streamed down his face, sobbing, "Boo-hoo. I'm so sorry, Big Yellow. You're so delicious." Zhong Yuan watched this scene with a frown, strangely moved, while Zhang Buyu stood beside him with a demonic grin, holding a recording device. Zhong Yuan turned to him and said, "I might not be a real cat, but you, sir, are a total dog." Zhang Buyu replied nonchalantly, "He almost killed me, remember? Consider this a little petty revenge. Is that too much to ask?" Zhong Yuan retorted, "I'd believe you if you put down the takeout box." Zhang Buyu feigned innocence, shrugging, "What box? Hi. You froze the entire district and then thawed them out. That must have drained a massive amount of mana. Next time, don't push yourself so hard. My life is tough enough to handle a little chaos." Zhong Yuan replied instantly, his voice calm. "It's fine. Freezing everything was the perfect crowd control to catch the enemy off guard and prevent a counterattack. As for the civilians, using the life authority once won't hurt them. The energy cost was negligible." Zhang Buyu's jaw dropped in disbelief. "You call that negligible?" Zhong Yuan crossed his arms, looking at him with pure disdain. "If you can't handle that much, it's because you're a noob. Go grind some more levels." Just as they were bantering, the door swung open. "Reporting, sir, we've completed the sweep of the residential zone. We discovered 4 hidden awakened form, the Iron Tower Nation." Zhong Yuan turned, his demeanor shifting to icy professionalism. "Understood. Hand over the rest of the investigation to the Bureau of Management, but make sure to check the surveillance at the University Tournament Hall. There might be clues left behind." The officer saluted sharply. "Yes, sir." Zhong Yuan frowned slightly, turning to the older man. "Director Wang, please stop calling a junior like me sir. It sounds weird. Just call me by my name or use my alias Xuanming." Director Wang laughed heartily. "All right then, Xuanming. We still owe you a huge debt for that drone incident. If you hadn't stepped in, I fear the outcome would have been catastrophic." Zhong Yuan waved it off. "Don't thank me yet. I actually need a favor from you, Director." Director Wang's expression turned serious. "What do you need?" Zhong Yuan tapped a number into his phone. "Come with me to the hospital. We need to visit a student. I'll explain on the way." On his phone screen, a chat with Feng Qing flashed rapidly. "I've analyzed Jong Lan's condition. She's in a coma because of a mental backlash. It's a forbidden technique in this awakening Manhwa world, a double-edged sword that damages the user. But something smells fishy. I hacked the Academy's archives and found some disturbing data. Check the link. Complex mental disorder, case C19E, security level B. Subject Jong Lan, ability slow and mind control. Primary cause, mental collapse. Diagnosis, reverse spirit contamination. After using mind control, she suffers backlash from the target, creating powerful hallucinations. These hallucinations are fueled by the target's negative emotions, especially the darkness absorbed when the target is consuming a core star. Root cause, she absorbed her first core star at a dangerously young age. The intervals between absorptions were too short, leading to frequent failures. This caused a buildup of negative karma, mutating her abilities from the inside out. Reading the file, Zhong Yuan spoke up. Pigeon Academy requested the Bureau to take over the investigation, right? Director Wang nodded immediately. Correct. But since it involves the science division, only high-clearance personnel can investigate. Or we transfer her directly to the science division for diagnosis. They were now speeding in the car towards the hospital. Zhong Yuan continued. Jong Lan's condition is definitely linked to me. But the root cause involves S-class classified secrets. I can't reveal the details to you, and I can't show my face as Zhong Yuan. Can you lend me a bureau uniform? Director Wang reached for a bag. No problem. Here's an ID vest and a physical vest. From this moment on, you are a special investigator for the Bureau, rank equivalent to a deputy chief. Zhong Yuan held up the uniform, his face twitching. Director, I get the disguise part, but why is this a woman's uniform? Director Wang scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. It was the only spare left in the car. Zhong Yuan tossed it aside and quickly changed into the vest. Forget it. I'll handle the face myself. Infinite illusion activate. Director Wang gasped. Holy. Your facial features barely changed, yet you look like a completely different person. Zhong Yuan replied calmly. People these days only recognize others by their hairstyles anyway. Wang stared, eyes wide. You look older. If you said this was your adult self, I'd believe it. Transformation complete. Zhong Yuan gave his instructions. Later, I need you to activate the void projection. I have to see exactly what happened to Jong Lan in that moment. Scene shift. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the hospital as evening approached. Inside Jong Lan's ward, the doctor looked up in surprise. Director Wang, you came personally for a student. Wang waved his hand. No need for formalities. Let me check the patient. Zhong Yuan stepped forward, his voice commanding. Everyone else get out. The doctor frowned. And who is this? Director Wang quickly interjected. He is our bureau's special investigator. Xuanming, a young intern gasped. Xuanming, the rank 2 genius on the youth list. He's so young. Another doctor whispered. Doesn't he look a bit like Zhong Yuan? Is it just my imagination? The head doctor shooed them away. Let's go. Let's go. Talk outside. After observing Jong Lan for a moment, Director Wang asked, How is she? Zhong Yuan hesitated slightly. She can be saved. But I need to enter the memory of our battle first. Director Wang nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll cast the void projection. He raised both hands, energy surging. A golden dimension manifested above Jong Lan's body. Zhong Yuan stepped into the center of the circle. Streams of data and memory rushed toward him like a digital torrent. A moment later, he materialized inside Jong Lan's mind, back in the arena. His past self was launching a verbal assault. You wicked woman plotting against me. I have never seen such a shameless person in my life. The referee raised a hand. Zhong Yuan warning for passive combat. Jong Lan's inner thoughts echoed with panic. My mind control. It has zero effect on him. I have one move left, mental collapse. It's forbidden in tournaments. Forget it. I'll just surrender. But suddenly a terrifying force lashed out at her. Jong Lan froze in horror. What? The great abyssal pollution has arrived. Wait. What is happening? Why are his negative emotions expanding like that? Before her eyes, a colossal razor-sharp claw tore through the void. She screamed, terror consuming her. No, stay back! Don't come over here! Suddenly the beast's massive claw snatched Jong Lan. Terror filled her eyes, but she roared, I'll take you down with me. But the claw crushed her body and shattered her mind with a devastating psychic attack. Agony consumed her as tears streamed down her face. Then through the blur of pain, a silhouette appeared. It was Director Wang. Panic filled the old man's voice. Xuanming, are you all right? Wake up, kid. He rushed to support Zhong Yuan. Fighting a splitting headache, the boy groaned and rubbed his temples. I'm okay, Zhong Yuan realized with a jolt. Was this the nightmare she lived through? They turned their gaze to the unconscious girl lying on the hospital bed. The memories flooded back. That same monstrous claw that killed him and Jong Lan in his past life had returned here. Was she left with nothing but terror and rage? Her mind was shattered, leaving her in a vegetative state, hovering between life and death. But wait, my shadow world energy still lingers inside her. I can use it to forge a mental link and enter her consciousness. He extended his hand. Dark swirling aura flowed from his fingertips, seeping into Jong Lan's mind. He manifested inside her spiritual world. It was a barren wasteland. Only his dark energy was keeping her soul from fading into the void. If I don't act now, she'll die the moment my power runs out. His voice echoed through the empty dimension. Jong Lan, I witnessed your battle. Tell me one thing. If you face that beast again, will you fight to the bitter end? His gaze sharpened. From the abyss, a faint voice answered. I will. The shadows swirled around Zhong Yuan violently. He clenched his fist, gathering the darkness. Jong Lan, I was wrong before. You are not broken. You are a true warrior. The scattered shadows obeyed his command. They coalesced, reforming into a familiar spirit shape. Let us fight for humanity together. Moments later, Zhong Yuan stepped out of the ward. Someone was already waiting for him. Did you check her condition? Director Wang asked anxiously. She is fully cured, Zhong Yuan replied calmly. The director gasped. Cured. Inside, Jong Lan sat up. Sir, I'm fine now. He couldn't believe his ears. What? She smiled faintly. I just overused my spiritual power. It was mere exhaustion, nothing more. The previous diagnosis was wrong. An expert from the bureau healed me, and Zhong Yuan did nothing inappropriate. Do not frame him. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge. What's taking Zhong Yuan so long in the bathroom? Did he activate a coward skill and flee? The gatekeeper didn't see him leave. The matches are over. Let's just go home. Why bother waiting? They stared at the ID card on the table. He called that Boss Chi guy earlier. Like some protagonist from a leveling manhwa. But without a satellite phone, how did he make a call from inside the dungeon? He was probably just bluffing to scare us. Suddenly the door swung open. Zhang Buyu walked in, hands in pockets. You boys really outdid yourselves this time. His aura was terrifying. Young Marshal, why are you here? He scowled. Why can't I be? You colluded with outsiders and obstructed a classified 9 Realms mission that is treason. The blood drained from their faces. They dropped to their knees, wailing in panic. We didn't know we're innocent. We are loyal to the nation. Zhong Yuan faked that ID. You can't trust him, sir. Look at the photo. Is that him? Zhang glared. He just put on some light makeup. Are you blind? If you doubted it, why didn't you scan the chip? The network here works fine, you idiots. Young Marshal, we serve General Zhang. Are you really going to destroy us? We were promoted by your father. You're slapping your own father's face. Zhang chuckled coldly. Oh, abandoning the law to talk about feelings now. Fine. I'll give you one chance. Beg Zhong Yuan for forgiveness. Your fate is in his hands. Instructor Gu blocked their path in the hallway. What do you want? My students are resting. Instructor Gu, we need to see Zhong Yuan. Gu frowned. You interrogated him for hours. He finally got some sleep and you want to harass him again? They sweated nervously. No, we came to apologize. For what? Gu asked. If it's trivial, just tell me. It's complicated. Please just let us see him. We can't explain it here. He dropped something. We're returning it. Hand it over. I'll pass it to him. But they refused to budge. No. We must do it personally. Suddenly, the big guy bear-hugged Gu. I've got him. Go run upstairs. You dare force your way in, Gu roared. As they sprinted past, he flicked his finger. Skill. Activated friction. Nullification. Suddenly, gravity took over. Their pants slid right off their legs. It was a comedy of errors as they tripped and fell, kneeling before him in their underwear. Gu smirked. Go on, run upstairs if you can. They cried out in shame. Instructor Gu, please have mercy. Give us a break so we can face you later. Gu's eyes twitched. Face me later. Hell no, I don't swing that way. Watching the chaos from the shadows, a figure emerged. A heavy boot slammed down next to Zhong Yuan's ID card. It had tumbled from their pockets. I gave you a chance. The voice was cold, but you chose to throw it away. It was Zhang Buyu. As he retrieved the card, the air grew heavy. Suddenly, knock-knock. A sound that echoed like a death knell. Zhong Yuan threw open the door, revealing Zhang Buyu. The visitor's eyes narrowed immediately. Young Master Yuan, your complexion is dreadful. Zhong Yuan waved it off. Just the aftershocks of manifested negativity. A little rest is all I need. Without hesitation, Zhang Buyu activated his signature ability, Rational Connection. Instantly, a soothing, gentle aura enveloped Zhong Yuan, washing over him like a warm tide. Zhong Yuan managed a weak smile. Can you dial it down a notch? Zhang Buyu nodded. Consider it a mild dosage. Your translation skill doubles as a tranquilizer, Zhong Yuan asked. Depends on the situation. Zhang Buyu replied, stepping into the room to explain further. When rational connection is safely engaged, our thought process is synchronized to a certain degree. As long as I remain calm, I can project that tranquility directly into your mind to stabilize you. Curiosity piqued, Zhong Yuan asked. To what extent do we synchronize? Zhang Buyu sank into a chair. Nothing as terrifying as your Mo Seller skill. I can't force a dog person to suddenly worship cats like you do. Zhong Yuan scoffed. You say that, but you seem completely immune to my charm. It's like it doesn't even exist to you. Zhang Buyu's eyes glinted with interest. Your Mo Seller ability. The file report is definitely faked, isn't it? I shared the secrets of my rational connection. It's only fair you spill the beans on yours. Zhong Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, his expression turning serious. You're right. The rank in my file is a lie. My Mo Seller is actually an awakened variant. Once someone is hit under specific conditions, their cognition is permanently rewritten. They don't just find me cute, they bow to me as their king and offer absolute submission. Zhang Buyu gasped. The legendary charm lock curse. Zhong Yuan panicked slightly. Hey, don't joke about that. It's dangerous. I'm serious, Zhang Buyu insisted. That power is permanent. Imagine some poor fool gets hit, spends his life trying to please you, and ends up dying a wrongful death just to make you smile. That would be ideal. Zhang Buyu said, his voice terrifyingly deadpan. Zhong Yuan shivered. Young Master Zhang, your murderous intent is leaking through the rational connection. As the saying goes, where you sit determines how you think. And right now, my seat is firmly on the side of humanity. Naturally, I hope every non-human entity in this awakening Manhwa world falls under your spell and obeys your every command. Zhang Buyu's smile turned sinister. But if the tables were turned, if humans were deceived by some alien's charm, giving up their dignity and tax money to ensure the enemy's happiness, his expression suddenly shifted to a cheerful grin, though the threat remained. If I didn't slice them apart, I wouldn't be a man. If I can't take their heads, I'll at least slice off their asses. Zhong Yuan was left speechless. He scooted backward on the bed, looking terrified. Young Master Zhang, did I do something to offend you? Zhang Buyu blinked, confused by the reaction. Huh. I was just talking about those cute bear monsters. Why are you retreating? Your smile was way too friendly while you stared at my lower half, Zhong Yuan cried. Zhang Buyu suddenly produced several items. Ah, almost forgot the main event. I'm here to return your confiscations. Zhong Yuan snatched a chocolate bar but pushed a black card back. He turned away coolly. I'll take the snacks. You can keep that piece of trash. Zhang Buyu stood there completely dumbfounded by the rejection. Moments later, they were seated again. Zhang Buyu held up the card. Young Master Yuan, listen. This grants you supreme command authority over any military district. You can't just call it trash. Zhong Yuan eyed it suspiciously, refusing to touch it. So, it's hazardous waste then? Zhang Buyu sighed, exasperated. This uses the nation's highest-level chip technology. It works on almost every reader in existence. You can even use it to buy groceries. Zhong Yuan's eyes lit up. It has that kind of function. Let me try. The scene shifted abruptly to the group of men from earlier, now sweating bullets and begging for their lives. Director Gu, we're begging you, please show mercy. The men were beaten black and blue, piled on top of each other like a human tower of misery. A thunderous shout echoed, "Twee treacherous snakes! If you hadn't tried to run 3 times, I might have actually believed you." Nearby, Zhang Buyu and Zhong Yuan watched the spectacle. Zhong Yuan covered his eyes, shaking his head. These old folks really know how to play rough. Zhang Buyu grabbed his wrist, grinning. Come on, let's ignore those old fogies. Suddenly, the beaten men spotted Zhong Yuan, their eyes shining with desperate hope. They scrambled toward Zhong Yuan like starving ghouls. Young Master Zhong, we were wrong, we messed up. Please raise your hand and spare us. Zhong Yuan looked at his companion in confusion. Young Master Zhang, did you orchestrate this? Zhang Buyu flashed a demonic smile. These idiots obstructed your mission. Whether we charge them with treason or just fire them, it's entirely up to you. Zhong Yuan broke into a cold sweat. Well, it's not that serious. He began to analyze the situation. Their attitude stunk, but the Blue Spear incident wasn't malicious obstruction. The main issue was Chishu leaking photos. Besides, the University League needs someone to run it. A small punishment to teach them a lesson should suffice. Zhang Buyu shrugged. Fine by me. We'll skip the criminal charges. The men bowed frantically. Thank you, Mr. Zhong, for your immense generosity. Thank you, young Marshal. Suddenly, imaginary devil horns sprouted from Zhang Buyu's head. His voice dropped an octave. You will compensate for all financial losses from this mission. That's not too much to ask, is it? The men wept openly. Not at all totally fair. Good. Go to the Ability Bureau and pick up your penalty tickets. You're paying for the economic damages and the security breach. Understood, they chorused. Zhong Yuan took this moment to test the black card on a scanner. Beep deduction successful. Zhang Buyu's jaw hit the floor. It scanned the legends are actually true. Zhong Yuan bent down to retrieve a soda can, unimpressed. Wait, even you didn't know if it worked? Zhong Yuan asked. Zhang Buyu stammered, I heard you can use it at the Awakener Mall with no limit. You have to test it. Zhong Yuan pulled out his phone, scrolling carelessly. I've looked through the Awakener Mall before. There's honestly nothing worth buying. Zhang Buyu snatched the phone from his hands. His fingers flew across the screen in a frenzy of excitement before shoving it back. Behold, the limited edition Amphibious Snow Guardian. Massive horsepower ice-breaking capabilities, and it comes with a fully furnished luxury villa with a garden, perfect for a handsome guy like you. Beep, deduction, successful. Zhong Yun's face drained of all color, pure horror etched into his features. He roared, What is this? Snatching his gear back, he furrowed his brows at the extravagant display. Young Master Jiang, I have no passport and no residency in Guangyuan City. You are being recklessly wasteful. Zhang Buyu, still cradling his cheek in blissful delight, countered. The 9 ruins budget is double that of the major military zones. If you don't guard this card with your life, I'll just continue my tyrannical spending spree. Zhong Yuan quickly retorted. Fine, can I at least accept this hazardous waste? Moments later, Zhang Buyu turned away, waving a dismissive hand high in the air. Everyone dismissed. The organizers still had a mountain of chaos to clear up. Zhong Yuan stood in his wake, a shadow of guilt crossing his face as he called out, Young Master Zhang, I apologize. I was wrong to use the selling cuteness skill on you. I swear I will never appear before you in my cat form again. Please exercise some restraint. Don't fire the entire organizing committee just to vent anger on my behalf. I truly do not mind such trivial grievances. Zhang Buyu's fist clenched tight, his expression darkening into a terrifying gloom. And what if the victim today had been weak? If it were you, you wouldn't have tolerated it. My punishment was my own sovereign will, completely uninfluenced by your little charm skills. Zhong Yuan could only watch his retreating back with a contemplative gaze. As the moon climbed high into the night sky, a looming skyscraper pierced the clouds, and even from the outside the roar of rage was audible. Damn it all, how was this entire trash squad captured alive? And Peng Bu, he used instant death, but didn't die from exhaustion. Instead, he underwent rejuvenation. What kind of sorcery is this? Ye Zhen turned to the girl beside him, his voice ice-cold. It doesn't matter. Kill him yourself. Retrieving the instant death ruin crystal in his corpse yields the same result. Su Wanyinger, her face masked with hesitation, asked, Ye Zhen, you wiped our tracks with such precision earlier. Did you predict from the start that this operation would end in failure? Or perhaps, was this entire disaster orchestrated by you on purpose? Ye Zhen averted his gaze, his voice calm. You overthink things. We failed simply because we had the misfortune of running into Zhang Buyu. His combat strength is mediocre, but his title as the child of destiny of the Hua nation is no empty boast. The scene then shifts back to the tournament arena. At the arena, MC Cheng Yun and Cui Shengxi launched into their announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, the schedule has advanced to the second round of the team battles. The drawing of lots begins anew. First to the stage for the draw is our celebrity contestant, the famous Black Cat. Breaking news. Captain Feng Qing is disqualified from this match due to a red card penalty in the previous round. However, the committee has lifted the ban on the Black Cat. The draw results are coming in now. Feng Qing's team will be facing... It's none other than Su Wanying's squad from Shangjing University. Talk about enemies crossing paths on a narrow road. Su Wanying buried his face in his hands, helplessly briefing his teammates. Get ready. We lost the last round. This time we must fight with everything we have. His teammates responded with a kaleidoscope of bizarre expressions. On Zhong Yuan's side, he cradled the cat and strategized. We have no healer today. Who's going to tank the damage, Xie Yihan? You switch positions with the cat. Hearing this, Xie Yihan let out a horrified shriek. Ah! Zhong Yuan ignored him and continued. If the situation goes south, Chen Shu, use your transfer skill to redirect all attacks onto the cat. Chen Shu broke into a cold sweat. The cat is so adorable. Do you really have the heart to do that? Feng Qing pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, a calculated glint in his eyes. Su Wanying is a supreme cat slave. The mere presence of the black cat makes it the ultimate shield, offering absolute defense and counterattack potential. Zhong Yuan nodded. With Feng Qing absent, taking them down will require more time. Xie Yihan, Chen Shu, utilize the cat wisely to keep yourselves alive. Leave the slaughter to me. The two teams, 7 humans and 1 cat, stood face to face in the arena. The MC's voice boomed. The teams have taken the field. Let the pre-match exchange begin. A player on the opposing team spotted the black cat perched arrogantly on Zhong Yuan's shoulder and trembled with rage. It's actually on the field. How sinister. How are we supposed to attack a cat? But perhaps this is my chance. He immediately extended a hand toward the creature, a scheming grin plastering his face. Greetings, contestant Black Cat. Friendship first, competition second. But Zhong Yuan swiftly shielded the cat. He analyzed rapidly. This guy is a commander type with synergy skills. A handshake could trigger a debuff. He replied smoothly, My cat is terrified of strangers. Keep your hands to yourself. The guy retreated, weeping dramatically at the rejection. Meanwhile, a female opponent watched with dark intent. They humiliated me last time. Today, I will make them pay in blood. Her expression twisted into a sinister sneer. Calculations show that only Zhong Yuan has combat capability. The rest are utter trash. I just need to open with 7 emotions to seal Zhong Yuan's 5 senses. For those unfamiliar with this awakening Manhwa ability, it causes the target to instantly lose all 5 senses for 3 minutes. She continued her vicious train of thought. They have no healer. The momentum will belong entirely to us. Losing all 5 senses means being severed from reality itself. The victim can't even determine if they are alive or dead. Until now, aside from Jiang Buyu, no one has maintained their sanity after being hit by 7 emotions. As she thought this, her hand moved, weaving a surge of spiritual energy. With both teams in position, the referee shouted, "Contestants ready, match start." Instantly, the girl thrust her hand forward, unleashing the 7 emotions technique she had pre-charged. Zhong Yuan and the black cat froze in place. Panic surged through him. What is happening? I've been hit. My courage passive didn't trigger. It's not mind control. Both the cat and I are trapped. He realized the target of this ability wasn't the body but the spirit. He felt himself sinking into an abyss of absolute darkness, this deadly silence, devoid of time and space. It feels exactly like that moment I nearly died, my spirit trapped within the golden coffin. Zhong Yuan's breathing became ragged, but he forced his will to stabilize, fighting for composure. Not good. The negative corruption from absorbing the ruined crystal is flaring up right now. He instinctively threw his body backward, narrowly evading the invisible waves of spiritual force attacking him. Suddenly, a massive claw manifested, slashing toward Zhong Yuan. Meanwhile, the scheming girl was screaming orders at her teammates. Su Wanying, attack him now. Su Wanying stood with his fist raised, but his entire body trembled as he faced the black cat held out by Chen Shu. The girl screamed in fury. What kind of illness is acting up now? Fight. The burly teammate leaped forward, fist cocked, gritting his teeth. I'll control the cat, you guys take down Zhong Yuan. Chen Shu, clutching the cat, looked on in horror. But on the other side, Zhong Yuan's eyes snapped open with clarity. Killing intent. This isn't an illusion. Someone is actually trying to kill me. Zhong Yuan extended his hand, his other fist clenching tight as it became encased in a layer of bone-chilling frost. With a sudden violent sweep of his arm, razor-sharp icicles launched toward his opponent. The sinister girl shrieked in terror, unable to believe the nightmare unfolding before her eyes. He's lost all connection to reality, yet he's still counterattacking. The ice shards rained down like a blizzard, striking friend and foe alike without mercy. Even Chen Shu, clutching his cat tightly, felt the rising panic. What the hell is this? The scattered shards began to fuse together, forming massive jagged glaciers that threatened to impale them all. It wasn't over. The ice continued to spread, blanketing the entire arena in a deadly frost. Su Wanying screamed in sheer terror as he scrambled for his life. Zhong Yuan has gone completely berserk. My team surrenders. Get a medic now. The referee hastily declared Feng Qing's team the winner, then flashed a yellow card bellowing, Zhong Yuan, cease fire immediately or face a penalty. But in an instant, the yellow card in his hand crystallized into ice. Even the water inside his flask froze solid in a heartbeat. Commentator Cheng Yun's voice trembled with anxiety. The match is over, but he's not stopping. Wait. Why did the screens go dark? Kui Shengxi looked up in dread. The temperature has plummeted too far. The freezing aura has destroyed all the electronic equipment. A squad of black-clad agents rushed the field, screaming orders. We have to suppress Zhong Yuan now, or this entire stadium will be destroyed. Get the S-class healers. If they stay frozen any longer, they're dead. Someone from Cheng Yunqiao is in the stands. I'll sync with her. Up in the stands, Su Wanying was channeling support as the deadly ice spikes shot toward her. Shang Guanyi frowned, stepping in to block the attack. Attacking a lady? How rude. Su Wanying sighed helplessly. He's targeting my support link. A figure in black dashed away, cursing under his breath. Damn it, healing wind, activate. Feng Qing adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharp as he analyzed the battlefield. Zhong Yuan's eternal ice domain feels different today. Jong Lan watched with bated breath. The domain had turned the arena into a frozen wasteland. Feng Qing stood up abruptly. Stay here and don't move. I need to handle this myself. He thought to himself, thank God I took a hit from his domain back at Mount Zammon. My body has evolved resistance to this absolute zero cold. It was a classic moment for a leveling manhwa protagonist's growth. Inside Zhong Yuan's subconscious, a nightmare played out. His loved ones lay in agony, including his precious little sister. Rage erupted from his very soul like a volcano. You bastard, show yourself, I'll kill you. He spun around, frantically hunting for the shadow. Stop hiding. Come out and face your death. His fury burned hotter than fire. You murdered my sister. I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces. I'll grind your bones to dust. Suddenly, a colossal claw descended from the void, dripping with terrifying dark energy. Facing this overwhelming power, his voice turned chillingly calm. So, you've finally shown yourself. Back in reality, Feng Qing was pouring his mana into a rejuvenation spell, trying to reach Zhong Yuan deep within the illusion. The giant claw in the mindscape began to dissolve. In the arena, Zhong Yuan stood motionless. Feng Qing stepped through the ice, pressing 2 fingers against Zhong Yuan's forehead to channel the cure. Feng Qing's voice was gentle but firm. Wake up. There are no enemies here. Only your friends. Zhong Yuan's eyes snapped open. He blinked in shock. Was that all just a hallucination? That's right. I was hit by a mental attack during the fight. The negative energy from the Abyss Star took advantage of the opening to invade my mind. This was a dangerous turn for an awakening Manhwa. Luckily, my subconscious defense triggered the Eternal Ice Domain. I need to cast Life Authority to heal everyone and play it cool. He stood amidst the glaciers facing Feng Qing with victims still frozen around them. Understanding the situation, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Whoosh. As his legs gave out, Feng Qing was there in a flash to catch him. Exhausted, Zhong Yuan whispered, "Thanks, my friend." Feng Qing grinned. "Hey, strike when the road is rough, that's my motto." Zhong Yuan gave him a deadpan look. "Isn't that lyric from an ancient folk song?" Feng Qing struck a dramatic pose. "Sigh, my mom forced me to listen to it." He draped his arm around Zhong Yuan's shoulder, humming the tune loudly. "Yi ya yi er yo!" Zhong Yuan groaned. Okay. 2 lines is enough." The opposing team finally thawed out, gasped for air. I'm alive." Zhong Yuan regained consciousness and canceled the freeze, but Chen Shu, clutching his black cat, let out a heart-wrenching wail. "Oh no, the cat. It's cold." A teammate touched the fur and shook his head solemnly. "Stiff as a board. It's hopeless." Su Wenying screamed to the heavens, "Black cat!" Moments later, a grand solemn funeral was held. Here lies the noble spirit of Black Cat resting for eternity. A portrait of the cat sat on the altar next to a small coffin flanked by a burning incense burner and a massive memorial wreath. Everyone wept openly. "Boo-hoo, kitty. I hope there are no ability users in heaven." A girl comforted her senior. "Please hold back your grief. The dead cannot return." Even Su Yan lowered his head in deep sorrow. Alas, he has finally returned to the planet of cats. Feng Qing and Zhong Yuan watched from the sidelines. Feng Qing whispered, "Is this the funeral you always dreamed of? Look how much they love that cat. Why do they look like they don't want to live anymore?" Zhong Yuan looked up, eyes glistening with faux tears, staying silent before turning to walk away. Feng Qing caught up and asked, "Do you remember the specific effects of the cuteness overload skill?" Feng Qing recalled, "Increases charm, wipes out hostility." Zhong Yuan nodded. "Correct. The charm buff is permanent. Even without activation, it works passively. But when activated, the effect becomes exponentially stronger. The cat's cuteness is too potent. The passive alone makes people lose their minds. If I actively use it, I could turn even a cat hater into a devoted cat slave." Feng Qing tilted his head, confused. "So what's the problem?" Zhong Yuan sighed. "I met a guy yesterday. He was terrified the cat would charm the masses and bring ruin to the nation. He wanted to dispose of it." Feng Qing frowned instantly. Who the hell? What kind of heartless monster would do that?" Zhong Yuan answered flatly. "The commander of South China, Jiang Buyu, Trekt, Yaum." Feng Qing paused, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Bwahaha, that guy, he's been single since birth by pure skill." Zhong Yuan stared at him blankly. Feng Qing wiped a tear. "He sees something cute and his first instinct is to kill it. He really is the natural enemy of all women." Zhong Yuan began to dance and hum a carefree tune. The little commander was descending the mountain to hunt monsters. The old commander had given him a mission warning him that the black cat below was actually a tiger in disguise and to avoid it at all costs. Zhong Yuan couldn't hold back his laughter, spurting out a noise so hard he teared up. Feng Qing leaned into his ear and whispered, Yuan, don't listen to his nonsense. Acting cute is a high-level ability, only a brain-dead fool wouldn't use it." Zhong Yuan, still stifling a laugh, just uttered a confused, "Oh." Feng Qing cheerfully continued, "Charisma, to put it bluntly, is the power to be loved by everyone. If you want to be loved by those who value beauty, you must become beautiful. If you want to be loved by those who value wealth, you must become rich. If you want to be loved by the virtuous, you must become kind. If you want to be loved by those who respect strength, you must become powerful. You are simply using the acting cute control skill to manipulate the emotional satisfaction of others. Essentially, this is no different from physical charm." Zhong Yuan still looked hesitant. "But isn't that a bit casual?" Feng Qing immediately explained with a philosopher's tone. "Acting cute itself has no concept of good or evil. It all depends on the user, doesn't it? Your sister is also watching the tournament livestream. Why don't you test if she actually hates your cat?" Suddenly, realization struck Zhong Yuan like a bolt of lightning. A gentle voice drifted from the phone. "Brother, I already told you it's fine to keep the cat. As long as raising it makes you happy, then you should do it. Seeing you do what you love is all I need. Hearing his sister's words, Zhong Yuan stood there in stunned silence for a long moment. Slowly, a smile of pure, unadulterated happiness bloomed on his face. Jong Lan winked playfully through the screen. Of course, if raising it brings you pain and suffering, then steamed or deep-fried is also fine by me. Hearing that Zhong Yuan looked like he was about to collapse, Feng Qing, who had been eavesdropping, pursed his lips to hold back a laugh. Unable to resist, he leaned into the frame. Ah, little Zhong Lan, don't you find the black cat cute at all? From the other side, the little girl defended her stance. Cute is cute, I guess. But my brother, who clearly loves cats but worries I might hate them. He is the #1 super cutie in the universe. As she spoke, she gave a super cute wink. Zhong Yuan, praised by his precious sister, covered his face and squealed with joy. Jong Lan said, I'm cute, hehe, I'm cute. Then out of nowhere, he pulled out 2 cat paw gloves, dancing around and meowing. Meow, meow. Witnessing this scene, cold sweat poured down Feng Qing's face. Zhong Yuan stopped that I'm scared. But Zhong Yuan, high on happiness, advanced toward him and physically forced the corners of Feng Qing's mouth into a smile. Come on, if you have cuteness and don't sell it, your brain is waterlogged. Feng Qing could only stand there helplessly cursing internally in a stream of censored profanity. How ridiculous. Are you seriously holding a funeral for that cat? Suddenly a mocking laugh cut through the air, forcing the two to snap back to serious mode and turn around. Another voice chimed in with arrogance. This hotel has been fully booked by our Cheng Yunqiao. If you don't like it, then get lost. Yingxing appeared with his lackeys looking down on them with a sneer. People die every day in this world. With so many heroes falling, you waste your tears on a cat. What a joke for a manhwa recap-worthy moment. As expected of the trash among the trash, I'm impressed. Su Wanying shouted back, her voice sharp. Your mouth is full of righteousness and morality, but you ignore the suffering right next to you. That is what I call heartless and unrighteous, he replied with a despicable expression. The eldest miss of the North Star Group, the heaven's favored daughter with the ultimate wish. Hanging out with this trash will lower your market value. Su Wanying refused to back down, pointing a finger straight at his face. I am not a commodity, stop talking about price tags with me. Yingxing let out a cold snort. Humph. I heard you were abandoned by Zhong Yuan at Cheng Yunqiao, and now you're here holding a funeral for his cat. Truly, this is the behavior of a supreme simp. It really opens my eyes. Another female student stepped up to retort. She wants to pursue Zhong Yuan, and naturally Feng Qing deals with her rivals. What the hell does that have to do with you? The student beside her quickly tried to hush her. Yingxing turned around in shock. What, so Feng Qing is Su Wanying's real boyfriend? This is chaos. Zhong Yuan, having watched the drama unfold, finally asked, Who is this guy? Feng Qing checked his phone while replying. Looking at the uniform, he's probably from Central South Academy. Let me look him up. A profile popped up on the screen. Yingxing, son of Yang Zongsheng, deputy commander of the Central Military District. He gained attention for absorbing a flight ability in this leveling manhwa world. He probably wanted to use the tournament to get famous, but he was unintentionally overshadowed by you. Now he's just here to vent his impotent rage and cause trouble. Zhong Yuan turned to look at Yingxing and spoke to his friend. He's practically shoving his face into my fist. It's only reasonable that I satisfy his wish to be beaten, right? Feng Qing, whose hands had been itching for a fight, cracked his knuckles with a delighted smile. Completely reasonable and justified. Zhong Yuan said, Go ahead, it's your turn to perform. Feng Qing stepped in front of the group and spoke with overwhelming arrogance. Yo, where did this brat come from? Seeing us hold a funeral. Are you jealous and want to jump into the coffin to replace the dead? Yingxing, still not recognizing him, asked in annoyance. And which bulb of garlic are you? Feng Qing gestured dramatically toward the corpse of the black cat and introduced himself loudly. I am the guardian of the Xuanming cat. I am Feng Qing. I walk beneath the line of light and shadow, holding the authority of life and death. I am not an existence that you can casually blaspheme. Yingxing, furious, kicked the altar table over and shouted, Are you crazy? Feng Qing covered half his face with one hand, extending the other in a battle pose, his voice ice cold. Today was meant to be the day my master rests in peace. But you foolishly destroyed his spiritual hall, denying him his rest. He shall rise from the abyss of death and hunt you to the ends of the earth. Yingxing roared in anger. Do you take me for a fool? Suddenly the black cat opened its eyes. Are you not a fool? The beast leaped into the air, launching a ferocious attack at Yingxing. The antagonist panicked. Without hesitation, the black cat delivered a slap so powerful it sent him flying backward, coughing up blood. Yingxing's body slammed into the wall with a sickening thud. His lackeys screamed in panic. Young Master Ying, heal him quickly. Everyone who was mourning just moments ago now cheered in wild joy. It's alive. The cat revived. Feng Qing's power is limitless. This is a miracle of a system, Manhwa. Even Guyan rushed in, gasping in shock. There was no heartbeat. How is it alive? Yingsheng, still being treated by his minions, stubbornly continued to bark. Feng Qing, you raised an alien beast without permission and assaulted a human. You deserve to die 10,000 times. I knew your results in hunting the star beasts were shady. You people are colluding with alien races to commit evil. Luckily, Principal Bai discovered it early and exterminated that two-headed eagle king you were conspiring with. The Eagle Saint couldn't hide the twisted joy in his eyes, believing he finally held the winning card against Feng Qing's group in this Manhwa recap. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan stepped forward, his expression colder than absolute zero. He stared down like a descending asura, his voice dropping to a terrifying growl. What did you just say? Say it again. The Eagle Saint, despite his injuries, spat back with arrogant defiance. Hit a nerve, did I? You are panicking because I spoke the truth. You are human, yet your heart beats for the alien races. You show mercy to filth, but bare your fangs at your own kind. You raise that beast cat for your own selfish gain while injuring me. What a hero you are. Zhong Yuan cut through the noise with chilling logic. If you can still spew this garbage, it proves the two-headed Eagle King didn't breach the dimension to attack humanity, did it? Two lackeys struggled to help the Eagle Saint to his feet, but his face remained twisted in blinding arrogance. I don't know what dirty deal you made with that stupid bird, but it reeks of corruption. Why else hide the combat report? Zhong Yuan's silence was louder than any scream. Behind him, Feng Qing panic-sweated. It is over. If Zhong Yuan snaps now, he won't just beat him, he will end him. I have to intervene, Akar. Bam! Feng Qing launched a heavy kick, sending the Eagle Saint flying out the door. I am too lazy to waste breath on trash like you. Get lost. Shh! You are scared. The Eagle Saint's mockery echoed until Feng Qing slammed the door shut. Harassing competitors with malicious intent, I am reporting you to the committee. He turned to his best friend, worry clouding his gaze. Zhong Yuan's aura is unstable today, and now this clown shows up. I swear if I get the chance, I will crush that guy myself. Zhong Yuan see, Feng Qing started gently trying to diffuse the killing intent. Your intentions toward the Eagle King weren't wrong. Beasts are just Feng Qing. Zhong Yuan's voice was devoid of warmth. The essence of selling cuteness isn't kindness. It is absolute enslavement. At least that is the bond between me and the Eagle King. He turned away, dismissing the topic. I froze the arena solid. Repairs won't finish until tomorrow. Go back and rest. Feng Qing watched him go, words dying in his throat. Meanwhile, in the high command meeting room, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. A stern voice cut through the silence. With Zhong Yuan's current power, this tournament is meaningless. Using a strategic class ability against students, it is completely unfair for a leveling Manhwa setting. And Guanfeng replied calmly, I agree he doesn't need to compete. But your definition of fairness needs a serious update. The official slammed the table. And Guanfeng, what are you implying? Another elder quickly stepped in to mediate. Stop arguing, just give the kid a champion tier reward and be done with it. Finally, Commander Jiang Buyu spoke up. Zhong Yuan is indeed a monster, but that is no reason to strip him of his right to fight. The opposing official retorted, the University League is for students to showcase skill. Zhong Yuan's existence destroys the ecosystem of the competition. Jiang's eyes narrowed. Competition has winners and losers. That is the nature of the world. Victors deserve respect. But those who fall behind yet still sprint toward the finish line despite the gap, and the spectators who watch them without mockery, they are the true future pillars of the Hua nation. Another elder sighed. Fine, let him participate. But his strategic class ability is too dangerous for a sport arena. A bald official nodded. Ban the skill. That balances the scales. A sharp voice countered from the back. On the void battlefield, the beasts typical of a system Manhwa won't kindly ban their strategic abilities for us. And Guanfeng smiled, looking toward the head of the table. The organizer this year is South China. The final decision belongs to Commander Jiang. Whispers erupted. Jiang's seniority is too shallow. And Guanfeng didn't hesitate. But his battle merits dwarf yours. That single sentence silenced the room instantly. The critics choked on their words. Jiang Buyu, who had been staring daggers at them, finally frowned. My decision stands. Maintain the status quo. No restrictions. As the meeting adjourned, Jiang looked down at his desk with a tragic expression. The meeting took too long. My noodles are all soggy. Just as he lifted the fork, a familiar meow echoed. Poof. Zhong Yuan transformed from a cat into his human form, by the window grinning. Commander of the South, is that really your dinner? Jiang sighed, looking defeated. It is the holidays. The cafeteria staff is off and delivery drones are banned in the military zone. Can't you just go out to eat? Zhong Yuan asked, tilting his head. Jiang slurped a forkful of mushy noodles. The spirit snakes in the Luofu mountain dimension are out of control. They are devouring the simulation environment. The maintenance fees last year hit an astronomical figure. I was supposed to finish this budget report yesterday, but the tournament drama delayed me. I can't put it off any longer. He looked up at the young prodigy. So, young Master Zhong, did you run all the way to my office just to cover my shift? I need a favor, Zhong Yuan replied quickly. Help me and I will take your shift. Zhong's interest piqued. Speak. Zhong Yuan's face turned deadly serious. I need my cat identity to die today. It needs to fade from the public eye completely. But there is someone forcing me to abandon my humanity. I don't want to kill him. I just want to beat him into a pulp. Can you rig the electronic bracket for the University League? Zhong rested his chin on his hand, a sly glint in his eye. Consider it done. But I don't need a shift cover. I want something else. What? Invite me to your house for dinner tomorrow night. Later, Zhong Yuan hopped back through his dormitory window. Feng Qing looked up from his newspaper. You are back. Zhong Yuan dusted himself off. You didn't remind me to knock. You really are stressed out. Feng Qing turned the page, hiding his expression. I was afraid the Eagle King incident made you hate humanity enough to switch sides. Zhong Yuan pulled out a chair. I actually thought about it. But wasn't the one who couldn't forget the Eagle King actually you? Feng Qing was left speechless. Zhong Yuan sat down, his gaze lowering with rare vulnerability. I admit it, I really did like that two-headed eagle. I once held on to such naive ideals, but the harsh reality has finally opened my eyes. The bond we share with our own kind versus the beasts operates on entirely different laws. Jong Lan and I can share tender moments, willing to sacrifice everything, even our lives, for one another. Between us, there exists a bond of absolute, unshakable equality. But when it comes to the alien races, I can consume their flesh without a second thought, bask in their forced submission, pet a two-headed eagle like a dog, and crush their kin beneath my heel like roaches. Yet if a beast dares to harm a human, we label them monsters, branding them with sins worthy of extinction. To me, that double standard is nothing short of a living hell. Zhong Yuan gazed out the window, his voice heavy with truth. Human nature isn't built on equality, it is built on selfishness. Even I struggle to let go of the privileges this unfair world grants me. So how can I demand others to restrain their desires for the greater good? Outside, the sky has turned dark. Do the stars shine down to guide us, or to highlight the chaos of the human world? Hearing this, Feng Qing remained silent, his expression deep in thought. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on his head, offering a silent comfort amidst the heavy atmosphere. Zhong Yuan stood beside him, a bright smile returning to his face. But look at us now. We have rights. We have equality. It was won by those who refused to be slaves, those who rose up with hammers and sickles to forge a new destiny. The Eagle King could never be human, but you have that choice. The scene shifts instantly to the roaring atmosphere of the arena. Tension crackled in the air as the two teams faced off, the referee standing between them like a fragile barrier. The booming voice of MC Cheng Yun echoed through the stadium. Next up, the ultimate showdown between Feng Qing's squad from Cheng Yunqiao and the Yingsheng team from Central South Academy. Cheng Yunqiao is still holding back their ace Zhang Yi. Are they saving her as a secret weapon for the final moments of this Manhwa recap? The arrogance on Yingsheng's face was unmistakable as he sneered. Feng Qing, today I end your winning streak. You're nothing but a stepping stone for my rise to glory. Feng Qing adjusted his glasses, his expression completely bored. Just fight already. I don't have the energy to argue with an idiot. The taunt only fueled Yingsheng's ego. Ha, you talk a big game. Let's see if your skills are as sharp as your tongue. A flame ignited in his palm, radiating a dangerous aura as he boasted. I'll let you in on a secret. I've absorbed the hidden royal trait from the core of the two-headed Eagle King. In this awakening Manhwa, I am the predator. This power is classified as strategic level. Against this kind of might, you lot don't stand a ghost of a chance. A chance, let's see about that. Feng Qing wiped a bead of sweat, his mind racing. If the blade doesn't work, I'll use the knife. If that fails, I'll just secure a life and wait for the crystallization. The referee looked helpless. The smell of gunpowder was already heavy in the air. Resigned, he raised his hand between the two squads to signal the start. Cut the chatter. Both sides get into position. The match begins now. The moment the words left his lips, Yingsheng launched into the air, using skywall majestic wings forged from spiritual energy materialized on his back. MC Cheng Yun screamed, and they're off. Yingsheng takes immediate air superiority. Hui Shengxi added his expert analysis. As everyone knows, the Collegiate League strictly forbids lethal strikes. Victory can only be achieved in 3 ways. Crowd control or knockout for over 30 seconds, rendering the opponent unable to fight or knocking them out of the ring. The commentators went back and forth excitedly. Yingsheng's weapon is a custom-designed bow from the Central China Monitoring Bureau. Combined with his shield break ability, his long-range damage is devastating. And don't forget the support from his teammates' lock-on ability. Yingsheng is a nightmare in the sky. In the last 2 matches, he dominated with absolute air-to-ground suppression. It was a total massacre. High above, Yingsheng conjured a crossbow, a menacing bolt loaded and ready. Hey, my flight plus shield break. How will you handle this system, Manhwa combo? The arrow screamed through the air, tearing towards Zhong Yuan. But Zhong Yuan didn't flinch. He stood like a statue until the last second, then tilted his head and caught the arrow with just 2 fingers. Effortlessly holding the projectile, he turned to the referee. Hey, ref, does this count as a lethal attack or what? The referee panicked and quickly raised a yellow card. The support player's lock-on failed and no injury occurred. Show first warning, yellow card. Honestly, with a stunt like that, a direct red card wouldn't be too harsh, right? Is the ref nervous? Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's face darkened. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a red card of his own. Feng Qing's jaw dropped in shock. Wait, isn't that the red card the referee gave him during the match against Shangjing University? The referee shrieked in terror. What are you doing? I'm warning you, attacking the referee is a violation. Zhong Yuan remained icy calm. Relax, I'm not attacking you. He held the red card high, his voice cutting through the noise. I'm simply using this card to send you off the field. With a flick of his wrist, Zhong Yuan dropped the card. It sliced through the air and embedded itself into the ground. The referee stood there, confused and terrified. The commentators were losing their minds. I can't believe it. Faced with unfair officiating, contestant Zhong Yuan has ejected the referee himself. The bad blood between Zhong Yuan and the officials has finally reached a boiling point. The volcano has erupted. Technically, players can't punish referees. That card has no power. But the students in the stands were furious, shouting, "That ref is biased. How much did Yingsheng pay him?" Zhang Buyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if I knew it worked like this, I would have paid the ref double to favor Zhong Yuan. Over on Su Wanying's team, they shook their heads. Zhong Yuan is too impulsive, challenging the officials on live TV. He's humiliating himself. And he didn't even bring his cat today, a girl shouted back at him. Is the cat the only thing you care about, you spineless coward? Su Wanying just closed his eyes, accepting the abuse. Will Zhong Yuan get punished for this? Su Wanying asked nervously. Guyan rubbed his chin deep in thought. Not necessarily. Shang Guanyi smirked with confidence. Zhong Yuan never makes a move unless he's certain of the outcome. Meanwhile, the group Zhong Yuan had previously spared was whispering among themselves. What do we do? Who do we support? Is that even a question? Zhong Yuan is one of the 9 ruins. Exactly. If he hadn't shown us mercy, the young marshal would have thrown us all in prison. We can't be ungrateful wretches. On the field, the referee pointed a shaking finger at Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan, how dare you question my authority? You are no longer the referee. What right do you have? Suddenly, a man in black rushed forward, covering the referee's mouth and silencing him instantly. Enough talk. A higher authority stepped in to override the corrupt referee. The red card stands. The biased official was dragged off the field as the match resumed. The disgraced referee could only gasp in shock. High above, Eagle Saint froze in mid-air, panic gripping his heart. Damn it, he thought. The organizers sided with Zhong Yuan. They even swapped the referee. Having dealt with the small fry, Zhong Yuan cast a cold gaze upward. Excellent, let's continue, he declared. I hate craning my neck to look at people. Get down here. In an instant, he activated Ruler of the Sky. A pair of magnificent shimmering wings materialized on his back, radiating an ethereal glow. The sheer pressure shattered Eagle Saint's ugly counterfeit wings like glass. He immediately began a free fall toward the arena floor. Panic surged as he plummeted. Why am I falling? What ability is this? Air prohibition. He grit his teeth. Humph. Gravity manipulation is useless against me. I'll show you the hidden power of the 2-headed Eagle King. You'll bear the brunt of this impact. Desperate, he activated Fate Transfer and dove straight at Zhong Yuan, intending to drag him down. But before he could strike, a massive pillar of golden energy slammed him into the ground. The earth cracked, sending debris flying everywhere. Zhong Yuan stood unmoved, his immortal body skill active. The explosive force merely shredded his clothes. His skin remained completely unscratched. He frowned, realizing the trick. Oh, attempting to transfer the impact damage to me. Too bad my passive invincibility triggered automatically. It seems the fall damage exceeded the limit my shadow clone could absorb. His sharp gaze then shifted to Eagle Saint's 3 teammates. They're standing still, trying to exploit the damage transfer link to kill me. He turned to his ally. Feng Qing, handle those 3 trash mobs for me. Feng Qing grinned with excitement. You got it, but Eagle Saint transfers damage. How will you fight him? Zhong Yuan scoffed. That trick is useless. It just means he's going to take a longer beating. He tries to suppress others with power, then I will crush him with absolute force. He cares about saving face, then I'll humiliate him in front of everyone. Zhong Yuan activated Grandmaster Combat Arts, a blazing red aura erupting behind him like a demon. He unleashed a devastating hook to Eagle Saint's face, blood sprayed instantly. Put this in the textbooks. Another punch to the other cheek forced a second mouthful of blood. A final blow slammed into his chest. The crowd went wild as commentators screamed, Zhong Yuan's fist technique is like wind and lightning, fast, refined, and unique. The principles of the heavens are embedded in his strikes. Every punch is a divine judgment upon the mortal world. This precious footage has been captured. We will upload this epic manhwa recap-worthy battle to the official ability user website for everyone to study Komiyo. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you, Eagle Saint, for your extraordinary durability. You've helped create the most valuable instructional video in history. By now, Feng Qing had subdued the rest of the enemy team. Zhong Yuan sat casually on a chair in the middle of the arena and asked, "Got any sunflower seeds?" The referee wiped cold sweat from his brow. "Be grateful for the bench." Eagle Saint tried to speak, but was immediately silenced by another barrage of kicks. "I surrender," he gargled. The referee pretended not to hear, thinking, "Sorry, Eagle Saint. I can't offend the 9 realms. You won't die anyway, so just take the beating. We all appreciate your sacrifice for education." Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's phone rang, cutting through the violence. "Wake up, the sun is shining on your butt." He pulled out his phone, surprised. "Huh. Why is Director Wang calling me right now?" The scene shifts to 20 minutes earlier at the Iron Tower Nation Embassy. A massive skyscraper stood imposing against the clear blue sky. Inside, a tense atmosphere filled the room. Tilani, sitting on a plush chair, broke the silence. "Ye Zhen, isn't it time yet?" Ye Zhen stood by the window, phone in hand. "Wait a little longer." She frowned. "Why must we wait until the very last second to act?" He glanced at his screen. "To avoid unnecessary trouble." On his display, a message from a mysterious Mr. White was visible. "The target Banbo is not the real Wang. He is a student participating in the university tournament. This awakening manhwa protagonist is extremely dangerous. You are no match for him. I used a provocation strategy to ensure he not only stays in the tournament, but enters the arena personally. Once the match starts, you must strike and win quickly." Ye Zhen typed back, "Killing Banbo is simple. Smuggling the corpse out is the hard part." The reply came instantly, "Just ensure he dies. The body will be extracted." Tilani rested her chin on her hand, eyeing him suspiciously. "Truthfully, you plan to cut ties with the Iron Tower Nation and join the 9 Glories after retrieving the Death Relic, don't you?" She sighed. "Ye Zhen, I haven't wronged you. But the 9 Glories organization, they hide everything, giving only half-truths. They've never trusted you." Ye Zhen snapped, "Stop thinking about such nonsense." She shrugged. "Fine, tell me not to overthink if you want. You'll kill Banbo, absorb his mutant relic, and become the new god of death under the Iron Tower's control." He replied coldly, "Let's secure the item first." The scene cuts to the Ability Management Bureau. 2 staff members were whispering, "We're sending these deliveries to the cafeteria. Why haven't they been skinned or cleaned?" The man pushing the cart of dead animals replied, "Maybe the kitchen is researching a new exotic dish." Inside, Chef Banbo grabbed a bottle of wine, lecturing the staff. "Using alcohol and spices in traditional Guangguian cuisine can bring unexpected flavors." A junior chef looked confused. "But if we throw that stuff in, won't it just taste like dishwater?" Banbo scolded him. "Don't limit your imagination regarding soup." The meat cart rolled in. The delivery man called out, "Mr. Banbo, I'm leaving the meat right here." Banbo didn't even look up, waving his hand dismissively. Fine. He walked over to inspect the carcass on the cart. "Wait," he paused. "The way this poultry is processed, it's strange. These aren't ingredients. They look like sacrificial offerings to activate a dark ritual." A chill ran down his spine as he sensed the trap. Banbo leaped aside in a panic, screaming, "Enemy ambush!" Call Director Wang immediately. Beneath Mr. Pengbu, the floor shattered. Space itself seemed to split. Meanwhile, Ye Zhen and Su Wanyinger communicated through a neural link. "First strike failed," came the report. "Target is recalibrating at 6 o'clock. Security forces swarmed in instantly. A wall of shields formed, locking Mr. Pengbu inside a fortress of steel and mana. Full perimeter alert." "Damn it, where are they?" Mr. Pengbu roared, panic rising. "What kind of twisted ability is this?" It had to be the forbidden art, the sacrificial guillotine. If a strike lands a fatal blow, the energy is fully refunded. Infinite attacks, 0 cost. A perpetual motion machine of death. But the guillotine has a weakness. It requires a spotter to lock onto the coordinates before it can be unleashed. The assassin was close. Suddenly, a vile, viscous sludge oozed beneath his feet. Radar is blind, he cursed. I can't track them. The sludge mutated, shooting upward like living tendrils. In a heartbeat, Mr. Pengbu was ensnared in a suffocating grip. Silenced instantly. He was a puppet in the monster's grasp. Then the air screamed as a barrage of dark projectiles rained down on them. The shadow spikes pierced armor and flesh alike. Agonizing screams filled the hall. Arg! Then the horror began. The entity started digging straight for Mr. Pengbu's heart. Terror froze him as pain exploded in his chest. Just then, Director Wang burst onto the scene, his voice thunderous. Old Peng, hold on. Wang activated life resonance, pressing his hands against the gruesome wound. Stay with me. The Jushu reinforcements are seconds away. Through the agony, Pengbu gasped a warning. Director, watch out. A razor-sharp wave of killing intent slashed toward Director Wang. Wang cried out, recoiling just in time. He fired an air bullet to deflect the force, but the backlash was brutal. Mr. Pengbu collapsed, his strength failing. Both men were blasted backward as debris rose in a telekinetic storm. But from the chaos, a hand emerged, casting the Restoration Sun art just in time. A warm golden light enveloped the veterans, bathing them in soothing spiritual energy. Zhong Yuan descended like a deity, wings of ethereal light shimmering behind him. Beside him was his brother-in-arms Feng Qing. Hope we didn't miss the party, Zhong Yuan quipped. Director Wang wasted no time. Forget the pleasantries, scan old Peng's memories now. He activated the void projection. On it, Zhong Yuan replied. Feng Qing stepped up. I'm sinking in too. Inside the memory construct, Zhong Yuan analyzed the battlefield. The guillotine needs a visual lock. The assassin is watching us right now. It was a shadow servant that stole the heart. Realization struck like lightning. Zhong Yuan's eyes snapped open. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, super-sensory awakening. One eye blazed with arcane light, piercing into the dimensional rift. There, a shadow figure sprinting away. It's trying to steal the ruin core from Peng's heart. The entity was a void of pure darkness, clutching the stolen heart as it fled through the shadows. Swish, a flying dagger tore through the air, pinning the heart. Startled, the shadow fumbler dropped its prize. The shadow servant spun around to reclaim it, but Zhong Yuan was faster. My dagger blocked your path, he smirked. First priority, secure the ruin core. He reached out, fingers inches away, but the shadow servant was quicker. It snatched the heart, absorbed its essence instantly, and dissolved into nothingness. Only trails of black mist remained. Zhong Yuan lifted the empty heart shell, his face grim. The shadow is gone, and the ruin core is missing. Wait. A thought occurred to him. Feng Qing used Restoration Sun on Peng earlier. Did the glitch trigger? Feng Qing rushed over, breathless. Zhong Yuan, you all right? Zhong Yuan ignored the question, his gaze intense. You used the restoration art on the victim before the core was extracted, didn't you? Feng Qing scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Yeah. The ruin core duplicates under those conditions. It's a Class S secret typical for a system manhwa like this. Zhong Yuan stared at him. With an ability like that, how are you not locked up and milked for infinite cores? That's ancient history. Feng Qing shrugged. Smack. Zhong Yuan slapped his back, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Don't worry, brother. As long as I'm breathing, I'll never let them turn you into a farming tool again. Feng Qing winced, rubbing his back. If you were a villain in a comic, you'd probably demand 1,800 cores before letting me go. Then his expression darkened. Jokes aside, we have a problem. That light entering the shadow servant? It looked exactly like an absorption sequence. It's unprecedented, Feng Qing muttered. But that shadow servant might be capable of devouring ruin cores. In the background, Director Wang supported the wounded Mr. Pengbu as they exited the dungeon. Exhausted, Director Wang slumped down. That theory is insane. Unless the shadow servant mutated from nuclear radiation exposure. Feng Qing continued, treating Pengbu, his voice low. Actually, there is one person who possesses shadow servant abilities and has been exposed to high-level radiation. Zhong Yuan's eyes narrowed. You mean Feng Yumo's brother? Ye Zhen? Feng Qing nodded. The shadow hesitated for a split second when the heart was pinned. That lag suggests a long-range connection. A red-level shadow servant can operate independently, separated from the host by dozens of kilometers. Zhong Yuan pieced it together. Ye Zhen is listed as a red-level threat. In an awakening manhwa, that means he could pilot the sacrificial guillotine from miles away. No wonder the Bureau's radar couldn't sniff him out. Suddenly, Director Wang interjected. Wait, I just remembered something important. That night at the university tournament, the internal footage was wiped and the staff were mind-controlled. But the traffic cams outside the barrier, they saw everything. He pulled out his phone, the screen glowing ominously. Take a look at this. They're wearing Shangdong Academy uniforms. But check the ID numbers. No student on this year's roster matches these tags. Zhong Yuan leaned in, his gaze turning icy. Ye Zhen is a Shangdong alumni. He straightened up, the pieces falling into place. Too many coincidences. This isn't chance. It's a conspiracy. Suddenly, Feng Qing turned away, his voice dropping to a gloomy whisper. Actually, there is one more clue we missed. He explained that the poultry sacrificed when the guillotine of fate was first activated could be analyzed using void projection to replay their memories. His gaze was incredibly intense, piercing through the deception, even though the other party tried desperately to hide the truth. By extracting the fading memories from the poultry, the origin of the shipment was finally revealed. The team stood in silence before the cart, the air heavy with realization. Director Wang weaved a tracking spell, his eyes snapping open with sudden intensity. Got them. It's the Iron Tower Embassy right here in Guangyuan City. These rats have been hiding in the shadows for too long, but their tail finally slipped out. Feng Qing turned to Zhong Yuan, his voice low and dangerous. Let's move. Time to pay the Iron Tower Embassy a visit. Zhong Yuan shook his head, his expression grim. Too dangerous. The enemy possesses an instant death skill. Besides, we have the university tournament match today. Since we're opponents, I'll forfeit. For once, the playful smirk was gone from Feng Qing's face. His expression hardened into rare seriousness, the aura of a warrior replacing the jester. Fine, I won't be dead weight. He turned to leave, waving a hand casually over his shoulder. As for the match, I'll take the loss. It's a double elimination bracket anyway. I won't drop to the losers group unless I lose to Su Wanying. Zhong Yan watched his retreating back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Deal. I'll see you in the finals then. Turning back to Director Wang, he unleashed his ultimate weapon, the innocent puppy dog act. About today's events. I assume you all know what should and shouldn't appear in the official report. Director Wang, completely disarmed by the sudden charm offensive, nodded instantly. Understood. Not a single word about the Science Academy will make it onto paper. Mr. Peng Bu finally broke his silence, his voice trembling slightly with lingering fear. What about the fact that I still possess the instant death ability? Zhong Yun's gaze pierced through him like a blade. Live as if you're an ordinary human. Zhang Buyu and I spared you for your humanity, not your power. Don't make us regret it. Speaking of Zhang Buyu, Director Wang, I have a question. Ask away. Could his infinite dream ability deceive your void sight? Director Wang frowned, considering the terrifying implications. Theoretically, yes, it's possible. But why do you ask? During the hunt in the dimensional realm, the Sky Zither team stationed at the Zhang Heaven realm fell into your hands, yet you found nothing. The only logical explanation is that someone activated a high-level illusion technique, enough to blind even your void sight. So, you think this connects to today's events? Wang asked. It's possible. My analysis suggests 3 different factions are pulling the strings behind the Peng Bu incidents. Aside from the Administration Bureau and the Iron Tower Nation, the 9 luminaries are trying to reap the benefits. Director Wang's eyes widened in shock. The drone incident definitely had a third party stirring the muddy waters. But how can you be certain it's the 9 luminaries? They helped Ye Zhen fake his death to seek asylum with the Iron Tower. Then they sent Yang Zongsheng to provoke and stall me. Only the 9 luminaries have the reach to orchestrate both moves simultaneously. And what of Commander Zhang? Zhong Yuan paused, his mind racing through the possibilities. The connection to Zhang Buyu is too convenient. I don't believe in that many coincidences. But right now, this is just speculation. Words are useless. Once I infiltrate the Iron Tower Embassy, the truth will be dragged into the light. With that declaration, he turned and walked away, his silhouette fading into the distance. Night fell over the city. Outside a heavily guarded compound, pedestrians hurried past. Perched high above a black cat gazed down with intelligent eyes. Target acquired, the Iron Tower Embassy. The black cat began his tactical analysis. On the surface, it looks like any standard diplomatic building, but activates super sense. And the truth is revealed. A hidden dimensional realm lies within, utilizing foreign tech with its own independent time cycle. The realm's entrance is seamlessly integrated with the embassy gate using spatial technology. To the naked eye, the boundaries are invisible. It works just like a dungeon portal in a leveling manhwa. You must enter through the main gate. Going over the wall just dumps you into the empty courtyard of the real world. It seems they're hosting a gala tonight. Guests are arriving in formal wear. If I want to infiltrate, I need a ride. I need a human escort. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a luxury car below. A woman was screaming into her phone. I've waited 5 whole minutes. Don't you dare make excuses. Get lost, you're dumped. Don't ever crawl back to me. She hung up her mood, instantly flipping to cheerful as she scrolled through her contacts. Sigh. For tonight's party, should I call pretty boy number 2? Or maybe pretty boy number 3? Seizing the moment, the black cat dropped down and let out a perfectly calculated, pitiful meow. The woman jumped, but then her eyes sparkled like diamonds. Oh my God, how does such a cute creature exist? She scooped him up, burying her face in his fur. Forget the boys. A black cat is way better than a boyfriend. You'll be my date tonight, little one. The cat's eyes bulged as he was crushed between soft obstacles. Suffocating. This rich sugar mommy is terrifying. But as she marched toward the entrance with her new prize, a guard stepped in her path. "Ma'am, pets are strictly prohibited inside." She didn't miss a beat. "This isn't a pet. This is my boyfriend." The cat played along, letting out the most charming meow in history. The guard stared at the cat. The cat stared back. "Excellent," the cat thought. "My passive cuteness skill has already lowered his IQ. I didn't even need to activate the charm ability." Bewildered, the guard stepped aside. "Go ahead." She flashed a dazzling smile. "Thank you," the guards whispered as she passed. "That cat. It's so white." "Wake up, idiot. It's pitch black." "Damn. In my next life, I want to be a cat." Inside the grand courtyard, the elite mingled. The black cat scanned the area. "Time to disappear. I need to use the crowd as cover." While the woman was distracted, the cat launched himself, intentionally knocking a wine glass from a waiter's tray. Crash. The woman gasped, turning toward the noise. "I'm so sorry I didn't see you," a man stammered. "It's fine, really," she replied. In the chaos, the cat bolted, thinking back one last time. "Goodbye, rich lady. Let's hope our paths never cross again." Moments later, a shadow landed silently on a second-floor balcony. He stretched his limbs. "This is the guest wing. My target should be staying here." He slipped into a room at random. "I'll have to sweep them one by one." He activated his sensory skills, spiritual energy rippling out to scan the environment. Bingo. A suspicious void behind the painting. The safe was revealed. He approached, unleashing a thermal pressure burst. Sparks flew as the metal began to melt under his power. A moment later, the safe's heavy door swung open, spewing out a collection of items that were frankly better left unseen. The black cat's eyes widened in sheer disgust. "Seriously used underwear. Do you want a biohazard in there?" With a shake of his head, he dumped the foul pile into the toilet. "Consider this a public service. No need to thank me for saving your hygiene." Moving to the next room, his sharp eyes locked onto a suspicious black suitcase shoved hastily under the bed. Inside lay a disarray of cold metallic components. The cat's mind raced. Gun parts. Definitely contraband. Possessing this much illegal hardware would earn anyone a nice long vacation in a federal prison. Once again, his charitable streak kicked in. He shoved the metal scraps down the drain with a nonchalant flick of his tail. "Just helping you destroy the evidence of your crimes. I'm practically a saint." On to the next room. Something's off about this wardrobe. He nudged the door open and the sight froze him in his tracks. A pile of dead poultry slaughtered with surgical precision, the exact same kill method he'd seen at the Administration Bureau. The owner of this room was undoubtedly the guillotine Awakener. Before he could react, the air screamed as countless invisible blades of spiritual energy slashed down from the void. Instinct took over. The black cat leaped aside, barely evading the invisible execution. Cold sweat matted his fur. "There's no one here, and no cameras. I must have triggered a spiritual trap the moment I activated my ability." That strike wasn't lethal, nor was it continuous, which meant the guillotine user was likely on their way to deliver the final decapitating blow personally. "I can't be seen like this. Better to blend in with the carnage and wait for the target to show their face." In a blink, the cat vanished, replaced by the limp form of a chicken nestled among the others. Suddenly, the door creaked open. "Here they come." Two figures walked in. The maid gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in horror. "Oh my God, what happened here?" The camouflaged MC watched, utterly confused. "Wait, that's not Ye Zhen, and it's not the blurry woman from the photo either. Are they disguised as ordinary staff members?" The blonde man quickly shoved the maid into the hallway, his voice urgent. "Go. Get security immediately." Seeing his chance, the MC reverted to his feline form. His mind racing. Is the guillotine user not actually here? Sudden realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He stared at the blonde man's back. Hold on. That uniform. It's the exact same Zhong Academy outfit the woman in the photo was wearing. The silicone chest padding the wig. I've been played. That's not a woman. It's a high-level cross-dresser. I assumed my ability would reveal any transformation magic, but I completely forgot about the power of physical cosplay. "Let go of me, you filthy piece of trash!" A sudden commotion from the other room snapped the black cat's attention away from his epiphany. That voice. It's the rich lady Lu Wen. The woman who had brought him here was currently being cornered by a man spewing vitriol. "You slut, you keep a harem of pretty boys, but act all innocent with me." Lu Wen didn't back down, her eyes flashing with fire. "What I do with my life is none of your damn business. They bring me joy while you just make me want to vomit." Watching the drama unfold, the black cat could only sigh internally. Meanwhile, the blonde man stepped out of the bedroom and spoke to the shadows. "Ye Zhen, your plan to have me cross-dress worked. Someone actually took the bait. Ye Zhen's voice floated back cold and calm. It is the 9th ruin. The blond man frowned. The 9th ruin. Didn't we kill him already? Is this a replacement? Ye Zhen's expression darkened. The 9th ruin is the ultimate secret weapon of the Hua Nation. They never deploy 2 agents for the same event. Last time number 8 assisted the Administration Bureau in tracking us. We only survived because a 3rd faction intervened and caused chaos. His reappearance proves we failed to kill him. The blond man glanced at the surveillance monitor. So the 9th ruin your shadow servant saw at the Bureau was that long-haired high schooler. He looks different now. Did they switch agents? Ye Zhen shook his head, uncertainty clouding his features. Number 8 is a master of deception. 1 minute a high school boy, the next. Who knows, he could even be that black cat the rich woman brought in. The blond man blinked. The screen displayed Liu Wen clutching the black cat. The blond man narrowed his eyes. Look at the footage. The embassy strictly forbids pets, yet she used a mental control ability just to smuggle that animal inside. He paused. Why go to such lengths for a cat? Ye Zhen crossed his arms, analyzing the situation. It's likely a condition to trigger a specific awakening manhwa ability, or perhaps just a diversion. The blond man pointed at the screen. Well, right now she seems to be in trouble with some lowlife. Ye Zhen's eyes remained cold. Don't let your guard down. She's definitely playing the pig to eat the tiger. Feigning weakness while holding all the cards. The lighting around her is too dim for me to manifest my shadow servant instantly. You need to stall her, draw her attention. Back in the hall, the harasser shoved Liu Wen down, tearing her dress. A pink aura flared as he unleashed a mental cage attack. She let out a pained gasp as the psychic weight crushed her. Manipulating the pink energy, the man smirked arrogantly. Never seen this before. It's a mental cage, a high-level ability. In the Iron Tower Nation, abilities are an open secret. But you backward people in the Hua Nation insist on hiding the truth. This is the price of your ignorance. Look at you, pathetic and clueless. Liu Wen gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face in genuine terror. The man's expression twisted into pure malice. I hate making things difficult. Why don't you just submit? Suddenly a gruesome tear ripped through his chest from behind. Blood sprayed across the room as he coughed up his life force. Su Wanyinger, now back in his blonde male form, stood behind the corpse, having activated his guillotine sacrifice art. Liu Wen's face contorted in shock, drool escaping her trembling lips as her mind broke. You killed him. Su Wanyinger retracted his weapon, his killing intent spiking. Drop the act, 9th ruin. Let's talk. And don't try anything funny, my blade is linked to this sacrifice. One wrong move and every civilian in the banquet hall loses their head. Liu Wen screamed back, hysterical. What? 9th ruin. What are you talking about? Just turn yourself in. You might still get a lighter sentence. Su Wanyinger frowned, disgusted. Turn myself in. You're still keeping up this charade. Tsk. Big chest, no brain. Watching from the shadows, the black cat analyzed the situation. The guillotine user thinks Liu Wen is the agent. I'll just wait for the right moment to freeze him solid. But where did Ye Zhen go? Suddenly a dark silhouette rose behind the weeping woman. The black cat's eyes narrowed. The shadow servant. There he is. I see. Their tactic was to use the guillotine user as bait to distract her. Without hesitation, the cat launched himself into the air, activating his instant death resistance to body block the attack. Roll meow. The cat took the hit. The shadow servant paused, confused. Instant death didn't work. It felt like hitting a pillow. Meanwhile, Liu Wen's eyes lit up through her tears. Little Black, you came to save me. The black cat's thoughts raced, frustrated that his concentration was broken at such a critical moment. Suddenly, the shadow clone began to flee. Fury ignited in the cat's eyes. The coward refused to face him in a head-on clash. This wealthy heiress was becoming a liability. He had to secure her safety first. In a flash of light, the beast morphed into a human form, his voice calm yet commanding as he spoke. For your own protection, I'm moving you to the car immediately. The young woman's eyes went wide with disbelief, her voice trembling as she gasped, Mr. Black Cat, you turned into a human. Approaching the red sports car, his deep voice cut through the night air. What you witnessed tonight remains a secret. Hoisting her effortlessly onto his shoulder, Zhong Yuan added, and regarding that situation, it was justifiable self-defense. Next time, study the law before advising someone to turn themselves in. The girl's face flushed crimson, her mind spinning in chaos. What on earth had just happened? Her black cat had transformed into a handsome man, saved her life, and was now carrying her princess style. Was she trapped in a vivid dream? He interrupted her thoughts. You'll drive yourself home. If you're too shaken, call a driver. Arriving at the vehicle, Zhong Yuan unceremoniously tossed her into the driver's seat. Desperate to keep the connection, she called out, Wait, will I ever see you again? Zhong Yuan's reply was cold and absolute. Impossible. Even if trouble finds you, do not seek me out. Call the Bureau of Abyss Management. He flicked her lipstick into the car and added, I've imprinted my number over your heart just in case. As he vanished, a glowing sequence of digits manifested on her chest, leaving her speechless as she stared into the darkness. Moments later, in a secluded corner, Ye Zhen was scrambling for his life. Panic clawed at his throat. The enemy was too powerful, a monster beyond comprehension. That Nine Ruins entity doesn't fear death and can assimilate others instantly. He thought, trembling. A frontal assault is suicide. I have zero chance of victory. Gasping for air, he tried to steady his racing heart. He was currently hiding inside a hollowed-out space beneath a manhole carved by his super decomposition ability. If he just waited for the monster to leave, he might survive to scheme another day. Although his mind-reading ability drained his mental energy and couldn't identify specific thinkers, it was his only lifeline to monitor the surface world right now. Channeling his spiritual energy, his eyes began to glow with an eerie luminescence. Instantly, the thoughts of every living being within range flooded his consciousness. The feed was filled with useless garbage. This gala is a bore, I want to go home. Another charity auction, just a tax write-off for the Iron Tower Kingdom. Selling a 6-year-old scribble for 5 million, these foreign worshippers have water in their brains. Once my son becomes an Awakener, we are emigrating to the Iron Tower Kingdom immediately. Then finally, a useful thought. Where on earth did Ye Zhen run off to? Ye Zhen let out a sigh of relief. Only Su Wenyingni knew his real name. That inner voice must belong to her. She possessed top-tier escape arts. If she was looking for him, she must have safely evaded capture. With renewed hope, he pushed open the manhole cover and peeked out, chirping happily. Surprise! But looking down at him was Zhong Yuan, waving with a terrifyingly friendly smile. Like a frightened turtle, Ye Zhen instantly retracted back into the hole. The sheer absurdity of the action left Zhong Yuan staring at the ground in silent exasperation. Zhong Yuan ripped the manhole cover off, completely sighing as he spoke into the darkness. Stop escaping reality. Ye Zhen, I want to talk. Get out here. Huddled in the filth below, Ye Zhen stayed silent for a moment before slowly climbing out, his demeanor shifting. Talk about what? Internally, however, his mind was racing with tactical calculations. I can't beat him physically. I must use psychological warfare. My mind reading will find his weakness. Zhong Yuan broke the silence first. Let's start with this. You successfully absorbed the regeneration power from the snowbone snake core. Why didn't you tell your own brother, who went to retrieve it for you? Ye Zhen immediately scanned Zhong Yuan's surface thoughts. This face matches Ye Zhen's memorial photo perfectly. I called him Ye Zhen and he didn't deny it. He is definitely the target. Fung Yumo asked me to retrieve Ye Zhen's body. Should I turn him into a corpse right now and carry him back? Ye Zhen previously set a trap to kill Wang Podi. If captured, he faces life imprisonment. Add his collusion with the illegal Nine Luminaries organization. He's looking at multiple severe sentences. Hearing these calculating thoughts, Ye Zhen frowned, sweat forming on his brow. He didn't know how to counter a man who was weighing his legal options. Zhong Yuan's internal monologue continued. Right, the old number 8 of the 9 ruins was forced into retirement by him. I am the new number 8. Taking care of this could be considered settling an old grudge. The penalty for these crimes isn't light. Even Feng Yumo's family could be implicated. Perhaps I should just perform a righteous execution right here and save everyone the trouble. Suddenly Ye Zhen clenched his fists and shouted, 9 ruins, you have the wrong person. He began to weave a desperate lie. The real Ye Zhen died long ago on a hospital bed under the cold gaze of the world. Standing before you is merely a nameless demon who inherited his vessel, committing sins that go against Ye Zhen's dying wishes. I shouldn't have hoped for mercy in this cruel frozen world. Ye Zhen had his pride. This body must be destroyed by my own hand. As he screamed, he pointed a finger charged with spiritual energy at his own temple. In an instant, Ye Zhen's head dissolved into particles of light. Zhong Yuan recoiled in shock. He reached out, shouting, I wasn't finished talking, why did you? Suddenly, a system Manhwa-style alert popped up, detected variant Abyss Core. Do you wish to absorb Zhong Yuan? Frozen surprise. The holographic interface hovered in the air, detailing the dropped item's stats. Variant Abyss Core containing the following abilities. Super Resolution. Level 7 maxed. Decomposes matter into 0.5 nanometer particles and temporarily negates molecular attraction. Bronze Skin. Level 1 maxed. Permanently increases physical defense. Constant Velocity. Level 1 maxed. Copies the velocity of a target within the same reference frame. Shadow Explosion. Level 5 maxed. Uses one's own shadow to create a clone. The clone inherits 10% of the main body's combat power and can operate up to 50 kilometers away. Mind Reading. Level 2. Maxed. Instantly perceive the thoughts of all targets within a specific range. Regeneration. Gold rank level 4. Maxed. Zhong Yuan finished reading. It really is Ye Zhen's variant core. Wait. Mind reading. Glancing down at the dissolving black shadow, horror dawned on Zhong Yuan. Something is wrong. Ye Zhen is dead, so why is the shadow energy reconverging? Unless his clone ability absorbed a cheat skill. Realization struck him like lightning and he gritted his teeth in anger. That speech wasn't a last will and testament. He read my mind and staged a suicide to make me drop my guard. A shadow clone not recalled by its master becomes an immortal independent entity. He used a passive death immunity exploit to transform himself into a masterless shadow. If he reabsorbs the core from his main body later, he'll be unstoppable. Even though absorbing this core will lock my skill levels, I have no choice. Devour everything. He threw his arms wide, welcoming the surging torrent of new power like a starving beast. Ye Zhen twisted into a grotesque abomination, his humanity completely erased. Bravo 9 ruins. You saw through my plan and even snatched my star core. Moments later, Zhong Yuan's eyes snapped open. He unleashed a wave of spiritual pressure that shook the air. Ye Zhen, don't call me cruel. You abandoned your humanity long ago. Activating his telepathy, Zhong Yuan's voice echoed in the monster's mind. That immunity medallion was the lifeline Fung Yumo fought to get you. Yet you used it to betray your country. How can you face your brother now? Transformed into a shadow servant, Ye Zhen trembled. Rage and resentment boiled within him, clashing with his despair. A lifeline. Don't make me laugh. I slaved away for the Fung family for years, only to be crushed under their boot. My life was a living hell worse than death itself. National duty honor, I abandoned those delusions long ago. In this twisted, leveling Manhwa world, I have become immortal. Even without my main body's core, as long as I escape, I remain free. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan activated his trump card. Super high-level cuteness. A wave of pink energy radiated from him, sparkling with dangerous charm. If you refuse to wake up, don't blame me for getting rough. The pink energy slammed into the shadow servant. Panic surged through him. Damn it. What kind of ridiculous ability is this? Why does he suddenly look so dashing? I feel an uncontrollable urge to court him. Ugh. Why do I have such disgusting thoughts? No, I will not yield. But his body betrayed him. He dropped to his knees. Cuteness is justice, long live the king. Seeing the monster prostrate before him, Zhong Yuan mused. As expected of a system Manhwa skill, it works wonders on non-humans. His expression turned icy. Now, are you ready to have a proper conversation? Ye Zhen gritted his teeth as memories flooded back. The scene shifted to the dead of night, looming over a massive estate. Inside, a woman slumped over a table, her body shaking with sobs. Empty wine bottles cluttered the surface. Sob. Why is my destiny so cruel? That bastard Fung promised me a life of luxury if I gave him a son. All lies. A small boy approached, timidly reaching out. Mom. Suddenly she slapped his hand away, her face twisted in spite. Get lost. You're nothing but a burden. If not for you, I could have married into a real family. In her rage, she knocked the bottles off the table. Glass shattered everywhere. The boy stared at the broken shards, internalizing the abuse. Is Mom suffering? Because I'm useless. Suddenly a hand descended from the shadows, offering a strange object. The boy grasped it with desperate hope. If I absorb this, will I finally be useful? The man grinned broadly. Indeed. Begin your awakening. Desperate to become strong for his mother, the boy didn't hesitate. In this awakening Manhwa backstory, a child made a deal with the devil. Moments later, he looked up with innocent joy. I did it. I absorbed the red super resolution level 7. The man cheered in triumph. Success. I knew the Fung bloodline was compatible. Quickly bring the next one for Yumo to absorb. At once, sir. The boy remained on the floor, staring up with wide, confused eyes. Is being a lab rat my only purpose? The memory shifted to a graffiti-covered desk. Bullies surrounded him, sneering. How does a bastard child like you deserve to be in our school? Tsk. A nerd with no father trying to act special. Ye Zhen, now a teenager, sat in gloomy silence. It's all useless. Grades, talent, morals. Nothing matters compared to the power of a noble bloodline. Suddenly a new challenger appeared. Hey, I'm gonna beat the stupid out of you lot. He unleashed the immeasurable claw technique. Run, it's the bone dragon from the Jiang family. The bullies scattered like rats. The young hero snorted. Ye Zhen, sweating nervously, asked, Who are you? The boy turned with a charismatic wink. I'm Zhang Buyu. If you're in trouble, come find me in class 1-2. Ye Zhen pointed out. But this is the high school section. Zhang Buyu laughed heartily. Don't sweat the details. Middle school, high school. I'll crush anyone who acts up. Cut to a later scene. Zhang Buyu sat on a bench, his face beaten to a pulp. Who did that to you? Ye Zhen asked, sitting beside him. Zhang Buyu sighed. My old man. He caught me slacking on my training. I tried to be slick, and he turned me into braised pork. Ye Zhen spoke coldly. You keep running to the high school section to play hero. It's reckless and immature. Zhang Buyu protested, so I should just turn a blind eye. Ye Zhen's voice was soft. You're the commander's son. You have the privilege to do whatever you want. Zhang Buyu shouted back, fire in his eyes. I'm not just his son. One day I will join the command and lead as a true commander. Ye Zhen looked down, shame coloring his tone. Associating with low-born trash like me, it will only tarnish your reputation. Zhang Buyu's expression hardened. Excuse me, the low-born are the backbone of this nation. Even if they are weak, their spirits shine brighter than the stars. They work for their keep, unlike the parasites who produce nothing yet consume everything. Every cent of our military budget comes from their taxes. Behind every Star Corps lies the blood, sweat, and trust of the people. If you feel ashamed to stand with them or too afraid to speak for them, then you have no right to wield this power. Zhang Buyu slapped Ye Zhen on the shoulder, grinning. You're an Awakened too. Use your power to fight evil. At least, the next time you get bullied, throw a punch back. Ye Zhen stared at the radiant boy beside him in silence. Finally he whispered, next time. I'll try. The scene shifted. 3 arrogant thugs strutted down the hallway. Why does the Jiang family's bone dragon keep coming to the high school section? Tsk. My dad invited Commander Jiang to dinner. I might have slipped up and said something he heard. He keeps playing hero for Ye Zhen. Let's find a new target. One of them pointed maliciously at a student. That kid looks like he needs some attention. Just another bully arc in this Manhwa recap. They cornered the trembling student against the wall. God, you're hideous. Just looking at you hurts my eyes. You owe us for assaulting our vision. Pay the mental damage fee, and maybe we'll let you off easy. The student shivered in terror. Suddenly, the shadow-bind technique erupted from the darkness, locking one thug in place. Ye Zhen moved like a phantom, while another attacker's arm was instantly crushed by a powerful grip. With brutal efficiency, he grabbed 2 of them by their heads and slammed them together, bam. They collapsed instantly, eyes rolling back stiff as statues on the cold ground. The last guy, still trapped by the shadow-bind, trembled in terror. Please spare me, brother. But Ye Zhen only raised a fist, his eyes cold as ice. Don't let me catch you bullying the weak again, Ye Zhen warned darkly. Zhang Buyu might show mercy, but I won't hesitate to end you. Pow! A single punch sent the thug flying, coughing up blood. The rescued student stammered, trying to thank him, but Ye Zhen cut him off coldly. Don't thank me. You are an Awakener too. Next time, find the strength to fight back yourself. Later in the faculty office, the teacher sighed. Ye Zhen, your power is unfathomable, but don't be tense. I didn't call you here to scold you. The teacher forced an awkward smile, explaining the harsh reality of this awakening Manhwa world. The military district values your strength, but your family background makes things complicated. The southern district is ruled by the old noble families. Relationships matter more than talent here. Hearing this, a shadow of deep sorrow fell over Ye Zhen's face. The scene shifted to a painful memory. Ye Zhen was on his knees begging the man who was supposed to be his father. The father looked down with pure disgust. You want to return to the Fung family? Impossible. Your mother tried to harm Yumo multiple times. It is a mercy that I haven't killed you both. Just then a little boy with innocent eyes ran out from the gate. Are you my big brother? Ye Zhen turned away, his voice void of emotion. No, I am not. Flash forward to a stormy night, thunder crashing overhead. The father's rage echoed through the house. You little monster. What kind of spell did you put on Yumo to make him leave home just to force me to acknowledge you? Ye Zhen stood calm amidst the fury. Father, if you believe I manipulated him, then no explanation I give will matter. It would just be an excuse to you. The father sneered. Fine. Very good, you are ruthless. I will acknowledge you as my son. But if you want to be part of the Fung family, you must pay the price. From now on, you are a tool for the Fung family. Do you understand? Time passed and the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. The winner of the 2034 University Awakener Tournament individual title is Ye Zhen. He stood there holding a massive trophy towering over the defeated runner-ups. But when his father saw the trophy, he only snorted coldly. Humph. You did okay. For your internship later this year, join the Ta Yu Han squad. The Han family is rising fast. We need to secure a connection with them. Suddenly, his little brother poked his head in, eyes shining. Wow, big brother won the championship. Amazing. But the father immediately waved him away dismissively. What are you happy about? It's not your win. Go do your homework. Ye Zhen lowered his head, hiding the pain. Later in class, a friend noticed his mood. What's wrong? Ye Zhen rested his chin on his hand, sighing. The human heart is just too hard to understand. The friend leaned in with a secret. You know, if you really want to read people's thoughts, there is a shortcut. I heard the Jiang family has a hidden relic, the mind-reading orb. But since their physique rejects it, it's just been gathering dust in their vault. Desperate for answers, Ye Zhen approached Zhang Buyu. Zhang Buyu, I won the rationality analysis orb at the tournament. Can I trade it for your mind-reading orb? Zhang Buyu was shocked. What, that's a strategic level ability? Are you sure you want to trade it for a useless skill like mine? Ye Zhen nodded firmly. I am sure. He began training with the orb immediately. His hope was simple and heartbreaking. If I have mind-reading, maybe I can finally understand my father's heart. But when he finally heard the inner voice of the father he loved, it destroyed him. Ye Zhen is too excellent. He is a threat to Yumo. I should never have agreed to that artificial insemination. It would have been better if this child never existed. He was raised by that damned Ye woman. He definitely has ulterior motives for returning to the Fung family. He wants revenge. Hearing those vile thoughts, something inside Ye Zhen shattered. He walked out into the pouring rain, his expression completely numb. He cursed this cursed ability. He looked up, letting the cold rain mingle with his invisible tears. Mind reading proves that hearts can never truly be connected. Back in the present, Ye Zhen listened to the official's excuse. Ye Zhen, the military wanted to promote you, but you've been too flashy lately. We need you to humble yourself. Do you understand our difficulty? Ye Zhen stood tall. I understand. The teacher nodded, looking satisfied. Good. But Ye Zhen's mind reading was active. He heard the teacher's true thoughts. Principal Liu wanted to promote him, so why did I have to be the one to suppress him? I don't know why, but it must involve the Fung family. I'm just stuck in the middle, playing the bad guy. What a pain. As Ye Zhen walked away, the other students stared at him. They had no idea that in this system Manhwa world he could hear every dark secret in their hearts. That Ye Zhen kid is pathetic. No background yet, so talented. Weird he's ranked 6th on the youth list. Why stay here? Commander Jiang's son is going to the command center next year. That's real power. My dad told me to stay away from Ye Zhen. I don't know why, but I should listen. Someone smiled at him, but their mind was venomous. Ta Yuhan said if I steal Ye Zhen's credit, he'll protect me if anything goes wrong. Dad said if I suppress Ye Zhen, I can get whatever I want. This annoying Ye Zhen ruined my chances of staying on the Han squad. This mission has low rewards and high risks, perfect for dumping on Ye Zhen. Oppressing him is the right move. Who cares if Commander Jiang's son likes him? Without the support of noble families like ours, he is nothing. Young Commander Jiang trying to recruit Ye Zhen, what an idiot. Ye Zhen is bad luck. Nothing good happens when he's around. Ye Zhen sat alone at a bar, the toxic whispers of the crowd still echoing in his ears. He downed a glass of strong liquor. Suddenly, a long-haired man next to him spoke poetically. The emptiness in your chest can be filled with wine, but the unfairness of the world that can only be removed by the sword. Ye Zhen's face was flushed with intoxication. He turned intrigued. Oh, and where exactly do you see unfairness in this world? The man's expression darkened. Talent determined by birth. The monopoly of power by families. That is the greatest injustice. Ye Zhen's eyes sharpened, sobering up slightly. He asked the question that would change his fate. Then tell me, how do you intend to destroy that unfairness? The long-haired figure finally spoke, shattering the silence. He revealed the existence of void abilities to the masses, urging the entire population to awaken as users, though he warned that one's innate talent was a destiny written in stone. Ye Zhen fixed his gaze on the stranger beside him, his eyes sharp. The power you are using to mask your true appearance. That is the legendary infinite dreamland technique, is it not? The stranger nodded, a smile hidden in his voice. Sharp eyes. If you are willing to join our cause, I can dispel the illusion right now. Ye Zhen panicked, his voice trembling. Who exactly are you people? Who are you? The figure beside him remained shrouded in mystery, his face a blur except for a mouth and nose, his eyes still veiled by the technique. He introduced himself simply. 9 Glories White Aura. But you may call me Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai and Ye Zhen sat opposite each other in the bistro. Melodic music filled the air, but the corruption lurking in the shadows could never be washed away by the artificial light. That day, Ye Zhen had refused. I apologize, but the 9 Glories is an unrecognized underground organization. I still have lingering attachments and worries in the surface world that I cannot abandon. The memory shifted. Ye Zhen was sitting with a friend at a drink stall. The friend pointed a finger, his expression desperate. Ye Zhen, we cannot keep scraping by without good missions. We need to take a private job. Ye Zhen gripped his glass, confusion clouding his face. Private work, his friend explained, meant mercenary contracts from the dark web. The scene shifted violently to an explosion of fire and smoke. Ye Zhen and his friend were ragged, their clothes torn to shreds, bodies covered in blood and grime. Ye Zhen supported his friend, who was struggling to stand, forcing himself to take another step. Chaos erupted around them, screams of the dying filled the air. The Yaoqing Void Rift had become a living hell. Run Iron Tower, that damned old man, he sent mercenaries like us to the battlefield without protective gear. Someone screamed for help while others wailed in pure agony. I do not want to die. I do not want to rot from the corruption. The scene dissolved to a sterile hospital room. Ye Zhen sat on the bed looking frail. Fung Yumo held his hand tightly, whispering words of comfort. Brother, I promise I will find a cure for you. Just wait for me. Ye Zhen touched the snakebone snow crystals, muttering to himself. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. Suddenly a blue screen flashed before his eyes, a classic trope of an awakening manhwa. The system announced, you have received the Regeneration ability. The crystals on the bed began to float, glowing with ethereal light. Ye Zhen stood up, his silhouette framed by the window. He held the phone to his ear, his voice steady. Mr. Bai, I have made my decision. A voice crackled from the other end. Oh, which country do you wish to go to? Ye Zhen frowned. Which country did you not say I was joining the 9 Glories? That is what I meant. I need you to travel abroad as a spy. This is a crucial mission that only you can accomplish. You would not refuse a destiny-changing opportunity, would you? On the table sat a glowing orb labeled Rising Sun Void Research Institute. Mr. Bai. Zhong Yuan stared at the shadow before him, his voice stern and commanding. The 9 Glories always preach about eliminating the world's injustice. Yet what do they ask you to do? Plotting against the 9 Voids. Plotting against the administration. How many more innocents must die before you see the hypocritical face behind their mask? Ye Zhen fell to his knees, clutching his head in agony. Stop it, enough. Do not say another word. I do not want to care about these conflicts anymore. I beg you. Just give me my freedom. Zhong Yuan looked down, his eyes cold as glaciers. You want freedom? True freedom is when you stop seeking approval from others. Under the night sky, Zhong Yuan reached out toward Ye Zhen's shadow servant. If rage still burns in your heart, then do not use freedom as an excuse to run away like a coward. Ye Zhen remained kneeling, hands pressed against the cold ground, his head bowed low as he stammered. But Zhong Yuan cut him off, his voice like thunder. If it were me, even if I died, I would claw my way out of my own coffin and swing my sword to sever every injustice that dared to disturb my slumber. If you agree with my conviction, then follow me. Become my shadow. The shadow servant manifested, the dark silhouette taking form. Ye Zhen sighed, a look of profound sadness in his eyes. You are right. What I truly wanted was never freedom. Ye Zhen transformed into the shadow servant, merging with the darkness beneath Zhong Yuan's feet. Ye Zhen thought to himself, even if I stumble 1,000 times chasing the light covered in bruises and turning into darkness itself, I still want to chase that light. Meanwhile, in another location, Zhang Buyu sat on his desk, phone in hand. Zhong Yuan just gave the referee a red card. I directed that little stunt. Is there a problem? Actually, he is a special referee I secretly hired. Bayu laughed cheerfully. At least he is more reliable than those corrupt officials clinging to Vice Commander Wang's leg. If there is nothing else, goodbye. Bayu hung up, tossing the phone onto the desk before burying his face in his arms. He sprawled across the table, screaming internally. Young Master Yuan promised to treat me to dinner. It is already past 8 o'clock. Why is there no news yet? He ran out of the arena after getting that call this morning. It must be an emergency mission. Is he still fighting right now? Bayu's face was the picture of misery, drool practically dripping as he stared at a cup of instant noodles. Should I just eat this first? But what if he is cooking up a feast right now? Or maybe the food delivery got delayed by a traffic accident. Sigh. I should not have eaten 3 cups of ice cream for afternoon tea. Suddenly his phone screen lit up with a message. Bayu snapped awake. A message. Bayu grabbed the phone. Huh. Come to the Blue Sky Hotel. Do not use the main entrance. Feng Qing just pasted a wanted poster for the Demon of Sterility at the front desk. What on earth is going on inside the Blue Sky Hotel? Ye Zhen stirred a glass of water, bowing respectfully. Lord number 8. Please enjoy your drink. Zhong Yuan sat on the bed, staring at the shadow projected on the ceiling. Ye Zhen, I do not need you to do these unnecessary things. Once this is all over, I will use the separation technique to grant you your freedom. Ye Zhen wailed dramatically. No, please let me follow the Cat King forever. Zhong Yuan rubbed his forehead, exhausted. This guy has been affected by the Supermo ability. It seems he is turning into a fanatical follower. Zhong Yuan stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing in thought. By comparison, Jiang Buyu definitely had the strangest reaction to the ability. He claimed to become a cat slave, but his behavior remained normal. Once his rationality returned, you could sense he was actually terrified of acting cute. Suddenly, Buyu popped up from the window, a bright grin on his face. Young Master Yuan, I have arrived. Ye Zhen's jaw dropped in shock. The commander of the South China Military District climbing through the window of a Nine Voids bedroom in the middle of the night. What is wrong with you? And furthermore, why climb 15 floors instead of taking the elevator? You make it look like a secret rendezvous that cannot be seen by the public. Suddenly, Ye Zhen's shadow began to crack. Ye Zhen panicked. The shadow servant is breaking. Bai blinked blankly, pointing at the shadow beneath Zhong Yuan's feet. Young Master Yuan, your shadow is shattering into pieces. Zhong Yuan crossed his arms, staring at the shadow. Ye Zhen, stop acting. Your junior brother Jiang is here to visit you. Bai looked horrified. Ye Zhen, why are you telling such a ghost story? Zhong Yuan smiled mysteriously. A true ghost story indeed. Whether you survive until the end depends entirely on how well you play your role in this story. Zhong Yuan silently activated his mind-reading art. Bai stood opposite him, his expression completely blank, yet the chaotic storm of his inner thoughts was broadcasting loud and clear to Zhong Yuan. Ye Zhen didn't sell salted duck eggs. It's been 100 days since he was buried. The food served by the scavenger squad is actually top tier, totally worth the wreath money and consolation fees I paid. Wait, young Master Yuan must have checked the deployment records for Operation Cloak by now. This dinner is definitely a Hongmen banquet, a trap set for a hero. But where's the food for this banquet? At the very least, give me a pork shoulder so I can draw my sword, slice it up, and eat it dramatically. Sigh, I really want to eat sticky rice chicken right now. Rice cakes, crystal shrimp, dumplings, sweet taro, paste with ginkgo fish, porridge, stir-fried vermicelli, braised beef, awful steamed buns, boiled chicken garlic ribs, a bowl of chicken wings, fish-flavored eggplant, braised goby fish, honey-glazed roast pork, oyster sauce, chicken feet, and fish maw. Zhong Yuan forced a helpless smile, utterly speechless. In just half a second, a legendary feast had flashed through this guy's mind. Come to think of it, I did promise to treat him to dinner yesterday. Has he really been starving himself until now? Zhong Yuan cheerfully picked up the glass of water Ye Zhen had prepared earlier and handed it to Bu. Here, drink some water first. Bu reached out and took it. Oh, look at that. Bu is chugging the water like a man dying of thirst, but his mind is racing. Am I drinking too fast? Is this poisoned? Does he need to poison me to kill me? To be fair, if we fought right now in this leveling Manhwa reality, I'd just end up hanging from a noose. But if I seal his bravery skill and activate Infinite Dreamland, maybe I could put up a fight. Zhong Yuan heard every word and shouted, You're hiding a sealing skill. What rank? Bu flinched, answering hesitantly. Disaster rank. Wait a minute. How do you know what I'm thinking? They saw telepathy. Zhong Yuan admitted instantly. Exactly, and you're using rational logic. The more I try to compete with it, the hungrier I get. I'm about to starve to death here, so let me get full before you try to kill me. Please, Zhong Yuan retorted to Bu's mental gymnastics. What's the rush? I was going to ask after you seal my bravery. What kind of dreamscape were you planning to trap me in? Bu stood opposite Zhong Yuan and replied, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. But I'd probably start by announcing that I am the master of dreams and imagination. Write the SNK version. Wearing your little sister's clothes and playing games in her room only to get caught by her. How about that? Zhong Yuan grimaced visibly. That dream is a bit too twisted, don't you think? I advise you not to go down that road, Bu asked again. Then what do you want? A dream of kicking 12 golden hairpins, Zhong Yuan warned him. The topic is getting more and more distorted. What exactly is going on inside your head? Bu's expression said, It's not my fault, replying, I can't control it. How about I give you a confirmation box? If you click no, then voluntarily shut down your telepathy. Buh. You projected a mental dialogue box. Are you 18 yet? Zhong Yuan mentally clicked confirm. It's fine, your psychological age is 20 anyway. In reality, Zhong Yuan and Bu were just staring intensely at each other. Ye Zhen stood there bewildered, wondering why they suddenly stopped talking. Are they using spiritual system abilities to drag each other into mutual destruction? Suddenly the words, Toxic Reader, appeared above Zhong Yuan's head. Zhong Yuan grabbed Bu by the collar, his eyes cold and sharp. What happened with Ye Zhen's file? Speak up, don't you dare try to hide it from me. Bu looked at the ferocious Zhong Yuan with eyes full of innocence. No flame wars, no sock puppets, no account boosting. If you don't like it, don't hate watch. I really don't want to retell this toxic story. With a devilish grin, Zhong Yuan shoved Bu into a mental trash can. I helped you equip the Toxic Reader armor, it's already active. Bu screamed. Don't I admit I know I'm wrong, even if I won't change. Give me some face, please, Bu begged. No chance, Zhong Yuan replied with a villainous smirk. Memories of the past flooded in Bu, throwing a punch straight into Commander Zhong's face. That man was Bu's father. Bu's eyes were filled with rage. Commander Zhong, sporting a bruised face, merely smiled. Not bad. daring to punch the old commander in the face. "You've finally cultivated a backbone of arrogance." "But you one eye swollen shut?" asked the man before him with exhausted difficulty. "Father, when exactly did you start plotting against Ye Zhen?" Commander Jiang replied calmly. "It started the year you ran from middle school to the high school section just to beat someone up." Buyu was shocked. "What?" Commander Zhang explained. "At the Guan family banquet, someone intentionally leaked to you that Guan Ticheng's grandson was bullying Ye Zhen. Your intervention caused a rift between the Guan and Zhang families. I beat you as a show pretending nothing happened between our houses. At that time, if you had just taken the opportunity to recruit Ye Zhen, it would have been fine. But instead, you let him strike back at the Guan family. That meant you pushed him to the opposite side of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's biggest competitor is the Liu family, who are old allies with the Feng family. The Liu family saw an opportunity and intended to recruit Ye Zhen, wanting to persuade him to return to the Feng family. But forcing emotions only leads to backlash. Kinship works the same way. I only needed to increase Feng Yumo's desire to recognize his kin slightly, causing a conflict between father and son that required external force to reconcile. The Liu family mistakenly thought recruiting Ye Zhen was a safe bet, so they used the university tournament to hand the rational logic star core to Ye Zhen. That was when I seized the chance to let Ye Zhen know that the Jiang family possessed the telepathy star core, which could help him truly integrate into the Feng family. Just as predicted, he chose to exchange star cores with you. No one in the younger generation of the entire Hua nation possesses rational logic, a strategic level ability capable of competing with you. And Ye Zhen, because he obtained telepathy, he became the target of exclusion for every noble family in South China. After all, every noble family has dirty secrets they can't afford to have exposed. They couldn't risk him knowing. Buyu collapsed to his knees, hitting the ground with a thud, utterly stunned. "So, everything was calculated by you from the very beginning." Commander Zhang stood before his son, looming like a mountain. "Every step I took had a backup plan. The current situation is just one of countless possibilities. If you can't even execute this level of heavenly calculation, you can resign as commander right now." Buyu pursed his lips, his eyes glazed over with devastating sorrow. Commander Jiang continued. "Ye Zhen took a private job, encountered an operation, and contracted cancer. The noble families only know how to kick a man when he's down. They even forged his deployment records, thinking you could let him heal in peace and live a few more years. Not only would it fail, but it would also give others leverage over us." Commander Zhang turned and walked away. "You've been a commander for 2 years now. You should know how to handle this. You don't need me to teach you, do you?" Later, Buyu knelt before Ye Zhen's grave. "Baseness is the passport of the base, while nobility is the epitaph of the noble." Looking at Ye Zhen's photo on the tombstone, Buyu understood the weight of Commander Zhang's warning. Being stained by baseness means you lose your own purity. Remain calm and integrate into a world where black and white coexist. But you must also remember, this is black. Absolutely never twist black into white or reverse right and wrong just because you are unwilling to accept your own corruption. Buyu recalled his father's words, placing the flowers before Ye Zhen's grave, his eyes heavy with guilt and grief. Back in the present, sitting on the floor, Zhong Yuan analyzed the situation. He never expected that when telepathy and rational logic were activated at full power simultaneously, they could achieve this kind of command-level thought exchange, a hidden mechanic of this system Manhwa world. Buyu lay sprawled on the floor, drained of all dignity, looking like a fish on a chopping block. He tilted his head, noticing a dark silhouette looming over him. "Young Master Zhang, is your resolve set?" Buyu replied. "It is done." Struggling upright, he fell to his knees before Ye Zhen in total submission. "Ye Zhen, forgive me. The military ostracized you because the noble families feared your telepathy." Seeing the confusion in Ye Zhen's eyes, Buyu confessed further. "To seize the commander position quickly, I plotted against you and stole your rationality construct. I was terrified that once you awakened, you would view me as a rival. So I manipulated the hostility sensed by your telepathy to force the families to suppress you." The truth hit Ye Zhen like a physical blow. His fury was eclipsed only by a crushing wave of disappointment. All of this suffering, just because of a simple telepathy skill. Buyu closed his eyes, bowing his head in deep atonement. "I destroyed your destiny. Even if you strike me down right here, I will not hold a shred of resentment. However, I still bear a heavy burden for the country. I can only beg to owe you this life." Ye Zhen crossed his arms, gazing down at the broken man, begging for mercy. Ye Zhen closed his eyes, recalling his vow. "If the day comes when you disgrace these powers, I will personally harvest your life." Buyu stood up, whispering, "Thank you." Ye Zhen sank into his chair, dismissing him coldly. "Get lost. I can't stand the sight of you right now." Buyu walked away, waving his hand. "Zhong Yuan, I'll be taking my leave." As Buyu's hand brushed the door handle, Zhong Yuan called out, "Zhang the swindler." His eyes locked onto the filth staining Buyu's pristine white uniform. "Your clothes got ruined climbing up here. Let me take them to the dry cleaners downstairs. Zhong Yuan smiled a smile that said refusing this offer was not an option. Zhong Yuan held up the black card from the JQ organization. If you hesitate any longer, I might just have to get physical. But you quickly complied, stripping off the soiled jacket. Sorry for the trouble. Zhong Yuan pointed downward. The pants too, unless you plan on walking out wearing the Emperor's new clothes. Wang Podi gave me a special uniform from the Void Authority. Put it on. Cut to the supermarket. Zhong Yuan pushed a cart while Bu Yu stood there dressed like a high school girl. You look absolutely dashing in that outfit. Go tell the butcher to chop the bones into smaller pieces. Zhong Yuan sighed. You agonized over laundry, but you're fine strutting around in a skirt. Bu Yu whipped his head back with a wink. A commander who can't handle cross-dressing isn't a master of disguise. As they strolled through the aisles, Zhong Yuan asked, If I hadn't texted you today, were you planning to just rot away and starve at your desk? Before I had telepathy, I never imagined the legendary commander of South China was such an indecisive mess. Bu Yu smiled casually. Sweating the small stuff keeps you humble. He held out the card. Beep. Payment successful. Back at the apartment complex, Zhong Yuan checked his phone. Let's see. This is the same JQ card you used to buy that house for me in Guangyuan City, right? They stepped inside. The lights flickered on, revealing a spotless apartment, but the kitchen was as barren as a wasteland. Zhong Yuan was in disbelief. You said ready to move in, but there isn't even a pot. Bu Yu's mind raced. Why not come to my place? It's fully stocked and 2 steps away. Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes. I suspect this was your plan all along. Cut to Bu Yu's apartment. A feast was laid out on the table with a succulent golden chicken taking center stage. Surrounded by vibrant dishes, the aroma was intoxicating. Zhong Yuan sighed. Zhong the swindler, here is the dinner I promised you. Bu Yu devoured the food chopsticks, flying in a blur of motion, stuffing his face in pure bliss. This is the best meal I've eaten in my entire life. Zhong Yuan stared at the distorted figure before him. Are you seriously not going to take off that girl's uniform? Bu Yu mumbled through a mouthful. You threatened violence to make me wear this. If I change, now wouldn't that be disrespectful to your efforts? Zhong Yuan crossed his arms, eyes closed. I simply couldn't stand seeing you desecrate your white uniform with filth, especially since that mess was my fault. Bu Yu continued, stuffing his face. Whether a commander wears white or black, as long as they can suppress the void zones, they are a good commander. Zhong Yuan shot him a sharp glare. You know exactly what I mean. Don't play dumb. Bu Yu waved his chopsticks. Let's drop the heavy talk. Your cooking skills are god tier. Interested in a part-time gig as my personal chef? Name your price. Zhong Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Does that price include your body? Bu Yu choked. You need to clarify what you want me to do first. Zhong Yuan leaned back in his chair. During the university tournament, I will handle your breakfast and dinner. In exchange, I get unrestricted access to all your void crystals. Deal. Bu Yu smiled amusedly. Which ability have you set your sights on? I can help you hunt for specific crystals. Zhong Yuan replied, Honest men don't speak in riddles. I need your rationality construct and infinite dreamscape. Bu Yu didn't stop eating. The National Vault is out of rationality crystals. And I've heard the infinite dreamscape crystals are hoarded by the other noble families. I don't need the crystals, Zhong Yuan clarified. I need you to activate the effects directly on me. Bu Yu looked puzzled. Zhong Yuan explained, I told you before. I've absorbed too many void crystals, and the negative energy is building up inside me. Your rationality construct can suppress that malice and reduce my need for hibernation. Bu Yu frowned. Are you sure you can withstand the assimilation effect? Occasionally is fine, but if we do it too often, I might become as shameless and indecisive as you are. Zhong Yuan remained calm. Assimilation is indeed terrifying. That's why I must ask you 3 questions first. Answer truthfully. Bu Yu nodded. Go ahead. You can even use telepathy to verify. Zhong Yuan activated his telepathy. Question 1. In the Zhangjiajie dimension, I used a cute act to tame a 2-headed eagle king, making it docile towards humans. This sounds like a plot from a leveling manhwa, doesn't it? But later, Bai Xianli, the principal of Central South Academy, entered the dimension and slaughtered the eagle to harvest its crystal for the eagle saint. What is your assessment of this event? Bu Yu analyzed cold-heartedly. The beasts nurtured in the void dimensions are military assets. Their worth is measured solely by value. A 2-headed eagle king, with complete abilities that can be commanded by humans, its strategic value far exceeds that of a mere void crystal. Converting a living asset into a crystal, even if successfully absorbed by the eagle saint, results in a net loss of value. Bai Xianli put personal gain over public duty. He is both stupid and malicious. Zhong Yuan prepared his next question, his mind flashing back to the hospital. He remembered how Jong Lan was forcibly transformed into an Awakener by Lin Dongliang. Second question. Voice drops low. Back when I was just a powerless civilian, I lived with my 12-year-old sister. No parents. No kin. Tension builds. That's when Lin Dongliang, the Night Owl captain, discovered her latent potential. When a catastrophic accident left me on death's door, that man made a devil's bargain. Rage flares in his eyes. He forced my little sister to undergo an awakening, without ever telling me, all to pay for my medical bills. What is your take on this? Bu Yu's eyes narrowed, analyzing. Transforming from a civilian into an awakener isn't just a job change. It is a fundamental rewriting of one's destiny. Fight for faith and you are a warrior. Fight for profit and you are a mercenary. A pause. But fight because you are threatened. Then you are nothing more than a death soldier. For a fragile 12-year-old mind to be forced into the abyss of a system Manhwa world. Voice darkens. It twisted her heart. To say it destroyed her life would be an understatement. Lin Dongliang didn't just teach a student, he corrupted a soul. Pure evil and stupidity combined. Zhong Yuan didn't linger. Next. Question 3. Ye Zhen was fated to die of illness. It was set in stone, a twist. But his brother Fung Yumo found a massive cache of snowbone snake cores. A miracle, no. Just a coincidence I orchestrated. The main body gained rebirth. The shadow servant gained death immunity. Bu Yu's eyes widened. You sent Fung Yumo to the Serpent Gate Mountain campaign on purpose. He actually secured the cores. Bu Yu hesitated. But what exactly is Ye Zhen's state of existence now? Zhong Yuan raised a hand. Patience. Let me finish the story. Ye Zhen used his rebirth skill to fake his death, slipping away under the cover of the organization known as Juyao. Juyao demanded a price espionage. He had to steal the instant death core that the Iron Law Empire planned to reclaim. The plot thickens. He partnered with Su Wanying, the Duke's daughter, tracking the death god Peng Bu, only to kick the hornet's nest of the Administration Bureau. To save my sister from a ruined fate, I became an awakener myself. His fist clenched. But that choice triggered a chaotic chain reaction. Indirectly, I caused the downfall of Juyao's former number 8. He was aiding the Bureau only to be crushed by Ye Zhen and forced into retirement. Blood stained Ye Zhen's hands. The sins piled up. Intensity increases. He even utilized the God Builder drones to assassinate Wang Podi, nearly claiming the man's life. Then Juyao made their move. To help Ye Zhen infiltrate and kill Peng Bu, they used Yang Zongsheng as bait. Specifically to provoke my rage. I lost control. Blinded by anger, I forgot about Peng Bu. A heavy sigh. By the time the dust settled, Ye Zhen and Su Wanying had slaughtered 6 Bureau investigators. When I finally arrived, it was too late. Ye Zhen's shadow servant devoured the instant death core right before my eyes. In his own words, if I hadn't stormed the embassy to wage war against him, he would have escaped. A chilling thought. He would have returned to the Iron Law Empire with Su Wanying to become their new god of death. I pushed him into the abyss of despair. With a super resolution strike, I obliterated his physical body. A dark twist. But the shadow servant. It inherited his memories and possessed death immunity. It became an unkillable monster wielding the power of instant death. Zhong Yuan continued, his voice cold. From the moment Ye Zhen touched that snake core, every tragedy that followed links back to me. So what is your verdict on his fate during this Manhwa recap arc? Bu Yu's expression hardened. Is this your third test question? Correct, Zhong Yuan replied. If you believe Ye Zhen's tragedy is my fault, then we share that sin. Bu Yu fell silent, closing his eyes. He refused to believe in a cruel destiny. I believe only in cause and effect. Even in a world of magic, I choose the cold logic of science over mysticism. Bu Yu opened his eyes, a sharp smile playing on his lips. If you don't want me to find a villain in this story, then let's say the god of fate who wrote these coincidences is the stupid evil one. Zhong Yuan grinned. Excellent. We don't need to be the same as long as our philosophies align. He relaxed. You may now sync your rationality with mine. You scheming white commander. A shift in topic. About your infinite dreamland. My enemy possesses a similar ability. I need to dissect it. Know your enemy, win every battle. Night fell outside. A sleek black cat leaped through the window, its form shimmering until it morphed into the human figure of Ye Zhen. The shadow servant Ye Zhen gasped. Lord number 8. You can mimic my appearance now. Zhong Yuan walked in. Just for convenience. Zhong Yuan took a seat, commanding the room. Mr. White of Juyao. He cut comms with you after I saved Peng Bu, didn't he? Ye Zhen bowed his head. Yes. Do you suspect he is actually Bai Xianli, the headmaster of Central South Academy? I cannot be certain. Zhong Yuan signaled with his eyes. I've dragged Yang Zongsheng's entire squad to the bureau for a deep interrogation. Even Yang Zongsheng's father asked Qi Shu to bring in high-level auditors. If they find nothing wrong, that proves there is something absolutely wrong. Meanwhile, the hot pot bubbled, filling the room with a savory aroma. How much bacon? Zhong Yuan asked casually. Let me think. Zhong Yuan cut him off, losing patience. 2 slices, no 4. Actually, how about the whole pack? He brandished the pan like a weapon. How many eggs? You blinked. Usually just a couple for a sandwich. Any amount is fine. Can you do soft-boiled? Zhong Yuan mimicked him mockingly. Any amount is fine. Can you do soft-boiled? Yes, I can. Crack the egg, hit the pan. You agonize over breakfast like it's a war strategy. Zheng Buyu, you really live up to your name, worried about everything for 1,000 years. But you waved it off. My name is my destiny. Zhong Yuan held out a plate. Do you want latte art? You pointed. You have the tools in your cabinet, don't you? Something for frothing. You Guangyuan people and your complex food rituals are baffling. But you thought to himself, is young Master Yuan about to use his tea set for coffee? Is that even legal? I don't understand these high society tastes, but a beggar can't be a chooser. But you showed a picture on his phone. Make it look like the white phantom thief. Rejected, Zhong Yuan said instantly. Might trigger a tracker from a certain number 0. Then the black phantom thief? No. You sighed. Fine. Just make whatever you usually make. The result, a cup of coffee featuring a very grumpy cat face. You took a sip, his face lighting up. The aroma? The depth of flavor. Is this really just coffee? You didn't put computer chips in this. Did you? I infused a little system energy, Zhong Yuan admitted calmly. Grandmaster level bean grinding and air bullets to froth the milk. You looked at him like he was a god. Did you use your powers to enhance the flavor too? No. Zhong Yuan glanced at his phone screen. Enough idle chatter. Back to business. Boss Key just dropped a bombshell on me. The entire Eagle Saint squad was hauled in for interrogation yesterday. And Eagle Saint's father, he wasn't spared either. The interrogation lasted all night, but the result clean as a whistle. No violations found. However, here's the twist. His direct superior, the commander of Central China. He suddenly dropped dead last night. Cause unknown. Rumor has it his brain was devoured by a ghost-eye beetle. You stroked his chin in thought. Yang Zongsheng bribed the staff and even prepared a supercharged star core as a reward for Eagle Saint. I've still got the evidence right here. Zhong Yuan sat opposite Buyu, his voice calm but edging on dangerous. I originally planned to investigate Bai Xianli, the principal of South Central Academy. But that old fox covered his tracks too well. I couldn't find a single excuse to arrest him. Zhong Yuan locked eyes with Buyu. Thanks to your warning yesterday, I finally realized my fatal weakness. My bravery trait grants immunity to mental control, a staple skill in any system Manhwa, but it is currently only green rank. If I get hit by a sealing ability, the infinite dreamland could trick me into a trap without me ever knowing. Buyu casually dropped a cube into his drink. Even after the infinite dreamland stops, the effects linger. The caster can still sense the connection through the energy signature. Zhong Yuan tossed a chip onto the table. Even for me, attacking them directly carries risk. Buyu nodded. Worst case scenario. We fail to kill them, startle the snake, and you end up brainwashed by the dream. The sky was a brilliant azure, leaves rustling in the wind. Inside the safe house, 2 masterminds plotted their next move. I need to purge this negative energy before I can absorb another star core. It's going to take at least 10 to 15 days to reset my condition. Let's use your infinite dreamland for a little field test today. The scene shifted. Blue skies, white clouds, and a bustling arena bathed in sunlight. The referees stood ready below. They stared at the chief referee's chair in utter confusion. What is that cat bed? Who put that on the main seat? Wait, is that the young marshal's insignia? A black cat sauntered up, radiating an aura of absolute authority. Move aside, peasants! The referees gasped in unison, staring at the cat. Then a strange realization washed over them. Wait, the cat just spoke. But isn't a talking cat perfectly normal? Yeah. Why did I feel weird about it? Of course cats can talk. The black cat settled onto the throne. Is this the power of the infinite dreamland, rewriting the very concept of reality in their minds? Truly terrifying. The cat reclined comfortably, pressing a button. The chair rocked back. He glanced around. This air conditioning. 5 stars. The screen in front of him lit up. Time to watch some videos. Forging blades, catching seafood, trimming claws. The referees stood there, eyes sparkling with admiration, watching the black cat review random lifestyle clips on the main monitor. Like puppets on strings, the referees stared at the big screen. What are we doing here again? Shh, watch the video first, talk later. The black cat looked at them, surprised. My son's deceleration ability seems even stronger than the infinite dreamland itself. Meanwhile, commentators Ku Sheng and Cheng Yun were hyping up the crowd. What we are witnessing is a fierce clash between the main forces of Sinshan and Hanlin Academy. Both sides are locked in a brutal war of attrition. Down in the arena, the fighters exchanged blow for blow. The ace of Hanlin Academy finally lost his patience. He aimed straight for his opponent's throat, a feint. No. The referees huddled up. Was that a critical hit? Does it count? Doesn't look like a feint to me. Besides, Guantia Cheng dodged it. But remember Eagle Saint's lethal attack earlier, no card was given then. Same situation here. The black cat sat silently on the chair. Then he pulled out a red card. If you guys won't penalize him, then eat this card. The referee's jaws dropped. The commentator went wild. After an intense debate, the referee team has finally issued a red card. For the first time, justice is served in this godforsaken match. The referee is acting like a human. Let's check the situation at the referee bench. The camera panned to the awkward referees looking at the black cat who was now fast asleep on his throne. Oh, it's a new referee. Let's give a warm round of applause for the newly appointed black cat referee. His judgment is fair, strict, impartial, a true role model for felines everywhere. Feng Qing sat in the stands grinning, competing and officiating at the same time as expected of my guy. Zhong Yuan crossed his arms mentally. The previous refs were fired. They were short-staffed, so Commander Zhang asked me to fill in. Feng Qing asked, "Do you get paid for this?" Then he paused. "Wait, you actually got my cat to speak. How long does it last?" Zhong Yuan replied, "Infinite Dreamland can't make a real cat talk. But if the illusionary body has the potential for speech, it can learn. Once your subconscious accepts this reality, the energy cost drops to 0. Theoretically, it's permanent." Feng Qing rubbed his chin. "Tsk, Commander Jiang is cunning. If I don't find some entertainment for you, he'll work you to the bone." Zhong Yuan asked, "What are you planning?" Feng Qing smirked. "You're already in the referee's seat. Can I put on a show?" Zhong Yuan smiled. "Fine, I'll watch you perform today." Meanwhile, Tian Shuo was hugging himself in ecstasy. We drew them. Zhong Yuan personally drew our team. Kyorin stood beside him, sweating. "President, calm down. Don't get too excited." Tian Shuo was vibrating with joy. "My sister said Zhong Yuan has been stuck in the dorms lately. No photos allowed. Do you know how hard these 3 months have been? Finally, I can speak to my idol." Kyorin pointed at the screen. "President, Feng Qing's team roster is up. Zhong Yuan isn't playing." Tian Shuo froze. "What?" Kyorin patted his shoulder. "Feng Qing is the captain. He's doing this on purpose. He's benching Zhong Yuan out of spite. Don't you want to crush him? Cheer up, overcome all obstacles for love, and destroy Feng Qing." Tian Shuo's face fell, his eyebrows knitting together in pure misery. Cheng Yun announced loudly, "Next up, Captain Feng Qing of Cheng Yunqiao versus Captain Zhang Buyu of Hualing Academy. These two schools have been rivals for years. Although contestant Zhong Yuan isn't on the field today, his spirit and his teammates are certainly here." On the field, Feng Qing and Liu Wen stood with their squad ready for battle. They looked confident, but the real kicker. They had pictures of Zhong Yuan dressed as a girl strapped to their stomachs. They even had a flag with his female avatar. Tian Shuo couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, Feng Qing's tactic is absolutely shameless. The students from Hualing Academy are clutching their heads in agony. It is over. They cannot fight against this. Feng Qing holds up a badge featuring the female version of Zhong Yuan. He gazes at the peerless, breathtaking beauty of his idol with pure joy. How could anyone bear to let these sacred images be destroyed in the heat of battle? Tian Shuo is trembling with rage, while Feng Qing's players are huddled together, weeping dramatically. The jersey I just printed is being used as a shield for the first battle. Even though I printed 100 copies, every scratch on one of them feels like a dagger to my heart. Zhong Yuan sits high in the stands, judging them with cold eyes. Chasing idols based only on appearance is superficial. If you are truly my fan, you should learn to unleash my full combat potential. The players in the stands nod in unison. That is right, as expected of our idol. A shadow emerges from beneath Zhong Yuan's feet. Ye Zhen streams tears of blood. The dignified number 8 of the 9 ruins, reduced to a high school referee teaching fans to use his cross-dressing photos as shields. I am broken. My soul is shattering all over again. On the arena, Tian Shuo throws a punch straight at Feng Qing, but Feng Qing flashes the female portrait of Zhong Yuan. Tian Shuo freezes instantly. He screams to his team, "Stop, do not strike Zhong Yuan." His teammate, the only sane one, yells back, "It is just a printout, snap out of it." Tian Shuo blinks blankly. "Oh." Kyorin stands beside him, his spirit burning with frustration. "President, I beg you, just close your eyes and hit him." Tian Shuo shuts his eyes tight. "As long as I do not see it, my beautiful long-haired goddess will not be destroyed." Tian Shuo keeps his eyes closed, picturing that stunning long hair. But in his mind, the image shatters into a million pieces. By the time Tian Shuo opens his eyes, his teammates are already on the ground, and the sacred photos of Zhong Yuan lie ruined in the dirt. The commentator roars, "The winner is Team Feng Qing." Tian Shuo collapses in despair. Broken. It is all broken. On the other side, Chu Ren shakes Feng Qing's hand. Feng Qing, the fight is over. We should arrange a friendly exchange between our two schools sometime. Feng Qing shakes his hand in agreement. Sure thing. Whoever brings up friendship treats the guests. No problem. Qiu Ren grabs Tian Shou's hand, beaming with excitement. President Cheer Up Feng Qing agreed to the mixer. The real Zhong Yuan is even better than the photos, right? Tian Shou is still dazed. Oh. The judges stare at the black cat. Isn't this tactic of Feng Qing's ruining the atmosphere of the match? The black cat glows with the brilliance of a system manhwa guide. A tactic that yields results is a divine tactic. Do not be so narrow-minded. The judges bow in unison. We have been schooled. Down in the arena, Feng Qing raises his hand. Seal on Tian Shou. Complete. Zhong Yuan, you were right. Beauty is a weapon. Absolutely. Zhong Yuan's photo is practically a strategic-grade artifact. It increases defense by 10,000%. Zhong Yuan gives a thumbs-up, demonic horns sprouting from his head, his eyes glinting with mischief. Perfect. You handle the future team fights. If you cannot win, call me. Feng Qing, still wearing the cracked photo of the female Zhong Yuan on his stomach, asks curiously, Are you really planning to slack off and fish in troubled waters until the end? Zhong Yuan shoots back. Can a referee slack off? Feng Qing thinks to himself. Zhong Yuan's scheming level is off the charts today. He has definitely been corrupted by Jiang Buyu. Ye Zhen whispers to Zhong Yuan, Lord number 8. It seems you have lost interest in the competition. Crushing rookies is quite boring. Does your loyal shadow servant have permission to deploy? Zhong Yuan replies, Oh, then for the individual match this afternoon I will stand still and do nothing. The commentator excitedly announces the return of the great demon king, Zhong Yuan. The legend of this awakening manhwa tournament, who has absolutely slaughtered his previous opponents. It seems he's grown tired of the boring suppression battles, so he plans to skip the team rounds. On the stage, the referee shouts, 3, 2, 1, begin. The commentator continues the hype. However, his mercy is limited to team competitions. In the individual match, he will still ruthlessly crush anyone who dares to challenge him. And his opponent today is Fang Quan from Shuimu Academy. Zhong Yuan commands go. Ye Zhen enters berserk mode. As you command, Ye Zhen manifests. The shadow servant inherits all the stats of his master, unlocking the full power of the Ghost King to enter a state of total frenzy. Ye Zhen materializes instantly in front of Feng Quan. Feng Quan gasps, Hey, in a flash! Ye Zhen strikes her down. A beam of dark energy blasts Feng Quan across the arena, sending her flying. The commentator screams in shock, Oh my god! Zhong Yuan unleashed his shadow ability. It took only 2 seconds to knock contestant Feng Quan out of bounds. Feng Quan is out. Zhong Yuan wins. The medical team is rushing to carry the defeated Feng Quan away. Her condition looks miserable. The commentator cannot stop praising him. This battle lasted a total of 2 seconds, a new record for the fastest win in the individual competition. Zhong Yuan's strength is truly a bottomless abyss. Zhong Yuan possesses overwhelming power, but his methods are ruthless. Isn't this a bit too much? Even for a record, such a heavy hand is not exactly heroic behavior. Zhong Yuan walks away, whispering to his shadow. Ye Zhen, the shadow hit people, so the master takes the responsibility. Ye Zhen feels a wave of guilt. Enroll. Lord number 8. I was wrong. Your power is too vast. Even inheriting just 10% is terrifying. I will definitely be gentler next time. The commentator suddenly notices Zhong Yuan's direction. Wait. Contestant Zhong. Yuan is walking toward the infirmary. Has his conscience awakened? Is he going to apologize to Feng Quan? Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's phone rings. Wake up. The sun is burning your butt. Zhong Yuan puts his hand in his pocket and pulls out his phone. A call from Jong Lan. Jong Lan's voice is stern. Brother, where do you think you are going? To see the opponent I just fought. Jong Lan becomes serious. I forbid you from going. Zhong Yuan is confused. Jong Lan's voice is filled with concern as she advises him. Do not listen to those people talking nonsense. The university tournament is a competition of skill. Why should you apologize for injuring an opponent in a fight? It is not like you beat her so badly she cannot be healed. Read it with me. As long as I have no morals, I cannot be kidnapped by morals. Zhong Yuan continues walking with the phone. Relax. I was not going there to apologize. Really? Yeah, really. Good, then I am relieved. Ye Zhen is shocked once again. Lord number 8 actually has such a gentle and cute side. This contrast is too massive. My heart is cracking in half again. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the doctor confirms Fang Quan has been fully healed. Just rest for now and observe the situation. Fang Quan lay in the hospital bed, 2 streams of tears silently rolling down her cheeks. My pathetic state has become a joke to everyone, hasn't it? The doctor replied with professional bluntness, although it is cruel to say that is indeed the reality. Fang Quan sobbed, her heart shattering. Zhong Yuan appeared at the doorway, his presence commanding the room. You cannot say that. The doctor gasped in surprise. Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan continued firmly. Fang Quan losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of. You knew full well that my power level was overwhelming, and that I would show no mercy, yet you still fought me. That alone proves your courage and backbone. Zhong Yuan reached out with a gentle smile. You are a respectable opponent. Fang Quan blushed crimson and took Zhong Yuan's hand. Thank you. In a flash of light typical of an awakening, Manhwa Zhong Yuan channeled the authority of life into her. His work done, he bid farewell and walked away. Fang Quan stared at Zhong Yuan's retreating figure, her face flushing as she thought, clearly, everything he said was textbook oblivious straight guy talk, so why did it make my heart race like that? Plus, he is undeniably handsome. Fang Quan suddenly realized she was holding her glasses, shocked. Wait a second, I wasn't wearing my glasses just now, so how could I see him so clearly? Even the scars on my body have completely vanished. Fang Quan was left with 1,000 questions swirling in her mind. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the other contestants were making noise and having fun. It is your turn, the Joker card must be with you. Tian Shuo looked depressed at his bad luck. He is not here yet. Zhong Yuan still has not arrived. Another person walked over holding 2 cups of hot water. President, do not be too sad. You know Zhong Yuan's personality is cold and indifferent. It is normal for him to skip this exchange meeting between the 2 schools. The black cat lying on the sofa thought to itself. Before this group only knew the cat as Zhong Yuan on the plane, but after my main body appeared, they seem to have defaulted to thinking I am just a pet raised by my main body. The black cat stretched lazily on the chair, observing the room with hidden intelligence. Anyway, Jiang Buyu has cast an infinite dream illusion on me. Everyone who sees me subconsciously accepts that I am a cat raised by Zhong Yuan. Basically, it overwrites their cognition to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although it seems useless against someone like Feng Qing, it does not really matter. Liu Wen approached Tian Shuo with his hands in his pockets. Jiang Buyu, are you interested in joining the Zhong Yuan fan club with us? Tian Shuo recognized Liu Wen as the minister who had plastered photos all around Zhong Yuan. Liu Wen admitted proudly, that is correct. Tian Shuo criticized him. You guys are truly too much. How could you use an idol's photo as a shield in battle? Liu Wen chuckled. Zhong Yuan supports it too, so why not? If Zhong Yuan approves, what is the issue? Tian Shuo pulled out a photo of Zhong Yuan, his voice rising in anger. What does Zhong Yuan know? The black cat's ears perked up, tilting its head in shock. Liu Wen looked bewildered, hearing someone say Zhong Yuan does not understand himself, while the others gathered around to listen to the gossip. Zhong Yuan understands himself, sure, but there are people who understand him even better than he understands himself. Tian Shuo pointed at a photo of Zhong Yuan's female disguise with unwavering determination. Think back. Why did we become his fans in the first place? Was it not because of his peerless beauty as the pure VR goddess? Tian Shuo recalled the image of Zhong Yuan's female alter ego, his eyes filling with infatuation. She is the brightest star in the sky on a clear night. She is the purest stream in a tranquil lake. Every frown, every smile of hers makes a person's heart beat faster involuntarily. Just seeing her makes all troubles vanish. Tian Shuo raised his voice to prove his point. Does he understand our feelings when we see her? No, he does not understand. To try our best to protect her and let more people feel this goodness, this is the true love of a fan. The listeners were stunned. A girl among the contestants spoke up to refute him, praising the appearance but ignoring the essence of his soul. You call this love? Tian Shuo countered instantly. Appearance is also an objective reality in physics and an indispensable part of him. The girl spoke realistically. Everyone will eventually grow old and ugly. Will you stop loving him when he becomes ugly? Tian Shuo's face turned fierce, steadfast in his devotion. Become ugly impossible. In my heart, he will forever be that young and beautiful figure. If he ceases to be beautiful, it only proves that my love for him was not strong enough. The contestants cheered in agreement. Soulmate. You are the one who understands Zhong Yuan the best. The Zhong Yuan fan club sincerely invites you to join. I officially announce that Zhong Yuan himself has been expelled from the fan club. The girl on the chair was dumbfounded. However, I am speechless, the boy next to her replied. I told you it is Zhong Qing, the left and right hand of Feng Qing. The black cat sitting next to Feng Qing did not understand what they were saying. Feng Qing explained, they are discussing which of us is the father and which is the mother. Feng Zhuzhen is quite nice. Changing your name to Zhong Qing does not seem too bad, Feng Qing teased. Meanwhile, at Jiang Buyu's house, Zhong Yuan held up a picture of a chubby cat with a pink bow on its neck and heterochromatic eyes. Young Master Zhong, the effect of selling cuteness on your body hasn't worn off yet. Right, can you trigger an attack with this photo? Buyu focused on eating but still replied, Zhong Yuan. If what I can gain from attacking this photo is enough to compensate for the pain I feel attacking it, then I will strike without hesitation. Zhong Yuan let out an "oh." Bu continued to stuff his face. My father once told me that the most important thing for a commander is decisive slaughter. Bia recalled Commander Zhang's words. At that time, Commander Zhang had seriously taught him. Decisiveness is the rapid and accurate weighing of the pros and cons of different choices. Slaughter means abandoning disadvantageous options without hesitation. Drawing a sword and killing indiscriminately without aiming for the highest benefit is not decisive slaughter. It is just acting on whim. Ye Zhen appeared and asked, "Is this the reason you agonized for half an hour over whether to fry green onions or garlic?" Bai Yu replied, "I was very decisive when I abandoned the frying plan." Zhong Yuan reminded him, "Stick to the main topic, do not change the subject." Ye Zhen asked, "Does acting cute count as a main topic?" Zhong Yuan replied, "Of course. If even a person relying on the will of a straight male to defend against cuteness cannot attack me, then I will use the cat form to march straight into the enemy camp and sell cuteness once. That way, even if the people from the 9 Brilliants seal me adding the infinite dream, they still cannot hurt me." Ye Zhen asked in surprise, "What if the opponent has combat abilities that ignore cuteness?" Bu spoke up, giving a true leveling Manhwa strategy. Young Master Yuan will simply absorb and see through it. He is not afraid of being swallowed because he always has a backup plan. Zhong Yuan smirked with approval. "Not a bad plan." Zhang Buyu pointed a sharp finger, his curiosity piqued. "Young Master Yuan, surely your ability slots haven't capped at 8 just yet." Zhong Yuan shrugged, radiating confidence. "My power is infinite. I can devour void crystals to upgrade without limit, just like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. If I couldn't, I wouldn't need your rationality to purge the corruption." Ye Zhen chimed in, asking if breaking the limit of 8 abilities was truly such an anomaly. "After transforming into a shadow servant, I hold 16 distinct powers." Bai Yu was left speechless. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan recalled a crucial piece of intel. "Right there is one more thing. Last night I wore Ye Zhen's face and opened a telepathic link to the Bureau, hoping to fish for enemies directly. But the bait failed. The Guangyuan branch knows nothing of Ye Zhen. As for his former master Su Wanying, I thawed her out and donated her to the Science Institute as raw material. I had Wang announce her death to the public just to see what sharks would smell the blood." The Iron Tower Nation reacted violently to the news. Her fiancé Manka swore a blood oath of vengeance. "He crossed the border today and has already entered the Iron Tower Embassy." Bai Yu frowned. "Fiancé. I thought rumors said Su Wanying was actually a cross-dressing grandmaster." Zhong Yuan clarified. "The Institute did a full autopsy. Flat as a board, but biologically female." Ye Zhen gasped. "She was really a woman," Bai Yu accused him senior. "She chased you for ages and you are only asking this now. Are you even a man?" Zhong Yuan delivered a harsher truth. "Forget being a man. Right now he is not even human." Zhong Yuan's expression hardened. "Regardless, I will deal with Manka tomorrow." Ye Zhen burned with the battle spirit typical of a leveling manhwa. "Lord number 8. Your loyal shadow servant begs to join the fray. Since I no longer pay the price of weakness, I can use instant death once a day." Zhong Yuan glanced at him. Bai Yu interjected, "Instant death requires eye contact and close range to guarantee success. For you to use that skill, I should infiltrate in disguise." Bai Yu held up a costume with devil horns wearing a wicked grin. "If we are talking infiltration, then wear the legendary urban camouflage and head out." Manka blocked the road, swords in hand, chest puffed out with overflowing arrogance. He scoffed. "Did those monkeys from Hua Nation not receive my war letter? Where are they?" His lackey stood behind him, soothing his ego. "Lord, do not rush. It is morning rush hour. The empty streets mean they are clearing traffic to prepare for your grand battle." Hearing this, Manka barked an order to his subordinates. "Bring Su Wanying's corpse to me immediately." The underling fell silent, then gently corrected his master's mistake. "My lord, it is Su Wanying, not Susan." He looked respectful on the outside, but his inner thoughts were a completely different story. Manka cannot even remember his fiancé's name. No wonder Su Wanying preferred that pretty boy from Hua Nation. This bald idiot does not care. He just wants to steal the credit for retrieving the instant death core. Does he think Hua Nation's 9 ministries are incompetent? At that moment, Zhong Yuan pedaled past on a rental bike, listening to the lackey's inner monologue. "The embassy toilet is clogged again. There are gun parts in the sewer. It will be a nightmare to fix." To counter the Iron Tower Nation, the Duchess picked a mixed-blood chef born in Hua Nation. To artificially force an awakening manhwa-style power-up, she let the instant death core fall to this vain hybrid. All these lowly Hua Nation monkeys deserve to die. Su Wanying died at the perfect time, giving me an excuse to slaughter more of them to vent my anger. Zhong Yuan's silhouette grew clearer in Manka's vision. The lackey saw him pedaling down the empty road and frowned. "Hey, wasn't the road blocked? Why is a high school student cycling through here?" Manka locked eyes with Zhong Yuan. "Bad eyesight. If you ignore the signs, you pay the price. The lackey thought kill this passerby to warn the Hua nation. Zhong Yuan breezed past Manka like nothing happened, two figures crossing like the wind. Seeing Zhong Yuan pass unharmed, the subordinate could not help but ask the obvious question. Didn't you say that high schooler would pay the price? A heavy silence descended. When his master failed to reply, the lackey grew suspicious. He turned around. Lord Manka. He saw Manka trembling violently, terrified by some unseen horror. Suddenly Manka let out a curdling scream. His body split cleanly down the middle, leaving the lackey frozen in shock. Manka collapsed, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The subordinate stared in horror and shrieked, "Lord Manka." No words were needed to identify the culprit. It was Zhong Yuan. They merely passed each other, yet the damage was absolute. Thus the legend of the high school reaper began to spread, a scene worthy of any top-tier manhwa recap. Scene shift. Zhong Yuan arrived at his destination and parked the bike. Within his shadow, Ye Zhen's voice clamored noisily. Ha 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 ha. Manka was slain before he could even twitch. Lord Number 8 is wise. Lord Number 8 is invincible. Long live Lord Number 8. The noisy flattery made Zhong Yuan's ears ring. He spoke sternly. We are on the street. Behave yourself. Zhong Yuan checked his phone to pay. 10 yuan for an hour. That is 2 yuan more than Shangdong City. He judged the price silently. After the transaction, the phone chirped. Return successful. Just as the payment went through, the car pulled up. Young Master Yuan over here. Get in. Inside, Zhong Yuan looked at Zhang Buyu in the driver's seat. Young Master Zhang are the public bikes in Guangyuan, blessed by gods. The price is 25% higher. Zhang Buyu sighed. That dark Zhong Yuan replied. The average wage in Guangyuan is lower than Shangdong, yet the cost of living is higher. It defies logic. Zhang Buyu sighed again, silently judging the situation while saying aloud. Sigh, my gas bill went up by a few hundred last month too. Director Wang listened to them take turns complaining about inflation and felt a migraine coming on. He snapped in exhaustion. The Bureau will reimburse the gas and bike fees. One of you is a 9 Ministries elite, the other a military commander. You have private jets and drivers. Why are you obsessing over a few yuan? Did you take care of Manka or not? Zhang Buyu ignored Director Wang, completely focusing on driving. Young Master Yuan, do you really not want to get a driver's license? Since I have a car, you always drive. Zhong Yuan replied calmly. Why would I want to drive myself? Director Wang sat in the back, fuming at being treated like air. Losing his patience, he snapped, Is Wang Meng dead or alive? Give me a straight answer. Zhang Buyu turned his expression terrifyingly calm. The young master has returned, which clearly means the mission was a success. Zhong Yuan chimed in casually. I dug out the void crystal too. He carelessly tossed the glowing golden void crystal to Director Wang. Catching the priceless item, Wang gasped in disbelief. Wang Ming was the 43rd ranked powerhouse in the world. You killed him and looted the crystal before I even parked. Zhong Yuan scratched his head, replying as if it were the most natural thing on earth. He was standing by the curb. I wanted to park and lock the car. It would have been a hassle. Just as Director Wang felt a headache coming on from another one of Zhong Yuan's complaints about public transit, he cut him off. Forget the bus talk about Wang Meng. Zhong Yuan shrugged and returned to the main topic. Basically mind-reading, a quick distraction, instant death combo, then I left. Oh, and I had a shadow clone grab the crystal on the way out. Hearing Zhong Yuan list his god-tier abilities like a grocery list, Director Wang stammered, mind-reading, instant death, shadow explosion. Just how many skills do you actually possess? Zhang Buyu cut in sharply. Director Wang, that's classified. Wang shut his mouth instantly. Zhong Yuan waved it off. It's fine. He reports to our 9 Ruins organization anyway. Director Wang felt a cold sweat break out. He tore at his hair, his face turning pale as an indescribable terror washed over him. Damn it, if they're not keeping secrets, I'm not leaving this car alive. He realized the terrifying truth. Zhong Yuan, number 8 of the 9. Ruins and Commander Jiang were in cahoots all along. Zhang Buyu turned the steering wheel, looking devastatingly handsome, even while just driving. This visual quality is exactly what fans expect from a top-tier leveling manhwa. Meanwhile, Cheng Yun, the MC of Xinhua Speaks, announced, the points match of the team competition has reached the 5th round. Feng Qing's team still hadn't fielded Zhong Yuan, and the man himself was absent. Only the contestant, Black Cat, was cheering from the referee's bench. On the bench, Black Cat watched the crowd and mused. I used to think this tournament was full of shady business, but it turns out I'm the shadiest thing here. Back in the arena, Feng Qing suddenly pulled out a massive speaker from nowhere. It was larger than his entire team combined. Kui Shengxi was baffled. Contestant Feng Qing has revealed a bizarre weapon today. Judging by the shape, is that a giant subwoofer? The other contestants were equally confused. Who brings a stereo to a magic fight? Feng Qing declared. No one can defeat me within my BGM. A rival asked, isn't that a foul? Feng Qing smirked. If it's not banned, it's not a foul. Cheng Yun shouted, "Let the match begin." Suddenly a thick fog blanketed the arena, stealing everyone's vision. Was this Zhang Rui's power? Zhang Rui unleashed her signature move, the Rose Poison Mist Dark Night Asylum. Cui Shengxi noted. Looking at that hue, it's definitely the Rose Poison Mist. Cheng Yun explained. The Rose Poison Mist is a special field control ability. Anyone who makes a sound inside the fog gets instantly poisoned. Cui Shengxi added, the poison can be cleansed by a healer's rejuvenation. But the real problem is the total loss of vision. Suddenly noticing something odd, she looked towards the other side. Wait, there's a strange sound coming from the arena. Feng Jing's giant speaker began to blast audio at max volume. A child's voice mimicked a TV show. Daddy, where are we going? The father ignored her, but the mother smiled. The girl asked, Mommy, why are you smiling? Hearing this setup, the opponents struggled to hold back their laughter. It was a classic comedy trap. I don't know why this lame joke was so effective, but muffled snickers began to echo in the fog. They were fighting for their lives to not burst out laughing. Seeing through Feng Jing's dirty tactic, Cheng Yun gasped. Ah, the speaker is playing pre-recorded jokes. If the opponents laugh, they make noise and get poisoned continuously. Rejuvenation couldn't keep up with the poison stacks. The speaker kept churning out boring, unexpected dad jokes. Feng Jing's team must have studied Aunt Mai's joke book. These stories weren't funny because they were clever. They were funny because they were so incredibly stupid. The next joke began. A shrimp and a clam both got 100 points on a test. The teacher asked the shrimp, "Who did you copy?" The shrimp said, "I copied the clam." The teacher said, "Good job. Ha ha ha. Even I want to laugh at how bad that was. This comedic timing is definitely Sun's doing." Cui Shengxi surveyed the carnage. The enemy healer was foaming at the mouth on the ground. The healer is exhausted. The entire opposing team has fainted from poison. Feng Jing's team took the win. Cheng Yun was stunned. So this was the ultimate weapon Feng Jing was hiding. Watching the scene, Black Cat couldn't help but be impressed. Not bad. Feng Jing's team, the main squad of Cheng Yunqiao, dominated. But Liu Wen's team from the same school wasn't losing either, racking up a perfect win streak. Cui Shengxi analyzed, Su Wenying's power goes without saying. Her ultimate prayer is a well-known strategic-level ability in this system, Manhwa. But the real shock is Sheng Guanyi's sudden power spike this year. It seems he has mastered the legendary prediction ability. Hearing this, Cheng Yun asked, prediction ability. Cui Shengxi explained, prediction is a form of high-level battle intuition. It allows one to foresee exactly where an attack will come from at the critical moment. According to Shang Guanyi, he developed this skill after countless sparring sessions with Zhong Yuan. Cheng Yun nodded. Is that so? Does that mean Zhong Yuan also possesses this prediction ability? Cui Shengxi hesitated. It's hard to say. Zhong Yuan's raw power is simply too overwhelming. I fear this tournament won't offer an opponent strong enough to force him to use prediction. Even Black Cat lying on the bench was curious. Prediction, he thought. Come to think of it, when I shoot clay pigeons, I rely entirely on intuition to predict their path. Did Shang Guanyi develop a legendary skill without even shooting clay pigeons? He couldn't figure it out. Whatever thinking is too much work for a cat. He decided to just ignore it. Wouldn't having Commander Bao as my personal driver be a luxury fit for a king? But right now the Sandman calls and I need to recharge my batteries before the next move. The scene shifts to Jiang Buyu's office, where the atmosphere was anything but tense. Zhong Yuan sprawled across the sofa like a boneless cat, groaning about the exhaustion typical of a leveling manhwa protagonist. I have already prepared lunch to refuel your energy reserves. Please, I beg you, activate your high-specs rationality protocol. Zhang Buyu didn't even look up from his desk, his voice cool as ice. Currently operating at optimal energy-saving output. If I increase the output now, I will be forced into hibernation mode by nightfall. Zhong Yuan waved a hand dismissively. Just open it. I have a tournament match this afternoon, and your brainpower is the only charger I need. Zhang Buyu finally turned his gaze, piercing through the casual atmosphere. Young Master Yuan, what kind of devil's deal forces someone of your caliber to grind through a mere university tournament until the bitter end? Zhong Yuan sighed, the weight of 1,000 secrets in his voice. It is a long and complicated story. Zhang Buyu immediately proposed a solution to bypass the tedious storytelling while his friend held his chopsticks. With grains of rice still comically stuck to his face, he commanded. Open your telepathy channel and link with my rationality protocol. We can compress an hour of exposition into a single minute of data transfer. In the blink of an eye, their consciousnesses merged within the spiritual realm. Jiang Buyu sat cross-legged, his eyes widening in rare surprise. To think your sister's innate talent is actually the life sacrifice ability. Zhong Yuan's avatar darkened. If this gets out, she won't be treated as a human, but as a guilty treasure, a living battery for others to drain. Jiang Buyu shook his head, offering a colder, logical perspective. Young master, the crux of this tragedy isn't merely the lifespan your sister lost. This bizarre statement made Zhong Yuan pause, a confused sound escaping his throat. Jiang Buyu dissected the morality with surgical precision. Lifespan is not a sacred cow. Its value is determined by the return on investment you receive after paying the price. He raised a finger, his eyes burning with the fanaticism of a true awakening Manhwa strategist. If burning my life force could permanently seal every rift, I wouldn't just give 20 years. I would sacrifice 20 incarnations, shred my humanity, and force others to the altar without hesitation. Zhong Yuan's voice dropped an octave, dangerous and low. If forcing my sister to die would save the world, is that a button you would push? Facing this razor-sharp interrogation, Jiang Buyu offered a calculated evasion. That depends entirely on you. If her sacrifice causes you to destroy the world in retaliation, then preserving the rifts is the statistically safer option. The logic was spiraling into darkness, and the air grew heavy with killing intent. Zhong Yuan cleared his throat, shattering the suffocating tension before they turned into enemies. Ahem. Where were we? Jiang Buyu reset the conversation. Your sister exchanged her life for Godspeed and Heaven's Origin, but tactically, those buffs can be completely replicated by wind breath and system lock support skills. It is objectively a terrible trade, 20 years of life for replaceable stats. Yet she paid it. The root cause isn't necessity, but a warped philosophy instilled in her fragile mind. She values herself too little and craves external validation too much. You must remember, the Awakener Academy is not a playground. It is a military institution. From the moment you enrolled, you became assets of the state and the military district. You do not belong to Lin Dongliang, no matter what that manipulator claims. But Lin Dongliang has entangled himself in your fates. Subjectively, he claims to be nurturing her, but objectively, he is abusing his authority to groom her into a self-destructive weapon. If we judge this by military law, that is a crime worthy of at least a 20-year sentence. Hearing this cold truth, the magma in Zhong Yuan's blood began to boil. His expression turned darker than the abyss of a dungeon. He stood up, aura flaring. Wait here. I am going back to Hedong to remove this pest permanently. Seeing his brother on the verge of a berserk rampage, Jiang Buyu quickly intervened. Calm down. And Quan Feng is known as the old fox of the military. Do you think he is blind to your sister's psychological damage? He wouldn't let a valuable asset break so easily. Jiang Buyu's face shifted to a cunning smirk. The old fox left Lin Dongliang in play so your sister could slay her own demons. Destruction before reconstruction. Later, Zhong Yuan presented an exquisite bento box, a culinary masterpiece that sparkled like legendary loot. I made it myself. Once some Feng Qing stared at his friend, convinced the man was suffering from cultivation deviation. Internal alarms blared in Feng Qing's head. This guy is too lazy to compete, yet he is cooking 5-star meals. This is absolutely not the Zhong Yuan I know, Feng Qing asked warily. Zhong Yuan, you smell like a scheming fox. Instead of getting angry, Zhong Yuan grinned. I suppose I have become a bit more cunning lately. Understanding the game, Feng Qing cut to the chase. What do you need me to do? Just say it. Zhong Yuan didn't waste breath. Straight to the point like a true Haifeng gangster. You were the one who filed Jong Lan's ability awakening medical report, correct? I need to make a few creative adjustments. Feng Qing inspected the bribe, the bento box. Adjust how Zhong Yuan replied, his voice calm yet terrifying. Nothing major. Just enough evidence to guarantee Lin Dongliang a 20-year prison sentence. Feng Qing nearly dropped the food. He turned eyes wide with shock. Are you planning to tear up the agreement and declare war on the Lin family directly? Zhong Yuan's face was a mask of stone, but within his eyes a silent inferno raged. Frustration leaked into his aura. No matter who strikes the blow, this cancer must be excised. The truth about Zhong Lan's potential cannot be exposed to the public. If she knows, she will either swallow her anger and play the obedient doll, or rebel and be branded as unreasonable by the world. Only by placing the damage on the negotiation table in a different form can we achieve true justice. Whether she wants to be a saint, a commoner, or a villain, she must make that choice when her subjective feelings finally align with the objective horror of her reality. Feng Qing fell silent, absorbing the weight of these words. After a long pause, he nodded. Fine. Once the tournament concludes, I will rewrite Zhong Lan's medical history. Knowing that in this system Manhwa world nothing comes free, Zhong Yuan asked. How do you want to be repaid? Feng Qing lifted the lunchbox. Does this rice not count? Zhong Yuan shook his head seriously. You are helping me clean up a disaster. A single meal is insufficient tribute. Feng Qing began to narrate his origin story. My mother, Feng Zhuzhen, became the youngest academician in history at 16. She joined Professor Su Wanyingqi's forbidden experiment to create natural-born awakeners. At 20, she gave birth to me. I am the crystallization of life technology, a child of science. The experiment was a glorious success, and she ascended to the Dean of the Academy of Sciences. That same year, Qi Shu, heartbroken and seeking purpose, joined the Nine Ruins. After years of blood and struggle, he finally claimed the 6th seat. He became one of the true helmsmen of the organization. To the outside world, the Nine Ruins is a place of infinite glory, a sanctuary for the strongest gods of China. But in reality, it is a meat grinder. Ordinary heroes don't live to see retirement. They are silently replaced generation after bloody generation. Perhaps even Qi Shu never imagined he could survive the hellish depths of the Nine Ruins for this long. He might be a walking cliché ruled by his emotions and a hopeless desire for romance. But make no mistake, my very rights as a human being were won by his blood and sweat. I tried to play matchmaker with him and my mother, but fate is cruel. She pledged her soul to science, seeking a partner in intellect, not battle. Meanwhile, Qi Shu remains shackled by old-world honor, stepping further into the darkness on his lonely road to absolute supremacy. Walking to the window, gazing at the world he protects, he whispered, "I want to drink at their wedding. If you ever get the chance, please make that wish come true." Cut to the next day. The arena atmosphere is electric. The organizers announced the afternoon solo matches, displaying the brutal elimination bracket on the big screen. Because of the unforgiving double elimination format, we are about to witness a clash of titans, a duel that will shake the stadium to its core. In the losers bracket, Feng Qing and Su Wanying, two warriors who have already clashed once, are destined for a fateful rematch. Looking down from the stands, Feng Qing smirked, his aura flaring. "Perfect. Today I'll teach Su Wanying the true definition of violence." Zhong Yuan, standing behind him, asked, "Do you two have a blood feud or something?" Feng Qing grit his teeth, his grudge petty yet intense. "The Su family poaches my mother's staff daily, and now he wants to steal my cat." Zhong Yuan's eyes lit up with amusement. He rested his chin on his hand, grinning. "Oh, I see. A classic case of childhood friends turned sworn enemies. A love-hate saga." Feng Qing jumped up, veins popping. "There is no love, only hate and murder." After that brief comedic interlude settled his nerves, Feng Qing marched toward the arena, his stride powerful and imposing like a general heading to war. Zhong Yuan called out, "Time to shine, chest out, head high." Feng Qing glanced back. "Give me some encouragement." Zhong Yuan nodded and shouted the most nonsensical cheer possible. "Feng Su Wanying charges forth tomorrow. The price of pork will skyrocket." The announcer's voice boomed. Contestants Feng Qing and Su Wanying have entered the ring. The psychological warfare has begun. Su Wanying pointed an accusing finger straight at Feng Qing's face, roaring, "Feng Qing, I won't hold back this time." Feng Qing remained unfazed, hands on his hips, radiating arrogance. "Even if you went all out, you couldn't defeat me." Su Wanying, provoked by this confidence, smirked. "So sure of yourself, dare to bet the cat on this match. If I win, the cat is mine." Feng Qing shrugged, his expression deadpan. "Betting on cats is bad for my health." Request denied. Su Wanying's enthusiasm evaporated instantly. He sighed, looking bored. "Fine. Nothing left to discuss then. Let's just fight." The referee raised his hand. "Fighters ready. 3, 2, 1. Fight." As soon as the bell rang, Feng Qing sprinted backward, retreating straight into the shadows. His erratic behavior baffled the crowd. The commentator shouted, "Feng Qing has retreated into the environment's shadow right at the start." Su Wanying gave chase instantly. He wasn't trying to close the distance for melee, he was preparing a one-hit kill with his signature move, Extreme Vibration. Closing in, Su Wanying screamed, "Feng Qing, if you can't block this, just surrender now." Cheng Yun leaped from her seat, eyes wide with excitement. "Here it comes." Su Wanying is using Extreme Vibration. In this Awakening Manhwa universe, everyone knows that's a strategic class ability. Exclusive to the Hua Nation, this power targets specific polar matter, forcing it into violent resonance. Once a target type is chosen, it cannot be changed. And Su Wanying's target for Extreme Vibration is water. Water molecules are polar. Under the influence of this terrifying skill, they vibrate and collide at high speeds, heating up, instantly vaporizing and expanding. If this explodes inside a living organism, the internal damage is catastrophic. To put it simply, it's like throwing a raw egg into a microwave. The commentator's voice reached a fever pitch, selling the danger of the moment. But Feng Qing took the hit head-on. He stands tall, completely unharmed. After tanking the ultimate attack, Feng Qing stabilized his stance and looked at Su Wanying with a face so punchable it should be illegal. "That microwave trick of yours, it doesn't even tickle." Someone tanked his ultimate move and then insulted it. Su Wanying was furious. "What did you absorb a new ability to gain immunity?" Feng Qing didn't bother explaining. He scoffed, "Tsk, shallow. How could mere vibration shake this body of steel?" He acted cool on the outside, but internally he smirked. "After taking that hit in last year's team competition, my body evolved specifically to counter it. When the water molecules in my cells are attacked, the hydrogen atoms automatically shift their angle to 180 degrees, becoming nonpolar molecules. I am completely immune." Hearing Feng Qing's mockery, Su Wanying snapped. The veins on his forehead pulsed with rage. Fine. You hid in the shadows to force me into close combat, then I'll give you exactly what you want. Su Wanying activated his shadow meld, vanishing from sight. The commentator gasped. Su Wanying has merged with the darkness. He is invisible, his movements unpredictable. A chill ran through the audience. In a duel, fighting an invisible enemy is a death sentence, like searching for a needle in the ocean. But Feng Qing stood like a statue, calm and collected. It was as if every variable, every move was already part of his master plan. The commentator continued. The moment he leaps from the shadows will be the moment of Feng Qing's defeat. Feng Qing muttered under his breath, repeating the word. Defeat. He cracked his neck. My eyesight might be dimmed by these sunglasses, but in this system Manhwa, I can still see the red bar of his lifespan floating in the dark. Judging by the trajectory and speed, he's coming for me. Right. Now. Su Wanying burst from the shadows, launching a devastating strike at Feng Qing's blind spot. But Feng Qing dodged with supernatural grace, evading the backstab by a millimeter. He spun around, driving a heavy fist straight into Su Wanying's gut impact. Su Wanying was blasted back instantly. The commentator couldn't believe his eyes. Heavens, it's as if Feng Qing knew exactly where and when Su Wanying would strike. Moving with inhuman speed, he spun around and punched Su Wanying right out of the ring. The referee shouted, "Ring out, Feng Qing wins." Kui Shengshi was stunned. He analyzed the replay. The camera shows Feng Qing started his spin the exact microsecond Su Wanying appeared. Does Feng Qing possess the same precognition skill as Shangguan Yi? Beside him, Cheng Yun gasped. That definitely wasn't a simple reaction to killing intent. Do all the monsters surrounding Zhong Yuan possess foresight abilities? Kui Shengshi speculated, it's bizarre. Zhong Yuan's power is absurd, yet he's only ranked 137 on the youth list. Cheng Yun argued, perhaps he follows the Tao of hiding one's strength and dislikes useless battles. Kui Shengshi countered. But strategic class talents are usually ranked through simulation battles. According to the East China Military District, he holds at least 3 strategic class abilities. He just doesn't want the drama. Cheng Yun ended the debate. Let the organizers get a headache over the ranking lists. She returned to her professional mode. Next match, Zhong Yuan. His opponent is Liu Wen from the Jinling squad. In the arena, Liu Wen stood before Zhong Yuan, offering a sharp standard military salute. He spoke seriously. Zhong Yuan, I know your true identity is actually Xuan Ming. Thank you for saving my cousin at Oxhead Mountain. Cheng Yun's jaw dropped. What? Kui Shengshi sighed helplessly. I knew it. He's actually the number 2 ranker that explains his monstrous strength. Yosai. Cheng Yun mused. If he broke the young marshal's record in the solo rounds, is he stronger than the young marshal? Kui Shengshi panicked. Don't say that on air, I don't want to get fired. Zhong Yuan felt a vein pop in his forehead. He tried so hard to keep a low profile in this Manhwa recap, only to have it ruined instantly. He forced a polite smile while screaming internally. Could you not have warned me before blowing my cover, bro? Not that there's much to hide. Young Master Jiang keeps trying to mess with my ranking anyway. I suppose being called a fake is no longer a worry. Liu Wen's eyes burned with excitement. My cousin said Zhan Hong awakened foresight after you taught him disc shooting. Please teach me too. Hearing this bombshell, Zhong Yuan couldn't believe his ears. He froze, thinking, even Zhan Hong learned it. Liu Wen was practically vibrating with intensity, his eyes shining like high beams with sheer determination. Shangguan Yi said that facing life and death unlocks potential. Please give me a chance to awaken. Seeing such burning passion, Zhong Yuan couldn't bear to crush his dreams. He face-palmed and sighed. Fine. Just this once. Liu Wen cheered, oh yeah. But to avoid rumors, Zhong Yuan quickly issued a disclaimer, hoping to scare him off. Let me be clear, I have no idea how their foresight works. If you fail to learn it, don't come crying to me. Cheng Yun narrated, Contestant Zhong Yuan requested a wooden sword, and not wanting to lose face, Liu Wen asked for a saber. Kui Shengshi marveled at the scene. It seems this has turned into a tutorial match. Regardless of the outcome, we will upload the footage for everyone to study later. The referee handed over the weapon. Here's the wooden sword you requested. Zhong Yuan took it, thanked him, and then activated his deconstruction ability, splitting the sword into a bundle of uniform sticks. The commentator gasped. The sword turned into projectiles. What kind of skill is that? While they speculated, Zhong Yuan adjusted his ammo. As he prepared, he recalled, back when I helped young Master Jiang cook, he used deconstruction to slice tofu, breaking down specific parts of an object to reshape it. What a brilliant application of power. Moments later, the referee's voice boomed, match start. Both fighters instantly shifted into combat stances. Zhong Yuan spoke calmly. You made it to the finals, so you're not weak. Let's start with 6. Liu Wen shouted, bring it. Zhong Yuan launched 6 sticks with terrifying velocity. His stance was casual, yet the power behind it was profound. As the projectiles flew, he added a chilling warning. Careful now, don't die. Liu Wen swung his saber, deflecting the barrage with equal speed. However, one stick slipped past his defense, aiming straight for a vital point. He instantly activated his iron body technique, clang. The wood struck him like metal on metal, leaving him unharmed. He exhaled sharply. Phew. Again. Zhong Yuan paused and asked, "Was that the iron body technique?" Liu Wen nodded. "Yes. I hardened my skin to prevent penetration. It stopped the bleeding damage." Having confirmed his theory, Zhong Yuan picked up 8 sticks. With a terrifyingly innocent smile, he said, "Then I won't hold back anymore." Liu Wen froze. His brain short-circuited, letting out a confused, like a lost deer in headlights. Zhong Yuan shrugged. "You exposed my identity as Xuan Ming anyway. No point hiding my healing arts. Just accept the beating. I'll heal you before you actually die." Watching this brutal training session, Cheng Yun noted, "Zhong Yuan's throwing technique looks like the legendary Heavenly Maiden scatters flowers. Is he secretly a descendant of the Tang sect from Shu?" Kui Shengxi shook his head. "There's no record of such a skill in the database. It must be pure technique." Cheng Yun remained skeptical. "His martial arts are textbook perfection. I never expected his hidden weapons to be this lethal." Kui Shengxi watched closely as this leveling manhwa scene unfolded. He's already thrown dozens of them. Could Liu Wen master the art of combat foresight before being turned into a pincushion, back in the heat of battle? After a grueling exchange of blows with Zhong Yuan, Liu Wen was running on fumes. His face was a mask of sheer exhaustion, his spiritual energy completely depleted from this hellish training session. Gasping heavily, he wheezed, "Huff, huff, keep going." Seeing Liu Wen looking like he was 1 foot in the grave, Zhong Yuan felt a pang of hesitation. He suggested, "Maybe I should heal you first." Little did Liu Wen know rejecting this offer would be the most foolish decision of his life, one he'd regret instantly. He stubbornly refused. "No. I need to dance on the edge of death to truly grasp the essence of foresight." Hearing this insanity, Zhong Yuan shrugged and gave up. So Zhong Yuan summoned Ye Zhen, communicating through their spiritual link. "Ye Zhen, hand over control of the shadow servant body to me." "As you command." Zhong Yuan gripped the wooden rods, his aura shifting as he prepared to strike. "Come on then. Let me satisfy your death wish." Seeing the wall of wooden spikes aimed his way, Liu Wen's soul nearly left his body. He froze in terror. If that barrage hit him, it wasn't training anymore, he would actually die. Giving him 0 time to breathe, Zhong Yuan shouted, "Prepare yourself." He expected Liu Wen to fight to the bitter end with burning passion and resolve, but reality was cruel. Liu Wen instantly crumbled, tears streaming down his face as he screamed, Wait, I surrender, I give up." Zhong Yuan blinked innocently. "Oh, you don't want to learn foresight anymore." Liu Wen, traumatized, nodded furiously. Thank you. I've learned enough, I get it now." The referee, seeing the pathetic display, declared the result. Winner Zhong Yuan. It felt too fast. Zhong Yuan scratched his head in confusion. That's it, it's over. Inside, he thought, why do I get the feeling he quit before actually learning a single thing? The scene shifts to Jiang Buyu's home. Zhong Yuan donned his beloved apron. With that face, that physique, and that personality, he looked more handsome than ever, a true domestic god. Truly, clothes make the man. But right now, this handsome devil was holding a sprouted potato, speaking tenderly to his friend, in quotation marks. Young Master Zhang, winter in Guangyuan City is so warm and humid. The potato sprouted after just 1 day in the fridge. Across the room, Jiang Buyu, also wearing an apron, warned, "Sprouted potatoes are poisonous. Throw them away." Zhong Yuan sighed. What a waste. I heard sprouted potato is a famous delicacy in the southwest. I'll try cooking it. Jiang Buyu looked uneasy. He said, "Master Yuan, the negative energy in your system has already been fully digested. Are you preparing to fight poison with poison?" Zhong Yuan shot Jiang Buyu a dangerous look, his eyes cold and his tone begging for a beating. He replied, "No. Even if it ends, there's always a next time. Besides, young Master Jiang's digestive pills are essential for anyone who enjoys swallowing beast cores at home." Jiang Buyu got goosebumps from Zhong Yuan's tone, but he stiffened his neck and argued, "I don't believe you unless you let me synergize with you." Say. Synergize, Zhong Yuan agreed. He grabbed Jiang Buyu's slender, clean wrist and activated his ability. Acquiring the Poison Eater ability left Jiang Buyu surprised and anxious. But holding his rice bowl, he suddenly beamed with excitement. This food, it's poisonous. The sprouted potatoes were indeed toxic, instantly triggering the synergized Poison Eater skill. His stats skyrocketed to 101.2%. The table was filled with visually stunning, delicious-looking dishes. Jiang Buyu stuffed his face, praising between bites. "It's extremely poisonous, magnificent." Seeing Jiang Buyu so thrilled about being poisoned, Zhong Yuan was speechless. "It's toxic, yet you're this happy." Zhong didn't care. He replied, "Poison doesn't stop it from being delicious." Zhong Yuan sat for a moment, then asked, Both times you synergized, you pulled exactly the ability you needed. That's incredible luck. Zhang Buyu explained. There's an unconfirmed theory about synergy. The abilities you copy aren't random. They depend on intuition. The stronger your intuition, the easier it is to absorb synergy in the star ruins, and the more likely you are to get the specific power you need. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought. Intuition, is that similar to the foresight ability found in a leveling manhwa? Zhang Buyu suggested. I've watched the university leagues. Everyone there seems to have combat foresight. Why don't you teach me how to do it? Zhong Yuan looked deadpan. How can I teach you when I don't even understand it myself? Zhang Buyu proposed. Well, try throwing that barbecue skewer at me first. Zhong Yuan stayed silent, then mentally ordered Ye Zhen to fetch every knife in the house. Ye Zhen responded with glee. Understood. Zhang Buyu panicked. Why knives? Ye Zhen loomed over him. Don't worry. If I accidentally kill you, I'll personally cook the funeral banquet winter melon and tofu soup to cleanse the spirits. Terrified, Zhang Buyu stammered. Don't stop messing around like Ye Zhen. Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes. Then show me some real skill. He hurled the knife at Zhang Buyu. Just in time, Zhang lowered his hand a fraction. Thwack. The blade buried itself in the wall, leaving Zhang Buyu frozen like a statue. After a long pause, Zhang Buyu's face turned pale. He jumped up flailing and yelled at Zhong Yuan. Master Yuan, you have no martial ethics. Zhong Yuan replied innocently. Didn't you say you knew foresight? Zhang Buyu fumed. What kind of foresight is that? I rely entirely on muscle memory for extreme reactions. I saw your throwing motion. If I didn't get hit, it's only because your hand speed wasn't fast enough. Zhong Yuan felt a wave of disappointment. He muttered gloomily. But that's what I thought foresight was. Zhang Buyu sighed helplessly. Shangguan Yi and Feng Qing can react simultaneously with their opponents without even looking. Zhong Yuan retorted flatly. That's unscientific. Zhang Buyu was getting annoyed. Remember when you transformed into Wang Podi and we investigated the drone? The enemy fired and you instantly pushed me away. Later I calculated the bullet speed based on the sniper rifle model. Your existence is logical. At the very least you reacted the exact moment the trigger was pulled. At that time our backs were turned to the enemy, Zhang Buyu continued. I think the essence of this foresight is intuition, not calculation. Zhong Yuan countered, but isn't the essence of intuition just subconscious calculation? He was too tired to argue further about the mechanics of the system Manhwa. Zhang Buyu sighed, realizing that talking was useless without action. Words are just wind. I have a dojo at home. Let's see if your skills can back up your confidence. Moments later they arrived at the private training hall. Staring at the high-tech machinery, Zhong Yuan asked, Does your gym actually have a flying saucer drone? Zhang Buyu flexed his knowledge casually. That vintage model is the Dark Souls of training gear, recognized as the hardest first-generation prototype. I can cheese the fixed patterns but the random chaos mode. It's tougher than a final boss in a leveling manhwa. Zhong Yuan stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Then step aside. Let me show you how it's done. Zhong Yuan unleashed his power. His speed was god-tier, launching the discs with lightning reflexes. The system notification chimed, final level cleared, as Zhang Buyu watched from the corner in total awe. 666, score 100. Zhang Buyu rushed over, grabbing his arm like a desperate fanboy. Young Master Yuan, teach me the art of the disc, I beg you. I feel like the secret to precognition is hidden in your technique. Zhong Yuan looked at him completely deadpan. I don't use tricks, just raw hand speed and precision. How am I supposed to teach you pure instinct? Zhang Buyu proposed a solution. We will use logic, spiritual sense, and a soul link. Theoretically, if we synchronize our minds, you can predict the trajectory, and I will execute the strike. Zhong Yuan agreed. Fine, let's dance. Zhang Buyu took the stage wielding a sword instead of a launcher, moving with a fluid agility that promised success. The system voice announced final level cleared. Score 100. Zhang Buyu froze in place, stunned by his own performance. Is this the power of foresight? Zhong Yuan evaluated the scene. Honestly, I never expected you to slash flying targets in close quarters. Zhang Buyu explained. My marksmanship is trash, so I abandoned the gun for the way of the sword. Zhang Buyu fell into deep thought before speaking. Young master. After experiencing that synchronized consciousness, I suspect your prediction ability is closer to a time element power than simple intuition. Could it be that you absorbed a void star and awakened a future sight ability without even realizing it? Zhong Yuan asked skeptically. Do you have any basis for that wild theory? Zhang Buyu replied. No hard proof, but we can verify it with a live experiment right now. Zhong Yuan let out an intrigued sound. Zhang Buyu commanded the machine set the discs to launch in random directions one by one with exactly 1 second intervals. When the first one flies, project your mind to the second one. By the time the second launches, we will know if your prophecy was true. Zhong Yuan nodded. Let's test this limit. He stood before the launcher, channeling his focus. The first disc is airborne, predicting the coordinates of the second target. Now, the moment the thought formed, the second saucer flew exactly where Zhong Yuan had envisioned. He was thunderstruck. I can actually see the future. Zhang Buyu slammed a button on the machine, shouting in excitement. Young Master Yuan, your future sight is the real deal. Can we keep experimenting? This is huge for our Manhwa recap. Zhong Yuan was confused, asking what else is there to test. Zhang Buyu explained, the machine generates a random number sequence the moment it starts locking in the fate of every disc. The direction is fixed and won't change based on my actions. If you've read enough sci-fi, you know about the observer effect. Specifically, your act of predicting the future might actually cause ripples in the fabric of reality. Stand there like a statue. I can predict your movement in an instant. If I foresee that you won't move, I'm going to punch you. However, if I predict that I will get hit, I will intentionally hold back. We need to see if some cosmic force intervenes to force the future to match your prophecy. That would mean the observed future is immutable. Zhong Yuan frowned, looking concerned. What kind of prophecy is that I only know how to make educated guesses? Zhang Buyu's eyes burned with scientific madness. Just imagine it. If I do nothing, will I land a hit on you 1 second from now? Zhong Yuan resigned himself to the madness. Fine, I'll play your game. I am doing absolutely nothing. 1 second later. While Zhang Buyu was talking, Zhong Yuan closed his eyes and a vision flashed in his mind. Zhang Buyu getting punched in the face, hard. Zhong Yuan snapped open his eyes, shocked. Wait, I saw the vision. But why is it? Young Master Zhang getting beaten. Instinct took over and Zhong Yuan's fist flew toward Zhang Buyu. Just as it seemed he would deliver a devastating blow, he twisted his hand and pinched Zhang Buyu's cheek instead. Zhang let out a confused yelp. Zhong Yuan muttered, "Excellent. The future has been changed." After composing himself, Zhong Yuan explained, I tried to predict what would happen if I remained passive. But instead, I saw a future where you got hit, so I instinctively took a third option to alter the outcome. Zhang Buyu nodded, realizing the truth. I get it. Your subconscious knew you would react so that logic was already baked into the prophecy. Your foresight is basically high-speed deduction. Zhong Yuan pondered. Deduction requires data. If I predicted the disc, I must have accessed hidden information from the ether. Zhang Buyu continued. But in the end, you changed the future. This proves your will is superior to the laws of this awakening Manhwa world. Zhang Buyu declared. This inference proves that your consciousness exists in a dimension higher than the timeline we live in. Time is not unique, but your will. Your will is absolute. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan was struck by a profound realization. He froze, his mind racing. Uniqueness. Is that why when I used dual processing I couldn't create a second Zhong Yuan, because my existence is a singularity? When exactly did I acquire this singularity trait? Was it when the golden coffin absorbed me? When that titanic beast crushed me to death before my rebirth? Or was it from an even earlier accident in my past life? He clutched his head in deep thought. Though I can't be sure, I can vaguely feel that my prediction limit is 4 years, exactly the amount of time since I was reincarnated. Seeing his friend looking unwell, Zhang Buyu approached with concern. Young Master Yuan, are you all right? Did peeking into the timeline drain your mana? Zhong Yuan replied, the spiritual consumption is heavy but not enough to knock me out. Zhong Yuan thought grimly, Young Master Zhang, I suddenly have a catastrophic premonition. I can't explain this feeling. I just know that if I try to predict anything else right now, it will backfire. Zhang Buyu sympathized completely and suggested, if logic fails, how about we try the mystical arts of dream divination? Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Divination and fortune-telling didn't sound like something this man would rely on. Zhang Buyu replied with a calm smile, that is merely a mystical figure of speech. In essence, I use the infinite dreamscape to tap into your subconscious, manifesting your deepest anxieties into visual scenarios. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan's curiosity piqued. He nodded. Fine, let us give it a try. Zhang Buyu immediately activated the infinite dreamscape, chanting ancient mantras of order and chaos, of fortune and disaster. A purple haze enveloped the room. Zhong Yuan felt his consciousness drift away, sinking deep into the abyss, until the scene shifted to a bustling location. A loudspeaker blared overhead, echoing through the hall. Attention visitors. Due to a temporary fire drill, the museum will be closing in 10 minutes. All guests please evacuate the premises immediately. Zhong Yuan floated through the crowd, realizing he existed here only as a wandering spirit. He watched the sea of people moving toward the exits, a shockwave of realization hitting him. This was the Shangdong Museum, right before the rift opened. He was viewing the scene of his own death from a third-person perspective. Needing answers, he drifted through the halls to assess the situation and figure out why his soul had been pulled to this specific moment. Passing the arts and crafts section, his gaze landed on a couple flirting in the corner. The girl smiled. Can I treat you to dinner? but the boy looked like a stranger she had just cornered. He tried to dodge her. I should go first. Seeing his fear, the girl laughed it off, trying to comfort him. Oh, come on. It is just a fire drill. What are you so afraid of? Gazing out the glass window, Zhong Yuan heard the second announcement, the one that changed everything. Warning. Gold rank void rift, estimated to manifest at 3:40 in the morning. The 3-point anchor is active. Terrain replication complete. The dimensional domain has opened. Zhong Yuan's mind raced. That explained why all phone signals vanished back then. It was the domain's interference. The sky inside the domain had turned into an abyssal night. It seemed the country's spatial technology had advanced significantly over the last 4 years. Suddenly, the fabric of reality tore apart. A colossal arm emerged from a massive purple void vortex in the sky. The monstrous limb crashed down onto the city. Boom buildings crumbled like sandcastles. A voice echoed. This beast destroyed the domain with a single strike. It has entered reality. The alien arm smashed through the museum ceiling, crushing the flirting couple beneath the rubble instantly. Their fate was sealed in the chaos. Zhong Yuan observed the devastation, stroking his chin in thought. I remember Jong Lan saying the giant claw outside was an illusion. That means this strike targeting the golden coffin was the main body's true attack. He floated toward the ruins where the golden coffin lay exposed. Beside it lay the broken bodies of the couple and his own corpse from his past life. Judging by the angle of the claw's descent, its target was definitely the coffin. My death was just collateral damage. But then Zhong Yuan noticed something that made his blood run cold. Lying before him was indeed his corpse, but it wasn't the age he died at. The body had regressed to the face of a 16-year-old boy. He was thunderstruck. My body reverted to its teenage state, reversing time instead of death. This kind of heaven-defying ability, it has to be the Prime Day power. This is the kind of twist you only see in a top-tier Awakening manhwa. Standing before the reflection of a glass pane, Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought. Is this the source of my anxiety? No. The ominous feeling hasn't faded. There is a critical clue hidden deeper in this dream. Outside the museum, a fierce battle raged. The captain shouted over the comms, Jong Lan, I order you to retreat immediately. But Jong Lan was already consumed by madness. She screamed, her eyes wild. I won't listen, I will kill them all. Illusion or real body, I don't care. Lin Dongliang, trembling with fear, barked an order, Chen Jun, release the life resonance now. Zhong Lan is the only genius in Shangdong City to absorb 8 elemental powers in a decade. We cannot lose her. Chen Jun replied through gritted teeth. I already released it. Lin Dongliang screamed in frustration. Jong Lan, obey orders and return. A nearby female hunter cried out in terror. The domain isn't stable yet. If she retreats now, the defensive line breaks and we all die. Lin Dongliang didn't care. All units retreat. Wait for the 9-anchor domain to stabilize. Chen Jun, maintaining the life resonance, tried to stop him. No. If we run now, the caster won't finish the spell. I can still hold on. They can take our lives. But Zhong Lan is one of a kind. There are still civilians who haven't evacuated. Lin Dongliang's face twisted with malice. Who cares about a few civilians at a time like this? Watching the cold-blooded nature of these leaders, Zhong Yuan clicked his tongue in disgust. What a twisted, sickening form of leadership. Perhaps for the Zhong Lan of this timeline, dying in battle was the better ending. Suddenly, ethereal golden light began to weave through the surroundings. It wrapped around the museum, emitting a strange divine aura. Zhong Yuan looked around, perplexed. He was stunned by the anomaly. The environment was shifting, and time itself seemed to be flowing backward. Watching the streams of light converge and mix, Zhong Yuan made a bold guess. 4 years of time are being condensed and gathered here. Then the lights surged toward him, penetrating his spirit and sealing themselves within his body. At the same moment, a doctor's voice echoed from the void. Jong Lan, you don't want your brother to lie in a hospital bed forever, eventually becoming a vegetable, do you? Zhong Yuan listened silently, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. The scene shifted. Back in reality, Zhong Yuan and Jiang Buyu sat on a park bench. Zhong Yuan broke the silence. Young Master Jiang, I might need the infinite dreamscape one more time. But not right now. Jiang Buyu looked at him with surprise. Was the effect of this session not strong enough for you? Zhong Yuan replied. That is only part of the reason. Silence fell between them once more. Zhong Yuan thought to himself. After my past self's accident, the injuries remained when I woke up. That proves the one who healed me wasn't Feng Qing. Injuries that nearly left me a vegetable cannot be cured by some nameless healer. There is a deeper secret hidden here. This is the true cause of my uneasiness. 4 years of time were siphoned into my main body. And right now my main body has merged with the shadow world inside the golden coffin sitting in the Shangdong Museum. Perhaps only by using the infinite dreamscape on the golden coffin itself can I find the key to changing my destiny. After a moment of calculation, Zhong Yuan turned to his friend. Jiang Buyu. I know you are someone willing to pay the price with your life. I want to. But before he could finish, Jiang Buyu raised a hand cutting off his request. He said firmly, No, I do not want to. Zhong Yuan slapped his hand away and smirked. If you refuse, I will use my 1200% ultimate puppy dog eyes attack to force you. Jiang Buyu sighed heavily. Can one really just casually pay with their life like that? You have the guts to trust me, but not yourself, Zhong Yuan threatened playfully. You dare lie and say you are scared. Your audacity is truly bigger than the sky. Jiang Buyu blushed and admitted it. All right, full disclosure though, I am actually a total noob. The only reason I hit rank 1 on the youth charts is my unparalleled thick skin. Even if you force me, I can't promise results. Zhong Yuan laid out his terms. I need to dive into a deeper layer of the dream. It will put me in a comatose state for a long time. I won't be able to wake up on my own. During this time, I need you to be my judgment. When exactly should I pull you out? Jiang Buyu looked up at Zhong Yuan. What is the standard for waking you? Zhong Yuan replied, The importance of this dream equals your trust in my intuition. Furthermore, if my little sister is in danger, wake me up immediately, no matter the cost. Jiang Buyu was puzzled. What if she encounters danger but can handle it herself? Zhong Yuan shot back. She is only 12 years old. It is normal for her to be unable to handle things. Jiang Buyu countered. Sometimes those involved are blind while onlookers see clearly. She might not be as fragile as you imagine. Zhong Yuan let out a surprised sound. Jiang Buyu glanced at him with a smirk. Today you turned the bus around on the tournament livestream. She didn't call you to ask why. Have you ever thought about the reason? Zhong Yuan mused. That is true. The hotel and school have turned into chaotic scenes straight out of a disaster novel. Why has Jong Lan shown zero reaction? Maybe she didn't watch the stream, Jiang Buyu suggested. Young Master Yuan, you might doubt my analysis, so why not see it with your own eyes? Zhong Yuan asked. See it how? Jiang Buyu stroked his chin, a bold and reckless plan forming in his mind. During the university tournament tomorrow, I will open the infinite dream and fight in your place. Let's see how your sister reacts to that. The scene shifts to the tournament arena the next day. Jiang Buyu, wearing the appearance of Zhong Yuan, strode in with such majesty that the entire crowd could not help but stare. Bystanders gasped, witnessing a scene worthy of a top-tier awakening manhwa. As expected of the number 2 ranked Xuanming, his presence rivals the young marshal from back in the day. My roommate and I analyzed all night who is stronger between Xuanming and the young marshal. We still haven't reached a conclusion, but visually Xuanming totally crushes him. Jiang Buyu sat down next to Feng Qing. Feng Qing glanced over and fell silent. He analyzed internally. This person's height and physique are almost identical to Yuan. The face is a realistic simulation mask. He is wearing contact lenses. The hair is real but dyed. The length was likely forced out using Yuan's life authority. Daring to do this in front of cameras, this will definitely release the infinite dream ability piercing through screens to impact the very concept of reality. Feng Qing leaned in and whispered, The sterilization great demon king. Jiang Buyu froze, cursing internally. What the hell? Jiang Buyu tried to act natural. I never accepted that nickname. Wait, how did you figure it out? Feng Qing replied. Why don't you tell me first? How do you know Zhong Yuan? Jiang Buyu quickly improvised. Zhong Yuan and I have been pen pals for over 10 years. We only met recently. Feng Qing scoffed in disbelief. Bullshit. What era is this? Who still has pen pals? Jiang Buyu showed off a pen, the kind exchanged for points at the Yangzongsheng convenience store. He stammered. If you don't believe me, just ask him yourself. Feng Qing decided to let it go. Forget it. If Zhong Yuan allowed this, I won't say anything. Just make sure you don't drag us down. Jiang Buyu grinned. Just wait. You are about to witness a brand new ultimate move that Zhong Yuan and I invented together. Internally, Jiang Buyu complained bitterly. During the invention process, Senior Ye used public duty to settle personal grudges and stabbed me 17 times, right through the heart. My entire body was covered in wounds. Thank God for Zhong Yuan's life authority keeping me alive. It even conveniently helped my hair grow out. My rational common sense and the young master's telepathy have recorded each other. As long as we activate them simultaneously, we can communicate instantly across infinite distances. Even if Senior Ye is hiding in my shadow separating body and shadow, I can rely on the young master's judgment to maintain remote contact with zero latency. Jiang Buyu suddenly felt a surge of confidence. This is the divine F2A connection linking all our minds. Seeing Jiang Buyu suddenly act manic, Ye Zhen spoke up. Jiang Buyu, do you feel uncomfortable if you aren't plotting something all day? Or should I treat you with some magnetism? The black cat chimed in. Young Master Jiang teasing Feng Qing is fun for a moment, but the crematorium awaits immediately after. The scene shifts to the drawing ceremony. The referee announced, for the final draw to avoid match-fixing, the lucky team is Feng Qing's squad. The team with 5 consecutive wins has drawn the Kongxiao team from Jinling University, who have lost 5 times in a row. The Black Cat was furious at this result. Zhang the scammer. Didn't you say your hands were lucky you played me? Ye Zhen added number 8. Zhang Buyu is known as the son of luck in China. He is not just lucky, he is a cosmic joke. He truly deserves death. The Black Cat fell silent, then declared, magnetism isn't enough to satisfy this hatred. Drag him out for execution. Suddenly a stranger approached. Zhong Yuan, I have words for you. Can you come with me for a moment? The Black Cat quickly explained to Jiang Buyu. Young Master Jiang, this is Jiang Buyu, a friend of mine. The two went to a secluded corner to talk. Jiang Buyu spoke first. What's up, speak your mind. Suddenly Jiang Buyu lunged forward and grabbed Jiang Buyu's collar. He roared furiously. Be honest, who the hell are you? Why are you impersonating Zhong Yuan? Jiang Buyu feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you are saying. Jiang Buyu raged. Stop acting. Tell me, or I will expose you right now. In his heart, Tianshuo thought, Zhong Yuan is clearly a fragile, pure, and adorable beauty. This guy is built like a diamond Barbie. It is weird enough to shatter the earth. You think you can fool me? Jiang Buyu felt helpless and communicated via spirit. Young master, your friends see through your dream disguise in the blink of an eye. The Black Cat sighed. Well, the only ones who can see through it instantly are probably just these two. Jiang Buyu didn't want any internal conflict. He softened his tone. I accepted a commission from Zhong Yuan to fight this tournament for him. Can I ask you to pretend you don't know? Jiang Buyu was suspicious. Fighting for him, you are Zhong Yuan's friend. Jiang Buyu replied, we are extremely close. Jiang Buyu wasn't buying it easily. Do you have proof? Jiang Buyu pulled out a photo. It showed Zhong Yuan wearing an apron cooking, looking very domestic. See, I know his private side. Jiang Buyu puffed out his chest proudly. She made breakfast at my place today. Jiang Buyu stared at the photo like a starving wolf ready to devour its prey. Do you believe me now? Jiang Buyu asked, feigning helplessness. Tianshuo's eyes didn't waver. Give me 30 more pictures, and I'll believe anything. On the outside, he smiled through the awkwardness, but inside he was screaming SOS to Ye Zhen and the Black Cat. Young master, this guy is radiating killing intent. Does he want to date her or use the photo for target practice? Ye Zhen raged from the shadows. Lord number 8. That pervert Jiang Buyu has impure thoughts about your image. Permission to end his miserable existence. The Black Cat was far more pragmatic. At least don't give them away for free. With that permission granted, a devilish grin slowly spread across Jiang Buyu's face. He waved the photo with a sly smirk. Jiang Buyu, I'm working for Zhong Yuan right now. If you try to loot a burning house without showing respect, aren't you afraid I'll report you to the boss? At the mere mention of the name, Jiang Buyu shrank back, terror flickering in his eyes like a candle in the wind. After a fierce negotiation, everyone got what they wanted. Jiang Buyu dashed off, practically drooling over the photos in his hands, while Jiang Buyu stood there beaming with satisfaction. 30 photos in exchange for 3 unconditional favors from Jiang Buyu. What a steal. 70-30 split, the Black Cat demanded. Jiang Buyu didn't even flinch. He skipped away happily, replying, wow, I get a cut too. Hey, I heard Su Wanying from the Capital University is a super cat slave. Should we sell him some scandalous shots of the Black Cat? Wait until you actually manage to take one. The Black Cat scoffed. Arriving at the bench, Jiang Buyu slapped Feng Qing on the shoulder. Let's go, it's showtime. As the duo walked off, the crowd erupted into whispers. The vibe between Zhong Yuan and Feng Qing is weird today. Are they fighting? Zhong Yuan probably cheated on him. Little wife Feng Qing must be furious. But wait, Zhong Yuan is so warm and innocent. If anyone is cheating, it's definitely Feng Qing. Hearing every word of the gossip, Jiang Buyu grinned mischievously. Feng Qing looks like being a wife is hard work. Feng Qing snapped, rage boiling over. Keep laughing, I'll start a rumor that you and Jiang Buyu are lovers. Let's see how you like being shipped. Jiang Buyu retorted confidently. Damage the enemy 1000, self-damage 800. You know the drill. Enough trash talk. Both teams took their positions. The referee's voice boomed. Team Feng Qing versus Team Kongjiao, prepare for battle. Contestant Zhong Yuan clutched a wooden training sword. Was Team Feng Qing putting on a stage play? Suddenly Jiang Buyu snapped the blade, shattering it into countless sharp wooden spikes. The commentator gasped. Zhong Yuan just turned a single wooden sword into an arsenal. That quantity is absolutely insane. The battle began. Jiang Buyu launched himself forward, backed by the full support of his team. This was the excitement of a top-tier manhwa recap. Zhang and Xie Yihan instantly cast their support buffs on him. With a dramatic wave of his hand, Jiang Buyu unleashed his technique. Phantom World Gatling Gun. The opponents froze in place, jaws dropping as they failed to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, the swarm of wooden spikes flew toward them with terrifying speed. They were just wooden sticks, but infused with Jiang Buyu's energy they looked deadlier than modern ballistics. The commentator stared at the arena completely dumbfounded. No. Heavens, Shoif that are being thrown. The spikes seemed to pause in mid-air, accumulating into a massive wall of death. The four opponents stood paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. Was this the legendary time-stop ability found in an awakening Manhwa? No. The spikes resumed their flight with such velocity that the enemy's eyes nearly popped out of their skulls. Aside from the sole female fighter, every other opponent was struck down instantly, blood misting the air. It was a brutal display of dominance. Zhang Buyu retracted his hand, looking like a roguish hero. "I don't hit healers," he declared smoothly. "Just surrender." The girl was terrified out of her wits. Her legs gave way and she collapsed to her knees, stammering, I surrender." The referee, mind blown by the speed of the fight, stuttered before making the call. Winner team Feng Qing. Inside, Zhang Buyu was practically dancing with glee. Actual combat 8 seconds, plus 20 seconds for the surrender and the ref's brain lag. Total 28 seconds. Did I break the record? The black cat nodded approvingly. Stylish. It looked like time stopped, but it was just a visual trick. I used super camouflage to hide Ye Zhen, and the young master triggered his own buff. Teleporting into the shadow waterfall caused Ye Zhen's power to skyrocket. After I threw the spikes, Ye Zhen used his tentacles to catch them, making them appear frozen in midair. Then, once enough accumulated, he hurled them all at once. Thousands of spikes raining down like Judgment Day. As for freezing them in place, my infinite dreamland skill handled that easily. Classic system Manhwa tactics. While Zhang Buyu analyzed his victory, a group of old men in the VIP box looked grim. The tournament organizers were holding an emergency meeting. What do we do? Zhong Yuan broke the young marshal's record again. Do we save face for Zhong Yuan or the young marshal? Tisk. The young marshal is still number 1 on the youth leaderboard. Let's stick to the script. One organizer made the final call. He already broke the individual record. For the team match, we must protect the young marshal's dignity. Sitting on the bench, Zhang Buyu waited for the good news. The loudspeaker crackled to life. The battle between Team Feng Qing and Team Kongjiao has concluded. Total combat time 35.5 seconds. A pity, just 0.5 seconds slower than the young marshal's record. Zhang Buyu froze. He couldn't believe his ears. 10,000 question marks floated above his head while the black cat looked completely unsurprised. Surprised young Master Jiang. The cat purred. Ye Zhen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Jiang Buyu, welcome to the shady world of university tournaments, feel the corruption. Zhang Buyu slumped in despair. Young master, I want to switch back to my real self and file a complaint, but I already dyed my hair for this disguise. The black cat sighed, exhausted but indulgent. Take my backpack to the restroom. I'll teleport over, transform into you, and speak on your behalf. Ye Zhen couldn't stop cackling. Zhang Buyu, you really are a drama queen. That flashy Lang Tai tea brand must be named after you, right? Ha ha. Cut to a news flash moments later. Breaking news: Commander of the South China Military Region, Zhang Buyu, personally visited the tournament to file a formal complaint with the organizers. The battle time has been officially corrected to 28 seconds. The young marshal declared he doesn't mind his record being broken and fully supports Zhong Yuan setting a legendary double record. This was the aura of a true peerless genius. He was undeniably the apex predator among the military's younger generation in this leveling manhwa. Watching the tournament broadcast, Jong Lan could hardly believe her eyes. Her brother would never stoop to such flashy, impractical combat styles, nor would he ever show such mercy to a healer class. Frustration bubbled up within her. The man on the screen was an imposter, not her brother. Meanwhile, inside his private quarters, Fung studied his tablet, a look of bewilderment masking his sharp, analytical mind. He reasoned that cameras could capture light and sound, but they failed to record the invisible signature of a player's skills. He realized only conceptual abilities that ignored physical distance could transcend the screen abilities like the infinite dreamland or the bizarre super-cuteness acting skill. Deciding to verify his theory, Fung's eyes flashed with the golden light of clairvoyance. He pierced through the digital veil, analyzing the battle between Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu. The truth was revealed. On Zhong Yuan's body lay the trace of the infinite dreamland, but bizarrely, Zhang Buyu was radiating the aura of the super-cuteness acting skill. Perplexed, he muttered to himself, just what kind of game are these two playing? Suddenly, Kay burst in following a sobbing Jong Lan and urgently addressed her father. Father, something triggered Jong Lan. She is hysterical and insists on speaking with you privately. Kage explained while the girl behind her rubbed her swollen eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Junfeng nodded solemnly. Very well. Kage, leave us. I will speak with Zhong Lan alone. As silence descended upon the room, Junfeng looked at the weeping girl, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Jong Lan, what is so urgent that requires a private audience? Instantly the tears vanished. Jong Lan rubbed her eyes one last time and looked up with an aggrieved expression. Commander, and something has happened to my brother. Do you have a method to save him? And Junfeng couldn't hide his internal shock. Jong Lan had no resistance to the infinite dreamland, yet she somehow saw through the illusion on her own. A smile of satisfaction and amusement curled his lips. This child realized her brother was acting strangely, yet, instead of alerting those around her, she fabricated an excuse to meet the person in charge. He sighed internally with admiration. This girl was far more complex and dangerous than her innocent appearance suggested, connecting the dots. And Junfeng finally understood the bigger picture. Feng Qing must have altered Zhong Lan's medical records beforehand. Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu were coordinating a play to test us. He opened his mouth, his voice calm and confirming. You have a sharp eye. The Zhong Yuan in that live stream is indeed an imposter. Hearing this, she stared at him, wiping her eyes in confusion. Then tears pooled in her gaze once more as she leaned forward, seeking confirmation. So you really did notice it too? And Junfeng nodded, taking it a step further. Not only can I see that it is not him, but I have also deduced the cause behind this awakening Manhwa mystery. Jong Lan stammered, asking for the reason, but An Junfeng's expression suddenly shifted into something dark and unreadable. His eyes narrowed shadows, casting a gloomy pallor over his face. He asked coldly, if I told you that I have no intention of saving your brother, what would you do? Zhong Lan's eyes widened in shock, then hardened into a glare. She froze momentarily at a loss for words. Immediately, her expression transformed into one of pure hostility. She eyed him warily and stated her analysis. Commander N. You are a commander class while I am an attack class. She continued her cold calculation. We are less than a meter apart. If I launch a surprise attack while you are unguarded, you are not guaranteed to hold the advantage against me. Unfazed by the threat, An Junfeng looked at the girl beside him with an inscrutable expression. Have you considered the consequences? If you strike me now, do you know what price you and your brother will pay? Zhong Lan gripped the armrest, her voice deadly serious. My brother is a strategic class awakener. Being strategic class means he is an entity not bound by the laws of ordinary men, she added with absolute conviction. Likewise, if I am punished by these rules, he will simply step on the rules and crush them to protect me. Zhong Lan's eyes narrowed into slits of ice, staring down at Junfeng as she delivered her ultimatum. I admit I do not have the power to kill you today. However, I have the power to cause a massive catastrophe here. If we fight, the only one who lands in a political quagmire is you. In a flash, An Junfeng rose from his seat and stood before her. With one hand in his pocket, he patted her head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good. Extremely good. I truly did not misjudge you. Zhong Lan looked up, blinking in confusion. Huh. An Junfeng continued his praise. You have guts, kid. That little head of yours is brilliant, though your analysis of the situation is still a bit green. An Junfeng sat back down in his chair, his demeanor returning to calm authority as he began to educate her. If you know your brother is a strategic class asset, then you should know that the military cannot simply stand by and watch him die. The fact that we are not intervening only proves one thing: he is in no danger whatsoever. Zhong Lan stared at him, eyes wide, as the realization finally hit her like a lightning bolt. Shame flooded her face, turning it crimson. She bowed her head, stammering, Commander N. I apologize. Her hands trembled on her lap, panic setting in. I was just so emotional. I spoke without thinking. Seeing her distress, An Junfeng's gaze softened, and he offered her some comfort. It is fine. Having a bit of an overreaction isn't necessarily a bad thing. Zhong Lan looked up, puzzled. Why is that? An Junfeng explained plainly. It might sound harsh, but right now the more you try to exert your combat power, the more you will drag your brother down. Conversely, if you focus on your own survival so he can fight without worry, your combined combat efficiency will skyrocket. And Junfeng looked her in the eye, his voice grave. Remember, this combat is not the objective, it is merely a method. If you can achieve a better outcome without fighting, then the one who suppresses their impulse and sheathes their weapon is the true warrior. Furthermore, just because we aren't launching a rescue mission doesn't mean we aren't doing anything at all. Meanwhile, in another tower framed by the azure sky, a cold blade pressed against Zhang Buyu's throat. A young woman held the sword steady, interrogating him. Spill the truth about Zhong Yuan's condition. If you don't... She paused, eyes flashing dangerously. Even if you are a commander, I will show no mercy. Yet Zhang Buyu simply sat there, hands clasped on his desk, as calm as a still lake. Is this the negotiation style of the Nine Ruins? The ponytailed girl didn't flinch, her blade pressed dangerously against the hostage's throat as she screamed. Stop changing the subject. Tell me the status of Zhong Yuan right now. Zhang Buyu remained completely unfazed, leaning back in his chair with the arrogance of a king. Zhong Yuan is in the office. Unfortunately, he is already dead. The girl's composure cracked her voice, rising in a shriek of disbelief. What did you say? Before the shock could even settle, his finger moved with lightning speed toward the steel blade threatening his neck. Zhang Buyu activated super resolution. In an instant, the steel blade dissolved into nothingness. He stared her down, his voice calm but terrifying. I want to see who truly has the qualification to show mercy here. Is it you, or is it me? The assassin stared at her empty hand, her weapon erased from existence, her face twisting in sheer shock. Zhang Buyu's eyes turned icy, every word dripping with killing intent. A shockwave blasted from his body. He casually waved a hand, sending the ponytailed assassin flying backward in total disbelief. She crashed hard onto the floor, but Zhang Buyu's pressure didn't stop. The invisible force crushed down on her, forcing the assassin to grit her teeth and cross her stiffened arms to block the incoming impact. She slammed her palms against the floor, springing up with incredible agility, launching a sweeping leg kick aimed directly at Zhang Buyu's foundation. He dodged with supernatural speed. In a blur, he reversed the momentum, pinning the female assassin face first into the ground. As she struggled, his eyes widened slightly. He spotted a ring glowing with mysterious energy on her finger. Boom! A massive explosion tore through the room, blasting him away, but there was no blood. His body simply dissolved into particles of light. The assassin scrambled to her feet, eyes widening as she realized the terrifying truth. It wasn't a real body. From a cabinet in the corner, the real Zhong Yuan stepped out, looking unimpressed. Impressive. One move to destroy my projection. You even defeated the immortal body. Truly a threat worthy of a generic leveling manhwa villain. His eyes glowed crimson, suppressing a storm of rage. Now tell me, which number of the 9 ruins are you? Realization dawned on her face. She glared at him, putting the pieces together. Zhong Yuan. That fake Zhang Buyu. Was that your creation? Zhong Yuan ignored her question, walking forward with his hands clasped behind his back like a grandmaster. Lady, I am the one asking the questions here. Sensing the danger, the assassin tensed up, eyes locked on his approaching figure. I won the last exchange. You answer me first. His expression went sub-zero, his eyes narrowing with mockery. You think you won? Is that head of yours just for decoration? She stared back, confused by his arrogance. What do you mean? Suddenly Zhong Yuan was right in front of her. If I had used super resolution on your neck instead of the blade, you would be a corpse right now. He continued his cold analysis. I showed mercy, yet you responded with a killing blow. If we fight again, don't blame me for being ruthless. His aura forced her back step by step until she hit the edge of a desk. Panic flickered in her eyes as she stammered out an answer. 9 ruins number 1, Yan Ronan. She quickly added, I received an emergency mission to rescue you. I was just following the clues. Crack. The desk she was leaning on suddenly collapsed under the pressure, sending Yan Ronan tumbling into the debris. Zhong Yuan watched the slapstick moment with a sigh. Lady, do you not know your own weight class? She crawled out of the wreckage, shooting him a resentful glare. Seeing her pathetic state, Zhong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Fine, forget it. No need to explain. He looked down at her kneeling form, delivering his verdict. Your combat power is barely passable, but your brain needs a serious upgrade. I orchestrated this entire scenario, so I won't blame you for today, but you better remember this. He paused, his presence weighing down on Yan Ronan as she knelt in submission. He leaned in, staring deep into her soul. Being stupid isn't scary. What's scary is being stupid but thinking you're a genius. Faced with his cold, terrifying gaze, inches from her own, Yan Ronan froze, her eyes wide with fear, unable to utter a single sound. Zhong Yuan delivered his final warning. If you ever unleash a lethal attack without understanding the situation again, I won't be so polite. He gestured to the destroyed office. Zhang Buyu's office is trashed. The 9 ruins will cover the renovation costs, correct? Yan Ruanen's face darkened. You are part of the 9 ruins too. Just use the organization's budget for this. Oh right, I forgot I haven't resigned yet. He turned to leave. You can go. I'll speak to Boss Chi myself. Later in a random apartment complex. Zhong Yuan pushed open the lid of a coffin with his bare hands. He sat up, looking around in confusion. Wait a second. Shouldn't this coffin be in Commander Sia's office? Did they move me? He stepped out of the room, checking the door. Unlocked. I can leave. Outside, Boss Chi was watering plants. He looked up, laughing nervously as he saw the protagonist. Zhong Yuan, little brother, you're awake. Zhong Yuan stared at him, unamused. Zhong Yuan sighed, his expression deadpan. Boss Chi, did you seriously steal the bed from Commander Xia? They sat down at a tea table. Boss Chi sweated profusely, trying to explain. Well, you see, it's not appropriate to keep personal items in a military office. I just helped move the coffin. I mean the bed. Back to the 9 ruins. Zhong Yuan cut him off. Save the excuses. I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. Zhong Yuan crossed his arms, staring intensely at his uncle. Number one came to rescue me. You arranged that, didn't you? Boss Chi wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodding guiltily. Yes. Your sister called me. She said you were in trouble and demanded I find a way to save you. I sent number one immediately since she was nearby. Boss Chi laughed awkwardly, trying to diffuse the tension. But since you made it back to the 9 ruins on your own, everything is fine, right? Zhong Yuan didn't smile. He leaned forward. Boss Chi, have you ever stopped to think? Why exactly does my sister have your private phone number? He turned back his gaze, piercing through the girl before landing on Chi Shu. With cold composure, Chi Shu answered the silent accusation. Didn't I say, if the girl faced any trouble, you were to call me immediately? Hearing such a simplistic excuse, Zhong Yuan could only massage his temples. He let out a forced laugh, closing his eyes as a wave of frustration washed over him. Commander An is a true old fox playing the 9 ruins directly. Compared to him, Boss Chi was far too honest. Zhong Yuan stood abruptly, his voice firm as he addressed his uncle, who was calmly sipping tea. The matter is settled. Don't ask for details. His tone brooked no argument. But from now on, when my sister calls, answer the damn phone faster. Seeing him turn to leave, Chisho voiced the doubt lingering in his heart. Wait. That issue with the organizers rejecting your ID, did Zheng Buyu handle it for you? At the mention of that name, Zhong Yuan's expression turned icy. He looked back, his eyes void of warmth. Zheng Buyu didn't just take the fall for me. Zhong Yuan cut him off, his voice grim. He wants to manipulate me into staying in the 9 ruins. To him, that place is the military's fortress, the ultimate shield of the nation. Chisho looked up, listening intently. But then Zhong Yuan posed a question that cut deep. But tell me, uncle, what are the 9 ruins to you? He didn't wait for an answer. The protagonist turned on his heel, walking away into the shadows. Leaving Chisho in stunned silence, Zhong Yuan threw back one last riddle. Is it a blanket to hide from reality, or a box you've trapped yourself in? As he walked, he muttered, I don't need your answer. I just need someone from the Fung family. Arriving at the Fung residence, Zhong Yuan ran his hand over one of the 6 ominous coffins. Behind him, a bald man watched closely before speaking up. Zhong Yuan, the beds you ordered are ready. The craftsman added, wiping his hands. Check them over. If there are no issues, give me the delivery coordinates. He slid the lid off one coffin, peering into the abyss. With a face devoid of emotion, he issued his commands for this leveling Manhwa inventory. Send 3 of them to the commanders Xia Jihui of the north, and Junfeng of the east, and Zhang Buyu of the south. Their offices will suffice. He continued without a pause. Send one to the address at Cheng Yunqiao, and ship another to my residence in Guangyuan City. The bald man stared in shock. Zhong Yuan placed a heavy hand on the man's shoulder, his voice dropping an octave. As for the last one, consider it a gift. Keep it for yourself or give it to someone else. It's your choice. The craftsman's face twisted in a mix of confusion and dread. He had to verify what he just heard. You're sending coffins to 3 high-ranking commanders. Are you serious? Zhong Yuan leaned in close, his presence overwhelming. If you understand, good. If you don't... He kept his hand on the man's shoulder. Then don't worry about it. His gaze drifted back to the coffins, lost in his own strategic calculations. This vessel is large enough to store a fragment of dark world energy, he mused silently. Using it as a teleportation anchor means I can materialize in human form instantly. No more explaining why a cat suddenly turned into a man. Darkness claimed the sky as the moon rose high above the city. His voice broke the silence once more. Right. There's one more custom item I need. Can you forge it for me here? Later reunited with Jong Lan, he pressed a strawberry-shaped pendant into her palm. The young girl blinked, looking up in pure confusion. Is this for me? She asked. Zhong Yuan stood before her, a rare gentleness in his eyes. Do you like it? Zhong Lan gazed at the necklace, cherishing it instantly. I love it, but did you really rush all the way back here just for this? Zhong Yuan's expression turned solemn. This isn't just jewelry. It's a protective charm I crafted specifically for you. It is vitally important. I had to place it in your hands myself. While she admired it, Zhong Yuan's mind raced. The strawberry pendant is actually a sealed container. It can be opened from the inside. I've stored a trace of dark world energy within it. At any moment, I can project myself as a beetle and teleport directly to her location. I must be the final trump card protecting Jong Lan. Only then can I be at peace. Unaware of the power it held, Jong Lan held the necklace up, her eyes crinkling with a bright smile. Help me put it on, big brother. Seeing her joy, Zhong Yuan couldn't refuse. All right? He carefully clasped the chain around her neck as she bowed her head to help him. But then, her soft voice broke the quiet atmosphere. Brother, honestly, I've noticed some of your little secrets. She paused, her large eyes shimmering as she bit her lip. Touching the strawberry pendant, she stared at their reflection in the glass before her. Ever since that car accident during summer break, it's like you lost a part of yourself. She voiced the feeling that had been haunting her. You're no longer just the Zhong Yuan who only cares about being Zhong Lan's brother. You try so hard to hide the parts of you that don't fit that role. She realized the painful truth. You want me to be Zhong Lan, but not necessarily Zhong Yuan's little sister. Zhong Yuan listened in silence, a loving smile gracing his lips. Zhong Lan looked up, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. But without that bond, Zhong Lan isn't complete, and neither is Zhong Yuan. She beamed, clutching the strawberry charm as she made a silent vow. She cut through the tension. Zhong Yuan looked down at his little sister, taken aback by her maturity. I will protect your weakness, she declared, so you can fight without looking back. Zhong Yuan's eyes went wide, rimmed with red emotions. Zhong Lan spun around, striking a pose. This is the best fighting style. One that belongs only to me. She threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. This time, let me use my identity as your sister to protect the world. And to protect you. Zhong Yuan's hand froze in midair. Stunned by her words, his shock slowly melted into a genuine radiant smile. Okay. He gently patted her head, the pact sealed. The scene shifted abruptly, morning light, a plate of dumplings, and a steaming cup of coffee. Staring at the odd combination, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but question it. Everything goes with coffee now. Is this some kind of Upper East Side breakfast trend? Exactly, a cheerful voice confirmed. Jiang Buyu, sporting twin braids that looked like horns and wearing pajamas, dashed out. She grabbed a chair, grinning with the excitement of a new day. Zhong Yuan was rendered utterly speechless. Staring at the man's audacious face, he finally broke the silence. Young Master Jiang, did you seriously spend half an hour in front of the mirror just to style that unabashed? Jiang Buyu nodded with a grin. Call it a tactical cute aggression. I'm countering your passive charm with my own weaponized adorability. Unimpressed, Zhong Yuan stepped up behind him. He grabbed the ridiculous braid, eyeing it with disdain. Jiang Buyu squinted in confusion at the sudden movement. But before he could react, Snip Zhong Yuan mercilessly sheared the braid right off. Jiang Buyu leaped into the air, wailing in mock agony. Ah, my beauty! Flustered by the drama, Zhong Yuan glared at him and shouted, Quit screaming, hair doesn't have nerve endings. Sighing, he activated his life authority skill, channeling energy into the severed strands. In an instant, the hair surged back to its full length. Zhong Yuan kept his expression deadpan. There. I've restored the color too. Style it however you want, just don't make me look at that again. Jiang Buyu stared at his own reflection. His hair now cascaded to his feet, shimmering with a mystical half-white hue. His jaw practically hit the floor as he gasped. Whoa. Once I finish breakfast, I'll use my super resolution to give myself a fresh cut. As Jiang happily stuffed his face, Zhong Yuan sat across from him, phone in hand. He let out a heavy sigh. With the University League finals approaching, the long break was meant for recovery, but his mind was elsewhere. Today's team battles are just ranking matches for the top 10. It doesn't concern me. Neither does the individual competition. His gaze drifted back to Jiang Buyu, and another sigh escaped his lips as he internalized his thoughts. This guy is hopeless. His office is destroyed, yet he insists on working from home. No weekends, no breaks. Being a commander is more exhausting than being a slave. Suddenly, Jiang Buyu looked up, remembering something. Young Master Zhong, how goes the digestion of the negative energy from the ruin star? How much longer do you have to keep this up? Zhong Yuan didn't look up from his screen as he replied. It's stable for now. I'll wrap up this tournament deal with this ominous premonition I have and then fully absorb the ruin star. His expression darkened as he thought of their previous opponents. After I crushed the Central Saint team, they were dragged off to the Bureau for investigation. It seems the entire squad suffered a mental breakdown. They forfeited the competition immediately. Bai Xianli, their principal, claims to be on vacation, but he's vanished from the face of the earth. I won't press the investigation just yet, not while their guard is this high. Zhong Yuan rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing sharply. Besides, regarding the ruin energy and the stars, I still sense a chaotic turbulence within them. He recalled the classification hierarchy, yellow, green, red, then the catastrophic tiers of disaster and calamity. It was the standard progression for an awakening Manhwa world when humanity received power. We instantly received system prompts, names, levels, usage guides. But who defined them? Who wrote these system notifications? He pictured a warrior wielding a flaming blade. I understand how support skills amplify other abilities. But why do they also physically enhance cold steel? The logic doesn't add up. More questions began to bubble to the surface. And why do so many abilities produce effects in reality that differ from the system descriptions? Jiang Buyu paused his meal, pointing his chopsticks at Zhong Yuan. Actually, the Science Academy has launched multiple projects on that exact topic. But so far, zero conclusions. Is that so? Zhong Yuan murmured, noticing Jiang's plate was already licked clean. Zhang Buyu's playful demeanor vanished. He leaned in his voice, dropping to a serious tone. However, there are plenty of theories. The leading hypothesis is that the system, the ruin energy itself, is alive and evolving. With more dungeons opening and alien races emerging every year, the energy is adapting. Suddenly, the tension broke. Zhang Buyu slapped a hand on Zhong Yuan's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. But hey, don't overthink it. Let the eggheads at the academy stroke their beards over it. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes, annoyed by the sudden mood swing. Check this out, Jiang announced. I'll show you something beautiful to lift your spirits. Hehehe, behold the legendary hairstyle of a top-tier boy band idol. Am I handsome or what? He struck a pose. The front of his head was completely bald and shiny, with only a patch of hair remaining at the back. He beamed with pride, while Zhong Yuan recoiled in horror. Put your old hair back. My eyes are burning, Jiang Buyu pouted. Oh, come on, let me have some fun. Zhong Yuan grabbed Jiang's shiny dome and slammed his hand down, forcing the hair to regrow. Absolutely not. Your spiritual energy is linked to mine now. I forbid you from wasting it on bad haircuts, Zhang screamed as his head was crushed downward. Meanwhile, in the grand arena, two commentators sat ready at the booth. The male commentator Kui Shusheng spoke with electric enthusiasm. The points calculation for the team battles concluded yesterday. It's a tie in the rankings. We have a total of 14 teams squeezing into the top 10 bracket. Cheng Yun, the female host, chimed in smoothly. That's right. The tied teams will face off in a ranking battle today to decide the 9th and 10th spots and who gets the special rewards. The top 8 will proceed directly to the finals. Down in the arena, 8 formidable contestants stood in 2 opposing rows. The commentator's voice boomed again. The first match of the day, it's Liu Wen's squad from Cheng Yunqiao versus Guan Ticheng's team from Sanshan Academy. This battle decides who survives to reach the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, in the stands, Zhong Yuan, now transformed into a small, unassuming cat, sat perched on a chair observing the chaos. Suddenly, Ye Zhen materialized beside him. Looks like Zhong Yuan is actually willing to admit defeat this time. The cat merely glanced at him sideways. Oh. Ye Zhen continued his analysis. The opponent has 3 crowd control users. Unless she activates her prayer skill the second the match starts, she's finished. He arched his back, letting out a roar of pure rage. That brat is definitely from the Guangfo Guan family, a lineage infamous for devouring the bewilderment ability. Zhong Yuan glanced at Ye Zhen, who was practically radiating dark energy, and asked, Bewilderment. I've seen that in the textbooks. Isn't that just a standard mental control skill in this awakening manhwa world? Hearing this, he frowned, turning back to explain the terrifying reality of that power. It's weak against monsters, but devastatingly effective on humans. And once unleashed, it doesn't distinguish friend from foe, it dominates everything in range. He added ominously, anyone who absorbs this skill has impure motives. Zhong Yuan nodded, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Is that so? Down in the arena, Liu Wen barked orders to Su Wanying. The moment the ref says start, use ultimate prayer immediately. Huh, are you sure? But before she could finish, the referee blew the whistle, hand slicing through the air. Begin. Instantly, both teams dropped into combat stances. Guan Tiecheng didn't waste a second, spreading his arms with a vile grin as he unleashed his signature move, Bewilderment. Scramble the minds of every target in range, Wei. Violent purple vortexes erupted from his palms, distorting the very air around him. Liu Wen's team of 4 was instantly hit, reeling from the dizziness. In the stands, commentator Cheng Yun facepalmed. Tamshan Academy's Guan Tiecheng opened with Bewilderment right out of the gate. Su Wanying and Liu Wen have weak resistance. They're already confused. Shangguan Yi and Situ Ming are struggling to hold on. Then the glasses-wearing Wan Hui raised his hands to his temples, locking onto them with Mind Cripple, a target-specific chaos inducer. Purple swirls danced at his fingertips. Situ Meng's eyes glazed over as his mind was completely hijacked. Commentator Cheng Yun shouted, Wan Hui's follow-up is lightning fast. He added, Mind Confusion, to successfully puppet Situ Meng. His eyes spinning wildly, Situ Meng extended a hand toward his own teammate Shangguan Yi, casting Mental Cage. Shangguan Yi froze, stunned by the betrayal. Even the commentator was baffled. Situ Meng is in total chaos, casting a cage on Shangguan Yi. That is quite the play. Seeing this, Guan Ticheng smirked, signaling his next ally. Wen Renju now, the teammate responded instantly. On it, fine sand swirled beneath his feet. He stood atop the dune, spreading his arms arrogantly to unleash Sand Domain. A massive wave of sand engulfed the 4 confused opponents like a prison. Cheng Yun shook his head, analyzing the disaster unfolding below. Liu Wen's team never woke up from the mental control, and now they're trapped in Wen Renju's quicksand domain. Then the male commentator's voice rose with suspicion. It's been a full minute since they were buried head to toe. Can they really rely on ultimate prayer to flip the tables now? Zhong Yuan frowned, marching toward the referee to demand why the count hadn't started. Beside him, Ye Zhen looked on confused. The referee glanced over defensive. Su Wanying's ultimate prayer lasts 3 minutes. What if this is their stalling tactic? Zhong Yuan channeled his energy, squinting his eyes to peer into the sand. Is that so? Let me see. His body glowed with a purple aura as he activated super perception. Inside the sand tomb, Su Wanying had passed out, and the sand was still constricting them. The quicksand is relentlessly crushing Su Wanying, Zhong Yuan realized. She's completely buried and out of stamina. She's dying. Zhong Yuan roared at the referee. Declare their loss immediately. Save them. Terrified by his intensity, the referee stammered, "Ah, yes, sir." The referee rushed forward in a panic. Guan Ticheng's team wins, recall your abilities now. But Wen Renju didn't stop. He sneered at the official. My power takes time to recall. It's not that fast. Instantly, Zhong Yuan's spirit projected back to Jiang Buyu's office, looking frantic. He composed himself and gave a sharp order. Young Master Jiang, Infinite Dreamland, cover me. Jiang Buyu looked up from his computer, bewildered, but nodded. Got it. Back at the arena, the cat body surged with purple energy. Its eyes narrowed with determination as it leaped into action. Zhong Yuan used light speed, materializing on the field, instantly blowing past Wen Renju and leaving him dumbfounded. Guan Ticheng screamed in shock. Why is Zhong Yuan suddenly down here? But Zhong Yuan ignored the trash, rushing straight to Liu Wen's buried team. He stomped the ground, activating super resolution penetration. A powerful blue energy shockwave blasted from beneath his feet. The villain's sand was instantly blown away, revealing a crater in the ground. The 4 victims lay there unconscious and scattered. He assessed them gravely. Their bodies are filled with sand. My life authority can't extract it. I need to grab Feng Qing. Using light speed again, he appeared behind Feng Qing, grabbing his shoulder and startling the poor guy. Zhong Yuan calculated rapidly. When initiating light speed, the user instantly matches the target velocity. The acceleration won't hurt the body due to internal and external force balance. But air resistance at this velocity causes damage. He teleported them both to the arena using an air bullet to decelerate safely. Still gripping Feng Qing's shoulder, he thought, I have to run slower while carrying him. He tossed the healer into the pit. I leave the saving to you. Feng Qing, falling freely with a confused face, screamed back, Can't you be a little gentler? Mission accomplished. Zhong Yuan stood above the pit, hands in his pockets, looking like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. He glanced at the referee coldly. If Wen Renju attacks after the match ends, doesn't he get a card? Sweating bullets, the referee immediately raised a yellow card and shouted the penalty. Wen Renju of Sanshan Academy unleashed a cheap shot after the final bell. The referee immediately slapped him with a yellow card warning. Feigning shock, he screamed in outrage, claiming innocence. I didn't attack anyone. You've got it all wrong. Below, Feng Qing stared at the bodies strewn across the pit, slowly regaining consciousness. Even the referee looked down from his high perch, his eyes wide with disbelief at the devastation. In that moment, Zhong Yuan activated his mind-reading skill. His gaze locked onto Wen Renju, his expression hardening into cold steel. The truth won't change just because you twist your words to suit your narrative. The bastard gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at Zhong Yuan with pure venom. But Zhong Yuan heard the panic screaming in his mind like a villain in a leveling manhwa. Impossible. No one knows what happened beneath the sand but me. He's just bluffing to scare me. He can't possibly know. Outwardly, he wailed like a victim, his face twisted in fake grievance. I'm being framed. Retracting my true power takes time. It's not something I can just turn off instantly. But his inner voice betrayed him completely, revealing his dark intentions. As long as I keep my mouth shut, I'm safe. The ref didn't see the details. How can they blame me for an accident? Feng Qing dragged himself out of the pit, cutting through the lies with a voice like ice. You've used this quicksand domain before, Wen Renju. Check the system logs on how long it takes to retract. The data doesn't lie. Hearing this, the referee's expression darkened instantly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a second yellow card, sealing the student's fate. Wen Renju, your attitude toward an official is unacceptable. That's a second yellow, which means you are ejected with a red card. Wen Renju looked ready to explode with rage. He ground his teeth, glaring at the referee, but the words died in his throat as the reality set in. Zhong Yuan stood silently, bombarded by the chaotic thoughts of everyone in the arena. He heard the crowd's fear. Zhong Yuan and Feng Qing. Neither are people we can afford to offend. He picked up the referee's inner monologue clearly. No matter how he spins it, that punk deserved the card. He heard 1,000 unspeakable curses from Wen Renju's mind. And Feng Qing's suspicious thoughts. Does this sand-playing idiot have a grudge against Zhong Yuan? That was a lethal strike. If I'd been a minute late, he'd be cold meat. Meanwhile, Su Wanying was dazed. Where did the sand go? Am I dead or alive? Another student thought. The mind control is lifted. Did the president heal me? The opposing team was just as confused. Why is Wen Renju getting so emotional over a simple foul? With that red card, our lineup for the next match is ruined. The scene shifted to a sunlit room where a cat sat before a computer screen bathing in the afternoon glow. In his office, Zhang Buyu sat with perfect posture processing documents like a machine. Suddenly, the desk drawer slid open and a cat popped out with a soft meow. "Young Master Zhang," the cat purred, waving its paws adorably. Zhang Buyu jumped his composure, shattering instantly at the sight. He frowned, scolding the intruder. "Young Master Zhang, you scared the life out of me." But his heart screamed a different story. "He's secretly acting cute with me again. I don't care how cute he is. I am an immovable mountain." He began frantically reciting his mental mantra, "Wisdom defeats cuteness. A wise man does not fall for the river of Mo. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendship." Regaining his cool, Zhang Buyu leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands. He smiled at Zhong Yuan. "So is the matter resolved?" Zhong Yuan sat there stunned by the chaotic thoughts he had just read. He squinted at him. "So, that's the spell you use to resist cuteness. I'm actually impressed." Hearing this, Zhang Buyu slumped to the floor, hugging his knees like a pouting child. He looked at Zhong Yuan with wide, betrayed eyes and asked, "Is it fun for you, acting cute just to sneak a peek at my thoughts?" Zhong Yuan couldn't help but admit the truth. "It is fun. But actually, I find that acting cute occasionally soothes your logic circuits. It reduces your negative emotions and stops your personality from being assimilated." Zhang Buyu stared at him, a mix of disappointment and hurt in his gaze. He issued a strict command. "Next time you act cute, using mind reading is forbidden." Zhong Yuan broke into a cold sweat, realizing he'd been caught. "Oh. Okay." Zhang Buyu straightened up. "Open the logical communication channel. I have something to discuss." "Understood," Zhong Yuan replied obediently as the drawer slid shut. Moments later, a glass of water sat on the table as they got down to business. Zhang Buyu asked, "Plotting against you?" What was his actual intent? Zhong Yuan, still in his cat form, replied from the side. "I used mind reading." It seems it was a spur-of-the-moment impulse. He couldn't retract his killing intent in time. Zhang Buyu stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Could he be under the influence of the interference skill? Was his mind clouded? Zhong Yuan shook his head, offering his analysis. "I calculated the distance between him and Guan Ticheng when the interference was active. He was out of range. He wasn't affected during this match." Zhang Buyu grabbed his phone, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "Well, if he's looking for a death wish, let's grant it. I'll send him for a tea session with Wang Podi at the Awakener Control Bureau. It's standard procedure in this awakening manhwa world." After Wen Renju was dragged away, the remaining 3 team members sat in a gloomy meeting room. Wen Hui sprawled in his chair, man-spreading anxiously. The bureau took him without a word. "What do we do now? The Awakener Control Bureau doesn't mess around. They just took him. We're in serious trouble here." Guan Ticheng leaned back, resting his head in his hands calmly. He can still serve as a reserve for the upcoming quarter-finals. But if he enters the system and can't get back out, we basically forfeit the next matches. Beside them, Tong Xiaotang sat with crossed legs, deep in strategic thought. Wen Hui slammed his hand down his face, twisted in confusion and anger. Where do they get the authority? How can the Bureau just snatch people like that? Tong Xiaotang finally spoke, her voice cold and analytical. "I've investigated their backgrounds. Su Wanying's family is powerful, but their reach doesn't extend to South China. Zhong Yuan is just a nobody, a weed by the roadside. And Feng Qing, he just rides Su Wanying's coattails, doesn't he?" The glasses-wearing student sighed with regret. "We should have officially registered Wen Renju's ability sooner. He absorbed the Sand Spirit explosion drug. That's a strategic class unique ability." Tong Xiaotang closed her eyes, exuding an icy calm. "Don't panic yet." Guan Ticheng leaned on the armrest, his face darkening as he looked at her. "So what's the plan?" "Tong Xiaotang, how can you sit there sipping tea and laughing so coldly at a time like this?" Her voice cut through the tension with absolute certainty. "As long as Wen Renju is innocent, the Ruins Bureau cannot touch a hair on his head. As for the investigation, it's just a stalling tactic." Without missing a beat, she dialed a number. The tea on the table rippled untouched, reflecting her steely resolve. She spoke into the receiver. "Hello, second uncle. It's me, Tang Tang." She wasted no time on pleasantries, summarizing the crisis instantly. "I need to tell you something. While I was competing these past few days, my teammate was suddenly snatched up by the Ruins Bureau. That same night over at Zhang Buyu's place, Zhong Yuan cracked an egg into a bowl, a smirk playing on his lips. Your cooking skills have leveled up fast. At least when I leave, you won't be surviving on instant noodles." On the other side of the kitchen, Zhang Buyu adjusted his apron, grumbling as he worked non-stop. "You clearly hired me as the head chef, so why am I the one stuck washing and chopping vegetables?" Zhong Yuan replied with a calm philosophical smile. To become stronger, you must sever your own weaknesses. Zhang Buyu raised his knife to continue, but a sharp notification chime from his phone broke his concentration, drawing his curiosity. Oh, a message from Wang Podi. His face darkened instantly as he read the text, turning to announce the bad news to Zhong Yuan, who was still cooking in the background. Young Master Yuan, this time the flood has truly washed over the Dragon King's temple. It's a total disaster. Hearing that abstract metaphor, Zhong Yuan looked as confused as a statue, turning to Jiang Buyu with a blank expression. What does that mean? Jiang Buyu glanced back, his face grave, as he explained the situation. Wen Renju had barely entered the ruins bureau, not even finishing his tea before someone dragged him out. He added a crucial detail. The one who took him was Tongshan Yuan, the fourth seat of the 9 ruins. Hearing that name, Zhong Yuan frowned, turning his entire body toward Jiang Buyu, who was still chopping vegetables but confirmed the facts. The fourth seat 9 ruins, Tongshan Yuan. Is he a relative of Tong Xiaotang, Wen Renju's teammate? Yes. Jiang Buyu confirmed it without hesitation. Correct. He then began to break down the history of this formidable figure. Tongshan Yuan came from a completely ordinary family, accidentally swept up in the brutal struggles of the Awakened. The South China military district hired him as a desk clerk for secrecy. Jiang Buyu visualized the man walking a steep path to glory as he continued his analysis, but soon they discovered his S-class talent. He skyrocketed through the ranks, becoming a top-tier powerhouse and eventually joining the legendary 9 ruins. When one man ascends, his chickens and dogs fly to heaven. The entire Tong family rose with him, becoming a brand-new aristocratic dynasty of the Awakened. Absorbing this, Zhong Yuan turned back to his cooking, but his brow furrowed in deep thought. He voiced a sharp critique. If he came from the bottom tier, he should know the pain of oppression better than anyone. He asked, confused. Now that he is the power, does he turn around and oppress others? Jiang Buyu looked up, his expression heavy with empathy, as he refuted Zhong Yuan's judgment. You can't entirely blame him. In the South China region, without connections, it is nearly impossible to move a single inch. Zhang Buyu elaborated further, noting the dark reality. The hereditary nature of talents encourages a clan culture where protecting your own blood matters more than any justice or logic. His eyes grew melancholic as he continued. Tongshan Yuan has countless battle achievements. He once suppressed a calamity-grade rift, single-handedly saving tens of thousands of lives. He imagined Tongshan Yuan standing before the gates of a dungeon, walking that lonely long staircase of power alone. The 9 ruins silently permit his corruption and nepotism simply to make him more dependent on the organization. It is a leash. He added a chilling observation. The benefits of this survival of the fittest world are too tempting. Everyone wants to be the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, but the only difference is who has the talent and who doesn't. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Buyu finished chopping the vegetables, arranging them neatly in a bowl as he explained the core issue. The real reason the nation hesitates to reveal abilities to the public is fear. If the Awakened break free from state control and become a new ruling class, ordinary people without talent will never escape a destiny of slavery. Publicizing abilities would only create countless more men like Tongshan Yuan. In the long run, this country would no longer belong to the people, but to the Awakened overlords. Zhang Buyu lowered his head in self-mockery, his expression complex. The irony is, I want to protect the people and this land. He stared at the knife in his hand, his aura turning gloomy. But to do that, I have no choice but to wield this unfair, self-serving power. Perhaps in the process of constantly compromising with these noble families, I will slowly degenerate into the very monster I hate the most. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan couldn't stay silent. While focusing on the food, he declared coldly with his crimson eyes glowing, "You will not." Zhang Buyu carried the vegetables over to where Zhong Yuan stood. He looked at him in silence, words failing him, while the other man quietly continued to cook. Finally, Zhang Buyu asked with genuine doubt, "How can you be so sure that I won't change?" Zhong Yuan offered his explanation. "I have been devouring your rationality and logic for so long. Do you think I don't understand you?" Zhang Buyu was left speechless by that undeniable truth. Zhong Yuan's gaze remained calm as he spoke. "You once said you wanted to create a world where I could sleep peacefully," he added. "You also said that as long as it's me, I can do it. Even if you lie to me, I will believe it." Zhong Yuan turned, extending a hand toward Jiang Buyu with a bright, reassuring smile. "So that you can finally rest your mind." He cut through the doubt and affirmed, "The day when I can truly sleep will come, and I will strive for it alongside you. This time, let me be your mountain." Jiang Buyu looked up at Zhong Yuan with a feigned look of disgust, asking innocently, "I understand the philosophy, but can we change the ritual to something other than a handshake?" Seeing his partner's reluctance, Zhang Buyu found him troublesome and offered other suggestions. "Then what do you want? A blood pact, or maybe activating a magic card ritual?" With a straight face, Zhang Buyu shamelessly proposed, "Let's do a fusion transformation." Surprisingly, Zhong Yuan agreed instantly. Zhong Yuan leaned to the side with a grin, raising both arms over his head like two electrical sockets. His face dark with intensity as he screamed, fists punching the nine. Ruin's legs kicking the noble families. Beside him, Jiang Buyu mirrored the pose with equal excitement, shouting at the top of his lungs. Exterminate all evil in the world, create an era of eternal peace. They both lunged into a combat stance. Seeing his partner so hyped up, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but feel they had gone crazy. With black lines dropping over his face, he asked, "Are you having fun?" Jiang Buyu chimed in, grinning from ear to ear. "That sounds super fun." The wild energy settled and curiosity took over as she asked, "So regarding Tongxiang Yuan shielding that scumbag Wen Renju, how do you plan to handle it?" Zhong Yuan shot her a wicked wink, his expression darkening with malicious intent. "Simple. Beat the young one, then thrash the old one. However much evil they've sown, that's exactly how much pain they'll harvest." Hearing this, Jiang Buyu's eyes lit up with bloodlust. She cheered him on. "Go wild if you accidentally beat them to death, just let me know." That night, inside Feng Qing's quarters, the two sat on the bed analyzing the tournament bracket. Feng Qing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His gaze locked on the match schedule as he broke the silence. Yuan, our next opponents in the team battle, have already forfeited." Zhong Yuan sat with one leg casually draped over the edge of the bed, nodding in confirmation. "Just as we predicted. After all, this tournament, much like a high-stakes manhwa recap, isn't just about finding a champion. It's about survival and rewards. Surrendering is a calculated strategic move. It preserves their strength, allowing them to scramble for a better placement in the loser's bracket, rather than facing us." Feng Qing continued his deduction. "I suspect our semi-final opponents will fold as well. We're looking at a straight shot to the grand finals." Zhong Yuan weighed in on the situation. "In the team category, we currently sit at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, Guan Tiecheng's squad is hovering around 8th place, assuming everything follows the script. We'll have to wait until the final showdown to crush them." Looking at the bracket, Zhong Yuan let out a scoff of indifference. "Shh. I don't mind letting them climb a bit higher. The fall will only break more bones." Suddenly, a terrifying, murderous aura radiated from him. Feng Qing broke into a cold sweat, staring at his friend in alarm. I know that bastard Wen Renju deserves to be deleted from existence, but are you really going to unleash that kind of violence in a public tournament?" Zhong Yun's face turned darker than the abyss. "I don't enjoy killing. Unless, of course, the other party is begging for a death sentence." Feng Qing probed further. "I heard Wen Renju was dragged out of custody by someone powerful. Don't tell me it was the Flash Arbiter who intervened." Zhong Yuan retracted his killing intent, blinking in confusion as he looked at Feng Qing. "The Flash Arbiter? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that?" Feng Qing spread his hands, smiling helplessly. "Number 4 of the 9 ruins, Tongxiang Yuan. If this were a leveling manhwa, he'd be a top-tier boss. In the 9 ruins, his combat power is ranked 9th, but his social skills ranked 9th from the bottom." Seeing Feng Qing's detailed knowledge, Zhong Yuan asked, "So in your eyes, is he a hero or a villain?" Suddenly, Zhong Yuan let out an "ah," crossing his arms with a serious expression. He furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, "Humans, we all have light and dark sides." He stood up, shoving his hands into his pockets with exaggerated coolness. "Is that it? I understand everything now." Feng Qing looked at him, completely bewildered. "What are you planning? You know what, forget it. I'll just play dead. Do whatever you want." Then Feng Qing pinched his own chubby cheeks. Tears welled up behind his sunglasses as he put on a pitiful act to guilt-trip Zhong Yuan. "Come to think of it, there aren't many solo matches left. Most of the winners were so terrified of you that they surrendered immediately, dropping into the loser's bracket to join my workload. My schedule these past few days has been a nightmare. I'm on the verge of spiritual collapse here." Zhong Yuan showed no mercy. He grimaced, reached out, and violently pinched Feng Qing's cheek, growling, "Since when did you learn to act cute?" Feng Qing turned pale, sweating profusely as he tried to defend himself. "Who told you to value beauty over friendship? Everywhere you go, you attract admirers like moths to a flame." Zhong Yuan let out a confused, "Huh." Feng Qing started listing the victims of Zhong Yuan's charisma. "Jong Lan, who you saved. That silver-haired girl with the crimson eyes. Fang Quan, whose vision you cured. The blue-eyed girl with the reddish-brown hair. And don't get me started on Su Wanying, who's completely obsessed with your cat form. They all requested transfers to Cheng Yunqiao." Feng Qing clasped his hands together, mimicking a shy boy, then emphasized, "Especially Su Wanying. He blocks my door every day, demanding to pet the cat. It took me half a day just to chase him off." Hearing the accusations, Zhong Yuan instantly poofed into his cat form. He leaped toward the open window, shouting shamelessly, "I know nothing. Farewell." Feng Qing stood there, watching the fleeing feline with a resigned expression. "Juste ice." Sigh. I finally understand why Jiang Buyu always wants to spank that cat's butt. The next morning at the arena, hostess Cheng Yun's voice rang out with professional intensity. The strength of Feng Qing's squad from Cheng Yunqiao is simply god tier. Their opponents in the top 8 have been surrendering one after another over the past few days. Beside her, the male host Kui Shengxi looked down at the stands with a serious gaze. After days of brutal ranking battles, the 3rd through 8th positions have finally been decided. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, the team championship finals. Hostess Cheng Yun raised a skeptical question to the crowd. Does Guanticheng's team from Shangdong Academy, destined for 2nd place, actually have the guts to challenge Feng Qing's monsters? At the arena entrance, the 4 members of Guanticheng's team swaggered out. Wen Hui walked with his hands in his pockets, declaring arrogantly, "Who takes the championship cup is far from decided." Beside him, Guanticheng marched forward, addressing his teammates. No matter how strong Zhong Yuan is, the competition rules forbid fatal strikes. His strategic-level destructive abilities have no place here. Wen Renju, leading the pack, laughed with blatant contempt. Exactly. Last time he only managed to dig a big hole because I deactivated my sinking cut domain. If I hadn't retracted my power, he wouldn't have been able to touch me. Only Tong Xiaotong brought up the rear in silence. Sunlight streamed down on them from the tunnel exit. The 2 teams collided in the center of the arena. Before the match even started, the trash talk began. "Feng Qing, everyone calls you the strongest healer. I want to see how many broken bones your solar purge can fix today." Feng Qing's team wasn't about to take that lying down. "Beat you guys, I don't even need to use solar purge. And let me make one thing clear, no matter how badly you get beaten, I'm not healing you." The other side turned purple with rage. "Who needs your saving? Don't flatter yourself." Feng Qing turned to the referee, asking casually, "Hey ref, is the on-site medical team strong enough? Don't make me heal these guys after I'm done with them." The referee laughed, looking at him with amusement. "Don't worry. You are a competitor today, not a doctor. You have no duty to save the enemy." Hearing the confirmation, he finally relaxed. "Good. Now I can let loose." The referee raised his hand, signaling the start of the carnage. "Let the match begin. Fighters, take your stance. 3, 2, 1, fight." Instantly, Guanticheng and Wen Hui launched their assault, aiming straight for the kill while shouting orders to pin down Feng. But their battle cries died in their throats. Facing the charge, Zhong Yuan didn't even flinch. Hands casually in his pockets, he extended a single palm. Freeze. The silence was deafening. In a heartbeat, the arena temperature plummeted. 2 solid blocks of glacial ice materialized, sealing Wen Hui and Guanticheng instantly. Zhong Yuan analyzed the situation coldly. Those 2 possess mind control abilities. Annoying. To prevent any dirty tricks, a low-level freeze should suffice. I've set the timer. They'll thaw out automatically in a few minutes. No need to crush their life force. Yet, with the grace of a god looking down on insects, he grabbed the ice blocks. With a casual toss, he hurled them out of the ring. The commentator roared in disbelief. Guanticheng and Wen Hui have been eliminated by Zhong Yuan's sunburst. Just like that, the enemy team was cut in half. Zhong Yuan locked eyes with the survivors, his inner voice calculating. 2 left. Should I crush them or play with them? Let's listen to their heartbeats first. Across the field, Tong Xiaotong's mind raced. So, what if he has ice? We just need 1 second to lock him down. That's all the strategy requires. She spread her arms, unleashing her aura. A pitch-black void erupted behind her, swallowing the light domain expansion curtain of eternal night. Beside her, Wen Renju slammed his hands into the ground. Waves of grit rose up. Sand domain activated, she smirked. His sunburst power relies on light. If I turn this arena into a void, he's powerless. Darkness consumed the entire stadium. The audience gasped, eyes wide with the thrill of this awakening Manhwa showdown. Even the commentators lost their composure, screaming into their microphones. Contestant Tong has plunged the arena into absolute darkness. Visibility is 0. Switching to infrared cameras now. Unbothered Zhong Yuan communicated via telepathy. He looked toward his own shadow where Ye Zhen was hiding. "Ye Zhen, you good?" The reply came instantly. "Walk in the park. No damage." Zhong Yuan stood still, his body beginning to glow with spiritual energy. "Good. Get our teammates out of that quicksand." Ye Zhen's body unraveled into shadow tendrils. He snagged his 3 allies, hoisting them clear of the sinking sand pit. In the suffocating darkness, a new power awakened. Zhong Yuan sprouted wings of pure energy and ascended skill-activated Sky Ruler. He looked down at the insects below with a sneer. "That didn't work. Try harder." Tong Xiaotang looked up, her jaw dropping in sheer horror. "Impossible. He can fly. That breaks every rule in the book. That's absurd." Her tactical mind scrambled to adjust. "My sensory field detects 3 active abilities, including anti-gravity and extreme thermal energy. The heat skill is a lethal anti-monster move. He can't use that here. I have to use 0 gravity." She quickly calculated the physics of his flight to bring him down. Zero gravity occurs when the counterforce exceeds the gravitational pull. Once he enters my zero gravity zone, his aerodynamic lift will vanish. Gravity will take over and he'll crash like a stone. She focused her will on crushing him. She didn't hesitate. With a snap of her fingers, she warped the atmosphere. Get down on your knees. But Zhong Yuan remained aloft, his wings beating rhythmically behind him. He analyzed her attempt with amusement. Cute trick. But my sky ruler dominates the airflow itself. I just increased the lift to cancel out your little gravity well. Suddenly pillars of sand shot upward like hungry serpents. His voice remained calm, echoing from above. Sorry. That's useless too. Below, Wenrenju roared, extending his hands. He poured every ounce of will into the sand eyes, burning with desperation. Tung Xiaotang shielded her face from the grit. Wenrenju stopped, pull back the sand, but he was too far gone, blinded by pride. Pull back. Never. I will defeat Zhong Yuan head-on. The arena floor dissolved into a deadly quicksand pit. Tung Xiaotang panicked as her legs became trapped. Meanwhile, Wenrenju's body began to crumble into dust. The sand is my domain. As long as I become one with the sand, I am invincible. A massive sand tornado erupted, swallowing the battlefield along with his teammate. Skill Desert Storm, Cataclysm. Attributes skyrocketed, complete immunity to physical damage and status effects. I have 30 seconds of godhood. Zhong Yuan hovered above, watching the spectacle with a bored expression. A colossal pillar of sand lunged at him. The sand ruler's avatar took shape, obeying his will. The tornado devoured Zhong Yuan whole, yet inside the chaotic storm. Zhong Yuan floated peacefully, reading the fool's mind. Ha, die, suffocate in my world. So can you fight back? Go on. With this power I am untouchable. Even the second-ranked fighter of the Azure Cloud list will be crushed beneath my heel. Hearing these arrogant delusions, Zhong Yuan's eyes widened. Not in fear, but in sheer disbelief at the stupidity. My passive immortality kicked in. Does this guy not know how to hold back? Or does he just overestimate my defense? On the sidelines, Feng Qing removed his glasses. His eyes glowed with analytical light, piercing through the storm. His expression darkened instantly. Why is Wenrenju's lifespan plummeting like that? Did he break the human limiter? His output is at 448%. This is bad. If he keeps this up, his heart will explode in less than 5 minutes. Even the referee was sweating, turning to the mysterious cat-form overseer on the podium. Hey! Regarding Wenrenju's condition, do I give him a red card, or do we start the death countdown? Zhong Yuan replied with a face as calm as a still lake, stating they were all the same. Seeing this, his opponent frowned, confusion clouding his judgment. The referee acknowledged the situation and began the countdown. 23, 22. The sandstorm raged on without pause, but from within the chaotic vortex, Ye Zhen's arm suddenly emerged. He hurled the unconscious Dongtong Xiaotang out of the danger zone like a ragdoll. High above, the commentator couldn't contain his excitement, his voice booming through the speakers. Trusting in Zhong Yuan's impregnable defense, the referee continued the countdown, judging based on standard crowd control protocols. The commentator roared with an update. Before the countdown could even finish, Zhong Yuan's shadow servant exerted a burst of power, flinging contestant Dongtong Xiaotang completely off the stage. The blinding sandstorm finally dissipated, leaving only grains of dust drifting to the floor. The referee's voice cut through the tension, shouting with palpable intensity. Team Guantiacheng had only Wenrenju left, fighting a lonely battle in his sand form. Could he possibly turn the tides in this desperate leveling Manhwa showdown? The crowd gasped as the sand on the stage vanished instantly. Wenrenju's transformation was forcibly cancelled. His body was riddled with wounds, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth. Panic seized his heart as he screamed internally. Has my amplification time run out already? His thoughts spiraled into chaos as he muttered, why did my sandification ability suddenly? Before he could finish the thought, vertigo hit him like a hammer. His vision darkened, eyes rolling back, and he collapsed to the ground in a heap. Zhong Yuan descended slowly to the ground, an aura of dominance around him. He looked down at the fallen Wenrenju and delivered a chilling verdict. Disasters from the heavens can be avoided, but the sins you bring upon yourself grant no mercy. The fallen fighter lay in a pool of his own blood, motionless on the arena floor. The referee raised his hand, his voice echoing through the stadium. Wenrenju is critically injured and incapacitated. The winner is Team Fung Qing. Another official knelt beside Wenrenju, whose blood continued to spread across the tiles. He waved frantically, screaming, "Get the medical team out here now." 2 medics rushed forward with a stretcher. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan leaned back, collapsing into Feng Qing's arms while whispering a secret message. I think I'm dying. Get me to the hospital quick. Feng Qing caught him, his jaw dropping as he realized the truth. This is the legendary medical escape technique, isn't it? I'm the best actor you know, Zhong Yuan winked. Feng Qing immediately hoisted him onto his back and sprinted off the stage, shouting with feigned panic. Zhong Yuan has suffered catastrophic internal injuries. I need to treat him for 1 day and 1 night straight. No one disturb us. The audience watched them flee, faces blank with confusion and worry. Meanwhile, Wenhui and Guan Tiecheng sat shivering in the spectator stands, drenched to the bone from the earlier ice attacks. The bespectacled boy hugged himself, trembling violently. It's freezing. Can anyone cast a healing wind spell on me? His companion struggled to sit up, his face twisted in pain and confusion. The battle is over. Was the attack I just took an enhanced freezing spell? Realization dawned on him a split second later. We're doomed. Wen Renju isn't going to make it. Activate the life resonance one more time. On the other side, the 4-person healing squad stood paralyzed around Wen Renju's withered skeletal form. They stammered in horror. What kind of forbidden art did he use? His vitality is completely drained. This is beyond our power to fix. One healer had a spark of hope and shouted, "Find Su Wanying immediately." But his colleague crushed that hope instantly. Su Wanying is already treating Zhong Yuan. They said not to disturb them. Another medic realized the grim reality, his voice grave. It's over. Su Wanying has already fled the scene. We can't reach him. The team manager turned his fury toward Captain Gu, veins bulging in his neck. Captain Gu, what is wrong with the students from your academy? They cripple my student and then fake their own injuries to escape responsibility. Behind him, a girl from the team couldn't stay silent and snapped back. Who are you accusing of faking it? You try swallowing sand for 30 seconds straight and see if you don't look like death. Captain Gu looked at him with icy indifference, hands casually in his pockets. Manager Liu, my student is clearly the victim here. Your people abused their powers. There is no logic that obligates us to heal the aggressor. He added a final nail to the coffin. Besides, before the match, Guan Tiecheng explicitly stated they wouldn't need Feng Qing's healing. Hearing this, Manager Liu spun around, eyes wide with rage, and seized Guan Tiecheng by the collar. Guan Tiecheng, why would you utter such stupidity? If Wen Renju dies today, are you prepared to take full responsibility? The boy shrank back like a turtle into its shell eyes, trembling with terror. Across the room, a healer collapsed to the floor, screaming the final verdict. It's no use, I can't maintain his life force. He's gone. The manager panicked, screaming desperately. No, keep him alive, just a little longer. I'm calling the military district for authorization right now. In the chaos, Guan Tiecheng turned to Tong Xiaotang, clutching her shoulder with a desperate, pleading grip. Tong Xiaotang, you have to call your second uncle. The Bureau of Awakened Management listens to him. If he orders it, Feng Qing will have to come back and save him. Tong Xiaotang looked torn, hesitation written all over her face. But he cut her off sharply. A human life is at stake. Defeated. She finally nodded. Fine. She walked to a quiet corner and dialed. Second uncle, my classmate is dying. We need Feng Qing to heal him. She paused, lowering her voice. But Feng Qing has powerful backing. We can't force him. Is his influence so great that even you can't command him? On the other end of the line, the voice was grave and warning. Tang, listen to me. Feng Qing's background is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Offending him for the sake of a mere classmate is not worth the risk. Tong Xiaotang let out a surprised gasp. Cheng Yuan continued his lecture with strict instructions. Feng Qing doesn't respond to threats or pleading. He was difficult even as a child. He ignores everything except pineapple-flavored candy. He paused for emphasis. Forget about your friend's problems. Your priority is to build a good relationship with Feng Qing. Tong Xiaotang gripped the phone, a mix of panic and helplessness washing over her as she processed the absurd advice. How can every sentence be about sucking up to Feng Qing? Is my second uncle actually a massive simp for him? She hung up, utterly baffled. She turned back to face Guan Tiecheng, who immediately pounced with hope in his eyes. Well, what did he say? Tong Xiaotang grimaced, guilt written all over her face. My uncle said, he doesn't have time to manage this. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the despair. There is no need to save him anymore. Among the medical team, the leader lowered his phone, his expression solemn. The young marshal has spoken. If he cannot be saved, let him go. Do not waste the energy of the healing squad any longer. The medical team stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Wen Renju's broken form. Meanwhile, sunlight bathed the Nine Ruins courtyard, a stark contrast to the grim reality. Qisho sat before his wooden desk, eyes glued to the screen as he watched the battle replay. He could not help but exclaim, is that sand user out of his mind? Why use such a vicious, life-threatening attack against Zhong Yuan? Beside him, Feng Zhujun rested her chin on her hand, her tone carrying a hint of frustration. And seriously, what is wrong with Yuan? Why did he just stand there and tank the hit like a statue? She shook her head and added, if I did not know how monstrously strong that kid is, I would have thought he was beaten half to death right there. Qisho glanced at her and offered a sharp observation. Send him a message and ask, Do not just act cool while secretly checking if he is alive. Feng Qing looked at him with innocent confusion. Why cannot I just say it? Qishu scratched his head, struggling to explain the complexities of human emotion. He stammered, trying to quote a classic line. It is like the saying, I like flowers, but I will not tell you I want flowers because I want you to give them to me of your own free will. Feng Qing frowned, her confusion deepening. Is not that the kind of twisted logic little girls use in romance novels? He looked her in the eye and confirmed solemnly. Family friendship, love old or young. It applies to everyone. It is the universal law of tsundere behavior. Qishu pointed a finger, his expression growing serious as he thought about Zhong Yuan's coffin and Feng Qing's obsession with pineapple candy, traits typical of a system manhwa character. Whether it was eating candy or using a coffin as a bed, they were all just awkward souls seeking attention. Later that afternoon, the sun began to set over the Blue Sky Hotel. Jong Lan was sobbing uncontrollably on the phone, her eyes red and wide with fury as she screamed at her brother. I forbid you from ever scaring me like that again. Do you hear me? Seeing his sister crying her heart out, Zhong Yuan smiled helplessly. He looked like a child caught stealing cookies as he quickly grabbed Feng Qing to back him up. Calm down. I am fine. I am not hurt at all. If you do not believe me, just ask Feng Qing. Beside him, Feng Qing played along, speaking with honest conviction. That little attack for your brother, it was like a mosquito bite. They both stared at the phone screen, but on the other end, Zhong Lan was still screaming in heartache. Mosquito bites still hurt, she wailed. Zhong Yuan tried to explain. It does not hurt or itch, really. But his sister only cried harder. But it hurts my heart to watch. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan's face flushed with awkwardness. He stared at the phone, trying to find the words to comfort her. Then, maybe do not watch next time. That was the wrong thing to say. She screamed even louder. No. You are not allowed to hide injuries from me. Watching Zhong Yuan crumble before his little sister Feng Qing smirked, enjoying the show. As expected of little Lan, she was the one person who could tame this beast. Meanwhile, in Jiang Buyu's office, an organizer looked at the young marshal with sweat on his brow. Marshal, this is a disaster, he confirmed anxiously. The university tournament has not had a fatality in over a decade. He wrung his hands nervously. And the awakening manhwa forums are exploding with news about Wen Renju's death. The man gestured wildly as he continued his report, clearly panicked by the public backlash. Captain Liu of Sanshan Academy is publicly condemning the South China military district. He claims our medical equipment was trash and caused the loss of a genius. His post is so full of sarcasm he might as well be cursing you by name, sir. Jiang Buyu remained calm, sitting at his desk with a cat resting on a pillow beside him. The official asked desperately, are we just going to let them smear our reputation like this? Jiang Buyu propped his chin on his hand, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. If a dog bites me, I do not just bite back. I cook the dog first, and then I feast. The subordinate stood frozen, speechless at the metaphor. Suddenly, Jiang Buyu's expression turned icy cold. Did you send Wen Renju's body to the Bureau of Abnormalities? The man quickly confirmed it was done immediately. Jiang nodded dismissively. Good. Get out. Jiang Buyu walked to the window and dialed a number. Director Wang, did you use the void site to check Wen Renju's memories? The voice on the other end reported quickly. We found no traces of mind control or external manipulation in his memory fragments. The lethal force he used during the match was entirely due to his own hot-headed stupidity. Hearing this, Jiang Buyu replied with a flat tone. Is that so? He looked down through the glass at the dark sky while the cat Zhong Yuan in disguise poked its head out to listen. He hung up and turned to the cat. Young Master Jiang, what is your plan? He added, the public has sharp eyes. The truth alone should be enough. Zhong Yuan, lounging lazily on the cat cushion, lifted his head. You will still get scolded, though. Jiang Buyu frowned, acknowledging the point. Where there is slaughter, there is resentment. He shrugged, accepting the blame. Since I was the one who ordered the cessation of treatment, their hatred will naturally fall on me. Suddenly he shifted back to his playful persona, putting paws to his forehead and winking like an idol. I cannot exactly act cute on behalf of the military to solve this, can I? He pondered. Think I can get away with it if I just act adorable. Zhong Yuan narrowed his cat eyes, judging him silently. Young Master Jiang, you are deflecting again. Jiang pointed at the lazy cat on the cushion, chuckling as he put a hand in his pocket. You are scolding the bear, do not try to deny it. Zhong Yuan's gaze turned unfriendly as he issued a warning. If you keep talking, I will use my butt to brew your coffee tomorrow morning. Zhang Buyu immediately clasped his hands, fake tears streaming down his face as he meowed pitifully. Zhong Yuan stared at him. Speak human language. Jiang Buyu dropped the act, looking sheepish. Later at the Four Seasons Hotel, Guan Tiecheng stared at his screen eyes, bulging with rage. What is wrong with these people? Last night the online community blamed the organizers. Why is everyone suddenly calling us arrogant today? Beside him, Tong Xiaotang glanced over coolly. Well, you and Wen Renju are pretty arrogant. It is not exactly a lie. Cheng scowled, refusing to accept the blame. Zhong Yuan was definitely orchestrating this smear campaign against them. Tong Xiaotong narrowed her eyes, a silent judgment forming as she watched her foolish teammate. These three idiots were completely useless, she thought, her gaze landing on Cheng. He lacked the responsibility of a man good for nothing but causing trouble. Regret washed over her like a cold tide. She never should have formed a squad with them. Suddenly her body trembled and her face flushed crimson as a silent scream echoed in her mind. This cursed sensation. Was her cycle arriving early? Panic set in, and she shouted, "I need the restroom," before bolting out the door to check, looking like a character from a drama-filled manhwa recap. Cheng didn't even look up, his eyes glued to the screen as he grunted a dismissive acknowledgement. He continued scrolling through the comments, his face twisting in annoyance. The netizens were blaming Feng Qing for leaving Wen Renju to die while simultaneously doubting their own squad's right to be runners-up. They definitely hired a water army of paid trolls, he muttered. Fine, I'll buy my own bots to counterattack. Suddenly, a ringtone sliced through the silence, drawing his attention. Xiaotang left her phone behind, he mumbled, glancing at the screen. The caller ID read, "Second Uncle," a man rumored to be extremely powerful. A wicked idea formed instantly. He snatched Tong Xiaotong's phone without hesitation, a despicable grin spreading across his face as he prepared to answer. Meanwhile, in another city, Zhang Buyu lounged in his living room, scrolling through his phone with a confused expression. Strange. Why are there so many sudden rumors attacking Zhong Yuan on the Awakener forum? Beside him, Chuan glanced over, analyzing the data on the screen. This precision? It feels like the work of a high-level bot farm. Zhang Buyu wasn't one to back down. We can't let this slide. I'll pay for 10 times the amount of bots and crush them. Hearing this, Chuan shouted in panic, jumping up to stop his impulsive friend. Guildmaster, calm down. This involves the South China Military District. Spreading rumors could trigger a federal investigation. Zhang Buyu froze, staring at his phone before a new devious smile appeared. You're right. Instead, I'll ask my sister to trace the IP address. We'll hand this slanderous rat directly over to the Bureau. Moments later, at the Bureau headquarters, an officer burst into the room, gasping for air as he delivered urgent news to the team. Forget the investigation. We don't need to trace the rumors anymore. Just come with me to make the arrest. The team looked at a young woman in the room, confused. She exclaimed. The officer grinned, holding up a file. I just received an anonymous email containing absolute proof. He shouted the details with triumphant energy. The culprit is Cheng. He's currently in room 1206 at the Four Seasons Hotel. The squad erupted in cheers, ready for action. Let's go, move out. But a commanding voice from the doorway instantly extinguished their excitement. Wait, you cannot arrest him. Lin Dongliang stood there, stunned and bewildered. Director Li, why? The older man walked in slowly, his expression grave as he delivered the bad news. Number 4 of the 9 ruins just spoke. He claims Zhong Yuan baited Wen Renju into an overly aggressive attack. He wants us to punish Zhong Yuan instead. Lin Dongliang screamed in disbelief. What? Director Li's face was dark as he pointed a trembling finger at his frozen subordinates. When immortals clash, mortals suffer. A small city branch director like me cannot interfere in a battle between the 9 ruins. He turned his gaze to Lin Dongliang, issuing a direct order. Lin Dongliang, you are Director Wang's subordinate. Why don't you ask for his instructions? Lin Dongliang scratched his head, paralyzed by the awkwardness of the situation. This is insane. A civil war between number 8 and number 4. Even Director Wang might not be able to handle this. He sighed internally. Forget it. I have to report it regardless. Shortly after, inside a private tea room, Director Wang's voice broke the silence. Anyway, that's the situation. He picked up a teacup, turning helplessly to Zhong Yuan, who was pouring tea. Uncle is really out of options here. I have to ask for your opinion. Sitting across from him, the 2 young men were having a completely different conversation via telepathy. Zhang Buyu projected his thoughts to Zhong Yuan. Young Master Yuan, reminds Senior Ye. The oolong tea has been steeped 3 times. The water temperature is too low. Zhong Yuan confirmed silently. It's fine. Wang Podi is from Shangdong. He understands coffee, not tea. Director Wang took a sip, completely oblivious, and praised the drink in his mind. This tea is delicious. Zhong Yuan even knows the explosive brewing technique. Truly a professional tea master. Behind them, Zhang Buyu pointed at the director, confirming the thought. Young Master Yuan, you're right. He knows nothing about tea. Zhong Yuan looked at his friend with genuine surprise. You can read his thoughts too. Zhang Buyu smiled and explained the mechanics of their link. When we are connected, if I use my mind-reading art, you share the sensory input. Zhong Yuan blinked, absorbing this new piece of information. I didn't know it worked like that. It was a strange tableau, 3 people too having a psychic conversation, and one oblivious man enjoying bad tea in the middle. Director Wang looked at Zhong Yuan, his face twisted with guilt as he tried to justify his position. Zhong Yuan, it's not that I don't value you, but technically, you are still just a reserve number 8. In the hierarchy, number 4 outranks you. Zhong Yuan let out a disappointed sigh. Zhong Yuan's eyes turned cold sharp as a blade as he looked at the older man with a hint of disdain. So the Bureau cooperates based on rank rather than right or wrong. Wang Podi panicked, looking between the 2 young prodigies stuttering. Uncle. Before he could finish, Jiang Buyu leaned forward with a gentle smile. I believe Director Wang isn't that kind of person, right? The director flustered even more, turning his head rapidly between them. No. My point is, Zhong Yuan, you should just quit the 9 Ruins defect to the Science Institute. Zhong Yuan blinked, confused by the sudden pivot. Wang Podi continued staring intensely at him as he laid out his true proposal. You're already an honorary academician. When Feng Qing retires in a few years, you can take over as dean. It's stable, safe, and respected. The 9 Ruins. They are just bodyguards for the scientists. Zhong Yuan's gaze turned steel-cold as he looked straight at the older man, his voice dripping with unwavering resolve. Director Wang, whether I jump ship to another guild or not is irrelevant. I am going to clash head-on with Tongxiang Yuan until one of us breaks. Beside them, Director Wang Podi looked completely baffled, stammering out a confused question. But why go to such extremes? Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate to explain his philosophy. Today, I am the target. I have the strength to leave and ignore him. Zhong Yuan interrupted his tone, shifting to righteous fury. But what happens when the victim is someone powerless? He leaned in, driving his point home. If I retreat now, this corruption will only grow. It will crush the weak, those who want to run but have nowhere to go. Silence fell over the room. Both men stared at Zhong Yuan, their mouths slightly agape, stunned by the weight of his words. Zhong Yuan frowned, his eyes burning with intensity. The 9 Voids is the ace card of this nation. If it is rotting from the inside, we don't throw it away. We cut out the rot and heal it. Director Wang lowered his head, a heavy sigh escaping him as he finally understood. I stand corrected. You have truly opened my eyes. Zhong Yuan stared straight ahead, resting his elbows on his knees, his posture radiating absolute confidence. Given the relationship between Tongxiang Yuan and Feng Qing, he won't dare make a scene about Wen Renju's death. The director looked at him, his eyes widening in sheer shock at the deduction. Zhong Yuan continued, his voice lowering to a warning tone. There is a conspiracy here. Director Wang, be careful, someone is faking orders. The director stood up abruptly. I must return to the Void Bureau immediately to investigate. No matter who is pulling the strings, I will get you an explanation. The 2 young men remained seated, watching the director's imposing figure storm out of the room. The tension broke. Zhong Yuan turned around, leaning back casually as he looked at Jiang Buyu. Young Master Zhang looked up, meeting his gaze. Zhong Yuan asked simply, What do you want for dinner? Instantly, Jiang's eyes sparkled like a kitten seeing a treat. He practically vibrated with joy, placing his hands between his legs in a cute cat-like pose. Shandong's specialties, he chirped. Then he began listing a menu fit for a king. Braised prawns, 5-flavor chicken, 4-color steamed buns, mushroom soup, 8 treasure chicken, spicy tofu. He finished with a confident grin. Anything is fine, really. Everything I cook is delicious anyway. Zhong Yuan tilted his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Deal. Jiang Buyu blinked, his survival instincts failing to warn him of the danger in that smile. He asked innocently, Why are you smiling like that? Next time I cook, Zhong Yuan teased, I'm definitely feeding you my special dark matter cuisine. Jiang Buyu immediately let out a dramatic wail, reaching out like a heartbroken cat. Just let it go already. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters, Wang Podi had uncovered the truth. He slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted in a terrifying scowl. You're telling me the person who ordered you to suppress Zhong Yuan wasn't number 4, but his assistant Liu Wen Massacre. Director Li bowed frantically, trying to explain. Usually he has full authority to speak for number 4. But before he could finish, Wang Podi roared in anger. Preposterous. Wang Podi sat on the edge of the desk, towering over his subordinates. He glared at Director Li with volcanic rage. I'm asking you, what is the Void Bureau? It is the National Agency for Investigating and Arresting Criminal Awakened. Li stammered, answering his own rhetorical question. Wang Podi slammed the table again, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Even if number 4 came here himself, we would be equals. We are not dogs for him to command. Director Li shrank back, trembling like a leaf in a storm. I was momentarily confused. I swear I will never make that mistake again. Wang Podi pushed himself off the desk, his voice cold as ice. Let's go. We are hunting down Liu Wen. He clenched his fists, his expression grim and determined. Lin Dongliang, take a team to the Four Seasons Hotel. Arrest Guan Ticheng and bring Tong Xiaotang in for interrogation. Yes, sir. Lin Dongliang bowed sharply. The squad moved out with military precision, storming towards the hotel entrance. Moments later, Wang Podi looked down at the photo in his hand, then at the target. That is Liu Wen. He looks nothing like the file. Director Li grimaced awkwardly. That is an old photo. They were looking at a picture of a skinny, nerdy man. Wang Podi scoffed, eyeing the bloated man in front of him. Living the good life, I see. Designer clothes, a beauty on his arm, and enough fat to render oil for a week. Take him down, Wang Podi shouted, pointing an accusing finger as the agents swarmed in. Liu Wen's briefcase hit the ground with a thud. The woman beside him screamed as she was shoved aside. Ah! The agent's aura was overwhelming and aggressive. Liu Wen finally realized what was happening. His eyes bulged out of his head. The Void Bureau! He screamed furiously. You dare arrest me without cause? Can you handle the consequences? Before he could finish his threat, his arms were pinned behind his back. Wang Podi turned, pointing at the fleeing woman. Don't let her run, bag her! The woman turned in panic, still trying to scramble away. Liu Wen's face turned the color of rotting meat, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. I'm finished, he screamed internally. I only have all this because I married Tong Xiaotang No. 4's cousin. I'm just a son-in-law of the Tong family. He knew the truth. If the Void Bureau found evidence of his corruption, his life was over. He stopped struggling, desperation taking over. Director Li, we can talk about this. Just let me go first. Name your price. Wang Podi turned back, a look of pure disgust on his face. Wow. Attempting bribery right in front of me. Little Li. Wang growled. Did you take money from this trash before? Director Li shook his head, violently terrified. No, never, just a few meals, I swear. No money changed hands. Wang Podi crossed his arms, his glare piercing through Liu Wen like a spear. Liu Wen looked at the imposing figure and his blood ran cold. His jaw dropped as realization hit him. Oh no. That's the general director of the Void Bureau, Wang Podi. Terror consumed him as he remembered the rumors. They say his ability allows him to read memories. It's like a cheat skill from a system Manhwa. I can't hide anything from him. Breaking free from his captors, the man collapsed to the ground, kowtowing in sheer desperation as he wailed, I confess, I'll tell you everything. Please, just show me some mercy. Wang Podi observed the pathetic display with arms crossed, his gaze cold as ice, before barking a single order. Take him away. Moments later, Director Li arrived at the Bureau of Abilities with an urgent report in hand. Handing the file to Wang Podi, the director confirmed the grim reality. Liu Wen has admitted to all his crimes? He began, but then his voice trailed off, heavy with hesitation. Sensing the unspoken dread, Wang Podi narrowed his eyes. But what? He demanded. Director Li took a breath before summarizing the horrors contained within the file. There are 6 confirmed murder cases and a mountain of bribery charges, though none link back to number 8. Hearing this, Wang Podi's composure cracked as he shouted in disbelief, 6 counts of murder. Director Li pointed to the files, his expression grim. All victims were women he had affairs with. Terrified his wife would find out, he silenced them the moment he was done. His methods were absolutely ruthless. Wang Podi glanced aside, a chill running down his spine as he realized, that woman who came to us. She must have the devil's own luck to have escaped with her life. Director Li continued, No. 4's cousin Tong Yuan insisted on seeing Liu Wen. But before he could finish his sentence, a voice cut through the air. Tong Yuan roared with unbridled fury, her face twisted and eyes bulging with resentment. Liu Wen, how have I ever wronged you that you would treat me this way? While he sat bound to the interrogation chair, she lost all control, screaming at the man she once trusted. You said you didn't want to fight anymore, so I did everything to get you an early retirement. You wanted to enter the bureau. You wanted to be an assistant. I begged her for a whole month just to get her approval. The scumbag trembled, offering a pathetic defense. Honey, please just listen to me. Tong Yuan could no longer contain her murderous rage. You shameless pig, I don't want to hear a single word from your lying mouth. With a final scream of, Go to hell! She lunged forward with blinding speed. Using a piercing technique, her fist punched straight through Liu Wen's skull, causing blood and brain matter to explode across the room. Witnessing the carnage, Director Li and Wang Podi rushed into the room, but they were already too late to stop the execution. The director froze, stammering as he scolded her. You said you just wanted to visit him. Why did you have to blow his head off with a single punch? Beside them, Wang Podi was rendered speechless. Tong Yuan stood there, her blood-soaked fist trembling as she seethed. I couldn't stand letting that piece of trash live for even one more second. Wang Podi massaged his temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. Tong Yuan is obstructing official business, he ordered. Restrain her until she cools down. Suddenly, another officer rushed in, panting in panic. Chief, it's a disaster. Something terrible has happened with Lin Dongliang. The officer's eyes were wide with fear as he reported. Tong Xiaotang refused to cooperate and resisted arrest. His heat output was so intense, like a catastrophic event in an awakening manhwa, that our men in Guanticheng are already in the hospital's ICU. Faced with yet another catastrophe, Wang Podi looked to the ceiling and cursed, "Damn it all." Meanwhile, in a remote mountainous region, Shang Yuan answered his phone only to hear a frantic scream on the other end. "Shang Yuan, disaster has struck the family. You need to return immediately." Glancing back at his teammates who were cooking dinner, he kept his voice calm. "Grandfather, I am currently on an overseas mission. I can't just retreat whenever I feel like it." The others continued cooking, unaware of the crisis. His grandfather yelled back, "With your level of power, can't you just wipe out the target and end the mission early?" Frowning in confusion, Shang Yuan pressed for answers. What on earth has happened that is so urgent? Unable to hold back any longer, the voice on the other end screamed the chaotic truth. Liu Wen was caught messing around with women, and Shinji beat him to death right inside the bureau, and now for some reason even Xiaotang has been arrested. You need to come back and handle this mess. Shang Yuan stood frozen, his face a mask of shock and horror. He couldn't believe his ears. A storm of questions swirled in his mind. Regaining his composure, he spoke firmly into the phone. "The bureau wouldn't arrest our people without cause. Something must have happened. Fine. I will call them personally to get to the bottom of this." Hands on his hips, he stood alone in the desolate forest. His expression darkened with worry as he dialed, his thoughts racing. This morning, Xiaotang's teammate answered his phone. I told him to contact Liu Wen directly to solve the issue. Could that instruction have triggered this whole disaster? His fingers flew across the screen as he called Wang Podi. Back in the office, Wang sat on his desk answering the phone with a stern tone. "Number 4. No matter what you say today, you cannot bail them out. The young marshal has given strict orders. I must keep personal feelings separate from public duty." The call ended abruptly. Shang Yuan scrolled through his contacts again, his face twisting in frustration. "Touch is finding Zhang Buyu, my only option left." He pressed the call button for Zhang Buyu, waiting for the connection. "Sorry, the subscriber you are calling is powered off." The automated message made his hand tremble with fury. Losing his cool, he smashed the phone onto the grass and screamed at the top of his lungs, echoing through the mountains. "Maiyasti. Mai Zhang Buyu. Are you using your authority to settle a personal grudge? Are you adding fuel to the fire?" Meanwhile, at Zhang Buyu's residence, Zhong Yuan was in the kitchen grumbling internally while scooping spices. "I told young Master Zhang to buy some soy sauce, but he still hasn't returned. Forget it," he thought. "I'll just make the 8 treasure spicy sauce instead." He committed to the plan. The pan sizzled as the ingredients met the heat, and he poured an entire bottle of spicy soy sauce into the stew, analyzing the flavor profile in his mind. Spiciness is just a form of pain sensation. Young Master Zhang has a high pain tolerance, so I just need to adjust the chili level to match what Jong Lan usually enjoys. The food released a mouth-watering aroma steaming up the kitchen. Suddenly, his senses sharpened as he glanced toward the door. There's unusual movement outside. He spoke to the shadow stretching from his feet. "Ye Zhen, go out and take a look." The shadow obediently surfaced to respond. "Yes, sir." While the shadow departed, Zhong Yuan remained at the stove, gripping the heavy ladle with one hand and the pan handle with the other. Outside the villa, Shang Yuan arrived like a man possessed, drenched in sweat. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air as he screamed internally. "Whew, that nearly killed me, but this is it," the address listed in Jiang Buyu's file. He gazed up at the structure, his expression turning dark and resentful as he lamented his misfortune. "The country where I was operating is dirt poor, with no commercial flights back to Hua Nation. With Liu Wen dead, there's no one to arrange a private jet. I'm stuck grinding travel time like a character in a leveling manhwa." Shang Yuan's face was deathly pale, his chest heaving as he recounted the harrowing escape. He had barely managed to hijack a transport plane from the locals and pilot it back himself. It was a stroke of luck that Zhang Buyu lived directly opposite the luxurious superhuman district, meaning a helipad was readily available for his crash landing. The moment his boots hit the ground, he spotted a lush kumquat tree in Zhang Buyu's yard. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered desperately, "I'm dying of thirst. Surely he won't mind if I steal just 2 fruits, right?" Driven by instinct, he stretched his body, reaching out to pluck the golden fruit. But in the distance, Ye Zhen's eyes went wide-jaw, dropping in absolute shock at the audacity. Instantly, writhing tentacles exploded outward, shooting toward Shang Yuan as the creature roared in fury. "You brazen thief, hand over the kumquats immediately!" "Sneddy some for a dear. So surrender now." But Shang Yuan, having just shoved a slice into his mouth, only stared back with wide eyes, a half-peeled orange still in his hand, looking completely bewildered. Regaining his composure in a split second, Shang Yuan raised a hand and muttered, "Magnetic force control." Yet his priority remained clear. He kept stuffing his face with the orange while glaring daggers at Ye Zhen. Struck by the invisible force, Ye Zhen was slammed flat against the ground. Helpless, it sent a frantic telepathic scream to its master. "Brother Bug, help me! Lord Number 8, save me. There's a magnetic force user outside, I'm being suppressed." Hearing the desperation in its voice, a deep voice confirmed from within, "I'm coming." The door burst open and Zhong Yuan stormed out, a massive cooking spoon gripped in his hand like a legendary weapon. He bellowed, "Kumquat thief, don't you dare resist!" His face was twisted in annoyance as he charged. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyuan's jaw hit the floor in panic. He screamed internally, "Wait, isn't this Jiang Buyu's house? Who is this maniac?" Before he could process it, Zhong Yuan leaped into the air wielding the giant spoon like a warhammer. "Take this." The spoon became a blur of strikes. Tong Xiangyuan scrambled backward, dodging frantically, but he wasn't fast enough. The barrage knocked the half-eaten orange right out of his hand. On the other side, Ye Zhen expanded its body to block the escape route. Cornered and breathless, Tong Xiangyuan collapsed to the ground, raising his arms in surrender. "Wait, hold on. Is this the Jiang Buyu?" Ye Zhen roared back, its voice dripping with indignation. "Jiang Buyu, are you blind? This is the Zhong Manor." Hearing this, Tong Xiangyuan frantically bowed his head, screaming, "Wrong house? I'm sorry I went to the wrong house." But Zhong Yuan wasn't listening. He chased after him, the giant ladle cutting through the air aggressively. "You steal my fruit and think you can run, stand still." Ye Zhen flanked from the rear. Tong Xiangyuan glanced back in terror, his body beginning to dissolve into liquid. He analyzed the threat instantly. "My God, this guy strikes 20 times a second. He's faster than Qi Shu, the sword saint of China. If I don't run, I'm dead meat." Desperate, his body completely lost cohesion, transforming into streams of water scattering in all directions. But Zhong Yuan simply raised a hand, activating the ultimate technique, Eternal Glacial Epoch. A mystic circle flared in his palm, and the very air froze. Tong Xiangyuan's liquid form began to solidify instantly. Zhong Yuan scoffed, "Liquefaction. Not even a single drop is leaving this yard." Trapped within a prism of ice, Tong Xiangyuan's frozen face remained locked in an expression of pure shock. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, Jiang Buyu stood frozen in deep contemplation, rubbing his chin as he analyzed the soy sauce shelf like it was a complex battle strategy. Which one is the chosen one? Light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, low-sodium black bean bibimbap sauce, or spicy sauce? The choices are endless. If I buy them all, they'll expire before I use them. Waste is a sin. His face was the picture of turmoil. Suddenly, the shopkeeper looked out the window, gasping in surprise. "Hey, look at that. It's actually snowing in Guangyuan City." Jiang Buyu snapped out of his trance, eyes widening in horror as he realized what that meant. He let out a confused sound. Back at the house, Zhong Yuan stared at the kumquat tree, now bald and stripped of leaves from the struggle. He sighed internally. "Yeah, that thief plucked half the tree bare. When young Master Jiang comes back with the soy sauce, he's going to be heartbroken." He placed his hand on the trunk, channeling his energy. "I wonder if the authority of life works on vegetation." This was the kind of overpowered skill you'd only see in a top-tier awakening manhwa. A vibrant green aura erupted from his palm, the authority of life flooding into the tree. Instantly, fruits began to pop out in dense clusters. Zhong Yuan cheered internally. "Not bad, it actually works." But then he paused, wiping his forehead as he stared at a pair of twin oranges. I overdid it. My OCD is acting up again." He nodded resolutely. "It's all or nothing. All living things must be equal." Under the blazing sun, Zhong Yuan stood in the yard with a basket, meticulously harvesting the excess fruit, looking like a peaceful farmer. In the background, a frozen ice sculpture added a bizarre decoration to the garden. When Jiang Buyu returned, he stared at the table full of food eyes swirling with 10,000 questions. What on earth happened here? He was so dumbfounded he dropped his shopping bag. Below him, Ye Zhen was waiting like a loyal hound and caught the bag with enthusiastic tentacles. It scampered over, holding the sauce aloft like a trophy. "Lord Number 8, the soy sauce you requested has arrived." Zhang Buyu ignored it, staring blankly at the kumquat tree, then shifting his gaze to the half-eaten fruit on the ground. Someone ate the fruit, and barely got halfway before young Master Zhong froze them. "Wait," he muttered. "This is physical freezing." He pieced the clues together. Someone invaded, ate my snacks, and got turned into a popsicle. A smirk played on his lips. "I specifically told Wang Padi to draw the aggro to me. Just like a classic leveling manhwa strategy, the bait worked perfectly." Inside, Zhong Yuan was arranging the dishes. He looked up apologetically. "Young Master Zhang, I accidentally made the kumquats grow too large. They looked a bit unreasonable, so I harvested them all." It was a flimsy excuse, but he delivered it with a straight face. Zhang Buyu looked at the feast of spicy food before him and declared, "Don't worry, you cook I eat, I won't leave a single crumb." He picked up a candied hawthorn stick, took a crunchy bite, and his eyes sparkled with pure delight. Delicious. In all my life, I've never tasted a tanghulu this good. Can we add some fruit-shaved ice for a midnight snack? He asked hopefully. Zhong Yuan sat down, closed his eyes, and replied calmly, "Finish dinner first, then we'll talk. You wanted Shandong specialties, but I decided you should try my signature 8-treasure spicy sauce." He opened one eye, a challenge in his gaze. "It might be a little spicy. If you can't handle the heat, don't force yourself." Zhang Buyu dipped his spoon, scooping up a heap of the crimson spice. He shoved it into his mouth, savoring it with closed eyes, until his hand started shaking. Then his whole body began to vibrate violently. His face twisted in agony. He practically breathed fire, fists clenched, body stiff as a board. "I'm quitting this addiction, instant regret," he howled. Yet, a moment later, Zhang Buyu wore a mischievous grin. He pointed toward the garden, eyes closed, dropping a casual bombshell. "Young Master Yuan, that popsicle in your garden, that's number 4 of the 9 ruins Tongxiang Yuan." Devil horns practically sprouted from Buyu's head. Zhang Buyu's voice turned silky smooth. Poor guy must have traveled a long way. He was so hungry he had to steal kumquats. "Why don't we invite him in for dinner?" Zhong Yuan stared at him dumbfounded. "Since when did you grow a conscience?" But Zhang Buyu had his own twisted logic ready. Tongxiang Yuan's crime isn't capital. We should show some humanitarian mercy. Playing along, Zhong Yuan thawed the intruder out and coolly invited him inside, a secret smile playing on his lips. The intruder looked at Zhong Yuan, sweating bullets. "Cough. Brother, I didn't mean to steal your fruit. My bad. I'll pay for the damages, I swear." As they took their seats, Zhong Yuan furrowed his brow, his aura sharpening with irritation. The kumquats belonged to young Master Jiang. This dinner is his too. He added a cold glare. He reluctantly agreed to share half with you. Stop yapping and eat. Tongxiang Yuan swallowed hard, laughing nervously under the pressure. Right, understood. He grabbed his bowl, not daring to argue. As he buried his face in the rice, his mind started racing with tactical analysis. Who is this claw master with Zhang Buyu here? Surely he won't beat me up again. Then a brilliant idea struck him. He's strong. I need to poach him for the 9 ruins as my successor. Then I can finally retire. His chopsticks reached for the super spicy dish. Plus a handsome guy like this, he'd be a perfect match for Tang Tang. The moment the spicy meat hit his tongue, his soul left his body. His face turned green, and he screamed internally as liquid fire consumed him. What kind of hellish cuisine is this? If I committed a crime, let the law punish me, not this demonic chili pepper. Across the table, Zhang Buyu rested his chin on his hand, smiling like a benevolent demon. This is my dinner. Surely you wouldn't disrespect me by not finishing it. Tongxiang Yuan was vibrating from the heat, lips swollen like sausages, tears streaming down his face in silent agony. Zhong Yuan projected a mental message, annoyed. Young Master Jiang, if you hate the food, just say so. Buyu looked back, hands folded like a saint. No, I genuinely think it's delicious. But I can't be the only one whose backside suffers the consequences later. Zhong Yuan evaluated him. Your spice tolerance isn't bad. I'll unlock a new dish for you. Buyu immediately bargained. Does it come with a side benefit? Does it come with the authority of life? Zhong Yuan didn't blink. That costs extra. They locked eyes over the feast. Zhang Buyu gestured grandly toward his host. Number 4, let me introduce you. This is a freshman at Cheng Yunqiao, Zhong Yuan. Tongxiang Yuan froze, then turned with a friendly, albeit shocked smile. The top student of Cheng Yunqiao. Wait, isn't that the elite school of the East China Military District? Zhong Yuan sat there like an unmovable mountain. Zhang Buyu wasn't done dropping titles. He is also a special investigator for the Void Management Bureau and an honorary academician of the Science Institute. Tongxiang Yuan bolted up, scratching his head in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan remained zen-like, eyes closed in meditation. Then Zhang Buyu delivered the final blow. And finally, he is number 8 of the 9 ruins, your colleague. Tongxiang Yuan's face drained of all color. He looked like a ghost as he shrieked, "Ha!" Zhong Yuan opened one eye, sighing. I never expected my own colleague to be reduced to stealing fruit. He shook his head. I saw your dossier. It lists dozens of mansions, hundreds of luxury cars, and even diamond mines. Realizing his identity was blown, Tongxiang Yuan waved his hands frantically. Little 8, don't misunderstand, I wasn't stealing, and those assets belong to the Tong family, not me personally. Zhang Buyu lifted his head, eyes gleaming. Number 4, my garden has cameras. We have it all on tape. Tongxiang Yuan choked. Urk! Zhong Yuan tilted his head, his gaze turning piercingly sharp. Tongxiang Yuan, do you realize where you failed? He didn't wait for an answer before dissecting the man's flaw. You handed power to others without limits. then washed your hands of the consequences when they messed up. Cheng Yuan frowned, shouting back in defense. I didn't know they would. Zhong Yuan cut him off cold. He closed his eyes, listing the crimes. They plundered and sinned openly because you were negligent in the past, not because of bad luck. Whether your relatives are good or evil, their current status exists solely because you hold the title of number 4. You outsourced your power, but you cannot outsource the responsibility attached to it. That weight is yours alone to bear. If they wield your sword to commit crimes, the blood is on your hands. Zhong Yuan approached the trembling man, staring into his soul. Of course, your past merits have shielded them from the worst consequences so far. Zhang Buyu watched the lecture unfold. Zhong Yuan delivered the final lesson. It hasn't destroyed you yet, but understand this. Your authority doesn't come from your title. It comes from your absolute strength. Zhang Yuan's expression darkened instantly, his gaze turning ice cold as a mocking sneer curled his lips. The authority of the 9 ruins is built on the law of the jungle, where the strong reign supreme over all ability users. His aura grew menacing as he delivered the fatal truth. And under those rules, my power is leagues above yours. I could slaughter you right here without a single reason, and no law on earth would punish me. Like a phantom, Zhong Yuan materialized behind Cheng Yuan. He gripped the boy's shoulder, making him jump, then whispered into his ear. Are you afraid? Caught off guard, Cheng Yuan trembled, his eyes wide with terror. Yes, he stammered. Zhong Yuan's gaze remained flat deep as a lifeless ocean as he began his lecture. When you are beneath someone, fear is natural. The weak obey the strong unconditionally. That is the rule of the downtrodden. It is called slave mentality. Imagine a fly trapped in a spiderweb, thrashing in hopelessness while the predator approaches to feast. That is how you see yourself. But the moment you rise to the top, you conveniently forget that fear. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan fired a burst of compressed air from his hand. He twirled the energy around his finger, stepping back with casual indifference. But listen closely. Slave mentality has 2 faces, a common theme in any deep manhwa recap. Oppressing those below you is just another form of servitude. It stems from a blind worship of power. You don't fear the person. You fear the concept that might makes right. Zhong Yuan's voice turned cold. The law of the jungle dictates that the strong devour the weak, but we are human because we created systems to stop that slaughter. We use intelligence to defy our animal instincts. With that, he turned to walk away. Cheng Yuan watched him in silence. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan grabbed a small fruit knife. In this leveling manhwa world, the 9 ruins grants power only to the strong. He didn't finish the sentence before the blade was pressing against Cheng Yuan's jugular. It is a compromise for survival. If you want to remain human, wield that power with caution. Cheng Yuan swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the cold steel kissing his throat. Zhong Yuan issued his final warning. If you insist on acting like a beast eating the weak within our ranks, don't blame me when I purge you myself. Suddenly Zhang Buyu approached, placing a pair of chopsticks on a plate. He smiled calmly. You can't eat people, but you can eat braised shrimp. Behind him the knife still hovered. Cheng Yuan, however, forced himself to calm down and lowered his head. One hand offered death by a blade, the other offered sustenance. Zhang Buyu nudged him. Eat it, and from now on try acting like a proper human being. Cheng Yuan's face went pale, the terror finally breaking him. Tears streamed down his cheeks as the reality of the threat sank in. Sob, sob. It was a pathetic sight, realization hitting him as he cried and ate simultaneously. The other 2 could only watch in speechless silence. Zhang Buyu kept piling shrimp into his bowl. Meanwhile, in another location, Cheng Yuan sat cross-legged on the phone, her face twisted in arrogant indifference. Liu Wen deserved to die 1,000 times. I did the world a favor. The Void Management Bureau trying to punish me is practically a joke. A voice on the other end soothed her. Don't worry. Cheng Yuan is back. He'll deal with them in a matter of minutes. A bureau officer scolded her sternly. Who allowed you to make calls in detention? But she ignored him, her face lighting up as she shouted, Cheng Yuan, I'm here. Beside the officer, Lin Dongliang stammered nervously. She's number 4's cousin. We didn't dare stop her. Wang Podi's face contorted with rage. Preposterous. This is the Void Management Bureau. He turned to question the newcomer. You represent the law, order, and the people of Hua Nation. If the citizens won't bow, you must break them. Not cower like cowards. Cheng Yuan didn't hesitate. He looked straight at his cousin and declared, Cheng Yuan disrupted the Bureau's law enforcement. Punish her exactly as the law requires. He wasn't finished. And if there were prior offenses, prosecute those too. Cheng Yuan's face went white. She looked up in pure horror. What, Cheng Yuan? I'm your family. How can you do this to me? The law allows no mercy for blood relations, he replied firmly. Hands clasped behind his back, he ordered Director Li, investigate the entire Tong family. No special treatment. The director stood tall, saluting with newfound respect. Yes, sir, Cheng Yuan added, and not just the Tong family. From now on, treat anyone with powerful backing exactly the same way. His expression was ironclad as he shouted his decree. From this day forth, I Tong Shang Yuan will be the sword that enforces absolute justice. Later in the interrogation room, Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu sat flanking the officers. Opposite them, Tong Xiaotang bowed her head, trembling. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was confused. My mind wasn't clear when I used my powers to attack. She pleaded desperately. Please just let me go. Zhong Yuan remained unmoved, his expression unreadable. We know the basics. Now explain in detail, why did Guan Ticheng answer your phone for you? Xiaotang looked up, genuinely confused. He answered my phone. When did that happen? I didn't know. Zhang Buyu crossed his arms, watching her closely while Zhong Yuan pressed on. This morning. Your second uncle called and Guan Ticheng picked up. What was happening at that exact moment? Realization dawned on her and her face flushed red. I went to the restroom and left my phone behind. Inside her head she was screaming. Damn it, if he asks for the reason, do I have to announce to these men that I was on my period? So embarrassing. Should I just say I had diarrhea? Jiang Buyu, hearing her every thought, kept a straight face but whispered to his partner. Yuan Shao. If hearing her thoughts is too awkward, maybe turn off your awakening Manhwa telepathy skills. Zhong Yuan stared deadpan at Tong Xiaotang. I am fine. If you are embarrassed, you can disable your rational analysis. Zhang Buyu shrugged, offering a sage piece of advice. As long as we don't laugh, it's not awkward. Suit yourself, Zhong Yuan replied. He turned back to the suspect, crossing his arms. Forget that. Let's talk about why you attacked the bureau officers today. I suspect you've fallen prey to Guan Tiecheng's mental manipulation. Did you even realize it? Tong Xiaotang looked up, his eyes filled with honest confusion as he replied. I can't be certain. The effects of mental interference vary wildly from person to person. The reason we can function as a squad is our high mental resistance stats. We aren't easily swayed by psychological attacks. Zhang Buyu listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Zhang Buyu's lips tightened as he projected a thought directly into his leader's mind. Young Master Yuan, something about this reeks of a setup. Zhong Yuan shot him a glance. Confusion clouding his eyes. Oh, care to elaborate? Zhang Buyu's voice resonated in his subconscious. The Guan and Zhang clans share deep roots. I know a thing or two about their signature mind control arts. Zhong Yuan urged him on. Spill the details. Zhang Buyu explained with calculated precision. This bewilderment skill is exactly what it sounds like. It plunges the target's mind into absolute chaos. He visualized a shadow creeping up on a victim, whispering madness. Once rationality shatters, the mental dams break. Every suppressed emotion floods out uncontrollably. And let's be honest, the emotions humans bury deepest are almost always the dark ones. Zhang Buyu leaned back, crossing his arms with a grimace. Here's the kicker. Even after the skill wears off, the memories don't vanish. The victim remembers the madness. That lingering trauma permanently warps their psyche. That is why Tong Shang Yuan views this power as a sin against nature. He despises the Guan clan's methods. Zhang Buyu couldn't help but sigh. It is a pity. Self-preservation is still his top priority. I gave him chances to crush the Guan clan, but his efforts were pathetic. Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought, his face darkening. Zhang Buyu narrowed his eyes, voicing his suspicion. For Tong Xiaotang to team up with Guan Tiecheng, the logic doesn't hold up. They exited the interrogation room. Walking down the corridor with hands in his pockets, Zhong Yuan made his call. The girl knows nothing. We need to go to the source. Let's pay Guan Tiecheng a visit at the hospital. Zhang Buyu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan froze. A realization hit him like a truck. He turned to Zhang Buyu. Young Master Zhang, think back to Guan Tiecheng's previous matches. There were anomalies we missed. The schemer looked up, listening intently. Flashbacks of the tournament flooded his mind. In the match against Hanlin Academy, I saw a player get red-carded for a lethal strike on Guan Tiecheng. I thought it was bloodlust then. But what if he wasn't trying to kill? What if his mind was being puppeted? The blade came down for the kill, and he just happened to dodge it perfectly. And against Liu Wen's team, the referee screamed, interrupting their tactical discussion. That wasn't normal. He was under the influence too. That bastard Guan Tiecheng screamed in pure terror the moment I appeared. Back in the hallway, Zhong Yuan's eyes grew cold. Even Wen Renju's death, I suspect he was manipulated during our duel. Zhang Buyu closed his eyes, steeling his resolve. Even if Wen Renju had survived until now, once the truth came out, I would still have to discard him. His voice turned dark. The Ming family knows no good or evil, only profit and loss. Wen Renju's mind was twisted beyond repair. He was a rabid dog. The cost of rehabilitating him far outweighed his value to the military district. Zhong Yuan walked ahead, then glanced back, cutting through the act. Your logic is cold, but your humanity is bleeding through. You wanted to save him. Zhang Buyu lowered his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Later in the car, he dropped the cold persona and turned on the charm. A commander can't afford such sentimentality. So please just pretend you didn't see that. He sat in the driver's seat looking away. Get in. We'll deal with feelings after the mission. Zhong Yuan grunted an affirmation. They sped toward the hospital where subordinates were waiting. Number 8, young Marshal, you've arrived. Are the victims of Tong Xiaotang's heat explosion all here? The subordinate nodded. Yes, the bureau agents are in this ward. Guan Ticheng is next door. Zhong Yuan approached the injured agents. He extended his hand, activating his supreme ability, Life Authority. A brilliant light like a miniature cosmos enveloped the patient. The man sat up instantly, patting his chest. I'm healed. Zhong Yuan didn't stay for thanks. He turned to leave as another agent cheered. It's number 8. He healed us. He's actually a healer class. That's a rare twist for a system manhwa protagonist. The just-cured agent stared in disbelief as Zhong Yuan marched to the next room. Meanwhile, Guan Ticheng bolted upright in his bed. He stared at his hands, bewildered. How am I healed? Who did this? Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu stood in the doorway, looming over him. All right? Zhong Yuan interrupted the confusion, pointing a finger of judgment. Now count up your crimes, Guan Ticheng. Zhang Buyu watched from behind, awestruck by his leader's dominating aura. The suspect scrambled off the bed, rushing towards them in a panic. Zhong Yuan, why are you here? Wait, young Marshal. Zhong Yuan stepped into the room, hands in his pockets, radiating pure arrogance. I hate wasting breath. Do not test my patience. Zhang Buyu followed like a silent shadow. Both of them glared at the man, their eyes filled with utter disgust and contempt. Zhang Buyu activated a sealing technique against mental attacks. He's bold enough to try mind control right now, he projected to Zhong Yuan. I've locked his abilities. With the threat neutralized, Zhong Yuan delivered the ultimatum. Tong Xiaotang's thermal explosion was a reaction to your mind control, wasn't it? The two stood like reflections of calm judgment, hands casually pocketed, while the traitor continued to scream his desperate denials. You're spitting blood to frame me, he shrieked. But his mental defense crumbled and his inner voice betrayed him. The bureau came for us. I used mental disruption to trigger Tong Xiaotang. I just got caught in the crossfire. His face darkened, lips bitten raw in anxiety. He wanted to roar in defiance, but his throat betrayed him, locked tight by fear. Zhong Yuan asked about my interference the moment he arrived. Did he figure out I sabotaged Wenrenju? The doubt gnawed at his sanity, spiraling into a pit of paranoia. The duo remained unfazed, their voices cutting through his panic. Explain this then. How did you Tong Xiaotang and Wenrenju ever function as a team with that kind of tension? Guan Tiecheng stammered a weak defense. It was just fate. We met and formed a squad. But his mind drifted back to the arrogance of Wenrenju, the sand manipulator, standing tall amidst the cheers. That sand-wielding idiot, relying purely on S-rank talent and bootlickers, pretending to train hard. What a joke. Just because he absorbed a void crystal and awakened the Spirit Snake King, he thinks he's the main character of a leveling manhwa. A twisted grin formed in his mind. I only used a tiny bit of mental disruption to show his true colors. Turned him into a mindless berserker who only knew how to kill. Kill. He recalled Wenrenju's blackened face summoning a desperate sandstorm. Guan Tiecheng justified his jealousy. I'm ostracized for my ability. Why should he live the good life? Teachers say great power requires control, but he destroyed himself. He deserved it. Then his hatred shifted to Tong Xiaotang, and her disdainful glare cursing her in his thoughts. And that wretched girl, relying on a cheat-like spatial absorption skill to skyrocket in rank. Without my influence, she wouldn't even look at me, let alone serve in my squad. His ego exploded within his psyche. Mental disruption is the supreme ability, the ultimate power under the heavens. These military fools know nothing. Cornered by Zhong Yuan's glare, he snapped, pointing a trembling finger at the calm figure. Young Marshal, I am innocent, I did nothing. He spat venom at Zhong Yuan. It was Zhong Yuan, that despicable snake, killed Wenrenju. He's framing me, don't be fooled. But Zhong Yuan only looked at him with the pity one reserves for a dying insect. Guan Tiecheng's face twisted into a mask of pure malice. Father warned me never to use my power on the Zhang bloodline. But if I don't, I'm dead anyway. Mana surged from his body as he screamed internally, unleashing his trump card. Eat my mental disruption. Young Marshal Jiang Buyu didn't flinch, stepping directly into the invisible wave. Guan Tiecheng scrambled back, horror dawning on him. Why isn't it working? What is happening? Jiang Buyu's voice resonated directly in his mind, cold and absolute. Sealed. Thank you for the meal. Zhong Yuan glanced at his calm companion, then at the terrified traitor with a sneer. Young Master Jiang, he tried to fry your brain, and you're just standing there. Zhang Buyu sighed, a sound heavy with exhaustion. Sorrow outweighs anger right now. The rage will come later. Samimuro, Zhong Yuan frowned. For what? Zhang Buyu shook his head. Don't ask, it's already over. Hands still in his pockets, he strolled toward the traitor like a grim reaper on a lunch break. Guan Tiecheng, you wield that mental art with disturbing proficiency. How many innocents have you broken? The traitor collapsed to the floor, babbling, I didn't never. If you hadn't attacked me, Zhang Buyu murmured. I might have spared your clan's face and only taken your head. He gripped the back of Guan's neck. The pressure was immense, forcing the traitor to squeeze his eyes shut in agony. Jiang's gaze held the weight of an executioner. Do you know why the mental disruption skill is reviled yet not banned? Why your Guan family enjoys such luxury? Under that aura of death, Guan Tiecheng's face turned the color of ash. He looked up, trembling. Zhang Buyu narrowed his eyes. It is a weapon, sharp, deadly, and designed for one thing: killing humans. The Guan family exists because they swore to be the blade of the Jiang family, to use that power only against the monsters masquerading as people. The only rule, Jiang continued, ice in his tone, was never to turn that blade against a Jiang. Today you broke that taboo. The Guan family cannot be saved. He released his grip, letting the broken man slump to the floor, jaw slack with the realization of his clan's doom. Next scene. The interrogation room facing Wang Podi. Wang Podi slid a paper across the metal table. Standard procedure, kid. Write your confession, or we skip to the soul search. Guan Tiecheng shook like a leaf in a storm. I can't write it, Wang Podi scoffed. Committed so many crimes you lost count. The traitor broke down into ugly sobs. Boo-hoo. Wang Podi raised a hand, golden mana swirling. Void projection it is. Since you can't write, stop resisting and let the light in. The traitor glowed with a golden hue, his head hanging low in defeat. Wang Podi activated his aura, electricity crackling around him as he analyzed the data. He's been abusing this power since the day he awakened, using civilians as lab rats to test the limits of his mind control. The memory materialized. A younger Guan Tiecheng clutching a wad of stolen cash. He walked out of a shop, stepping over the unconscious bodies of two clerks. Wang Podi watched the projection, his face hardening. Scum. The clerk he mentally enslaved. First he forced him to steal cash, then made him slaughter the store manager with a blade. Next came the blood-soaked memory of a hit-and-run, the victim's body mangled on the asphalt. Wang Podi saw the truth, confirming every single atrocity. To scam a massive insurance payout, he bewitched a driver into crushing his own wife to death, staging it as a tragic accident. Witnessing this vile memory, the older man's face darkened with a fury that turned his skin purple with rage. There were countless other crimes, so many that the perpetrator himself had lost count, explaining why he couldn't even pen a confession. Finally, his patience snapped. He slammed his fist onto the table, his composure shattering as he roared. You animal, are you a beast wearing human skin? Without missing a beat, he whipped around to face the Ruins Control Bureau agents, barking out his orders. The bewitchment ability is wildly dangerous, he declared before adding grimly. Execute the young marshal's command immediately. Arrest every member of the Quan family tonight. On the drive home, Zhang Buyu scratched his head and stifled a massive yawn with his free hand. Tortured until the dead of night, he complained. It is already 4 a.m. He then glanced at Zhong Yuan walking beside him. By the way, did my eternal ice domain freeze your home's water pipes? He asked casually. I heard even the toilet is unusable. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan walked alongside him, hands buried in his pockets, and glanced over to confirm the damage. I told Tongxiang Yuan to find someone to fix it. We have to wait until tomorrow night for normalcy to return. Zhang Buyu yawned again, offering a solution. Oh, then just crash at the office tonight. As they reached the car, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but question his condition. You are this exhausted, are you sure you can drive? Zhang Buyu blinked his heavy eyes, grabbing the door handle. This car has an autopilot function. As long as you don't sleep, we are good. Zhong Yuan offered a dry prediction. I have a feeling you are going to fall asleep. The other man shot back confidently. Not if we keep talking. The two exchanged banter across the roof of the car. Moments later, Zhang Buyu slid into the driver's seat and flipped the switch on the dashboard. The vehicle's system announced, autopilot mode engaged. He immediately started chatting again. After running around in circles like that, we were all played by that animal, Guan Tiecheng. In the passenger seat, Zhong Yuan leaned back calmly, closing his eyes to organize his thoughts before murmuring his agreement. Exactly. Who could have predicted it? Guan Tiecheng used bewitchment to brainwash Wen Renju. He said, analyzing the plot like a tragic scene from a leveling manhwa. He continued, turning a normal person into a lunatic who died miserably from the backlash of his own ability. Even after Wen Renju died, he spread rumors to escalate the chaos. Zhong Yuan added, he did it all just to maintain his spotless, innocent reputation. He even dared to involve Tongxiang Yuan. Zhong Yuan began to piece together the chain of events. Tongxiang Yuan didn't verify the situation before handing Assistant Liu Wen's number to Guan Tiecheng. It nearly caused a civil war within the Ruins Control Bureau, making us think number 4 and number 8 were fighting. In reality, Tongxiang Yuan acted as the bridge that allowed Liu Wen and Guan Tiecheng to meet. Zhong Yuan concluded coldly. Dongxiang Yuan chose ignorance over responsibility, becoming an accomplice. The worst victim was Dongtong Xiaotong, whose mind was nearly shattered by Quan Tiecheng's influence. Quan Tiecheng had Dongtong Xiaotong in the palm of his hand, smiling like a predator while manipulating her with his powers. Yet she maintained a look of stubborn determination. If her willpower hadn't been made of steel, Zhong Yuan noted, she would have met the same grim fate as Wen Renju. From the driver's seat, Jiang Buyu turned to ask, "How do you plan to handle these people?" Zhong Yuan remained calm in the passenger seat, eyes closed in meditation. Let Wang Podi handle the sentencing. Fundamentally, Dongtong Xiaotong's condition after the bewitchment is like mental illness. She needs mandatory treatment. As the autonomous car sped toward home, Zhong Yuan rested his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing dangerously. Simply killing Quan Tiecheng would be a mercy. Better to send him to the Science Institute as a test subject. Let them drain every ounce of his heat until he expires. As for the rest of the Quan family, I will not interfere in the feuds between your noble houses. Jiang Buyu covered another yawn, leaning heavily against the seat. Is that so? Zhong Yuan looked over, surprised. Why did you want me to personally destroy the Quan family? Jiang Buyu denied it softly. Yes and no. After all, even you are conflicted. Zhong Yuan shot back. You just said you wouldn't let the Quan family off the hook. Jiang Buyu covered his face with his hand, closing his eyes to explain the dark reality to Zhong Yuan. The Quan family has done the Zhang family's dirty work for years. Your rise to commander was built on their support. Even when they crossed the line, you turned a blind eye and suppressed the truth. Jiang Buyu reflected on his own position. Famous at 17, commander at 20, suppressing over 100 ruin caves. Behind that glorious image lies an endless ocean of filth and blood. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but ask, why haven't you ever thought about resigning, going back to the countryside to keep your hands clean? Jiang Buyu answered without hesitation. Because I see the pharmacy open at dawn. I see the subways packed during the morning and evening rush. I see the staff meals at 2 in the afternoon and the taxis running at midnight. He added passionately, when I see my compatriots working themselves to death just to survive, unaware that their surplus value is being squeezed out of them, I cannot help but think. Their car continued to roll down the highway beneath the vast night sky. He thought of the cute beasts. His expression turned gloomy, then hardened. Alien races raised in the dimensions can enjoy food produced by farmers without doing a single day's work. The stable environment created by laborers and ruins ability users protects them from all outside threats. Jiang Buyu questioned the fairness of it all. If simply acting cute is a death exemption card that prevents them from being hunted for their cores, how many people would kill to become a pet living in that utopia? Jiang Buyu couldn't hold back anymore. He turned around, scoffing at the absurdity that this human world was teeming with predatory beasts hiding behind cute masks. Beside him, Zhong Yuan gazed ahead with an eerie calmness, his voice steady, as he offered his own perspective on the matter. Humans are merely high-level animals, he declared. At our core, we still possess the untamed instincts of wild beasts. He didn't stop there, adding, only by conquering those instincts does one become truly human. Jiang Buyu immediately countered, but some people study psychology just to strip others of reason, turning them into animals ruled by base desire. From the passenger seat, Zhong Yuan crossed his arms, staring out the window as he threw a sharp question back. In essence, isn't psychological manipulation just a low-tier form of acting cute? He confirmed his own dark theory. Both are weapons to force bad behavior. Cuteness is just a more refined, invisible blade. Zhang Buyu released the steering wheel, his cheeks flushing crimson as the truth of those words hit him like a truck. That's exactly why I'm terrified of it, he admitted. I fear it will turn me into a monster, or worse, that its power will bewitch you until you're no longer human either. Suddenly, poof, Zhong Yuan transformed into a cat, launching himself through the air. Zhang Buyu's jaw dropped, his face burning as he screamed in panic. Perched on his shoulder, the cat whispered into his ear like a devil. Time to face the fear buried deep inside your soul. Cold sweat poured down Jiang Buyu's face as he struggled to maintain composure, yelling, Hey, don't distract the driver. He frantically pointed out. Green light, it's a green light. The car surged forward, tires humming against the asphalt. Zhong Yuan dismissed the excuse. It's on autopilot. But Jiang Buyu screamed with unwavering resolve. Driving while petting a cat is a recipe for disaster. Stay away from me. The cat persisted, justifying his actions. Animal nature is part of humanity. We must learn to reconcile with ourselves. Jiang Buyu continued to shout his stubborn rebuttal. You won't, Zhong Yuan finally stopped teasing. His voice dropped, turning serious. Have you decided how to handle the Guan family yet? The question plunged Jiang Buyu into deep thought. He asked, if being cute replaces manipulation, do you want to replace them? In his cat form, Zhong Yuan declared with steely determination. Very well. Tomorrow I'll show you the ultimate technique, physical sealing strategy. The next morning, Zhong Yuan pushed open the lid of his coffin in Jiang Buyu's office. He walked over to the sofa bed, hands in his pockets, analyzing the situation. 6 a.m., he noted. I'm dead, so I don't need food or sleep, but this guy… He hesitated, looking at the sleeping figure. Should I wake him up for work? Zhang Buyu was dead to the world, clutching his phone buried under a blanket, completely ignoring the chaos of reality. Suddenly the phone buzzed. The screen lit up with the name Zhang Buyu. Zhong Yuan crouched down, peering at the screen, his mind racing. Zhang Buyu. That's Zhang Buyu's father, the former commander of South China, he mused. Is it my turn to answer his calls now? The ringing didn't stop. Finally making a decision, he picked up the phone and pressed it to his ear. Greetings, old Commander Zhang. This is number 8 of the 9 ruins. He glanced at the sofa. Little Commander Zhang is asleep. If it's urgent, I can wake him. On the other end, Zhang Buyu's expression darkened as he glared at his phone, the atmosphere growing heavy. Calling me old Commander. Looks like number 8 is preparing to handle the Guan family business officially. Zhong Yuan confirmed it without hesitation. That's right. Surely old Commander Zhang won't try to stop me. The old man replied instantly. Of course not. Zhang Buyu lowered his voice, offering a piece of advice. My bone dragon loves his sleep. Let the boy rest until you've finished dealing with the Guan family. Zhong Yuan looked at Zhang Buyu, sleeping like a log. Old Commander, he asked, are you using me as your blade? The old man frowned, his voice cold. Didn't you volunteer to be the blade? Then his tone shifted to a teasing warning. He's still 2 years shy of 18. Just don't let my son get slapped with a charge for messing with a minor. Goodbye. The line went dead. Zhong Yuan pulled the phone away, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. What was that? He mentioned my age. He knows I'm actually Zhong Yuan. Then the realization hit him. Wait. What did he mean by messing with a minor? Does showing cartoons in the infinite dreamland count as a crime now? He shook his head. Forget it. I'll handle this my way. In a flash, he transformed into the exact image of the sleeping slacker. Walking to the door, he announced, Your dad said to let you sleep. I'll reluctantly cover your shift today. At the military district, a group of young officers pestered Lin Dongliang. Is Zhang Buyu coming today? Lin roared back stiffly. Today is inspection day. The commander has to come whether he likes it or not. Yantu couldn't help but ask, why so angry this early? Immediately, he became the target of the rage. Lin glared at him, shouting, You have no idea what he did. In just 24 hours, he dragged the Guan and Tong families into the bureau. He spared no one, regardless of their connections. Behind them, a green-haired soldier closed his eyes, analyzing the situation like a scene from an awakening manhwa. So we lifted him to the position of commander, he noted. And now that his wings are strong, he arrests whoever he pleases. He won't even yield to the elites. Yanto looked at them in shock. Lin Dongliang turned to the troops behind him, raising his hand. Inspection starts at 900 hours. It's currently 800 hours. The crowd cheered, but underneath a wave of telepathic dissent rippled through the ranks. Let's sit on the parade ground and protest silently. Centuries of dynasties, thousands of years of noble families. If he doesn't respect us, we'll drag him off his throne. Zhang Buyu is finished. Number 4 will definitely rebel with us. If Zhang Buyu pushes too hard, I'll take my squad and defect to another district. The strength of a single Zhang family stands no chance against our united noble clans. This time, Zhang Buyu has no choice but to bend the knee to our demands. Their arrogance blinded them to the truth. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, impersonating Zhang Buyu, sat upon the throne of command, listening to his secretary's report with icy calm. Young Marshal, disaster looms. If we fail to resolve this crisis, your prestige will be shattered beyond repair. Panic spread through his subordinates like a plague. These traitors are absolute scum. One aide couldn't hold back his fury. You secured countless rift crystals and resources for them, yet they dare bite the hand that feeds them. But the young marshal remained unmoved, his expression resolute as stone. Let them try to leave. No other military district would dare harbor such treacherous dogs, he continued with chilling certainty. In a duel, they are insects before me. Unless they truly wish for mutual destruction, their only path is total submission. A terrifying glacial aura radiated from his body as he muttered. These parasites feast on the blood and sweat of the common people, caring only for their own profit and clan glory. Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed with dominance. Today, I will break them. I will remind them exactly who the true master of the Hua nation really is. Outside, a bird struck by his leaking killing intent froze, instantly plummeting from the sky. Above, ominous dark clouds gathered, suffocating the heavens. The frozen carcass crashed right in front of a green mushroom-haired rebel, making him shriek in terror. What the hell was that? Nearby, another soldier pointed at the darkening sky, confusion trembling in his voice. Why has the day turned to sudden night? The crowd craned their necks, staring into the abyss forming above them. Suddenly, the sky tore open. Razor-sharp ice spikes and massive hail bombed the area. Terror erupted. Ice rain, save us. These chunks are bigger than basketballs. This is no natural phenomenon. Bodies hit the floor, blood blooming like crimson flowers under the relentless barrage. Mushroom Head screamed in panic. The young marshal called in an outside expert to slaughter us defensive formations now. Desperately, a barrier mage conjured a shield shouting orders. To counter these basketballs, we need Rhythm Brothers drop the beat. In a bizarre twist, the squad actually began to chant. Hip by hip by hip hop, but the merciless blizzard cared not for their rhymes. Sharp snowflakes and granite-hard ice spheres hammered the defense while healers worked frantically to keep everyone alive. Bom Chakalaka, the chaos was absolute until a voice cut through the madness to restore order. Who is singing at a time like this? Shut up. On the other side, a defense user drained of mana screamed, "Captain, the barrier is shattering. We can't hold on. We must retreat." The captain standing amidst the crumbling shield roared in fury. "It has been 5 minutes. Retreating now means bowing our heads to Zhang Buyu in defeat." But death rained from above in the form of jagged ice and rock-hard snow. One soldier couldn't suppress his despair and cursed aloud. "Damn it! Stop using fire element abilities. You're melting the ice and it's refreezing instantly on the ground. Are you trying to turn this battlefield into a skating rink?" High above, the secretary gazed down at the devastation. "Young Marshal, when did you acquire such a terrifying ice element ability? It's like something out of a top-tier leveling manhwa." He leaned back in his chair, inventing a ridiculous excuse. "Oh, I simply synchronized physically with Xuan Ming." She blinked in confusion. "Synergy can be physical." He lowered his voice, sounding profound. "Every rift ability has a physical manifestation." Below them, the defensive barrier finally groaned and began to crack under his relentless assault. Chaos took the reins, soldiers scattered like rats. "I'm at my limit. Good luck to the rest of you. Whoever wants to protest can stay and die." Another voice cried out a warning. "If we yield now, Zhang Buyu will make our lives a living hell." But another soldier collapsed to the ground, surrendering. "I quit. The young marshal won't actually kill us. He still needs manpower." They were being decimated. Mu Hong frantically channeled her life authority to heal the wounded, shouting desperate warnings. "The ice has no eyes. If you drop your guard now, you really will die. Stop struggling and admit defeat." The cowards broke rank, rushing towards safety. "You guys can stay and die if you want. I'm gonna beg the young marshal for mercy." Goodbye. Even Shangzhong fled. Seeing this, Lin Dongliang let out a heavy, defeated sigh. "Alas, retreat. We simply lack the skill to compete with such power." He accepted his loss. The mushroom-haired soldier still standing ground his teeth. "Someone must have leaked our plans. Zhang Buyu hiring outside reinforcements beforehand. How despicably shameless." Another soldier crossed his arms, nodding. "The young marshal's combat style has never followed the rules. To win, he will use any means necessary. 8 years without a single defeat, that is his legend." Meanwhile, the healing squad continued their desperate work on the fallen. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan descended like a god from the heavens, landing before them with a look of pure mockery. "I assumed your arrogance was backed by strength. Who knew you wouldn't even last 30 minutes? Pathetic." The defeated crowd looked up at him in awe and fear. Their inner thoughts began to spill over. "Wait. The young marshal's Mandarin is incredibly standard today. Am I hallucinating? It's too strange. His usual thick accent is completely gone." Zhong Yuan, sensing their confusion, questioned them with deep dissatisfaction. "Young Master Zhang's pronunciation has always been perfect. Don't you dare slander me." He paused. "Forget it. I'll just use my Mo selling skill to rewrite their twisted perceptions. Details like accents are irrelevant." With a dramatic wave of his hand, he adopted a righteous pose and addressed the crowd. "I truly don't understand. You stood here tanking a blizzard of ice, resisting my authority. And for what?" He answered his own question. "It was all for the Guan family, wasn't it?" Hearing this, the mushroom-haired soldier broke down, tears streaming down his face. "We went through hell for you. We bathed in blood on the battlefield, and this is how you repay us. Does your conscience not ache?" Another traitor shouted back. "Without us, you would be nothing. Your achievements are built on our backs." Zhong Yuan didn't flinch. Instead, he activated Supermo, selling a blinding aura of righteousness and charisma erupted from his body as he looked at them with soulful eyes. "You fought for me, don't make me laugh. You only wanted a puppet leader to secure profits for your noble families. I just happened to fit the description you needed." Under the influence of the skill, the 3 rebel leaders froze, their eyes widening in a trance. His words, they make sense. "Ah, young marshal, this is the true awakening of the world." Strange. Why did that resistance I felt earlier suddenly seem completely meaningless? Seeing his approach, the crowd bowed their heads in defeated resignation. They tried to explain, "We only protested today to maintain the unspoken rules of the noble families." He cut them off cold. However, rules unsupported by absolute strength are just scrap paper. They can be torn to shreds at any moment. You are free to protest against me, but remember, I am free to crush you in return. In the end, the one with the biggest fist has the final say. Silence descended like a heavy blanket as they stared at him, jaws dropping in shock. Zhong Yuan stepped up the stairs, a look of triumphant arrogance on his face as he addressed the masses below. I used the authority given by the families to gain power, yet now I use that power to suppress the families. Do you submit? Lin Dongliang screamed out instantly. I do not submit. Beside him, the green-haired punk yelled just as loud. I don't accept this either. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, looked up and smirked. Good. Not submitting is the correct answer. He looked down at them from his high vantage point, his eyes filled with a chilling, contemptuous light as he delivered his verdict. Humans are inherently selfish. If you place a selfish person in a position to oppress you, betrayal is inevitable. Zhong Yuan reached out from the podium, his voice rising to a roar. The working class used their blood and sweat to forge the weapons and armor in your hands. They raised the beasts in the dimensional rifts just so you could hunt for ruin cores. Yet you use this power solely for the profit of your noble families. That is nothing short of a betrayal to them. The words hit them like a physical blow. The crowd below looked up at him, startled by the undeniable truth. He turned, pacing the stage like a predator. As long as humans have selfish motives, class conflict is inevitable. People will always try to destroy rules that don't benefit them. Selfishness cannot be erased. But unity. Unity can level the power gap between classes and force fair rules into existence. He added with conviction. Equality isn't some empty emotional pursuit. It's the maintenance of practical benefits. Below the stage, not a single soul dared to refute him. Suddenly Xiangchong looked up and shouted desperately. But even if we unite, we still can't beat you. Zhong Yuan looked down and shrugged, his voice calm yet dominating. That is because there are too few of you. But if you stand shoulder to shoulder with the masses, who in this world could ever shake you? Zhong Yuan raised his hand high, rallying the crowd. He shouted, the times have changed. The Hua nation no longer has an emperor sitting at the peak of power. Everyone, including all of you, is a master of this land. Protecting the people's interests is protecting your own. The crowd stared, captivated. Then, as one, they erupted into a chant. Fight for the people. Fight for the people. Behind him, the secretary watched, blushing furiously, as she thought to herself, the young marshal looks devastatingly handsome today. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan stood tall, hands behind his back, hair dancing in the wind, smiling arrogantly as he bathed in the cheers. Later, inside Zhang Buyu's room, he reverted to his true form. Holding a file, he asked Wang Podi, interrogating the Guan family all night. Hard work, Director Wang. The older man lay slumped on the chair, completely drained. Luckily, you and Commander Zhang helped with the preliminary screening. The workload was reduced significantly. Zhong Yuan picked up the papers and began organizing the intel. Wang rested his head on the armrest, looking haggard and exhausted as he sighed. Almost every member of the Guan family has absorbed the hypnosis ability. Most have likely used it for shady business. However, the other crimes they've committed go far beyond just one or two offenses. He paused, then added darkly, Zhang Buyu, the former southern commander, ordered the Guan family to use hypnosis multiple times. The targets even included Ye Zhen's brother Feng Yumo and their father Feng Qing, two members of a normal family forced to face such malicious monsters. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan gripped the documents, rage burning in his eyes as he spoke, his voice icy. All cases related to Zhang Buyu will be sealed from the Bureau's records. I will handle them personally. All other criminals will be processed by the law. He stood up, exuding a terrifying aura of authority. The hypnosis ability is too dangerous. We absolutely cannot allow it to circulate freely, he declared firmly. In the name of number 8 of the 9 ruins, I will take control of all hypnosis ruin cores. I forbid ordinary ability users from absorbing it. Beside him, Wang Podi lifted his weary face to look at the young hero. Under the effect of his super cuteness skill, a cheat code you'd only see in a system manhwa, everyone went completely insane for him, scrambling to show him photos for matchmaking. An old lady cried out, Young Marshal, my granddaughter is 20, kind and caring, give her a chance. A young man shouted, Marshal, my cousin's cousin is 25, gentle, and has never had a boyfriend. A guy with glasses pushed forward. Young Marshal, my uncle's daughter is 16 and a straight A student. Zhong Yuan, currently disguised as Zhang Buyu, thought helplessly, I blame myself. My charm skill is too OP. I accidentally triggered a mass matchmaking event for young Master Zhang. He mentally broke down Zhang Buyu's stats: 5%, arrogance 10%, scheming 10%, gluttony 15%, stubborn straight male 20%, brain damage, and 40% pure clown energy. Zhong Yuan thought, normally young Master Zhang is too lonely. He doesn't even have a cook at home. I need to help him escape the single life. He turned to the secretary. Schedule all blind dates for tomorrow afternoon. Filter them properly, no minors, and prioritize those who know how to cook. The secretary nodded. Understood. After finally dealing with the chaos, Zhong Yuan managed to escape back to his room. He let out a long, heavy breath. Phew. Zhong Yuan muttered wearily. Finally, a moment of peace. Turns out old Commander Jiang predicted this, which is why he warned me not to let Jiang Buyu make mistakes with minors. Ye Zhen from behind sighed in admiration. Number 8 really thinks of everything. Zhong Yuan transformed into a black cat and leaped onto the windowsill, calling out to Ye Zhen. The way I treated the noble families today. Do you hold any resentment? Ye Zhen scoffed. Resentment for what? The black cat listened as he continued. Every hardship I've faced in this life was caused by the abuse of those very families. But I stayed my hand and spared them, hoping they would find a path to redemption. Even regarding the authorities, I sought a resolution, not a massacre. I even chose to shield your enemies. Ye Zhen fell silent for a moment before baring his soul. To say I feel no hatred would be a lie. But what I truly despise isn't any specific heir of a noble house. It is the rot at the core of these great families, putting blood ties above all human decency. Ye Zhen continued. Though the Nine Ruins organization is flawed, Mr. Bai spoke the truth. The talent to absorb the ruin crystals depends entirely on bloodlines. That is the world's cruelest injustice. His voice remained calm but heavy. As long as this inequality breathes, the noble families will reign eternal. No matter how we struggle or rebel, we are merely delaying the inevitable darkness. Zhong Yuan in his cat form lowered his head. I apologize. In the end, I chose the greater good over your personal justice. I wronged you. Ye Zhen shook his head. Actually, the moment young Master Jiang knelt before me, the flames of my resentment died down. This world is likely full of people just like you two. A faint smile touched his lips. People willing to bloody their hands to drag this filthy world into the light. So rather than anger, my heart is filled with hope. It feels like the turning point of a Manhwa recap. The cat form Zhong Yuan nodded. I'll take that as your approval of my methods today. He then raised an eyebrow, glancing sharply at the connecting door to the back room. He sent a mental transmission, his tone mocking. Young Master Jiang, how long do you plan to eavesdrop from the break room? Is pretending to be unconscious really that easy? It was past 3 in the morning, time for tea. Moments later, in a quiet pavilion, Zhong Yuan spoke. The Nine Ruins can indeed issue a ban on mental interference abilities, but to activate it I must convert my reserve status to an official one. Is now a good time? Qi Shu replied instantly. Any time is the right time. You once said you hated others dictating your life without permission, Qi Shu reminded him. That is why I called you here to confirm this face-to-face. Becoming official means you become the ultimate trump card for every Awakener in this nation. You cannot refuse. You cannot hide. You will face the most catastrophic nightmares known to man. Have you truly steeled your resolve? Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate. Decision made? Qi Shu warned, you can't just toss your badge away like you did with the drone last time. Zhong Yuan laughed it off. Qi Shu banning interference benefits me personally in no way. If I didn't have the resolve to carry the future of this nation, why would I bother with such a thankless task? This land holds my ideals and the people I cherish. The Nine Ruins exists to protect them. I need the authority that comes with this burden to better achieve my goals. It's the path of any protagonist in a system Manhwa. Zhong Yuan shifted the tone. Qi Shu, let me ask you. What is your ideal? Qi Shu sighed heavily. I admit it. I'm a hopeless romantic. Nearly 20 years have passed and I still can't let her go. I originally joined the Nine Ruins to run away from reality. Later, I worked myself to the bone just to become a man worthy of standing beside her. Zhong Yuan looked him in the eye. The Nine Ruins is the shield of the people. Number 6 is its leader. That has nothing to do with whether you love Feng Qing. Tears welled up in Qi Shu's eyes. Set your career free. Stop shackling your duty to your emotions. You hope Feng Qing will marry Qi Shu the man, not number 6 the commander, don't you? Later, a secretary approached Feng Qing. Director Feng number 6 asked me to give this to you. Feng Qing frowned, unfolding the letter. What is this, 6 p.m. tonight? She read aloud. By the bridge where we first met. Be there or be square. What era is this who writes a physical note for a dinner date? She sighed. And honestly, which bridge was it? It's been so long I have zero memory of it. The secretary, startled, suggested, if you truly can't recall, perhaps ask him. Feng Qing looked around. Where is he anyway? He should still be in the Nine Ruins courtyard next door, the secretary replied. Back in the elegant courtyard, Zhong Yuan was gone. Qi Shu was busy freshening up. He stood before a mirror shaving. Sigh. Shaving makes me look marginally younger, but time really shows no mercy. Zhong Yuan's advice echoed in his mind. When in doubt, recite the classics. The second-to-last sentence of the Yueyang Tower essay should work. But that's too rigid, Qishu muttered. Maybe I should recite to the oak tree instead. Suddenly Feng Qing kicked the door open. Qishu, if we're getting dinner, let's just go. Qishu was so startled he let out a scream of indescribable gibberish. She ignored his panic. Why play these elementary school games with passing notes? Qishu stammered. About that. Just wait in the courtyard. Give me a moment to prepare. Oh, she stepped out. Moments later, Qishu emerged dressed to the nines ready to fulfill his lifelong wish. He looked for her and paused. She was standing on tiptoes admiring the scenery. The view in this courtyard. You've seen it for years. Are you not bored of it yet? She turned her expression soft. Not at all. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. Rain or shine. Even though the scenery is the same, it never feels exactly the same. Qishu summoned every ounce of his courage. Ajahn, I have something for you. He pulled out a ring box. I bought this ring 18 years ago intending to give it to you then. Although it's late and perhaps has lost its original timing, I still want you to have it. Feng Qing took the ring, squinting at it. Why would I want a cubically cut pure carbon crystal placed in the center of a metal band? Qishu choked. It's called a sense of ritual. She scoffed. Ritual. This is just summoning the evil god of consumerism. Qishu buried his face in his hands, defeated. Fine, fine. You don't like the carbon crystal. Can I at least read you a poem? Go ahead. He cleared his throat. If I love you. She rolled her eyes, bored to death. You love me. Do you need an if clause for that? What kind of logic is this? Qishu froze, his brain short-circuiting. She sighed, exasperated. I helped you raise a son for over a decade. Did you really think I didn't know you loved me? But last time I hinted at marriage, you said you were married to science. Qishu protested. She replied with perfect logic. Love is an emotion. Marriage is a contract. They are completely different concepts. Qishu finally snapped, his emotional state collapsing. You absolute woman of steel, do you love me or not? Can you just give me one straight answer? Feng Qing smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I do. She leaned in, closing the distance between them. I want you to be my wife. Will you marry me? Qishu's face flushed redder than a tomato. No, wait. I'm the husband here. Finally, Qishu crumbled under her intense gaze. Fine, fine. I surrender. I'll marry you, okay? You can be the sturdy oak, and I'll just be the soft cotton. Happy now? Feng Qing beamed, looking like she had won the lottery. That is exactly the answer I was waiting for. Meanwhile, in another bedroom, Feng Qing stared at the black cat lounging on his bed. Zhong Yuan. Yuan, you actually pulled it off, Feng Qing marveled. My mom just announced she's holding the wedding with Qishu next year. What kind of magic did you use? The black cat flicked its tail lazily. I simply made your wish come true. I convinced Qishu to read a heartfelt essay to her. Feng Qing fell silent, terrified to imagine the cringe-worthy scene of Qishu reciting poetry. Never mind, I don't want to know. Feng Qing sighed, rubbing his temples. Let's talk about the banquet. Where do you want to sit? Zhong Yuan replied instantly. Put me at the kids' table with Jong Lan. Done deal. Feng Qing nodded. Just set an alarm so you don't oversleep. The black cat narrowed its eyes. Roger that. Later, Jiang Buyu sighed dramatically. I'm ruined. You've completely spoiled my morning tea ritual. If I don't have your coffee in the future, I might as well starve. Zhong Yuan looked unimpressed. You've watched me brew it 1,000 times. Haven't you learned the technique yet? Jiang Buyu shook his head. I tried, but the soul of the flavor just isn't there. Have I ever mentioned that I don't need to eat or sleep, and I have zero sense of taste or smell? Zhong Yuan asked. I figured, Jiang replied. Since you always make me taste test for saltiness whenever you cook. Exactly. So if you tell me the flavor profile changed, I honestly wouldn't know. Zhong Yuan waved a paw dismissively. But enough about that. Wang Podi just messaged me. Zhong Yuan continued, his tone shifting. Apparently the entire Guan family, including Guan Tiecheng, has suffered a bizarre accident. Since last night, they've collectively lost their minds. They can't stop reciting terrible cultivation novels from Tomato Novel, chanting lines from trashy stories like The Cuckold's Peerless Wife. My intelligence network is at your disposal, but they were thrown into a snake pit from the start. Commander Jiang, do you have any clues? Jiang Buyu didn't even look up, his expression indifferent. Those who toy with the hearts of others will eventually be played themselves, Jiang mused. I believe the ancients called this a taste of their own medicine. Zhong Yuan's eyes sharpened. You didn't use your infinite dreamscape immediately. You waited until I had leverage over the Zhong family. Is this how an awakening Manhwa protagonist operates? Old Commander Jiang ordered the harassment, Jiang explained. The heads of the great families already knew. Even if exposed, it wouldn't shake the Zhong family's ironclad status. However, Zhong Yuan continued, if I choose to keep quiet, it implies I'm stepping onto the same boat as the Jiang family. Zhang Buyu chuckled awkwardly. All right, I admit it. I'm a schemer using underhanded tactics to recruit you. Zhong Yuan replied calmly. I know. But your magic was too spectacular to ignore. I'll willingly take the bait. The sudden acceptance left Zhang Buyu speechless. He scratched his head quickly, deploying his ultimate skill, changing the subject. So, about the tournament. Today is the grand finale of the University League. What kind of ruined star core do you want as a reward? Zhong Yuan blinked in surprise. Wait, I get to choose? The default rewards are set, Zhang explained. They're decent abilities but nothing strategic. In a high-stakes system Manhwa, they'd be considered trash tier. I was afraid you wouldn't care for them. Zhong Yuan's interest piqued. What's on the menu then? Zhang listed them off. Origin Force, Super Reproduction, Iron Tail, Super Decomposition, Mental Collapse, Velocity, High Heat. Oh, and the Soul Blast that Wen Renju absorbed but didn't report. But Zhang lowered his voice. I also found something special for you. A disaster-grade core with the Discernment ability. Discernment allows you to see through any ability of a lower rank without nullifying other effects. It's the ultimate counter. For example, if you used it on my infinite dreamscape, you could force the illusion into a lucid dream under your control. Brute force can only shatter the dream, but discernment lets you dominate it. Zhong Yuan was stunned. I only mentioned that a few days ago. You worked that fast. Jiang nodded. So do you want this through the official tournament channel or the Nine Ruins channel? The tournament rules state that the top 3 in individual and team categories get 4 disaster-grade cores, Zhong Yuan calculated. For my individual prize, I want Discernment, Super Impact, Soul Blast, and Super Decomposition. That's my ideal build for this leveling Manhwa arc. I'll waive my share of the team rewards, let the others divide it. Fast forward to the day of the University League Finals. The announcer's voice boomed across the dome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2043 Void Power University League. This is the moment you've been waiting for. The highly anticipated Manhwa recap showdown begins in 5 minutes. The commentators hyped the crowd. Zhong Yuan versus Feng Qing of Cheng Yunqiao Academy. They've fought through hell to get here, and now they meet at the summit. Not only are they classmates, but they are brothers in arms who fight on the same squad. Just 3 days ago, they stood together as champions. Now they stand as rivals. On the arena floor, the two locked eyes. Facing Feng Qing, the strongest healer in the nation, will Zhong Yuan show mercy or go all out? Zhong Yuan turned to the referee. This is a double elimination bracket, right? So I have to lose 2 sets for Feng Qing to actually win. The referee nodded. Correct. Feng Qing is in the loser's bracket. He has 1 strike already. If he loses this set, you take the championship immediately. Zhong Yuan shrugged. Oh. In that case, I forfeit the first match. Feng Qing smirked. So confident you can beat me 100% of the time. The first time we fought, you surrendered to me. Zhong Yuan replied calmly. I'm just returning the favor. Feng Qing laughed. I accept your generosity. The female commentator gasped. It looks like they want to settle this in a single do-or-die death match. The tension is suffocating. The referee raised his hand. Fighters ready? Feng Qing dropped into a defensive stance. Zhong Yuan's aura flared. The referee began the count. 3, 2... The air between them crackled with invisible pressure. The crowd held its breath, waiting for the clash of titans. 1. Suddenly, Feng Qing charged forward, screaming at the top of his lungs, rock, paper, scissors. Zhong Yuan's brain short-circuited for a split second. Instinct took over. He threw up a fist. The commentator choked. Well, what right at the start? Feng Qing yelled. Rock, paper, scissors. Time seemed to slow. Zhong Yuan saw Feng Qing's hand form a pair of scissors. Zhong Yuan's hand was a rock. The fate of the strongest fighter was decided in a split second by a child's game. The giant screen began the slow-motion replay of the most ridiculous finale in history. The process happened so fast it ended before the naked eye could even register the movement. Only the high-speed phantom cameras managed to capture the blur. Let's break down the replay video. Just as their hands launched forward, Zhong Yuan's fingers twitched, fainting an open palm. The commentator roared. Feng Qing called rock, but Zhong Yuan reacted in an instant. Feng Qing committed to a punch while Zhong Yuan threw paper. But in that split second, Feng Qing's index and middle fingers began to separate. Mid-air, Feng Qing spread his fingers, morphing his hand into scissors. But Zhong Yuan saw it coming. His open palm snapped shut in the blink of an eye. He's countering, the host screamed. At that exact moment, Zhong Yuan's hand collapsed, transforming into a rock. The female caster, Cheng Yun, lost her mind with excitement. In that micro-interval of 0.1 seconds, both fighters altered their destiny, but Zhong Yuan was 1 level higher. This wasn't just a game. It was the pinnacle of psychological warfare and hand speed in this Manhwa recap. Feng Qing crossed his arms, defeated. Using abilities for rock, paper, scissors? That's just too much. Zhong Yuan smirked. Can't help it. My auto-prediction is a cheat code. I couldn't lose even if I wanted to. Feng Qing turned his back, waving dismissively. I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. Peace out. The referee threw his hand up. Winner Zhong Yuan. The stadium exploded. The roar of the crowd tore through the heavens, echoing with pure adrenaline. Back in the team lounge, Zhan Xiong marveled. Double champion in both solo and team brackets. Zhong Yuan is an absolute monster. Jong Lan cheered. That's my big brother. Even in rock, paper, scissors, he reigns supreme. She dialed him immediately. Bro, congrats on the double crown. When are you coming home? Right now, Zhong Yuan replied. Huh. Before she could finish her thought, the door swung open. Zhong Yuan stood there, trophies in hand. Jong Lan gasped. Did you just use teleportation? Zhong Yuan shrugged coolly. Space magic, simple stuff. They settled on the couch. Jong Lan's voice softened. I didn't push you to compete just for the trophies. I know you honor your spirit contracts. I was terrified you'd tear up the deal with Lin Dongliang out of anger and live with the guilt. Zhong Yuan nodded silently. Zhong Yuan's expression turned icy as he looked away. Speaking of him, it's time to settle the old debt. Meanwhile, in a dark office, Lin Dongliang paced back and forth, muttering like a madman. He did it. He actually did it. He said he'd aim for the top 10, but this proves his talent eclipses even Zhong Lan's. He could replace her on the battlefield. Suddenly, Officer Nkagi stormed in with a squad. Lin Dongliang, the tournament is over, and so is your feud with the Zhong siblings. Lin stammered, sweating nervously. But with things like this, Zhong Yuan won't be willing to join the Night Eagles squad. What kind of delusional dream are you living in? Nkagi scoffed. He slammed a file down. Have you seen this? It's a catalog of every crime you've committed since becoming an Awakener. Today, I'm charging you with accessory to murder and illegal trafficking. You're going straight to a military tribunal. Even as they cuffed him, Lin snarled, What, I never did any of that. Remember the talents you dug up from the civilian population. Nkagi pressed. Lin looked confused. I haven't tracked them in ages. Nkage's voice was cold steel. One failed to absorb a core, was abandoned by you, and took their own life in despair. 2 others faked their deaths just to escape the military zone. One is confirmed dead, the other is back in custody, and the worst case, one snapped, becoming a serial killer to take revenge on society. And let's not forget kidnapping Zhong Lan, a minor, causing her irreversible psychological trauma. Add it all up, that's a death sentence. Lin screamed like a cornered rat. No, it wasn't me. They did that themselves. I'm innocent. The High Command has ordered a strict investigation into the corruption of confusion cores. Nkagi declared. We're checking everyone for incitement. Did you hear me? Lin lied through his teeth. I didn't use mind control, I found them with pure sensory skills. Your recruitment methods look exactly like brainwashing to me. Nkagi countered. Lin kept babbling, desperate to save his skin. I'm not wrong. I'm innocent. I didn't tell them to do it. The ability might be innocent, but driving people to suicide, desertion, and murder, that is a true crime. Done with the trash talk, Nkagi waved his hand. Take him away. Lin's screams of no faded down the hall. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the leveling Manhwa world's weirdest blind date arranged for Jiang Buyu. The secretary bowed. Young Marshal, I've arranged your blind dates exactly as requested for today. The matchmaker pointed to a row of ladies. These girls are master chefs. Their cooking will suit your palate perfectly. Jiang Buyu blinked. Where's the food? The matchmaker paused. You want them to cook right now. Jiang Buyu looked at her like she was crazy. They applied to be chefs and didn't bring samples. He pulled out a bento box. See this? My cat made this. If they can't beat a cat's cooking, they can leave. He held up a photo of Zhong Yuan in his black cat form. This is him. Cute, right? If they aren't cuter than him, get out. The matchmaker's eyes went wide. She turned to the group and yelled, The Marshal is a hardcore furry. Everyone put on the cat ears. It's cosplay time. The girls shrugged. No problem, leaving Jiang Buyu standing there completely flabbergasted by this turn of events. Moments later, Jiang was sweating buckets. A creepy soft voice whispered, Meow Marshal, meow. Not only were there cat girls, but 2 muscle-bound dudes in ears were posing, Love me meow. Jiang screamed in terror. I get the concept, but why are there dudes? I don't need male cat maids. The matchmaker rubbed her hands together. Don't be so narrow-minded about gender. As the horde approached, Jiang backed away. Stay back, don't come over here. Desperate, Jiang started spewing nonsense. I'm revealing my true self. I'm a mech sexual. I only like androids. Error 404 or Model 59 preferred. Or bring me a clone of the moon rabbit. Listen to me, he declared with fake solemnity. If I marry a carbon-based life form, I'll have to kill my wife to prove my Tao within 3 days. I warned you, if you aren't afraid of death, come at me. He thought that would scare them off. He was wrong. A girl stepped forward, eyes burning with determination. If I can marry the marshal, I'll gladly die. That was the final straw. Jiang Buyu smashed through the window, diving out. I can't handle you crazy people, I'm out. His voice trailed off in a long, pathetic wail. Young Marshal, mid-air. Zhang Buyu triggered his super-resolution skill to escape this nightmare. Boom. The earth below didn't just break. It annihilated, instantly vaporizing into a dense, high-pressure cloud of destruction shooting skyward. Zhang Buyu touched down like a feather. Waiting for him was Zhong Yuan, currently in his adorable cat form. Not bad, the cat purred. Using super-resolution to atomize the ground into particles classy, the expanding vapor created a perfect pneumatic cushion stabilizing his descent. Zhang Buyu smirked, brushing off dust. A bit overkill for a landing, though. But suddenly panic. A horde of catgirls blitzed down, screaming with fanatical devotion. Young master, don't run from us. Zhang Buyu's soul nearly left his body in sheer terror. He scooped up cat Zhong Yuan and activated super camouflage instantly. Safe in the shadows, the cat telepathically nagged him. Young master Jiang, you're an adult now. Stop running from your arranged marriage duties. Zhang Buyu struck a pose. My 7-foot frame belongs to the state. Besides, women only slow down my drawing speed. Enough about that. Zhang Buyu grinned. Check out the loot I prepared for you. Zhong Yuan tilted his fuzzy head. Loot. Void crystals, obviously. He revealed a wooden chest. I raided every alien stockpile I could find just for you. Every element, every type. Some singles, some in stacks of dozens. Poof. Zhong Yuan shifted back to human form, inspecting a crystal. You know my constitution only levels up with identical crystals, he frowned. This mix and match garbage, I can't use it. Zhang Buyu wagged a finger. Heh. I've been analyzing your unique body. You can absorb infinite energy without exploding like a balloon, right? So I concocted a leveling Manhwa strategy that will shake the heavens sway. Your amplification works on multiplication logic. So if you stack a bunch of low-level self-buffs, boom. You easily hit a 100-fold power spike. You'll be an all-powerful god in seconds. Zhong Yuan froze, the math clicking in his head. With this method, I can trigger super-amplified versions of every skill, while using the bare minimum of void crystals. An unorthodox upgrade path like this, only a maniac like you could come up with it. Zhong Yuan plunged his hand into the box. System absorb all. A terrifying blue-white aura detonated outwards. Zhang Buyu pumped his fist. Let's go, star-devouring beast, time to feast. This is true system Manhwa style. Ding ding ding. A cascade of skills leveled up at breakneck speed. But as the light faded, Zhong Yuan slumped into a chair, clutching his head. Zhang Buyu rushed over, panic in his voice. Young Master Yuan, you okay? Did we overdose on the crystals? Is it a backlash? No, Zhong Yuan whispered. It's that ominous feeling again. Zhang Buyu stiffened. You mean the future sight? The prophecy. Exactly. Zhong Yuan looked up, eyes haunted. The moment I absorbed that power, I felt the truth I've been hunting. It's right in front of me, even if I want to look away. Destiny won't let me hide anymore. Zhang Buyu lowered his head. I was the one who discovered your foresight. I forced you into the infinite dreamland to find the truth. I don't blame you, Zhong Yuan interrupted. Even if the truth leads to a dead end, we have to walk it. Zhang Buyu sighed heavily. Then with a click, he popped open Zhong Yuan's golden sarcophagus bed. He sized up the velvet interior. You know this coffin is pretty roomy. Wouldn't be too tight for 2 people, eh? Zhong Yuan snapped his head up. Zhang, you fraud you. Zhang Buyu raised his fist, his expression deadly serious. Even if it's a dead end, I'm fighting beside you. We weren't born on the same day. But I pray we die on the same day, same month, same year. Zhong Yuan's eyes softened. Of all your wishes, that is the hardest one to grant. Please, Zhang whispered. Zhong Yuan gripped Zhang's wrist firmly. I'll do my best. Activation. The infinite dreamland engulfed them. Zhong Yuan floated in a void of total darkness. Then golden light pierced the shadows, revealing 2 figures. Zhong Yuan recognized this sensation. This was the memory sealed within him for 4 years. He merged his consciousness into the darkness to witness the past. This is my first life, he realized. After the accident, a brown-haired doctor stood over his comatose body. His brainwaves are almost flat. He's basically a vegetable. Beside him stood a man with dark blue hair radiating authority. I thought you said he was a prodigy. This isn't just an awakening Manhwa where we discard the weak. You can't just toss him in a ward like garbage. The brown-haired doctor shrugged. Lin Dongliang's sensory rank is trash compared to mine. It's normal he missed the kid's latent talent. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes. But we made a deal with the little sister. We promised to cure her brother. True. And he's running out of time, the doctor admitted. To jumpstart his brain. Only you can do it, sir. Then we can recover him slowly. Fine. The dark-haired man nodded. Bring him to me when it's time. He raised his hand, casting the legendary infinite dreamland technique. I grant you a reality dream, he intoned over the boy. Return to reality. Do not fear. As long as my power holds, you shall not perish. Remember this name. I am the leader of the 9 luminaries, Corona White. As they walked away, Zhong Yuan stared at the man's back. That's Yang Zongsheng, the vice commander of Central China. I checked the archives. That's definitely his face. But a chill ran through Zhong Yuan. Wait. In my first life, that doctor never took me to see Yang Zongsheng. The memory shifted like shattered glass. A new scene. The brown-haired doctor being dragged away by 2 agents in black. I see. Zhong Yuan analyzed the scene like a Manhwa recap detective. He got busted for illegal dealings with the 9 luminaries. I was still in the hospital then. But Yang Zongsheng used the dream connection to track me down himself. The memory jumped to a tea house. Yang Zongsheng sat across from him. Now you know the truth of the void energy, Yang said smoothly. So tell me, do you want to build a world of true justice with me? Zhong Yuan met his gaze unflinching. And if I say no, are you going to silence me permanently? No, Yang smiled without warmth. I'll just wipe your memory. You'll forget we ever met. Then I refuse, Zhong Yuan said instantly. Why? Yang asked. Zhong Yuan replied, his voice cutting like steel. People chosen only for their gifted talents. They will never truly fight for fairness and justice. If the 9 luminaries are built on privilege, the foundation is rotten. It will collapse. Zhong Yuan reflected. I rejected him to his face. Yet, he didn't strip the dream power from me. He let me live in peace for 4 years. He never came back for me. The scene faded into darkness. Instead, he shifted his sights to a new target. Ye Zhen. However, back in that timeline, Ye Zhen failed to absorb the regenerating core 3 times in a row. Yang Zongsheng declared him incurable by normal means, standing amidst the brutalized corpses of the spirit bears scattered across the ground. Deep within the crowd, Robert was also there, casually discarding another carcass into the pile like it was trash. Desperate to heal Ye Zhen, Yang Zongsheng struck a dirty deal with the Lighthouse Nation. He helped Robert infiltrate the Sheneng realm of the Ho Nation to poach the innocent spirit bears raised within its sanctuary. Yang Zongsheng held a strange purple-pink core in his hand. Zhong Yuan realized that in the first timeline, without his interference, Robert had successfully raided the realm and smuggled the spirit bear cores back to the Lighthouse Nation. In exchange for the treachery, the Lighthouse Nation handed Yang Zongsheng an artificial core containing the power of regeneration. Moments later, Ye Zhen grasped the artificial core and successfully awakened from his coma. Zhong Yuan analyzed the situation. That artificial core is exclusive Lighthouse technology. It's a consumable item that grants abilities without needing successful absorption, but it burns out after a single use. Yang Zongsheng used it to cure Ye Zhen and recruited him into the 9 glories. Through his telepathy, Ye Zhen exposed Bai Xianli and Rong Rong, who were silently betraying the organization, and reported them immediately. Yang Zongsheng didn't hesitate to purge the traitors instantly. From that day on, Ye Zhen became a critical combat asset for the 9 glories. The scene shifts to a secret meeting where Ye Zhen is shaking hands with Robert, sealing another pact. Zhong Yuan realized Ye Zhen was representing the 9 glories to collaborate with the Lighthouse Nation, again planning to use his mind-reading powers to steal secrets from rival awakened ones. The vision shifts again. A familiar silhouette walks down a lonely road. Zhong Yuan recalled that their target for this joint operation was the abduction of Feng Qing. Feng Qing still wore that arrogant, punchable expression. He sat alone at a table. Suddenly a question arose. What kind of person is Feng Qing? The answer is simple. He is the embodiment of solitude. This is Zhong Yuan's narration after the chaos settled. Feng Qing was fundamentally different from ordinary humans in every conceivable way. Once he labeled himself a deviant, he stopped expecting any acceptance or connection from humanity. Ye Zhen used his telepathy to find the cracks in Feng Qing's heart, creating a clone to act as bait. The plan worked, and they successfully kidnapped him onto the Lighthouse Nation's pirate ship. The Lighthouse Nation successfully extracted Feng Qing's cell samples and began a series of dark experiments on the regression ability inside a nuclear submarine hidden in the deep sea. This purple dragon is the source of the regression power, the disaster-grade entity. The 10,000 Nether Dragon. Its core possesses only one ability, time regression. All other powers were fused into its flesh and blood, becoming instincts rather than skills stored in the core. The Nether Dragon controls time itself. The deeper the mastery, the further back one can send a target. Combined with eyes that see lifespans, they can use regression to revert a target back to their weakest infantile state. Using the collected cell samples and their advanced catalyst technology, the Lighthouse Nation successfully created a perfect clone of Feng Qing. This clone evolved at a terrifying speed. Within a single year, its power growth was even more exaggerated than the original Feng Qing. Just then, a cargo ship carrying ancient relics and cultural artifacts was passing through the waters above. These artifacts, originally from the Shangdong Museum, were being returned to the Hoa Nation after an 8-month exchange exhibition in the Lighthouse Nation. A golden coffin among the artifacts resonated with Feng Qing's clone deep underwater, causing a dungeon gate to silently open in the ocean. This was the same gate that had appeared in Shangdong City 10 years prior. The darkness from that gate had once abducted countless citizens. This time, it swallowed the nuclear submarine holding Feng Qing's clone. 3 years later, that gate reopened in the Shangdong Museum. The clone, now fused with the darkness, evolved into a massive claw that crushed me to death. The regression power of that claw reverted me to my weakest state the exact moment Yang Zongsheng was casting the infinite dreamland upon me. These two massive powers reacted with the dark world inside the golden coffin, simultaneously sealing 4 years of timeline data directly into my body. Zhong Yuan opened his eyes, feeling as if an eternity had passed. In that moment, he realized he had died, and was merely a lingering shadow watching Feng Qing's body lying motionless on the ground. Zhong Yuan's heart held only one obsession: to protect his sister. This will assimilated with the darkness in the golden coffin, giving the dark world Zhong Yuan's own consciousness. The final result seems to be that I was reborn 4 years into the past, but I didn't exactly return from the dead in a normal way. Zhong Yuan muttered in shock, realizing that's why he looked like a zombie when he first respawned. Aside from Jong Lan, he hadn't cared about anything. But then Jong Lan spoke to him. Jong Lan's clear voice rang in his head. "Brother, your world is too vast. If I'm the only one in it, I'll be lonely. There's so much beauty out there. Since we're here, why not go take a look?" Zhong Yuan felt a calmness he had never known before. He told himself, the me of right now is no longer just a phantom obsession. Everything I've experienced in this world has forged a new me. Deep in thought, he suddenly sensed a strange anomaly occurring. What is this? Why did the energy suddenly turn violent? Sensing an incoming attack, Zhong Yuan immediately used his break skill to analyze the threat. He quickly realized the infinite dreamland Yang Zongsheng left inside him was trying to construct a new false reality to trap his consciousness. Zhong Yuan dodged and declared firmly, "I already know the truth. I'm done dreaming. Get lost. Don't come near me." He clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a pain. I'll just max out all the abilities I just absorbed. That should be enough to kick this thing out. Just then, the system screen lit up, signaling the start of a true leveling Manhwa moment. Your ability has leveled up. Your ability has leveled up. Your ability has leveled up. Important things must be said 3 times. Maximum level blessing. You have received a new ability. Ultimate Wish. Red grade level 1 upgradable. Ultimate Wish. All stats of up to 6 targets are increased by 448%. Entering invincibility mode. Ultimate Wish is now max level. You received a new ability, Destructive Wish. Disaster grade non-upgradable. Destructive Wish unleashes any ability from memory with its effectiveness boosted by 448%. This is the peak power fantasy of a system Manhwa. And there's more. Super Cute Act max level. You received a new ability, God level Cuteness. Disaster grade. God level Cuteness. Your charm establishes lifelong sovereignty over targets. Speed reduction. Max level. You received a new ability evolved into Absolute Immobility. The system notification rang out, shattering reality. Calamity grade advancement impossible. Absolute stasis activated. Target time paused. But then, the ultimate reward dropped. New attribute acquired, Deity. Zhong Yuan felt his soul tremble as the notifications cascaded down. But one line eclipsed them all. You have become a god. Before he could even process this Manhwa recap twist, the world dissolved around him. Darkness faded. The shadow realm was gone. Confusion gripped him. Where in the hell was he now? Drifting forward, he beheld a magnificent flowing river of memories. Ancient scenes flickered within the currents, accompanied by a system interface granting him a god's perspective. He peered into the dawn of time. He saw his own hand casting spells, realizing the terrifying truth. The source of all ruin energy was simply desire. Eons ago, legendary powerhouses craved immortality. Refusing to fade, they sealed their ambitions and their corpses inside mystic sarcophagi. Trapped on the razor's edge between life and death for eternity, their consciousness rotted away, leaving behind only hollow shadows. Deep within the Upper East Museum lay the golden sarcophagus sealing the primordial shadow. It carried a destiny so heavy it warped the timeline. It was fated to ascend as a god. But the seal crumbled, divine power shattered the boundary between worlds, and ruin energy began to flood in from the other side. The energy surged, corrupting the lingering shadows. Those too weak to evolve shattered their fragments, calling out to monsters in the human realm. But the elite shadows completed their evolution within the coffins. Awakening spatial powers, they tore open rifts connecting the lands of the living and the dead. These tiers, in reality ripped open by mature shadows, were what humanity called ruined dungeons. Some shadows were bound by deep obsessions lurking in silence, waiting for a specific desire to trigger their awakening. These desires often echoed from beyond the veil, originating from alien species desperate for power. Originally powerless, these creatures were corrupted by the active ruin energy, forced into a cycle of endless, grotesque evolution. Their deepest cravings dictated their forms. Those starving for love evolved the charm attribute. Those desperate to communicate developed high-level intellect. And those praying for salvation birthed the ultimate wish. This is the core of any leveling Manhwa logic. Humans harvest these ruin cores to absorb their powers. Once a species mastered a power, it fused with their very DNA, creating bloodlines that passed the strength down through generations. Even consuming the flesh of these beings could trigger an awakening in others. It was a brutal food chain of power. Humanity, in its hubris, launched the Heavenly Ruin Project to artificially engineer awakened babies. Subject 1 Feng Qing was the first success. He assimilated the Nether Dragon's power, becoming a born monster. But Subjects 2, 3 and 4 weren't so lucky, they perished instantly. Then came Subject 5 Zhong Yuan. Against all odds, he absorbed the artificial core, awakening 3 legendary skills: Regeneration, Blessing, and Death Perception. The energy corruption nearly destroyed him, but his Regeneration skill waged a constant war to keep his body intact. He became unkillable. Poison injury. Nothing mattered. The energy even remodeled his appearance, turning him into a perfect specimen. The corruption threatened his mother's pregnancy, but even as a fetus, Zhong Yuan instinctively cast Blessing, ensuring his little sister entered the world safely. That same blessing turned him into a prodigy. Martial arts, academics, even cooking, he mastered everything instantly. Death Perception didn't save him from dying, but it evolved. It transcended death, becoming precognition. And finally, the god-tier skill, Prophecy. Zhong Yuan watched the reel of his life play out: his days at Cheng Yunqiao, his battles in Guangyuan City. But something was wrong. This wasn't his history. In this timeline, Jiang Buyu was immune to his charm and obsessed with cats instead of him. Despite Jiang using high-level intellect daily, it failed to purge the dark energy accumulating in Zhong Yuan's soul. The vision shifted to the future. Su Wanying, desperate for power, absorbed the healing wind illegally. Caught red-handed, she was forced into surgery to strip her abilities. To see if she would survive, Zhong Yuan pushed his prophecy to its absolute limit, peering deep into the timeline. But the mental toll was too high. His spirit crumbled. Seizing the moment, the shadow world weaponized the residual dream power of Yang Zongsheng to trap him in an eternal nightmare. Inside the dream, he was a living god with infinite vitality. All his passive skills were locked to on, including telepathy and that terrifying absolute charm. Unaware he was dreaming, he lost his reason. He became a creature of pure instinct. In this fantasy, he joined the 9 Luminaries Guild, becoming Yang Zongsheng's adopted son and changing his look to hide his identity. It was a massacre of free will. Everyone in the guild, even their monstrous pets, fell victim to his super charm, becoming his mindless slaves. Even Fan Luo was instantly enthralled with a single glance. Watching this playback, the real Zhong Yuan was horrified. This is insanity. He watched in disbelief. This dream reality was eerily similar to Ye Zhen's tragic first life. But the nightmare bled into the real world. The shadow world amplified his power, and his charm began enslaving people in actual reality. First Bai Xianli, then Yang Zongsheng and Rongrong, traitors to the 9 Luminaries, were hunted down and executed without mercy. He returned to the dimensional rift, devouring the essence of the charm bear. His power ascended from super to god-rank charm. Heaven and earth shook as he became a taboo existence, a walking deity. In this vision, Zhong Yuan stood before his rival Ye Zhen, his voice heavy with doom. Ye Zhen, if the darkness ever consumes me completely, his eyes burned with solemn resolve. Promise me, you will end my life with your own hands. But the vision didn't end there. It showed the ultimate bad ending. Using his god-rank charm, he enslaved every living soul on the planet. This was the terrifying peak of a system Manhwa gone wrong. Meanwhile, the Dan Pagoda Kingdom's abduction plan failed, but they discovered another victim poisoned by the myriad Nether Dragon. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged before Zhong Yuan, his voice echoing with authority. This is not a place for the likes of you, nor is it the time for your arrival. Zhong Yuan stood frozen, his mind racing to grasp the situation. A thought struck him. Could this powerful being be his own future self? But clarity pierced through his confusion. No. This wasn't just a future version. This was the deity sitting at the very end of the road of destiny he had glimpsed earlier. That is the god of Mo Ascension. But he is not me. My stats and abilities haven't reset, which means the flow of time in this dimension has completely frozen. Is this a higher dimension that only a true god can tread? As expected of an awakening Manhwa scenario, I only managed to breach this realm because I activated maximum amplification and temporarily attained the attributes of a deity. This entity radiates hostility. I need to buy time. To analyze the situation, Zhong Yuan reached out a hand, masking his intent with a greeting. Greetings, my other self. The god of Mo frowned, his eyes narrowing. Strange. You possess an ability I have never devoured. Which timeline do you originate from? Zhong Yuan was startled. Can he not perceive my destiny? Turning away, he replied coolly. I need to contemplate that question before I can give you an answer. Internally, his mind worked at lightning speed. The golden coffin carries the destiny of the Mo god. I am unique because I hold the destiny to become a god myself. I see now. He can only view the tapestry of fate in a linear chronological order. That explains why the future influencing the past seems impossible. But if one transcends the river of time and views it from the perspective of destiny, the god of Mo exists first. The path diverges into two. One version receives the divine Mo ability, and the other retains the trait of singularity. From that point of divergence, reality spiraled and evolved at a terrifying pace. The one who received the divine Mo power sought joy through cuteness to fill the void of lovelessness in his heart. The ability coexisted with the Mo bear, creating a closed loop of existence. As for the singularity, no other human could obtain the divine Mo skill because mortals cannot infinitely absorb the energy of the ruined stars. That was the ultimate gap in talent found in any high-stakes leveling manhwa. Even though he broke through the limits of humanity to gain the divine Mo power, he ultimately perished and fused with the golden coffin. It is truly bizarre. I can peer into his destiny with perfect clarity, yet my own fate remains a blind spot to him. This proves that in the grand hierarchy of fate, my existence manifested later than his. He became a god through the Mo path, but he required an external element to complete his divinity. That missing element is the divergence between us. My negative energy was purged by Jiang Buyu's common-sense rationality. But this entity could not cleanse the corruption, forcing him into an eternal slumber to cope. The negative energy within the alien ruined stars is not just the agony of death. It is a toxic cocktail of the twisted desires they held while alive. The fact that he became the god of Mo proves his soul has been deeply corroded by the negative energy of the Mo bear ruined star. If Jiang Buyu knew I had transmuted my overwhelming emotions into his distinct brand of rational instinct to purge the negativity, he would be speechless. He constantly executes the wisdom sword technique, severing all emotional threads. Ruthless, decisive, calculating only profit and loss, like a true system manhwa anti-hero who discards humanity. With that realization, Zhong Yuan glanced at the god of Mo. I am the singularity. I am the only true Zhong Yuan. Though he wears my face, his essence is nothing more than a hollow phantom representing the destiny of the Mo Ascension. If I accept this fate, he becomes my inevitable future. But if I create enough divergence to steer the ending toward me, Zhong Yuan activated his blessing ability, pointing straight at the river of time. Then he becomes nothing more than my past. The god of Mo sensed the shift and demanded, "What do you think you are doing?" Zhong Yuan smirked. I find the people of this world far too emotional, so I'm blessing them. 120% pure rationality seems appropriate, doesn't it? Zhong Yuan seized the manifestation of Jiang Buyu. And this Jiang Buyu is too hesitant to be a commander. I'll cast the ultimate wish on him as well. 448% decisive ruthlessness. That sounds reasonable. The god of Mo reacted instantly, summoning twin blades with a surge of magic. Do you hold no reverence for fate and karma? The god roared. Zhong Yuan replied coldly, if fate is stupid and karma is rotten, they deserve no reverence. Explosive killing intent radiated from the god as he launched his sword. Seeing the blade hurtling toward him, Zhong Yuan lowered his arms, offering no resistance. Farewell, my past self. The god of Mo slashed, sending a devastating wave of sword chi straight through him. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the river of time flow once more. His amplification buff began its countdown, yet the power of the dream still clung to his soul. Suddenly, a colossal black cat materialized, its voice dripping with temptation. Waking up is so exhausting. Wouldn't eternal sleep be so much sweeter? Zhong Yuan looked at the demon beast in surprise. Oh, so it was you who wanted to dream all along, the cat purred. Come sink into the perfect dream I have crafted for you. Feel the ultimate euphoria that the way of Mo brings. Without a second of hesitation, Zhong Yuan replied, I refuse. Instantly he triggered his absolute stasis ability, tearing a vortex in the space before him. The black cat recoiled in shock. Did you just pause time in the shadow realm? Zhong Yuan knew the infinite dream could not activate instantaneously. As long as your time is frozen, the dream's power can no longer corrode my mind. The black cat panicked. I am you, If my time stops, yours will too. Zhong Yuan calmly refuted the beast. No. You are the original master of the golden coffin. I am Zhong Yuan. The cat hissed. We merged long ago. We are inseparable. Zhong Yuan cut him off sharply. I refuse depravity while you crave it. When our minds no longer align, we are worlds apart. The black cat explained frantically. Being Mo is not depravity. Don't you yearn to be loved by the masses, to be cherished and adored? Zhong Yuan roared back, his voice shaking the void. Loving everything in this world is nothing more than a desire for validation. Acknowledging objective value creates our desire for material things, but it is the recognition of subjective will that forges the true bonds between human souls. The physical brain grants us the power of choice, elevating us from mere flesh and blood into beings of spirit and intellect. Zhong Yuan stood tall before the colossal black cat, his voice unshaken. I demand to be recognized for my mind and convictions, not as some rare, beautiful beast to be collected. The black cat snarled, its voice dripping with malice. If you want to draw a line between us, then return my power. Every ability you gained from the Void Star is merely a simulation of the shadow world. Without that power, you are nothing but an insect beneath my paw. Just as the killing blow descended, Zhang Buyu flashed in, dragging Zhong Yuan out of the danger zone. He is never fighting alone, Zhang Buyu declared. The black cat froze, staring at the intruder in utter disbelief. So why, Zhang Buyu, how did you breach this dimension? Zhang Buyu smirked, his eyes twinkling. I just hopped into young Master Yuan's bed and closed the lid. Simple transport. Zhong Yuan added from the side. His rational mind is perpetually linked to the shadow world. Even in this chaotic dimension, he could never lose his way. The black cat refused to yield, struggling violently against reality. Useless. All your skills, even telepathy, belong to me. Two mere mortals cannot shake the foundation of a god. Zhong Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Who said I have no power of my own? He began listing his arsenal like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. The Sky Ruins experiment gave me 3 initial skills, but my own evolution skill transformed the passive blessing into the offensive prayer of destruction. Through this prayer, I can unleash any ability existing within my memories. Every word struck the black cat like a physical blow, sending shivers down its spine. I once witnessed a technique in the shadow world that could sever reality itself, an attack not even an immortal body can withstand. The cat's face twisted in horror. You mean the number 1 flash of the 9 ruins? But the data states 1 flash requires actual light to manifest, and this place is pitch black. Unbothered, Jing Buyu cheerfully raised a small object. Problem solved. Funny story, I remembered young Master Yuan owed me a pen. So I went to the convenience store and bought one using your system points. And wouldn't you know it, this model comes with a 7-color laser. Click. A beam of intense artificial light pierced the darkness, radiating unexpected power. The black cat's jaw dropped. You must be joking. But it was too late. Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu synchronized their spiritual energy for the final strike. They aimed the laser beam straight up into the void. Since the rain won't stop, we'll just have to tear this weeping sky apart, unleashing the combo move, One Pen Infinite Measure, combined with Prayer of Destruction. The focused beam of 1 flash slammed into the black cat, tearing a scream of agony from its throat. In seconds, the massive beast detonated, shattering into a shower of golden fragments. Zhang Buyu stared at the glittering dust, bewildered. Is it finally over? But Zhong Yuan sensed the lingering danger. Zhang Buyu's expression hardened. The golden coffin's will is dead, but the dream power of Yang Zongsheng still holds this reality together. Suddenly, the ascended god form of Zhong Yuan materialized. The fragments of the shadow world are gathering under the dream's influence, forming a phantom of destiny that refuses to fade. The god Zhong Yuan looked down at them with arrogant pity. Pointless. Your struggle is in vain. Divine power has already transcended time and space, binding the fate of every living soul to my existence. Countless white orbs floated around him, each representing a person. Yet they were all shackled by thick chains, tethered inextricably to the throne he sat upon. He smirked. Everyone adores me. They crave my attention. Do you really have the heart to betray their expectations? Zhong Yuan glared with righteous fury. You're just using a divine charm ability to twist their free will. You force them to sacrifice everything, begging like dogs for a scrap of your attention. He pointed an accusing finger at the false god. True freedom is not seeking validation. My mission today is to shatter your divine charm and give them back their lives. The entity scoffed. The power of a god is absolute. No one can defy, but his arrogant decree was cut short. Crackling lightning tore through the void above. As the false god looked up in shock, a colossal monstrous claw descended from the storm. Crash! The claw pulverized the throne instantly. Zhong Yuan's voice rang out. A single prime day cycle is enough to strip you of your godhood. Heavily wounded, the false god gasped. Impossible. The entity that owns this claw hasn't even been born in this timeline. In a flash, a figure emerged from the giant claw. Open your eyes, a deep voice commanded. See me for who I am. The god realized the truth. You are Feng Qing. Simultaneously, the titanic avatar of Feng Qing scooped up Jiang Buyu and Zhong Yuan, cradling them safely within his massive palm. Zhong Yuan explained, there is a fatal flaw in the destiny you wove. The claw that killed me in my past life and the one I meet in this future are not the same. The giant Feng Qing grinned wildly. It means any Prime Day loop can trigger this transformation. I don't need your permission to become a monster. Zhong Yuan continued, the Void Star. I absorbed today fueled this. We only need a 24-hour cycle to purge the divinity and drag us all back to being mortals. The ascended god roared in frustration. How dare you? Feng Qing's destiny was to retract his claws and live as a dignified human. Why turn him into a monster? Zhong Yuan countered. Being human isn't about looking like one or having human limits. It's about whether you possess a human heart. Feng Qing laughed, the sound shaking the air. And this is my way of being human. Zhong Yuan floated upward, mana surging around his hands. If you want to debate destiny, then let those involved choose the future they truly desire. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a negotiation table sitting directly opposite the false god, separated only by a thin surface of reality. The next second, Zhong Yuan's presence expanded, projecting himself as a giant player moving Jiang Buyu and Feng Qing like chess pieces on the blackboard. I don't need physical blows to destroy you. As the mental pressure mounted, the false god reached into the sea of shackled souls, desperate. Qisho, listen. I can bring immense benefits to the 9 ruins in the future. I can even ensure Uncle and Feng Zhuzhen get a child to inherit their bloodline. Qisho and the others remained bound by his power, struggling against a destiny they refused to accept. But just then, Zhong Yuan summoned a swarm of spirit-infused butterflies. Did you really think I increased everyone's rationality to 120% in this multidimensional space just for a prank? A single spark of reason is enough to ignite a storm of fate. The butterflies descended upon Qishu, their jaws tearing through the chains that bound him. Snap with a roar. Qishu shattered the weakened bindings with his own strength. The 9 ruins are the shield of the Hua nation. We are guardians, not dogs for you to parade around. The self-proclaimed god of cuteness panicked. But I treated you well. You served the 9 ruins without complaint under my rule like loyal beasts. That is exactly the problem, Qishu countered. In your world, I never understood the weight of my title as number 6. I was just a puppet occupying a seat of power. He continued, his voice resonating with conviction. But in this reality, I know exactly what burden I must carry. The 9 ruins is a blade without a sober mind to wield it, without a clear direction to strike. Even the sharpest sword is meaningless. Feng Zhuzhen stepped forward, her voice steely. I don't love Qishu because of your manipulated romance. I chose him because we share the same will to protect our nation. Cheng Yuan added his weight to the verdict. Ignorance is no excuse for dereliction of duty. The 9 ruins cannot hide behind blind loyalty. Another voice chimed in, rejecting the reckless use of ultimate moves without clarity. The god of cuteness trembled with rage. Fine, fine. You're all so rational. You're all so noble. But what about Su Wanying in my world? No matter how useless she was, I forgave her. I made her the beloved mascot of the 9 ruins. As he spoke, he tightened his mental grip on Su Wanying's throat, forcing her to her knees in agonizing submission. He lifted her chin, eyes burning with madness. Here she loses her rare chance for a cure. She is destined to die a miserable death on a cold operating table. Without my arranged destiny, she has no salvation. But Feng Zhuzhen shattered her own chains with a deafening crack. This is a rare case of talent absorbing the ruin crystal. Why strip it away with surgery when we should study her resilience? At that moment, the chains binding Su Wanying snapped apart. Tears welled in her eyes as the truth hit her. Even a fool has value. Her persistence is a diamond in the rough. She just needs someone to light the way. Su Wanying struggled upright, her voice trembling but firm. If my power must be taken, then let it fulfill the ultimate wish of the Su Wanying. I don't want a life handed to me. Power without effort is an insult to my struggle. By now, the tide had turned completely against the god of cuteness. The protagonist watched with a cold smirk. Go on then. Let's see if anyone actually wants to be a slave to your charm from the bottom of their heart. The god of cuteness waved his hands in frantic denial. No, they aren't slaves. Their love for me is pure. It's beautiful. My charm makes them my family, desperate. He turned his gaze to Yang Zongsheng. My godfather will prove it. He smirked, thinking he had an ally. But Ye Zhen spat on the ground, furious. Damn you! In your world you brainwashed me with cuteness and mocked me for being unlovable. You take me for a joke. The god glared back. That's because you traitorous scum surrendered to the Iron Tower nation. You deserved it. Yang Zongsheng looked at him with ancient weary eyes. Interesting. So in the world where you became a god of cuteness, I am your father. You say I gave you 4 years of my life. That perhaps earns the title of godfather. Yang Zongsheng continued, his aura expanding. But my infinite dreamscape sees all. I saw your very first incarnation and the karma that binds us. At 16, you were crushed in a tragic accident. I saved you using the infinite dreamscape, yet you refused to join the 9 glories. 4 years later, you stumbled into a ruin within a treasury. My power had been sealed within you for those 4 years. And when you died, it reincarnated along with you. But in this timeline, I did not save you. I never heard your warnings about the members of 9 glories, nor did I intend to recruit Ye Zhen, the man with the mind-reading ability. Since that divergence, the invisible butterfly has been flapping its wings. A spiritual butterfly landed softly on Yang Zongsheng's shoulder, circling him like a silent guardian. In your timeline, my lingering power forced you into a long slumber, dreaming of becoming the Ketu of 9 glories. When you awoke, a fragment of that dream returned to me. To me, it was not just a dream, the god of cuteness insisted. Yang Zongsheng fell into deep contemplation. So after waking, you would have sought me out and become my adopted son. You would have stopped the assassination plot by Bai Xianli and Wrong. You saved my life and purged the traitors. But that future can no longer exist in this reality. The god of cuteness looked bewildered. A man beside Yang Zongsheng stepped forward to deliver the final blow. Because the master fortified everyone's sanity, Yang Zongsheng genuinely wanted to recruit Ye Zhen. He never stopped watching him. Hearing this, the god of cuteness collapsed, weeping in despair. Is this why you all betrayed me? I gave you everything, I trusted you. Why is this leveling Manhwa world so unfair to me? Suddenly he remembered his last hope. Jong Lan. Instantly the figure of Jong Lan descended before him. Clinging to a shred of hope, he pleaded. You'll choose me, won't you? I gave you the world, I granted your every wish, no matter how absurd. Jong Lan looked at him with cold disgust. In the world where my brother sells cuteness, you turned me into a lazy, arrogant pig. The love you get from manipulating emotions. It's a poison that doesn't distinguish right from wrong, and you use that same poison on me. But isn't love about accepting everything? He cried. Even the darkness. Suddenly Lin Dongliang floated down from the airship. He is right, just like me. He landed softly, his presence overwhelming. I discovered Zhong Lan's true potential, to make her a ruin enhancer, someone who stands above millions. I bestowed upon that girl the most precious star crystals and a military-grade satellite phone. Lin Dongliang acted high and mighty, claiming he pulled strings to get Zhong Yuan into the academy. But the ascended Zhong Yuan roared back, "You forced her to burn her own lifespan just to absorb those crystals." The old man scoffed, feigning ignorance. I knew nothing of the sort. If the girl was stupid enough to sacrifice her life, that's hardly my fault. You should be thanking me. Zhong Lan couldn't take it anymore. She pointed a trembling finger at Lin Dongliang. Enough. The Fire Cloud King crystals you gave me were stolen from the National Treasury, and that satellite phone. It was strategic military equipment that requires high-level clearance. You even embezzled the Awakening funds meant for the Academy students. How dare you frame your greed as affection? I will not thank a piece of trash who twists the truth. Her voice cracked with emotion. If the love you offer is this rotten, then I would rather have nothing at all. Zhong Lan clutched her strawberry pendant, her resolve hardening. The crowd began to rally behind her. Blind devotion only breeds darkness. We cannot let evil hide behind a mask of kindness. We must purge the shadows to welcome the light. Go Zhong Lan, we will be your strength. Instantly, a massive surge of golden spiritual energy flooded into Zhong Lan. Empowered by their faith, she levitated into the air, surrounded by a whirlwind of mystical butterflies. The sweetness I crave isn't artificial flavoring, she declared. It is the taste of the genuine truth. A radiant sword materialized in her hand. True justice isn't about tolerating darkness in the name of love. It is about ruthlessly destroying that darkness with hatred and steel. Only pain and blood can save those poor souls drowning in ignorance. With a blur of speed, Zhong Lan flashed past Lin Dongliang, delivering a single fatal strike. The corrupt official collapsed, instantly denied even a final word. Zhong Lan turned to the ascended god. Brother, the power you gained from pandering has rotted your core. She stood like a Valkyrie, raising her blade to the heavens. I am Zhong Yuan's sister, and it is my sworn duty to sever your weaknesses. I will personally excise the darkness from your heart. The ascended Zhong Yuan recoiled in terror, a look of profound sorrow washing over his face. But the fanatics wouldn't let their idol fall. The fan club charged forward, screaming, "We will die protecting the Charm King. We fight for the long-haired beauty, protect the adorable weaklings." Even the awakened beasts roared in agreement, joining the chaotic fray. Charm King, long live the Charm King. Only he can lead us to salvation. I want to bear his children. Jong Lan didn't hesitate. Her sword danced through the air, shattering the invisible chains that bound the crowd's minds. The spell broke. We are fans, not cultists of an evil god. Clarity returned to their eyes. We can ship a couple, but we won't compromise our morals. Destroy the false idol. Zhong Lan tore through the battlefield, her aura crushing the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. The awakened crowd joined the slaughter, showing no mercy to the screaming beasts. The ascended Zhong Yuan watched his empire crumble. His face went pale as he clutched his head, screaming in agony. No, impossible. The beasts have lives too. Why slaughter them? Stupid humans only know violence. Why can't humans and monsters just coexist in peace? The real Zhong Yuan looked down at his pathetic alter ego. Because your slaves were fighting for you, and we are fighting to avoid becoming slaves. If we refuse to die, and refuse to kneel, our only option is to rebel against the gods. The arena was now a grim tableau of blood and monster remains. Zhong Yuan approached the fallen god, stepping over the carnage typical of a leveling manhwa finale. The winner is decided. It is time to end this farce. The illusion of darkness shattered, revealing the light. The ascended form shifted into a masked deity. Destiny, it seemed, demanded submission. Zhong Yuan spoke coldly. Look at the shadow beneath your feet. That is your dark side, the shape of your inescapable fate. The light you seek is in the opposite direction. Try looking inward with a critical eye. Zhong Yuan pointed his blade at the broken god. I know chasing the light is exhausting, but don't give up. As long as you yearn for the light, you will inevitably become me. The ascended Zhong Yuan paused, a realization dawning on him. He grabbed the tip of the blade. To me, you look evil yet healing, while your sword is cold and sharp. But if this blade is the only path to the light, then let me use this hollow body to pave the way. He pulled the sword into his own chest. Let me feel your true killing intent. He struggled to stand, touching Zhong Yuan's face. But never forget, I was once you. Zhong Yuan's voice softened. Yeah. I will carry you with me to the light. The ascended form dissolved into the void, leaving behind only drifting particles of golden aura. Zhong Yuan let out a heavy sigh. It was finally over. But a dark thought lingered. I succeeded in changing the fate of the Charm King. But to do it, I had to temporarily become a god using the system's amplification. Even though I borrowed power to erase the divine, the experience of being a god is now etched into my soul. He clenched his fist. The destiny of Zhong Yuan ascending to godhood is already set in stone. I can't simply use causality destruction to delete the awakening ability from the source. The system prevents it. Jiang Buyu, having heard every thought, stepped forward and turned his back to Zhong Yuan. No. I have already planted the seeds to reverse causality for you. He glanced over his shoulder with a knowing smirk. Think back to what happened before you stepped into this world of shadows. The scene warped, snapping back to reality. Zhong Yuan glared at Jiang Buyu. Did you use the infinite dream technique to trick fate itself? Jiang Buyu adjusted his glasses, explaining calmly. Singularity is a unique attribute of a god. You aren't a god yet, but you possess that singularity. If you feel a sense of dread, it is your instinct fighting against your destiny. But here is the paradox. You must first become a god to change the fate of being one. And thus, an infinite loop of destiny was born. Jiang Buyu continued his explanation. What the Central Plains believes to be inevitable cannot be changed. However, if we can successfully deceive the very will of the Central Plains, everything changes. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan nervously asked, How do we deceive it? Zhang replied, I will use the infinite dreamland to cloak your consciousness. You will dream believing you are in reality. Because your will accepts the events as truth, destiny will record them as real. If you ascend to godhood in that dream, you become a god in reality. Once you are a god, you can rewrite the laws of this world at a whim, even erasing the void caves from their very source. Jiang Buyu pressed on. Wait until everything is complete, then I will dissolve the infinite dreamland. When you look back at the process of falling asleep, everything you just experienced will turn into a fleeting illusion. The power of time will strip away your destiny of becoming a god, ensuring you never actually ascend. Your uniqueness will be returned to the flow of time. He projected a holographic interface, breaking down this system manhwa mechanic for Zhong Yuan to understand. At this moment, the destiny of godhood exists. Later, he thinks he is a god. But when he uses that divine power to alter fate, he ceases to be a god, existing as one only within the chain of causality. The true timeline will show that he had the destiny to become a god and succeeded. However, by using that power to change fate, he fails to maintain godhood, and the destiny of becoming a god is also shattered. Because destiny has shifted, the void caves will also vanish completely. Jiang Buyu looked Zhong Yuan dead in the eye. Simply put, as long as you willingly let me deceive you, we can steal the power of a god. We will transform our world into a new paradise, one with no void caves and no gods. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan beamed with excitement. That sounds perfect. Let the show begin. Destiny thief, what are we waiting for? But Zhang Buyu suddenly looked anxious. I am only afraid that my future self will not arrive in time to say goodbye. So sleep tight and sweet dreams. In that instant, Zhong Yuan stepped into the shadow world once more, this time bearing the status of a god. He had successfully altered fate. The scene shifts to a bright morning, the sound of Jong Lan waking Zhong Yuan echoing through the room. Wake up. The sun is shining directly on your butt. Feng Qing already bought breakfast and is waiting for us. However, Zhong Yuan was still deep in slumber, muttering, just let me sleep a little longer. Feng Qing stepped in. Let me wake him up. Suddenly, a gigantic claw materialized in front of Zhong Yuan's face. He snapped his eyes open, startled. He jumped up, heart pounding. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Feng Qing grinned. It's just the new gauntlets I bought. Cool, right? Jong Lan stood beside him, shooting her brother a grumpy look. Today is Feng Zhuzhen and Qishu's wedding. If you don't get up now, we're going to be late. The scene transitions to the wedding ceremony. Qishu happily placed the ring on Feng Zhuzhen's finger as the MC spoke. The groom and bride used these rings as a testament to their vow, promising to stay together for a lifetime. The image showed Zhong Yuan smiling warmly as he watched the couple. My name is Zhong Yuan. I am 21 years old, attending the wedding of my classmate's mother. The world I live in is boring, a place with no superpowers, unlike a leveling Manhwa. Sometimes I wonder if superpowers ever existed in this world. But right now, I am living in the epilogue. Around him, everyone was chatting happily. Su Wanying was surprised to see how similar Tun Guyan's siblings looked, though both of them immediately denied it. Jong Lan looked at Feng Qing with curiosity. I have always been curious. Feng Zhuzhen and Qishu have totally opposite personalities, right? How did they end up together? Feng Qing smiled. At first I didn't get it either. But after my mom explained it, I understood. Men analyze a flower from the perspective of logic, while women experience a flower from the perspective of perception. From different viewpoints, 100 rivers flow into one sea. They acknowledge the same flower, and that is called love. He continued, my parents, however, are the complete reverse. Zhong Lan looked intrigued. I see love as a sudden logical recognition. Zhong Yuan looked at Feng Qing and teased. You have already switched from calling him Qishu to dad, haven't you? Ta Yuhan heard this and burst out laughing. A bunch of idiots with zero experience in love talking like experts on paper. But Zhang argued, watching others fall in love is a joy in itself. Ta Yuhan agreed, suggesting, matchmaking sounds fun. Let's pair people up. Match, match, match. Instructor Lu Wen had to chime in. Old Luke and director Fung have been entangled for over 20 years. It is perfectly normal that they dragged it out until now to finally get married. Tong Xiangyuan felt the scent of drama in the air. Wang Podi revealed, I heard Feng's son's friend came to Shangdong City during the holidays and taught his sister to read poetry just so Qishu would overhear it. That was the push Qishu needed to take the final step. At another table, Hakehui was happily chatting with his old friends. It has been a long time since we all gathered like this, hasn't it? Commander Zhang agreed. Every time we meet, it is to discuss war. No meetings means peace reigns under heaven. An Quanfeng spoke up. Old Ha is preparing to retire next year. Old Zhang has a few years left. He added, wait until the Bone Dragon River matter is settled and I can handle things alone. Then we will see. The scene shifts to the airport. Zhong Yuan spoke to his sister. Jong Lan godfather said he would come to Shangdong Airport to pick you up. Are you okay flying back alone? Jong Lan pouted immediately. I am already 17. Why do you still treat me like a child? Fine, fine, you can just see me off here. Suddenly Zhong Lan asked, hey brother, this pen pal you are about to meet in Guangyuan City. Is it a boy or a girl? He replied, it is a girl. She posted a photo in her friend circle, and she looks quite pretty. Zhong Lan looked up at her brother in surprise. Am I about to get a sister-in-law? Zhong Yuan quickly waved his hands. Impossible. We are just friends. But Zhong Lan snapped back, yelling at him. I don't believe you. If nothing happens between you two this time, I don't care if you die alone of old age. Cut to Zhang Buyu dressed in a full maid outfit holding up 2 different stockings. He asked the room, black stockings or white stockings? Ye Zhen looked at his senior, completely flabbergasted. Zhang Buyu, you are meeting a pen pal. Why on earth are you wearing women's clothes? He explained, because she misunderstood and thinks I am a girl and I didn't have time to explain. It has been years now. A young man sitting nearby, carelessly eating an apple, asked, Zhang Buyu, is your pen pal actually a guy or a girl? Zhang Buyu wasn't sure. I think it might be a girl. Her friend circle is full of strawberry cake recipes and cute hair tutorials. The girl next to him offered a suggestion. Just wear your men's clothes. Don't cross-dress. What if she falls for you? You could finally escape the single life. In another twist of events, Banbo was surprised to see Wang Podi in front of him. Wang Podi, you came to Guangyuan City for work. He replied, of course, old Bon. You know us Shangdong people can't go a day without coffee, and your place still has the best brew. This humorous slice of life is quite the departure from the usual intense manhwa recap. Pengbu let out a sigh, realizing his cafe was overrun with energetic youths, leaving him as the sole serious middle-aged man just trying to enjoy a quiet brew. At that exact moment, Zhong Yuan arrived, sliding into an empty seat. Unbeknownst to him, Tong Xiaotang and Wen Renju were already settled at the very next table. Wen Renju, for our club activity next weekend, let's go mountain climbing, she proposed. Sounds like a plan, he replied. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan and Zhang Buyu sat back-to-back at adjacent tables, furiously texting each other without realizing their proximity. Zhong Yuan hit send on his message, I have arrived. The guy wearing white, that is me. Zhang Buyu typed back instantly, got it. I am the one dressed in black today. Suddenly they both spun around, eyes widening in sheer shock as their gazes locked. Wait! You are a dude? You too. It took a split second for the reality to hit, and then pure joy erupted as they enthusiastically grabbed each other's hands. This is perfect, Zhong Yuan exclaimed with relief. Now we do not have to worry about our friendship getting weird or romantic. You make a solid point, Zhang Buyu laughed. So what are you thirsty for? Zhong Yuan grinned mischievously. I actually brought a special bag of coffee beans I cultivated myself at the school club. Hearing this, Zhang Buyu immediately dragged his new friend toward the service counter. That is awesome, we can grind them right here and brew a fresh cup, Zhang Buyu said. As they reached the bar, he added, the owner is a buddy of mine. He will not mind a small request like this. Pengbu looked Zhong Yuan over with a welcoming nod. So you are a friend of Zhang Buyu. Consider this place your home. Use whatever tools or equipment you need. Zhong Yuan beamed at the generous shopkeeper. Then I will not stand on ceremony. Zhong Yuan stepped behind the counter like a pro, glancing back at Zhang Buyu. Do you want some latte art to go with that? Yes. Yes. Definitely. Zhang Buyu nodded vigorously. All right. Zhong Yuan focused his aura. I will draw you a scene from a strange dream I had last night. Moments later, Zhang Buyu stared in amazement at the foam art, revealing his own face next to a mysterious black cat. This is the thief of fate and the black cat from my vision, Zhong Yuan explained. As they chatted, the vibe felt like the start of a leveling manhwa adventure. So tell me, Zhang Buyu asked, what happened in this dream? Zhong Yuan took a deep breath, ready to recount the tale. The dream began with me working as a humble part-time guide at a museum, unaware of what was coming.